Chapter 1, Gluttony. Blue Star. 100 years ago, a red meteor streaked across the sky, and from then on, spiritual energy revived. Many animals in the world mutated into monsters. At the same time, space cracks appeared out of thin air all over the world, and many monsters crawled out of the cracks. They madly plundered human territory, and humans fell into panic. Fortunately, many people in the world began to awaken their talents and become awakened people to fight against monsters. For 100 years, the two sides have been deadlocked. A middle-aged man who had suffered from impotence for many years regained his virility due to the awakening of his talent. According to Mr. Wang next door, his bed vibrated all night long that night, and from time to time he could hear beautiful sounds. A male student at a vocational college in Jiangning City gained the ability to become invisible. One night, he went to the women's bathhouse and spied on the girls bathing. He was caught red-handed and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Shocking. A middle-aged man in Jiangnan province, after awakening his D-rank talent, courage, defecated publicly on the street without batting an eyelid. Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw the news. As an ordinary male student on Earth, I vaguely remember that I drank too much in a bar the night before I traveled through time and was picked up by an extremely charming woman. As a result, the woman asked for sex 5 times that night, leaving him no chance to survive. Not only that, when Ning Yuan woke up, he found that not only his innocence was gone, but even his kidneys were gone. Unable to bear the humiliation, Ning Yuan jumped directly from the building. As a result, he traveled to Blue Planet and became the person of the same name, whose parents had both passed away and who had no car or house. Fortunately, his kidneys are still healthy in this world. In this world, Ning Yuan is not only a little handsome, but also has top academic performance in school. If it were 100 years ago, this academic achievement would be enough to get into universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University. But in this era, academic performance is not worth mentioning. Only those with good talent have the potential to become a good warrior. These people are often the ones that top universities want to admit. I've been here for 3 years now, and I haven't felt any changes in my body. It seems I probably won't be able to awaken any good talents. I was born at the wrong time. Ning Yuan put down his phone, shook his head helplessly and sighed. After a while, Ning Yuan picked up his phone again and opened the class group, wanting to see if anyone in his class had awakened their talent. It's not that he wants to curry favor with those talented people, but mainly to see if there are any people as useless as him. At least this way, he might feel better. Classmates, has anyone awakened their talent early? The awakening potion is so expensive, I can't afford it even if I sell myself, let alone awaken early. Yeah, with the little money in your pocket, it's hard to even buy a pound of pork. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow is the day for collective awakening at school. Everyone must be in the classroom before 8 o'clock. We will then give everyone awakening potions. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to pay for it yourself or wait for your own awakening. I hope everyone will pay attention to this. Ning Yuan took a look and saw that it was a message from Tang Xin. Tang Xin is the monitor of their class. He is a warm and cheerful person. He is usually outspoken and dares to say anything, but he is quite truthful and has a good relationship with himself. Receive. The following is a series of responses from classmates. Then a new round of wrangling began. Until a classmate tagged the class beauty Huang Rong and asked, "Class beauty, do you have any news about the awakening of talents?" After this message, the entire group fell silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting to see if the class beauty would reply. After a while, Huang Rong appeared and brought an even more explosive news. The country has recently discovered that many monsters have mutated. The strength and qualifications of these mutated monsters will be greatly improved. Just like the monster that recently appeared in Sakura country that can only absorb volcanic energy, thermal weapons are completely ineffective against it. Then we are in even greater danger. After Huang Rong finished speaking, many people in the group couldn't help but fall into panic. Ning Yuan opened Baidu and searched for information about the monster that Huang Rong had just mentioned. This monster is 62 meters tall and weighs approximately 60,000 tons. Its skin is bright red with flame patterns. It can spray high-temperature flames from its mouth and has powerful cell regeneration abilities. The Sakura country named it Golzon. Under the bombing of a little boy, Golzon was blown into pieces and his huge head fell into the magma. Unexpectedly, Golzon had a strong recovery ability. After a few days, he absorbed the energy of the volcanic magma, regenerated, and became stronger than before. Golzon didn't die, but countless people on the island were killed or injured. Seeing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Even an atomic bomb couldn't kill him. If he awakened a rubbish talent, wouldn't he very likely become food for other mutated beasts? After turning off his phone, Ning Yuan felt that no matter what talent he awakened, he had to make some preparations for the dangers he would encounter in the future. To put it bluntly, if the awakened talent is not good, it is equivalent to the end of the world for yourself. Buzz. At this moment, Ning Yuan suddenly felt dizzy and his body suddenly fell backwards. Fortunately, he supported himself on the table next to him with his right hand. A virtual panel appeared in his eyes. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, ordinary people. Talent, gluttony not yet awakened. Chi and blood, 42 weak. Spirit, 80. Skills, none. Looking at the information on the panel, Ning Yuan was a little dazed. He didn't care what was going on and complained. So it's low, so what does the note weak mean? How can I be so naive? I'm not called a 7 times a night man for nothing. Ning Yuan slowly lay down on the bed, looking at the virtual panel in front of him, and the description of the panel flashed through his mind. Eye of true vision, you can view your own and other people's basic information, and view the details of martial arts training. Is this my cheat? Why does it feel so useless? Don't other travelers have systems? Whereas mine? Tonesy, don't scare me, come out quickly. After a long time, there was no movement, so Ning Yuan gave up. Ah, what a miserable life. In the cultural courses he had studied, the talent levels of awakeners were roughly divided into 5 levels, from low to high, from D to S. The name, gluttony, sounds very noble. Ning Yuan was still somewhat confident in himself. After all, as a time traveler, without a system, S-level talent should be the minimum requirement, right? For warriors, chi, blood and spirit are the 2 basic attributes. The physical strength and spirit of the general awakened ones are around 60 points. If someone does not have the talent for awakening, he must put in thousands of times more effort than the awakened ones to become a warrior. Although my chi and blood are so low, my mental strength is quite strong. I don't know if it's because I travel through time. Anyway, I have to focus on improving my chi and blood in the future. Ning Yuan complained inwardly. Not long after, Ning Yuan felt his eyelids became much heavier. Perhaps it was because the newly awakened eye of true vision made him a little tired, and he soon fell asleep. Chapter 2 Awakening. The next morning, Ning Yuan arrived at the classroom early, eager to awaken his talent. The classroom was filled with the noise of classmates. Ding ling ling. The bell rang. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a record sheet walked into the classroom. It was the class teacher, Lu Sanpao, who always liked to please students from well-off families. He basically ignores people like Ning Yuan, who have good academic performance but poor family conditions. He clapped his hands on the table and began. Be quiet, I want to tell you something. The awakening ceremony will begin soon. The school will distribute awakening potions to you. For the sake of students' privacy, you will be arranged to have a separate room for awakening. Okay, enough talking, now let's line up in the auditorium. Ning Yuan searched the internet for information about awakeners. According to data released by the country, more than 50% of citizens can awaken their talents and become awakeners. Once you become an awakener, you will have the opportunity to be admitted to the Awakener Academy, such as the top 985 universities such as Jingmu University, Huawu University, and Mado Warrior University. As long as your college entrance examination scores meet the requirements, you will receive good training there. Of course, there are also ordinary schools, such as Jiangning Wudao Vocational College. Although there are not many resources, you can learn skills and knowledge systematically there. At the end of the team, Lu Ming and Ning Yuan walked side by side. Lu Ming turned his head and whispered to Ning Yuan. Brother Yuan, I heard that many teachers from martial arts universities are here this time, and many of them are from top 10 schools. I saw news a few days ago that the top-ranked Languo University has come to our city to recruit students. From what I know, as long as one of us awakens a talent above a level, the teachers in those schools will definitely go crazy for it. As for the S level, it seems like our entire city hasn't produced one in several years. My requirements are not high, as long as I can get a B grade. He put his arm around Ning Yuan's shoulders, looked up and forward, with hope in his eyes. Ning Yuan turned his head and used his true vision eye on Lu Ming. Name, Lu Ming. Level, unranked. Talent, Monarch Flame unawakened. Qi and blood, 60. Spirit, 55. Jun Yan can control the fire element within the body. Skill. Pyroblast gathers fire elements around the body, compresses and gathers the generated energy in a short period of time, and then suddenly releases it, creating a powerful explosion effect. Flame Dragon Break condenses the power of flames into a fire dragon with enormous power. Meteor Fire condenses the fire elements in the air, transforming them into fire meteors to launch a group attack in a designated area. Ning Yuan blinked his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Ming's talent to be so high. Just looking at the talent introduction, he knew that this talent was very strong. He patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you will definitely be able to awaken a powerful talent." "I hope so." When they arrived at the auditorium, Ning Yuan stood behind Lu Ming. Led by several teachers, he walked into a small room. Inside the house, there was a man in a suit with a work badge with his name on it hanging on his chest. These are staff members from the city government who are here to help students with awakening tests. Ning Yuan took out his student ID from his pocket and handed it over. The staff member named Wang Tao took the student ID card, inserted it into the machine, verified Ning Yuan's identity, and began to speak. "Classmate Ning Yuan, before the awakening talent test, I need to explain the basic level divisions to you. Are you ready?" Wang Tao wrote Ning Yuan's name on the record sheet with a pen and turned on the recorder to record that the awakening was normal. This is to prevent some staff members from secretly pocketing the awakening potion. After all, the price of the awakening potion can reach 2 million blue star coins. If there is no high-level warrior in the family, the average family cannot afford so much money. With the existence of recorders, the occurrence of such incidents can be reduced to a great extent. Ning Yuan nodded, having already understood this regular process. "I'm ready." Wang Tao took a sip of tea and spat out a few tea leaves. "I'm sure you're already familiar with the warrior level divisions. Generally speaking, D-level talents are relatively common abilities, accounting for about 60% of awakened ones. As for C-level talents, most will eventually reach the level of Grand Martial Master. Their cultivation speed is relatively slow, and only a small number can break through to the level of Martial King. B-level abilities are the elite among awakened ones, and their effects are relatively strong. A level is the genius among the awakened. They can be admitted to higher universities without taking exams. They have perfect abilities and are likely to become martial emperors in the future. As for S-level, that's 1 in a million. Anyone who awakens an S-level talent will cultivate at a speed that can be described as monstrous. After Wang Tao finished seriously introducing the level division, his brows relaxed and he gently patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. Wang Tao took a sip of tea and casually took out a bottle of potion from the space. This is exactly his D-level ability, Exploration Bag, which can open up a small space to store things other than living things. "Okay, drink the awakening potion and then put your hand on the tester." Ning Yuan took the potion, opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp, then placed his palm on the instrument. After a while, a line of words appeared on the display. Wang Tao smiled. "Congratulations, Ning Yuan, you have successfully awakened your talent. Although it's a D-level talent, it's enough for you to enter a regular warrior academy." As he spoke, he pointed at the screen. Ning Yuan looked up and saw a few lines of text. D rank, gluttony. It can absorb the small amount of energy in food and use it for its own benefit, but has almost no offensive capabilities. At this moment, the panel in Ning Yuan's eyes updated, and Ning Yuan's expression changed. Wang Tao did not notice Ning Yuan's abnormality. Ning Yuan thanked Wang Tao and turned around and walked out. Just as he walked out the door, he saw Lu Ming coming out of another small room. When Lu Ming saw Ning Yuan, he ran over with an excited expression on his face. "Brother Yuan, I have awakened the A-level talent, Junyan. A-level abilities are rare in our school." Ning Yuan blinked, having expected this, and smiled and said, "I also awakened my talent. It's just a D class." Lu Ming patted Ning Yuan's shoulder, made a gesture with his right hand, and pointed at himself with his thumb. "It's okay, Brother Yuan, I'll protect you from now on." Although it is a D-level talent, looking at the virtual panel in front of him, Ning Yuan knew that his gluttony talent was greatly underestimated. As expected, the time traveler must have some cheats on him. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, first level warrior. Talent, gluttony. Qi and blood, 50. Spiritual power 102. Skills: Devour. Devour the core of an alien beast to obtain the energy of the alien beast and even gain some special abilities. This is Gluttony's inherent skill. Although it's D rank, it sounds quite perverted. If it could devour superpowers? Ning Yuan, have you awakened your talent? A clear and pleasant voice interrupted Ning Yuan. School beauty Lin Luashi walked towards him slowly with her long legs. She was also wearing a school uniform skirt, but it looked completely different on her than on others. Especially those legs, which are so straight, smooth and round, just like works of art carved from ice and jade, making people swallow their saliva. Coupled with her tall and straight figure, high ponytail, and cool temperament, she is so beautiful that it makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Yeah, D-level talent. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. There was no ripple on Lin Luashi's cold face. He nodded and stuffed the bottle of medicine in his hand into Ning Yuan's hand. This is for you. This is a qi and blood potion. Drink it when you get home. The college entrance exam is not far away, so do your best. After hearing the name of qi and blood potion, Ning Yuan's heart moved. In this world, warriors can improve their qi and blood not only through practice, but also through potions and pills. Medicines are also divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The D-level qi and blood potion Lin Luashi gave him can probably increase qi and blood by 10-20 points. Taking the same qi and blood potion 2 or 3 times will cause resistance, unless a more advanced qi and blood potion is used. But even so, this D-grade blood and qi potion costs at least 100,000 blue star coins. Something happened between him and Lin Luashi. He was originally an ordinary loser, but some stories happened between them. Lin Luashi is recognized as the cool campus beauty in the school. Not only does she come from a wealthy family, but she also has excellent academic performance. But Lin Luashi didn't have many friends, and by chance 2 years ago, Ning Yuan saw Lin Luashi sitting in the corner of the Pioneer bookstore. Ning Yuan is different. He was a shameless person when he was on Earth, and he saw Lin Luashi for the first time. He was attracted by her beauty. Pooh. He sat opposite Lin Luashi with an attitude of appreciating the creator's masterpiece. Looking at Lin Luashi's face, I reviewed the weekly knowledge points. He found that every weekend, Lin Luashi would come here to read and sit there for the whole day. After a few interactions, Ning Yuan became Lin Luashi's best friend. That's right. It seems that Lin Luashi only has him as a friend. After 2 years of getting along, Ning Yuan discovered that Lin Luashi was not aloof at all, but socially anxious and even a little silly, just like the little dragon girl in the ancient tomb, ignorant of the ways of the world. Thanks. Lin Luashi nodded blankly with an expressionless face, glanced at Ning Yuan, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Remember to take me out to play when you have time. It's been a long time since we went out to play. Looking at Lin Luashi, who was slowly walking away, Ning Yuan smiled. Ning Yuan put the medicine into his pocket and slowly walked towards the classroom with Lu Ming, who was standing beside him in a daze. Chapter 3, Living Off a Woman. Fuck, tell me the truth. When did you harm Goddess Lin? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched, and he stared at Ning Yuan jealously, squeezing his shoulders hard. No, we are just pure friends. Go to hell. Are you giving me such an expensive potion just because we're friends? Lu Ming muttered. I don't know what Goddess Lin likes about you. You have no money and average talent. Besides having better grades, you're more handsome than me. Ning Yuan shook off Lu Ming's hand with his shoulder, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, looked into Lu Ming's eyes, and said nothing. Lu Ming looked at Ning Yuan's smug look and was so angry. Fuck, you've got it right. Not long after the talent awakened, the school was on vacation. Students with better awakened talents would generally be contacted by the school and admitted in advance. The other students had to go home and work hard to improve their energy and blood in preparation for the college entrance examination in 2 weeks. Ning Yuan returned home and drank the qi and blood potion given to him by Lin Luashi. After a while, a warm current flowed through Ning Yuan's body. At the same time, the properties panel has also changed. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, first level warrior. Talent, gluttony. Qi and blood, 72. Spiritual power, 102. Skill, devour. You can devour the cores of alien beasts to obtain the core energy and even gain special abilities. You should know that the beast core contains most of the monster's energy. Even if it is refined into a top-grade elixir, only 80% of the energy can be retained. But Ning Yuan's swallowing almost absorbs everything, which shows how abnormal this skill is. After investigation, it was found that the Warrior Association divides the realm of martial arts into Warrior, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, and Martial God. Each realm is divided into levels 1 to 9. There is a saying among warriors, only by becoming a martial king can one be qualified to call himself a strong man. The highest ranking person in their Jiangning city seems to be a martial emperor. Ning Yuan, lying on the bed, looked at his attribute panel. If you want to quickly increase your qi and blood, you have to rely on devouring beast cores. Ning Yuan closed the property panel, opened his mobile phone, and looked at the remaining 20,000 yuan in the bank card, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The poor are left with nothing but their underwear. Ning Yuan's parents were also awakened. They died accidentally while hunting strange beasts 5 years ago. As a result, Ning Yuan received a pension from the government, plus the family's few savings, so he is still alive today. With such a small amount of money, buying a pound of iron-skinned beef would almost bankrupt me. How will you survive if you use it up? Looks like I still have to eat soft rice first. I'll borrow some money from Luoshi. It's normal for friends to borrow money. Ning Yuan opened the address book and dialed the first number. No one answered after more than 20 seconds. Ning Yuan hung up the phone. Forget it, how about some other solution? How about selling a kidney? Ning Yuan shook his pig brain and hated himself for not having more kidneys. What the hell am I thinking? How much is a kidney? At this time. Inside Villa number 32, Shuixi Manor. Lin Luashi's cell phone was placed on the coffee table in the living room, so she naturally couldn't answer Ning Yuan's call. Lin Luashi was taking a shower in the bathroom when Aunt Lu came up from downstairs and saw the phone on the table with the screen still on. On screen. The missed call shows, good friend Ning Yuan. Miss, someone called you. The sound of hurried dressing came from the bathroom. After putting on the clothes, Lin Luashi walked out with her hair still wet. Who is this Ning Yuan? Asked Aunt Lu. My friend. Lin Luashi had just finished taking a shower, and there were still 2 blushes on her face, which was very cute. Lin Luashi took the phone, went upstairs, and locked the bedroom door. Looking at Lin Luashi's back, Aunt Lu took out her cell phone and called Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, it seems the young lady has a friend. His name seems to be Ning Yuan, and he should be a student at number 1 middle school. In the past, young ladies were all alone. On the other side, in a secret office, Lin Tai sat in a chair and made a phone call with a serious expression. Hey, please send me the information of a student named Ning Yuan from your school. It was Lin Luashi who returned to the room. Without caring about his wet hair, he picked up his cell phone and called Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan answered the phone. Hey, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Luashi didn't turn on the camera, but put the phone close to his ear, which was turning red. Ning Yuan touched his nose, a little hesitant about whether to ask her to borrow some money. After hesitating for a while, he said, I just wanted to borrow some money from you. I'd like to borrow some more. Okay, see you at the usual place in an hour. Lin Luashi didn't ask Ning Yuan how much money he wanted, and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ning Yuan put away his phone, prepared to take a shower and went out. Lin Luashi picked out a few clothes from the closet and walked out of the room. Aunt Lu, tell Uncle Fu to wait for me downstairs in half an hour. I'm going out for a while. Yes, miss. After hearing Lin Luashi's words, Aunt Lu went downstairs to find Uncle Fu. 40 minutes later. In the Pioneer bookstore, Ning Yuan sat at a double table in the corner, looking out the window from time to time. Not long after, a black car slowly drove up and stopped at the door. Through the glass, Ning Yuan clearly saw the black car parked at the door. Ning Yuan slowly stood up and walked towards the door of the bookstore. Lin Luashi wore a floral dress, a small black leather bag slung across her body, small leather shoes on her feet, revealing a piece of thin lace socks, looking very girlish. Lin Luashi briefly explained a few words to Uncle Fu and then slowly walked towards the bookstore. The two sat in familiar seats. Then, Lin Luashi opened her small leather bag, took out a black card from it, and handed it to him. For you. Is it so direct? To be honest, even though Ning Yuan was as thick-skinned as a pig, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Moreover, the rich young woman didn't even ask why and just handed the card to him. This more or less touched him. Is it so easy to borrow money these days? He still remembered that since his parents passed away 5 years ago, not only his friends but even his relatives had been avoiding him. When his parents were still alive, they were all trying to fawn over him. Over the years, there have been only a few people who have truly treated him well, and Lin Luashi is one of them. Thanks. Ning Yuan put the card in his pocket without caring how much money was in it. Because he felt that asking was a bit impolite and seemed a bit purposeful. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Yuan still didn't speak. However, Ning Yuan thought that Lin Luashi was just a student, and this should be her New Year's money or pocket money, and there shouldn't be much in it. Are you using this kind of black card? Ning Yuan looked at the bank card and gradually realized what was going on. It's not mine. Lin Luashi said lightly. Ning Yuan asked casually, but his eyes widened when he heard the answer. If it's not yours, whose is it? Lin Luashi raised her clear eyes. My father's. You're spending your father's money on me? No. Lin Luashi was a little confused, but didn't think anything was wrong. Ning Yuan's forehead was sweating. After hesitating for a while, he took out the black card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Luashi. He really needed the money. After all, the college entrance examination was approaching, and he had to break through his chi and blood to 600 and reach the 6th level warrior before then to have a chance to go to Longwu University. However, this Lin Luashi looked dumb at first glance, and was so gullible. He felt embarrassed. In the past, I thought she was pretty and stuck to her like taffy. I would sit opposite her in the bookstore with her, look at her face, and review the weekly knowledge points. Gradually, we became familiar with each other. But this little girl stole her father's money and gave it to me to spend. She is so filial. It's too cruel. You don't want it anymore? Lin Luashi was a little nervous, as if she was afraid that he would not want it anymore. I'm afraid you'll be scolded by your dad, so forget it. Lin Luashi shook his head coldly. No, my dad doesn't need this one. He has many more. Ning Yuan waved his hand. If it's yours, then there's no problem, but this belongs to your father. It's okay, you see I still have a lot in my bag. Lin Luashi nodded lightly and showed Ning Yuan her small black leather bag. Sure enough, there were several black cards inside. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it. The timid will die of starvation, and the brave will die of gluttony. Ning Yuan was convinced by himself, took the card back, and took Lin Luashi to the bank. What's the password? 6 6s. Ning Yuan stood in front of the ATM, inserted the card, and when he chose to check the balance, his eyes were stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, sister, mother. Damn, more than 8 million? Ning Yuan couldn't help but remain silent. Is this girl really stupid, or does she want something from me? Appearance? I am indeed quite pretty, just slightly less pretty than the reader in front of the screen, but not enough to make her like this. Lin Luashi's eyes were hesitant, and her voice revealed her panic. You haven't taken me out to play for a long time. If you are short of money, I can always give you money. Ning Yuan was stuck. Does this rich woman want to support me? Are you going to support me? May I? Lin Luashi's face even showed some anticipation. She looked at Ning Yuan with her big watery eyes and spoke softly. Ning Yuan didn't dare to respond, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This girl was serious, so he quickly changed the subject. Aren't you busy with Awakening recently? I will definitely make time to play with you next time. Hold. Lin Luashi took the initiative to stretch out her soft and boneless little hand into Ning Yuan's hand. Chapter 4's Level Talent. Ning Yuan, I want to eat marshmallows. Lin Luashi pointed at the marshmallows on the stall with his right hand and shook Ning Yuan's left hand. Following her gaze, Ning Yuan saw the cotton candy stall and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You don't want to. Lin Luashi pressed her body even closer to him and whispered softly, Brother, please. That thing is too sweet and will cause tooth decay. Be good and don't eat it. Brother, please, I'll buy you one too. Ning Yuan looked at her quietly. Can you please not bribe me with such childish things? Lin Luashi's face suddenly turned serious, and she pouted her pink lips. Childish? Then, what about the last time you rode the carousel? Ning Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. It was you who begged me to accompany you last time. How could a 1.8-meter tall strong man like me sit on that? The wicked are the first to complain. Brother, is there a carousel nearby? No. In fact, there is an amusement park not far away, but Ning Yuan couldn't help but get goosebumps when he imagined him and Lin Luashi sitting on a carousel surrounded by a bunch of people watching. Finally, amidst the calls of brother Ning Yuan still bought her a marshmallow. Ning Yuan held Lin Luashi's hand and walked slowly inside. Let's go eat. I remember there's a shop on this street that specializes in monster ingredients. They should taste good. Let's go try it. Kalian, that's a nice name. Ning Yuan knew that Lin Luashi liked quietness, so he asked for a private room. Hello sir, your box is 301, please follow me. A young lady in work uniform stepped sideways, extended her hand, and then walked inside. In the private room, Ning Yuan picked up the menu but hesitated to place an order because the prices were too expensive. Iron Bull Level 1 Monster, 6,000. Ice Spirit Deer Level 1 Monster, 8,000. Ice Rabbit Level 1 Monster, 4,000. Dark Moon Wolf Level 1 Monster, 12,000. Red Flame Pig Level 1 Monster, 6,000. Mysterious Ice Jade Lion Level 2 Monster, 30,000. Oh my god, is it so expensive? Lin Luashi had finished the marshmallow in his hand. Seeing Ning Yuan's frown, he couldn't help but snatch the menu and took a quick look at it. A Savage Bull, an Ice Spirit Rabbit, and an Ice Spirit Deer. Okay, that's all. If it's not enough, order more later. Lin Luashi quietly handed the menu to the waiter. It takes so long to order a dish, you're going to starve me to death. Lin Luashi turned his head and looked at Ning Yuan with some resentment. Miss, it's so expensive. I can't order food like you without blinking an eye. Ning Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and said helplessly. Didn't I just lend you over 8 million? Spend it as you please. Come back for me when you're done spending it. Lin Luashi waved his hand casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel sad for her father. After raising his daughter for so long, she still spent the money she earned on other men. Even though that man is me. Ning Yuan touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't want to respond, so he changed the subject. By the way, what talent did you awaken? I awakened a year ago, but I didn't tell you. It's an S-level ice talent, Ice Spirit Body. Lin Luashi puffed out her chest and spoke lightly, her expression still cold, but her beautiful eyes sparkled, like a child expecting praise. Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Luashi's chest and was stunned for a moment. How could this girl be so well endowed? So big. And so cute. Ning Yuan gave a thumbs up and said admiringly. Amazing. As expected of you. That's it. Lin Luashi felt a little proud of his praise and couldn't help but straighten her majestic northern and southern hemispheres. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi with the eye of true vision, and a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Luashi. Level, 7th level warrior. Talent, Ice Spirit Body S level. Chi and Blood, 765. Spiritual Power, 112. Skill. Ice thousands of miles, can instantly freeze everything around it that needs to be frozen. Ice Thorns, use the water elements in the air to condense into ice spikes, which can be shot out at an extremely fast speed. Frost Possession, allow the ice soul to merge into your body, transforming it into a layer of frost armor, enhancing your defense and attack capabilities. Winter Realm not yet awakened. Martial Arts, a level, Frost Sword Technique minor success, a level, Snow Shadow Mystery minor success. Powerful skills, the descriptions are so plain and simple. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's luxurious attribute panel, his eyes widened, and thought to himself. A warrior of the 7th level, S level, comes with 4 skills, and they are all so powerful. Hiss. She should have been admitted to university. Ning Yuan came back to his senses and asked. Have you been admitted? Lin Luashi said lightly, her thick eyelashes dyed golden by the light. A lot of schools have contacted me, but I haven't decided yet. Which one are you going to? Ning Yuan thought that a city he was more familiar with would definitely be better. Longwu College was only more than 400 kilometers away from Jiangning City. I don't know, maybe Longwu University. After hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Lin Luashi rubbed his face and began to daze, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, all the dishes were served. Beef is similar to steak and is garnished with broccoli. The stir-fried Ice Spirit Rabbit looks quite appetizing and smells delicious. Braised venison, it looks pretty good. Lin Luashi, who was already very hungry, picked up his chopsticks and started to eat heartily. Ning Yuan took a knife, cut the steak into small pieces and put them into Lin Luashi's bowl. After cutting it, he started eating it. As the beef went down his throat, he soon felt a warm current in his body. Qi and blood, in the attribute panel, is increasing little by little. As expected of a beast's meat, it increases qi and blood a lot. Just this little bit has increased it from 72 to 80. In fact, only he can have such a strong effect, which is all due to his talent, gluttony. It seems that eating meat can also gain energy. After eating, Ning Yuan looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction. What made him most happy was that he actually obtained the Ice Spirit Rabbit speed ability, Instant Step. Don't you need to devour the beast core? Is eating meat also okay? Name, Ning Yuan. Talent, gluttony. Level, first level warrior. Qi and blood, 80. Spiritual power, 102. Skill. Swallow, you can swallow the core of the alien beast to obtain the energy of the alien beast and even gain special abilities. Instant Step, master the technique of instant jumping and be able to cover long distances in a short time. Martial arts, none. The icy aura of Lin Luashi in front of him also subtly strengthened. Although it was a hot day, being next to Lin Luashi was like having an air conditioner with him. After eating and drinking, the two walked on the food street under the moonlight. Lin Luashi walked slowly along the way. Although she didn't say anything, it was obvious that she didn't want to go home too early. Her little tricks were obvious. So Ning Yuan didn't expose her and decided to take her around for a walk. The moonlight on the summer night stretched the shadows of the two people into long slender ones, and they walked quietly on the curb. Ning Yuan walked and stopped, causing Lin Luashi's petite body to bump into Ning Yuan's back from time to time. I have to say, it's really fierce. Lin Luashi was stunned, thinking that Ning Yuan must have stopped for a reason, and she didn't know that he was playing tricks on her. Lin Luashi was still in a daze and didn't realize that he was being taken advantage of. When Ning Yuan thought of this, he felt a little uneasy. Someone just gave you 8 million and you took advantage of him. You are such a beast. The two of them went around and came to Shangyue Lake, which is a small lake closest to the school and is usually one of the holy places for love. Ning Yuan felt that it was quiet here, so he pulled Lin Luashi to sit down. Bathing in the moonlight and feeling the evening breeze. Very quiet. Suddenly, Lin Luashi took off her little leather shoes and white socks, and put her tender little white feet into Ning Yuan's arms. Question mark. Ning Yuan, I've been walking for too long and my feet hurt a little. Can you rub them for me? Lin Luashi looked at him quietly. She knew that Ning Yuan seemed to be particularly fond of her feet. In the past, when she was tired from walking, Ning Yuan would take the initiative to take off her shoes and socks and massage her feet, sometimes for more than an hour. All she knew was that if she wanted to keep someone's heart, she had to bribe them with something they liked. You are a 7th level warrior who is about to be promoted to a martial artist. How could you have foot pain? I don't believe you. Ning Yuan didn't expose her, pretending to be angry and said, Are you kidding me? I'm a gentleman, are you testing me with this? I'm telling you, there's no way I'm gonna touch it. Lin Luashi suddenly frowned, hiss, be gentler. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at the hand in his arms that was pinching Lin Luashi's feet. No matter, I've already pinched them. Ning Yuan reduced his strength, pinched the little feet which were a little cold in his hands, and looked towards the lake. I might be even busier in the coming period. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. You're already at the 7th level of martial artist, so I'm going to work hard to catch up with you. Ning Yuan turned to look at Lin Luashi and found that she was staring blankly at the lake, looking a little unhappy. Lin Luashi? I understand. Lin Luashi didn't look at Ning Yuan, but looked elsewhere. Ning Yuan couldn't help but look closer at her. What's wrong? Nothing. Then turn your head and show me. Don't want. I usually make time to play with you. Oh. Chapter 5, 4th Level Warrior. After sending Lin Luashi home, Ning Yuan did not rush home, but took a taxi to Wanbaitang. Wanbaitang, as its name suggests, is a chaotic and disorderly grocery store that sells everything, from weapons, combat skills, to potions, beast cores, exotic beast meat, and even rare spiritual pets. As long as you have enough money, you can buy it. Under the vigilant gaze of several fully armed high-level warriors at the door, Ning Yuan continued walking and walked straight in. As soon as you enter the hall, the summer heat seems to be stripped away from your body. His eyes swept across the magnificent hall and he walked towards a room next to it. On the door of the room were 3 large golden characters, Exotic Beast Area. Pushing the door open, the room was a little empty. There was only a middle-aged man sitting on a chair by the table, looking somewhat bored. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Ning Yuan's young and tender face. His brows wrinkled slightly, and then a professional smile appeared on his face. "Sir, do you want to buy a beast core?" "Yes, 20 Thunder Beast Cores and 20 Flame Lion Beast Cores." What Ning Yuan lacked at this time was offensive abilities. He wanted to try to obtain the abilities of this type by devouring the beast cores of these two attributes. A Thunder Beast Core is 150,000, and a Flame Lion Core is 100,000, for a total of 5 million. Swipe the card. Ning Yuan took out the black card from his pocket. The middle-aged man was a little surprised. He took the black card with both hands and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Another rich second generation. After the transaction, Ning Yuan came to the martial arts area. Among the many weapons, he preferred the sword and wanted to find a sword-level martial art. When Ning Yuan pushed open the door to the martial arts area, it was not what he had imagined. He thought it would be like a bookstore, with martial arts and books neatly arranged, but this martial arts area was indeed a bit empty. There was a man sitting inside, probably in his 50s, sleeping on the table. "Hello, I want to buy a martial arts book." Ning Yuan slapped the table with a puzzled look on his face. The uncle slowly raised his head, opened his sleepy eyes, and stretched. "Oh, what martial arts skills do you need?" "Swordsmanship." The uncle raised his head in surprise and glanced at Ning Yuan. "These are sword techniques and martial arts. Take your pick." The uncle took out a smart tablet and projected a virtual screen with various knife techniques recorded on it. S level, 9-fold Thunder Blade, 600 million. A level, Wuji Sword Skill, 200 million. C level, Thunder Blade, 2 million. D level, Flowing Sword Skill, 1 million. Looking at the price of the martial arts, Ning Yuan couldn't help swallowing. There are 8 damn zeros in my number. He had only seen so many zeros in Chengdu in his previous life. Oh my god, the 9-layered Thunderblade is 600 million, and the A-level martial arts is 200 million. Isn't the frost sword technique that little rich woman practices also that expensive? TSK. He doesn't understand the world of rich people. The Thunder Blade. Ning Yuan thought for a while and decided to buy the Thunder Blade. 2 million in total. The uncle was a little surprised why the young man chose a thunder-based sword technique. He could see that the young man was not talented in thunder, but he did not ask any further questions. Swipe the card. Ning Yuan handed over the black card. After swiping the card, the uncle handed Ning Yuan a small mechanical ball. Inside is the training method for the Thunderbolt Blade. To practice attribute-based martial arts, I suggest you pair them with attribute-based weapons, which will be beneficial to your practice. Ning Yuan nodded and walked out of the martial arts area, feeling a little bitter in his heart. More than 8 million, and in a short while only more than 1 million is left. It seems that today is just a day to spend all the money. Ning Yuan walked into the medicine area and bought 3 bottles of sea-level blood and chi potion. 600,000 is gone. I spent another 300,000 to buy a D-level thunder sword and a void ring of about 20 cubic meters. The void ring was forged by a space awakener with the help of a weaponsmith. I definitely can't carry so many things in my hands, so having a storage ring is much more convenient. 8 million, and now there is only 100,000 left in the card. On the way home, Ning Yuan felt both sad and happy. I feel bad because I only became a millionaire for half a day, but I am happy that I can improve my ability. Moreover, this money belongs to the little rich woman, and she said she has to pay it back. If I can trick the little rich woman into giving it to me, hee hee. Ning Yuan slapped himself in the face. Bah, I'm such a beast, what was I thinking? After returning home, Ning Yuan first drank the 3 bottles of Qi and Blood potion. He could clearly feel that his Qi and Blood had greatly improved. Qi and Blood, 135 first level warrior. It increased the Qi and Blood by nearly 70 points. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yuan took out the Thunder Beast Core he had just bought. He was very nervous at the moment because he was not sure whether his gluttony could absorb the energy contained in the core. Swallow. Congratulations on devouring the core of the mutant Thunder Beast and gaining a special ability, S-level talent, 9 Profound Golden Thunder. Your body has an extremely high affinity for thunder martial arts. During battle, your entire body can be covered in thunder, with lightning and thunder raging, crushing everything in its path. At this time, thick clouds covered the sky outside, blocking the moonlight. A bolt of lightning struck through the window, like a thunder dragon, and poured into Ning Yuan's body. They gradually dispersed as if they had completed their mission, and the moonlight shone on the earth again. The golden thunder surrounding Ning Yuan was gradually absorbed into his body. After a long while, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils turned a light golden color. At this moment, Ning Yuan felt full of strength and unconsciously stretched out his left hand. As soon as the thought came to mind, golden arcs of lightning swirled out, and the terrifying energy contained in them was heart-pounding. My hair, special powers? Still S rank. No more pretense. I'm invincible. Ning Yuan could feel the terrifying power contained in this thunder. If it hit a human, he would probably be turned into ashes. Ning Yuan opened the eye of true vision. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, 3rd level warrior. Talent, D level gluttony, S level 9 mysterious golden thunder. Chi and blood, 316. Spirit, 325. Skills, devour, flash step. Martial arts, none. The awakening of his S-level talent not only greatly increased his energy and blood, but also broke through 300 in his mental strength. Coming back to his senses, Ning Yuan looked at the living room that had been bombarded by the 9 profound golden thunder and couldn't help scratching his head. The entire living room was in a mess, as if it had been bombed by a missile, and there was a small flame burning next to the sofa. The walls, the ground, and the ceiling all had holes created by lightning arcs. The 9 profound golden thunder was too destructive. He had just awakened. If he hadn't restrained his power, it wouldn't just be his room that would be in trouble. By then, the entire building may collapse. Let's absorb the flame lion beast's core in one go. Ning Yuan sat down cross-legged again, placed the 20 beast cores in front of his legs, and activated, devouring, on the beast cores with his palms. A black vortex appeared in front of his palm, transferring the energy contained in the beast core into Ning Yuan's body. Half an hour later. I didn't devour any special abilities this time, but my chi and blood have been greatly improved. Ning Yuan opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Chi and blood, 410. The chi and blood broke through 400, which meant that he had broken through to the 4th level of warrior. If he wanted to be admitted to Longwu University without revealing his dual talents, he would have to break through to the 7th level of warrior at least. Before that, let us practice the Thunderbolt Blade first. 9 profound golden thunder can speed up the practice of Thunder Blade, so I'll try to get started first. To Ning Yuan's surprise, the details of the practice of Thunderbolt Blade were clearly visible under his true vision. The proficiency levels of martial arts are divided into entry level, minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, subtlety, and true state. After a night of practice, Ning Yuan had already mastered the Thunder Blade to a small degree. He could feel that if he wanted to break through to a higher level, he had to go through actual combat. Chapter 6: Joining the Martial Arts Association. The next morning, before it was fully light, Ning Yuan rushed to the Martial Arts Association. If he wants to go out of the city to hunt exotic beasts, he must at least be a warrior. He needs to go to the Martial Arts Association to be certified as a warrior. The Martial Arts Association is the largest martial arts organization in the entire China, followed by the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School. The founder of the Martial Arts Association is said to be an S-level awakener, whose strength has reached the level of a half-step martial god. Their branches are basically spread across various regions of China. The headquarters of Jiangning City Martial Arts Association is in Biting District, more than 100 kilometers away. This one is just a branch in Jiangning City. In the Martial Arts Association, many students are doing morning exercises. All the students who can train there are from well-off families. After all, the tuition fee of the Martial Arts Association is more than 1 million a year. Ning Yuan did not go directly to the test, but went to the martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor, which was fully equipped with weapons. Maybe because it was still early, Ning Yuan was the only one in the entire martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor. Ning Yuan walked into the weapons room next door and chose a sword that was more suitable for him, the Red Shadow Battle Sword. Ning Yuan simply swung it twice and felt it was quite smooth. He looked at the logo on the side of the sword and saw the weight of the sword marked next to it, 125 kilograms. What? I lifted a 125 kilograms knife so easily. Ning Yuan himself was shocked. To use a 125 kilograms knife smoothly, his strength must be more than 1,000 kilograms. Ning Yuan was a little impatient to test his punching strength. In the testing room of the martial arts hall, Ning Yuan stood in front of the punch strength testing machine, took a deep breath, and then instantly exerted force backwards, with his back arched like a dragon. Boom! The fist hit the dartboard like a missile, causing it to shake violently and leaving a deep dent. The clear number on the display of the punching force testing machine is 1,689 kilograms. 1,689 kilograms? Ning Yuan took a deep breath and was shocked. He didn't expect that his strength would increase so much in one night. Before last night, I was only fighting FW whose health was less than 100. It would be a problem for him to have a punching force over 100. Since awakening the 9 profound golden thunder last night, Ning Yuan could clearly feel that his body was tempered by the 9 profound golden thunder. This was not just in his chi and blood, but also in his physique. His physique is much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Who's in there? Zhang Mu, vice president of the Warrior Association, asked Old Man Li in the duty room on the second floor. A high school student, his name seems to be Ning Yuan. He just registered not long ago. Old Man Li replied respectfully. Ning Yuan? He could vaguely feel the power of that punch just now. That was the power only a high-level warrior could have. It was rare for a high school student to have such strength. Zhang Mu walked into the testing room and went straight towards Ning Yuan. At this time, Ning Yuan didn't care that someone had come in. After all, this place was a public area. After testing his punching strength, he took the red shadow sword and practiced the fighting skill Thunder Blade. You are using the red shadow blade? Zhang Mu stared at Ning Yuan in shock with wide eyes. Yes, Ning Yuan turned his head and met Zhang Mu's gaze, a little frightened by his eyes. How is that possible? Zhang Mu shook his head repeatedly, but then he turned around and saw a clear number on the display screen of the punching strength tester 1,689 kilograms. His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Your name is Ning Yuan, right? I'm the vice president of the association, my name is Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu was a little excited and stretched out his hand to introduce himself to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was a little flattered and held Zhang Mu's right hand with both hands. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association, someone he would never meet under normal circumstances. Hello, President. Zhang Mu couldn't help but pat Ning Yuan's shoulder with his right hand and shouted, my Jiangning City Martial Arts Association has also produced a martial arts genius, who has reached the high-level martial artist at such a young age. High level? I am obviously only a 4th-level warrior. Could it be that my strength is already comparable to that of high-level warriors? Ning Yuan was a little confused. If the punching force exceeds 1,600 kilograms, then he must be at least an 8th-level warrior. Zhang Mu said immediately. What level of warrior are you now? Level 4. Ning Yuan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhang Mu's eyes widened and he shook his head violently, impossible. After saying that, Zhang Mu pulled Ning Yuan to the Warrior Certification Hall on the 3rd floor, where warriors' talents and strengths could be tested. Ning Yuan was pushed into the test cabin by Zhang Mu, and soon Ning Yuan's basic information was projected on the virtual screen. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, 4th level warrior. Talent, D rank gluttony. Chi and blood, 415. Spirit, 325. Zhang Mu stared blankly at Ning Yuan's attribute panel. How is this possible? It's obvious that this child has only recently awakened. How could he have a D-level talent? Is this a talent mutation? Spiritual power, 325, and it's not a spiritual talent. Could this child be a natural-born spiritualist? Zhang Mu shook his dizzy head and said, Okay, you can come out now. Ning Yuan walked out of the cabin and looked at his attribute panel. However, the 9 profound golden thunder was not detected. Perhaps it was because of the instrument, or perhaps it was because gluttony could cover up other superpowers. Ning Yuan finally let go of his worries. Zhang Mu smiled and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. Generally speaking, our martial arts association will not recruit people until the college entrance examination results are released, and it is a special recruitment. But by then, you may be snatched up by other martial arts schools. So getting you to join now is undoubtedly the better choice. You don't have to worry about the university issue. The Warrior Association doesn't conflict with that. The Warrior Association will not restrict your freedom. Warriors below the rank of Martial King will only need to complete at least 1 mission in the association every month. As for the treatment, you can rest assured. Ordinary warriors who join the Martial Arts Association will receive 1 million blue star coins in addition to an apartment. However, for a genius like you, in addition to giving you 20 million blue star coins, I will also give you a villa. You can choose the location. At the same time, I will also give you a spiritual power cultivation method called Soul Refining Method. The price of spiritual power cultivation methods is at least 30 million blue star coins. Ning Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. Oh my god. An ordinary warrior earns 1 million, I earn 20 million, plus the villa. The soul refining method is almost over 100 million. It just so happens that I don't have the mental strength to practice martial arts, so this is just right. Okay, President, I agree. Ning Yuan suppressed his excitement and nodded. Ha ha. Zhang Mu laughed. Of course, I'm not qualified to let you join the Martial Arts Association directly. To absorb a monster-level genius like you, we need the approval of the headquarters. After saying that, Zhang Mu took out his cell phone and called the headquarters. Soon, a figure appeared on the screen. What's wrong, Zhang Mu? Is there something wrong? A white-haired old man on the phone asked with a smile. Uncle Chen. Zhang Mu said excitedly. I discovered a genius in Jiangning City. He's a 4th-level warrior who can unleash a punch force of nearly 1,700 kilograms, and his mental strength is as high as 325. He can no longer be described as excellent, he's definitely a monster-level genius. Oh? The old man named Uncle Chen was also surprised. With a punch force of nearly 1,700 kilograms, he should be a high-level warrior. How old is he this year? 18 years old. Zhang Mu said quickly. What? Such high mental strength at 18 years old? The gray-haired old man quickly stood up and shouted, bring him to headquarters immediately. I will personally examine him. We must not miss such a genius. Okay, we'll be at headquarters right away. Zhang Mu hung up the phone, immediately took Ning Yuan's arm and said, come on, follow me to the headquarters now. Chapter 7, Spiritual Master. Zhang Mu, how long will it take for the people to arrive? Uncle Chen, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhang Mu said to the white-haired old man on the phone screen with a smile. While chatting and laughing, Ning Yuan could see a very large area. The tall building, full of technological sense, is surrounded by silver-white walls. For large characters are clearly visible on the right wall of the skyscraper Martial Arts Association. This is the headquarters of our Jiangning City Martial Arts Association. Zhang Mu smiled at Ning Yuan. It's so big. Ning Yuan was very surprised. The moment he stepped into the Martial Arts Association headquarters, Ning Yuan was shocked by the grand building and the strong martial arts atmosphere. Let's go and see Uncle Chen. Let them in. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with 2 bars and 1 star major on his shoulder straps, stood at the main entrance. He waved his hand, and the soldiers standing guard nearby stepped back. The majestic momentum shocked Ning Yuan's heart. The man in military uniform smiled and said, Lao Zhang, it's been a while since I've seen you at headquarters. Now that you're here, you have to stay and have a few drinks with the brothers tonight. Okay. Zhang Mu nodded with a smile, and at the same time said to Ning Yuan, this is my former comrade in arms. You can just call him Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin. Ning Yuan said respectfully. He could feel that this middle-aged man was a high-level warrior. The strong aura on his body showed that he had been fighting monsters on the battlefield for many years. Ning Yuan, right? You're a good young man. Qin Rui felt the strong energy in Ning Yuan and nodded with a smile. Let's talk later. Uncle Chen is still waiting for us inside. Zhang Mu brought Ning Yuan into the Martial Arts Association. There were a constant stream of people inside, and Ning Yuan felt that each one of them was extraordinary. Zhang Mu and Ning Yuan were walking on the road, and they couldn't help but sigh, your Uncle Qin, I went through life and death with him back then. We were true buddies. Later, due to family reasons, I became the vice president and instructor of the Martial Arts Association. We only get together when we are on a mission. Ning Yuan listened quietly, and felt more and more that the hard-won peace in Jiangning City was the security they had worked so hard to protect. Ning Yuan listened to Zhang Mu talking about past events all the way, and soon they arrived outside an independent villa. A white-haired old man on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa waved to Zhang Mu. Ning Yuan followed Zhang Mu upstairs. Uncle Chen. Zhang Mu faced the white-haired old man and shouted respectfully. Zhang Mu, this must be Ning Yuan. Uncle Chen looked at Ning Yuan kindly and spoke lightly. Yes. Ning Yuan looked carefully and saw that the old man with gray hair was wearing a simple white robe and had a straight back. He was obviously a veteran. Zhang Mu signaled Ning Yuan with his eyes, and Ning Yuan finally responded, "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Good, good, you are indeed a young hero." Old Chen felt the energy and blood in Ning Yuan's body and nodded with a smile. A middle-aged man holding a PDA next to Mr. Chen said, "President Chen, the equipment is ready. We can start the test." "Okay, let's start." Uncle Chen nodded. Drop. All instruments are turned on. Ning Yuan, let's start the punching strength test first. Uncle Chen shouted to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and walked towards the boxing machine. At this time, whether it was Uncle Chen, Zhang Mu, or the middle-aged man holding the instrument, their eyes were all on Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, who was originally a little relaxed, suddenly bent his body, exploded in an instant, and his fist shot out like a missile. Boom! As the heavy punch landed on the boxing target, Ning Yuan immediately looked at the display screen. 1,725 kilograms. A little higher than the previous measurement. Not bad, let's move on to the next one. Uncle Chen smiled slightly. The mental strength test, Qi and blood test, and speed test ended quickly. Mental strength, 325. Speed, 43 ms. Qi and blood, 415. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the test. Everyone present, even Zhang Mu who already knew the result, was shocked. It was too abnormal. 18 years old, mental strength, 325. Spiritual power is better than anything else. Uncle Chen asked excitedly with a radiant face. Ning Yuan, how much do you know about spiritualists? Ning Yuan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He had only awakened for 2 days and indeed had not had time to learn about anything related to psychics. Uncle Chen looked at Ning Yuan's awkward action, smiled slightly, and then said, "Spiritual power is very difficult to cultivate, so there are very few spiritualists. A psychic can control objects through the air, such as flying knives and silver needles, to launch long-range attacks. The power of a psychic controlling a flying knife cannot be underestimated. Not only is its power and speed far greater than a bullet, but it can also change direction at will. As spiritual power increases, the power of the flying knife increases, and there are many spiritualists who can kill king-level monsters. Monsters are divided into 7 levels. Level 1 monsters correspond to warrior strength, level 2 corresponds to martial masters. Level 4 monsters are called king-level monsters, level 5 is emperor level, level 6 is saint level, and level 7 corresponds to god level. To become a powerful spiritualist, simply cultivating spiritual power is far from enough. It requires a strong body to carry it. You should be able to feel the spiritual power hidden in your sea of consciousness. The higher your physical fitness, the more spiritual power your sea of consciousness can carry." Ning Yuan listened carefully, afraid of missing a word. Lu Ziqin, the strongest spiritualist in our country, is currently at the 5th level martial saint. However, by using his spiritual power, he can barely compete with a half-step martial god. Okay, this is probably enough for you to know about Psychic Master. You can slowly figure out the rest on your own later. Uncle Chen took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued. Ning Yuan, are you willing to join the Martial Arts Association? Zhang Mu should have discussed the conditions with you. I'm willing to join. Ning Yuan said without hesitation. After all, he is penniless now, and the conditions are so good, how could he refuse? Very good. Uncle Chen raised his hand and said, you can choose a villa of your own in any area of Jiangning City. There are also 20 million blue star coins and the first part of the soul refining method. As for the second part, our Martial Arts Association doesn't have it either. But other than that, I will give you a set of specially refined red blood flying knives worth 50 million. Go and prepare everything. Uncle Chen said to the middle-aged man next to him. Yes, President. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Yuan in surprise and went to prepare things. Ning Yuan was shocked and couldn't help swallowing. Damn, 50 million. We in Jiangning City are very willing to cultivate geniuses like you. We just hope that you will become stronger in the future. If Jiangning City encounters difficulties in the future, I hope you can help protect it. Uncle Chen said with a smile. As for this little money, don't worry too much. Ning Yuan felt unbalanced. 50 million is just a small amount of money. If this isn't Versailles, then what is this? Thank you, President. I will. Ning Yuan nodded seriously. Even if he didn't say it, he would protect Jiangning City within his ability. Uncle Chen took the things handed to him by the middle-aged man next to him, a bank card and a smart ball, which should be used to record the soul refining method. The middle-aged man handed the contract to Ning Yuan again. Come here, sign it. Ning Yuan took a quick glance and found the terms clear and concise, so he signed immediately. Ning Yuan, welcome to join the Martial Arts Association. Uncle Chen smiled and extended his hand. Ning Yuan also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Mr. Chen. From today on, you can move to the Martial Arts Association's Villa Complex. Our Martial Arts Association Villa complexes are located throughout Jiangning City. You can choose your own and enter it into the Martial Arts Association system. Ning Yuan nodded, feeling somewhat happy. Last night, he awakened the 9 profound golden thunder, and the house was in a mess. This villa was just right for him. Okay, I still have things to do, you guys can just walk around. Uncle Chen patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. The second floor of the villa was empty, with only Zhang Mu and Ning Yuan left. You are lucky, kid. The president sees your potential and gives you a set of red blood flying knives worth 50 million. Zhang Mu looked at Ning Yuan with some emotion. Okay, I'll take you home. By the way, are you planning to move to the main city area or our Tinga district? Zhang Mu asked. Ning Yuan thought for a while, and the figure of a girl flashed through his mind from time to time. Lin Luashi. Let's move into Shuixi Manor. Ning Yuan replied. Chapter 8 Soul Refining Method. At noon that day, Zhang Mu dragged Ning Yuan to have a meal, and Ning Yuan did not rush home until the afternoon. There was nothing worth taking away in the messy house, so Ning Yuan simply packed the clothes in the closet and put them into the suitcases. He then took a taxi to Shuixi Manor, dragging the 2 suitcases. After more than half an hour, Ning Yuan arrived at Shuixi Manor. Ning Yuan recalled that Lin Luashi's house seemed to be number 32, which seemed to be in the center. Ning Yuan turned on his mobile phone, logged into the Martial Arts Association system, and selected villa number 33 next to him. Arriving at the door, after the guard confirmed his identity, several security guards came to carry Ning Yuan's suitcase and introduced him as they walked inside. Villa 33 is right in front. The villa has 3 floors, a basement, and a large terrace on the 3rd floor. The total area is about 400 square meters. Including the basement, the total area of the courtyard is about 700 square meters. Although Ning Yuan had expected this, he was still a little excited. Ning Yuan looked at the luxurious villa with white walls. This would be his new home from now on. The 2nd floor of villa number 33 is very large, with 3 rooms, a movie room, a bedroom, and a large martial arts hall. At night, moonlight refracts through the glass into the martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor. Ning Yuan was wearing thin ice silk pajamas and sitting cross-legged on the ground. 3 streams of light were circling around him, making sound waves from time to time. After a while, 3 streams of light stopped and hovered in front of Ning Yuan. They were 3 red blood flying knives. With my current mental strength, controlling 3 flying knives is just right. Any more would be a bit strenuous. Even if I disperse my mental strength to control more flying knives, the power and speed would be greatly reduced, and the loss would outweigh the gain. The cultivation of spiritual power cannot be achieved overnight. Taking out the smart ball, the information of the method of soul refining was virtually projected in the air. With the help of the eye of true vision, the information of soul refining method is more detailed. There is a soul within the sea of consciousness, and the soul is divided into 4 realms: virtual realm, real realm, transformed realm, and wandering realm. Each realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages. Only then did Ning Yuan realize that his mental power had barely reached the initial stage of the void realm. The soul refining method requires the soul to be constantly tempered and honed. That's right, the soul refining method is a technique that continuously crushes the mental power and recondenses it. Those who practice cultivation need to overcome great fear, because no matter who they are, when their mental strength is ground down, their soul will suffer great pain. Just die. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth. In just a few breaths, Ning Yuan's condensed mental power was crushed. However, after being crushed, his mental power seemed to be more condensed. What a perverted soul refining technique! Only the first half has such an effect. Ning Yuan's heart trembled. If he were a person with poor mental quality, he would probably collapse when his mental strength was crushed. After a night of practice, Ning Yuan's soul finally gained a foothold in the early stage of the void realm. In one night, he endured 56 soul crushings. For an ordinary mind master, enduring more than 10 times for the first time is already the limit. This shows how strong Ning Yuan's mental talent and willpower are. At this time, Ning Yuan's mental power reached 410. Perhaps because it was the first time he practiced the spiritual power technique, the effect was extremely significant. At this moment, he can control 4 red blood flying knives at the same time, and his speed and strength have been greatly improved. Ning Yuan woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. He went to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. Since he woke up, 3 hours of sleep a day was basically enough for him. In the past, 10 hours of sleep a day was not enough for him. Ning Yuan is now in urgent need of an actual combat to test and consolidate his strength. The task of the Martial Arts Association is just right. It can just achieve the goal of completing 1 task a month. It will take at least a week to complete the task. Ning Yuan called Zhang Mu to ask him if he had any suitable tasks, but the call was not connected. However, before completing the task, you have to contact the rich lady first. Ning Yuan took out his phone and called Lin Luashi. The call was connected instantly, and a delicate and flawless face appeared on the screen. Looking at this face, the fatigue from a night of practice seemed to be relieved a lot. Ning Yuan, are you going to take me out to play today? Lin Luashi looked expectant. Well, I moved. I'm in building 33, right next to yours. Come first, I'll show you around. Ning Yuan nodded with a smile. Is it true or not? Lin Luashi was a little unconvinced. Real. In villa number 32, Lin Luashi, lying on the bed, immediately hung up the phone and picked out a white dress to put on. Lin Luashi dressed up in front of the mirror and hurried out. Aunt Lu, I won't be back for dinner. My friend wants me to go out and play. At the door of villa number 33, Ning Yuan had already been waiting downstairs. He could see Lin Luashi jogging towards him from afar. Come on, I'll show you around. Ning Yuan stretched out his hand like a gentleman, motioning Lin Luashi to go forward. You robbed a bank? Can you afford a villa? I joined the Martial Arts Association. They arranged it for me. Oh. Lin Luashi said lightly. Ning Yuan briefly introduced the layout of the villa to Lin Luashi. Logically speaking, Lin Luashi should be accustomed to this kind of villa and would be quite bored. But when she was with Ning Yuan, she was happy no matter what she did. It was soon noon. What do you want to eat? I'll take you out. Ning Yuan turned to Lin Luashi and asked. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan quietly. The restaurants next to Shuixi Manor are all quite high-end. After all, this is a villa area for the rich. Considering the consumption capacity of the people nearby, the restaurants here are relatively high-end. After much deliberation, Ning Yuan chose Shuixi hot pot. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and walked into the box. As soon as they sat down, the phone rang. It was Zhang Mu calling. Ning Yuan handed the menu to Lin Luashi and left the box with his cell phone. Ning Yuan, is there something wrong? I was busy just now and didn't pay attention to my phone. Zhang Mu asked with a smile. Oh, I want to take a mission to gain some experience and test my strength. Ning Yuan scratched his head. Is there a suitable mission? It just so happens that my old teammate and I have accepted a mission in the western suburbs of Jiangning, which will be the day after tomorrow. You can go with me. Zhang Mu thought for a while and replied. Is that okay? I won't hold you back, will I? It's okay. This mission isn't very dangerous. You really do need some experience. I'll tell you in person where you are. Ning Yuan nodded, okay. After Ning Yuan sent the address to Zhang Mu, he returned to the box and found that Lin Luashi had already ordered the dishes. Since there was one more person, Ning Yuan added a few more dishes for fear that there wouldn't be enough food. Ning Yuan, I ordered a lot. We can't finish it. Lin Luashi said quietly. Ning Yuan nodded, oh, the vice president of our district martial arts association will be here later, so if you order more, it might not be enough. Oh. Hearing that someone was coming, Lin Luashi moved from across the table to sit next to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan couldn't help but glance at Lin Luashi. Under the orange light, the rich young woman was fair and flawless, with delicate and soft features and rosy lips. She was so beautiful that it seemed as if her skin was smoothed by herself. If you're hungry, eat something first. Ning Yuan couldn't help but rub her head. Lin Luashi was like a little kitten and was enjoying it very much. Ning Yuan, I want to eat a meatball. Lin Luashi said crisply while playing with his mobile phone. Ning Yuan reached out and picked up the chopsticks, picked up a meatball from the spicy pot and fed it to her mouth. The rich young woman ate with great relish and finished it in just 2 or 3 bites. Chapter 9 I Am a Gentleman. Not long after, Zhang Mu arrived at the box where Ning Yuan was. When he walked in, he saw Lin Luashi sitting next to Ning Yuan and was stunned for a moment. Ning Yuan, is this your girlfriend? Zhang Mu walked over and sat down opposite Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi, and asked in surprise. I guess so. Ning Yuan scratched his head and glanced at Lin Luashi. Finding that she didn't seem to have any intention of refutation, he spoke. Luoshi, this is Uncle Zhang. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Lin Luashi was still eating the freshly blanched lotus root slices, which made a crunching sound. Yes, yes. What do you mean by yes? You better seize the opportunity. Don't bully such a beautiful girl. Uncle Zhang, who do you think I am? Ning Yuan felt helpless. Okay, let's get back to the point. The day after tomorrow, your Uncle Qin, 3 of our former teammates and I are going to the western suburbs to carry out a mission. Someone recently spotted silver moon demon wolves roaming around there, and there are quite a few of them. This kind of first-level demon beast could normally be taken on by an ordinary martial artist team. However, there are rumors among martial artists that there might be a silver moon wolf king, so this mission requires a great martial artist to lead the team. When the time comes, you will just follow behind us and make sure you are safe. Ning Yuan nodded. Lin Luashi, who was eating at the side, changed his expression when he heard that Ning Yuan was going to the western suburbs to carry out a mission. Ning Yuan, I want to go too. I will protect you. Zhang Mu was stunned for a moment, then said, Little girl, this is not playing house. It's very dangerous. You can't go. Hearing Uncle Zhang's refusal, Lin Luashi grabbed Ning Yuan's arm with both hands and shook it. Ning Yuan felt Lin Luashi's eager gaze and knew that if he didn't let her go, she would probably not give up and might even go secretly. If that's the case, it would be better to let her stay by my side so I can take care of her. Ning Yuan said, Uncle Zhang, why don't you let Luoshi go? Luoshi is stronger than me. Besides, nothing will go wrong with you guys here. Stronger than you? Zhang Mu was a little skeptical. Well, Luoshi has an S-level talent, Ice Spirit Body. Not only is her attacking ability strong, but her control ability is also quite outstanding. She was already a 7th level warrior a few days ago, and she should be an 8th level warrior now. Zhang Mu stood up excitedly and shouted, What, S-level? Zhang Mu wiped his hands on his clothes twice, and stretched out his hand towards Lin Luashi excitedly. I sincerely invite you to join our martial arts association. Don't worry, the treatment you receive will be no worse than Ning Yuan's, and may even be better than his. Lin Luashi is not interested in the treatment at all. She wants to go wherever Ning Yuan is. I'm joining, but I have only one request. When I carry out missions in the future, I must be with Ning Yuan and protect him. Lin Luashi said quietly. Ha, I didn't expect to meet another genius today. Ning Yuan, you're really my lucky star. Zhang Mu couldn't stop smiling on his face. No, I have to go to the headquarters to report to the president. Zhang Mu stood up. By the way, Ning Yuan, I'll send you the electronic contract directly later. You can just ask Luoshi to sign the contract online. You guys continue eating. I'm leaving first. Zhang Mu turned around and added. Ning Yuan shook his head and smiled helplessly. Uncle Zhang is just like that, impulsive and impatient, don't take it to heart. After saying that, Ning Yuan picked up a piece of beef and handed it to her. He originally wanted to put it in her bowl, but the rosy little mouth next to her had already opened obediently, waiting eagerly. So Ning Yuan fed her, and then he saw her eyes suddenly became much brighter, like twinkling stars. Is it tasty? Lin Luashi nodded obediently. Ning Yuan took a bite of beef and said, Eat quickly, after that I will take you to Xianyue Lake to see the goldfish. Lin Luashi was stunned for a moment and looked down at his feet. Ning Yuan, I didn't wash my feet today. Lin Luashi, let me tell you, I am a gentleman. Since you said that, let's not go fishing. Let's go home and watch a movie. Good. In the evening, moonlight shines into the villa's studio through the window. Ning Yuan pulled the curtains, and the only light in the room was from the projection. Lin Luashi sat on the sofa, untied the laces on her boots, and stretched out her little feet wrapped in thin white stockings from the boots and curled up on the sofa. Ning Yuan, what movie should we watch? Nua, take a look. Ning Yuan has put the classic movies he collected on his phone into the memo. There are 5 in total. There are some youth love movies in it, which are suitable for the young rich lady to broaden her knowledge so that she can distinguish the difference between her boyfriend and male friends. There are movies like Spirited Away, Your Name, and Suzuya's Journey. Lin Luashi, who was sitting on the sofa, moved her little butt a little and pressed her soft and sweet body against Ning Yuan. She leaned her pretty face forward, and her beautiful eyes were reflected by the light of the screen, making them extremely bright. Lin Luashi was still choosing. Ning Yuan's hand was groping on the sofa, and suddenly in the dim environment he touched a pair of small feet in stockings. Lin Luashi said she was itchy, then changed from sitting upright to lying on her side, and stretched her 2 small feet in stockings into Ning Yuan's arms. I am a gentleman, I am a gentleman. Ning Yuan was muttering to himself, but his hands were enjoying the pinching. Actually, they're all pretty good. Just pick any one you like. Lin Luashi pursed her lips and said softly, Ning Yuan, I want to see, what should I do? Don't even think about it. It will be so late after watching 5 movies. Go to bed early. Staying up late is bad for your skin. Ning Yuan waved his hand. Brother, look at 5. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan eagerly and said coquettishly. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi, who was acting coquettishly, and her girlish heart couldn't help but overflow. No wonder people say that women who know how to act coquettishly have good luck, not to mention that she is a rich girl and this school beauty goddess calls you brother. Who can withstand this? Ahem, 3 at most, no more. Ning Yuan coughed twice. Oh, brother. Lin Luashi wanted to go further. You're calling me brother, and I'm tickled. Ning Yuan suddenly lifted up Lin Luashi's little feet and threatened viciously. This scared Lin Luashi so much that her little feet struggled and almost got stuck in Ning Yuan's mouth. In the impression of everyone in school, Lin Luashi has always been a cold, quiet, and unreachable goddess. But at this moment, she was lying on her back on the sofa, with her little feet in white stockings raised, calling her brother with bright eyes. This was a huge blow to Ning Yuan, who had been single for 18 years and was still a virgin. Perhaps Lin Luashi himself doesn't know how attractive he is now. Movies like Spirited Away are too attractive to a girl who has been obsessed with fantasy novels for years. As the plot progressed, the little rich woman's eyes were gradually illuminated by the screen, and her attention began to be drawn in. Her little mouth opened slightly in surprise, which was very cute. After passing through the tunnel, she entered another world. She turned into a pig after eating. There were ghosts and gods all over the ship, and there was a boiler grandfather with many legs. Every scene impacted her small worldview. Ning Yuan stared at her for a long time, the corners of his mouth raised, and he couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. When I first met Lin Luashi, she was reading a fantasy adventure novel in the corner of the bookstore. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a middle school girl. Spirited Away is just what she likes. When it comes to coaxing beautiful girls, I'm afraid that just a little bit of my effort is already the limit for others. But to be honest, if Lin Luashi didn't rely so much on Ning Yuan, it would be very difficult to please a rich and beautiful girl of this level. So, as long as she is willing to coax you, she will like whatever you do. But if she doesn't want to, even if you pick the stars from the sky and give them to her, she will think they are too heavy. Chapter 10: Sleeping in Hugs. That night, Lin Luashi didn't know how many times he called out brother, but in the end he finished watching all 5 movies. Ning Yuan's mental strength is relatively strong, and he can recover his energy with a little rest, so he woke up early. He opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he was holding a sweet and soft girl in his arms, warm and cozy. Who else could it be but a rich girl? Feeling Lin Luashi's even breathing blowing into his neck, Ning Yuan couldn't help but move up, pulled out his right hand that was pressed down, and gently stroked her somewhat messy hair. The first time he saw the little rich woman sleeping, she was so adorable. Perhaps it was because of her posture, a trace of crystal saliva overflowed from the corner of Lin Luashi's slightly pouting mouth and flowed into Ning Yuan's collar. Ning Yuan bent down and wiped her with a napkin, but ended up waking up the rich woman. When their eyes met, Lin Luashi was still a little dazed. She rubbed against his arms like a kitten, wanting to change her posture and continue taking a nap. Ning Yuan, take your phone away. It's hitting my butt. Ning Yuan glanced at the mobile phone on the coffee table and felt the heat in his body, and immediately realized what had happened. Hey, wake up, little rich girl. You didn't go home last night. Aren't you afraid that your father will worry? Lin Luashi finally sat up, rubbing his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. That's right, I've never stayed overnight outside since I was a child. I think my dad should be here soon. Ning Yuan was surprised and said, How did your father know your location? He just didn't come back for one night. There's no need for that. My dad can check the location of my phone. Lin Luashi said quietly. Ding ling ling. As soon as Lin Luashi finished speaking, the doorbell of the villa rang. When Ning Yuan heard Lin Luashi say that her father would come looking for him, he hurriedly stood up, straightened his clothes, and went downstairs. Ning Yuan opened the door of the villa. Outside the door, Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan with a somewhat dark face. Looking carefully, the young rich woman looked a bit like him. Combined with what the young rich woman had just said, no matter how stupid Ning Yuan was, he could guess who he was. Are you Ning Yuan? Is this your home? Lin Tai said in a serious tone. This is different from the information he got. If Lin Luashi's phone was not located here, he would have gone to Ning Yuan's old house. Yes, hello Uncle Lin. Luoshi was watching a movie here last night and fell asleep. Ning Yuan felt a little uneasy. He didn't dare to say that he had slept with the rich young woman for a night, otherwise he would be beaten to death. Ha, Luoshi, you sound very intimate when you call me that. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Uncle Lin, why don't we go inside and talk? Ning Yuan brought Lin Tai to the reception room on the first floor and poured him a cup of tea. Uncle Lin, please have some tea. Luoshi should be coming down soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Luashi, who was wearing a white long skirt, walked downstairs in slippers, but the pair of white stockings on her feet were missing. Lin Luashi glanced at Lin Tai, who looked a little depressed. Dad, what's wrong with you? Lin Taiping was very busy. As a general of the East China Field Army, he rarely had time to go home. Lin Luashi's mother died in a mission when she was very young, which also led to Lin Luashi's lack of companionship in her childhood. Everyone in school thought she was aloof and didn't dare to talk to her. In fact, Lin Luashi really wanted to make friends with other people, but she just didn't dare to speak up. It wasn't until Ning Yuan appeared in her life that she finally made her first friend. Lin Tai doted on his daughter very much and always felt indebted to her. He said in a gentle tone. Oh, Dad is fine. Uncle Fu called last night and said you didn't come home. Dad was a little worried. It's okay, Dad. Ning Yuan takes good care of me. I'm very happy to be with him. Lin Luashi walked up to Lin Tai and spoke quietly. Lin Tai was also a discerning man and could see that his daughter was genuinely happy, but he had read Ning Yuan's information at school and knew that the two of them were not suitable for each other at all. Ning Yuan has a Qi and blood level of only 52 and a D level talent. Although he has good academic performance, in this world, martial arts is the key. His daughter has S-level talent. Can Ning Yuan really protect Lin Luashi? Maybe Lin Luashi will have to protect him. Lin Tai did not say these words in front of Lin Luashi. He turned to Lin Luashi and said, Luoshi, go upstairs first. Ning Yuan and I have something to talk about alone. Oh. Lin Luashi glanced at Ning Yuan, and after Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, she went upstairs alone. Ning Yuan, if this were a peaceful time, I wouldn't stop you from being with Luoshi, but now. Alien beasts are invading, and their strength is growing. The pressure on the border is increasing. Strength is the foundation of survival in today's society. I've seen your talent, and I can only say that you can barely reach the level of a martial artist at best. I don't want to stop Luoshi from dating. I know she hasn't had any friends for so many years. I'm really an incompetent father if I break up the one she finally has. However, as a father, I would prefer that the person accompanying Luoshi be a warrior who can protect her. Do you understand? Lin Tai took a sip of tea and looked Ning Yuan straight in the eye and said. Ning Yuan nodded. I understand, Uncle. But Uncle, you may have misunderstood my strength. I am already a 4th-level warrior, and my mental strength has reached the early stage of the Void Realm. Lin Tai's eyes widened in shock. What? Ning Yuan handed his own information from the Martial Arts Association system to Lin Tai. Uncle Lin, this is the data I tested at the Martial Arts Association 2 days ago, please take a look. Punch force, over 1,700 kilograms. This is clearly the strength of a 7th-level warrior or above. You're only a 4th-level warrior. As a general of a military region, he knew very well that the information from the Martial Arts Association was obviously true. By the way, Uncle, Luoshi may not have told you yet, she has joined the Martial Arts Association, and I am in it too. Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan bitterly, wanting to say something but not saying it. After a while, he patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. Ning Yuan, the people your uncle feels most sorry for in this life are the mother and daughter. Her mother is gone, and I don't want anything to happen to Luoshi. Do you understand? Luoshi's decision is difficult to change. Now that she has joined, I will support her as a father. I hope you can protect her. Ning Yuan nodded seriously. I will, Uncle Lin. I won't let Luoshi get hurt. Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan deeply. He had only seen that kind of confidence in Ning Yuan in one person, the founder of the Martial Arts Association Li Chuan. Perhaps this young man will really surprise me in the future. Lin Tai came back to his senses and said in a much gentler tone than before. I'll leave Luoshi to you. I still have a lot of things to do at the military district. I'll be leaving first. By the way, Luoshi is still young. There are some things he can't do now. Luoshi doesn't understand, but you should understand. Ning Yuan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I know, Uncle Lin. Ning Yuan called Lin Luashi down from upstairs and said goodbye to Lin Tai. Lin Tai patted Lin Luashi's head and said, Dad has something to do. Just follow Ning Yuan. If he bullies you, go home and wait for Dad to come back and deal with him. Lin Luashi felt a little disappointed. Well, Ning Yuan won't bully me, he treats me very well. Lin Tai knew that Ning Yuan already occupied a very important position in his daughter's heart. He glanced at Ning Yuan and whispered, Take good care of Luoshi. Don't worry, Uncle. Lin Tai nodded, turned around and got into the military off-road vehicle that had been parked at the door for a long time. Chapter 11 Living Together. Ning Yuan, I want to move in and live with you. Looking at Lin Luashi's pitiful expression, Ning Yuan's heart melted. What should he do? A peerless beauty wants to live with him, and the key is that her father doesn't object to the two of us. Okay, but you have to talk to Uncle Lin first and ask him if he agrees to let me accompany you to pack your things. Ning Yuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, feeling very happy. Seeing that Ning Yuan didn't object, Lin Luashi quickly took out his cell phone and called his father. Hey, Luoshi, what's going on? Dad, I want to move in and live with Ning Yuan, is that okay? No. Lin Tai, who was sitting in the car, twitched his mouth. Ning Yuan, you're so good, you started to make trouble just after I left for a while, right? Dad, please. Okay. Lin Tai sighed. His cotton-padded jacket was finally leaking air. Fortunately, the person opposite him was not the ghost fire boy riding an electric bike. He was still a little relieved about Ning Yuan. Dad is the best, Muah. Lin Luashi pouted and gave an air kiss, then hung up the phone. Ning Yuan, my father agreed. Ning Yuan smiled and touched Lin Luashi's head. It seemed that Lin Tai was quite confident in him. Okay, I'll go with you to move things this afternoon. Let's eat first. I'm a little hungry. Lin Luashi was very happy and nodded obediently. Ning Yuan, I want to eat crayfish. Why are you eating crayfish in the middle of the day? Let's eat something cool. How about seafood? Brother, I just want to eat spicy crayfish. After Lin Luashi called him brother in a soft voice, Ning Yuan was completely conquered. Okay. Ning Yuan shook his head helplessly. This rich young woman was becoming more and more adept at controlling herself. This couldn't go on any longer. She had to firmly grasp the initiative. But Ning Yuan felt itchy when he heard those words brother, not to mention Lin Luashi's exquisite and flawless face. It was really hard to refuse. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi in a taxi to a lobster restaurant. The restaurant was small and full of people, so they could only eat outside. Ning Yuan found a table and sat down, wiped the table with paper, scanned the code with his mobile phone to place an order, and ordered a spicy dish, a garlic dish, and a glutinous rice lotus root. Lin Luashi likes spicy food. Ning Yuan didn't like spicy food before, but after eating with Lin Luashi often, he can accept it. Soon, all the crayfish were served. Ning Yuan, I want to eat some lotus root. Lin Luashi spoke crisply, his gloved hands busy picking at the crayfish and unable to free his hands. Ning Yuan took off his gloves, picked up a piece of lotus root and fed it to Lin Luashi's mouth. The rich young woman ate with great crunch, finishing a piece of glutinous rice lotus root in just a few bites. Look at her boyfriend, how caring he is. Then look at you. There was a couple at the table next to them. A girl in a white short-sleeved shirt started to complain to the boy wearing glasses opposite her. Then I'll peel the shrimp for you. The boy wearing glasses was peeling shrimps in his hands and glanced at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan instantly felt a malicious gaze staring at him. No, buddy, you can't really blame me for this. Lin Luashi peeled all the shrimps in the plate and put the shrimp tails in a bowl. Ning Yuan thought she was going to peel the shrimps and eat them together, but unexpectedly Lin Luashi pushed the bowl full of shrimp tails to Ning Yuan. I've peeled the shrimp, you can eat it. Lin Luashi spoke crisply. Perhaps in her heart, helping a good friend peel shrimps was her duty. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment and was very touched. He waved his hand and said, I've almost finished eating. You eat. Ah. Lin Luashi took a shrimp tail in his hand, dipped it in the juice, and signaled Ning Yuan to speak. Ning Yuan opened his mouth and put the shrimp tail in his mouth. It tasted much more delicious than when he peeled it himself. Okay, I've had enough. You can eat the rest yourself. Okay, then you feed me. Ning Yuan put the bowl in front of him and kept putting the shrimp tails into Lin Luashi's mouth. His hand would touch Lin Luashi's rosy lips from time to time. The girls at the table next to them looked at Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi with envy. It's more interesting to watch other people fall in love. It's really boring to fall in love yourself. Ning Yuan could feel the malicious gaze from the boy at the next table, but he was too lazy to pay attention. Outside the Shuixi Manor, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were preparing to pack up and move. Ning Yuan, my hands are so cold. As the young rich woman spoke, she held Ning Yuan's hand with her left hand, interlocking their fingers, her cold eyes watery. In fact, the weather was quite hot, but maybe due to her nature, the rich girl always felt cool. If you do this, I will be hated by men. ? Forget it, hate it if you want, after all, I took the consequences. Ning Yuan grabbed her other little hand and covered it with his, then blew a few breaths of hot air into it. Lin Luashi puffed up her cheeks and her icy hands gradually warmed up. Ning Yuan, why are they all looking at you with gritted teeth? Maybe I'm too handsome and they're jealous? Lin Luashi nodded, feeling that what Ning Yuan said made sense. At this point, the passers-by nearby couldn't hold it anymore and turned around and walked away, thinking out of sight, out of mind. In the courtyard of Villa number 32, Uncle Fu was watering the flowers and plants with a kettle. Miss, you're back. Who is this? Hello Uncle Fu, I'm Ning Yuan, Lin Luashi's good friend. Uncle Fu glanced at the two hands clasped together and muttered something. Good friend, I think it's your girlfriend. Miss, you won't be deceived, right? I have to report to Master Lin. Uncle Fu forced a smile on his face. Hello. The layout of Villa number 32 and Villa number 33 seems to be the same, and Lin Luashi's bedroom is on the second floor. Ning Yuan was waiting for Lin Luashi to pack up on the first floor. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but when Lin Luashi changed clothes in the morning, she left her underwear and bra on the bed. When Ning Yuan first entered Lin Luashi's bedroom, he was shocked. Lin Luashi pushed Ning Yuan out with a red face and closed the door. After Uncle Fu finished talking to Lin Tai, he was a little surprised why Master Lin was so confident in letting the young lady be with this boy. But he is just a housekeeper, so it is not easy for him to say such things. But he has watched Lin Luashi grow up since she was a child, and she is like his own half-daughter. Uncle Fu sat down opposite Ning Yuan and poured him another cup of tea. Our young lady usually has no friends. I'm happy for her that she brought you back today. After the lady passed away, the young lady became very quiet. We all don't want her to suffer any injustice. I watched her grow up, and I can feel that she relies on you very much. I hope you won't bully her in the future. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I like Luoshi very much and will not let him suffer any injustice. That's good. I believe in Mr. Lin's judgment. More than half an hour later, Lin Luashi finally packed up and went downstairs. Where are your things? Ning Yuan was a little confused. Here it is. Lin Luashi raised the void ring in his hand. As expected of a rich woman, her void ring is much more advanced than mine. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and said with a smile. Then let's go and start our first day of living together. Chapter 12 The Clingy Rich Woman. Ning Yuan, can I sleep with you? I'm scared to sleep alone. No. Don't be so stingy. Look at how big the room is. The closet is almost empty. My skirt can fit perfectly. Lin Luashi's cheeks were puffed up and her fair fingers pointed at the wardrobe. No, good friends can't sleep together. You lied to me. They also slept together in the last movie we watched. That's different. They are boyfriend and girlfriend. Ning Yuan felt a little helpless. The rich young woman really knew nothing. I am your girlfriend, we can sleep together. If that doesn't work, I can play with your feet. Lin Luashi shook Ning Yuan's arm. Ning Yuan felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. It seemed that the image of him liking her feet had already taken root in her heart, and no explanation was of any use. Okay, let's sleep together. I'm not the one who suffers anyway. You're so nice. I won't suffer any loss. Lin Luashi smiled, her eyes slightly curved, like the breeze of early spring, gentle and warm. After more than an hour, I finally finished sorting out all the clothes in the void ring. I have to say that the little rich woman has really a lot of clothes, and several wardrobes can barely hold them all. Ning Yuan, I want to watch a movie. No, didn't I just watch it yesterday? Brother, I want to see more. Okay, take a look. Ning Yuan felt that she had been taken advantage of by Lin Luashi, and she was becoming more and more rebellious. In the past, she would do whatever Ning Yuan said, but now she has learned to act like a spoiled child and calls him brother all the time. Who can resist that? Then go find a movie first and I'll wash my feet. Question mark. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched and he wanted to explain, but after seeing the long legs of the rich young woman, he swallowed his words back. Oh, remember to wear black stockings. Good. Ning Yuan browsed for a long time on his phone and found a movie called Forget Me Not. The reviews seemed to be pretty good and it was a movie suitable for watching with good friends. Ning Yuan pressed the play button, pulled the curtains, and sat in the corner of the sofa. In an instant, the entire room was filled with only the light from the movie. At the same time, a petite figure carefully climbed onto the sofa. Lin Luashi skillfully put her black silk feet into Ning Yuan's arms, and they felt cold to the touch. Lin Luashi sat sideways, staring at the big screen intently. His feet felt itchy and he hummed from time to time. No matter how ordinary our youth is, there will be unforgettable memories. You standing there are my entire youth. When Lin Luashi saw this, he turned his little head for a while and gently kicked Ning Yuan's stomach with his foot. Ning Yuan, I will never forget you. We will always be together. Ning Yuan was very touched. The rich young woman was always like this. Her words, spoken in a calm tone, were far more sincere than emotional confessions. Ning Yuan. What's wrong? Take a break, stop pinching. Ning Yuan then realized that his hand had pinched the rich woman's black silk calf without him knowing when. His hand felt delicate and smooth. At this moment, Lin Luashi was looking at him with a watery gaze and a somewhat resentful expression. I'm afraid you'll get tired from watching the movie, so I'm going to give you a massage. Ning Yuan withdrew his hand and put it in front of his nose and smelled it. It smells good, it's definitely washed. As the ending of the film finished, Ning Yuan slowly stood up and said, Okay, Luoshi, we still have to do a mission with Uncle Zheng tomorrow, so we need to prepare. Yes. Ning Yuan put on slippers for Lin Luashi, and her pink and tender little feet could be vaguely seen through the black stockings. Let's go to the martial arts training hall to practice our martial arts. In the martial arts training hall, Lin Luashi was wearing a tight black and purple combat suit that outlined her agile figure. The clothes were also embroidered with silver patterns, adding a bit of mystery to her. Her face is oval with soft lines, her skin is whiter than snow, and the cold sword in her hand is flashing with a cold light, giving people a feeling of keeping away from strangers. Luoshi, please demonstrate your martial arts first. Ning Yuan planned to use the eye of true vision to help the rich young woman see how far she was from achieving a breakthrough. Lin Luashi nodded. She has always been very serious about martial arts. She believes that only when she is strong enough can she protect herself and her father. Now there is another person around her whom she wants to protect with her life. It's worthy of being called the frost sword technique. The sword technique is light and elegant, the sword light is as bright as the frosty moon, and the sword shadows are heavy, like a dream bubble. The tip of the sword dances, the moonlight flows, and when the sword is swung, the frosty moon appears. Under the observation of the eye of true vision, Ning Yuan discovered Lin Luashi's shortcomings. Luoshi, you have an ice element talent. Try to inject cold air into the sword so that the sword body has an extremely cold aura. When you use the frost sword technique, you can freeze the surrounding water vapor and form a frost barrier. Lin Luashi demonstrated it again according to Ning Yuan's method. He could clearly feel that the air had become colder and the power had increased a lot. Lin Luashi's eyes were full of surprise, and the smile on her face was like a blooming white lotus. Ning Yuan, you are so amazing. Ning Yuan touched his nose. In fact, this was the result of the eye of true vision. If you want to speed up the practice of this kind of attribute-based swordsmanship, you must either use attribute-based weapons or have the corresponding talent to maximize its power. Okay, you keep practicing, I want to practice too. Ning Yuan sat down cross-legged, using his mind to control 3 flying knives to circle around him. With his current mental strength at the early stage of the Void Realm, the speed of the flying knives could reach 150 ms. At this speed, introducing the 9 profound golden thunder into the red blood flying knife was enough to kill the 3rd-level monster with lower defense. Lin Luashi, who was dancing with a sword on the side, looked at Ning Yuan's flying knife, his eyes sparkling, and no one knew what he was thinking. Luashi, it's almost time, go take a shower first. Ning Yuan opened his eyes revealing fatigue, and slowly stood up. After practicing the soul refining method for a while, I felt that my mental strength had increased a little. Ning Yuan, I'm sweating a lot. I want to take a hot spring bath with you. Lin Luashi should have finished long ago, but seeing Ning Yuan sitting cross-legged, he didn't want to disturb him, so he continued practicing until now. That's fine. There's an indoor hot spring on the 1st floor. Let's go try it first. In the steaming indoor hot spring, Lin Luashi, wearing a swimsuit, had her pretty face flushed red from the heat. She was holding a small bottle of Coke in her hand and looking at the 2 black rocks in front of her, looking extremely happy. The swimsuit she wore was very conservative, a halter top and a mini white skirt. But when worn by Lin Luashi, it is very seductive. Those long legs are as white as jade, the slender waist can be held in the hand, and there is a clear vest line on the lower abdomen. The rich young woman was not on guard against Ning Yuan at all. She stretched her arms out straight and supported the edge of the hot spring, showing off her perfect body curves. What white mountains! Yeah, big and white. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan doubtfully, his eyes a little confused. But this is clearly black mountain stone, isn't it black? Ning Yuan wiped his sweat with a towel to hide his guilty conscience, and said seriously, you have to look beyond the surface to see the inner core. Don't look at it as black on the outside, it must be white on the inside. Question mark. Lin Luashi looked down at her chest, are you looking at my chest? Ning Yuan, who was caught, was not panicked, you think too much. You are dressed so conservatively, what can I see? I told you before, I'm a gentleman. Then could you please stop pinching my feet? They're really itchy. Well, I saw that you were working hard on your sword practice, so I helped you massage it. Ning Yuan was full of reasons for being a gentleman, but he still put down his pink little feet. Crash. I'm done washing. I'm going back now. Don't soak for too long. Ning Yuan stood up, took a new towel and went into the shower room. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Lin Luashi looked down at her swimsuit. Conservative? Do you want to change into something else? Ning Yuan seems to really like looking at my breasts and playing with my feet. After taking a shower, the two returned to the bedroom. Let me make it clear first, we'll each take half, and no one is allowed to cross the line. The one who crosses the line is the puppy. Ning Yuan drew a shallow groove on the bedsheet with his hand and said to Lin Luashi. After saying that, he slowly lay down on the right side of the bed. Seeing this, Lin Luashi also got into bed. Not long after, the sound of the rich woman's even breathing could be faintly heard in the dark bedroom. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't fall asleep. It's not his fault. He just feasted his eyes in the hot spring, and now there's a beautiful girl sleeping next to him. Any normal man would be unable to sleep. As the night deepened, Ning Yuan felt a little tired and gradually fell into a sweet dream. In the dream, he could feel a petite and soft body snuggling into his arms, and the head rubbed against his chest from time to time. He felt a little cool and hugged the sweet and soft thing in his arms tightly. Chapter 13 Western Suburbs. Ding ling ling. The phone rang. Ning Yuan, in a daze, let go of the hand that was holding Lin Luashi, and then fumbled around on the head of the bed. Ning Yuan opened his sleepy eyes and instantly became much more awake when he saw Zhang Mue's call. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan, we will pick you up at your house in an hour. You and Lin Luashi should get ready in advance. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan hung up the phone, glanced at Lin Luashi who had climbed over the dividing line and was lying beside him, smiled gently and touched her head. I knew this wouldn't work on her, this clingy little goblin. Lin Luashi was awakened by Ning Yuan's actions, and she tried hard to open her eyes. Finding that he couldn't open his eyes wide, he slowly closed them again. Last night was the most comfortable night's sleep she had had in all those years. It was very warm. It's time to get up, little rich girl. Uncle Zhang called and is going to the western suburbs for a mission. Sleep a little longer. No. Ning Yuan slapped Lin Luashi's perky butt with his right hand. Hurry up and get up, time is running out. All right. Lin Luashi was forced to sit up from the bed. Her hair was a little messy and her face had a dazed expression as if she had just turned on the computer. She was very cute. After washing up and having breakfast, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi stood at the gate of Shuixi Manor waiting for Zhang Mu. Soon, a larger SUV drove towards them and stopped in front of them. Zhang Mu walked out from the driver's door and waved to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, Luoshi, you must have been waiting for a long time. No, we just came out. Uncle Zhang, didn't you say there are still 3 of your former teammates? Ning Yuan was a little confused. There's not enough space in one car, so they drove there first. We'll pick you up here. I'm really sorry to trouble you, Uncle Zhang. Oh, it's nothing. Let's get in the car and talk. I'll tell you about the current situation in the western suburbs. Good. Ning Yuan opened the car door, Lin Luashi got in first and sat in the back seat, and Ning Yuan followed and sat next to her. Uncle Qin, who was in the passenger seat, saw Lin Luashi sitting in the back seat and asked, Ning Yuan, this is your girlfriend, right? It's just like what Lao Zhang said, she's so beautiful. You're so lucky. Hee hee, Uncle Qin is joking. Luoshi, this is Uncle Qin. Hello, Uncle Qin. Lin Luashi said coldly. Hey, hello. Zhang Mu was driving while looking at Ning Yuan through the middle rearview mirror and interrupted their conversation. The situation in the western suburbs is much worse than I told you before. This time we can only operate on the edge of the western suburbs. A senior martial emperor discovered a sleeping emperor-level monster deep within the western suburbs, and dozens of king-level monsters were guarding it. With our current strength, even a king-level monster can easily crush us, let alone an emperor-level one. Ning Yuan took a breath of cold air, an emperor-level monster, that's too terrifying. He still remembered the previous news. Before absorbing the volcanic energy, Golzan was an emperor-level monster. After absorbing it, there was no doubt that its strength skyrocketed. It had undoubtedly surpassed the emperor level and entered the saint level. He still remembered the size of the monster clearly, and he had no idea how to defeat a monster of that level. Zhang Mu saw Ning Yuan's pale face from the rearview mirror and comforted him. But you don't have to worry too much. King-level monsters generally don't appear in the outer areas of the western suburbs. Our mission is to wipe out the Silver Moon demon wolves that appear in the small town north of the western suburbs. When the time comes, just follow us and don't act rashly, and everything should be fine. Ning Yuan nodded. When the time comes, he will have to let the rich girl walk behind him and will not let her get hurt. He didn't know that after hearing Zhang Mu's words, the rich young woman was also thinking about protecting Ning Yuan. It took more than an hour to reach the outskirts of the small town in the northern western suburbs. It was almost noon at this time, and the sun was high in the sky, and it was very hot. However, Ning Yuan had the rich girl next to him as a human air conditioner, so he naturally didn't feel the heat. Woo! Roar! The heart-pounding roar came from outside the town, but the town was surrounded by iron nets and guarded by soldiers. Once the monster made any movement, an alarm would be sounded immediately. As soon as he entered the town, Ning Yuan saw many injured warriors lying in a spacious house. Some had their hands bitten off, some had their legs bitten off, and the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Ning Yuan, who had never smelled this kind of smell, felt like vomiting, but he finally held it back. Seeing that Ning Yuan felt a little uncomfortable, Lin Luashi stood on tiptoe and patted Ning Yuan on the back. Are you okay? Ning Yuan turned his head and looked at the rich young woman. Lin Luashi wrinkled her nose and looked a little ugly, but when she saw Ning Yuan was upset, she felt even more upset and wanted to comfort Ning Yuan first. Seeing the young rich woman so strong, Ning Yuan's inner discomfort instantly disappeared by half. If you still need a woman's comfort at this time, then just get it cut off. Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Luashi's little hand and patted Lin Luashi's back with his right hand. Go ahead and vomit if you want to. I'm here for you. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, the rich young woman vomited all over the floor. It took her a long time to gradually get used to it. Ning Yuan. Zhang Mu, who was standing next to him, smiled faintly and said, having good physical fitness and strong strength doesn't mean you can kill monsters. Some people can't even exert 10% of their strength in actual combat. So you must adapt to this bloody smell and temper your character. We've all been through this before. The weakest monsters here are all at the strength of first-level warriors, such as the soul-devouring rabbit, the ice-devouring rabbit, and some rodent monsters. They have relatively low attack power, but strong ability to escape and reproduce. Therefore, a fatal blow must be delivered. Ning Yuan nodded. He had obtained the ice spirit rabbit's innate skill, blink, with the help of gluttony, so he naturally knew how powerful teleportation was. In terms of speed, it feels like only the nether leopard can surpass it. Let's go, have a meal first, and then I'll take you to meet my 3 old teammates. Zhang Mu patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. In a restaurant in the small town, there was a lot of laughter and noise. Ning Yuan pulled Lin Luashi and walked behind Zhang Mu and Qin Rui into box 108. The 3 middle-aged men inside were chatting happily. When they saw Zhang Mu and Qin Rui walk in, they stood up and shouted in unison. Brother Zhang, Brother Qin. Well, please sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Ning Yuan, and this is his girlfriend Lin Luashi. They will join us in the mission to exterminate the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The 3 of them looked at each other in shock, but the person chosen by their eldest brother must be no mediocre person. Then they introduced themselves one by one. The thin one on the far left was Su Tao, the fat one in the middle was Lu Qi, and the tall one on the right with a scar on his face was Zhang Yu, Zhang Mu's cousin. Okay, have you ordered the food? I've ordered the same old dishes. I just don't know if Ning Yuan and the others are used to them. Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Luashi and found that she had no appetite, so he waved his hand. I can do anything. Today, he and Lin Luashi smelled the strong smell of blood for the first time. Lin Luashi, who usually loves to eat, lost his appetite. Okay, that's it. This restaurant is delicious. We used to eat here often when we were on missions. Zhang Mu nodded and said. This restaurant sells meat of exotic beasts. After all, this is the western suburbs, where exotic beasts are rampant. Most of the killed exotic beasts are sent to Jiangning City, and a small number are left in small towns throughout the western suburbs to be eaten. Basically, there are only a few kinds of exotic beasts that are edible and delicious, such as the ice spirit rabbit, the silver moon demon wolf. They are all mutated animals, and did not crawl out of the cracks that appeared. The monsters that can crawl out of the cracks are at least at the level of great martial artists. The dishes were served soon. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi ate a little symbolically and then felt full. They really had no appetite. Chapter 14 The Rich Woman Takes Action. It will take about half an hour to reach our destination along this highway, said Zhang Mu. Ning Yuan couldn't help but look at the highway. Since the fall of the Red Star, he has not left Jiangning City. The highway under the car was in a dilapidated state, with potholes everywhere, and it must have been through a major battle. Woo! On the highway, a tin bull blocked the way of the car, and the sounds of other monsters could be faintly heard nearby. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were a little nervous, but everyone in the car was very relaxed. Ning Yuan, Lin Luashi, this iron bull will be your first battle. Its strength is probably that of a 7th-level warrior. This is your first battle. Zhang Mu's voice rang out. Good. Don't be careless. The iron bull has strong defense, but it's slow. Your current strength is enough to deal with it. Zhang Mu encouraged. Ning Yuan, wearing the combat uniform given by Zhang Mu, took out the thunder blade from the void ring and smiled slightly. Uncle Zhang, just wait and see how we can kill this iron bull. Brother Zhang, their first battle is against the iron bull, which is as powerful as a 7th-level warrior. Isn't that asking too much of them? Zhang Yu couldn't help but speak. Yes, although we need to train Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi, we can't rush it. How about I deal with this iron bull, and let them take on weaker ones like the ice rabbit later? Su Tao and Lu Qi echoed from behind. Don't worry. If they can't even handle the iron bull, how could they possibly be trained as geniuses by the Martial Arts Association? Don't worry. Zhang Mu spoke calmly, but he was a little worried in his heart. After all, this was their first battle, and he was afraid that they would not be able to display their original strength. The iron bull is completely black, with 2 dark gray horns on its head, like 2 sharp knives. The iron bull stared at Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi with murderous eyes and roared. The iron bull kicked the ground with its hind legs, raising a cloud of dust, and rushed towards Ning Yuan like a high-speed tank. Luoshi, be careful! Ning Yuan shouted at Lin Luashi. Suddenly, Ning Yuan felt the air cooling down rapidly. Although it was summer, snowflakes were floating in the air. Lin Luashi's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thousands of miles of ice. The iron bull was frozen into an ice cube. Then Lin Luashi stabbed it with a sword, and the iron bull, which had turned into an ice cube, shattered into pieces on the ground, leaving no trace of its body. Seconds. The air is a little quiet at this moment. The 5 people who had just gotten out of the car and were ready to rescue at any time now widened their eyes. Nobody, is this the end? Ning Yuan was stunned for a minute when he saw such a fast battle, and was stunned. Then he noticed that Lin Luashi's originally black hair had turned silver, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Luoshi, why did your hair turn silver? At this moment, Lin Luashi was wearing the training clothes she wore in the martial arts hall last night. With her silver hair, she looked like a silver-haired ice girl. Oh, Dad said it's because of my physical talent. After I opened the ice spirit body, my hair became like this. Even if I don't use my skills from now on, it will turn silver. Don't you like that? Lin Luashi looked a little panicked, afraid that Ning Yuan would hate his silver hair. No matter what you become, I like you. Don't think too much. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and touched her soft silver hair. Then Ning Yuan used a knife to break the ice, took out the beast core from the scalp of the iron bull, took Lin Luashi's hand, and returned to the team. Zhang Mu couldn't help but glance at Lin Luashi and exclaimed. As expected of an S-rank awakener, such abnormal skills are truly enviable. What, S-rank? Qin Rui and the other 3 couldn't help but yell. Qin Rui nudged Zhang Mu with his shoulder and whispered, let her join our military region. We'll definitely train her well. You'll have to ask her yourself. Anyway, she has already joined our martial arts association. Qin Rui was so angry that his teeth were itching. S-level? There was only one S-level person in their military region, and that S-level person had become a god of war in the army and a legend in the army. Lin Luashi, don't take any action from now on. Let Ning Yuan test it. Don't worry, if there is any danger, I will take action immediately. Zhang Mu looked at Lin Luashi with a smile. Lin Luashi glanced at Ning Yuan, then nodded quietly. Okay, get in the car. We're still half an hour away from our target village. There are silver moon demon wolves roaming over there. In the last row of the car, Lin Luashi's hair had turned black, but the roots of his hair had faintly turned silver. Lin Luashi didn't dare to get too close to Ning Yuan. She was afraid that Ning Yuan would feel cold. Every time she activated her ice spirit body, the coldness on her body would increase several times. Although innate S-level talents are strong, they all have defects and consequences. They are different from Ning Yuan's acquired talents halfway through and have no defects. Feeling that the coldness from the rich young lady was getting heavier, Ning Yuan took the initiative to approach Lin Luashi and hugged the rich young lady in his arms with his left hand. Lin Luashi felt the warmth in Ning Yuan's arms and felt comfortable. She rubbed her little head against Ning Yuan's chest like a cat, making Ning Yuan feel itchy. Zhang Mu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw it clearly from the rearview mirror and smiled like an ant. They are such a perfect match. Finally, we arrived at the village mentioned in the mission. It was in a dilapidated state and had basically turned into ruins. There was a ghost dog gnawing on an iron bull at the door. This is a monster that is close to the martial artist level. The smell of blood and the oppressive feeling on its body far exceed that of the iron-skinned bull. Mutated nether dog. Zhang Mu saw the nether dog eating at the entrance of the village and spoke slowly. Mutation? Ning Yuan asked. That's right. Ordinary nether hounds only have one head, but this one must have mutated by devouring its own kind, so it has 3 heads. Mutated monsters have higher growth potential and can break through the limits of their bloodlines. Ordinary nether dogs can reach the peak of the 3rd level, while mutated nether dogs can reach the king level. Of course, the talents of some awakeners will also mutate, but most of the mutated talents discovered so far are useless. Ning Yuan's idea moved him. His, gluttony, should be a mutated talent. Maybe absorbing the beast core of the nether dog would allow him to gain an extra skill. Uncle Zhang, leave this nether dog to me. Ning Yuan said to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu wanted to refuse, but when he turned around and saw Ning Yuan eager to try, with even a hint of excitement on his face, he was stunned for a moment. Okay, be careful. Ning Yuan was not polite either. 3 blood-red flying knives flew out from the void ring like streams of light and surrounded Ning Yuan. Telekinesis. Spiritual master. Except for Lin Luashi, everyone else was surprised. Although Zhang Mu knew that Ning Yuan had strong mental power, he did not expect that he could control 3 flying knives at the same time in just a few days. It seems that he has entered the early stage of the void realm. What a monster! Zhang Mu couldn't help but sigh with relief. Lin Luashi's reference picture is in readers' comments. Chapter 15, Battle of the Nether Dog. The 3-headed dog of the underworld, like a ferocious beast born from the deepest nightmares and fears, is a symbol of darkness and death. It stands at the entrance to the underworld, intimidating every soul that tries to trespass with its terrifying appearance. Its entire body is covered with a layer of rough and hard black hair, which is tangled together like thorns. The most eye-catching thing about it were its 3 massive heads. Its ferocious faces were covered in horrific scars and wrinkles, its eyes flashing with a strange red light, revealing endless ferocity and brutality. Each mouth was filled with fangs as sharp as knives. Saliva kept dripping down the fangs, making a sizzling sound. Wherever they went, the ground would be corroded into small holes that emitted green smoke. The nether dog, which was eating with its head down, noticed Ning Yuan 100 meters away, turned around and stared at him vigilantly. Swoosh! The nether dog turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards Ning Yuan at a speed of nearly 100 meters per second. Ning Yuan was shocked. He never expected that this beast could be so fast. It seems that the strength of the mutated monster should not be underestimated. Although he has not yet broken through to the 2nd level, his strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary peak 2nd level person. Zhang Mu and his men's hearts were about to jump out of their chests. They had not expected that this mutated nether dog was so fast. Lin Luashi's hair gradually turned white. Everyone was preparing to rescue Ning Yuan. I'm fine, let me do it myself. Ning Yuan immediately used his instant step to flash to the side of the nether dog and shouted. The nether dog turned around and pounced towards Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's face changed drastically and he leaped up in an instant. The nether dog also leaped up almost instantly and pounced towards Ning Yuan. No matter how fast you are, can it be as fast as my flying knife? At the moment of dodging the attack of the nether dog, 3 flying knives shot towards the nether dog like streams of light. The mutated nether dog has an extremely high IQ. It knows that humans have no way to gain leverage at high altitudes, so it pounces directly towards Ning Yuan in the sky. To its surprise, Ning Yuan was a psychic who could control flying knives and also had the skill of instant step, the 2nd fastest skill among all the beasts, which did not require any leverage. The nether dog couldn't dodge in mid-air, and the 3 flying knives had already pierced through its body. Ouch! The nether dog let out a shrill roar and fell to the ground. The green blood of the nether dog slowly stained the ground, and it seemed to be silent. Just as Ning Yuan approached to take out the beast core, the body of the nether dog, which was pierced by the flying knife, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It even slapped him with a claw at a speed that Ning Yuan could hardly react to. Ning Yuan was knocked flying in an instant, and his body crashed through several walls before he could barely stop. Puff! Ning Yuan covered his chest with his right hand and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Lin Luashi, who was far away, saw Ning Yuan being hit by the nether dog. His heart suddenly rose to his throat and he ran towards the nether dog at an extremely fast speed. Thousands of miles of ice. The mutated nether dog was too powerful, and Lin Luashi failed to freeze it. However, a layer of frost covered the nether dog's fur, greatly limiting its speed. Ning Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground, saw Lin Luashi running towards the nether dog. He ignored the pain in his chest and controlled the flying knife to fly towards Lin Luashi. Qin Rui and the others wanted to help Ning Yuan kill the nether dog, but Zhang Mu raised his hand to refuse. Look at Ning Yuan's eyes. He is so excited. He really enjoys the fight with the nether dog. This guy is a monster. Now that Lin Luashi is gone, you guys should stop causing trouble. Ning Yuan ran towards Lin Luashi, took her hand, protected her behind him, and then injected the 9 profound golden thunder in his body into the red blood flying knife. The 3 throwing knives emitted a crackling sound from the golden electric current on their blades and flew towards the nether dog. The 3 flying knives pierced through the 3 heads of the nether dog at the same time, and then stabbed into its body, instantly crushing its internal organs into pieces. The nether dog finally let out a final howl of anger and unwillingness, and fell from the sky. The nether dog fell from the sky in despair, and the eyes of the main brain gradually lost their color. At the moment of its death, as another dog that had mutated into a royal existence, it would have the opportunity to enter the ranks of king-level monsters in the future, and its future was bright. But it died at the hands of a warrior, whom it regarded as an ant. After confirming that the nether dog was completely dead, Ning Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed Lin Luashi's arm with both hands in panic, and turned her around several times to make sure she was not injured before he felt relieved. Ning Yuan, I'm fine. Next time you rush up to me, be careful or I'll beat you up. Ning Yuan poked Lin Luashi's forehead with his index finger. But you are injured. Lin Luashi's face was a little panicked, her eyes filled with tears, and her little hand gently stroked the bleeding scratches on Ning Yuan's chest. Ning Yuan wiped the blood off his hands onto his clothes and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Luashi's eyes. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt. Don't cry, you won't be pretty if you cry. Seeing Zhang Mu and others coming over, Ning Yuan said with a smile. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry to have worried you. I didn't expect this beast to have such strong recovery abilities. I was careless and got pawed by it. Zhang Mu was very satisfied with Ning Yuan's performance. The strength of this nether dog was almost equivalent to that of a peak martial artist. Ordinary martial artists would surely die against it. Only a mind master could fight at such a level. Zhang Mu took out a bottle of potion from the void ring and handed it to Ning Yuan. You did a good job, kid. This is a healing potion. Drink it, and your scar will be healed in less than 2 hours. I believe this actual combat experience will be of great help to you. Thinking more about what you can do better will be of great help to you in future battles. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhang. This mutated nether dog is full of treasures. Since you killed it, it naturally belongs to you. Ning Yuan nodded. He really needed the beast core of this mutated beast. He was looking forward to what he could get if he swallowed the mutated beast core. Ning Yuan dissected the beast quickly, first peeling off the entire black fur, then digging out the core and cutting off its fangs and hard claws. I heard from Uncle Zhang that these sharp claws and fangs can be used as materials to make higher-level throwing knives, and their hardness and density are far higher than that of the red blood flying knife. Ning Yuan dissected all those of high value and put them into the void ring. Uncle Zhang, I'm done. Zhang Mu saw the nether dog, which was left with only a pile of flesh and blood, and his mouth twitched. This little money grubber had skinned it so cleanly, even cutting off that. Zhang Mu took out gasoline from his void ring, poured it on the corpse, and set it on fire. He then warned Ning Yuan, for rare beasts like these, you must dispose of the corpse after the dissection to prevent malicious intentions. I understand, Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan nodded. In this chaotic world, we must be on guard against others. Many people cannot stand the test when faced with interests. Okay, you and Luoshi have worked hard today. Take a night's rest and adjust your condition. Tomorrow will be an even tougher battle. Chapter 16 Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The group did not return to the town, but rested at the entrance of the village. Zhang Mu and his group rested in a dilapidated house in the village and parked the car in the yard. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi rested in the car, leaving Zhang Yu to stand guard and keep an eye on the monster's movements. Ning Yuan was really exhausted. It was his first time controlling a flying knife in battle, and his mental energy was quite exhausted. He looked at the girl next to him and said, Luoshi, let me borrow your lap to lie on for a while. Oh, okay. He rested his head on Lin Luashi's white thighs, smelled the faint scent of gardenia on the girl, and soon fell asleep. Lin Luashi stroked Ning Yuan's face with his hand, and looked at his chest where the wound had healed. He made up his mind that he must work harder to become stronger and not let Ning Yuan get hurt again. 4 or 5 hours passed and it was already late at night. Ning Yuan's mental strength had fully recovered. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Luashi sleeping with his head down, and he would suddenly raise his head from time to time, just like himself when he used to doze off in class. Ouch! The howling of a group of wolves came from outside the village. Under the moonlight, Zhang Mu and his group were awakened. Here I come. Ning Yuan slowly stood up, pulled Lin Luashi out of the car, and met up with Zhang Mu and the others. Uncle Zhang, is this the Silver Moon Demon Wolf? Yes, their most distinctive feature is their silver white hair. There are a lot of ferocious beasts. This will be a tough battle. Everyone be careful. Zhang Mu's face looked a little solemn. He didn't expect there to be so many of them. In the dim village, a group of Silver Moon Demon wolves surrounded the dilapidated house. The silver moon demon wolf is tall and agile, more than 2 meters long, nearly 1 meter tall at the shoulder, and its body is covered with a layer of silver hair that looks like frost and snow. The amber eyes were like burning flames, emitting a fierce and cunning light, which was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Everyone, be careful. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi, your mission is to kill those ordinary silver moon demon wolves. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi nodded. Okay, let's do it. After saying that, Zhang Mu kicked the ground and jumped into the air, with a faint green light surrounding his body, which was a sign that the wind element was gathering around him. He has sea-level talent, Storm. 2 tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, carrying strong winds, picking up the gravel on the ground and blowing towards the silver moon demon wolf. Ouch! The silver moon demon wolf roared. Sensing the breath of danger, its body tensed up instantly. Its amber eyes stared at the incoming tornado and it let out a low roar. The 2 silver moon demon wolves were instantly blown up by the tornado, and spun around in the wind for several times. Their bodies were torn apart by the wind, and they fell heavily to the ground, deader than dead. Qin Rui standing aside was no less impressive. He had the sea-level talent, Berserk. When he activated the Berserk state, his strength and speed would increase exponentially. He was seen emitting a faint red light, holding a spear in his hand, and stabbing at a silver moon demon wolf at an extremely fast speed. Laugh. The silver moon demon wolf had no time to react and was shot through the body. It fell down with unwillingness in its eyes. Lu Qi, Su Tao, and Zhang Yu have D-level talents, electric current, stealth, and night vision, respectively. Although electric current is very different from the 9 profound golden thunder awakened by Ning Yuan, Lu Qi has undergone long-term body tempering with electric current, and his martial arts skills have reached a perfect level after years of immersion. His strength has reached that of a 5th-level great martial artist, and his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Stealth, as the name suggests, it allows you to conceal your presence and not be detected, making it suitable for tracking and assassination. Su Tao is a 5th-rank martial artist. His weapons are 2 black poison daggers. With his strange body movements, he has killed several silver moon demon wolves. As for night vision, although it has no combat capability, this ability is very suitable for reconnaissance. Not only can it ignore the darkness at night, but it can also see things thousands of meters away. However, Zhang Yu has taken his brother as an example and trained hard since he was a child. Now he is not only an excellent scout, but also a 6th-level martial artist who can fight the silver moon demon wolf with ease. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Ning Yuan was confronting a silver moon demon wolf. The silver moon demon wolf was huge in size and emitted a cold silver light all over its body. Its eyes were like burning ghost fire, tightly locking onto Ning Yuan. Suddenly, Ning Yuan opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. 3 flying knives appeared out of thin air in front of him, flashing coldly in the dim forest. Under the control of mental power, the flying knife quickly rotated around Ning Yuan, making a buzzing sound, as if waiting for the master's order. Go! 3 flying knives flew out like streams of light and shot towards the silver moon demon wolf. Lin Luashi's long silver hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. Beside Lin Luashi, several spikes made of ice shot towards the silver moon demon wolf at the speed of sound. Ice thorn. The ice spikes pierced the silver moon wolf's legs, making it unable to easily avoid Ning Yuan's flying knife. The 2 of them cooperated with each other so well that it was like a cheat. The silver moon wolf could not get close to them at all and died in dismay halfway through its attack. Ouch! A louder and more oppressive roar came from the distance. Brother Zhang, it's the silver moon wolf king. It's in the northwest of the yard. Zhang Yu said in a panic to Zhang Mu, who was still fighting with the silver moon demon wolf not far away. Ning Yuan also used the eye of true vision to look at the information panel of the silver moon wolf king. Fierce beast, silver moon demon wolf. Level, peak level 3. Note, she has just given birth and is in a weak state. The peak of the 3rd level, it's actually a she-wolf. Ning Yuan took a deep breath. Although it was in a weak state, the highest-ranking member of the team, Zhang Mu, was only at the 8th-rank great martial artist level. Not to mention that the monster's physique was inherently stronger than that of humans, so fighting with it would be extremely dangerous. The silver moon wolf king's body is much larger than that of ordinary silver moon demon wolves. At this moment, it has completely regarded them as prey. Zhang Mu's face was a little solemn, and he said, "If the wolf king shows up, the wolves' attack will definitely become more organized. We will be dragged to death by then. We must get rid of the wolf king first." Lu Qi, Zhang Yu, Qin Rui, Lin Luashi, you are responsible for cleaning up the ordinary Silver Moon Demon Wolves. Su Tao and Ning Yuan, come with me to assassinate the Silver Moon Wolf King. It is very powerful, and I alone am no match for it. I'll contain it head-on. Ning Yuan will control the flying knife to assist me, and Su Tao will seize the opportunity, find its weakness and deliver a fatal blow. As long as the Wolf King is killed, the wolves will be leaderless and pose no threat anymore. Ning Yuan and Su Tao looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Su Tao directly activated stealth, and his body moved towards the northwest as if blending into the darkness. Ning Yuan, be careful. Lin Luashi grabbed Ning Yuan's hand and said nervously. Well, be careful too. Safety is the most important thing. If you can't beat him, just hide behind Uncle Qin, okay? Ning Yuan touched Lin Luashi's head, turned around and ran towards the northwest. As Ning Yuan and the others left, the pressure on the front increased a lot. Lin Luashi untied the ice spirit body, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and the ice element quickly gathered around his body. Thousands of miles of ice. Most of the Silver Moon Demon Wolves were frozen instantly. Although the remaining few stronger ones were not frozen, their speed was greatly restricted. As expected of an S rank, this crowd control is incredible. Qin Rui and the other two sighed and immediately seized the opportunity to get rid of all the frozen fish. Chapter 17, Wolf King Cub Xiaobai. The Silver Moon Wolf King was standing on a dilapidated roof at this moment, with a fierce look in his eyes. He looked up and roared, commanding the wolf pack to fight. Uncle Zhang, this Wolf King just gave birth to cubs and is in a weak state. Now is a good time for us to take action. How did you figure that out, kid? Is that the point? That's right. In that case, let's get ready. Behind a collapsed wall, Ning Yuan and Zhang Mu were talking in low voices. After saying that, Zhang Mu held a blood-red knife in his right hand and a shield in his left hand, and rushed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. The vigilant Wolf King noticed Zhang Mu's appearance, jumped up, disappeared in an instant, and pounced on Zhang Mu with his two front paws. Zhang Mu quickly used his shield to block the Wolf King's sharp claws, and the ground beneath his feet caved in under the tremendous pressure. How come this beast is so fast and so strong? Is it really in a weak period? Zhang Mu couldn't help but feel frightened. He was already close and couldn't use the storm, otherwise he would be dragged into it together with the Wolf King. Ning Yuan saw Zhang Mu and the Wolf King in a stalemate from a distance. After injecting the 9 profound golden thunder into the flying knives, he controlled the 3 flying knives and shot them towards the Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King vaguely sensed that a deadly danger was approaching, so he pushed off the ground with his hind legs, and with a whoosh he broke away from the stalemate with Zhang Mu, and quickly dodged Ning Yuan's flying knife. Netherworld Thorn. Su Tao, who hid his breath, found the right opportunity, stabbed the dagger into the Wolf King's neck, and tore the flesh apart with force. Ouch! The Wolf King sensed the deadly danger and let out a fatal roar. At the same time, the wolves on Lin Luashi's side heard the Wolf King's call, and quickly stopped attacking them, turning around and wanting to go to the Wolf King's side to support. Brother Zhang's attack on the Wolf King was effective. The wolves want to go back. Hold them back. Don't let them affect Brother Zhang and the others. Zhang Yu activated his night vision and saw the injured Wolf King, then spoke loudly to Lin Luashi and the others. Damn it, you still want to run away, you're dreaming. Qin Rui, who had entered a berserk state, was extremely cruel and almost bloodthirsty. His clothes were soaked with the blood of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King saw that no wolves had returned, and finally realized that his situation was hopeless. He could have summoned the wolves back in advance and organized a new round of attacks. But it was too confident and underestimated these 3 weak humans, especially the young man who was only a 4th-level warrior. The moment it realized there was a psychic, it was already too late. Swoosh! 3 flying knives pierced its abdomen, crushing its internal organs. Coupled with the fatal knife wound on its neck, it was certain to die. The Silver Moon Wolf King fell unwillingly in the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Ever since the wolf pack mutated 10 years ago, as the king of the wolf clan, it has been eager to restore the glory of the wolf clan and hopes to hunt tigers and lions one day. Unfortunately, that day will never come. These humans attacked it while it was weak from giving birth. Damn humans! I wonder if they will let my cub go. Seeing that the Silver Moon Wolf King was completely dead, Ning Yuan was worried that something might have happened to Lin Luashi, so he immediately controlled the flying knife to fly in that direction, and stabbed to death several fleeing Silver Moon Demon Wolves on the way. Ning Yuan saw that the silver-haired beauty not far away was safe and sound, and his heart was relieved. "Are you okay, Luoshi?" "Fine." Lin Luashi opened his hands and turned around in a circle, then spoke softly. "That's good." Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and shouted to Qin Rui, "Uncle Qin, the Silver Moon Wolf King is dead. We can clean up the body now." "Good boy, I was right about you." Qin Rui laughed happily. "All right, brothers, let's start collecting the spoils." The village was in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. Qin Rui, Zhang Mu and others set about cleaning up the corpses of the Silver Moon demon wolves lying all over the village. In addition to the beast core, the fur of the Silver Moon wolf is very valuable in the market. The hair, as bright as moonlight, is not only beautiful but also has a certain degree of cold resistance and magic resistance. It is a high-quality material for making high-end clothing. Their claws are even more precious, hard and sharp, and are excellent materials for making weapons and accessories. Zhang Mu was experienced. Holding a sharp dagger, he found the connection between the fur and the body, and then carefully cut along the edge. Avoid damaging the fur, as even the slightest flaw will reduce its value. Lu Qi joked, "These Silver Moon demon wolves are really bringing us wealth. Once we sell their fur and claws, we'll make a fortune again. I should have replaced my knife long ago." Zhang Mu smiled and nodded, looking at Ning Yuan. "This time it's all thanks to Ning Yuan. He even said he would bring him here for training. His strength is not much worse than ours." By the way, Zhang Yu, Ning Yuan said that the Wolf King had just given birth to cubs. Use your special ability to look for it and see if you can find it. Zhang Mu suddenly thought of what Ning Yuan said and spoke to Zhang Yu. "Okay, brother Zhang." Zhang Yu groped his way towards the northwest, using his night vision to carefully search every corner. Sure enough, at the westernmost corner of the village, Zhang Yu heard a faint whimpering sound. Following the direction of the sound, he found a Silver Moon Wolf King cub in a hidden cave. The wolf cub was furry, its eyes not fully open yet, and it was curled up helplessly. Its hair was shining with a faint silver light, and it was obvious that it was also of royal blood. Zhang Yu held the wolf cub in one hand and took it to meet up with Zhang Mu and the others. "Brother Zhang, there is indeed a cub." Zhang Yu put the cub in his hand on the ground and said to Zhang Mu, "Only one? Logically speaking, a wolf king usually has 3 or 4 cubs in a litter. What a pity. Exotic beast cubs are the most valuable. After all, if they can be nurtured from a young age, they can become a powerful force in the future." Ning Yuan was a little surprised when he heard what Zhang Mu said, and used the eye of true vision to check the information about the little wolf. Silver Moon Wolf, the adult is 7 meters long and 3 meters high. It is extremely fast in the dark. Its combat ability doubles in the moonlight. It becomes a king level when it reaches adulthood. Mutated? A strange look appeared on Ning Yuan's face. Lin Luashi, who was standing by, tugged at Ning Yuan's clothes, looked at him with her big watery eyes and said, "Ning Yuan, let's keep it. It's so pitiful." Perhaps because the little wolf cub had lost its mother just like her, Lin Luashi wanted to adopt it. In fact, Ning Yuan also wanted to adopt this little wolf cub. After all, it was a mutated beast. When it grows up, it will be king level in strength. It is too powerful. Ning Yuan turned to look at Zhang Mu and said softly, "Uncle Zhang, I want to adopt it, is that okay?" "Of course, it was you who said there were cubs. We wouldn't have known if you hadn't told us." Zhang Mu smiled, picked up the little wolf cub on the ground with his right hand and handed it to Lin Luashi's arms. Lin Luashi happily poked its pink nose with her finger and said, "From now on, your hair will be as white as mine. I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on, okay?" Chapter 18 Western Suburbs Military Region. "Everyone, please organize the materials of the Void Ring's ferocious beasts and put them into a Void Ring," Zhang Mu suggested. Everyone placed the skins, teeth, and claws of the ferocious beasts in the Void Ring on the ground, and they almost piled up into a mountain. Of course, Ning Yuan did not put the beast core of the nether dog in it, he kept it for himself. Qin Rui sorted out these materials and placed them in the Void Ring in order. "Get in the car, let's deal with the materials from the ferocious beasts we got from hunting this time," Zhang Mu said. "If we go about 30 kilometers along the highway, we will reach the Western Suburbs Military Region. We can sell materials from hunted ferocious beasts there, and we can also find some goat milk for the little wolf cub." Zhang Mu looked at Xiao Bai in Lin Luashi's arms and added, "Although our mission was only 3 days this time, we obtained more materials than ever before, and we can make a lot of money." "Yeah." Qin Rui nodded in agreement. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the western suburbs military region that Zhang Mu mentioned. The tall city walls are like the solid armor of the base. They are made of special steel and are indestructible. The military base is still brightly lit late at night. From the outside, it looks like a dormant steel behemoth. The gray buildings covering several square kilometers are looming in the interlaced beams of searchlights. At the gate of the city wall, 2 armed warriors stood there. After completing the routine inspection of the vehicle and identity, they allowed people to enter the military area. Vehicles entering the military area must be managed in a unified manner. Qin Rui, take Ning Yuan and the others to the lounge first, and I will go to park the car. Zhang Mu said to Qin Rui, who was in the passenger seat. Good. Qin Rui and his group walked towards the lounge. As they walked, Qin Rui introduced Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi. There is also a Wanbao hall in the military district. We will go there to sell the materials of the fierce beasts later. I'll take you two to the lounge to rest first. After we finish selling, we can discuss how to divide the money. No problem. Ning Yuan said with a smile. By the way, Uncle Qin, can you sell me the Silver Moon Wolf King's beast core? The Silver Moon Wolf King was killed by you, Zhang Mu, and Su Tao. Just discuss it. I agree, and I believe Brother Zhang will agree too. You can take it. Su Tao took out a silver white beast core from the void ring and handed it to Ning Yuan. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Uncle Su. Ning Yuan took the silver white beast core. Ning Yuan, the lounge is in front. Just go to the front desk to check in. We will go to Wanbaotang to sell materials first. Qin Rui said, pointing to the small building in front. Okay, thank you Uncle Qin, you guys go and get busy. Ning Yuan smiled and waved to Qin Rui. The building was a bit similar to the houses in an ordinary community. Ning Yuan walked in and saw a middle-aged man in uniform sitting at the door with a laptop on the table. Hello, we need to check in. Ning Yuan knocked on the table lightly. How many rooms do you want? The middle-aged man looked up at Ning Yuan, then looked at Lin Luashi beside him, and asked lightly. 1 room will do. Before Ning Yuan could speak, Lin Luashi spoke before him. Come on, enter your identity information. After the middle-aged man confirmed Ning Yuan's input, he took out a room card from the drawer and handed it to Ning Yuan, room 402. Ning Yuan grabbed Xiaobai, who was lying in Lin Luashi's arms, with one hand, and grabbed Lin Luashi's little hand with the other hand and walked into the elevator. You little wolf cub, I haven't even lain down before, why have you been lying down for so long? Ning Yuan, Xiaobai will feel uncomfortable if you hold it like this. Lin Luashi stood on tiptoe and tried to snatch Xiaobai from Ning Yuan's hands with both hands. It's okay. It's the Silver Moon Wolf King's cub. How can it be that fragile? The decoration in room 402 is no different from that in a hotel. There is only a big bed inside, and a bathroom surrounded by glass next to it. Luoshi, go take a shower first. Ning Yuan poked the little wolf cub's nose with his finger and said to Lin Luashi. Okay. Lin Luashi had wanted to take a shower for a long time. He hadn't washed for 2 days and his body was sticky. Clatter. Listening to the sound of splashing water, Ning Yuan felt a little hot in his heart. Looking towards the bathroom surrounded by mist, he could vaguely see a beautiful figure. He took out all his anger on the wolf cub, teasing it with his fingers from time to time. The little wolf cub might want to resist, but unfortunately it couldn't even stand steadily. The more it resisted, the more excited Ning Yuan became. After more than 20 minutes, the sound of water stopped abruptly. Lin Luashi was left with wet hair and 2 blushes on her cheeks. Her black pajamas could not hide her proud breasts, and a hint of snow white was faintly visible. The snow white legs are eye-catching, and the pink feet walked out in white slippers. Ning Yuan, help me blow dry my hair. Lin Luashi slowly walked to Ning Yuan, handed the hairdryer to Ning Yuan and spoke softly. Sit on the sofa and I'll blow you. Ning Yuan put the little wolf cub down, took the hairdryer with one hand, tested the wind speed, and stroked Lin Luashi's hair, which had turned somewhat silver, with the other hand. A faint scent of shampoo wafted into Ning Yuan's nose, like the scent of jasmine, very pleasant. Lin Luashi enjoyed Ning Yuan blowing her hair and closed her eyes comfortably. Suddenly, she thought of something and spoke nervously. Ning Yuan, when my hair turns white, will you still help me blow dry my hair? Of course, no matter what happens, I will be with you. It's so kind of you. Of course, I'm the only one who treats you this well. If you see another boy showing his affection to you in the future, you must stay away from him. He might be plotting something bad towards you. Why? Because other boys are different from me. I am a gentleman. Oh. Lin Luashi nodded slightly. Okay, it's dried. You lie on the bed for a while and I'll go take a shower. I feel so uncomfortable. Ning Yuan walked towards the bathroom with a hairdryer. As soon as Ning Yuan walked into the bathroom, he saw Lin Luashi's pink panties and white underwear in the clothes basket. Ning Yuan shook his head helplessly. This rich young woman really had no defense at all. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Yuan walked out of the bathroom and blew his hair dry. Uncle Zhang and the others shouldn't be back so soon. Do you want to sleep first? Ning Yuan asked Lin Luashi, whose little head was sticking out from under the quilt. You stay with me. Lin Luashi slowly sat up and said lightly. Good. Ning Yuan climbed onto the bed and lay quietly beside Lin Luashi. This time they did not draw any 38th parallel. Lin Luashi fell directly into Ning Yuan's arms. Perhaps it was the experience of this dangerous mission that made Lin Luashi cherish the present more. Even the Silver Moon Wolf King, who is only a half-step king, is like this. Ning Yuan couldn't even imagine how destructive the real emperor-level or even saint-level monster would be. I'm afraid that even a mouthful of its saliva could drown me. Lin Luashi smelled the unique scent on Ning Yuan's body, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. After a while, he began to breathe evenly. Ning Yuan pushed the hair that was blocking her face behind her ears, gently kissed her forehead, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 19: The Story of Sleeping Beauty. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door woke Ning Yuan up from his sleep, and he rubbed his sleepy eyes. He glanced at Lin Luashi in his arms, gently moved her head onto the pillow, quietly got out of bed and opened the door. Uncle Zhang, let's go out and talk. Luoshi has fallen asleep. Ning Yuan, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were asleep. Zhang Mu said apologetically. It's okay, Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan smiled. Zhang Mu took Ning Yuan to room 408, where there were 3 bunk beds. Judging from the layout, this should be their permanent room. Ning Yuan is here. Xin Rui and others inside spoke in unison. Okay, let's start dividing the money. Zhang Mu said. Ning Yuan killed a mutant nether dog. In addition to the beast core, the fur and claws sold for a total of 600,000. He also killed 6 silver moon demon wolves. The fur and claws sold for a total of 2.4 million, for a total of 3 million. Lin Luashi killed 5 iron skin bulls, worth 400,000 worth of their cores, horns, and fur, and 4 silver moon demon wolves, worth a total of 2 million. Xin Rui killed 8 silver moon demon wolves. Lu Qi killed. Soon, Zhang Mu and the other 6 divided the money from selling the basic monsters. Ning Yuan, Luoshi didn't come, so I transferred her money to you. Zhang Mu said to Ning Yuan with a smile. Ning Yuan nodded, okay. Next is the Silver Moon Wolf King. Excluding the beast core, it was sold for a total of 14 million. Ning Yuan kept the beast core alone, so I won't share the money with you. Is that okay with you? Zhang Mu glanced at Ning Yuan, and Ning Yuan nodded at him. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I have no objection. In fact, Zhang Mu still took care of him. The beast core of the Silver Moon Wolf King at the peak of the 3rd level was worth at least 6 million, which means that he had already taken away 6 million. Except for Ning Yuan, Su Tao and I made the greatest contribution in killing the Wolf King. We will each receive 3 million. Xin Rui, Lu Qi, Zhang Yu, and Luoshi will each receive 2 million. Everyone has no objection, right? Everyone nodded. The excitement on their faces was beyond words. This time the harvest was much richer than before. The association's reward was at least 1 million, which added up to at least 5 million per person. Ning Yuan, the association's rewards will be directly sent to your account through the system. Just check it when the time comes. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan nodded, feeling very excited. This was the first time he earned money with his own ability. Oh, by the way, this is the milk that the little wolf cub drinks. You can take it. Zhang Mu suddenly remembered that there was a little wolf cub. Good. With this money plus the 20 million yuan signing fee from the Martial Arts Association, there will be more than 10 million yuan left after deducting the 8 million yuan to be returned to the rich woman. With this money, at least he can break through to the martial arts master level before the college entrance examination. Then he can choose the school he wants, right? After dividing the money, Ning Yuan returned to his room and carefully lay down next to Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan lay on his side with one hand supporting his head, looking at the sleeping Lin Luashi. The little rich woman has such long eyelashes. Ning Yuan stared at Lin Luashi's delicate and flawless face, and his eyes slowly fell on her rosy little mouth. I'm asleep, so I probably won't feel a kiss. Ning Yuan lowered his head and gently touched Lin Luashi's small mouth with his lips. Lin Luashi's eyelashes moved slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Ning Yuan, why are you kissing me? Have you ever read a fairy tale? In it, it says that the prince tried every possible way to save the sleeping princess, and in the end, he kissed the princess and she woke up. Hey, why are you closing your eyes again? Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi in confusion as he closed his eyes again. I fell asleep and need a kiss to wake me up. Lin Luashi closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling, and spoke softly. Lin Luashi, who has watched many youth movies, actually knows clearly that kissing is something that only lovers can do, she just pretends not to understand. The book she read said that the best hunter always appears as prey. Ning Yuan looked at the dazed look of the rich young lady and couldn't help himself. He pouted and kissed the rich young lady on the mouth with a moa sound. After the kiss, I pursed my lips. Strawberry flavor. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi, who covered her eyes with her hands and had a blush on her face, and said jokingly, You asked me to kiss you, so why are you still shy? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Uncle Zhang just divided the money among us. Your share is here with me. I'll transfer it to you. Ning Yuan pinched her pink face. I don't want it. You take it. You're short of money, aren't you? I'll give you all the money I earn. I only need a little. I don't eat much. You're such a fool. When you're sold, you'll have to help others count their money. I'm not stupid. I only spend my money on you. Lin Luashi raised her head and looked at Ning Yuan seriously, her plain words revealing full of love. Our ancestors have always said that a man's money is for a woman to look at, not to spend. And now, in front of him, a silly girl was willing to spend all her money on him. Ning Yuan's chest felt sweet and a little stuffy. If there was a girl like Lin Luashi before he traveled through time, he wouldn't have stayed in the bar all night and ended up getting bitten in the kidney. Maybe this is the opportunity given to me by God, he must cherish the girl in front of him. Ning Yuan had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't express them. He didn't know what to say to respond to the rich woman's deep love. Ning Yuan's heart was burning with passion, and he finally couldn't help it. He pressed the young rich woman under him and blocked her lips with his mouth. With one hand supporting her head, the other hand dishonestly reached into her black pajamas and slowly climbed up. Just when she was about to reach the two peaks, the rich young woman gently bit Ning Yuan's lower lip with her teeth and pushed Ning Yuan away with both arms. Not yet. Feeling a slight pain on his lips, Ning Yuan's eyes gradually became clear. Looking at the tears flowing from the corners of Lin Luashi's eyes under him, he felt very guilty. You can't bully me. Ning Yuan gently wiped away the tears on Lin Luashi's face with his hands. His heart ached and he said softly, I'm sorry. I won't do this again. Please don't cry, okay? That's what you said, so buy me some marshmallows when you go home tomorrow. Lin Luashi took a breath and spoke softly. Purchase. I have 3 more movies to watch. Okay, I'll watch it with you. Well, I still want to ride the carousel. This one won't work, try another one. Ning Yuan quickly shook his head. He really couldn't stand the sound of the kids laughing at him when he rode the carousel last time. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Lin Luashi gently poked his lips with his index finger and thought. Good. Ning Yuan touched her head lovingly, and then asked. Are you still sleepy? How about I take you out for a walk now? Okay. Ning Yuan stood up, opened the quilt, grabbed Lin Luashi's feet and kissed them, then ran out the door and said, Then change your clothes first, I'll wait for you at the door. Before Lin Luashi could react, Ning Yuan had already run out the door. Humph, you big bad guy. Chapter 20 Beast Tide. In summer, the sun rises very early, and the morning sun in the east climbs up the hillside early, shining brightly on the earth. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were walking side by side on the path downstairs when the alarm suddenly sounded throughout the military base. Woo woo. Ning Yuan was a little confused, and took Lin Luashi's hand and walked quickly out of the rest area. Hey, old man, what happened? Why is the alarm sounding? Ning Yuan grabbed a soldier holding a gun and asked. The beast tide is coming, and this time it's bigger than ever before. Let's go to the city wall and prepare for the battle. You are still young, so don't get involved. Leave quickly. After the soldier said this, he broke free from Ning Yuan's hand and headed towards the military district wall. Beast tide? Ning Yuan was a little flustered and pulled Lin Luashi back to the rest area to ask Zhang Mu about his plans. In room 408, Zhang Mu and others had already put on their combat uniforms and seemed to be discussing going to the city wall to support the battle. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Mu's face was very solemn. He then continued, this alarm is a level 1 red alert. Compared to the ordinary yellow alert beast tide, this beast tide is definitely led by at least one intelligent king-level monster. You and Luoshi leave here immediately, you are the future of our country. Especially Lin Luashi, you must protect her well and return to Jiangning City, where there are martial emperor-level experts guarding it, which will be safer. Ning Yuan understood what Zhang Mu meant. Uncle Zhang, what about you? Zhang Mu and the others smiled at each other and said calmly, we are all military men. Although we are old, when danger comes, we will definitely stand before the people. I'll stay too. No, with your current strength, you are far from being able to participate in this kind of battle. Your growth is obvious to all. Breaking through to the martial emperor level is only a matter of time. Your mission is to bring Lin Luashi back to Jiangning City safely. This is an order and also a plea. Zhang Mu stared at Ning Yuan and said loudly. But... Zhang Mu interrupted Ning Yuan before he could finish his words. Here are the car keys. You should know the license plate number. The car is parked in the carport. When the time comes, you can get on the highway from the back door and return to Jiangning City. This is the last line of defense in the western suburbs of Jiangning City. If it is breached, the hundreds of millions of people in Jiangning City will suffer. Ning Yuan stared into Zhang Mu's eyes and said seriously, I won't leave, Uncle Zhang. I will fight with you till the end. After saying that, Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and walked out. Why is this child so stubborn? Ning Yuan, where are we going now? Lin Luashi said softly. She knew that the situation was extremely critical, but she respected Ning Yuan's decision and would follow him wherever he went. Wanbaitang. Ning Yuan spent more than 20 million to buy beast cores at Wanbaitang, including 42nd level Thunder Beast cores, 82nd level Silver Moon Demon Wolf cores, and 4 2nd level Spiritual Phantom Light Bat cores, totaling 24 million. Among them, each 2nd level Spiritual Beast core costs as much as 1.5 million. This is because spiritual monsters are too rare and very dangerous. Ning Yuan, why did you buy so many beast cores? Lin Luashi asked in confusion. You will know later. This has something to do with my talent. Ning Yuan said to Lin Luashi with a smile. He had originally planned to go home to improve his strength, but now it seems he has to go ahead of time. Ning Yuan brought Lin Luashi back to the room. He sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the beast cores on the ground one by one, including the beast core of the 3rd level Peak Silver Moon Wolf King and the beast core of the Nether Dog. Luashi, go out and help me guard it. Don't let anyone in. Ning Yuan turned and said to Lin Luashi. Lin Luashi didn't ask anything and stood obediently at the door to help him guard the door. During this time, several mosquitoes that wanted to fly in were frozen into ice cubes by her. Ning Yuan did not waste any time and directly activated the skill, Devouring. The blood and energy in Ning Yuan's body were rapidly rising. After absorbing the core of the Thunder Beast, Ning Yuan's health successfully soared from 470 to 630, and he also gained a new skill, Thunder Palm. The power of thunder is released from the palm of his hand, with extremely strong penetrating power. Next came the Silver Moon Demon Wolf Beast Core. After absorbing the Silver Moon Demon Wolf Beast Core, Ning Yuan's blood and energy soared from 630 to 960, and he was only one step away from becoming a martial artist. Although the Silver Moon Demon Wolf has more beast cores, it is a pity that it does not have any special skills. There are only 2 left, I hope I won't be disappointed. The energy contained in a peak-level 3rd order beast core is far beyond the reach of a 2nd order beast core. Ning Yuan found it very difficult to absorb the energy. His face turned red and his blood was surging in his body. It took him longer to absorb this 3rd level beast core than the 122nd level beast cores combined. What was beyond Ning Yuan's imagination was that his qi and blood increased directly from 960 to 1460, a span of 500 qi and blood. A martial artist has 1000 chi and blood per level 1, and at this moment he is already a first level martial artist. It's worthy of being a half-step king level beast core. Now my martial arts skills alone are comparable to those of a high level martial artist. The last one is the beast core of the mutated nether dog. Ning Yuan left it to see if it could awaken any talents or skills. Come on, I hope you won't let me down. In less than 5 minutes, the beast core of the nether dog had been completely absorbed. Chi and blood only increased by 5 points, but this is not the point. Congratulations on awakening your S-rank talent, Spirit Summoning, which allows you to summon ferocious beasts that have died within the hour to fight as undead spirits limited to 2 hours. Fuck. Another abnormal talent. Isn't this the Necromancer? Am I the chosen one? Ning Yuan looked at the basic panel under the eye of true vision. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, first level martial artist. Talents, Gluttony D rank, 9 Mysterious Golden Thunder S rank, Spirit Summoning S rank. Chi and Blood, 1465. Spiritual Power, 481. Skills, Devour, Flash Step, Thunder Palm. Martial Arts, Thunder Blade Minor Achievement. Let us see if the last 4 spiritual beast cores can help me break through to the middle stage of the Void Realm. Swallow. The mental power absorbed by Ning Yuan's palm is slowly being transmitted into his sea of consciousness, and his sea of consciousness is filling up bit by bit. After absorbing it, Ning Yuan's mental power successfully broke through from 481 to 521. At this moment, Ning Yuan has successfully entered the middle stage of the Void Realm. Call out. 5 flying knives flew out from the void ring and circled around Ning Yuan. With my current mental strength, I can control the 5 flying knives to exert their maximum power. The speed of the flying knives has been greatly increased. What made him even happier was that, in addition to controlling the flying knives, he could also control the shield and the flying sword to the point of flying through the air. It just consumed a lot of mental energy. No wonder they say that spiritualists are so powerful. They can fly in the air at only the middle stage of the Void Realm. You have to know that to achieve this, one must be at the Martial Emperor level. It's time to go out. I hope Uncle Zhang and the others are okay. Chapter 21. I am also S-rank. Dark clouds gather around the city, threatening to destroy it. Under the walls of the military base, thousands of soldiers were fighting bloody battles. In front of them was a black mass of monsters, like a black torrent, accompanied by earth-shaking roars. These damn soul-eating rabbits reproduce too fast. There were only about 10,000 of them last time, but this time there may be over 100,000. Major General Zhao Weigua, the highest-ranking officer of the military base, said solemnly while standing on the city wall. General, we have sent a distress message to the Martial Arts School and Martial Arts Association in Jiangning City. It will take at least an hour for them to arrive. An officer nearby said anxiously. An hour? Even though the soul-devouring rabbits are only first-level monsters, there are so many of them, and there are also king-level monsters lurking behind them. We can't hold out for long. If I take action, I can quickly wipe out the number of soul-devouring rabbits, but I am not sure about facing the king-level monster. I have to be in 100% condition to face it. The soul-devouring rabbit can only be handed over to you. Pass on my order that you must fight to the death. If you can't hold it, the city will be destroyed and everyone will die. If you do, you will be heroes. Yes. The officer next to him saluted. At the foot of the city, Zhang Mu and others were fighting with the soul-eating rabbits with knives. Brother Zhang, there are too many damn beasts here. We can't kill them all. Lu Qi, Su Tao, and the others were covered in the blood of the monsters, and their faces looked ugly. Hold on, as long as we can hold on until reinforcements arrive, we will be able to hold on. Zhang Yu killed several soul-eating rabbits with one knife and shouted at them. Old Zhang, be careful. Xin Ruwei shouted. A third-level monster, the Shadow Leopard, pounced towards Zhang Mu, bit Zhang Mu's right hand, and tore it off, with blood spurting out. Zhang Mu endured the pain, controlled the storm with his left hand and threw the Shadow Leopard out, and it fell to the ground without a sound. Brother Zhang. Old Zhang. Xin Ruwei, Zhang Yu, and others saw Zhang Mu with a broken arm and shouted anxiously. Leave me alone and keep fighting. Zhang Mu gritted his teeth, took out 2 bottles of potion from the void ring, swallowed one in one gulp, and barely stopped the bleeding. Ning Yuan, whose strength has increased, dragged Lin Luashi to the military district wall and was shocked to see the tragic battlefield under the wall. The ground below the city had already been stained red with blood, and even missiles could not scare off the soul-eating rabbit's attack. Roars, sounds of fighting, and roars. Ning Yuan was looking for Zhang Mu on the city wall, and finally he saw Zhang Mu with only one arm left under the east wall. Ning Yuan's eyes instantly turned red, and he shouted, "Uncle Zhang." Ning Yuan touched Lin Luashi's head and said seriously, "Be good and wait for me here." After saying that, he jumped directly from the city wall, then stood firmly on the red shield made of steel and flew towards Zhang Mu's position. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Thunderbolt martial arts school saw the young man and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, such a young mind master. Ning Yuan jumped down from the shield, his eyes red, and controlled the flying knife to stab the two soul-devouring rabbits and Zhang Mu back to back. "Uncle Zhang, your right hand. Why haven't you left yet? Get out of here now." Zhang Mu saw Ning Yuan behind him and cursed angrily. "Uncle Zhang, let me take you away." Ning Yuan ignored Zhang Mu's scolding. "Where else can we go? Our home is right behind us. Who will protect it if I leave? I'll do it." Zhang Mu looked at Ning Yuan seriously at this time and was very shocked. "What's your strength? Have you broken through to become a martial artist?" Zhang Mu pushed Ning Yuan with his left hand. "You are such a freak, hurry up and leave. I'll give you 10 years to break through to become a martial saint. Don't die here with me. You can do much more than this." Ning Yuan ignored him, grabbed Zhang Mu's left hand, pulled him onto the shield and flew towards the city wall. Standing on the shield, Zhang Mu, who was holding Ning Yuan's shoulder with his left hand, suddenly froze. "Can you control objects to fly? Your mental strength has also improved?" "Well, I have broken through to the middle stage of the Void Realm," Ning Yuan said lightly. Zhang Mu's heart was already in turmoil. A mid-stage Void Realm Divine Mind Master who was less than 18 years old, apart from those with awakened spiritual talents, there had not been anyone with such high spiritual power at this age in the whole of China. In less than 28 seconds, Ning Yuan brought Zhang Mu up to the city wall, then looked at Zhang Mu with a firm gaze and said, "Uncle Zhang, who is the highest commander here?" Zhang Mu was puzzled as to why Ning Yuan asked this question, and replied softly, "The main gate of the city wall is the one we came in through. He should be there." "Okay, Luoshi, you take Uncle Zhang to get treatment first, and leave the rest to me." Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Luashi and instructed. "Okay, you must be careful." Lin Luashi was very obedient. She knew that the current situation was very serious, and she supported all of Ning Yuan's decisions. Even if Ning Yuan stayed on the battlefield forever, she would follow him without hesitation. In her heart, Ning Yuan has become her whole world. "Ning Yuan, don't be stupid. There are too many soul-devouring rabbits, and there are other stronger monsters mixed in. You still have a better future. There is no need to fight to the death here. Uncle Zhang, if this place is destroyed, I still have a future, but what about the hundreds of thousands of people in West Town? Leave it to me, Uncle Zhang. Actually, I'm also S rank." After saying that, Ning Yuan drove the shield towards the main gate. Zhang Mu was stunned. Lin Luashi called him several times but he didn't respond. Ning Yuan's words kept echoing in his ears. With the current mental strength, the fastest speed of the flying shield is about 60 ms. In less than a minute, Ning Yuan saw the middle-aged man in military uniform and with excellent temperament on the city wall. Ning Yuan jumped off the shield and walked towards Zhao Weigua. Zhao Weigua had already noticed Ning Yuan flying in the air, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, such a young mind master. "Are you the highest commander here?" "Hello, I'm Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan extended his hand to Zhao Weigua. Zhao Weigua smiled and stretched out his left hand to shake Ning Yuan's hand. "Hello, I am General Zhao Weigua." Eyes meeting. Ning Yuan asked, "How long will it take for the support to arrive?" 1 hour. An hour? That should be enough. I need you to take action once and help me kill more soul-eating rabbits. Just once will do. Ning Yuan looked at Zhao Weigua seriously. Zhao Weigua looked at Ning Yuan in front of him. He only had the strength of a martial artist, although he was a mind master, but these hundreds of thousands of soul-eating rabbits were simply not something he could handle. Even for him, a martial king-level powerhouse, it was almost impossible for him to handle these soul-eating rabbits alone. But the young man in front of him gave him a sense of trustworthiness, a feeling he had only seen in Luo Jingan, the god of war in their military region. Zhao Weigua looked Ning Yuan straight in the eye. "If there is only one move, then yes. But I can only use one move. I need to save my energy to deal with the king-level monster behind me." After saying that, Zhao Weiguo jumped off the city wall and roared. Everyone stand back. The warriors who were fighting in front of the main gate stopped fighting immediately and ran towards the city wall when they heard Zhao Weiguo's order. Zhao Weiguo, standing alone in front of the city wall, slowly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Flaming crimson sky." I saw the fire element quickly condensing behind him, and finally turned into countless small fireballs, flying towards the dark monsters. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and small pits were blasted out on the ground. This group's skill killed at least 5,000 soul-eating rabbits. At this time, the king-level monster hiding behind the soul-eating rabbit sensed Zhao Weiguo's breath and slowly opened his eyes. The two eyes emitted a dark green light, giving people a gloomy feeling. After doing all this, Zhao Weiguo kicked the ground, jumped back onto the city wall and said to Ning Yuan, "I have done what you asked me to do, what do you want to do next?" Although the number of soul-devouring rabbits that have died on the field has exceeded 10,000, the casualties among the warriors have exceeded 300. It's almost impossible to hold on for an hour. If you don't try, how will you know? Ning Yuan smiled and controlled the shield to fly down. Chapter 22, Shadow Army. Under the main gate city wall, Ning Yuan was alone looking at the monster rushing towards him, his face not panicking at all. He just wanted to avenge Uncle Zhang. Ning Yuan touched the ground with his hands, and he could clearly feel the ghost of the dead soul-eating rabbit. Summon the spirit. On the ground, tens of thousands of soul-eating rabbits came back to life in the form of black shadows. They bowed to Ning Yuan, and at this moment Ning Yuan was their king. A virtual panel appeared in Ning Yuan's mind, with the words "Contract a first-level demon beast, soul-devouring rabbit" written on it. Ning Yuan certainly would not waste the only 3 contract spots, so he decisively chose no. Zhao Weiguo on the city wall stared at the shadow army with wide eyes. Undead talent, this talent is definitely S-level. Such a high talent, and he's also a spiritualist. This kid was born for the battlefield. Ha ha ha, my China is so prosperous. Ning Yuan, who was standing under the city wall, gave them the order to attack the beast tide. Then he saw tens of thousands of black soul-eating rabbits behind him rushing forward and fighting with the monsters. Under Ning Yuan's command, the shadow soul-eating rabbits were obviously more powerful than the monsters. They could not feel pain and were completely fighting machines. The black mass of soul-eating rabbits in front were dispersed by the tens of thousands of black army. Even Ning Yuan himself did not expect that the soul-summoning talent was so abnormal. Not only could he summon the undead for a short period of time, he could even choose whether to contract with it and let it fight for him for the rest of his life. However, the number of undead that can be contracted is limited, only 3. But the contracted undead will grow with their own strength. However, the higher the level of the contracted monster, the lower the success rate. But if I contract a king or emperor level in the future, I will just take off from the spot. At this moment, Ning Yuan suppressed his excitement, flew up to the city wall and said to Zhao Weiguo, "General Zhao, this is all I can do. I have to rush to the east gate. My teammates are still fighting over there." Zhao Weiguo patted Ning Yuan's shoulder with relief. "Just call me Uncle Zhao. Calling me General Zhao is too formal. Go ahead, we can hold this place." Ning Yuan stepped onto the shield and flew towards the east gate at an extremely fast speed. On the main gate wall, many soldiers who did not know Ning Yuan slowly saluted him. They knew that this young man had turned the tide of the battle. "Warriors, Ning Yuan has already relieved a lot of pressure on us. What's left now is up to us. Let's kill them all in one go." Zhao Weiguo was in a good mood and shouted. The soldiers' morale was high, and the young man named Ning Yuan had left a deep impression on them. At the east wall gate, although the number of soul-eating rabbits was not as many as at the main gate, the battle situation was much more brutal than at the main gate, and the number of casualties was roughly estimated to be more than 500. Ning Yuan was flying in the air and saw several familiar figures killing soul-eating rabbits with bloody knives. They were Qin Rui, Lu Qi, and Zhang Yu. Fortunately, everyone is okay. Ning Yuan flew down, stood under the city wall, and used his talent, spirit summoning. Soon, thousands of dead soul-eating rabbits turned into black undead and rushed towards the herd. What's going on? Who created this black soul-devouring rabbit? The soldiers who were fighting in the beast group were very surprised to see the monsters around them being scattered by the black soul-eating rabbit. Qin Rui and others were shocked when they saw Ning Yuan commanding the black soul-eating rabbit to fight behind them. They broke away from the herd and quickly ran to Ning Yuan, asking anxiously, "Ning Yuan, did you make these?" "Uncle Qin, this is my talent, spirit summoning." Ning Yuan smiled and said. Isn't your talent gluttony? Lao Zhang told me about it. I am a dual-talented person. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. The three of them looked at each other. It seemed that there was no precedent of dual talent awakening people in Chinese history. Today, this miracle appeared before them. You, what level of talent do you have? S rank. Hiss. Everyone gasped. An S-level talent, a psychic, what the hell was that monster standing in front of them? Xin Rui patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder and said, "You are really good, boy. It's a pity that Lao Zhan lost one of his arms. Fortunately, you took him away. Otherwise, with his stubborn temper, he might have died in this battle." Ning Yuan nodded, feeling a little guilty for not arriving in time. If he had been faster, Uncle Zhang would not have lost his right arm. You don't need to blame yourself. If old Zhang knew how strong you are now, he would definitely be pleased. Xin Rui saw that Ning Yuan felt a little guilty and spoke to comfort him. The original task of holding off the beast type for an hour was basically impossible to complete, but now they have held it for an hour and a half, and they are fighting more and more bravely. The army of monsters has even retreated thousands of meters. Finally, the belated support finally arrived. More than a dozen fighter planes appeared in the sky. They were the new JA-12 fighter planes from the Martial Arts Association headquarters. The planes continuously fired special bullets and missiles at the beasts, causing considerable damage to the soul-eating rabbits. A group of powerful warriors came down from the ladders of several helicopters of the Thunder Martial Arts School. The weakest one was at the level of a 7th-level great martial artist. The reason why the support took so long to arrive was that there was a group of raiding beasts blocking the way from the air, and the support was tied up for a long time. The clarion call for counterattack has finally sounded. Of the hundreds of thousands of soul-eating rabbits, only 1/3 are left, and the remaining soul-eating rabbits are fleeing everywhere. In order to prevent the soul-eating rabbits from making a comeback, Zhao Weiguo ordered to eradicate them completely. If we let them run back, given the reproduction rate of the soul-eating rabbits, they will surely come back in a few months. 2 kilometers outside the city wall, the black soul-eating rabbit army was frantically chasing the fleeing soul-eating rabbits. The pilot of the Martial Arts Association on the fighter plane was stunned when he saw this scene. Why are the monsters fighting among themselves? They didn't care about anything and just fired at the herd of beasts, since they were all monsters anyway. The warriors of the Thunder Martial Arts School couldn't help but exclaim, "Fuck," when they saw the scene. In the past, when they supported the beast tide, the scale of the beast tide was much smaller than this, so they could only passively defend and dared not pursue the victory. This time, a large army of black soul-eating rabbits appeared out of nowhere and killed each other, directly dispersing the group of soul-eating rabbits. In the distance, the king-level monster commanding the battle behind the beast group looked at the fleeing soul-devouring rabbits with rage. It swallowed several fleeing soul-devouring rabbits in one gulp and roared, as if to say, "Deserters, all must die." Afterwards, the soul-eating rabbit army had no choice but to fight the black army. In a corner of the battlefield, Ning Yuan used his talent, spirit summoning, to summon a new black army. All I can say is that the most common creatures on the field right now are not living soul-eating rabbits, but undead soul-eating rabbits. Finally, the Beast King realized that the situation was not right. He was very angry and roared, ready to fight personally. At this moment, right in front of it stood a middle-aged man in combat armor, who was Zhao Weiguo. Chapter 23 King Level, Sand Wolf. The giant sand wolf is about 12 meters tall, with a tall and majestic figure, agile and strong, like a mobile fortress in the desert. Above the wolf's head, the eyes flashed with a cold and sharp light, which was a declaration of absolute dominance over this territory, revealing the innate cunning and ferocity. Zhao Weiguo stood in front of the Shatsong giant wolf holding a blood-red steel spear. He couldn't help but frown as he looked at this king-level monster. There was no doubt that this Shatsong giant wolf had reached the peak strength of the king level. Among the same level, unless there is a big gap in talent, monsters are still slightly stronger than humans. Ouch! The giant Shatsong wolf roared, kicked the ground with its hind legs, raised a cloud of dust, and rushed towards Zhao Weiguo. Zhao Weiguo's figure flashed, he dodged the sharp claws sideways, and stabbed it with a gun, but couldn't penetrate it at all. So hard! As expected of the Desert King, with such incredible speed and excellent defense. Zhao Weiguo used the force to retreat several hundred meters, then held the gun in one hand and leaned his body slightly downward. Pejun. This is the A-level martial art, Pejun spear technique, practiced by Zhao Weiguo. This martial art was created by a saint-level strongman. It is specially designed to break all kinds of defenses, and the spear is unstoppable. Suddenly, Zhao Weiguo rushed towards the giant Shatsong wolf like a stream of light. The giant Shatsong wolf felt a hint of danger, jumped up from the ground, and its figure flashed. One of its claws collided with Zhao Weiguo's gun, sparking bursts of fire. The two sides are at a stalemate. But after close contact, Zhao Weiguo also discovered that below its neck, scales were covered like layers of solid armor, intertwined with tough wolf hair, combining hardness and softness, and it was impossible to break the defense. Its weakest point is its neck. As long as you can hit its neck, there is a great chance of winning. Zhao Weiguo's mind raced as he thought of a strategy to kill with one strike. Suddenly, Zhao Weiguo distanced himself and the fire element in his hand quickly condensed, eventually turning into a flaming sword. Judgment of Fire. The giant flaming sword behind Zhao Weiguo flew quickly towards the Shatsong giant wolf. No matter how the Shatsong giant wolf dodged, once the Judgment of Flame selected a target, it would not stop chasing until it hit the target before the fire element was exhausted. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, the giant Shatsong wolf could only bite the bullet and take the sword head-on. As a king-level monster, the giant Shatsong wolf has long been intelligent. It knows very well that this period is the best time for humans to attack it, so it is always alert to the actions of the middle-aged man in front of it. As long as he moves, it will immediately dodge. However, just as it was thinking about countermeasures, Zhao Weiguo had already stabbed a gun into its neck, and puff, blood gushed out. The giant Shatsong wolf looked at Zhao Weiguo, who was still standing not far in front of him and controlling the giant flaming sword, and was very confused as to why this human was clearly standing there, but suddenly appeared in front of him. This is exactly Zhao Weiguo's skill, the incarnation of the fire element. He can use the fire element to create an avatar, which serves as a carrier of the fire element to control the Sword of Judgment. Roar! The giant Shatsong wolf roared in pain, and its desire to survive made it even more furious. It raised its hind legs and kicked at Zhao Weiguo. Zhao Weiguo could only pull out the spear from his neck to avoid the attack of the Shatsong giant wolf. At this time, the fire element was almost exhausted, the judgment sword turned into sparks, and the Shatsong giant wolf staggered and almost fell to the ground. But then, it gradually stood firm, and its whole body made a beep, beep sound. The muscles of the sand wolf began to bulge slowly, and the tendons and bones all over its body also made a crackling sound. The originally huge body has now become a circle bigger, and the bloody hole in its neck is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the desperate method used by king-level monsters to burn their blood. Once this method is used, the sand wolf will never be able to break through to the emperor level in this lifetime. But the human in front of it has threatened its life, so it has to use the method of burning blood, otherwise it will definitely die here today. Ning Yuan, who had just arrived at this moment, was flying in the air with a shield and was amazed when he saw this scene. How terrifying! This level of battle is completely beyond its ability to participate. Even if it can control the flying knife to attack from a distance, with its strength, it is estimated that it can't even pierce the neck. Suddenly, yellow light surged from the right front paw of the Shatsong giant wolf, and it turned into a phantom and slapped towards Zhao Weiguo with one claw. Bang! The spear and claws collided violently, with only a sharp collision sound. Zhao Weiguo flew backwards, and the hand holding the spear trembled slightly. Zhao Weiguo's face was solemn. This beast's strength has increased so much. We can't fight it head-on. This bloodline secret method will definitely not last long. After releasing two skills, he used a large amount of fire elements to condense a flame clone. Now, there are very few fire elements he can condense, and he only has one chance to release a skill left. For a moment, Zhao Weiguo could not think of a way to deal with the giant Shatsong wolf, and could only bite the bullet and dodge its attacks. The giant Shatsong wolf was so fast that Zhao Weiguo had no way to attack its neck. If only there were a way to slow it down. Ning Yuan in the air also noticed this, and after hesitating for a moment, his eyes became firm. Beside his body, golden thunder made a crackling sound of electricity, and the golden thunder element quickly condensed in his palm. General Zhao, take action. Ning Yuan shouted in the air, and the 9 profound golden thunder in his right hand turned into a golden snake and shot towards the Shatsong giant wolf at the speed of light. No matter how fast its reaction speed is, it has no way to avoid this thunder attack. Although there is a big gap between Ning Yuan and it in level, the power of the 9 profound golden thunder as an ancient divine thunder cannot be underestimated. Although the Shatsong giant wolf was not injured by the 9 profound golden thunder, its body was paralyzed for 1 second. And for such a top combat expert, this second is enough to become the key to turning defeat into victory. Po Jun. Before Ning Yuan finished speaking, the moment he noticed the golden thunder striking the Shatsung giant wolf, Zhao Weiguo had already picked up his spear and stabbed it towards the neck of the Shatsung giant wolf. Pu Chi. The spear instantly pierced through the neck of the Shatsung giant wolf. Zhao Weiguo pulled out the spear and then pierced through its head. Blood gushed out of the sand wolf's head, and its fierce eyes gradually became blurred. Before it closed its eyes, it saw the young figure in the air. It was just an ant at the martial artist level. It was unwilling to accept this. Only after seeing that the giant Shatsung wolf was completely dead did Ning Yuan fly down. Zhao Weiguo originally thought it was a lightning awakener from the Martial Arts Association who came to support him. He was about to express his gratitude, but when he saw that the person coming down from the sky was Ning Yuan, he was shocked. "It's you, kid. How come you have lightning skills? Don't you have a special talent for the undead?" Ning Yuan smiled and said, "I am a dual-talented person. This is my second S-level talent, 9 Profound Golden Thunder. Chapter 24 King-level Undead, Dahe." "What? Dual talents? And they're both S rank. Will you let others live?" Zhao Weiguo widened his eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face, and said excitedly, putting his hand on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Ning Yuan smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could do. He was the chosen one. After a long while, Zhao Weiguo finally recovered and calmed down. He warned Ning Yuan, it's best not to reveal your talent until you have sufficient strength. China is in chaos, and there's no guarantee that someone won't attack you. I suggest you join the military district. I will report your information truthfully to my superiors. By then, your information should become an S-level secret. Zhao Weiguo suggested. But I have already joined the Martial Arts Association, can I still join the military district? Ning Yuan asked with some confusion. Of course, many people join both the Martial Arts Association and the military district. Ning Yuan then remembered that Qin Rui seemed to be like this. He was not only a second lieutenant, but also an instructor in the Martial Arts Association. We'll talk about this later. You think about it. I'll deal with the herd first. You go back to the base first. I'll get someone to handle this. Zhao Weiguo ran towards the beasts in the distance and spoke. How could Ning Yuan leave so quickly? His talent, spirit summoning, allows him to contract the undead, but he didn't expect that the first test subject would be a king-level monster. Ning Yuan placed his hands on the body of the giant Shatsung wolf and slowly condensed a black giant Shatsung wolf, crawling in front of him. The size is about the same as before, and a panel appeared in Ning Yuan's mind. Do you want to contract the undead king-level sand wolf? Yes. Ning Yuan suddenly felt that there was some connection between himself and the Shatsung giant wolf, and that he could kill the Shatsung giant wolf at any time as long as he thought about it. Monster, sand wolf. Level, early king level. It seems that his strength is still too low. After the sand wolf, which was originally at the peak of the king level, turned into an undead, it was only at the early king level, equivalent to the strength of a 4th level human martial king. But for Ning Yuan now, this is undoubtedly the strongest life-saving trump card. You don't have a name yet, so I'll call you Dahe from now on. Ning Yuan said to Dahe, who was crawling on the ground. Ning Yuan looked at the huge body of the Shatsung giant wolf and said, your body is too big. Can you make it smaller? Listening to Ning Yuan's words, the Shatsung giant wolf turned into a body the size of a Siberian tiger, and then crawled into Ning Yuan's shadow. It's really convenient, worthy of being an S-level talent. It's time to go back to base. I wonder how Uncle Zhang is doing now. In the military base ward, Zhang Mu was lying on the hospital bed, the cuff of his right arm was empty. Lin Luashi was sitting beside the bed, staring blankly, with a worried look on his face. She really wanted to accompany Ning Yuan to resist the beast tide, but she knew that she was not strong enough and would only be a burden to Ning Yuan if she went. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened. Lin Luashi turned around and saw Ning Yuan walking in. He quickly stood up and ran over to hug Ning Yuan. Lin Luashi said nothing. Ning Yuan didn't say anything, but just patted her back with his left hand and touched her silver hair with his right hand. Okay, Luoshi, Uncle Zhang is still watching. Lin Luashi then let go of her hand, raised her head and looked at Ning Yuan with her big red eyes. Her aggrieved look made Ning Yuan's heart melt. He knew that the rich young woman must be blaming herself for being too weak to help him. Alright, you're S rank. You'll definitely be stronger than me in the future, so you have to protect me. I certainly will. Ning Yuan walked to the bedside and looked at Zhang Mu, who looked a little nervous. He knew that Zhang Mu was worried about the beast tide. Ning Yuan said softly, "Uncle Zhang, the beast tide has receded, and the beast king is dead. Don't worry." Hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Zhang Mu, who had never shed tears even when his arm was broken, now had tears in his eyes and laughed out loud. "That's good, that's good." The ward was very quiet. The three of them sat quietly without saying a word. Not long after, Xin Rui and two other people came to the ward to visit Zhang Mu. Ning Yuan knew that the brothers must have a lot to talk about, so he took Lin Luashi out. "Old Zhang. Brother Zhang. Hee, Lao Qin, my right hand is disabled. I'm afraid I can't fight with you in the future. You will be the captain from now on. As for the other teammate, you can choose one." Zhang Mu said quietly. "Lao Zhang, what do you mean? Do we care that you are missing a hand? At worst, you can stand behind us and we will rush to the front. Our team will still be an elite team." Xin Rui said with some excitement. Zhang Mu smiled and said, "That's not what I meant. For so many years, ever since the fall of the Red Star, I have been working hard in the Warrior Association. From a small warrior to the current great warrior, I have hardly slacked off for a single day. I haven't spent enough time with my wife and children. Please let me go back this time." Xin Rui didn't say anything. He also knew Zhang Mu's situation. Not only was he the president of the Martial Arts Association, he also often accompanied them on missions, and most of the time he came back injured. Because of this incident, Zhang Mu's wife had several arguments with him, mostly about what they would do if something happened to Zhang Mu one day. Seeing that Xin Rui didn't say anything, Zhang Mu changed the subject and asked, "I heard from Ning Yuan that the beast tide has retreated. Could it be that the reinforcements from the Martial Arts Association and Thunder Martial Arts School arrived ahead of time?" Before Xin Rui could speak, Zhang Yu's face showed excitement, and he couldn't wait to speak first. "Brother Zhang, it's not the Martial Arts Association, it's Ning Yuan. This kid actually has an S-level talent, spirit summoning, which allows him to summon monsters that have died within an hour and turn them into undead to fight. You don't know, the entire battlefield at the back was filled with black soul-devouring rabbits. The original beast tide was directly dispersed, and it is estimated that they have been completely wiped out now." Zhang Mu sat up straight away, almost tearing the sutured wound on his right arm. "What?" Although Ning Yuan said that he actually had an S-level talent when he brought him back for treatment, Zhang Mu didn't expect that this talent was so perverted. Undead, S-level among special talents, what a monster this was. The most an ordinary person can summon when awakening the undead is B-level, and the upper limit is monsters that died within an hour, which does not exceed 100. However, that ability is equivalent to an A-level talent. He directly occupied the entire battlefield, which was so abnormal. Fortunately, I invited him to join the Martial Arts Association the first time I saw him there. Such a genius will definitely become a legendary existence in the future." Zhang Mu calmed down and said, "You must not reveal Ning Yuan's dual talents. A tall tree attracts the wind. He still needs time to grow." Xin Rui and the other two nodded. "Don't worry, we have a plan." What the four people in the ward didn't know was that before long, Ning Yuan had become a war god. Chapter 25 Major General. 2 days passed by in a flash. The once tragic scene on the battlefield had quietly changed. The piles of soul-devouring rabbit corpses had now been cleared. The cleaning work is not an easy task. Although the soul-eating rabbits are small in size, there are many of them. They once surged like a tide, assaulting the defenses, leaving corpses scattered across the battlefield. Furthermore, the corpses of the soul-devouring rabbits were essentially useless, providing almost no improvement to their martial arts. As the cleanup work was completed, the battlefield gradually returned to a semblance of calm. The bloody odor that once permeated the air gradually dissipated in the breeze, leaving only a few mottled bloodstains. In the office at the highest level of the military base, Zhao Weigua smiled and asked Ning Yuan. "Ning Yuan, what are your thoughts on joining the military district? I reported your performance during this beast tide to Marshal Yi. He has high hopes for you. If you join, based on the military exploits you've accumulated during this beast tide, Marshal Yi has promised to grant you the rank of Major General as an exception." Ning Yuan was a little shocked. After all, he was just a martial artist. Most people of Ning Yuan's age have a dream of becoming a general. In the past, he did not have the ability and had no sense of patriotism, but now that he has the ability, he naturally wants to make a difference in this regard. It doesn't matter if you're a major general or not, it's all about patriotism. It's an honor to join you. Ah, it's our honor to have you join us. You're a natural-born soldier. Zhao Weigua smiled and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. Oh, right, this is the reward Marshal Yi asked me to give you. It's the S-rank martial art, Shinra 3 Absolute Swords. This is the martial art Marshal Yi created when he entered the Martial Saint realm. Go back and study it carefully. I haven't practiced it before, so I can't give you any guidance. Zhao Weigua handed Ning Yuan a smart ball. This is a frostfire throwing knife made from the horn of the frostfire rhino, an emperor-level monster. Its density and hardness far exceed your crimson blood throwing knife. Zhao Weigua handed over a black box, inside of which lay 10 frostfire flying knives. Okay, thank you Uncle Zhao. If you want to thank someone, thank Marshal Yi. He gave you all these. If he wasn't unable to leave now, he would have wanted to come and see you in person. Zhao Weigua said with a smile. If I have the chance, I will definitely thank Marshal Yi in person. Ning Yuan said with a smile. Originally, there should have been a commendation meeting, but Marshal Yi said you are still young, and a big tree attracts the wind, so keep everything simple. Your uniform, Major General's epaulets, and identity certificate are all here. Please put them away. Nothing else. Ning Yuan put the things into the void ring, thanked Zhao Weigua and left. Outside the door, Lin Luashi, wearing a floral short skirt, sat on a bench. The sunlight gently shone on her body, giving the floral skirt a layer of golden glow. She held a silver-white wolf cub in her hands, forming a beautiful scenery. People were coming and going in the corridor, and almost everyone had to look at her, but none of this had anything to do with her. At this moment, her world only consisted of the person inside the door. As soon as Ning Yuan went out, he saw Lin Luashi sitting on a bench. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a gentle smile. It's been a long time. Let's go home. Ning Yuan reached out and took Lin Luashi's soft and boneless little hand, and said softly. Along the way, many soldiers saluted Ning Yuan. They all knew Ning Yuan and knew that it was this young man who saved them. Ning Yuan also saluted them in return. Ning Yuan, why are they all saluting you? Lin Luashi asked coldly. Lin Luashi didn't know that the biggest contributor to repelling the beast tide was actually Ning Yuan. Because now I am a soldier too. Lin Luashi stopped, broke free from Ning Yuan's big hand with her little hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong? You are a soldier now, then do you still have time to accompany me? Why do you ask? Ning Yuan felt a little distressed when he saw the aggrieved look on the young rich woman's face. My father is also a soldier. He is always busy and may not be able to come home once a month. Ning Yuan understood instantly and touched Lin Luashi's head with his right hand. Don't worry, I'm different from your father. I will always be by your side. Real? Certainly. Lin Luashi held back the tears in her eyes and a smile instantly appeared on her face. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the change in her expression. Poochie. Why are you laughing? You change your face so quickly, crying and laughing like a child. What do you care? Lin Luashi pouted and lightly punched Ning Yuan's chest with her pink fist. Hold. Ning Yuan held the little rich woman's hand again, and felt very happy. Lin Luashi is always easy to coax. All she wants is simple companionship, not material things. Before traveling through time, when Ning Yuan was in college, in order to please his girlfriend, he squeezed out his living expenses to buy her a new mobile phone and a bag, and he could only eat steamed buns for a month. Even so, he was dumped in the end. Ning Yuan looked up at the blue sky, as if he saw his former self, and felt that the present was just a dream. Ning Yuan turned his head and looked at the rich woman next to him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luoshi, do you want to fly? I'll fly you back. Ning Yuan took out a red shield made of a special monster from the void ring, led Lin Luashi to stand on it, grabbed the little wolf cub with one hand and stuffed it into his collar. Luoshi, hold me tight. Lin Luashi hugged Ning Yuan's waist tightly with both hands, and crossed her arms over Ning Yuan's belly button. Ning Yuan could clearly feel the softness against his back. Why does the little rich woman's thing seem to have grown bigger again? So soft. Ning Yuan shook his head, and with a thought, the shield flew up directly. Worried that Lin Luashi was not yet used to it, Ning Yuan did not fly too high or too fast. Lin Luashi looked at the shield that was off the ground and felt that he was already flying in the air. Looking down, the military base was gradually getting smaller and his vision was gradually becoming wider. Ning Yuan, are you a witch? Lin Luashi's eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't know that psychics could fly. She had only seen witches flying on broomsticks in novels. Ning Yuan was amused by her cuteness. Pfft, are you stupid? I'm a man. After a psychic breaks through the middle stage of the void realm, he can control objects and fly. Yes. Are psychics so powerful that they can even fly? I also want to become a psychic. Can you teach me? Cultivating spiritual power is very painful. You can only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. Are you sure? Ning Yuan threatened. Forget it, I'd rather sleep a little longer. Anyway, you can take me flying with you. Lin Luashi sighed. In fact, it was not that Ning Yuan didn't want her to cultivate her spiritual power. In fact, Lin Luashi's spiritual power was not low, but it was indeed very painful. The soul refining method was so painful that he could hardly persist. He didn't want Lin Luashi to suffer. Ning Yuan, fly higher. Lin Luashi's hair was already messed up by the wind, but she enjoyed the feeling of flying. Ning Yuan smiled dotingly. Okay, hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Let's go home. Chapter 26. The person in front of you is the one you love. At the speed of the flying shield, it took more than an hour to reach the waterside manor. In the martial arts training hall, Ning Yuan was trying to figure out the new martial art, the Shinra 3 absolute swords, that Zhao Weiguo had given him. The 3 Shinra swords have been cultivated to perfection. The swords are fierce and sharp. When they are drawn, it is like the destruction of heaven and earth, and the sky and the earth change color. With the help of the Eye of True Vision, Ning Yuan clearly saw the details of the practice of the 3 swords of Shinra, and then he cast aside all distractions and devoted himself to practicing the sword. Ning Yuan practiced for a while, then stood there frowning and thinking hard, occasionally making a few gestures with his hands, then stopped to think, and made a few more gestures. It feels like doing a math problem. You start by writing down a solution, then think about it for a while, and then you write a few times when you have an idea, and then stop and think again. That kind of final question cannot be solved in an hour or even a whole day. At this moment, Ning Yuan devoted himself to the study of knife skills as if he were doing a math problem. However, with the Eye of True Vision, Ning Yuan's subtle control over his body and martial arts allowed him to quickly get started. After a day of hard training, Lin Luashi came to bring him food several times, but he didn't eat any of it. At night, the lights in the martial arts hall were not on. In the dim hall, Ning Yuan continued to swing his sword, and it was impossible to count how many times he had swung it. Call. The thunder knife moved only once, and a cold light flashed. There was a faint fluctuation in the air, as if the space was distorted, and bursts of sonic booms were emitted. Is this the sword energy? Ning Yuan widened his eyes and was stunned. He had actually mastered the 3 ultimate swords of Shinra. You have to know that this is an S-level martial art. It would take an ordinary person a year or 2 to achieve minor success, but he achieved minor success in just 1 day. This sword of mine carries a sword aura, and it contains hidden internal energy. This sword is probably comparable to that of a high-level martial artist. If the 9 profound golden thunder is injected into the thunder sword, its power will definitely not be underestimated. Ning Yuan was very happy. Before, he had to rely on mental power to fight against the great martial artist, but now his martial arts skills can barely match those of the great martial artist. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Ning Yuan, who was immersed in joy, suddenly remembered that after he came back yesterday, he had requisitioned the martial arts hall and had ignored Lin Luashi all day. He was so engrossed in practicing martial arts that the knock on the door reminded him of the rich woman outside. Ning Yuan opened the door and looked at Lin Luashi outside, who was puffing up his cheeks and looking at him with angry eyes, and couldn't help laughing. Even when he's angry, he's so cute, like a hamster. Puff. You're still laughing. You haven't eaten for a whole day. Lin Luashi said coldly. Well, you know that when you have inspiration for practicing martial arts, you must strike while the iron is hot. Let's go get some crawfish together. Lin Luashi's face was stern, and she looked a little arrogant. I want it spicy. Okay, I will follow the queen's orders. Ning Yuan didn't know why, but Lin Luashi was very happy when he heard this. In the lobster restaurant, in order to please Lin Luashi, Ning Yuan wanted to peel the shrimp for Lin Luashi, but Lin Luashi not only refused, but also put the peeled shrimp into Ning Yuan's bowl. You haven't eaten for a day, eat more. Lin Luashi was not actually angry, she just wanted Ning Yuan to remember to eat while practicing. When Ning Yuan had almost finished eating, the rich woman took out a wallet from her black bag and pushed it out. What's wrong? Didn't you use all your money to buy beast cores before? I don't need my money, so I'll give it to you. Lin Luashi pursed her lips. Ning Yuan was somewhat touched. Is everything here? Ning Yuan opened his wallet and saw that it was full of 100 yuan bills and several black cards. You gave me all the money, so what are you going to do? From now on, you have to eat with me, go shopping with me, and buy snacks with me. Ning Yuan soon discovered that something was wrong. Lin Luashi seemed to have some expectation on his face. Ning Yuan thought about it and pushed the wallet back. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself and don't lose it. Lin Luashi frowned and pushed it back, his expression somewhat serious, as if to say that if you don't take it, you won't be able to get through today. Ning Yuan had no choice but to put the pink purse into his pocket. Ning Yuan took out 200 yuan bills from her pink wallet, paid the bill, and spoke. Let's go for a stroll around Xianyue Lake. No, I didn't wash it. Question mark. Ning Yuan was stunned and said seriously, Lin Luashi, I say again that I am a gentleman. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's dazed eyes and didn't want to explain. Well, forget it, go home and sleep. No, let's go to Xianyue Lake. Lin Luashi shook his head. Aren't you going? I want to see the goldfish. Lin Luashi said coldly. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi sat down side by Xianyue Lake, looking at the dark lake, both feeling a little embarrassed. It's so funny that someone would come to Xianyue Lake to see goldfish late at night. It would be a miracle if they could see them. When did you put your feet in my arms? Question mark. It was you who took off my shoes and socks and then grabbed them. Lin Luashi rolled his eyes at Ning Yuan and said with a pout. How is that possible? I'm a gentleman. You must have stretched your foot out unconsciously. Although Ning Yuan felt guilty, he enjoyed pinching the coins in his hands and spoke righteously. Lin Luashi looked at him with a gentlemanly look and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that she really took it off by herself? Ning Yuan warmed her feet and put on socks and shoes for her. Looking at the round moon above his head, he remembered that he was dumped by his girlfriend when he was on Earth. Since then, he no longer believed in the so-called true love. But then he thought back to how Lin Luashi had thrown himself in front of him in the face of danger, and the heavy wallet in his pocket. After a moment of silence, he quietly said, Little rich girl, I thought I wouldn't fall in love with anyone easily, but I couldn't help but fall in love with you. It's not your beauty that attracts me, it's your selfless devotion when I'm in danger, and it's the small but heavy wallet that moves me. I've always been with you as a good friend before. Can you let me change my identity this time? Lin Luashi listened quietly, feeling the love conveyed by the romantic moonlight and evening breeze, and her heart was beating slightly. Just like in the movie she watched, the sudden confession made her a little overwhelmed. When she raised her head, her eyes were filled with tears and her voice was trembling. I like you too, but I dare not say it, I'm afraid you don't like me. Am I a coward? Ning Yuan looked at the crying girl in front of him, and his heart felt as if it was blocked. He hugged her in his arms. No, you are brave, I am too cowardly. The evening breeze blew quietly, as if telling of the love between the two. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its reflection on Xianyue Lake, witnessing this simple and sincere confession. The two people hugged each other and quietly looked at the lake's surface, which was stirred by the wind, which was exactly in line with the saying. The moon in the lake is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the one in my heart. Chapter 27 Secret Realm, College Entrance Examination begins. Waterside Manor. Inside Villa number 33. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were eating breakfast, and Ning Yuan's eyes would occasionally look at the snow-white cleavage at the collar of the rich young woman. Ning Yuan suddenly said, Luashi, I'm going to take the college entrance examination today? Well, after you finish your exams, the college teachers will conduct a unified admissions process. I'll go to whichever school you go to then. Lin Luashi put down the chopsticks in his hand and went to the bedroom to change clothes and slippers. I'll go with you. I'll wait outside until you finish the exam. Ning Yuan was wearing a close-fitting combat suit, which was not only very light but also difficult to cut with ordinary knives. Lin Luashi wore a white t-shirt, short jeans and a pair of sneakers, looking youthful and energetic. Ning Yuan, let's go, Uncle Fu was waiting for us downstairs. Ning Yuan confirmed that he had brought his ID card. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi got into the Bentley that Uncle Fu parked at the door and set off for Jiangning No. 1 High School. Good luck, son. If you don't do well on the test, we can just be ordinary people and go home to help mom collect the rent. Just be sure to be safe. Mom, I understand. At the gate of Jiangning No. 1 High School, many parents came to send their children to take the college entrance examination. Ning Yuan, who was in the car, was very envious when he saw this scene. His parents far away on earth seemed to be in the same situation when he was taking the college entrance examination. He didn't know how they were doing now. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and got out of the Bentley. Lin Luashi also got out of the car and helped Ning Yuan straighten his collar. Holy crap, isn't this the school beauty Lin Luashi? Why is her hair white? Why is she fixing a man's collar? Ah, is my goddess in love? Where is it? Let me see. When Song Jun heard that it was the school beauty Lin Luashi, he turned around and took a look, his eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, isn't this Ning Yuan? How can someone with no talent or money hook up with the school beauty? He must have some special tricks. He wants to eat such a delicious free meal. He has already decided in his heart that he must find him to be his disciple and learn from him after he finishes the exam. Song Jun is a well-known rich second generation in their class. Although he has a rather arrogant personality, he is still very loyal. Ning Yuan earned a lot of his living expenses by helping him with his homework. Ning Yuan, I heard from my father that the location of this year's college entrance examination is in a secret place. The secret realm of the college entrance examination is an independent space created by a Marshall Saint-level space system expert. In June of each year, it will be opened exclusively to students from all over the province for the college entrance examination. Lin Luashi whispered. Ning Yuan smiled and touched her head. I know, you know my strength, just wait for your boyfriend to come back and get the top score. There were so many people watching them that Lin Luashi felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Wow, this damn thing isn't really about Colonel Hua, is it? He even touched the school beauty's head and she blushed. They must be in a relationship. Damn, a flower stuck in cow dung. In the classroom of Class 30 of Senior High School, the head teacher Lu Sanpao stood on the podium and explained the rules of the college entrance examination. The assessment is held in a secret realm. The surrounding area is filled with low-level monsters like ice spirit rabbits and bloodthirsty rats. The strongest one is equivalent to a third-level warrior. Killing one will earn you 1 point. There are monsters in the secret realm that are equivalent to human 5th-level warriors, such as the Shadow Wolf and the Iron Bull. Killing one is worth 5 points. Deep within the secret realm are top-tier monsters like the Flame Lion and the Shadow Leopard. Killing one gives you 15 points. It's best not to go too deep, as second-tier monsters have appeared there. I hope everyone will choose the appropriate area based on their own strengths. This isn't just playing house, it's real monster hunting. Every year, many students die in secret realms just for the sake of grades. Okay, if you have no problems, please go to the playground. The space vortex will open and teleport you into the secret realm. Lu Sanpao pushed his glasses and said. Ning Yuan didn't see Lu Ming in the class, so he thought he was admitted by recommendation. A-level talents are popular everywhere, so it is normal to be admitted by recommendation. Suddenly a hand patted his right shoulder. Ning Yuan turned around and saw that it was Song Jun. Ning Yuan used the eye of true vision to check Song Jun's attribute panel. Name, Song Jun. Level, 7th level warrior. Talent, B-level Wine Shadow Phantom Blade. Chi and Blood, 723. Spiritual Power, 78. Martial Skill, B-rank Phantom Stab. Wind Shadow Phantom Blade, able to summon a virtual blade condensed by wind, and can also greatly increase one's speed. B-level Wind Talent, this is considered a top genius in the school. Ning Yuan, when did you secretly start dating the cold school beauty? Teach me, I've been single for 18 years. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Mr. Song, you are rich and good-looking. Although you are not as handsome as me, it is easy for you to find a girlfriend, right? What kind of girlfriend do you want? The one who can match me must be the most beautiful girl in the school. Then you should stay single. Ning Yuan shook his shoulders twice, shook off Song Jun's hand, and walked straight towards the playground. Hey, don't go. If it really doesn't work, you can ask for a lower standard. On the playground, each class lined up neatly, with the head teacher standing at the front of the team. At this time, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked up to the empty podium. It was Qin Rui, the chief examiner of Jiangning No. 1 High School this year. He glanced around and was suddenly stunned. He saw Ning Yuan from class 10, who smiled and nodded at him. Song Jun, who was standing next to him, noticed Qin Rui's gaze and couldn't help but say, "Ning Yuan, this guy is looking at me with a smile. Is he interested in me?" Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at this funny guy and said nothing. "I am the chief examiner for Jiangning No. 1 High School. Before the exam begins, I will explain the rules and precautions again. The exam will start at 10 a.m. sharp and end at 5 p.m., lasting 7 hours. During these 7 hours, you can hunt monsters in the secret realm to accumulate points. I won't go into details about monster scoring, as I'm sure your homeroom teacher has already explained it many times. Finally, I have to remind you that there is a risk of death in the secret realm. It's not too late to exit now." Qin Rui's voice echoed in the playground. He glanced around and saw that no one wanted to quit. "Okay, let's start distributing the props now." The head teacher in the front row began to distribute smartwatches with scores and a jade token. The jade token is used to save your life. If you encounter danger in the secret realm, you can crush it in time to quickly teleport out, but this also means that you have failed the college entrance examination, and the score in the table will be directly recorded as 0. Therefore, every year many people would rather be killed by monsters than crush the jade token. But if he can't even survive the 7-hour secret realm, then he can't be a real warrior. You are allowed to form teams freely during the exam. You will have 10 minutes to find your teammates and enter their information into your watch. The exam will officially begin in 10 minutes. Qin Rui's serious voice came. Chapter 28 Naked Streak. Ning Yuan, with your D-level talent, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to even get into a vocational college. Call me Dad, and I will reluctantly take you into the team. Song Jun said, ruffling his flirty hair. Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at him, knowing that he cared about him, but the concern between brothers would not be expressed in words. As the saying goes, brotherhood is in the heart. Forget it, you should take care of yourself. I am going to be the top scorer in the province. If you call me Godfather, I will take you into the top 100 in the province. Ning Yuan patted Song Jun on the shoulder and said with a smile. You're still the top scorer? You're such a jerk. If you were the top scorer, I'd run around the school playground naked twice. Are you sure? Sure. Song Jun nodded firmly. He firmly believed that Ning Yuan would not be able to get the top spot. The exam has begun. Candidates, please enter the secret realm within 10 minutes. Failure to enter within 10 minutes will be deemed as giving up. Qin Rui's powerful voice spread throughout the playground. Song Jun knew that Ning Yuan was a proud person and would not team up with him. Brother, come on. Song Jun looked at Ning Yuan solemnly, patted his shoulder, then turned and walked into the space vortex. Ning Yuan walked in without hesitation. The playground soon became empty, with only a dozen class teachers and soldiers in military uniforms left. Monster Mountains, Monster Forest, and Monster Town are 3 maps designed by Jiangnan Province specifically for the college entrance examination. Candidates will be randomly teleported to one of the maps. The map covers a very large area, and the monsters inside are placed there by the question setting team before the exam. Roar. At the bottom of the Monster Mountain range, the roar of the monsters shook the earth. The jagged peaks resembled the broken fangs of a giant beast, and the dark purple rock walls were covered with mottled mucus, emitting a nauseating fishy sweet smell in the strong wind. Why is it so smelly? Vomit. Many candidates who had just been transferred in smelled the pungent smell of blood for the first time, their stomachs churned, and they couldn't help vomiting. Ning Yuan also thought of his first time in the small town in the western suburbs. It seemed to be the same, but now he is completely immune to the smell of blood. Ning Yuan opened his watch and checked the map. The bottom of the mountain was the outer area, the middle of the mountain was the middle area, and the area from the middle of the mountain to the top of the mountain was the core area. The top of the mountain is marked in dark red, which is obviously the most dangerous area. It's still a bit far to the core area. I'm too lazy to climb. Let's just fly up. Ning Yuan summoned a flying shield from the void ring and flew directly to the top of the mountain. Holy crap, why is there someone flying in the sky? Fuck you. Isn't this Ning Yuan? Am I seeing things right? Kai Kuan looked at Ning Yuan in the sky, rubbed his eyes, and looked incredulous. Isn't he a D-level superpower? This isn't the effect of his special ability. I've seen the information of everyone in our class. He should be a psychic, and his psychic power is already very high. Looking at the direction he's flying, it seems he's heading for the top of the mountain. Huang Rong, the class beauty next to him, was also shocked and spoke. There are at least first-level high-level monsters on the mountain. With his strength, he is just looking for death. Kai Kuan was a little disdainful. In his opinion, Ning Yuan was just lucky to become a spiritual master. But considering Huang Rong's family background and strength, she naturally knew that the power of a flying psychic was terrifying, and they should not be afraid even of a second-level monster. Huang Rong looked at the information of everyone in the class. Apart from Lu Ming's A-level talent, the strongest one left was Song Jun. She also looked for Song Jun, but Song Jun was not interested in forming a team, so she could only get Kai Kuan from Class 8 of Grade 3 to form a team. However, she did not expect that the most hidden person in the class was Ning Yuan. Kai Kuan has the B-level talent, Thunder Seal. As the most offensive Thunder talent, his strength is naturally very strong. However, in order not to undermine the confidence of his teammates, Huang Rong did not explain for Ning Yuan, but simply said, "Forget about him. We need to hurry up and get to the mountainside. There are only low-level monsters here. It will be too slow to get high scores." "That's right, I guess he will die on the top of the mountain soon." Kai Kuan couldn't help but complain. Kai Kuan and Ning Yuan have always had a bad relationship. The biggest reason for this is that Kai Kuan had pursued Lin Luashi before, but the rich young woman ignored him. When Kai Kuan saw Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi often walking together, he naturally felt unhappy and often made trouble for Ning Yuan. Now that Kai Kuan saw that it was hopeless to pursue his classmate Lin Luashi, he set his sights on Huang Rong. On the playground, there is a virtual scoring panel projected in the air, recording the scores of the school's candidates in real time. First place, Song Jun Class 30, 23 points. Second place, Lin Tao Class 8, Senior 3, 18 points. Third place, Kai Kuan Class 8, Senior 3, 16 points. Fourth place, Huang Rong Class 30, 16 points. Number 1060, Ning Yuan, 0 points. At this time, Ning Yuan had not even killed a single monster, but had already reached the top of the mountain in the red area marked on the watch. As soon as he landed, Ning Yuan saw a second-level monster, the nether leopard, staring at him fiercely not far away, with saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. Ning Yuan did not use his mental power, but wanted to use the monster on the top of the mountain to hone his swordsmanship. After all, his swordsmanship has not been put into practice in real combat for such a long time. Ning Yuan took out the thunder sword from the void ring and rushed towards the nether leopard. The watch beeps. Kill the level 2 primary monster nether leopard and get 30 points. Just an ordinary knife was enough to pierce through the body of the nether leopard. Immediately afterwards, the score on Ning Yuan's watch increased by 30 points. Killing a second-level monster gives you 30 points, which is twice as much as killing a first-level high-level monster. A second-level primary monster is too easy for me. Let's go deeper to see if there are stronger monsters. Ning Yuan looked at the knife in his hand and looked deeper. On the way to the core area of the mountain top, Ning Yuan continued to kill monsters. Kill the level 2 primary monster, the flame lion, and get 30 points. Kill the second-level primary monster golden ring python to get 30 points. Killing the second-level intermediate beast thunder beast earns 40 points. During the battle, Ning Yuan only used a knife and did not use any supernatural powers or mental power. On the one hand, he wanted to hone his swordsmanship, and on the other hand, he wanted to accumulate close combat experience. After all, using mental power on this second-level monster is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At this moment, Ning Yuan's score had soared to 340 points. On the playground, everyone was stunned to see Ning Yuan suddenly jump to the top of the ranking list. First place, Ning Yuan, 340 points. Second place, Song Jun, 115 points. Third place, Lin Tao, 105 points. Fourth place, Kai Kuan, 86 points. Holy crap, Lao Lu, Ning Yuan is from your class, and it's only been a short while and his score is already so high. A bald middle-aged man next to Lu Sanpao looked at the panel and said excitedly. Lu Sanpao was also stunned and said in confusion, "I don't know, he is just a D-level superpower." What? What the hell is going on in this world now? Is a D-level ability so powerful? The bald man took a deep breath and couldn't help but swear. With Ning Yuan's grades, if he said a few good words to the principal, his promotion to director would be basically a foregone conclusion. At this time, Lu Sanpao was already regretting it so much. He was not very nice to Ning Yuan and often made things difficult for him. He didn't expect that Ning Yuan had the best grades in their class. At this time, two people in the audience next to the podium smiled. They were Qin Rui and Lin Luashi. They both knew Ning Yuan's strength very well. If Zhang Mu hadn't told them not to easily expose Ning Yuan's talent, Qin Rui would have exempted him from the exam long ago. However, humans are not as united as imagined, and some forces specifically target highly talented awakened humans. Chapter 29: A Hero Saves a Beauty? Get me the information about Ning Yuan from Jiangning No. 1 High School. At this time, in an office of the Provincial Ministry of Education, a middle-aged man was looking at the virtual screen of the provincial rankings with some shock. First place, Wangtung Modu No. 1 Middle School, 450 points. Second place, Yin Qianxua Modu No. 1 Middle School, 420 points. Third place, Ning Yuan Jiangning No. 1 Middle School, 340 points. The prosperity and educational resources of Shanghai are far beyond the reach of Jiangning City. The remaining top 10 are basically from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and the others are only a few top students from Shanghai No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School. Song Jun, who ranks second from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School, can only barely make it into the top 1,000 in the province. Of course, this is also due to the policy of Jiangning City, that is, those with talents higher than a level are basically admitted, but the admitted students are not allowed to take the college entrance examination. You should know that Wang Tang and Yin Qianxua both have S-level talents. They just wanted to experience it before the college entrance examination, so they participated. Commander Liu, this is the information you requested, but I can only find information on campus. The rest of the information seems to be hidden and cannot be found at all. Lu Zhenghao looked at Ning Yuan's information in his hand and fell into deep thought. D-level talent, gluttony, 4th level warrior. Obviously, Ning Yuan's information is still not updated or hidden. Use my computer to search the military district's unique database. Lu Zhenghao frowned and said to the secretary next to him. Jiangning City hasn't had a genius in so many years. This time, not only is there an S-level talent, but now a Ning Yuan has appeared out of nowhere. Chief, it shows that the authority is insufficient. The secretary's voice trembled a little, and he finally realized that Ning Yuan's identity must be no simple matter. What? Lu Zhenghao looked incredulous. He lacked authority, which meant that his rank in the military region might not be as high as Ning Yuan's, but he was already a colonel. Could it be that Ning Yuan was already a general? Thinking of this, he quickly called Lin Tai in the Eastern Theater Command. Hey, Xiao Lu, what's going on? Lin, General Lin, I have a candidate named Ning Yuan from Jiangning City. He only has a D-level ability, but his score is already 3rd in the province. I want to check his basic information, but I don't have enough authority. What did you say his name was? Lin Tai in the Eastern Theater Command office suddenly stood up and raised his voice. Ning Yuan. I understand. I'm hanging up now. Don't check his identity anymore. Lu Zhenghao was shocked. He knew that General Lin knew Ning Yuan's identity and was helping Ning Yuan hide it. This made him even more curious about Ning Yuan. Lin Tai hung up the phone and quickly connected to the military district's VPN with his computer and searched the database for Ning Yuan's information. This site gave him a shock. Ning Yuan's information was classified as S-level confidentiality, and only those with the rank of general or above could see his information. Name, Ning Yuan. Rank, Major General. Talent, Dual Talents, S-level, 9 Profound Golden Thunder, S-level Undead Talent, Spirit Summoning. Spiritual strength has broken through the middle stage of the Void Realm. From May 30th to June 1st, Ning Yuan played a vital role in resisting the beast tide in the western suburbs military region, helping it annihilate hundreds of thousands of spirit-devouring rabbits. Double S talents, he also has a D-level talent, which means he is a triple-talented person. Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan's information in shock and took a deep breath. Hiss. This little freak is so talented, and he's hiding it from me. I guess I'll have to have him over for tea after the exam. It's inevitable that talented boys will be fickle. I can't let him bully Luoshi. Lin Tai took a sip of tea and was thinking about how to motivate Ning Yuan after the college entrance examination. 340 points, not bad. Ning Yuan looked at the score on the virtual screen projected by his watch and ran towards the depths of the mountaintop without thinking much. On the way, he found many corpses of killed second-level ferocious beasts. Obviously, someone had reached the top of the mountain before him and had already entered the depths of the mountain. Now his mental strength is getting stronger and stronger, and his perception ability is getting better and better. He can feel that someone is fighting with a very powerful beast in the depths. Sure enough, a girl in tight combat clothes was fighting with a bloodthirsty bone ape with a long sword in her hand. The girl had a high ponytail and a delicate face that was no less beautiful than Lin Luashi's. This bloodthirsty bone ape was more than 3 meters tall, with a sturdy body stretched tight on its rugged bones. Its head was like a boulder, with highbrow bones and a pair of blood-red vertical pupils flashing with cruelty and violence. Brutal blood bone ape? How could a peak level 3 monster appear in the exam room? Ning Yuan, who was hiding behind a big tree not far away, looked at the bloodthirsty bone ape with some confusion. Logically speaking, for the safety of the candidates, the highest level monsters in the college entrance examination would only be second level monsters. Not only was the monster suspicious, but how could the girl reach the top of the mountain before him? He flew up there. He opened the eye of true vision to check the girl's information. Name, Yin Qianxue. Level, first level martial artist. Talent, S level snow feather spirit eyes. Qi and blood, 1436. Spiritual power, 732. Martial arts, a level 7 star sword, a level phantom step. Skill. Spiritual sharing, ability to share the places you perceive with others. As your spiritual power increases, the number of people you can support increases. Mental confusion, the person who is hit will be immediately attacked mentally. The duration of dizziness will vary depending on the level of mental strength. Spirit copy, you can copy the opponent's skills through the spirit eye, but the power is reduced by 20%. Snow and rain spirit eyes, a spiritual talent that can see through all illusions and temporarily pull the enemy into an illusion. The spiritual power is unique, with a powerful divine consciousness, and practicing spiritual power can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Holy crap! This girl is so strong. Her mental strength is even higher than mine. No wonder she got here earlier than me. It seems Jiangnan province is truly full of hidden talents. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the girl's exaggerated attribute panel. 7-star sword. The girl leaped into the air, and the long sword in her hand instantly turned into 7 shadows, flying towards the bloodthirsty bone ape. But she didn't expect that the bloodthirsty bone ape didn't dodge, but jumped up and slapped her with one hand holding her sword. She couldn't dodge in time, and the long sword blocked her chest, but the bloodthirsty bone ape was so strong that it sent her flying with one palm. Just as they were about to hit the boulder, Ning Yuan activated Instant Step, hugged the girl's waist from the air, and then dodged and hid behind the rock. At the same time, 4 frostfire flying knives shot towards the bone ape like 4 streams of ice and fire. Roar! The bloodthirsty bone ape sensed danger, its hair stood on end, and red light spread wildly along its bone veins. He knocked a flying knife to the ground with one hand, then picked up a broken tree, plucked off the small branches, and knocked the remaining 3 flying knives to the ground. Ning Yuan looked at the injured girl in his arms. Determined to end the battle quickly, he summoned Dahe to pounce on the bloodthirsty bone ape in the girl's shocked eyes. Suppressed by the blood of the king-level monster, the bloodthirsty bone ape turned around and tried to run away, but its speed was no match for the speed-based sandwolf, even though it was just an undead now. In 2 breaths, the bloodthirsty bone ape was killed by a single claw from Dahe. Killing the 3rd-level monster, the bloodthirsty bone ape, adds 300 points. The current score is 640 points. How long are you going to hold me? Yin Qianshue's weak voice came. Oh, sorry. Ning Yuan quickly let go of his hand, causing Yin Qianxue to fall to the ground. You. Yin Qianxue looked at him with some anger in her beautiful eyes. You told me to let go. Ning Yuan spread his hands and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with an innocent face. Yin Qianxue couldn't help but murmur in her heart, am I not pretty enough? He just let go when I said so. What a straight man. Yin Qianxue took out a bottle of high-level healing potion from the void ring, and then she calmed down a little and slowly stood up. Chapter 30, Modu Number 1 Middle School, Yin Qianxue. Yin Qianxue rubbed her sore buttocks and said, Thank you. My name is Yin Qianxue, and I'm from Magic City Number 1 Middle School. Ning Yuan, Jiangning Number 1 Middle School. Jiangning City? Yin Qianxue was secretly shocked. As expected, there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Grandpa is right. Yin Qianxue didn't expect such a genius to come from Jiangning City. Thinking of the big black he had just summoned, she couldn't help but ask. What kind of talent do you have? How can you summon such a powerful undead? D class. Tisk, do you think I'm a fool? Yin Qianxue gave him a white look, pouting her pink lips, not believing Ning Yuan's words at all. Ning Yuan looked at the girl in front of him, whose face was no less beautiful than Lin Luashi's, and changed the subject. Logically speaking, there won't be a level 3 monster in the college entrance exam, let alone a peak level 3 monster. Ordinary students can't possibly handle a monster of this strength. My flying knives had no chance of hitting its vital points, and couldn't even break its defense. I could only fight it in close combat. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be. Yin Qianxue was still a little scared. After all, she had followed her grandfather's advice and came to the secret realm of the college entrance examination to gain some experience, but she didn't expect that she almost died in there. Are you feeling better now? There are still 3 hours before the college entrance examination. I have to hurry up and get better scores. Ning Yuan looked at his watch and said lightly. Why do you want to cheat on your scores? Didn't you get admitted through recommendation? Yin Qianxue was a little confused. No, I'm not a genius like you guys, I'm just an ordinary person. You? Ordinary people? Yin Qianxue gave him a blank look. Could an ordinary person summon such a powerful undead? Ning Yuan didn't explain much and controlled the flying knife to go deeper. Kill the second-level monster Thundermon and get 30 points. Kill the second-level monster, the Demon Ape, and get 30 points. 4 hours passed quickly, and there were no level 3 monsters left. Ning Yuan's final total score reached 1640 points, surpassing the highest score in the history of the college entrance examination. Yin Qianxue also killed many second-level monsters behind Ning Yuan along the way, and her score reached 960 points. In about 10 minutes, they will be transferred out of the secret realm. Let's add each other's contact information. You saved me, so I have to thank you. Yin Qianxue said to Ning Yuan anxiously. No need to thank me, I just happened to be killing that level 3 monster and saved you. Ning Yuan waved his hand, not wanting to have too much interaction with Yin Qianxue. That third-level monster must have been deliberately let in by someone. He and Yin Qianxue were the only ones on the top of the mountain for such a long time. He had never revealed his talent nor offended anyone. It was obvious that he was coming for Yin Qianxue, and he didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, seeing that the girl was beautiful, Ning Yuan couldn't bear to see her die in the future, so he reminded her. This third-level monster must have been placed there intentionally to target you, knowing you were coming. Be careful. You don't add my contact information, but you're worried about me. Are you playing hard to get? Yin Qianxue actually knew what was going on. She also vaguely guessed who wanted to kill her. She would confirm it when she returned, but the most important thing for her right now was to deal with the man in front of her who made her curious. Okay, I can't argue with you, so just add it. I won't suffer any loss. Ning Yuan was too lazy to argue and waved his hand. The two exchanged numbers, and just before being teleported out, Yin Qianxue waved her hand and shouted. I'll contact you. After the exam, Ning Yuan, who was teleported out, undoubtedly became the focus of all the spectators in the playground. 1,640 points. Holy crap, there's still this guy in class 10. Why doesn't he stop? He's so powerful. I got 1640 points, and I only got 40 points, barely catching up to a fraction of his. Ning Yuan? Isn't he a D-level talent? D-level talents are so strong, why am I not a D-level talent? Song Jun Kai, who ranked second in the school, only scored 460 points, not even a fraction of his. Ning Yuan, you are hiding your strength. You are indeed worthy of being my student. The class teacher Lu Sanpao was the first to run to Ning Yuan, and his glasses almost fell off. Lu Sanpao is such a snobbish person. He will get close to whoever is strong. He definitely has the talent to be a lackey. Logically speaking, with such an outstanding person in the class, he could at least be promoted to the director level, but this requires Ning Yuan to speak up. No. Ning Yuan ignored him and walked towards Lin Luashi. Hey, Ning Yuan, don't leave yet. Can you talk to the principal for me? Lu Sanpao followed Ning Yuan like a lackey. What did you say? That you often suppress me? Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at him. You. Lu Sanpao also knew that he usually treated Ning Yuan badly, and was afraid that he would complain to the principal, which would be counterproductive, so he turned around and went to find Song Jun. Song Jun, please help me talk to the principal about the promotion to director. Go away and don't bother me. Oh, my life is so miserable. The students I teach have no conscience. Song Jun looked at the score on the virtual screen and pushed Lu Sanpao aside with one hand. He was anxious to find Ning Yuan. How the hell did he get 1640 points? As the saying goes, I am afraid of my brother's suffering, but I am even more afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. Ning Yuan, congratulations. Your score has definitely surpassed the provincial record. The highest score ever was 1,260 points, and you've surpassed that by over 300 points. You're the top scorer in this year's provincial college entrance exam, so you have to treat us to a meal. Xin Rui looked at Ning Yuan with a smile, a little pride on his face. After all, Ning Yuan had been in a team with him, so it would be face-saving for him to talk about it in the future. That's for sure. No one can be left behind, but Uncle Qin and you guys can be left behind. Ning Yuan said with a smile. Okay, go talk to Luoshi. She's been worried about you outside. Xin Rui patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. Luoshi, how is it? Your boyfriend didn't embarrass you, did he? Ning Yuan smiled and pinched Lin Luashi's delicate little face. Ever since Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi confessed their love, their actions have become more and more bold. They used to just touch each other's heads, but now they pinch each other's faces directly. However, Lin Luashi did not resist, but enjoyed it. She just liked sticking to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, you are awesome. Lin Luashi thought about his congratulations for a long time outside, but he still didn't know what to say. He just gave Ning Yuan a thumbs up. That's it? Your boyfriend is so outstanding, isn't there any reward? Ning Yuan poked his face suggestively with his hand. Muah. Lin Luashi stood on tiptoe and gently pressed her pink little lips against Ning Yuan's face, leaving a faint lipstick mark. So good. Ning Yuan rubbed Lin Luashi's head. Fuck. Song Jun, who was looking for Ning Yuan not far away, happened to see the scene. He was so angry that he ran over quickly. Song Jun pulled Ning Yuan's collar and asked softly. Ning Yuan, you better tell me your strength and talent honestly. Don't try to fool me with your D-level talent. I don't believe it. First-level martial artist, I am a dual-talented person, and I also have an S-level talent. Ning Yuan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and looked at him quietly. Holy crap, S rank? But that bet is off the table. You're cheating, how can I play with you? My score isn't even a fraction of yours. No wonder you said you could save the top scorer. Your score is definitely good enough. After hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Song Jun felt happy for Ning Yuan, but he still complained. Chapter 31 Planting the Mark. Hey, the Jiangning City College entrance examination rankings are out, take a look. First place, Ning Yuan, 1,640 points, Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Second place, Zhang Jia, 520 points, Jiangning No. 2 Middle School. Third place, Song Jun, 460 points, Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Less than an hour after the college entrance examination ended, the city rankings were announced on the big screen. Ning Yuan firmly sits on the first place in Jiangning City with a score of more than 1,000 points higher than the second place. Many students on the playground have already started discussing what ranking Ning Yuan would get in the province with his abnormal score. That's amazing. Over 1,600 points. When I was at the bottom of the Monster Mountain range, I saw him fly to the top as soon as the exam started. He must have killed high-level monsters. Can fly? Then isn't he a divine mind master? The provincial champion in the previous term only scored over 900 points. His score is almost double that of the previous provincial champion. He should be a sure winner. At this moment, the protagonist Ning Yuan wanted to take Lin Luashi and secretly leave early, but he was surrounded by the principal, director, and others. They are extremely proud. After all, Jiangning City always ranks low in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province every year. But this is also related to the policy of Jiangning City. Those with a level talent or above will be directly admitted. Ning Yuan, you really set a good example for students with ordinary talents. I told you, as long as you work hard, the gap in talent can be made up. Ning Yuan did not respond. He knew in his heart that the gap in talent could only be narrowed through hard work, but it was almost impossible to surpass it. Just like Yin Xianxue, she has been a mid-stage void realm spiritualist since her awakening. Who can compare with her? The discussion lasted for more than half an hour before gradually dying down. Ning Yuan noticed that Lin Luashi was not used to being watched by so many people, so he said to the principal, Wang Liang. Principal, Luoshi is feeling a little unwell. I'll take her home first. Okay, I'll take you there. Normally the principal has a private driver, but today he is very happy because his school not only has an S-level talent, Lin Luashi, but also an ordinary talent who was expected to be the provincial top scorer. The provincial champion among ordinary awakened people is undoubtedly a good gimmick to promote the school. He believes that the student source of Jiangning No. 1 Middle School will get better and better in the future. Ning Yuan, have you decided which martial arts university to go to? Languo University, after all, it's ranked number 1 in the country. Ning Yuan actually didn't know which university was better, but generally speaking, the one ranked first must be good. Languo University is very good, but I would recommend you to go to Modu University. It is more suitable for you. Why? I can sense that your martial arts skills should be at the martial arts master level, but your mental power is very strong. The founder of Magic City University is a very strong mentalist, so he should be of greater help to you. While driving, Wang Liang patiently explained to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was silent for a while, remembering that Yin Qianxue and the secret realm seemed to be from the Magic City. Her mental power was so high, was it related to this? Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. The final decision is still yours. Anyway, with your scores, you can go to any university in the country. When you go back, you can learn more about the better universities, especially Languo University, Huawu University, Jingwu University, Moda University, and Nanwu University. The martial arts foundation of these universities is far superior to that of other universities. The admissions offices of the major universities will probably send someone to your house tomorrow. Please think about it tonight. Ning Yuan nodded. He really needed to know which university was best for him. I understand. Thank you, Principal. It only takes half an hour to get from the school to Shuixi Manor. Ning Yuan arrived at Shuixi Manor at exactly 7 o'clock. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi to have a simple meal and then went home. The first thing Ning Yuan did when he returned home was to take a shower. The sweat and strong smell of blood made him feel uncomfortable. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan put on a pair of swimming trunks and planned to soak in the indoor hot spring. He was indeed a little tired today. At this moment, in the hot spring, Lin Luashi was lying on the edge with his eyes closed, enjoying the warmth of the hot spring. Ning Yuan walked in and saw Lin Luashi lying beside the hot spring, and his nose almost bleeds. Lin Luashi did not wear the conservative swimsuit she had worn before. She wore a white bikini on the upper body and tight swimming trunks on the lower body. So big, so white, is this 3060? Ning Yuan felt a little hot, so he walked over and sat down next to Lin Luashi. Little rich girl, why are you dressed so boldly today? Ning Yuan's voice suddenly woke Lin Luashi up. She then realized that Ning Yuan had come to her side. She had just fallen asleep and didn't notice. When did you come in? Lin Luashi's cheeks were flushed crimson from the heat, and her voice was a little nervous. Just now, I saw you lying here, so I sat over here. By the way, your swimsuit is nice. Last time, Lin Luashi saw that Ning Yuan didn't seem to like his swimsuit very much, so he bought this one. This was her first time wearing it, and when she first put it on, she felt it was a bit revealing, and the bikini couldn't cover her. I knew you'd like it. Last time we were in the hot spring together, you kept staring at my breasts. Lin Luashi spoke lightly. I didn't, please don't slander me. Ning Yuan touched his nose guiltily, glancing around from time to time. As a veteran sniper in CSGO before crossing over, he clearly knew when to peek and when to seize the timing. It's usually impossible to get caught for something like peeking. Lin Luashi looked a little nervous and asked. Ning Yuan, if you and I were not in the same school, would you still come to play with me? Of course, you are my girlfriend. I will catch you no matter where you run to. Ning Yuan took the opportunity to wrap his hands around the rich woman's slender waist from behind, and his fingers caressed her lower abdomen from time to time, causing her to moan from time to time. A teacher with the same ice-type talent as me has contacted me. She wants to take me in as her apprentice. Male or female? It's a female sister. That's fine. With a master who shares similar talents, your strength will surely improve faster in the future. Ning Yuan smelled the faint fragrance of Lin Luashi's silver hair, blew a breath of hot air into her ear, and said lightly. Old man, the teacher is from Languo University, a martial emperor level expert. The young rich woman felt a little itchy because of Ning Yuan, and her voice was trembling. On the bus today, Principal Wang said that Magic City University is definitely a better fit for you, and we might not be in the same university in the future. It doesn't matter. Although Magic City University is 1,000 miles away from Longwu University, at my flying speed, I can get there in 4 hours. Once my mental strength reaches the late stage of the Void Realm, the time will be even shorter. Although I can't visit you every day, I promise to visit you at least once a week. Really? Really? But you have to give me some benefits. Ning Yuan said with a servile smile. What good benefits? Before Lin Luashi finished speaking, Ning Yuan leaned over slightly, and his warm breath brushed across Lin Luashi's snow-white neck. In a heart-throbbing tenderness and throbbing, a blush appeared on her neck, like clouds blooming in spring. Alright, I've planted the love mark on you now. From now on, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Then I want to plant one too. Lin Luashi turned around and pulled Ning Yuan's head down with both hands, and her pink little mouth planted her love mark on Ning Yuan's neck. Well, now you can't leave me. Chapter 32 Visitors from 5 Major Universities. Little lazybones, get up. Ning Yuan pinched Lin Luashi's face in his arms and called out softly. Let me sleep a little longer. Lin Luashi rubbed her head into Ning Yuan's arms like a coquettish kitten. Ning Yuan lifted the quilt and patted her on the buttocks. Don't sleep anymore. Principal Wang called me, and people from all the universities will be at our house soon. Don't get up yet. Are you going to meet them in your pajamas? Hug. Lin Luashi opened his eyes with difficulty, slowly sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes with his right hand, and then opened his arms to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan bent down lovingly and picked her up with both hands. The rich young woman put her arms around Ning Yuan's neck, clamped her white legs around Ning Yuan's waist, and rested her little head on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Alright, princess, let's go wash up together. Ding ling ling. Principal Wang called and basically said that Ning Yuan was the top scorer in Jiangnan province this year, and that teachers from all the admissions offices would come to his house in about an hour. Sure enough, less than an hour later, not long after Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi finished breakfast, Principal Wang and teachers from the admissions offices of major universities arrived. In the reception room on the first floor. Ning Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Director Lu from Longwu University. A middle-aged man in a suit stretched out his hand towards Ning Yuan. Hello, classmate Ning Yuan, I'm Lu Jun from Longwu University. Hello. Ning Yuan smiled and shook hands with him. This is Vice President Yin of Magic City University. A middle-aged woman with a face somewhat similar to Yin Qianxue and a plump figure smiled at Ning Yuan. Hello, classmate Ning Yuan, thank you for saving my Qianxue in the secret realm. It's just a small favor. I wonder who you are. My name is Yin, and I'm Qianxue's aunt. Hello, auntie. Ning Yuan regretted it as soon as he called out, as it seemed inappropriate to call her aunt. When Lin Luashi heard Ning Yuan calling her auntie, she shot him a cold look. Ning Yuan felt Lin Luashi's gaze and cold sweat broke out on his back. This is from Huawu University. Ning Yuan could feel that everyone present was a martial king-level warrior, especially Yin Qianxue's aunt. He could feel her powerful soul, and she was definitely a real-world spiritual master. Mr. Ning, we reviewed your exam battle video. When you faced that violent blood-bone ape, you summoned a king-level monster. It seemed like you used your undead talent? But your profile shows you have the D-rank talent, gluttony. Obviously, this isn't something a D-rank talent can do. Well, actually, I have 2 talents. The other one is an S-level undead talent, spirit summoning, which allows me to contract 3 monster undead spirits. Ning Yuan nodded. He knew that he could not hide it in front of these powerful people. In fact, there is no need to hide it. The more he reveals at this moment, the more resources he can get. However, it is better not to talk about the bug-level special ability like gluttony. One must be on guard against others and still keep some things to themselves. It's actually a double talent, and an S-level talent at that. Principal Wang Liang widened his eyes. He had originally guessed that Ning Yuan's talent had mutated, but he didn't expect that he had dual talents, which had never happened in the entire history of China. Director Lu of Longwu University's eyes sparkled, and he spoke first. Student Ning Yuan, come to our Longwu University. We will give you a 10 million scholarship and an A-level martial arts book. Wang Liang's eyelids twitched. My damn A-level martial arts are priced at hundreds of millions. Longwu University is worthy of its generosity. Yin frowned, a little surprised at the generosity of Longwu University. Generally speaking, an S-level talent can only receive a bonus of 10 million, plus a set of equipment worth tens of millions. It is impossible to give a single martial arts skill, let alone a precious physical martial arts skill. However, Yin still had a plan in mind. She knew that Ning Yuan was a spiritual master and did not really need physical skills or martial arts. The most precious thing for Ning Yuan was the soul refining method. Yin raised her eyebrows, looked at Ning Yuan and said softly, "Ning Yuan, if you join our Magic City Warrior University, we will provide you with a bonus of 10 million, plus a complete spiritual power training method, the soul refining method. In addition, you can choose any villa near the school. If you have any problems with your spiritual cultivation, you can come to me." After the 5 major universities reported their admission requirements, Wang Liang's eyes became red with envy, as these resources were enough to fund the school for 10 years. "Okay, Ning Yuan, it's your turn to make a decision. Which school are you going to?" Wang Liang calmed his mind, looked at Ning Yuan and asked slowly. Under the gaze of the 5 admissions office teachers, Ning Yuan was silent for a moment and then said, "I choose Magic City University. Only by obtaining the complete soul refining method can one go further in terms of spiritual power. And with his gluttony talent, no matter which university he attends, as long as he has enough beast cores, it doesn't matter to him which school he goes to. It's indeed the Magic City University." Wang Liang smiled. The result was within his expectations. After the selection phase ended, the teachers from Huawu University, Nanwu University, and Jingwu University congratulated Yin and left. Lu Junyi was not in a hurry to leave. His mission this time was not only to recruit the provincial top scorer Ning Yuan, but also to bring Lin Luashi back to school. Director Lu turned to look at Lin Luashi and said with a smile, "You must be Lin Luashi, Luo Binglan. Dean Luo asked me to pick you up from school. She should have told you about it." Lin Luashi nodded coldly, then glanced at Ning Yuan with some reluctance in his eyes. Ning Yuan didn't want Lin Luashi to start school so early, so he said to Lu Junyi, "Director Lu, we just finished the college entrance examination, so there's no need to rush. I'll personally send Luoshi over in a few days. What do you think?" Director Lu looked at Ning Yuan, then at Lin Luashi, and suddenly realized that he had come to Ning Yuan's house and Lin Luashi lived in villa number 33. Only then did he realize that they had an unusual relationship. "You too? Luo, she is my girlfriend." Director Lu instantly became much more clear-headed and happier. Although Ning Yuan did not go to their Longwu University, his girlfriend was there. How could the relationship between Longwu University and Ning Yuan be bad in the future? When Yin heard this, her expression changed slightly. She didn't know whether her girl knew that Ning Yuan had a girlfriend. Ha ha ha, a talented man and a beautiful woman, they are a perfect match. Okay, I'll talk to Principal Luo about this. You have to get Lin Luashi back safely in a few days, otherwise she'll skin me alive. Don't worry. Ning Yuan nodded to show that he understood. Yin looked at Ning Yuan deeply and said, "Ning Yuan, you have to wait until you officially enroll in school to learn the soul refining method at the top floor of the martial arts pavilion. I can't teach it to you now." Ning Yuan nodded. He knew very well the horror of the soul refining method. This kind of spiritual practice must be well preserved. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll see you off. No. Yin was seen stepping on a white sword and flying out at an extremely fast speed. Ning Yuan was surprised at Yin's speed, and he always felt that Yin's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a lot. He was so enthusiastic at the beginning, but suddenly became so cold. It's really hard to guess a woman's heart. Chapter 33. You are quite self-aware. 3 days later, the news that Ning Yuan had won the top spot had basically spread throughout the school. "Yuan, brother Yuan, are you the provincial champion this year?" Lu Ming on the other end of the phone sounded a little excited. "Well, why don't you trust your brother?" Ning Yuan smiled and spoke lightly. "Brother Kuyuan, aren't you a D-level talent? How can a D-level talent be so strong? I forgot to tell you, I also have an S-level talent, spirit summoning. Holy crap, S-level talent, no wonder your score is so high." Lu Ming raised his voice, his eyes almost popping out. "Brother Yuan, you have to treat me to a meal." "Okay, 12 noon at the Shuixi Hotel, room 304. In the bedroom of villa number 33, Ning Yuan had already booked a private room and was about to call Zheng Mu, Qin Rui, and others. Ning Yuan, you haven't explained to me who Qian Shui is. The name sounds like a girl. Lin Luashi said angrily with his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. She's just an ordinary candidate. I saved her in the secret realm, so her aunt came to thank me. Real? I swear, if I was just scaring you, I'm not angry. Lin Luashi covered Ning Yuan's mouth, smiled again, and held Ning Yuan's arm with his right hand. Okay, I'm going to call Uncle Zhang and the others and ask them to come over for dinner. After all, we're going to school soon. Ning Yuan touched her little head and took out his cell phone to make a call again. Generally speaking, universities do not start until September, but for those who are specially recruited or recommended, they need to enroll in advance. Hey, Uncle Zhang, the college entrance examination results are out. I want to treat you to a meal. Ning Yuan, you are really good. Your Uncle Qin told me that you are the top scorer in the province, haha. It was just a fluke. If the other candidates heard you say this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Your Uncle Qin and the others are all here with me. Where is the hotel? We'll go there together later. Noon, Shuixi Hotel, box 304. Okay, we'll be there on time. Ning Yuan hung up the phone, thought for a while and called Song Jun. Among his classmates, these two were the only brothers who remained kind to him even after his parents passed away. At around 11:40 a.m., Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi had already ordered their food and were waiting for someone in box 304. Soon everyone arrived. Lu Ming, Song Jun, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Zhang, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. This is Uncle Qin, the instructor of the Martial Arts Association. This is... After Lu Ming and Song Jun exchanged a few simple greetings, they sat down. By the way, Brother Yuan, have you chosen a school? Lu Ming asked first. Yes, Magic City University. Hey, then you and I go to the same school. I was admitted to the Magic City Warrior University. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ning Yuan was in the same school as him. I also applied to Shanghai University, but I can only take the regular admissions round. My scores from previous years are enough. Song Jun was also a little surprised that the three of them applied to the same school, and couldn't help but speak. The school has allocated me a villa outside the school. You can stay with me when the time comes. It will be more lively with more people. Ning Yuan was also a little happy and said with a smile. As expected of the provincial champion, he's treated so well. But Magic City University has a rule that, except for some special admission students, all other students must live on campus. So, Brother Yuan, we can't live together anymore. Is there such a rule? Ning Yuan frowned. Zhang Mu took a sip of his drink and said with a smile. This rule at Magic City University is actually for the benefit of students, and it creates a better learning atmosphere at school. And Magic City University is indeed suitable for you. There is a complete spiritual power training method there, which will be of great help to you. What about Luoshi? Which university did you go to? Languo University. Lin Luashi said lightly. Aren't you two going to separate, then? Before Lin Luashi could speak, Ning Yuan spoke first. There is a female senior at Languo University who wants to take Luoshi as her disciple. She also has an ice-type talent, so Luoshi's martial arts path will be smoother there. That's good. Zhang Mu nodded. With the guidance of a senior awakener of the same lineage, he could avoid many detours. Don't worry, my dear school beauty, I will help you keep an eye on Ning Yuan and will never let him mess around with other girls. Lu Ming patted his chest and said to Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at him and complained in his heart, you are the only one who talks too much. The dishes were served soon and the group ate and chatted. The dinner ended after more than 2 hours. Zhang Mu and others did not stay long and drove back after eating. Song Jun and Lu Ming were not in a hurry to leave. They were still waiting for a car on the side of the road. Brother Yuan, Song Jun, when we go to school to register, the three of us will go together. Lu Ming turned and spoke. Maybe not. I have to send Luoshi to Languo University first. You two can go first. Ning Yuan said with a smile. Oh, yes. I almost forgot, the school beauty is your girlfriend now, hee. Lu Ming scratched his head and said with a smile. Song Jun curled his lips. He forgot about his brothers just because he had a girlfriend. He was really a man who forgot his friendship for the sake of beauty. Brother Yuan, our car is here. We'll leave first. Okay, let me know on QQ when I get home. Ning Yuan waved goodbye. Inside Villa number 32. Ning Yuan was dragged by Lin Luashi to see a movie. After all, he would be going to school in a few days, and Lin Luashi cherished the time they spent together. Ning Yuan, do you want to play with my feet? Do you want me to wear white stockings? Lin Luashi spoke lightly. You're quite self-aware now. I'm telling you, you can't wear it in school. You can only wear it in front of me. Ning Yuan raised his fist and threatened. Stretch out your legs and I'll put them on for you. Lin Luashi obediently placed her jade white legs on Ning Yuan's knees. Ning Yuan gently put on the white over-the-knee thin stockings from the soles of the feet to the knees, and occasionally tickled the soles of Lin Luashi's feet with his fingers. Ha ha! The rich young woman was so itchy because of him that she couldn't stop laughing. Her white silk feet kicked around and she kicked Ning Yuan's face several times in panic. Okay, don't move. I won't scratch you anymore. I'll give you a massage. Just watch the movie quietly. Ning Yuan withdrew his hand. If he continued to stimulate him, the foot would be stuffed into his mouth. Suddenly Ning Yuan remembered that Lin Tai didn't seem to know which school he was going to apply to, so he asked. By the way, does your father know that you go to Longwu University? No. But he probably doesn't know you're going to Demon City Warrior University yet. That's it, I have to make a phone call right away, or I'll be scolded to death by your dad. Ning Yuan felt a chill in his heart and quickly took out his cell phone to call Lin Tai, preparing to stand trial. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, Uncle Lin. Ning Yuan, you just remembered to call me now, what's the matter? Are you so proud of yourself after becoming the provincial champion? Dad, don't scold him, he just forgot because he was busy. Lin Luashi couldn't bear to see Ning Yuan being scolded, so he sat up and shouted at Lin Tai on the screen. Lin Tai's face turned even darker, his cotton-padded jacket finally leaked air. Ning Yuan's face was now uglier when she smiled than when she cried, and she thought to herself, Auntie, please stop talking. Didn't you see the look in your father's eyes? He was about to tear me apart. Dad didn't scold him. Go play first. Dad has something to say to him. Lin Tai's expression looked a little better, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 34 Cooking. Ning Yuan, did you take Luoshi to the western suburbs military region? I handed Luoshi over to you, and you took her to such a dangerous place? And your talent? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you keep it from me? If I hadn't checked your information in the military database this time, how long would you have kept it from me? Lin Tai became more and more excited as he spoke, and his 3 consecutive questions completely silenced Ning Yuan. Uncle Lin, I didn't mean to hide this from you. The incident at the western suburbs military region was just an accident. We were originally just going to do a mission for the Martial Arts Association. We were all ready to go to the military district to sell materials, but who knew we'd run into a beast tide? As your future son-in-law, Uncle Lin, I must of course consider the people and lead by example, but don't worry, I didn't let Luoshi go. Ning Yuan knew that as a soldier, Lin Tai must be very patriotic, so he deliberately boasted about his patriotism. Sure enough, Lin Tai's complexion instantly improved a lot, and his tone also became much better. Even when Ning Yuan said that he was his future son-in-law, he did not refute it. I'm not blaming you. You were actually able to repel that sea-level beast tide. You did a really great job. But you have to protect Luoshi. If anything happens to her, I really won't be able to face her mother. Luoshi is very talented, but she is very simple-minded. If you are in danger, no matter how strong the enemy is, she will definitely be the first to rush forward. I hope that while you are taking care of her, you will also pay attention to your own safety. If anything happens to you, Luoshi will collapse. There was a hint of pleading in Lin Tai's tone, a sincere request from a father. I understand, Uncle Lin. Ning Yuan nodded heavily. By the way, Uncle Lin, I'm going to the Magic City Warrior University. There I can find the spiritual power training method I need. But don't worry, I will visit Luoshi every week. Well, that is indeed more suitable for you. Luoshi has her master at Longwu University, so no one should dare to bully her. This is her first time away from home. She looks aloof, but she's actually very soft-hearted. It should be difficult for her to make friends. You might as well spend more time with her. Lin Tai frowned, worried that his daughter would be lonely at school. If you have any questions about cultivation or resources, you can always come to me. I have something to do. Okay, Uncle Lin, you go ahead and do your work. Ning Yuan hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Lin was still very nice to him. You're not allowed to talk too much. Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Luashi's white silk feet and tickled the soles of her feet. Ha ha, I was just trying to help you, but who knew it would make Dad even angrier? If you bully me again, I'll tell my dad. Lin Luashi couldn't stop laughing and tears were about to fall. Call me brother, otherwise it's no use telling your dad. Brother. Ning Yuan then stopped his hand movements and quietly pinched Lin Luashi's feet and calves. Soon the two movies were over amidst laughter. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the living room on the second floor. By the way, Luoshi, can you cook? Ning Yuan sat on the sofa and thought that Lin Luashi was about to go to school, and was worried that she would not be used to the food there. Auntie usually cooks it, but I can make porridge. Lin Luashi thought about it seriously and said, I can also heat up dishes. You can learn. Ning Yuan said. Will you teach me? If you do, I'll learn. Lin Luashi had an expectant look on his face. Then let's go. There are still some potatoes and tomatoes in the kitchen. Let's start with the simplest ones. Ning Yuan glanced at his watch, then took Lin Luashi to the kitchen that he had never used. There is no reason why a girl can't cook, even if she's a soft and cold school beauty. Once the rich girl's cooking skills improve. But imagination is always beautiful, and we don't know what the reality will be like. Ning Yuan pointed at the peeler and potatoes and said softly. The potatoes are ready for processing. Wash them first, then peel them. Oh. Lin Luashi obediently took the potatoes to the sink to wash them, and then heard Ning Yuan say from behind. If you're not used to eating something at school in the future, just try making some yourself. If you want to eat something but don't know how to make it, just write it down and wait for me to come and I'll make it for you. Lin Luashi pursed her lips, feeling deeply moved. She didn't know what to say, so she just said lightly. The potatoes were washed here, and Ning Yuan had just finished cooking the meal over there. Then cut it into shreds like this. Ning Yuan demonstrated with a kitchen knife. The young rich woman practiced with the sword, so she was naturally very skilled in controlling the sword, let alone a kitchen knife. Lin Luashi took the kitchen knife and started cutting like Ning Yuan. Although he was a little uncomfortable at first, he soon got the hang of it and cut very evenly. After cutting it, soak it in water and drain it after a while. Soon the potatoes and tomatoes were processed and ready to start cooking. This is oil, this is salt, soy sauce, chicken essence. Watch carefully as I add the various seasonings. Ning Yuan stood behind Lin Luashi, holding her forearm, holding the spatula with one hand, and teaching her step by step. Wait until the oil is hot, add the green peppers and stir fry, then. Lin Luashi looked at the potatoes being stir-fried in the pot with a serious face, glancing at him from time to time. It would be great if we could cook together like this every day. Remember, don't put too much seasoning. Too much salt will make it too salty. I remember it clearly. Lin Luashi calmed himself down, avoided Ning Yuan's direct gaze, and looked into the pot. It smells so good. Lin Luashi pursed her lips. This is the first time they have cooked by themselves since they started living together. Although it is very simple, it is also very memorable. She originally thought that meals had to go through very detailed processes before they could be cooked, but she didn't expect that Ning Yuan just casually stir-fried them a few times, and in just a short moment, the delicious dishes were out of the oven. It's delicious. Ning Yuan picked up a little with chopsticks and fed it to Lin Luashi's mouth. Lin Luashi's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Luashi then realized that he seemed to have always been taking these things too complicated, whether it was cooking or socializing with people. Yes, in fact, many things are very simple, and making friends is also very simple. As long as you treat others with sincerity and understand each other, you will naturally become friends. Ning Yuan said casually, took out a bowl, washed it in the bathtub and prepared to serve the meal. Seeing Lin Luashi looking thoughtful, he said cheerfully, "Don't worry, you'll definitely find good friends in your new school. I'm here with you, don't worry." Lin Luashi then smiled, snatched the spoon from Ning Yuan's hand, and scooped up the rice. Okay, let's make some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. That's about it. Let's just make something casual today. After a while, the fragrant scrambled eggs with tomatoes were out of the pot, which was simply delicious in color, aroma, and taste. At the dinner table, Lin Luashi was eating happily. This was her first time cooking by herself, and the food tasted pretty good. After dinner, Lin Luashi took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Ning Yuan collapsed on the sofa and watched the latest news about Jiangnan province. The Emperor-class monster Titan War Ape has been spotted at the Eastern Theater base, and tensions are high between the two sides. Ning Yuan, the top scorer in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination, is a role model for ordinary talent awakeners. It is said that he only possesses a D-level talent. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw the news from the Eastern Theater Command, frowning. Can Uncle Lin handle an Emperor-level monster? It's better not to let Luoshi know about this, otherwise she will be worried all day long. Chapter 35 Returning to school early. Uncle Lin didn't mention this, he definitely didn't want us to worry. With my current strength, I can't help much. It would be better to send Lin Luashi to school and focus on his training. Luoshi, I'm going to practice first. You can play by yourself after you finish washing. Ning Yuan felt a sense of urgency. Only when his strength improved would he be able to protect the people he wanted to protect. Oh. Lin Luashi replied lightly. In the martial arts training hall, Ning Yuan took out the beast core he obtained during the college entrance examination from the void ring and prepared to absorb it all together. There are a total of more than 40 second-level beast cores and 1/3 level beast core. Ning Yuan finished swallowing it in more than an hour. His strength also increased to that of a second-level martial artist, and his Qi and HP value reached 2,648 points. It is worth mentioning that with his current powerful martial arts, his martial arts skills are already enough to fight against ordinary high-level martial artists. For so many days, his Shenluo Sanju sword was still in the minor success stage, but after he comprehended the sword energy, his Thunderbolt sword broke through to the major success stage. In the martial arts training hall, Ning Yuan's sword seemed to have ripples on it. That is the sword energy formed when the sword carries the essence of heaven and earth. Ning Yuan kept swinging his sword, feeling the details of the Shinra 3 swords. Now he vaguely feels that there is a barrier that can only be broken through continuous actual combat. This sword technique is indeed an S-rank martial art. Even with the blessing of the Eye of True Vision, it is still not easy to practice. Ning Yuan also knew that continuing to practice would not produce any results. Now he urgently needed to experience actual combat, and with an opponent of equal strength. If there's no suitable opponent, I don't know how long it will take to break through. It seems that the schedule for going to the Magic City Warrior University will have to be brought forward. I hope there will be suitable opponents there. Ning Yuan put away the knife and checked his attribute panel. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, second level martial artist. Talent, D-level gluttony, S-level 9 mysterious golden thunder, S-level summoning spirits. Qi and blood, 2648. Spiritual power, 572. Skills, devour, flash step, thunder palm. Martial arts, Shinra 3 absolute swords minor mastery, thunderbolt blade great mastery. The cultivation of spiritual power is now very slow, and the soul refining method in the previous article is far from enough. Ning Yuan walked out of the martial arts hall, took a quick shower and returned to the bedroom. Lin Luashi was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone, her little feet wiggling. Who are you chatting with? Teacher Luo, she wants me to go to Longwu University tomorrow. She said she will take me to a place in 2 days that will be of great help to my domain awakening. Field? Ning Yuan then remembered that when he first used the attribute panel of the rich lady with the Eye of True Vision, there seemed to be an unawakened area that he had never seen in other people. The teacher said that only those with awakened physical talents have the opportunity to possess the domain. The strength of the awakened people in the domain will increase exponentially. Lin Luashi said lightly. Name, Lin Luashi. Level, 3rd level martial master. Talent, S-level ice spirit body. Qi and blood, 3328. Spiritual power, 224. Skills, frozen miles, ice spikes, frost possession, winter domain unawakened. Martial arts, frost sword technique. Damn, you don't know until you see it, and it's really shocking. Ning Yuan had hardly seen the young rich woman practice a few times, so how come she had already become a 3rd level martial artist? Why can't I do it myself? Damn, is there a gap between S-level talents? Ning Yuan had never exposed his 9 profound golden thunder except when he was facing the king-level monster, the Sandwolf. The power of the 9 profound golden thunder is so great that Ning Yuan, who uses the 9 profound golden thunder, can fight across borders. However, apart from the thunder palm, he has not yet acquired any thunder attribute skills. Then I'll take you to school tomorrow and meet teacher Luo by the way. Ning Yuan said. Good. Although Lin Luashi was reluctant, she could only protect Ning Yuan if her strength improved. She didn't want to be unable to help at all like she was during the last beast tide. If I fly you there, it might take 6 hours. It's better to take the high-speed rail. I'll buy the tickets. Rest early today. Ning Yuan lay on the bed, opened his mobile phone, and bought a ticket for 10 o'clock in the morning. Shuixi Manor is only about 10 kilometers away from the high-speed rail station, and it takes less than 10 minutes to fly there. Talk to teacher Luo and tell her that you will come with your boyfriend tomorrow and have dinner together. Ning Yuan touched her soft silver hair and said softly. Okay. Lin Luashi's fingers kept typing. While she was replying to the message, Ning Yuan just looked at her quietly and stroked her hair. Teacher Luo said it's okay. Okay. Ning Yuan nodded. Okay, go to bed early, it's already late. Ning Yuan put his right hand around Lin Luashi's delicate body and spoke softly. Lin Luashi obediently put down her phone and curled up in Ning Yuan's arms like a kitten. The next morning, Ning Yuan prepared 2 weeks' worth of food for Xiao Bai and placed it in the yard on the first floor. Ning Yuan helped Lin Luashi pack his clothes and also packed a lot of snacks and local specialties into the void ring. Ning Yuan also secretly stuffed in a few pairs of stockings, both black and white. We're almost done packing, let's go. It's almost time to go to the high-speed rail station now. Good. This time, Ning Yuan asked Lin Luashi to stand in front of the flying shield and put his arms around her slender waist. Luoshi, has your school arranged accommodation for you? Ning Yuan didn't want to go find Lin Luashi and stay in a hotel outside, so he asked. Yes, the teacher arranged an independent villa for me, right inside the school. Lin Luashi said lightly. That's good. They soon arrived at the high-speed rail station. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi to scan their ID cards to enter the station, found a seat and sat down. Lin Luashi went to bed very late last night and still felt a little hungry. She leaned her little head on Ning Yuan's shoulder and fell asleep again. What a lazy bum. 8 hours of sleep isn't enough. Ning Yuan pinched her delicate little face, smiled and spoke softly. More than 4 hours passed, and the rich young woman woke up from her sleep. There was still some crystal liquid at the corner of her mouth, which wet Ning Yuan's shoulders. Lin Luashi rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked. Ning Yuan, where are you? Ning Yuan took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth, then wiped his shoulders and said. The next stop is here. Look at you, you're sleeping like a pig. You're drooling all over my clothes. You're the one who looks like a pig. Lin Luashi puffed up his cheeks and snorted. The high-speed rail broadcast suddenly sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the train is about to arrive at the next stop, the imperial capital. Please pack your belongings. I was shocked when I got off the Ning Yuan station. It is worthy of being the imperial capital. The environment here is many times better than that of Jiangning City. The cleaners and even the service staff in the high-speed rail station are all robots. In terms of technology alone, it has already surpassed Jiangning City. Chapter 36 Two Icebergs. Soon Ning Yuan navigated and took Lin Luashi to fly directly above Languo University. Looking down from above, Languo University covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers. As expected of the top 1 university in China, it is built in a magnificent style. This gate alone is over 100 meters wide. There is a huge stone in front of the school gate, on which are written the 4 characters Languo University in a flamboyant style. There is also a monument inside with the school motto. Strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. Ning Yuan flew down and saw a little loli standing at the door looking around, as if waiting for someone. I saw the petite loli striding towards me, and many people around her greeted her. Luoshi, you're here. Luo Binglan used a mature lady's voice that was totally inconsistent with her figure, and tried her best to keep her voice gentle. Sister Luo. Lin Luashi spoke crisply. It was Luo Binglan's request to let Lin Luashi call her sister Luo. Luo Binglan was only in her 20s, but because she was strong, she was tricked into taking over the position of the previous dean of the Elemental Academy. Ning Yuan looked at this scene with a strange expression. Is this lowly Luo Binglan? A powerful martial emperor, right? Ning Yuan checked her attribute panel. Name, Luo Binglan. Level, 8th rank martial emperor. Talent, S-level Ice Phoenix body. Elemental strength, 8,500. Spiritual power, 365. Skill. Ice Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike summons an Ice Phoenix, which emits a sharp cry and shoots out ice spikes all over the sky. Phoenix Wing Soar summons the wings of an Ice Phoenix to increase flight speed. Soul of Ice Phoenix summons the phantom of an Ice Phoenix to fight. Field, Ice Phoenix Field, activate the Ice Phoenix Field. Enemies within the field will continuously receive ice damage, limiting their speed and increasing their skill damage by 100%. Elemental Force? Ning Yuan was a little shocked. This was the first time he saw the attribute of Yuanli. He had never seen it even in the peak martial king of Zhao Weigua. Could it be that martial emperor level experts no longer use qi and blood to measure their strength, but Yuanli instead? This little loli is so strong? Judging from her age, she can't be over 30 years old. Ning Yuan's face was a little stiff, and he tried hard to force a smile. Hello Sister Lan, I'm Lin Luashi's boyfriend, my name is Ning Yuan. He really couldn't call her Sister Luo. It felt weird to call the little girl who was much shorter than him sister. I don't know what Luo she likes about you. You're just average looking. Luo Binglan looked him up and down and said coldly. Sister Luo, Ning Yuan is very good to me. Lin Luashi spoke quickly, not wanting to hear the teacher say bad things about Ning Yuan. Luo Binglan poked Lin Luashi's forehead with her finger, feeling somewhat helpless. You are just too naive. You will definitely be eaten to death by him in the future. Okay, you've been sitting in the car for so long, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go and show you the cafeteria of Lanwu University. Okay, I'm hungry. Lin Luashi laughed. Just like that, Ning Yuan held Lin Luashi's hand and walked behind Luo Binglan. The classmates next to him looked at him with envy. There seemed to be some fear, and this fear seemed to come from the little loli in front. Lanwu University has 4 major colleges: the Elemental College, the Spiritual College, the Martial Arts College, and the Auxiliary College. Luo Binglan didn't care about the looks of the people around her and spoke to herself. The students who awaken in the Elemental Academy all have elemental talents, and the students in the Spiritual Academy all have Divine Mind Masters, and most of them awaken with spiritual talents. The school's first cafeteria is in front. There are 4 cafeterias in the school, 1 in each of the east, south, west and north. Ning Yuan looked not far away and saw that the cafeteria building was also very grand. The cafeteria had 3 floors in total, and there was a huge electronic screen hanging on the wall, announcing the monster meat on sale today. You can even see king-level monsters on it. You know, the bodies of king-level monsters are very hard, and even if they are killed, it is difficult to process them as food. I don't know what means the school used to deal with them. High-level monster meat is very helpful in improving qi and blood. Eating a king-level monster once is equivalent to a week of training. However, the price of a king-level monster is not affordable for ordinary students. Luo Binglan looked at the king-level monster on the broadcast and said coldly, I'm lucky today, there's also the king-level monster earth-splitting divine bull. Let's go, I'll show you guys a taste. Luo Binglan took Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi to choose a seat, and she went to the window to order food. There were scattered discussions among the students nearby. Isn't that Dean Luo? Who are those 2 people with her? Look at that girl, she's so beautiful, she'll definitely be on the school beauty list, not much different from Xin Yunsheng. No, this guy is just average looking, right? Xin Yunsheng is the beauty of the auxiliary department. Since her freshman year, she has won praise from seniors for her sweet face and extraordinary talent, and has directly topped the school beauty list. Her talent is S-level, Holy Angel, which has extremely strong auxiliary capabilities. She not only has powerful healing skills, but also skills that can benefit others. Therefore, the school focuses on her training, and when she goes out on a mission, the school will definitely send strong people to follow her secretly to ensure her safety. Ning Yuan, what are you doing standing there? Come and help me serve the dishes. Luo Binglan's voice interrupted Ning Yuan's thoughts. He was just thinking about what kind of girl Xin Yunsheng was, whom the crowd was discussing. Here I come. Ning Yuan walked over and took some for Luo Binglan. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi sat in a row, while Luo Binglan sat opposite Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan would occasionally pick up some dishes and feed them to the rich young woman, which made Luo Binglan furious. She has been single for 26 years and has a very bad temper. Although she looks sweet and has a Lolita body, she has a queen-like style and is very powerful. There was a martial emperor-level teacher who pursued her before, but she beat him to a pulp. From then on, she was given the title of Ice Queen by her students. Can you guys still eat properly? Don't you have hands? Do you need Ning Yuan to feed you? Luo Binglan knocked on the table and spoke angrily. Lin Luashi knew the teacher's temper and felt a little aggrieved. She looked at her eagerly. Sister Luo, why are you angry? Ning Yuan also fed me when we were at home. Ah. Lin Luashi thought Luo Binglan was angry because no one fed her, so she used a fork to pick up a piece of earth-splitting divine beefsteak and fed it to Luo Binglan's mouth. Puff. Ning Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud. Although the master and disciple were both called icebergs by their classmates, their personalities were completely different. Luo Binglan has the body of a Lolita and the aura of a queen, while Lin Luashi has the body of a queen and the aura of a sweet girl. Luo Binglan looked at Lin Luashi helplessly. This girl was really an idiot. It would be a shame to try to win her favor, otherwise she would cry again. In the end, he could only open his little mouth and eat the steak that Lin Luashi fed him. What did I see? Luo Bingshan was fed by someone? I must not have woken up yet. A classmate rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. You're not mistaken. I saw it too. Ignoring the noise around him, Ning Yuan was marveling at the power of the king-level monster meat. He could clearly feel the heat flowing in his body. Just this little bit directly increased his qi and blood by nearly 200 points. He was only one step away from breaking through to become a third-level martial artist. Chapter 37 Battle against Chu Feiyang. Luo Binglan forked a piece of steak and said while eating. The reason I asked you to return to school early this time is because a secret realm is about to open. Ning Yuan was a little surprised and asked. Sister Lan, is this secret realm the same as the 3 secret realms during the college entrance examination? Luo Binglan shook her head and explained patiently. No, this secret realm is natural, not man-made. There are even high-level monsters in it. Natural secret realms are divided into 4 levels, SABC. The secret realm we are going to this time is the A-level secret realm, the frozen snow realm. There is a congenital magical medicine inside, Iceberg Snow Lotus, which can help Luoshi completely awaken his ice spirit body and awaken his domain skills. 3 years ago, when I was still the martial king, it was the secret realm that the then dean of the Elemental Academy took me to. He took away an Iceberg Snow Lotus and helped me awaken the Ice Phoenix domain. The secret realm opens once every 3 years, and each opening lasts for 5 days. The day after tomorrow is the day the secret realm opens. If you miss this time, you will have to wait another 3 years. When Ning Yuan heard that he could awaken Lin Luashi's domain, his expression instantly became serious and he asked. Logically speaking, this kind of magical medicine should be guarded by a powerful monster, right? Luo Binglan nodded, thinking that when she first obtained the Iceberg Snow Lotus, it was guarded by an emperor-level monster, the Frost Demon Dragon, and the dean took a lot of effort to kill it. Yes, when I took the Snow Lotus 3 years ago, there was an emperor-level monster guarding me. Ning Yuan's heart couldn't help but tighten. It was an emperor-level monster. Thinking of the powerful Golzon in the news, the size alone was intimidating. That's very dangerous, I want to go with you. Luo Binglan rolled her eyes at him, somewhat disdainful of his strength. In her opinion, it would be useless for Ning Yuan to go there with such strength. You? How can you help? Don't make things worse. Lin Luashi gently tugged at the corner of Luo Binglan's clothes and whispered, Ning Yuan is very strong. Ning Yuan was a little dissatisfied. He was the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination this year. How could he be looked down upon by this little girl? He quickly said. What's wrong with me? I'm the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination this year. Luo Binglan was a little surprised. She didn't know that Ning Yuan was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province this year. Lin Luashi had never told her. Although the top scorer in the college entrance examination has great potential, he is just a piece of unpolished jade before he grows up. What's wrong with being the top scorer in the college entrance examination? I used to be the top scorer in the imperial capital. With your strength as a second-level martial artist, which is lower than Luoshi's, can you protect Luoshi? Luo Binglan said with some arrogance. The school should have a simulated training ground. I think I can handle even an ordinary martial king. Ning Yuan didn't want to hide anything at this moment. He just wanted to slap Luo Binglan in the face. I even wanted to take off the pants of the little girl in front of me and beat her hard. This girl relied on her age and strength to act arrogantly, and he really couldn't stand it. King Wu? You're serious. If you can defeat King Wu, not only will I let you go with me, but I'll also listen to everything you say from now on. Luo Binglan looked disdainful. How could a mere second-rank martial artist dare to challenge the martial king? Let's go. It's almost time to eat. The school has a simulated training ground. All we need to do is put on a special VR helmet and project our spirit into the training ground to engage in virtual combat. The simulation training ground is a huge enclosed playground with dozens of separate simulation training rooms inside, which is also to protect the privacy of students. Luo Binglan brought Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi to training room number 5. The training room was very empty, with only a computer, a large screen and 2 special beds with 2 VR helmets on them. Put on the helmet and you'll experience a truly realistic simulated battle. Since you want to challenge a martial king, I'll choose a figure of a beginner martial king for you to fight against. Your opponent is Chu Feiyang, who is ranked 24th on the Dragon Martial Rankings and has the strength of a first-level martial king. Luo Binglan said softly. When Ning Yuan put on the helmet, a virtual battlefield appeared in his mind, and opposite him was a young man in his 20s. The other party's information also appeared in his mind. Chu Feiyang, first-rank martial king, 24th on the Dragon Martial Rankings, talent, a level Dragon Abyss Spear Soul. However, because it is a virtual character, the other party cannot speak and only has fighting instincts. Chu Feiyang held a spear in his hand, and a dragon-shaped shadow condensed at the tip of the spear, attacking Ning Yuan. Dude, you have no martial ethics. I haven't even gone to get ready yet. Ning Yuan quickly used his skill to dodge the attack and couldn't help but complain. Then 5 frostfire flying knives shot out and attacked Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang moved and dodged the attack of the flying knife in an instant. With his strength at the level of a martial king, the flying knife's speed made it difficult for it to hit him. Luo Binglan, who was outside the field, couldn't help but feel curious when watching this scene. Even if Ning Yuan was a spiritual master, it would be impossible for him to defeat the powerful martial king. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan on the screen with some worry, frowning slightly. Summon the spirit. A giant black wolf suddenly emerged from Ning Yuan's shadow, waiting for Ning Yuan to give the order to attack. King-level undead? Luo Binglan's face changed. She didn't expect Ning Yuan to have such a trump card. No wonder he could get the top score in the college entrance examination. Da hey, kill him for me. The big black figure rushed towards Chu Feiyang and fought with him, while 5 flying knives restricted Chu Feiyang on the side. Chu Feiyang threw the spear in his hand, which turned into 5 phantoms and entangled with the flying knives. This is Chu Feiyang's famous martial art, Thousand Shadow Fractal. When practiced to perfection, it can form 9 phantoms. So far, no one has practiced this martial art to the true state. With this kind of strength, he is only ranked 24th on the Dragon Martial Ranking. How strong are the top 10 or even the top 3? It seems that it is impossible to defeat him without revealing my trump card today. Ning Yuan's expression changed, and he was amazed at Chu Feiyang's strength. Thunder God possessed. Golden thunder surrounded Ning Yuan, making a crackling sound of electricity, and contained terrifying energy. The possession of Thunder God is to pour the 9 profound golden thunder into the 8 extraordinary meridians to stimulate the body's potential. His strength directly increased from a 2nd-level martial artist to a 9th-level martial artist. More importantly, with the blessing of the 9 profound golden thunder, the speed and attack power of the frostfire flying knife were greatly improved, and Chu Feiyang's spear shadow was somewhat unable to withstand it. Luo Binglan, who was outside the field, saw this scene and her expression changed. How can this kid control the element of thunder? And judging by the terrifying power contained in this golden thunder, he should be S-level. Big Black is entangled with him. Ning Yuan held the thunder blade in his hand and was accumulating energy for the Shunluo 3 absolute swords. The vast vitality of heaven and earth and the violent 9 profound golden thunder flowed into the thunder blade. Shinra's 3 ultimate swords. The knife attacked Chu Feiyang with overwhelming force. Chu Feiyang, who was entangled by Dai, had no choice but to withstand the attack. The knife hit Chu Feiyang's back heavily. Chu Feiyang, who was seriously injured, was no longer able to control the spear shadow. The flying knife was no longer restrained and shot towards Chu Feiyang. Under the attack of Dahei and Feidao, the severely injured Chu Feiyang was unable to resist and was finally smashed into pieces by Dahei's claw. Chapter 38 Shield? Congratulations on your victory. A cold reminder sound rang out in the training room. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes, took off his helmet and returned to reality, with a puzzled look on his face. Luo Binglan walked to the bedside, the shock still on her face, and said, Ning Yuan, I didn't expect you to win. You are really an extraordinary guy. Why don't you consider joining our Longwu University? Lin Luashi smiled sweetly and said, Sister Luo, I've already told you, Ning Yuan is very strong. Ning Yuan smiled at Luo Binglan and said, Sister Lan, how about it, now I am qualified to go to the secret realm with you. Luo Binglan was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that although Ning Yuan was only a second-level martial artist, he had a king-level undead. It was really abnormal. Luo Binglan was very curious. Logically speaking, being able to summon such high-level undead should mean a strong undead talent, but being able to control the element of thunder was very unreasonable. Luo Binglan asked, What kind of talent do you have? How can you summon the undead and control the element of lightning? Ning Yuan raised his head, knowing that now was the chance to show off in front of this girl, and said, I am a dual S-talent awakener, with an S-level natural talent, 9 mysterious golden thunder, and an S-level undead talent, spirit summoning. What? Ning Yuan saw Luo Binglan's eyes widen in surprise and was very satisfied with her expression. Luo Binglan took a while to recover, took a deep breath, and said, Double S-level talents have never appeared in the entire history of China. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan, smiled faintly and said, No matter what Ning Yuan's talent is, I like him. A smile finally appeared on Luo Binglan's cold face. At first, she was just worried that Ning Yuan's talent was too far behind Lin Luashi's and that the two were not suitable for each other. She likes her disciple Lin Luashi very much, not only because of her talent, but also because her innocence is very rare in this era. She wants to protect this beauty. She and Ning Yuan are the same in this respect. Lin Luashi is like the sun in this troubled world, giving them warmth. In that case, you can go to the secret realm with us the day after tomorrow, but we have to find someone before we set off, Luo Binglan said. Who? Ning Yuan asked with some confusion. Xin Yunsheng, a sophomore student in the support department. With her assistance, I can exert even greater strength, and your safety can be better guaranteed. Shen Yunsheng? Ning Yuan heard some classmates talking about this person on the way to Longwu University, and comparing her with Luo Shi. Xin Yunsheng is the only S-rank support talent in the school. Her talent is Holy Angel, which not only greatly improves my combat power, but also provides healing. With her joining us, the safety of this trip to the secret realm can be guaranteed. But if you want her to join, even I may not be able to convince her. Luo Binglan said softly. However, your chances of persuading her are relatively high. Why? I don't even know her. Ning Yuan was a little confused. Xin Yunsheng is the eldest daughter of the Xin family, the third largest family in the imperial capital. However, Xin Yunsheng has a support talent, so her combat ability is always limited. Her father, the head of the Xin family, has always wanted her to marry into the Hua family, the most prestigious family in the imperial capital. The Hua family's young patriarch, Hua Beige, possesses an S-rank natural talent, the Flame God. Last year, he even awakened his Flame God domain. Although he's only at the initial stage of Martial King, he has the power to defeat higher-level Martial Kings and ranks third on the Dragon Martial ranking. But Hua Beige has a dark personality. He relies on his family's power to bully female classmates in school and is notorious. Luo Binglan explained. Luo Binglan took a sip of water and continued. And your talent is far superior to Hua Beige's. If you help Xin Yunsheng break up her engagement, Xin Yunsheng will agree to go to the secret realm with us. With your talent, you should be able to surpass Hua Beige within 3 years. By then, Xin Yunsheng won't have to fulfill her engagement with him. If the Hua family puts pressure on you, Xin Yunsheng's master and I will help you stop it. What do you think? After hearing what she said, Ning Yuan's face darkened. He looked at the little rich woman speechlessly and said, What kind of crazy idea is this? Even if I agree, Luo Shi won't agree, right, Luo Shi? Lin Luashi's expression remained icy. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Ning Yuan, why don't you help her? It's all fake anyway. Then she added, But I will watch you, so don't let your imagination run wild. Ning Yuan touched his forehead with his right hand, closed his eyes, and fell silent, complaining in his heart. Miss, I'm your boyfriend, and you want me to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan, with the air of a gentleman who had a good reputation for his mission, spoke calmly. Since Luo Shi has spoken, let's go find Xin Yunsheng tomorrow. Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan with some contempt and said, "You clearly want to take advantage of this, yet you pretend to be righteous. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm a gentleman, right, Luoshi?" "Yeah." Lin Luashi nodded coldly. Luo Binglan rolled her eyes. She had no idea what to do with Lin Luashi's love-brained personality. "Well, it's useless for me to say anything. Let me take you to Luoshi's dormitory first. By the way, I'll give you Xin Yunqing's contact information. I'll tell her the details first, and the rest is up to you." Luo Binglan took out her cell phone and gave Ning Yuan Xin Yunqing's phone number. After Ning Yuan saved the phone number, Luo Binglan took them to the north, which was the student dormitory area. Except for a few villas nearby, the rest are high-rise buildings. Although they are not as good as villas, the student dormitories are all double rooms and are still relatively luxurious. The villa assigned to Lin Luashi is on the right side of the number 2 female dormitory building. The villa is not very big, with only 2 floors, and occupies only a quarter of the area of Ning Yuan's house, about 200 square meters. "Luoshi, this is your room card. I won't go in. I have something else to leave first." Luo Binglan took out 2 room cards and gave them to Lin Luashi, saying softly, "Okay, thank you, Sister Luo." Lin Luashi took the room card, handed one to Ning Yuan, and nodded. Ning Yuan took the room card and without hesitation, swiped the access control at the gate, turned around and said goodbye to Luo Binglan, then pulled the rich woman in. The decoration of this villa is relatively simple. There is a large reception room on the first floor, and some rockery and other decorations. The second floor has a bedroom, a bathroom, a movie room, and a large kitchen. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi sorted out the clothes in the void ring and put them into the closet. Ning Yuan didn't bring many clothes, just 1 or 2 sets of ordinary clothes and 2 sets of pajamas, so a small cabinet was enough. "Why did you bring me stockings?" Lin Luashi asked, holding a few pairs of stockings in her hand. "It's useful to bring it with you. Wear it when I'm around. Don't wear it when I'm not around. Do you hear me? If I find out." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi with a threatening look. "Oh, I see." Lin Luashi nodded slightly, folded the stockings in her hand and put them in a small drawer. It took Lin Luashi more than half an hour to finish packing her clothes. She only brought half of the clothes in the closet at home, but this half had already filled up the bedroom closet. Chapter 39 Xin Yunsheng. In the evening, after Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi finished dinner, Ning Yuan called Xin Yunsheng. After all, they were going to the secret realm the day after tomorrow. If she did not agree to go, there was still time to find someone else. Ning Yuan dialed the phone, and a face that brought disaster to the country and the people appeared on the screen. It had a delicate and small face, cherry lips, and a beautiful nose, eyes as bright as stars, and a pretty oval face. "Senior Shin? Well, you must be Ning Yuan." A smile appeared on Xin Yunqing's face, and dimples were faintly visible on both sides of his cheeks. "Dean Luo has already told me everything. I'm sure she's told you about me, too. In that case, I'll be frank. I can go to the secret realm with you, on the condition that after you reach the level of Martial King, you pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me back to the Shin family. Help me deal with my father and get him to cancel the marriage with the Hua family." When Lin Luashi heard the sweet female voice coming from the phone, she couldn't help but lean over to take a look, and she was immediately amazed. Xin Yunqing has 2 different looks, but both are beautiful. Xin Yunqing is the girl next door type, and although Lin Luashi has a soft personality, she looks like a cold goddess. "Hello, Sister Shin, my name is Lin Luashi." Lin Luashi waved nervously and greeted Xin Yunqing on the screen. Xin Yunqing was also stunned when she saw Lin Luashi's pretty face. She was very curious why such a girl would agree to let her boyfriend pretend to be her boyfriend. Xin Yunqing then smiled and nodded and said, "Sister Luo, she is so beautiful. Do you really not mind Ning Yuan pretending to be my boyfriend? Aren't you afraid that I will snatch him away?" "I don't mind." Lin Luashi was still very confident in himself. Xin Yunqing stared blankly at the girl on the screen, feeling a little touched, and said softly, "Since you call me sister, I must fulfill my sister's responsibilities. I will go with you the day after tomorrow." "Thank you, Sister Shin." Lin Luashi smiled sweetly. "Do you have anything else to do now? Do you want me to take you around Lanwu University?" Xin Yunqing thought that they might not have visited the school yet, so he spoke. Okay. Lin Luashi was very happy. She had originally wanted to go for a walk with Ning Yuan after dinner, but the school was very big and they were not familiar with the way. Now that they had a free tour guide, they were naturally very happy. "Which villa are you in? I'll come find you." "I don't know which one it is, but the villa is to the right of dormitory building number 2. "Okay, I got it. You guys wait for me downstairs." Shen Yunsheng hung up the phone, packed up briefly and prepared to go out. More than 10 minutes later, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were waiting for Shen Yunsheng at the door of the villa. Not long after, Shen Yunsheng came towards the side wearing a white lace dress. The hem of her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look pure and elegant. Ning Yuan directly used the eye of true vision to check Shen Yunsheng's attribute panel. Name, Shen Yunsheng. Level, 8th rank Great Martial Master. Talent, S-level Holy Angel. Chi and Blood, 80630. Spiritual Power, 432. Skill. Angel's Protection, a defensive skill that grants angel wings to the selected target, making them immune to one physical attack. Holy Light Healing, summon an angel to use the power of Holy Light to heal the wounded. Soul Link, you can establish a soul link with your teammates to share energy and senses. Angel's Blessing, increases attack power and movement speed for teammates, soothes teammates' emotions, eliminates control confusion, and other effects. Martial Arts, S-level Glimpses of Light Minor Success, a level explosive Bao Minor Success. As expected of the eldest daughter of a prominent family in the imperial capital, she has already reached the 8th rank martial artist at such a young age. Her cultivation resources must be beyond their reach. There is also an S-level body movement martial arts skill, which is definitely much more valuable than the 9-layered Thunder Blade. Luo Binglan was right. Her skills were indeed auxiliary skills. Isn't the auxiliary effect a bit too strong? Senior Shen. Ning Yuan shouted from a distance, holding Lin Luashi's hand and walking forward. "Ning Yuan, Luashi, let's go. I'll take you around." A smile appeared on Shen Yunqing's face, and her 2 dimples were so cute. She naturally took Lin Luashi's right hand and spoke softly. "You are in villa number 4. The number is on the left side of the wall, so you may not have seen it." The 3 of them walked for a long time before they walked out of the girls' dormitory area, and Shen Yunqing led them to the east. "This is Langu Lake, the dating spot of Langu University. Many couples like to take a walk on this road," Shen Yunqing said softly with a slightly red face. Many boys on the road saw Ning Yuan holding Lin Luashi's hand, with the school beauty Shen Yunqing next to him, and they looked like they wanted to eat him up. "Fuck, who is this guy? Isn't that school beauty Shen next to him? Who is that other girl? How come she's so pretty and holding hands with that guy? Isn't school beauty Shen engaged to Hua Beige? Why is she with this guy? You don't know this, right? Hua Beige is very strong, but his character is really bad. How could the school beauty be interested in him?" There was an endless stream of discussion around, mostly revolving around Shen Yunsheng, Hua Beige, and Ning Yuan. "Ning Yuan, are you really not afraid of Hua Beige? His current strength is enough to fight against a high-level martial king." When Shen Yunsheng heard the discussions around her, her brows furrowed slightly, and she was a little worried that Ning Yuan would be implicated by her. "It's definitely not possible now, but maybe it will be possible in a year." Ning Yuan is still very confident in his talent. Suddenly, a tall student with a scar on his face stood in front of Ning Yuan and said, "Who are you, kid? Don't you know that Shen Yunsheng is our boss's fiancé? How dare you walk with my sister-in-law?" Shen Yunqing's face darkened. He stood in front of Ning Yuan and said with disgust, "Ji Xiao, who is your sister-in-law? I have nothing to do with Hua Beige. Stop yelling at me. School beauty Shen, you are engaged to my eldest brother. Sooner or later, you will be his person. There is nothing wrong with me calling you sister-in-law." Ji Xiao forced a smile and spoke. "Go back and tell Hua Beige that I have a boyfriend. When I return to the Shen family, I will naturally ask my father to cancel the engagement." Shen Yunsheng walked to Ning Yuan's left and took his left arm. "What? Do you think I'm a fool? If he's your boyfriend, then who is that woman next to him?" Ji Xiao's face looked a little ugly, and he pointed at Lin Luashi next to him and spoke. "Sister Shen and I are both Ning Yuan's girlfriends." Lin Luashi hated Ji Xiao in front of him and took the initiative to step forward and speak. Everyone's brains suddenly went into overload. This is a jerk. Is he openly two-timing? And they're all so beautiful. Why? Chapter 40, Getting Better at Acting Coquettishly. Ning Yuan, right? Don't be so ungrateful. Just relying on your mere martial artist strength, do you think you are qualified to snatch a woman from my boss? The girl next to you is pretty good too, why don't you go together? Ji Xiao pointed his right index finger at Lin Luashi and spoke. Before he could finish, Ning Yuan grabbed his fingers with his right hand and twisted them hard, breaking Ji Xiao's fingers directly. Ah! Let go now! Ji Xiao screamed in pain, bent his legs and almost fell to the ground. His left hand was still holding Ning Yuan's arm, and he broke free from Ning Yuan's hand. Ning Yuan looked at Ji Xiao's eyes fiercely and then moved his gaze towards his crotch, saying in a fierce tone. Ji Xiao, right? As the name suggests, it seems you don't even want a chicken. Puff. Xin Yunqing couldn't help laughing. Sister Xin, what are you laughing at? Lin Luashi spoke in confusion. She didn't quite understand why Ning Yuan mentioned chickens. There were obviously no chickens here. Nothing. Xin Yunqing smiled and shook his head. This guy was really too mean. Ji Xiao stood up straight and shouted at Ning Yuan, you just attacked me, what a skill. If you have the guts, come to the competition stage with me tomorrow and I will kill you. Name, Ji Xiao. Level, 4th rank Great Martial Master. Talent, B-level Beast Transformation. Qi and Blood, 48,650. Spiritual Power, 126. Martial Skill, B-rank Mountain Splitting Poem. Ning Yuan glanced at Ji Xiao's attribute panel, smiled slightly and said. Okay, I'll play with you. Lin Luashi and Xin Yunqing did not stop him. Xin Yunqing knew that Ning Yuan had even defeated Chu Feiyang in the virtual battle, so Ji Xiao would be easy to capture. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and most people said that Ning Yuan was a little arrogant. Looking at the strength of his qi and blood, how could an ordinary martial artist dare to challenge Ji Xiao? Ji Xiao is a 4th rank martial artist. This kid is going to suffer. Ji Xiao and Ning Yuan agreed to have a competition at 2 p.m. tomorrow to see who would win. After a while, the crowd slowly dispersed. Alright, senior, they've ruined our fun of touring the school today. Let's stop here for today. You can take us around next time when you have time. Ning Yuan looked at Xin Yunqing's delicate face and said softly. I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay. If I can't handle this kind of clown, how can I face Wabeige? Senior, go back and rest first. You've worked hard today. Xin Yunqing shook his head and said with a smile, why should I be so hardworking? You helped me pick it up, didn't you? I'll go back first. You should know the way, right? Ning Yuan nodded and said, I know him. After Xin Yunqing left, Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and walked around Longwu Lake. The two of them didn't say anything during the time, it was very quiet. Lin Luashi really enjoyed walking with Ning Yuan in the moonlight. Lin Luashi, other classmates think that senior sister Xin and I are in a boyfriend and girlfriend. Aren't you jealous at all? Ning Yuan spoke first. The ancestors said that although you have taken advantage, you have to take the initiative and shift the responsibility to the other party, leaving them with no way out. Lin Luashi wrinkled her nose and said calmly, a little bit. I like Sister Xin very much, but I believe you. You're such a fool. Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at the rich young woman and wanted to blame this mistake on Lin Luashi, but who knew that she couldn't be selected at all and didn't care about it at all. I'm not stupid. Sister Xin is very gentle. I want to make friends with her and help her break up the engagement. Lin Luashi held Ning Yuan's hand with a little force and said firmly. Then aren't you afraid that senior sister Xin will abduct me and leave you behind? Ning Yuan joked. You wouldn't do that. I'm your most beloved little Luoshi, right, brother Yuan? Lin Luashi hugged Ning Yuan's arms with both hands, blinked her beautiful eyes at Ning Yuan, and said coquettishly. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi, who was a cold goddess in the eyes of others, but was a clingy girl who loved to act coquettishly in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. You've changed. Why do you act like a spoiled child all the time now? Let's go back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, the two took a shower and went straight to bed, probably to conserve their energy for tomorrow's competition. The next morning, as usual, Ning Yuan got up, prepared breakfast, and called Lin Luashi to get up and eat together. Then the two of them went to the school supermarket to buy some daily necessities. There was not even toothpaste in the villa yesterday. Ning Yuan bought a few towels, 2 pairs of couple slippers, 2 couple cups, couple electric toothbrushes, and also bought an electric cooker specifically for hot pot. Anyway, it's all set. In addition, Lin Luashi also bought a lot of snacks, potato chips, dried fruits, chocolate. 2 shopping carts are already full. That's enough. The snack shelf won't be able to hold so many. Ning Yuan looked at the 2 carts of snacks, touched his forehead with his right hand, feeling helpless. When Lin Luashi was at her home, Uncle Lin specifically told her not to eat junk food. Since she started living with Ning Yuan, it seemed like a new world had opened up. Delicious marshmallows, potato chips. Too many to count. Ding ling ling. At noon, when Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were preparing to make hot pot, the bell at the villa door rang. Shen Yunsheng was worried about something unexpected happening, so he came to the dormitory to find Ning Yuan in advance. Ning Yuan went downstairs and saw Shen Yunsheng, so he ran over to open the door and asked, "Senior Shen, why are you here so early? Have you had lunch?" "Not yet. I was just worried about something unexpected happening, so I came to check it out in advance," Shen Yunsheng said with an awkward smile. "Then it's just right for us to eat together. Luoshi and I are preparing hot pot. I wonder if you can handle spicy food. I can eat a little bit." "Okay, let's make it slightly spicy." In the restaurant on the second floor, Ning Yuan prepared a lot of ingredients, including fat beef, tripe, shrimp balls, beef balls, and dragon boat. The beef is all made from iron-skinned cattle. Shen Yunqing looked at the red bottom of the pot, with several large peppers floating on the surface, and felt a little scared. "Is this slightly spicy? It doesn't look like it. Maybe it just looks spicy, but it doesn't taste spicy." "That's probably it." Shen Yunqing picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tripe, and put it into the boiling red soup. After about 6 seconds, he took it out and put it in his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The spicy taste immediately irritated her nasal cavity and her throat began to cough violently. Shen Yunqing grabbed the boiled water next to him and took a few big gulps. Ning Yuan stood up, patted Shen Yunqing on the back gently, and said apologetically, "Senior, I'm sorry, I thought you could handle something slightly spicy." "No, cough cough, it's okay, I can't eat spicy food, you guys continue eating and leave me alone." Lin Luashi looked at Shen Yunsheng who was choked by the spicy food and said to Ning Yuan, "Ning Yuan, please cook a bowl of noodles for Sister Shen." "Don't bother, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat later." Shen Yunsheng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Cooking noodles doesn't take much effort, and we have the ingredients ready." Ning Yuan nodded and said. In this way, the 3 of them ate for more than an hour, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and there was only less than an hour left before Ji Xiao's battle. Chapter 41 Battle against Ji Xiao. "Hey, have you heard that Ji Xiao is going to compete with a man today? Who is so bold?" Although Ji Xiao is only a 4th-ranked great martial artist, he is Hua Bei's younger brother. He is ranked 3rd on the Dragon Martial Arts ranking. No one dares to offend him. It is said that he is the boyfriend of school beautician, and his strength is only at the martial artist level. What? Isn't school beautician Hua Bei's fiancé? How dare a mere martial artist do that? There was a constant chatter in the training ground, mostly about the upcoming battle between Ning Yuan and Ji Xiao. The training ground, which was originally empty at this time of year, was now crowded with people. There was also a tall man standing on the competition stage, and it was Ji Xiao. The hot atmosphere infected everyone who entered the training ground. At this time, Ning Yuan and the other 2 slowly walked into the training ground, ignoring the gazes and discussions around them, and slowly walked onto the competition stage. A student in a white short-sleeved shirt in the crowd recognized Hua Beige who came in from the training ground entrance and said, "Hey, isn't that Hua Beige? Why is he here too?" Ning Yuan couldn't help but turn his head to look, and saw a man with a somewhat feminine face and a wicked smile on his lips walking in. He could feel how powerful Hua Beige was, and that he was completely on a different level from Chu Feiyang before. It's even just slightly worse than Zhao Weigua. Ning Yuan checked Hua Bei's attribute panel. Name, Hua Beige. Level, 2nd level Martial King. Talent, S level Flame Demon. Qi and Blood, 201060. Spiritual Power, 328. Skill. Flame Fist, wrap your fist in extreme flames, and each strike will have powerful force and burning effect. Rain of Fire, summons a rain of fire, and each drop of flame falling from the sky looks like a small fireball. Fire Demon Possession, summon and possess a giant fire creature fire demon from the flames, and fight with its powerful strength and eternal flames. The pressure that the second-level martial king gives me is comparable to that of Uncle Zhao. He deserves to be third on the dragon martial list. His S-level talent really cannot be underestimated. Ning Yuan whispered in his heart. Hua Beige walked in front of Shen Yunsheng, glanced at Lin Luashi beside him, his eyes flashed with a gleam, and a fake smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said softly, Yunsheng, do you want to have dinner together tonight? You haven't been back to the Shen family for a long time, and your uncle misses you very much. Shen Yunsheng showed disgust on his face and took a step forward, blocking Lin Luashi behind him. Hua Beige, I've told you many times that I don't like you and it's impossible for us to be together. Hua Beige smiled slightly, love grows over time. If you don't like her now, we can slowly cultivate our relationship after we get married. Get out of here. Shen Yunsheng yelled. Hua Beige pretended not to hear, tilted his head and looked at Lin Luashi behind him with obscene eyes, and spoke. Schoolmate, can we add each other and get to know each other? Get lost. Lin Luashi said coldly with a cold expression. Ning Yuan, who was standing on the stage, saw the evil look towards Hua Beige. This guy actually wanted to attack Lin Luashi. He jumped off the competition platform, stood in front of Hua Beige, and said loudly. You are Hua Beige. You look like a transvestite. No wonder senior sister Shen looks down on you. Hua Bei's expression instantly darkened. In his opinion, Ning Yuan was courting death. He then forced a fake smile and said, You're just a shield that Yunsheng found. You're just a martial artist. Do you want to die? Ning Yuan smiled and looked at Hua Beige. He held Lin Luashi in his left hand and Shen Yunsheng in his right hand. Is this true or not? Senior Hua, do you really know? A blush appeared on Shen Yunsheng's face. She couldn't believe that Ning Yuan would be so bold and felt a little shy. Fuck you, this kid. She's surrounded by beauties on both sides, and they're all campus beauties. Hua Beige could no longer pretend, his face was very gloomy, and he said in a low voice. You're courting death. Ning Yuan let go of the two women's waists and spread his hands, it's still unclear who was looking for death. It's almost time. Let's start with your little brother. After saying that, Ning Yuan walked straight to the competition stage and said to Ji Xiao, Little chicken, are you ready? Hua Beige looked at Ji Xiao on the stage and said, Kill Ji Xiao to death. If you die, I will cover for you. Although it is not allowed to cause loss of life on the competition stage, Hua Beige does not care about the so-called rules. The so-called rules are only used to restrain the weak. Brother, don't worry, I will make this kid live a life worse than death. Ji Xiao licked his lips, his face full of confidence. Whispers erupted from the audience below the stage. Clearly, they were more optimistic about Ji Xiao's match. Ignoring the whispers from the audience, Ning Yuan tightly grasped a thunder blade in his hand and looked at Ji Xiao with sharp eyes. Then he swung it down suddenly, and the knife cut through the air, making a sharp sound, mixed with a terrifying sound of electric current. Ning Yuan raised his head and glanced at Ji Xiao, who was staring at him with a malicious look and a sneer. A barely perceptible coldness appeared on his face. The repeated provocations had already left Ning Yuan with a grudge. Boy, let me show you how I can torture you. Ji Xiao's sharp eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he roared. Beast transformation. Immediately afterwards, his muscles began to swell rapidly, his bones made a crisp sound like popping beans, the fabric of his clothes was torn into pieces, and his nails turned into claws at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sideburns quickly grew from the face, and finally it turned into a lion beast, about 3 meters tall. His pupils contracted into vertical golden lines, his amber irises surging with the frenzy of a wild animal. A series of wild animal roars rolled through his throat, his voice very hoarse. Ning Yuan, this is my innate beast transformation, which can greatly increase my strength and speed. Laugh. The first to launch the attack was naturally Ji Xiao. He pushed the ground with his right foot, and his figure instantly turned into a blurry Yingzi area, rushing towards Ning Yuan like lightning. Although Ji Xiao is arrogant, it has to be said that this guy has the capital to be arrogant. His speed alone has surpassed most people of the same level. It was only a few dozen meters away, but he arrived in front of him in a moment. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but worry for Ning Yuan. They also didn't want Ji Xiao to win. This guy was used to being domineering and naturally hoped that someone would teach him a lesson. Ning Yuan used the thunder sword to block Ji Xiao's sharp claws. He knew clearly that if Ji Xiao got close to him, he would have little chance to use his sword skills. Ning Yuan activated the instant step, stepped back, and swung the thunder knife in his hand violently. The powerful force directly caused an arc of light to appear on the blade, and a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, humming continuously. Beige in the audience looked at Ning Yuan in surprise. Sword energy? Ji Xiao was a little surprised that Ning Yuan could quickly distance himself from him. Feeling the oncoming sword wind, he sneered, and his claw collided with the sword wind, directly tearing it apart. After all, Ning Yuan's martial arts strength is only that of a second-level martial artist. Even though he has high-level martial arts skills, he has no chance to display them. Ji Xiao also knew that Ning Yuan would find it difficult to cope with close combat, so he turned into a phantom and shot towards Ning Yuan. Just when he was about to hit the target, he slapped down with his claws, but the ground was empty. The attack missed, and Ji Xiao hurriedly looked around the entire competition stage, but did not see Ning Yuan. Where are the people? Many audience members in the audience were also confused and looked around. I saw Ning Yuan standing in the sky with a thunder knife under his feet. As Ji Xiao looked up, the people below the stage also followed Ji Xiao's gaze and looked upward. When they saw Ning Yuan standing in the air, many of them were stunned. Psychic Master? The audience in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, Ning Yuan was just a freshman, and he had already broken through to the middle stage of the Void Realm before he had practiced much. Ning Yuan's talent was definitely terrifying. Chapter 42 Winning. High up in the training ground, Ning Yuan stood in the air, his feet on the thunder sword. Beige was also a little surprised that a freshman already had such strong martial arts skills and such high mental strength. But in his opinion, this was just a surprise, not enough to scare him. After all, who isn't a genius? Ji Xiao looked up at Ning Yuan in the air, his face looked a little ugly, and he cursed. Come down and fight me if you dare. What kind of man are you if you hide in the sky? Ning Yuan sneered and said. Okay, let me play with you with my throwing knives. Suddenly, 5 flying knives flew out like streams of light and shot towards Ji Xiao. With Ning Yuan's current mental strength, he can already skillfully control 5 flying knives, and the flying knives work in perfect harmony under the attack organized by him. At this time, Ji Xiao was covered in blood, with wounds all over his body caused by flying knives. Ji Xiao was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, obviously unable to withstand so many flying knives. Looking at Ning Yuan in the sky with a playful smile on his lips. Ji Xiao's face turned ashen, his sharp claws pierced the ground, and he said coldly. Since you won't come down, I will force you to come down. The lions roar. Ji Xiao's mouth shrank and his face turned a little red. After a moment, his mouth suddenly opened. A lion's roar like thunder suddenly appeared from the air, and a huge sound wave went towards Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan sneered in the air, he didn't expect that Ji Xiao also had sonic skills. Ning Yuan was affected by the sound waves, his eardrums were stung and his mental strength was traumatized. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth and jumped directly off the thunder knife, while controlling 5 flying knives to entangle Ji Xiao to prevent him from getting close. However, due to the mental trauma, the speed and power of the flying knife controlled by Ning Yuan were greatly reduced. Ji Xiao dodged the flying knife and looked at Ning Yuan coming down from the air. He immediately got close to Ning Yuan, raised his right claw and slapped him down. There were exclamations from the whole audience, but only Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan on the competition stage calmly. She knew that with Ning Yuan's strength, it was impossible for him to be hit so easily. Looking at Ning Yuan who was in danger, Shen Yunqing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she heard from Luo Binglan that Ning Yuan defeated Chu Feiyang, who was at the King of Martial Arts level, that was only after he used his undead talent. Now he is only using his martial arts strength and mental power. Ning Yuan instantly activated, instant step, teleported to a different position, and slashed at Ji Xiao with the thunder knife in his hand. Thunderbolt blade. Ning Yuan didn't intend to tease him anymore. He gathered his strength and swung his sword. The sword flew towards Ji Xiao with a cold gust of wind. Ji Xiao moved his body to avoid the sword wind, and his claw was in a stalemate with Ning Yuan's sword. At this moment, Ning Yuan smiled slightly and threw away the thunder knife in his hand. I saw that the thunder elements gathered rapidly around Ning Yuan and eventually turned into golden thunder. At this moment, thunder was surging in Ning Yuan's palm. Not good. Seeing Ning Yuan like this, Ji Xiao felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. However, just as the thought flashed through his mind, lightning shot out from Ning Yuan's palm, and the sharp sound of electric current filled the entire competition stage. Thunder palm. Ji Xiao had no time to react and was hit in the chest by the 9 profound golden thunder. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and Ji Xiao's horrified face flushed. After a moment, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He fell heavily to the ground and passed out. In an instant, a crack appeared on the floor, and then it completely collapsed. There was still a burnt smell coming from Ji Zhao's chest even though he had fainted, which was a bit pungent. What a loser! He can't even beat a martial artist. Hua Bei's voice was calm, but his expression was gloomy at the moment. Hua Bei stared at Ning Yuan on the stage, looking at the golden thunder in his palm, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. As an awakener of S-level elemental talent, this feeling can only be felt by people with the same talent. In other words, the thunder in Ning Yuan's palm must be S-level, and it is the thunder type with the strongest attack power. At this moment, Hua Bei looked at Ning Yuan on the stage again. He knew that this person should not be underestimated. At this moment, Ning Yuan stood on the stage, slowly walked down the competition platform, stood in front of Hua Bei, and said lightly, "He lost." Ning Yuan's calm voice echoed throughout the training ground, bringing many whispers on the field to an abrupt halt. All eyes lingered on Ji Zhao and Ning Yuan, who were dying under the competition stage. The silence lasted for a moment, and then the first applause rang out. Immediately, like a chain reaction, thunderous applause broke out in the venue. Hearing the neat applause, Ning Yuan looked towards where Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng were. At this time, Lin Luashi was smiling sweetly and clapping her hands. The first applause came from her. He smiled at Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng, and his gaze returned to Hua Bei. Seeing Ning Yuan's gaze coming again, Hua Bei made eye contact with him. Hua Bei's face was a little gloomy, and he obviously felt that Ji Zhao had lost his people. He said lightly, "It's no big deal to defeat a mere Ji Zhao. If you have the guts, fight me." Ning Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud. Why, Senior Hua is going to fight in person. With Senior Hua's martial arts skills, against a mere martial artist like me, I might as well just surrender. When the people around heard Ning Yuan's words, they couldn't help but secretly curse Hua Bei for being shameless. When Hua Bei heard what the people around him said, his expression changed. He knew that it would be too embarrassing if he bullied the weak. "What do you want?" Ning Yuan's expression instantly became serious. He looked directly into Hua Bei's eyes and said, "In half a year, you and I will fight. If you lose, the engagement will be cancelled. You must stay away from Senior Sister Shen from now on. If I lose, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore, how about that?" When Ning Yuan's words were heard, there was an uproar around. How can it be possible to defeat Hua Bei in half a year? He is only a martial arts master. No matter what, it is impossible for him to break through to the martial arts king level in half a year. That's what I'm saying. You're still too young. Hua Bei shook his eyes and a cold look flashed across his face. He felt that Ning Yuan was looking down on him and said, "Okay, but this bet isn't fair. If you lose, I'll kill you." Ning Yuan stared intently at Hua Bei's eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly and said, "No problem. Ning Yuan, don't agree to him." Shen Yunxing couldn't help but say, "That's a gamble with his life. Ning Yuan doesn't need to go to such lengths for her." When Lin Luashi heard that Hua Bei wanted to kill Ning Yuan, a biting chill emanated from his body and he looked at Hua Bei with cold eyes. At this time, Hua Bei was already on Lin Luashi's kill list. "When I practice hard in the future, I will definitely kill Hua Bei." Hua Bei's gloomy face immediately put on a smile and said, "In half a year, I will take your life with my own hands." After Hua Bei finished speaking, he turned around and asked someone to carry Ji Zhao to the infirmary, then left the training ground. "Ning Yuan, you are too impulsive." Shen Yunqing's face looked a little ugly. He ran to Ning Yuan with a tone of self-blame. "Senior, don't worry. Although Hua Bei is very strong now, I am confident that I can easily defeat him in half a year." Ning Yuan smiled slightly. After hearing Ning Yuan's words, Shen Yunqing's frown relaxed a little. She knew very well that with Ning Yuan's talent, as long as he had enough time, his strength would improve quickly. Chapter 43 4 Major Colleges. "Ning Yuan, I won't let him hurt you." Lin Luashi grabbed the corner of Ning Yuan's clothes with her small hands and said seriously. Ning Yuan thought Lin Luashi was really cute, and couldn't help but touch her head and said with a smile, "Then you must practice well with Sister Lan, and you must protect me in the future." "I will." Lin Luashi nodded heavily. "Let's go, the farce is over, let's go back." Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi's hand and walked out of the training ground with Shen Yunsheng. We didn't even have a proper look around the school last night. Senior Sister Shen, would you like to take us around today? Shen Yunqing suddenly didn't like Ning Yuan calling her Sister Shen. She always felt a little distant, so she said, "Of course you can, but don't call me senior from now on. Just call me by my name. Then I'll call you Sister Yunsheng? I'm only 1 year older than you. It's just right that you call me Sister Yunsheng. I'm not taking advantage of you." Ning Yuan nodded and said okay. The auxiliary academy is in front. Most of the students there have awakened auxiliary talents. Some are spiritual alchemists who specialize in refining pills and potions that increase strength. Shen Yunqing pointed to the building in front surrounded by a steel wall and said softly, "The auxiliary college has relatively few students, so there is only one teaching building, and most of the space is occupied by laboratories and alchemy rooms. Only some classrooms are used to teach people how to better develop their talents and abilities. The main reason is that there are relatively few teachers in the auxiliary department. Apart from the dean, we don't have any teachers at the martial emperor level in the auxiliary department." Ning Yuan nodded in agreement, saying that there were indeed fewer strong auxiliary system experts. The main reason is that the combat capabilities of auxiliary awakeners are relatively poor. Many awakeners who have cultivated to the martial king level lack combat capabilities. Even if they can assist their teammates in combat, their own strength improvement is still relatively slow. I have to say that the campus environment of Longwu University is really good. There are green grass on both sides of the road, and colorful flowers are planted along the way. There was a faint scent of flowers in the air. Although it is summer vacation during this period, most students choose to stay on campus to study. I met quite a few students along the way. There were couples walking side by side, and some were walking alone. There were 2 men walking side by side. The chi and blood of these students are indeed very strong, and most of them are already at the great martial artist stage. You should know that Zhang Mu was almost 40 years old when he reached the peak of the great martial artist. This shows that the talents of students at top universities should not be underestimated. Ning Yuan could even feel the aura of several students who emanated the martial king's aura. As expected of Longwu University, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ning Yuan couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Walking along the road, you will see several buildings surrounded by high walls. It is the Martial Arts Academy. This is the largest college in Longwu University, with the largest number of students. Although some students are not very talented, their comprehension of martial arts is extremely terrifying and they can fight against opponents of higher levels. The Chu Feiyang you fought against was a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy. Also, Yi Hao, who ranks first on the Dragon Martial Arts ranking, is from the Martial Arts Academy. He's only a junior now, but his strength is already that of a high-level martial king. Yi Hao has an S-level physical talent, a true dragon's sacred body. He was at the martial artist level right after awakening. His physique and blood far surpass those of others at the same level. Even some monsters at the same level don't have as strong a body as him. Ning Yuan said stupidly, "Sister Yunsheng, why didn't you look for her before?" He regretted it as soon as he said it, thinking that he was too talkative. Shen Yunqing rolled his eyes at him, thinking that Ning Yuan was a little too straightforward. I'm not familiar with him, and Yi Hao doesn't understand romance at all. I don't think he likes women. Ning Yuan showed a strange look on his face. Don't like women? Could it be that he is? Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but shudder, hoping not to have to deal with this person in the future. The 3 of them walked for more than 10 minutes. Lin Luashi suddenly felt the sweat on Ning Yuan's palm and asked softly, "Ning Yuan, are you hot?" "Yes, it's a little hot." Ning Yuan laughed and said, "I saw a hint of coldness emanating from Lin Luashi's body, like an air conditioner." "Are you feeling better now?" "Yeah, much better. I have to say, it's really comfortable to have the little rich woman as a human air conditioner. I don't feel hot when I hold her in my arms while sleeping at night. Instead, I feel very cool. This is the Elemental Academy. You should be familiar with it. To the north is the girls' dormitory, and to the south is the teachers' dormitory. Dean Luo lives there. Also, in the very center of the school is the school's Wanbao Hall, which contains all of the school's martial arts. Even the school has several S-level martial arts. Of course, those martial arts skills must be exchanged for sufficient contribution points. The school will issue some tasks from time to time. The difficulty of the tasks is divided into 5 levels, SABCD. Tomorrow we will explore the A-level secret realm, the frozen snow region. It contains many precious medicinal materials and rare monsters. The school also has corresponding tasks. One of the tasks requires ice spirit grass, and mysterious ice grass is the key material for refining ice soul pill. It is an A-level task on the task list, Shin Yunqing said as he walked. Ning Yuan nodded and asked doubtfully, what effect does this ice soul pill have? I don't know, but Dean Luo should know. Shin Yunqing shook his head and said, that's perfect. I'll contact Sister Lan and ask her. We can go have dinner together. We're leaving for the secret realm tomorrow, so we need to have a good meal before we go. Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and called Luo Binglan. A cold yet delicate face appeared on the screen. Sister Lan, do you have time to have dinner together? Okay, where are you now? Luo Binglan said lightly. Downstairs of building 1 of the Elemental Academy. Ning Yuan glanced at the building next to him, which had a big one written on it. Wait for me there, don't move. Beep, beep. The phone was hung up when the notification sounded on the phone. Ning Yuan smiled helplessly. This Sister Lan really has the aura of a queen, so decisive and efficient. After a while, a small figure walked out of the academy. Luo Binglan spoke first. Have you thought about what to eat? Ning Yuan, I want to eat crayfish. Lin Luashi said. Ning Yuan smiled and touched Lin Luashi's head. The rich girl really liked to eat crayfish, especially the spicy one. Do you want to eat crayfish? Ning Yuan looked at Shin Yunqing and asked Luo Binglan. Sure. Luo Binglan replied. Ning Yuan touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't know where there was a lobster restaurant outside the school, so he could only ask. Sister Yunqing, do you know where there's a lobster restaurant? Shin Yunqing didn't know either. She had never eaten crayfish before, but seeing that Lin Luashi wanted to eat it, she also wanted to try it. Before Shin Yunqing could speak, Luo Binglan said, I know. Come with me. Chapter 44 Luo Binglan's Suggestions. In the lobster restaurant, Ning Yuan had already ordered the food, 10 pounds of spicy food, 10 pounds of garlic food, and a few bottles of beer. Ning Yuan, how do you use that pink wallet? Shin Yunqing noticed Ning Yuan's pink wallet when he paid and asked. This belongs to Luo Shi. I'm already her adopted child. Shin Yunqing was stunned for a moment, thinking, aren't girls always the ones who spend boys' money? Why is it the other way around in your case? Sister Shin, Ning Yuan is very poor. I have money, but I don't spend it much, so I gave it all to him. Lin Luashi said lightly. Shin Yunqing shook his head helplessly and said softly, Luo Shi, if I were a man, I would definitely snatch you away from Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled, then changed the subject and asked Luo Binglan. Sister Lan, Sister Yunqing just said that there's an A-level mission at school that requires the mysterious ice grass from the frozen snow region to refine the ice soul pill. From the name, it seems to be a special ice attribute medicine. What effect does this medicine have? Hearing Ning Yuan's question, Luo Binglan explained patiently. You should know that there is a huge gap between elemental abilities of different levels. This ice soul pill has a chance of improving the talents of ice awakeners, but it's only effective for those below S rank. Any elemental ability that reaches S level has reached the ultimate level of that element. It is difficult for a level talent awakeners to cross the ultimate level. And the ice soul pill has a chance of turning a B level ability into an A level ability. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, feeling that this pill was a little too strong. If it could be mass-produced, wouldn't everyone have a level talent? Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan's expression and knew what he was thinking. She interrupted his thoughts. This kind of talent-enhancing elixir is hard to come by. Not only are the ingredients usually found in A-level secret realms, but refining this kind of elixir also requires the core of a king-level monster with corresponding attributes. So, it's impossible to mass-produce this kind of medicine. Ning Yuan nodded. He was indeed thinking too much. If this kind of elixir could really be mass-produced, humans would not have been entangled with monsters for so long. The ultimate goal of our trip is the iceberg snow lotus. Only with it can we refine the lotus heart pill and awaken Luo Shi's domain. The sooner the domain awakens, the greater the help it will be to Luo Shi, so we must not miss this opportunity. As for the Xianbing grass, if you have it, just bring it back. If you don't have it, there's no need to force it. Ning Yuan and Shin Yunqing nodded, they knew which one was more important. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Your crayfish are ready. A male waiter brought a large bowl of spicy crayfish and placed it on the table, followed by a bowl of garlic crayfish, and then brought a few bottles of snow beer. Okay, let's eat and talk. Ning Yuan handed the gloves to the three women and poured some beer into Luo Binglan and Xin Yunqing's glasses. As for Lin Luashi, she definitely couldn't be allowed to drink. Ning Yuan, I want to drink too. Lin Luashi said lightly when he saw Luo Binglan and Xin Yunqing both had some. Why drink wine, kid? Eat your lobster. Ning Yuan took a peeled lobster tail in his hand and stuffed it into Lin Luashi's mouth. By the way, the temperature in this secret realm reaches over 40 degrees below zero. Luo Binglan suddenly remembered the difficult environment in the frozen snowy area and spoke up to remind them. What, minus 40 degrees? Ning Yuan, who lived in the Jiangnan area, had never experienced such low temperatures. Even before he traveled through time, he had only seen snow a few times. I'm just telling you guys, I prepared a few sets of armor for you to use first, 2 sets of A-level armor and 1 set of B-level armor. Except for Luoshi, you two will have to return them later. Luo Binglan suddenly thought of the armor she had prepared yesterday afternoon and spoke. The armor is made of special nanomaterials and has its own internal temperature control system. Therefore, no matter how high the temperature is, the person wearing the armor will not feel it much. Moreover, when the armor is damaged, the nanomaterial will automatically activate the repair function. In addition, the armor can also increase strength and speed. As expected of Sister Lan, she's so generous. You have to know that a set of C-grade armor costs over 100 million, not to mention B-grade or even a grade armor. Ning Yuan nodded. He didn't want to wrap himself up like a dumpling. Since Sister Lan had prepared armor, that would naturally be the best. Just when Ning Yuan was distracted, Lin Luashi quietly picked up Ning Yuan's cup and took 2 big sips of beer. The strange smell made her delicate face frown. Lin Luashi couldn't help but stick out her pink little tongue and fan the water with her little hands. It was really too hard to drink. Then she started peeling crayfish again, as if Ning Yuan and the others' conversation had nothing to do with her. But tomorrow's trip to the secret realm is for Lin Luashi. But everyone likes Lin Luashi very much and is willing to pamper her. Luo Binglan took a sip of wine, and suddenly thought of something and said. A few years ago, when I went to the secret realm with my master, the former dean of the Elemental Academy, there was a mid-level emperor-level monster, the Frost Demon Dragon, guarding the iceberg Snow Lotus. The master took great pains to kill it that time. Master told me that last time he was there, he sensed a more powerful aura hidden at the bottom of the ice pond, even more powerful than this demonic dragon, but for some reason he couldn't make a move. We must be fully prepared this time. The monster may still be at the bottom of the pool. It must be at least mid-level emperor. But with Yun Sheng's assistance, I'm not afraid even of a peak emperor. Ning Yuan nodded. He knew how terrifying the emperor-level monsters were, especially those with attributes. Some of them could even breathe. Just like the mutated Golzon, the high-temperature flame he exhaled was thousands of degrees. If you didn't have an S-level armor, you would be burned to ashes if you were touched by it. However, when Ning Yuan thought of the strength of Luo Binglan, a high-level martial emperor, he felt relieved. I heard that you and Huabei made a 6-month agreement? Luo Binglan glanced at Xin Yunsheng, then looked at Ning Yuan and said. Huabei's strength has already reached the 2nd level of Martial King. I'm afraid he will be able to reach the 7th level of Martial King in half a year. Although you are talented, your current strength is still far behind Huabei. It will be extremely difficult to catch up with him. Ning Yuan nodded. He was very clear about the gap between him and Huabei. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, become a disciple. The dean of the School of Psychiatry at Magic City University is a great mind master in the late stage of transformation. If you can become his disciple, the help to your spiritual practice will be self-evident. Second, go to the front line of the battlefield. Your martial arts strength will increase rapidly there, but the risk is very high. There are not only emperor-level monsters on the front battlefield, but also several saint-level monsters. Of course, you can choose both. It depends on whether you have the ability to make that great spiritual master accept you as his disciple. Luo Binglan said indifferently while looking at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded. He was not so anxious. He could absorb beast cores to practice, and the speed of improving his martial arts strength could not be judged by common sense. As long as he has enough beast cores, he can be promoted to Martial King in 2 months, let alone 2 years. By then, with all his methods, the king of martial arts strength should be enough to deal with Huabei. Thanks, Sister Lan. Don't thank me. I'm just afraid that you'll die and make Luashi sad. Luo Binglan's face remained cold as she spoke indifferently. Ning Yuan smiled. He knew that Luo Binglan was like that, a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I think if someone can make her fall in love, they will be loyal to each other until death. Ning Yuan smiled and looked at Lin Luashi. Her face was a little red at the moment, which was very cute. It's obvious that the alcohol he just drank secretly has taken a toll on him. He's such a loser, 2 sips of beer and he's like this. Chapter 45 Secret Realm, Frozen Snowland. The morning sun lazily shines through the window, illuminating the bedroom with a golden glow, warm and full of vitality. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt some pain in his arms and shoulders. Only then did he remember that last night, Lin Luashi drank 2 big gulps of beer and was not sober when he returned to the villa. Lin Luashi's hand kept holding his arm tightly, and when he slept, his head was resting on his arm. A hint of white was faintly visible on Lin Luashi's chest, making Ning Yuan dazzled. Little rich girl, get up. Ning Yuan pulled his sore arm out from under her little head and pinched her nose with his fingers. Aha! If you drink again in the future, I won't beat you up. You little loser, hurry up, take a shower, and get ready to go. Ning Yuan lifted the quilt and slapped her on the butt. Seeing that she was still unmoved, Ning Yuan had no choice but to use his ultimate move and stretched out his hand to take off Lin Luashi's clothes. You can't afford it, right? Then I'm happy to help you and help you wash it. No. I'll wash it myself. Lin Luashi suddenly sat up like a carp. It took the two of them more than an hour to take a shower. At this time, Luo Binglan and Shen Yunsheng were already waiting on the first floor of their villa. We agreed to meet at the entrance of the Elemental Academy at 9 o'clock, and it's already 9:30. Looks like you two are flirting at home? Luo Binglan put her hands on her hips and spoke coldly. How could that be, Sister Lan? Didn't Luoshi secretly drink a few sips of wine last night? He slept like a pig at night and only took a shower this morning. Ning Yuan scratched his head and explained embarrassedly. Poochie. Shen Yunqing couldn't help laughing. Ning Yuan, you are the one who looks like a pig. Lin Luashi retorted with puffy cheeks. She just slept a little longer, how could it be related to pigs? Okay, hurry up. There are more than just a few of us going to the secret realm, and we can't let others get there first. Luo Binglan said. After that, the 4 of them got into Luo Binglan's car and headed to the wilderness west of the imperial capital, where was the entrance to the secret realm. Luo Binglan has excellent driving skills and drives fast and steadily. It would have taken her 2 hours to get there, but she arrived in just over an hour. These days are the days when the secret realm is opened. Worried that ordinary people may enter, the military has specially sent a team to monitor the secret realm. No one is allowed to pass without special proof. Luo Binglan opened the car window and showed the pass on her mobile phone, and the guard let her pass normally. Although I haven't entered the secret realm yet, I can faintly feel the chill coming from the space vortex just outside the entrance. Luo Binglan put on a set of S-level armor first, and then spoke. Put on your armor first. Luo Binglan took out 3 small balls, gave 2 sets of A-level armor to Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng, and the B-level one to Ning Yuan. The small ball gradually turned into liquid and spread throughout the body, condensing into nano armor on the surface of the body. Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng's armor is silver white. Especially Lin Luashi, with her silver hair and armor, she looks like an ice queen. Ning Yuan's armor is black. As soon as he puts on the armor, Ning Yuan can feel that his strength has increased exponentially. Okay, let's go in. Luo Binglan said when she saw that the 3 of them were wearing their armor. Ning Yuan only felt dizzy for a moment, and then appeared on a vast expanse of white snow. The iceberg snow lotus is in the core area of the secret realm. Let's go north. Remember not to walk too fast, be careful not to alarm the beasts. Although the temperature here is very low, there are still many powerful monsters living here. Things like the ice soul scorpion and the snow shadow ice wolf appear in groups. Among them, there are also royal monsters that have been promoted to king level, and some have even taken magical medicine and their bloodlines have returned to their ancestral level and been promoted to emperor level. Ning Yuan nodded. He could feel that the temperature in this secret realm was definitely more than -40 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for his armor, he would probably have frozen to death here. In this damn place, even the snowflakes are hard, and the biting cold wind blows the snowflakes on the ground. Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Luashi and found that she seemed to like this environment very much, her big watery eyes twinkling. She had only read about places like this in novels and never expected to see one in person, so she was very curious. The four of them walked north in the cold wind. Ouch! The monster's roar gradually grew louder as it got closer. It's the snow shadow ice wolf, Luo Binglan said lightly. Be careful, these monsters live in groups, and there are definitely a lot of them. The strength of these wolves is probably level 2 and 3. If she takes action, she can wipe out the entire wolf pack in just a few breaths. However, if this is the case, Lin Luashi and the other two will not get any experience, which would be a waste of time. The snow shadow ice wolf is 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary wolf, and its entire body is covered with long fur that looks like frost and snow, gleaming with a faint silver glow in the sunlight. Its ears stand erect, its eyes are sharp, and its amber eyes are deep and cold, revealing a cunning and wild aura. At this moment, they were surrounding Ning Yuan and his 3 companions. Ning Yuan looked around and saw about 20 of them. Suddenly, the wolves moved, and the snow shadow ice wolf jumped high and pounced towards the 4 people. Apart from dealing with a few ignorant snow shadow ice wolves, Luo Binglan watched the battle between Lin Luashi and the other 2 from the side. At this moment, Ning Yuan was very surprised by the bonus of Class B armor. Due to the tempering of the 9 profound golden thunder, his physique is much stronger than warriors of the same level. His full strength punch should be comparable to that of an 8th level martial artist. He can wear B-class armor, and his punching power feels like it has reached the level of a great martial artist. Not to mention Lin Luashi and the others A-level armor. As expected, with the help of the A-level armor, Lin Luashi did not feel any pressure when facing the 2nd level snow shadow ice wolf. At this moment, the largest snow shadow ice wolf in the wolf pack set its sights on Lin Luashi. The strength of this wolf had reached the middle stage of the 3rd stage. It had a vague feeling that as long as it ate this woman, it would be able to break through the bloodline boundaries and reach the royal bloodline. Lin Luashi also noticed it, staring at its movements with cold eyes, then his body transformed into a phantom and stabbed the snow shadow ice wolf with a sword. This is exactly her identity martial art, snow shadow mystery, but she has not yet mastered it, so her speed is still lacking. The snow shadow ice wolf slapped the long sword with its right claw, and the heavy force caused the long sword to slip out of Lin Luashi's hand. Ice thorn. As her body quickly retreated backwards, several ice cones formed rapidly beside her and shot towards the snow shadow ice wolf at an extremely fast speed. The snow shadow ice wolf had no time to dodge, 2 ice spikes pierced its body, and 2 more pierced its thighs. Ouch! The snow shadow ice wolf roared in pain. Frost sword. Without waiting for it to recover, Lin Luashi immediately picked up the long sword stuck in the snow and quickly passed by the snow shadow ice wolf. 1 sword to the throat. Luo Binglan saw this scene and nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Lin Luashi's performance. Moreover, it seems that her frost sword skills are showing signs of a breakthrough. Although Xin Yunqing is a support type, she can deal with these low-level monsters with ease. Before long, more than 20 wolves were lying on the snow, none of them survived. Seeing that the 3 women did not take any action to clean up the battlefield, Ning Yuan had to take out his knife to clean up the battlefield, leaving behind the more valuable beast cores and the fangs of the 3rd-level snow wolf. After all, they are all rich women, but he is so poor that he can barely make ends meet. Chapter 46 Domineering Luo Binglan. After Ning Yuan finished cleaning up the materials, the 4 of them continued walking north without stopping. The further north you go, the closer you get to the core area of the secret realm. Along the way they encountered many dead monster corpses, and it was obvious that someone had gone ahead of them. Suddenly, Ning Yuan saw several more figures in his sight. They were besieging a monster. Let's go and take a look. Luo Binglan quickened her pace and ran forward. Ice Soul Fox? Ning Yuan recognized the strange beast they were besieging. The Ice Soul Fox looks like a fox, is 4 meters long and 2 meters high, its body is covered with hair that shines like ice crystals, and its eyes reveal cunning. This is a spiritual beast that is good at controlling ice elements and creating the environment. Under the eye of true vision, the information panel of the Ice Soul Fox appeared in front of Ning Yuan. Strange beast, Ice Soul Fox. Level, mid-level king. Skill. Charm, pulls the enemy into an illusion that can erode their soul. Touch of ice, control the ice element and condense it into long tentacles to attack. Ning Yuan looked behind the Ice Soul Fox and saw 3 ice spirit grasses. It seems that this spirit fox and those people discovered the 3 ice spirit herbs, so they started fighting. Ning Yuan looked at the information panels of these 5 people. Except for the one named Meng Yi, who was a 4th-level martial king, the other 4 were 1st-level martial kings. Logically speaking, these 5 people should have no problem dealing with a mid-stage king-level monster. But what they happened to face was a monster of the spiritual and ice types. Meng Yi took great effort to break free from the illusion, but his teammates were not so lucky and were still in the illusion. But at this moment, he alone could hardly fight against the Ice Soul Fox, and even his teammates might be attacked by the Ice Soul Fox at any time. My friend, please help me kill this Ice Soul Fox. I will reward you handsomely later. Meng Yi turned to Luo Binglan and said that he could feel that Luo Binglan was the strongest among the 4. As for Ning Yuan and his companions, he looked down upon them. He was only amazed at the beauty of Lin Luashi and Xing Yunxing, and their strength, which was not at the level of Martial King, was not something he was interested in at all. I can help you, and this Ice Soul Fox belongs to me, Luo Binglan said lightly. Okay. Meng Yi nodded. He just wanted the Xianbing grass. Those 3 stalks of Xianbing grass also belong to me. Meng Yi's expression instantly turned ugly, and his voice became low. Friend, are you a little greedy? After all, we were here first, and everyone should understand the principle of first come, first served. Well, let's each take a step back. You take one of the 3 plants, and we take 2. Luo Binglan looked at him firmly, her tone still cold. I said, I want all 3. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Meng Yi's face, but he hid it well immediately. To save his life, he could only speak. Okay, kill this Ice Soul Fox and all the things will be yours. But at this moment, Meng Yi was thinking about waiting for the Ice Soul Fox to die. His teammates will definitely wake up from the illusion, and by then the 5 martial kings will be able to deal with them easily. The only threat to them was Luo Binglan. At that time, he just needed to hold Luo Binglan back and wait for his teammates to deal with Ning Yuan and the other 2. Let us have another 5-on-1 fight, kill people, and steal treasures, and then everything will be yours. I have to say that these 4 people are really rich. Judging from the material, the armor on their bodies is at least B level. Maybe they may have noble status outside, but in the secret realm, who knows who killed them? How could Luo Binglan not know what he was thinking? With her strength as a martial emperor, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Naturally, she would not take Meng Yi seriously. Luo Binglan moved, and the long sword in his hand drew a streak of icy sword energy and flew towards the Bingpa spirit fox. The Ice Soul Fox sensed the deadly danger and tried to dodge the sword energy, but it was unable to react in time. Laugh. The Ice Soul Fox's head fell directly to the ground without a sound. Luo Binglan killed the monster in the middle stage of Martial King with just 1 sword. Meng Yi stared at the lowly girl in front of him with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Even if one is at the peak of the Martial King realm, it is impossible to defeat a psychic monster so easily. Unless. Thinking of this, Meng Yi shook his head heavily and quickly threw away all his previous thoughts, otherwise he might not even know how he died. At this moment, Meng Yi's teammates woke up from the illusion. They still thought that it was Meng Yi who killed the Ice Soul Fox. Thanks, Brother Meng. This beast's illusion is really powerful. It's too real. Once you get caught in it, it's hard to come back. Luo Binglan didn't give them time to tell her story and said, I'll take the things. Luo Binglan gave Ning Yuan a look, and Ning Yuan smiled bitterly. Sister Lan treated him as a laborer, but he didn't want to do this kind of thing. He couldn't let Luo Shi and Yun Sheng do it. Ning Yuan took a dagger and dug out the beast core from the head of the Ice Soul Fox, then put the body into a vacuum bag and put it into the void ring. Then he jumped up the hillside, picked the 3 black ice grasses and put them into the void ring. Boy, hand over the things. Who gave you the courage to take them? Zhang Fong said fiercely. Zhang Fong is one of Meng Yi's teammates, and his strength has reached the 2nd level Martial King. Ning Yuan ignored him and slowly protected Luo Binglan in front of him with an expression that said I leave it to you on his face. Ning Yuan thought to himself, if you have anything to say, go and tell Her Majesty the Queen. I'm just a handyman. Luo Binglan was speechless, rolled her eyes at Ning Yuan in disdain, and said, I gave it to you, do you have any objection? I have to say that Luo Binglan's tone is indeed very domineering, but it seems a bit funny when paired with her figure. Wow, I didn't expect to meet a top-notch lowly like you here. Zhang Fong licked his lips with a lewd look on his face, and glanced at Lin Luashi and the other girl. Those 2 beauties are also top-notch, so we brothers can share them. As for this man, just kill him. Meng Yi didn't expect Zhang Fong to speak so radically, and he didn't have time to cover his mouth. Luo Binglan's face instantly turned several degrees colder, and Ning Yuan couldn't help but move back. The sword flashed by. Zhang Feng was about to say something else when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck and quickly covered his neck with his hands. A blood mark slowly appeared on the neck. I tried to stop the bleeding, but it wouldn't stop. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his face was full of disbelief. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground and was completely silent. Sir, it was Zhang Feng who was so careless that he offended you. It has nothing to do with us. Meng Yi looked at the dead Zhang Feng, and quickly pulled several teammates nearby to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Luo Binglan naturally couldn't let them go. Birds of a feather flock together, and she knew that these guys were not good people either. Soon, these people were gradually covered with frost, and then completely frozen into ice cubes. Moreover, these people will not die, but will slowly consume their energy and blood in the ice, resisting the extreme coldness of the ice, and slowly die in fear. Outside is different from school. There are always some scumbags. You must be careful. People like this should be killed. Luo Binglan turned to look at Ning Yuan and the other two and spoke lightly. Chapter 47, The Peak of the Emperor Level, the demonic flood dragon transforms into a dragon? And Ning Yuan, you always hide behind me when something happens, right? Luo Binglan grabbed Ning Yuan's ear with her small hand and spoke coldly. Those guys are all powerful martial arts masters. How can a rookie martial artist like me fight them? I have to rely on Sister Lan. Ning Yuan touched his ear, which was a little painful. Oof. I'll spare you this time. Luo Binglan snorted coldly. Immediately, he stopped teasing Ning Yuan and showed a beautiful smile on his face that was enough to melt the glaciers. I'm lucky this time. I got 3 stalks of mysterious ice grass and a king-level psychic monster. Sister Lan, can you give me this beast core? Ning Yuan asked Luo Binglan shamelessly. Why do you want the beast core? Luo Binglan was a little confused. After all, apart from being used to refine medicine, beast cores seem to have basically no other use. It is obvious that Ning Yuan is not an alchemist. It's a secret. Ning Yuan laughed. He did not want to reveal his true trump card, gluttony. This ability was simply too strong and was not at all what a D-level ability should be. Okay, keep it if you want. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Yuan's face was full of smiles, and he wanted to hug Luo Binglan with his hands. Okay, let's keep going forward and hurry up to find the iceberg snow lotus. Luo Binglan pushed him away with some disgust. Woo-woo. Luoshi, Sister Lan dislikes me. Ning Yuan pretended to cry, wiped his eyes with his arm and walked towards Lin Luashi. I don't dislike you. Although the dazed Lin Luashi knew that he was pretending, she still hugged Ning Yuan gently and spoke softly. Smelling the faint fragrance on Lin Luashi, Ning Yuan felt much less tired. It's better to be a rich woman, she'll be caring. Ning Yuan gradually broke away from Lin Luashi's arms, then turned to look at Shen Yunsheng beside him, his eyes rolled, and he spoke. Sister Yunsheng, can we have one too? Shen Yunsheng blushed and said, You and Luoshi can just hug each other. I'll go find Dean Luo. After saying that, she ran towards Luo Binglan shyly. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Shen Yunsheng's shy look. I was just joking. Why is this girl so shy? Alas, as expected, my charm is still too great. Ning Yuan smoothed his messy hair and blew a breath towards his bangs. Lin Luashi found Ning Yuan's actions very strange. Then he also imitated Ning Yuan and blew a breath towards the silver-white bangs that were close to his forehead. Ning Yuan caught this cute action, which made him feel itchy. He couldn't help but suck on Lin Luashi's face, making her face full of saliva, and then ran towards Luo Binglan. Hey, what are you doing? Don't run. Lin Luashi wiped the saliva off his face, looked at Ning Yuan who was running away, stomped his feet in anger, and quickly chased after him. The two played and joked along the way, and Shen Yunsheng and Luo Binglan looked at these two funny guys with some helplessness. However, this also added a lot of joy to this secret journey. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a rocky pond. Surprisingly, the water in the pond was not frozen. And in the open space beside the stone pond, there grows a snow-white lotus, which is the iceberg snow lotus. Ning Yuan was just about to go over and pick the iceberg snow lotus, but was stopped by Luo Binglan. Luo Binglan stared at the bottom of the pool with cold eyes, as if there was some powerful existence inside. Retreat! Suddenly, Luo Binglan shouted coldly. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate. He took Lin Luashi and Xin Yunqing's hands and instantly came to 100 meters away. On the surface of the pond, a huge tail floated on the water, and then the entire body was exposed in the air. It was a frost demon dragon, its body covered with shiny silver-white scales, and its eyes revealed a terrifying cold light. Rumor has it that the Jiao looks like a dragon but has no horns, and it may transform into a dragon after 1,000 years. The frost demon dragon in front of him was about 30 meters long and had a body as thick as 2 large trees. There are small dragon horns growing on the top of its head, which is a sign that it is about to transform into a dragon. Ning Yuan checked the attribute panel of the frost demon dragon in front of him. Monster, frost demon dragon about to transform into a dragon. Level, Imperial Peak. Skill, Ice Breath. Weakness, 7 inches of the body. I am at the peak of the Emperor level. Where is the mid-level Emperor who is talking? Ning Yuan looked into the eyes of the demon dragon and couldn't help but shudder. He knew clearly that in front of it, he was not even as good as an ant. Yun Sheng, bless me, and then retreat 1,000 meters away. Xin Yunqing nodded heavily, and suddenly a virtual angel with wings appeared behind her. Angel blessing. A golden light shot directly from the angel's body into Luo Binglan's body. Then Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi and Xin Yunqing's hands and quickly retreated. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. In the sky, Luo Binglan stood on the void and stared at the frost demonic dragon. A spiritualist needs a carrier to fly in the air, but for a martial emperor, there is no need for a carrier at all. It's you again, woman. 6 years ago, I was in the critical period of transformation and couldn't take action. The old man killed my wife while I was away. Today I will use your blood as a sacrifice. The frost demon dragon spoke in human language. Monsters at this level are already able to communicate with humans. Humph. Are you worthy enough? Luo Binglan's voice was cold, without any fear. Suddenly, a violent energy wave came from the mouth of the frost demon dragon. Ice breath. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky like thunder, and violent energy swept towards Luo Binglan. Even though Ning Yuan and the other two were far away from the battle site, they could still feel the energy fluctuations in the air. Ning Yuan stared at the man and the dragon in the air. The energy collision there had already dispersed the white clouds in the sky. The energy pressure coming from the sky made him unable to stand steadily. Is this the martial emperor? Ning Yuan muttered to himself that before, Luo Binglan could kill the monsters on the road in seconds, and he didn't realize how big the gap in strength was, but now he felt that he was just a frog in the well. The martial emperor and the martial king are like a natural barrier. The martial emperor can already control the vital energy in the world, not just the elements corresponding to his own talents. Luo Binglan in the sky held a strange-looking white sword in her hand, and her petite body was wrapped in silver white S-level armor. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her beautiful face was calm, even when facing this monster with the strength of the peak emperor level. With Xin Yunqing's angel blessing and S-level armor, she was not afraid of the magic dragon in front of her at all. Ice Phoenix Field, open. The man and the dragon in the sky disappeared in an instant and were pulled into the Ice Phoenix Field. Luo Binglan's attack power and speed will double within the Ice Phoenix domain. The domain only lasts for 30 minutes, which means that Luo Binglan must try to kill the frost demon dragon within 30 minutes. Once it reaches the end of the field, the chances of winning will be even smaller. Ice Phoenix Soul. A phantom of an Ice Phoenix condensed behind Luo Binglan. Go! Following Luo Binglan's instructions, the Ice Phoenix attacked the frost demon dragon. The two monsters fought each other, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Chapter 48: Killing the Demonic Dragon. Within the Ice Phoenix territory. In the sky, a huge ice blue storm, carrying the sound of violent wind whistling, swept towards the frost demon dragon as Luo Binglan waved his hand. Wherever the storm passed, the ice below was broken. Snort! Looking at the sweeping storm and the Ice Phoenix fighting with it, the frost demon dragon let out a roaring cold snort. It swung its two front paws vigorously, shattering the phantom of the Ice Phoenix, and then soared into the air, releasing icy breath from its mouth, which collided with the ice storm. There was a lightning-fast collision in the air, and at the moment of collision, space seemed to stop. Boom! A loud noise sounded out of nowhere in the air. The violent collision of the storm and the breath released terrifying energy between each other. At the intersection of the two, the space seemed to be rippling slightly. Boom! The collision between the storm and the breath continued for a while, and finally, due to the exhaustion of energy, it disappeared into thin air with a muffled sound. And at the moment when the storm and breath disappeared, Luo Binglan grasped the long sword tightly in his hand, and his body was like a flash of lightning, instantly passing through the area of turbulent energy and appearing behind the frost demon dragon. The long sword in his hand thrust out fiercely. A circle of high-speed rotating ice blades formed on the tip of the sword. It's like a yo-yo with ice spikes on its surface, spinning at high speed. Ding ding. The long sword carrying the ice blade chopped on the body of the frost demon dragon. There was a crisp sound in the air, but the long sword only penetrated the scales and scratched the skin, and the wound healed in just a breath. The frost demon dragon didn't care about the opponent's attack at all. The small horns on its head quickly gathered strength and shot out a half-meter thick ice wave. The terrifying energy made Luo Binglan frown slightly. The long sword stood upright in front of him, and the ice elements gathered at a rapid speed. Frost sword. A miniature ice dragon collided with the ice wave and immediately blocked the terrifying ice wave. Seeing that the ice wave attack was ineffective, the cold light in the eyes of the frost demonic dragon beast suddenly became stronger. The huge claws suddenly brought out a bright cold light. He smashed down at Luo Binglan angrily, and wherever his claws passed, there was a faint feeling of tearing the air. Sharp sound waves mixed with harsh sounds rang out in the air. Looking at the attack of the frost demonic dragon, a trace of solemnity flashed across Luo Binglan's face. He kicked his feet into the air and jumped high, dodging the terrifying claw. Luo Binglan knew that its scales were extremely hard, and if she wanted to break through its defense, she had to attack its weak 7-inch position. The demon dragon that the master killed 6 years ago was pierced through the 7-inch part by the long sword, and lost its original fighting power. In the end, the demon dragon could only watch its head being chopped off. But facing Luo Binglan's attacks, the frost demonic dragon not only resisted but also deliberately concealed its weak spot every time, which gave Luo Binglan no chance to attack. The battle between the man and the dragon was in a stalemate, and finally the time in the Ice Phoenix realm came to an end. The figures of a man and a dragon reappeared in the air. Ning Yuan looked at the frost demonic dragon in the air and the already tired Luo Binglan with serious eyes. The frost demon dragon's defense is extremely powerful, and Sister Lan's strength should be almost the same as its. If the fight continues like this, it will be difficult to determine the winner unless the real trump card is used. At this time, because the noise of the fight between a man and a dragon in the air was too loud, many monsters woke up from their slumber. As a result, the originally quiet snow-capped mountains were now filled with the roars of animals. The bloodline hierarchy between monsters is strict. Except for those monsters of level 3 and above who dare to look up and watch the battle, the lower level monsters all shrink and dare not show their heads. Woman, do you have to fight me to the death today? The low roar of the frost demon dragon shook the snow-capped mountains. As long as you hand over the iceberg snow lotus to me, I will spare your life. Luo Binglan's expression was still cold, and a faint voice sounded. Ah, so arrogant. You're still far from wanting my life. The blue light on the frost demon dragon's body became stronger, and its scales became brighter. The strong light made Ning Yuan unable to open his eyes. It's time to use the trump card. Ning Yuan murmured. Looking at the increasingly strong blue light on the frost demon dragon, the surrounding monsters retreated rapidly, even the king-level monsters were no exception. Luo Binglan naturally noticed the light on the frost demonic dragon and felt the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth pouring into the demonic dragon's body. Luo Binglan immediately fully activated her Ice Phoenix body, and her figure was enveloped in a dazzling white light. The dazzling white light made Ning Yuan unable to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a gigantic Ice Phoenix was floating in the air, flapping its wings. Is this Sister Lan's trump card? Even the eye of true vision couldn't detect it. Ning Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at the Ice Phoenix in the sky. Ice Phoenix. The frost demon dragon's voice was a little frightened. The phoenix is a being at the same level as a real dragon. It didn't expect that the woman in front of it actually had the body of an ice phoenix and could transform into a phoenix. Feeling the blood pressure brought to it by the ice phoenix in its eyes, the frost demon dragon gritted its teeth. It had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death. The energy from the 2 dragon horns of the frost demon dragon gathered into a huge energy ball. Just the tiny amount of energy emitted made Ning Yuan feel palpitations. He quickly pulled Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng back 3,000 meters, otherwise the aftermath of the attack alone might have cost the lives of the 3 of them. Bah! At the moment when the huge energy ball gathered, Luo Binglan, who had transformed into an ice phoenix, let out a cry. Then the ice phoenix gently flapped its beautiful wings, and 2 ice whirlwinds appeared out of thin air. The temperature around them dropped rapidly. Even though Ning Yuan was several thousand meters away, who had temperature control with his armor, couldn't help but shiver at this moment. The last two ice tornadoes collided with the energy ball, and the huge energy aftermath shattered all the snow-covered trees and rocks around them. Some monsters who were not aware of their own life and death and were still watching the show were directly killed by the aftermath. If Ning Yuan had not led Lin Luashi and the others to retreat a few thousand meters, they would have been affected by this energy. The two were in a stalemate for a few minutes, and finally the energy ball's energy was exhausted first, but the ice tornado still swept towards the Frost Demon Dragon. The Frost Demon Dragon was unable to dodge, and the dragon horns that had just grown on its head were torn off. The rupture of the dragon's horn caused the Frost Demonic Dragon to feel intense pain, and it roared furiously. Its front claws, packed with terrifying force, slashed heavily in front of the Ice Phoenix. The Frost Demon Dragon's desperate attack also gave Luo Binglan the opportunity to attack the 7-inch point. Energy gathered in front of the Ice Phoenix's mouth, and a sharp cone formed by the energy of heaven and earth pierced into the 7-inch point fiercely. Then, while the Frost Demon Dragon was in pain, Luo Binglan pierced its head with her sharp claws. The pupils of the Frost Demon Dragon gradually became empty, and it fell from the air without a sound. The Ice Phoenix in the sky turned back into a petite figure and fell from the air. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan and others hurried over, only to see Luo Binglan fainted on the snow. The armor on his abdomen had been torn and could not be restored. Instead, there were 3 bloody claw marks. Shen Yunqing quickly activated Holy Light Healing, but her level was still too low, so the effect was not that good. It just stopped the bleeding. The claw marks on Luo Binglan's stomach still contained terrifying energy that hadn't dissipated yet. Chapter 49 Life and Death. Feeling the Frost Demon Dragon's breath disappear, the mountains under the snow-capped mountains seemed to vibrate faintly. Many monsters were ready to devour the corpse of this Emperor-level monster. For them, this corpse is a great tonic, and some of the monsters are king-level monsters. If you eat the Frost Demon Dragon, you might be able to advance to the Emperor level. Ning Yuan could already feel that many monsters from under the snow-capped mountains were heading this way. He used a dagger to take out the beast core of the Frost Demon Dragon and put it into the Void Ring. I tried to use Spirit Summoning to control the undead spirit of the Frost Demon Dragon, but failed every time after trying 3 times. With his current martial arts strength, even S-level talent is not enough for him to control the Emperor-level undead. Although the Frost Demon Dragon is full of treasures, if he takes away its body, the monster will target them. I originally wanted to control the Emperor-level undead to drive away those monsters, but now it seems I can only give up the corpse. Luo Binglan's physical condition is not optimistic, and we need to find a safe place to treat her as soon as possible. Sister Shen, how is Sister Luo? Looking at the horrific scars on Luo Binglan's stomach, Lin Luashi's face turned pale and his voice trembled. It's very troublesome. My level is too low. I can only stop her bleeding, but I can't eliminate the remaining energy in her stomach. If the energy doesn't dissipate for a long time, the wound will definitely get worse. Then, Shen Yunqing's face was solemn as he spoke. Hurry and go. Ning Yuan picked up Luo Binglan in a princess hug and ran towards the cave on the way to Handan. It must be said that Luo Binglan's body was very light, but her originally stunning face now looked very pale. He ran all the way until Ning Yuan was within 50 meters of the cave, and then he put Luo Binglan down. Lin Luashi and the other man covered the bloodstains on the road with ice and snow and then entered the cave. Ning Yuan then summoned Dahe and moved a huge rock from outside to block the entrance of the cave before he breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Yuan took back the armor from Luo Binglan, revealing the tattered and bloodstained shirt underneath. Ning Yuan, what are you doing? You're not trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune, are you? When Shen Yunqing saw Ning Yuan taking off Luo Binglan's shirt, her face turned red. Ning Yuan did not explain. He wanted to see if the devouring skill could devour this energy. Swallow. The remaining energy in the wound was absorbed into Ning Yuan's palm. What? How can Ning Yuan absorb this violent energy? When Shen Yunqing saw this scene, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, Ning Yuan, who absorbed the violent energy into his body, turned red. Ning Yuan, stop now. If you continue like this, you will be blown up by this energy. This is the last resort. Ning Yuan smiled and continued to absorb. It lasted for 30 minutes, and the remaining energy was finally absorbed. At this moment, many red cracks appeared on Ning Yuan's body, and his body seemed to be on the verge of bursting by this energy. Luo Binglan's physical condition is gradually stabilizing. Ning Ning Yuan, your body. Lin Luashi squatted beside Ning Yuan with tears in her eyes. Looking at Ning Yuan's body on the verge of breaking, her heart felt as if it was pierced by a needle. When Shen Yunqing saw this, he quickly used holy light healing, but the effect was minimal. At this moment, Shen Yunqing's eyes were filled with tears. She knew that this violent energy was tearing Ning Yuan's body apart. Without a miracle, he would not survive for more than 3 hours. Ning Yuan felt his body on the verge of breaking apart, and a smile appeared on his pale face. He used all his strength to raise his hand and touched Lin Luashi's head. Don't cry, I'm fine. After saying this, Ning Yuan felt his eyes go dark, he passed out, and fell heavily on the stone. Ning Yuan, wake up. Lin Luashi hurriedly supported Ning Yuan's body and held him in her arms. Feeling Ning Yuan's body temperature dropping rapidly, she panicked in an instant. Sister Shun, please save Ning Yuan, woo-woo. Lin Luashi's tears flowed out like a flood, and her voice was trembling. I have no choice. Shen Yunqing's face was pale, and his lips were bleeding from biting his teeth. She hated her low level. Even though she had an S-level support talent, she couldn't do anything about the remaining energy. At this moment, Luo Binglan, who had her eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them. Although her face was still pale, it looked much better than before. Luo Binglan's weak voice rang out, Luoshi, Yun Shang, you. Hearing his master's voice, Lin Luashi felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He supported Ning Yuan's body and moved in front of Luo Binglan. Tears kept flowing and his voice was a little hoarse. Sister Luo, please take a look at Ning Yuan, please save him. Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan's body on the verge of breaking, and it was obvious that he was beyond saving. His face became extremely gloomy. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Shen Yunqing explained. Ning Yuan just helped you absorb the energy from the wound into his own body, but his body simply couldn't withstand such violent energy. His body is about to burst from this energy. If there's no way to draw this energy out, he'll be dead within 3 hours. Hearing Shen Yunqing's words, Luo Binglan was stunned, staring blankly at the scars on her stomach that were gradually healing. How could Ning Yuan do this for her? They have only known each other for a few days. At this moment, her heart felt like it was stabbed hard, and it hurt. Over the years, no one has really cared about him except his master. And now, a boy who had only known her for a few days was willing to save her with his own life. If there was a way to absorb the energy from Ning Yuan's body, she would definitely do it, but she didn't know how. At this moment, she was like a helpless child, sitting on the ground. Luo Binglan's voice was very hoarse, as if she wanted to wake Ning Yuan up. Don't you cherish your life the most? Aren't you always the first one to run behind me when there's danger? What kind of hero is this? Is this little energy incapable of my doing anything? At this moment, Ning Yuan's consciousness was immersed in the dark space, and he could also feel his body on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he was trying to find a way to draw out that violent energy. At this moment, a strange voice came from my mind, Master, you can transfer the energy to me, I can absorb it. Who are you? Ning Yuan was a little confused, he had never heard this voice before. Master, I am Da He. You are now in a coma, so I can communicate with you in the consciousness space through the contract between us. Da He. A hint of joy flashed across Ning Yuan's face in the consciousness space. How do I transfer energy to you? Master, please carefully feel me in the shadow. If you summon me, I can absorb all that energy. Good. In the cave, a slightly smaller black creature appeared out of nowhere, then touched Lin Luashi with its head, signaling her to let go of Ning Yuan. Lin Luashi's eyes were empty and he didn't notice Da He's touch at all. When Luo Binglan and Shen Yunqing saw Da He suddenly appear, their faces changed. They knew that Ning Yuan must still be conscious at this moment, otherwise he would not have been able to summon Da He. Chapter 50 The Strange Luo Binglan. Seeing that Lin Luashi did not move, Da He did not dare to use force. After all, this was the hostess and he did not dare to act rashly. It could only walk up to Shen Yunqing and nudge her feet with its head to signal her to move Lin Luashi away. Shen Yunqing understood Da He's actions, walked to Lin Luashi and squatted down, holding Lin Luashi's pale face with both hands, and said softly, Luoshi, Ning Yuan is not dead yet. Look, this is his ghost. Lin Luashi's empty eyes gradually focused, and then he turned his head mechanically to look at Da He. The big black dog quickly nudged Ning Yuan in his arms, then scratched Ning Yuan's skin with its claws, and ran to the flat ground with its bloody claws to draw some strange runes. After finishing the painting, he ran to Lin Luashi and signaled her to put Ning Yuan into the rune. You can save him? You want me to put Ning Yuan on it? Lin Luashi spoke softly, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Da He nodded quickly. Lin Luashi slowly stood up holding Ning Yuan. His body was a little unstable. He staggered towards the open space with runes drawn on it, and then gently placed Ning Yuan on the runes. I saw the violent energy in Ning Yuan's body slowly flowing into Da He's body. Da He, who had been trying to control his body size to shrink, could no longer control it and gradually grew larger. Half an hour later, only 1/10 of the violent energy in Ning Yuan's body remained, and the remaining energy was the limit of what his body could accept. If the cave wasn't big enough, Da He would have almost caused the roof of the cave to collapse. Moreover, at this moment, Da He has reached the peak of the initial stage of the king level, and is only one step away from reaching the middle stage of the king level. Originally, for Da He's strength to recover to the mid-level king level, he would have to wait until Ning Yuan reached the level of a great martial artist. Now that he has absorbed this energy, he can recover earlier. Then Da He's body gradually became smaller and jumped back into Ning Yuan's shadow. It has not yet completely refined the energy in its body and needs to go back and refine it slowly. That energy is enough for it to advance to the middle stage of the king level. At this moment, except for some blood flowing out of the cracks on Ning Yuan's body, the violent energy has completely disappeared. Holy light healing. Shen Yunsheng used his healing skills again, and the bloodstains on Ning Yuan's body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Luashi saw that Ning Yuan's pale face gradually became rosy, and Lin Luashi's pale face felt a little better. He walked over and hugged Ning Yuan in his arms, gently stroking Ning Yuan's face with his bare hands. After a while, Ning Yuan gradually woke up, and what came into his eyes was that familiar and exquisite face. But at this moment, there was almost no blood on that delicate face. Luoshi, I'm sorry to have worried you. Ning Yuan ignored the pain all over his body, opened his mouth with difficulty and spoke softly. The girl in front of him had obviously just cried, and the tear marks on her face were still clearly visible. When Lin Luashi heard Ning Yuan's voice, she suddenly became a little flustered, and tears started to flow again before she could say anything. You, woo-woo. Ning Yuan pulled a smile from the corner of his dry mouth, looked at her and said softly, Don't cry, you've become a little kitten, look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Ning Yuan looked at Shen Yunsheng again and found that she had just cried too. What Ning Yuan didn't expect the most was that there were two obvious tear marks on Luo Binglan's icy face. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. He had been in this world for several years and had no relatives to care for him. He didn't expect that 3 girls would cry for him today. Sister Lin, Yunsheng, I'm sorry to have made you worried. Who's worried about you? You fool, it would be better if you died. Luo Binglan's pale face regained some color, and although he was very worried, he still spoke stubbornly. Shen Yunsheng smiled slightly, directly exposed Luo Binglan, and said softly, Sister Luo, you cried louder than me just now. Seeing that she was exposed, Luo Binglan's pale face flushed for a moment. You are the only one who talks too much? Ning Yuan smiled, and said, feeling a little thirsty, Luoshi, I want to drink some water. Good. Lin Luashi took out a pink thermos from the void ring, opened the cap and fed it to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took a few big gulps, then closed his eyes and lay quietly in Lin Luashi's arms. It was not that he didn't want to move, but he was really tired. Although the surface wounds have healed, his internal organs were also injured by the violent energy and it will take time to recover. Soon Lin Luashi felt Ning Yuan's even breathing. Then she took out a blanket from the void ring, spread it on the ground, and then gently placed Ning Yuan's head on her chest and lay down together. Although Ning Yuan was asleep, he could faintly smell a light milky fragrance and a soft touch, which made him feel comfortable and rubbed against it. Seeing this, Shen Yunsheng also took out a quilt and spread it on the ground, lying on her side and preparing to sleep. She was also a little tired. The excessive use of her supernatural powers and the cross-level assistance to Luo Binglan had consumed her greatly. Luo Binglan took out a pure white pill from the void ring, then sat down cross-legged and ate it. This is the 4th grade elixir, the rejuvenation elixir, which is very helpful for the recovery of human injuries. The quality of elixirs is different from that of potions. Elixirs are an upgraded version of potions, condensing all the medicinal power into a small pill. The grades of elixirs range from 1 to 7 from low to high. A 4th grade alchemist can be called a master, a 5th grade alchemist can be called a grandmaster, a 6th grade alchemist is a pill saint, and as for the 7th grade, no one in the entire Blue Star has been able to refine it yet. Not only does the mental strength not meet the requirements, but the materials in the 7th grade pill recipe are also too difficult to obtain. Luo Binglan was not stingy and refused to give Ning Yuan the elixir, but Luo Binglan only had elixirs of this grade on her, and she was afraid that Ning Yuan could not withstand such a strong medicinal power. If I really took this rejuvenation pill, I would probably explode and die. The main reason why Luo Binglan wanted to recover from her injuries so quickly was to avenge Ning Yuan. Although the frost demonic dragon was dead, her anger had not subsided. The secret realm will be closed for 2 more days, and her injuries will probably be fully recovered in 1 day. From the first time they met, she felt that Ning Yuan was not worthy of Lin Luashi at all, and that there must be a gap in their talents. Later, after knowing Ning Yuan's abnormal talent, he pushed him to Shen Yunsheng, and he was willing to gamble his life with Hua Beige for Shen Yunsheng. And now, for her, he was willing to risk his own life to treat her injuries. He seems to have always been giving to others, but never seems to ask for anything in return. Thinking of this, Luo Binglan's heart trembled unconsciously, as if being pulled by a thin thread. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Ning Yuan, who was sleeping soundly in Lin Luashi's arms. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 51 Luo Binglan's Thoughts. It was not until noon the next day that Ning Yuan woke up from his deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Luashi's charming little face. Her big watery eyes kept looking at him, her eyes were gentle and full of tenderness in their depths. After a whole day of recuperation, Ning Yuan's body has fully recovered. At this moment, he just feels hungry. Ning Yuan, you're awake. Are you still in pain? Do you want to rest for a while? Lin Luashi spoke softly when he saw Ning Yuan wake up. Ning Yuan smiled and shook his head. I've almost recovered, but I'm a little hungry. That's perfect. Sister Luo just went outside to kill a few ice spirit rabbits and is preparing to roast them. Lin Luashi slowly sat up and pointed at the fire outside the cave entrance and said, It is impossible to roast and eat ordinary monsters on the spot, but low-level monsters like the ice spirit rabbit are not that difficult to deal with. It only has one more sharp horn on its head than a wild rabbit, and its meat is still very tender. Okay, I'll go help Sister Luo grill it. I have more experience. You just wait here and eat. Ning Yuan stood up, touched Lin Luashi's little head, and walked out of the cave. Yeah. Lin Luashi nodded obediently. Ning Yuan walked to the outside of the cave and looked around. He saw corpses of monsters everywhere. He thought they must have been killed by Luo Binglan. Sister Lan, give me the rabbit and let me skin it. Ning Yuan walked to the entrance of the cave and said to Luo Binglan, who was sitting by the fire. Luo Binglan rolled her eyes at him, her stern tone tinged with a barely perceptible tenderness. Just lie down and rest. I can do it myself. I don't know what's going on in your head. How can a martial emperor like me be unable to deal with such a small amount of energy? Why are you playing the hero? Ning Yuan scratched his head, pretended to be aggrieved, and said softly. Seeing you were so badly injured, even Sister Yunsheng couldn't help you, I didn't think too much about it. Hearing Ning Yuan's straightforward statement, Luo Binglan's heartbeat quickened. She looked at Ning Yuan with complicated eyes, then continued to fiddle with the rabbit in her hand and said, Don't let it happen again. You must remember that I am the martial emperor. Why would I need a mere martial artist like you to worry about me? If Sister Lan is injured, I will still save you. Ning Yuan shook his head and said seriously. After all, Sister Lan is so powerful. It may take me a long time to surpass you, or I may never surpass you. With you here, Luo Shi and I have a backer. After hearing these words, Luo Binglan's eyes gradually became dull. He knew that Ning Yuan was just looking for a reasonable excuse. They had only known each other for less than a week, why would he go to such lengths for her? You're such a fool. Luo Binglan's voice revealed her panic. She obviously didn't expect Ning Yuan to be so straightforward. At this moment, her heart was in a mess. If I were to be with him, and if the outside world knew that Ning Yuan was with a master and disciple, would I be cursed? Luo Binglan, what are you afraid of? If anyone dares to scold him, just beat them up. Just as Luo Binglan was lost in thought, Ning Yuan reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Luo Binglan's eyes. Sister Lan, don't cry. I've made you cry twice. If someone doesn't know me, they'd think I was bullying you. Laugh. Luo Binglan finally came out of her thoughts, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and she smiled faintly. Her smile was as beautiful and moving as the lingering spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River. Seeing Luo Binglan's beautiful smile, Ning Yuan couldn't help but stare blankly. That's right, Sister Lan, you have to smile more. You look best when you smile. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Luo Binglan's expression changed instantly, returning to his cold expression, and he said lightly, "Well, look at what you did to yourself yesterday. Luo, she was so sad. You two should chat for a while. I'll take care of the rabbit. I used to often train with my master outside, so my skills are pretty good." Ning Yuan smiled, took the rabbit from Luo Binglan's hand, and said, "My cooking skills are not bad either. Let Sister Lan have a taste of my cooking skills this time." "Okay, I want to see if you're bragging." Luo Binglan did not leave, but sat by the fire and roasted the rabbit with Ning Yuan. He was looking at the rabbit, and she was looking at him. Shen Yunsheng, who was standing by, witnessed Luo Binglan's transformation with his own eyes. He couldn't help but sneer at Ning Yuan in his heart. He's really a scumbag. Even Sister Luo fell for him. Luo, she is too naive. She will definitely be bullied to death if she marries him. I must help keep an eye on her. Thinking of this, Shen Yunsheng walked to the cave entrance to find Lin Luashi to complain. Shen Yunsheng slowly sat down next to Lin Luashi, pulled Lin Luashi's clothes, and said softly, "Luoshi, Sister Luo and Ning Yuan are roasting a rabbit outside, chatting and laughing. They seem very close. Don't you want to go and take a look?" "No." Lin Luashi shook his head and spoke. Shen Yunsheng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his right hand as if determined, and said, "What would you do if Sister Luo and Ning Yuan were together?" Lin Luashi's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a while, he spoke softly. "That's great. If Sister Luo likes him, then someone will be able to protect him. I'm too weak now and can't protect him. What if Ning Yuan wants Luo Binglan and doesn't want you anymore?" "No, he won't abandon me." Lin Luashi shook her head and looked down at her toes, not knowing what she was thinking. Shen Yunsheng patted his forehead with his right hand. This silly girl was completely conquered. Although Ning Yuan is indeed very reliable sometimes, he was willing to gamble his life with Hua Beish for her last time. But when she thought about a gentle girl like Lin Luashi and the cold teacher in the school falling in love with the same person at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. An idea even emerged in her mind: being with Ning Yuan seems pretty good. Apart from being a bit lustful, he's pretty good in other aspects. However, she suppressed this idea as soon as it came up. Regardless of whether Lin Luashi would agree, her family would never let a powerless person be her partner. Secondly, as the second largest family in the imperial capital, it is impossible for them to agree that the eldest daughter of the family would share a husband with someone else. Even though Ning Yuan has extremely high talent, before he grows up completely, he is just a genius. Everyone knows that geniuses are often the most likely to die young. Just like that, Shen Yunsheng sat quietly beside Lin Luashi. Neither of them spoke, each thinking about what was in their heart. Chapter 52, Poor Ice Lion King. Sister Lan, this is the beast core of the frost demonic dragon. It's a pity that the corpse was eaten by other monsters. Ning Yuan took out a beast core with a cold glow from the void ring and handed it to Luo Binglan. It doesn't matter. We have to spit them all out before we leave tomorrow. Luo Binglan nodded, took the beast core, and spoke indifferently with a cold expression. Ning Yuan knew that Luo Binglan might be about to go on a killing spree, and he couldn't help but feel sad for the monsters in the secret realm. As for why Ning Yuan did not keep this high-level beast core, he was very sure that with his current physical condition, swallowing this beast core would be seeking death. After all, the remaining energy in Luo Binglan's wound was enough to almost burst him. Another reason is that the Imperial Great Ice Beast Core is necessary for refining the Snow Lotus Pill, and this beast core just meets the requirements. Snow Lotus Pill is the key to helping Ice Awakeners awaken their domain skills. Due to its harsh conditions, there are only a few S-level Awakeners who can awaken their domain skills. This rabbit is almost roasted. You can give it to Luo Shi and the others. Luo Binglan handed a rabbit in her hand to Ning Yuan and said softly, "Sister Lan, you eat first. I'll go get them to join us." Ning Yuan smiled, broke off a rabbit leg and fed it to Luo Binglan's mouth. Luo Binglan glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, then took the rabbit leg with one hand and said lightly, "I can eat by myself, I don't need you to feed me." She is different from Lin Luashi. She really can't stand this kind of intimate feeding. Just thinking about it gives her goosebumps. Ning Yuan also knew her character and didn't care. After all, she was the ice goddess of Lanwu University. Soon, the four of them sat together by the fire at the entrance of the cave and ate roasted rabbit quietly. I have to say that the meat of the ice spirit rabbit is much better than that of ordinary wild rabbits. The roasted rabbit is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and is full of fragrance. The rabbit meat has a golden and crispy skin and is tender and juicy inside. Of course, half of this is also due to Ning Yuan's cooking skills. I have to say that Ning Yuan's cooking skills are pretty good. Ning Yuan, I want to eat another rabbit leg, Lin Luashi said while eating. This was her first time tasting roasted rabbit. She didn't expect it to be so delicious, and her mouth was full of oil. You haven't finished eating what's in your hand yet? Ning Yuan pointed at the rabbit leg in her hand and said. Lin Luashi immediately devoured the rabbit leg in his hand with a few big mouthfuls. His cheeks were puffed up like a hamster. He said with some difficulty, now it's gone. Puff. Seeing Lin Luashi's cute look, Ning Yuan and the other two couldn't help laughing out loud. What a glutton. Ning Yuan used a napkin to wipe the oil off the corners of her mouth and said, swallow what's in your mouth first. I'll save the rabbit leg for you. Eat it slowly. I won't fight with you for it. Lin Luashi ate so fast that she accidentally choked. Ning Yuan quickly handed the mineral water to her mouth, and she felt much better. I'm telling you, eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. Lin Luashi smiled innocently, took the last rabbit leg from Ning Yuan's hand and said, isn't this too delicious? I can't help it. Call me when you want to eat next time, and I'll make it for you when I come to see you. Ning Yuan knew that Lin Luashi used to eat the dishes cooked by Aunt Lu at home and rarely went out to eat. He had never even touched street stalls. Only after he met Ning Yuan would take him to secretly eat street snacks. The three of them waited for Lin Luashi to finish eating. Luo Binglan, a murderous aura emanating from her body, spoke first. Now that we've had enough, it's time to settle accounts with those beasts. They stole my spoils, so how can I let them off easy? Lin Luashi and Xin Yinxing's pretty faces also turned cold. It was these damn monsters that caused Sister Luo and Ning Yuan to be injured, and they also wanted to vent their anger on these monsters. By the cold pond, the body of the frost demon dragon had been eaten up completely, not even a bone was left. It can be seen how attractive the corpse of an emperor-level monster is to other monsters. A pair of wings made of ice crystals suddenly appeared behind Luo Binglan. This was her skill, phoenix wings soaring. Before becoming the martial emperor, her flying skills were rare. Becoming Empress Wu allows her to walk in the air. Now she summons the ice wings just to speed up the search for monsters. Flying in the air, Luo Binglan quickly locked onto a cave entrance on the mountainside, where an Ice Soul Lion King was standing. I saw it standing proudly outside the cave entrance, with ice flames wrapped around its body surging like a living thing. The body is not covered with ordinary sideburns, but with layers of ice scales, which look somewhat similar to the frost demon dragon. As a king-level monster, it mutated after swallowing the corpse of the frost demon dragon, and truly had the capital to be promoted to the emperor level. The icy flames that appeared around him were so cold yet so hot, they were definitely not ordinary fire. That's you. Luo Binglan saw this unusual ice soul lion. It was obvious that it had undergone a strange mutation after swallowing the frost demonic dragon. Luo Binglan shot down violently and slowly stood in front of the Ice Soul Lion King. The Ice Soul Lion King had seen the woman in front of him. Wasn't she the human who fought with the frost demon dragon? Its first thought was to run. Even the frost demon dragon died in her hands. It was just an ant in her hands. Humph, you stole my battle token and you still want to run away? Ice Phoenix roaring sky strike. Looking at the Ice Soul Lion King Luo Binglan running to the top of the mountain, he snorted coldly, and then a huge Ice Phoenix phantom appeared behind him, emitting icy spikes all over the sky. Although the Ice Soul Lion King tried his best to avoid the icicles in the air, there were too many of them. Two of them pierced his hind legs and buttocks, and he roared in pain. Roar! The Ice Soul Lion King felt severe pain, but he did not dare to stop at this moment and limped towards the top of the mountain. But then, Luo Binglan's small body teleported in front of it and kicked it on the head. In an instant, the Ice Soul Lion King flew backwards 100 meters and stopped only after hitting a huge rock. Luo Binglan did not stop moving. She grabbed the Ice Soul Lion King's leg with one hand and threw it to the ground, venting her emotions fiercely. At this moment, the Ice Soul Lion King felt that life was hopeless and would rather die than live. This damned human woman, could you please kill her quickly? She has humiliated me like this. After beating it for 10 minutes, Luo Binglan finally stopped. At this moment, the Ice Soul Lion King was lying on the ground in a bloody mess, lifeless. Perhaps it had died a few minutes ago. Luo Binglan gasped for breath. She had to admit that it was quite tiring to kill the Ice Soul Lion King purely by physical skills, but it was really cool. At this moment, a wisp of blue-white flame appeared on the body of the Ice Soul Lion King, extremely cold and hot. Extremely cold ice flame. Luo Binglan's face changed and she was very surprised. She had seen this fire in ancient books, but she had not recognized it when it attached to the Ice Soul Lion King. I thought it was just the beast fire produced by the Ice Soul Lion King devouring the Frost Demon Dragon, but I didn't expect it to be the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Moreover, it seems that the Ice Soul Lion King did not completely absorb the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, but merely swallowed it into his body. Otherwise, he would have been burned if he had just grabbed its leg. Chapter 53, Refining the Extremely Cold Ice Flame, 9th Level Martial Emperor. It ranks 10th on the list of extremely cold ice flame spirit fires. It is the strange coldest fire in the world, existing on par with the 10 ancient divine thunders. At this time, Ning Yuan and the other two hurried over. For some reason, the temperature seemed to be a little lower when they got closer. Seeing the Ice Soul Lion King lying dead on the ground, Ning Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn, this is too violent. How much suffering must he have endured before dying? There was actually a thorn stuck in that place, and Ning Yuan Chrysanthemum couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw it. Lan, Sister Lan, are you okay? Ning Yuan looked at the Ice Soul Lion King with a strange expression and a trembling voice. It's okay. This beast was too weak to withstand a beating. It died before I even started to exert my strength. Luo Binglan said with a smile. Ning Yuan looked at her smile and felt a chill in his heart. This is definitely a witch, too violent. If I provoke her in the future, I will be. Ning Yuan couldn't help but imagine himself tied to the bed with his bare chest, and Luo Binglan holding a whip in her hand. No, Sister Lan is not that kind of person. Ning Yuan shook his head violently, feeling that his imagination was too rich. Sister Luo, what is this? Lin Luashi looked at the flame floating on the body of the Ice Soul Lion King and felt a little confused. Following Lin Luashi's gaze, Ning Yuan noticed the flame, which made the 9 profound golden thunder in his body a little restless, as if it wanted to come out and collide with it. It can actually make the 9 profound golden thunder agitated. This flame must be something extraordinary. Under the eyes of true vision, the information of the flame is fully exposed. Extremely cold ice flame, ranked 10th on the Skyfire list, named for its unique characteristics. Its outer flame is extremely cold, while its inner flame is incredibly hot. This is the extremely cold ice flame ranked 10th on the Heaven and Earth spiritual fire list. I will teach you about it in the school's cultural classes. Luo Binglan said lightly. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy 100 years ago, many spiritual objects have appeared in the world. This spiritual fire is one of them, and Ning Yuan's 9 profound golden thunder is also a spiritual object of heaven and earth. What? It's actually the extremely cold ice flame. Xin Yunqing's face changed and he exclaimed in surprise. As the eldest daughter of a prominent family in the imperial capital, she certainly knew how terrifying the spiritual fire of heaven and earth was, but she did not expect to encounter one here. A strange water once appeared at the largest auction in the imperial capital, the Rock Crystal Spring. At that time, all the major families and the military were alarmed and participated in the auction. In the end, the Rock Crystal Spring was auctioned for a high price of 100 billion. It was taken in by the Mu family, the second largest family in the imperial capital. The young patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Lin, originally had only a level water attribute talent. After completely absorbing it, his water attribute was successfully promoted to the extreme state, and his talent directly entered the S level. The Rock Crystal Spring is a strange water with the origin of Earth. The Water Awakener, who is already famous for his defense, has his defense taken to a higher level after refining the strange water. He has the title of the best defense of the same level in the imperial capital. I just looked around and there are no powerful monsters nearby. Please protect me and I will refine it. Luo Binglan suppressed her inner excitement and spoke. Although this extremely cold ice flame is a spiritual fire, it is also very suitable for awakeners with ice attributes. This extremely cold fire can take the ice element she controls to a higher level. And she should be able to take this opportunity to break through to the 9th level of Martial Emperor, which she had not been able to break through for a long time. Okay, Sister Lan, just concentrate on refining. Ning Yuan summoned Dahe from the shadow to prevent any accidents. Luo Binglan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and communicated with the extremely cold ice flame with her soul. These spiritual creatures have already developed intelligence. If you want to force them to recognize your master, it would be difficult even if you reach the level of a martial saint. Luo Binglan stretched his right hand wrapped in extreme ice into the flames, and grabbed the original fire with one hand. As Luo Binglan's consciousness entered the origin of the extremely cold ice flame, the refining process began. When the huge power of fire entered Luo Binglan's body, she realized how difficult it was to refine it. No wonder the Ice Soul Lion King failed to refine it. Even the strongest ice couldn't withstand such close contact with the inner flame and began to melt slowly. Then, like flowing water, the white jade hands wrapped in ice were revealed, and trickles of blood seeped out from the pores. Luo Binglan's delicate face seemed to be experiencing both ice and fire at this moment. Although her forehead was sweating profusely, the frost on her lips and brows revealed her coldness. In the consciousness space of the extreme cold ice flame, Luo Binglan saw a small snake transformed from the origin of the extreme cold ice flame, and reached out to grab it. The little snake seemed to sense the danger and fled in all directions at an extremely fast speed. However, it is only in its larval stage now, and its speed cannot match Luo Binglan. It is caught by Luo Binglan in a short while. Luo Binglan, who was in the consciousness space, bit her index finger and a drop of blood dripped onto the little snake's forehead. Then the violent and extremely cold ice flame outside gradually became docile and began to beat quietly in Luo Binglan's palm. From now on, I'll call you Xiaobing. Luo Binglan's face was a little pale. He looked at the blue-white flame in his palm, smiled slightly and spoke. The extremely cold ice flame seemed to be very satisfied with the name, and it began to dance happily in the palm of his hand. Has the refining been successful already? Ning Yuan turned to Xin Yunxing and asked. No, the next step is the most critical period, the spiritual fire body forging. Xin Yunxing's face still had a solemn look, as she knew very well the horror of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Luo Binglan swallowed all the flames in his palm into his body. In order to withstand the powerful spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the body must undergo the tempering of the spiritual fire, and this is the most dangerous stage. After all, the human body is inherently fragile, let alone this kind of spiritual fire that has the power to destroy the world. As soon as she swallowed it, Luo Binglan, whose face was already pale, turned pale without a trace of blood. Luo Binglan endured the burning pain and coldness in her body and let Xiaobing flow through her meridians bit by bit. All the meridians through which Xiaobing flowed were covered with a layer of frost, followed by a feeling of heat that offset the coldness. After forging it like this countless times, Luo Binglan's pale face finally gradually regained its rosy color. At this moment, the vast energy of heaven and earth gathered around Luo Binglan. It is the precursor to a breakthrough. Only a martial emperor or above can attract such a huge amount of heaven and earth energy. The refining was successful, Sister Luo is about to break through. Seeing this scene, Xin Yunxing's brows relaxed and he spoke happily. After hearing Xin Yunxing's words, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi finally put their minds at ease. After all, it looked extremely dangerous just by looking at it. Breakthrough, 9th level martial emperor. Luo Binglan felt the powerful energy in her body, smiled slightly, and with a thought, the blue-white flame emerged from her palm. The moment Xiaobing came out, the snow around him began to melt instantly, and then a layer of even colder frost was attached. At this moment, Xiaobing has completely merged with Luo Binglan. Spiritual fire strengthens the body not only on the body, but also on the soul. When Ning Yuan awakened the 9 profound golden thunder, he was deeply touched and his mental power suddenly increased several times. However, compared to Luo Binglan, the experience of forging her body with the 9 profound golden thunder was not so thrilling. I think it was due to her talent, gluttony. Chapter 54 Back to School, which Su Xinlan. Name, Luo Binglan. Level, 9th rank martial emperor. Talent, Ice and Fire Phoenix Body SS. Elemental Strength, 9,999. Spiritual Power, 735. Skill. Ice Phoenix roars to the sky, Phoenix wings soar, Ice Phoenix soul. Field, Ice and Fire Field. Ning Yuan looked at Luo Binglan's latest attribute panel and was stunned. He was shocked. After refining the extremely cold ice flame, has your physique evolved? What the hell is SS talent? Isn't the highest talent S level? Luo Binglan looked at the dancing ice blue flame in her hand and sighed with some regret. What a pity. Even after refining the extremely cold ice flame, it's still not enough for me to break through to martial sainthood. She felt that her energy was sufficient, but she could not break through the barrier no matter how much energy she gathered. In addition, she could feel that there seemed to be some changes in her physical condition, but she would have to wait until she returned to school and used professional equipment to test it to find out clearly. I have to go back and ask the old man what's going on. Ning Yuan of course knew that the old man she was talking about should be the former dean of the Element Academy. He clearly remembered that Luo Binglan had called him master before, but now her true nature has been revealed and she's calling him old man directly? Sister Lan, it's almost time. The secret realm will be closed tomorrow. If there is nothing else, let's go back to school first. Ning Yuan suppressed the smile on his lips and spoke. No rush, wait a moment. None of those who try to steal my spoils will be able to escape. Luo Binglan's lips curled up slightly, her voice a little cold. Refining the extremely cold ice flame nearly doubled her mental power, which was much stronger than Ning Yuan's original strength. Perhaps it was because Ning Yuan's physical condition was poor. Luo Binglan's mental power instantly covered an area of 3 kilometers around him, and all monsters above the king level were detected by Luo Binglan. As a psychic monster, the Ice Soul Fox naturally sensed Luo Binglan's perception. There was no time to have sex with the slutty fox in the cave, so he left the confused female fox in the cave and ran to the top of the mountain. Luo Binglan perceived that an Ice Soul Fox was running towards the top of the mountain at a high speed. Humph, you still want to run away after I sensed you? Just wait here for me, I'll be done soon. Luo Binglan spoke lightly, then spread the wings behind him and flew in the direction where the Ice Flame Fox was running. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel sad for the monster that Luo Binglan was targeting. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Ice Soul Lion King beside him. Although the ice spikes on his butt had melted, the sight of the bloodstains made Ning Yuan tremble all over. So scary. In just a few seconds, Luo Binglan caught up with the Ice Soul Fox, flew over, raised his hand and slapped the fox on the head, pressing it to the ground, and then punched the fox's head wildly. It wasn't over yet. Luo Binglan grabbed the fox's tail and smashed its body to the ground once on the left and once on the right. Soon 3 huge pits appeared on the ground. At this moment, the Ice Soul Fox had no power to fight back, and its eyes revealed endless hatred. Not only was it slaughtered to such an extent, but it also didn't enjoy its death before death. If it had known, it would not have run away. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Binglan came back with a huge white fox in her hand. The white fox's skin was torn and blood was dripping all over its body, especially its head, which had been flattened. Looking at its appearance, you can tell that it suffered a lot before its death, but who made it snatch things from this female Tyrannosaurus? It can only blame itself. Luo Binglan gave Ning Yuan a look, and he instantly understood that she wanted him to dig out the beast core and cut off the fox tail. But he just likes doing these things. Soon Ning Yuan put the beast core that was flattened and the snow-white fox tail into the void ring. It's time to go out. Seeing Ning Yuan packing up his things, Luo Binglan spoke lightly. Everyone nodded and walked towards the exit of the secret realm at the foot of the mountain. The secret realm will close at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Outside the secret realm, the large military team guarding the secret realm has also evacuated, leaving only 3 or 4 soldiers guarding it. In less than 2 hours, Luo Binglan drove back to Languo University. The first thing he did after returning to school was to find Su Xinlan, the current dean of the auxiliary college. She was the apprentice of the previous dean of the auxiliary college. It just so happened that the old dean of the auxiliary academy had an affair with the old dean of the Element Academy, and the two of them had already discussed it before they were promoted to Martial Emperor. When they were promoted, it would be time for them to resign from their positions and stay at home as spare tires. That's right, they have been the spare tire for a year and a half and still don't seem to have made any moves. In this way, Luo Binglan and Su Xinlan became best friends. One was the school's ice goddess, and the other was known as the alchemy witch. Apart from eating and sleeping, Su Xinlan basically stayed in the alchemy room all day, thinking about new alchemy recipes every day, and often asked students to test the alchemy. Although the students all know the dangers of the alchemy test, as long as there are credits as a reward, they will probably do it without hesitation even if you ask them to work like slaves. Well, there were quite a few students who had accidents. There was one male student whose strength tripled after taking Dalidan, but he couldn't get up for more than 2 weeks. There was also a boy who became extremely hot all over after taking the Luadi Wang Dan she made, and the feeling lasted for a whole week. Unfortunately, he has no girlfriend and cannot vent his sexual desire. If his roommates had not stopped him in time and tied him up in the bedroom, all the sows raised in the school would have been in trouble. Because of these things, Su Xinlan also became a witch in the eyes of the old students, and only the freshmen with little experience would take on the seemingly simplest B-level task for a few task points. Ning Yuan, give me the iceberg snow lotus and the frost demonic dragon beast core first. I will go find Su Xinlan and ask her to make the snow lotus pill for Luoshi. Luo Binglan turned her head and looked at Ning Yuan and said softly. Good. Yun Shang, take Ning Yuan and the others to the mission hall to submit the Ice Spirit Grass mission. I remember there are 3,000 contribution points available. Just remember to submit one plant, and we can keep the remaining 2 for ourselves. Luo Binglan took the alchemy materials handed to her by Ning Yuan and said to Xin Yunsheng. She walked straight to the top floor of the tallest building in the auxiliary college, which was Su Xinlan's alchemy room. As for why she was on the top floor, it was because she often exploded when she was refining pills. When she was downstairs before, she made the people on the upper floors miserable. Now only the top floor can be allocated to her, and the walls of the entire room are made of D-level nanomaterials. Xin Yunsheng nodded, okay, Sister Luo. Then he turned to Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi and said, let's go to the mission hall to hand in the mission. Along the way, Xin Yunsheng explained some of the rules of the school mission hall. The rules of most 985 schools are similar. Each student must take on at least 3 tasks per semester, and completing the tasks will not only reward them with task points, but also earn them disposable credits. This credit can make up for the credits missed due to failing a course. Mission points can be used to exchange for martial arts, elixirs, etc. Chapter 55 Trouble. Teacher Mo, let's submit the Ice Spirit Grass mission. Xin Yunsheng brought Ning Yuan and the other 2 to the mission hall and spoke to Mo Yen in the mission hall. Did you get the Ice Spirit Grass? Mo Yen showed a hint of joy on his face, and his voice was a little anxious. Take it out and let me see it. Ning Yuan took out a plant from the void ring and handed it to him. Ha ha ha, it is indeed Ice Spirit Grass. This Ice Spirit Grass mission has been released for more than a year, and there has been no news. The person who released the mission was ready to cancel it, but he didn't expect to get a surprise today. Give me your campus card and I'll give you 3,000 contribution points. Mo Yen took the campus card handed over by Xin Yunsheng, placed it on an instrument, and then entered 3,000 contribution points. Lin Luashi's campus card was at Luo Binglan's place. She had been busy with Lin Luashi's domain awakening and had forgotten about this matter. Luoshi, when you get the campus card, I will transfer 2,000 contribution points to your card. Xin Yunsheng took back the campus card and said to Lin Luashi with a smile. Good. Lin Luashi nodded blankly, holding Ning Yuan's hand tightly with her little hand. 3,000 contribution points, 1,000 per person, but Ning Yuan is not a student of Longwu University, so naturally he gave the contribution points to Lin Luashi. As for Luo Binglan, as the dean of the Elemental Academy, he naturally looked down on so many contribution points. Before I even walked out of the mission hall, I heard a sharp voice coming from the door. Xin Yunsheng, you're pretty lucky. You hooked up with a man again. You can even get a spiritual medicine like Ice Spirit Grass. Ning Yuan looked in the direction where the shrill sound came from, and saw a woman who looked somewhat similar to Xin Yunsheng and seemed to be preparing to submit a task. Unlike Xin Yunsheng's light makeup, she had heavy makeup on her face and wore a black vest and short jeans, which was a cooler outfit. Xin Jinan, watch your mouth. This is my boyfriend Ning Yuan. Xin Yunsheng's expression changed and his voice became a little harsh. Xin Jinan is Xin Yunsheng's younger sister, but they have the same father but different mothers. Xin Jinan has lived under the aura of Xin Yunsheng since she was a child. Not only that, the man she likes, Hua Beige, is also engaged to Xin Yunsheng. These things also made Xin Jinan completely evil. You bitch, you're clearly engaged to Brother Hua, yet you shamelessly seduce other men. Xin Jinan pointed his right finger at Xin Yunsheng and cursed loudly in frustration. To Ning Yuan's surprise, Xin Yunsheng's expression remained calm, she just raised her eyebrows. It seemed that she must have been scolded by this arrogant woman often. Ning Yuan's gaze shifted to the man next to Xin Jinan. This man gave him the feeling that he was even stronger than Chu Feiyang in their first battle. He is definitely a strong man on the Dragon Martial list. He could tolerate Xin Jinan's scolding, but he could not tolerate Xin Yunsheng's curses. Maybe Xin Yunsheng didn't care, but he couldn't let her be bullied like this. Ning Yuan's figure disappeared instantly. The man next to Xin Jinan seemed to sense something and quickly moved to the left, blocking Xin Jinan behind him. However, the moment he moved, Ning Yuan activated Instant Step and teleported directly to the right side of Xin Jinan. Then a crisp slap sounded throughout the mission hall. Bang! Everyone in the mission hall was stunned, looking at the red handprint on Shin Jinan's face in astonishment. The originally noisy mission hall suddenly became quiet. Ning Yuan's face was cold. He glanced at Shin Jinan lying on the ground and said coldly, "Maybe Yun Shang will turn a deaf ear to your insults, but I don't have such a good temper. I won't show mercy to a woman like you. You actually dared to hit me, I'm going to kill you." After being slapped hard in public, the pain on Shin Jinan's face was far less intense than the psychological pain. Her cheeks turned blue and even purple with anger, and she screamed, "Lin Chen, kill him and that bitch for me. Haven't you always wanted me? Kill them both, I promise you." Ning Yuan was about to slap this forgetful woman again, but Lin Chen stopped him and said in a deep voice, "Classmate, isn't it a bit too much for you to treat a girl like this?" Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Chen indifferently. Although he was stronger than Xu Feiyang, he was not afraid at all if a fight really broke out. "She's just asking for trouble. When she was insulting my girlfriend just now, you didn't stop her." Shin Jinan stood up and was about to say something when Mo Yan's words turned him pale. "The mission hall is not a place for you to throw a tantrum. If you want to throw a tantrum, get out. You are also prohibited from accepting any missions for the next 6 months." Mo Yan glanced at Shin Jinan and spoke lightly. Shin Yunsheng had just gotten the ice spirit grass for him, so he naturally couldn't bear to see her being bullied in the mission hall. Being prohibited from accepting tasks within 6 months means that she will have no source of contribution points in the first half of the year. Lin Chen knew it was Shin Jinan's fault, but when he heard the punishment, he felt it was a bit too harsh. But he didn't dare to talk back to Mo Yan, so he could only vent his anger on Ning Yuan. Shin Jinan is his woman, and hitting her in front of him is like a slap in his face. "Do you dare to come with me to the training ground for a life and death battle?" Ning Yuan stared at Lin Chen. This man was just a bootlicker, but if he wanted to die, Ning Yuan would help him. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement, "Okay." As Ning Yuan spoke, people around him began to whisper. This person actually agreed. Lin Chen is ranked 20th on the Dragon Martial ranking and has the strength of a second-level martial king. Isn't this asking for trouble? How can a martial artist fight a martial king? A single fart can kill him. Hey, don't underestimate him. I saw him last time on the competition stage. Ji Xiao was no match for him. What? He won by crossing a huge realm? But this Lin Chen is not comparable to Ji Xiao. He is a martial king and an A-level talent awakener. Lin Chen helped Shin Jinan out of the mission hall. Before leaving, Shin Jinan said something cruel, "Shin Yunsheng, just wait to collect your man's body." Then came her shrill laughter, which gradually faded away until her figure disappeared. Shin Yunsheng tugged at Ning Yuan's arm, frowning, "You're too impulsive. Lin Chen is a powerful martial king." "Don't worry, I still have Da He here," Ning Yuan smiled and said. Yes, Da He is in the middle stage of king level, much stronger than Lin Chen. Only then did Shin Yunsheng remember Ning Yuan's king level undead. She had been so worried that she had forgotten about it. As Ning Yuan and the other two walked out of the mission hall, the other people in the mission hall spread the news that Ning Yuan and Lin Chen were going to the competition stage. Gossip spread faster than one could imagine and soon spread throughout Longwu University. Many powerful people on the Dragon Martial list also heard the news. Chapter 56 Rampant. Have you heard that Lin Chen is going to have a life and death battle with Ning Yuan? A life and death battle? This must be the third time in the school in the past 10 years. What strength does Ning Yuan have? How dare he fight Lin Chen to the death? What? He's a martial artist. Isn't this courting death? It doesn't matter. Ning Yuan has an appointment with Hua Beige for the next half year. It's death anyway, whether it's early or late. On the way to the training ground, many people were talking about this eye-catching battle. After all, no one has engaged in a life and death battle in recent years. Unless there is a deep hatred, the school does not encourage risking one's life. After all, foreign enemies are monsters after all. However, the school did not cancel the life and death match, which also respected the students' own wishes. Ning Yuan didn't care about people who called him a bitch on the street. After all, no one would believe that a mere martial artist could defeat someone who was 2 realms higher than him. The news of Ning Yuan's battle with Lin Chen naturally reached Hua Bei's ears. When he heard the report from his subordinates, he still couldn't believe it. After all, he knew that Ning Yuan was not a stupid person. In other words, Ning Yuan has a trump card that can rival Lin Chen. But he didn't know what gave him the confidence to challenge King Wu, which made him very curious. In fact, Ning Yuan didn't need to accept Lin Chan's life and death battle. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. But thinking that he would be leaving Langwu University soon, he would not be able to take care of Lin Luashi every moment. Now that he happened to run into someone so blind as to scare someone else, he naturally didn't mind making an example of him to scare the monkeys, so that there wouldn't be someone so blind who would come forward to provoke him in the future, which would be very annoying. In an alchemy room in the top building of the auxiliary college, Luo Binglan received a message from Ning Yuan. This kid is really worrying. He even accepted a life or death battle. What she was worried about was not that Ning Yuan would lose to Lin Chen. She was very confident in Ning Yuan. After all, he was the man she liked. However, the teacher behind Lin Chen was Lin Shan, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. There had been rumors in the school that Lin Chen was Lin Shan's illegitimate son. Although he was an illegitimate child, Lin Shan was extremely protective of him and never lacked resources for him. The only thing that disappointed him was that he fell in love with Shen Jinan, a useless woman. However, in his opinion, maybe Lin Chen just had a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, teenagers have their own ideas. Luo Binglan glanced at Su Xinlan, who was refining the elixir, and did not disturb her. Now was the critical period of refining the elixir, and she could not leave yet. Lin Shan, you'd better be sensible, otherwise. Luo Binglan's face was cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen had already stood on the competition stage outside the martial arts training ground, waiting for Ning Yuan's arrival. The stage was already packed with people, and even many of the strong men on the Dragon Martial ranking had come. Look, isn't that Chu Feiyang, who's ranked 24th on the Dragon Martial ranking? He lost to Lin Chen last time, so he must have come specially to watch the match this time. Yi Tian ranked 14th on the Dragon Martial ranking, and Fan Yi ranked 6th. Holy crap, Hua Beige, who's ranked 3rd on the Dragon Martial ranking, is here too. Looks like he's here for Ning Yuan. Just as everyone was discussing the person coming down from the stage, Ning Yuan slowly walked over, holding Lin Luashi's little hand with his right hand, while his left arm was firmly held by Shen Yunqing's arms. I have to say, this way of appearance is really hated by people, but it is really cool. If looks could kill, he would have died hundreds of times. After all, having a school beauty girlfriend is every man's dream, but this bitch is actually two-timing him openly. She is so pretentious. Although many people in the audience were jealous of him, there were also many voices that wanted Ning Yuan to open a class, even if they had to kneel down to listen. After all, many of them have been single all their lives and are afraid of being single. Ning Yuan, you are finally here. There are many people watching the show today. It won't be a loss for you to die in my hands. Lin Chen, who was standing on the stage, looked at Ning Yuan with a gloomy expression, raised a wicked smile and spoke. The last guy was just as talkative as you, and now he's just like his name. I don't know if that thing down there is still usable. Ning Yuan met his eyes and spoke lightly. That loser Jishao is worthy of competing with me, who the hell is he? Ning Yuan smiled. In his opinion, there was no difference between the two. To use the words on Earth, he was just a brainless villain. I originally thought that everything written in novels was fake, but I didn't expect that I would actually encounter quite a few of them after traveling through time. Ning Yuan smiled and touched Lin Luashi's head. Wait a moment, I'll be quick. When I'm done, I'll take you to eat crayfish. Okay. Lin Luashi nodded obediently. Shen Yunqing helped Ning Yuan straighten his collar and said gently, "Be careful, don't be careless." Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, senior sister, you don't know me yet, I'm as steady as an old dog." Shen Yunqing was amused by him and laughed out loud. That smile was enough to make everyone crazy. When the people in the audience saw Shen Yunqing and Ning Yuan flirting with each other, they couldn't help but look at Hua Beige. They all knew that Shen Yunqing was Hua Beige's fiancé. Hua Beige's face turned ashen. In his opinion, Shen Yunqing's behavior was just putting a hat on his head. He thought to himself, "What a bitch, if you enter my house in the future, I will show you how I will ravage you." Ning Yuan slowly walked up to the stage, a smile appeared on his face, and he said to Lin Chen, "If you have any last words, please tell them quickly. You won't have the chance later." Furious. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Lin Chen was so angry that he laughed. A mere martial artist could be so arrogant. He is a powerful martial king with a level talent. Hearing these familiar words, Ning Yuan smiled. In a certain broken sky that he had read several times, those who were said to be rampant were all dead now, and even their bodies were occupied by others. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Chan's attribute panel with a slightly solemn brow. Name, Lin Chen. Level, 2nd level Martial King. Talent, Level A Gravity Control. Qi and Blood, 265806. Spiritual Power, 255. Skill. Gravity Cage, manipulate gravity to form a cage to restrict enemy movement. The gravity can be adjusted between 110 times. Anti-gravity jump, instantly reverse the direction of gravity to achieve high-speed movement. Martial Arts, a level drought-splitting earth hammer beginner, B-level cloud stepping step minor mastery. I have to say that Lin Chen's talent is indeed terrifying. Controlling gravity can greatly limit the enemy's combat power. However, his martial arts proficiency is only at the entry level. It is obvious that he relies too much on his innate skills and neglects to practice martial arts. Although it can control gravity, Dahe is a ghost and has no real body, so gravity cannot affect it at all. Ning Yuan curled up a smile and looked at Lin Chen in front of him with some sadness. Dahe was simply his nemesis. Dahe, come out. A huge black wolf figure emerged from Ning Yuan's shadow. The originally noisy competition stage suddenly became silent, and the strong men on the dragon martial ranking even gasped. King level undead? Chapter 57 Lin Shan. How is this possible? How can Ning Yuan control the undead? Isn't he an awakened person with the talent of thunder? And this aura is definitely that of a king level undead. An undead talent awakener in the audience looked at the king level undead on the stage with his eyes wide open and muttered. S-level undead talent. He knew very well that this was definitely an S-level undead talent. Otherwise, with his martial artist level strength, it would be impossible for him to contract such a powerful undead across 2 realms. There were many people around who knew him, including Chao Bin from the Psychiatric Academy, who had an A-level talent in the undead element and was ranked 32nd on the dragon martial ranking. Everyone believed his words without a doubt. After all, they had the same type of talent, so Chao Bin's words could definitely not be wrong. After all, as an A-level talent, Chao Bin can only contract with undead with lower strength than himself, and he can never contract with undead who are much stronger than himself like Ning Yuan. So Ning Yuan is a dual talent awakener? When he fought Ji Xiao before, he was clearly controlling the lightning element, and judging by the power of that lightning, it definitely wasn't low. Could it be that he's also S rank? Impossible. How could there be 2 S-level talents awakened? The people in the audience were talking a lot, looking at the king-level undead in front of them. Many of those who originally supported Lin Chen now supported Ning Yuan. Xin Jinan, standing in the audience, was pale. The red slap marks on his face had not yet disappeared, and his lips were bleeding from being bitten by his teeth. Why? Why is it that she is surrounded by such outstanding people, while I have nothing? She knew that the undead was Lin Chen's nemesis, and this battle would probably be disastrous. When Huabeish heard what Chao Bin said, he was also shocked. His eyes gradually narrowed. He originally didn't take Ning Yuan seriously. After all, he was just a small martial artist. Now it seems that he is indeed a strong opponent. Double S-level talent. This hasn't appeared in China in 100 years. It seems that in half a year, he might really be able to fight me. If I win, I will definitely become famous. Huabeish has now begun to imagine the world's reaction when he defeats the only person in the country who has awakened double S talents. He has already regarded Ning Yuan as his stepping stone. When Lin Chen on the stage saw Dahe emitting a terrifying aura, his legs couldn't help but go limp. The undead awakener is his nemesis, not to mention that he is of a higher level than him. Isn't this a sure death? Although he ranked higher than Chao Bin on the dragon martial ranking, Chao Bin was still better in a real fight. However, Chao Bin was no match for the others, so he ranked lower. Ning Yuan would not talk to him about martial ethics. He pointed his finger at Lin Chen and gave an order, Dahe, beat him to death. Ever since Dahe absorbed the energy of the frost demonic dragon and advanced, he has never taken action. His speed has become nearly twice as fast as before. Dahe's huge figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a black shadow and slapped Lin Chen with a claw. Anti-gravity jump. Lin Chen jumped directly into the air to dodge Dahe's attack. He had some experience in dealing with the undead, after all, he had fought against Chao Bin before. However, he forgot that Chao Bin's undead strength was far inferior to Dahe's. But he didn't know that Ning Yuan was a spiritual master. In an instant, 5 flying knives shot towards Lin Chen in the air like streams of light. Lin Chen in the air had no way to gain leverage, and a flying knife pierced straight into Lin Chen's thigh. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen fell straight down from the air, and Dahei on the competition stage was ready to bite him to death. "Stop!" Just then there was an angry shout. When the people in the audience heard this voice, they knew that this was Lin Chen's master. There were also rumors that Lin Chen was his illegitimate son. "Lin Shan is here." It seems like Lin Chen might really be his illegitimate son. It seems that today's life and death battle is unlikely to count. Since Lin Shan is here, Ning Yuan probably won't dare to kill Lin Chen. When Ning Yuan heard the words from the audience, he felt no fluctuation in his heart. After all, he had already signed a life and death contract, and he was not the only one with a backer. A life and death battle, no matter life or death. There is no need to be responsible for killing people, and he needs to establish his authority now. "Ning Yuan, you can't kill me. My master will be here soon. He is a peak martial emperor. If you kill me, you will die too. Dahei, kill him." Ning Yuan didn't look at the source of the voice, but stared at Lin Chen and spoke coldly. "You dare!" A voice came from afar again. Upon hearing the command, Dahei jumped up and knocked Lin Chen to the ground with one claw. Lin Chen was about to admit his mistake. He really felt the threat of death. Looking at the big black dog approaching him, yellow liquid flowed out between his legs. "Ning Yuan, I was wrong." He was scared to death. But Dahei would not listen to his explanation and bit off his head. Blood gushed out from the neck, dyeing the competition stage red. The smell of urine and blood gradually filled the entire competition arena. Shen Yunqing wanted to cover Lin Luashi's eyes with his hands to prevent her from seeing the bloody scene, but Lin Luashi watched it bravely. She also had people she wanted to kill, and now she had to gradually adapt to this feeling. Her eyes fell on Huabei not far away, but her eyes revealed endless coldness and murderous intent. Lin Shan hurried over at this time. He knew that his son was fighting a life and death battle. He had originally heard that his son was just a martial artist and didn't care at all. But he was also curious about how a mere martial artist could dare to fight a life and death battle with Lin Chen, so he wanted to come and see. As a result, as soon as he arrived, he sensed the king-level undead on the stage. He was thousands of meters away and hurriedly spoke out to stop Ning Yuan, but he never expected that Ning Yuan ignored his threat and still killed Lin Chen. Lin Shan's face turned purple and the corners of his mouth were trembling. He was extremely angry at the moment. "How dare you, how dare you! My son!" Lin Shan slapped Dahei on the body, and instantly a deep pit of more than 5 meters appeared on the competition stage. Dahei's body almost disappeared because of this palm, and then he turned into a black shadow and drilled into Ning Yuan's shadow. Ning Yuan's face changed. The big black was shattered by this man's palm. He was worthy of being a peak martial emperor. Lin Shan picked up Lin Chen's head from the ground, and slowly closed Lin Chen's wide-open eyes with his rough hands, and then put it back on his body. Lin Shan slowly stood up, his body somewhat unsteady, veins popping out of his forehead. He exerted martial emperor-level pressure on Ning Yuan and angrily said, "You killed my son, so pay with your life." Ning Yuan struggled to support himself with his legs, preventing himself from kneeling down, his face flushed red. Obviously, it is still very difficult for him to withstand the pressure from Emperor Wu. When Lin Luashi saw this scene, a hint of frost gradually appeared in his eyes. Thousands of miles of ice. Lin Shan's hands were gradually covered with a thin layer of ice. The gap in strength was too great. Even if he tried his best, Lin Luashi could only do this much. Lin Shan turned to look at the silver-haired girl in the audience. He was somewhat surprised that the martial artist's skills could affect a martial emperor like him, but at this moment he only wanted to avenge Lin Chen. Lin Shan stretched out his hand and sucked Lin Luashi's petite body over to him. Even though Shen Yunqing tried hard to hold Lin Luashi back, he couldn't stop her. Lin Shan pinched Lin Luashi's snow-white neck in mid-air and spoke lightly. "I think you have a close relationship with the man on the stage. If that's the case, you should die with him." Shen Yunqing became a little anxious and spoke quickly. "Lin Shan, this is Dean Luo's disciple. If you hurt her, Dean Luo will not let you go." Chapter 58 Luo Binglin's Confession. Lin Shan didn't listen to Shen Yunqing's words at all. His son was dead, so he didn't care whose disciple he was. All he wants to do now is revenge. No one in the audience dared to speak out, fearing that Lin Shan would hold them accountable. They could only curse Lin Shan in their hearts. How shameless! As the dean of the school, he actually bullies students. School rules stipulate that on the life and death stage, there is no responsibility for killing someone. Lin Chen did it himself, he can't blame Ning Yuan. Lin Luashi's face turned purple and he couldn't breathe because Lin Shan was pinching his neck. Ning Yuan saw Lin Luashi in Lin Shan's hand, and his forehead was bulging with veins. He said angrily, "Old dog, if you dare to attack her, I will kill your entire family." Shen Yunxing in the audience was extremely anxious. She couldn't get through to Luo Binglan on the phone. "Ha, it seems that this woman is really important to you. I must kill her in front of you." Lin Shan looked at Ning Yuan, who was in great pain on the ground, and smiled evilly. He gathered his energy in his right palm and slapped Lin Luashi in the stomach. Seeing the scene, Ning Yuan's eyes were filled with tears of blood. Golden thunder continued to gather on his body, and there was a tendency for him to break through the pressure. Angel's protection. A winged angel suddenly appeared on Lin Luashi's body and blocked Lin Shan's attack. Shen Yunsheng had cold sweat on her forehead. Fortunately, she made it in time. However, although the cross-level angel protection blocked the attack of the peak martial emperor, it had exhausted her energy and she fainted on the ground. Seeing Shen Yunsheng take action, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for her, Lin Luashi would probably be dead at this moment. Lin Shan's expression changed and he looked at Shen Yunsheng in the audience. He was not afraid of Shen Yunsheng, but he did not dare to kill her, otherwise he would be exterminated by the Shen family. However, he had no qualms about killing the two people in front of him. Even though Luo Binglan came to him afterwards, he was not afraid because of his strength. Lin Shan's attribute panel was fully exposed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Name, Lin Shan. Level, 9th rank Martial Emperor. Talent, a level skeleton judgment. Elemental strength, 9,563. Spiritual power, 685. Skill. Bone manipulation, manipulate your own body, including but not limited to increasing hardness, and can generate weapons of various forms. Bone storm, can summon bone fragments to form a storm and chase the enemy under command. Martial arts, a level nether palm great mastery, a level nether step great mastery. As expected, he was at the peak of Martial Emperor. Ning Yuan knew that he had no chance against him. He just needed to delay until Luo Binglan arrived. At this moment, Ning Yuan's body was covered with golden thunder, his black hair stood up, and he broke through Lin Shan's pressure. Thunder palm. A terrifying golden lightning shot towards Lin Shan, and there was a sizzling sound in the air. You can actually break through my pressure. Lin Shan never thought that Ning Yuan could actually break free from the pressure of the peak martial emperor. He let go of Lin Luashi with his right hand, and Lin Luashi fell to the ground and fainted. Then he raised his right hand wrapped in vital energy to resist the golden thunder. Even though it was wrapped in vital energy, his palm was pierced at this moment, revealing a big bloody hole, and his palm was charred black. When the people in the audience saw Lin Shan's hand bleeding, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Holy crap, they actually managed to hurt Lin Shan." Hua Beige couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to believe that his thunder was so powerful. 9 profound golden thunder. Lin Shan looked at his pierced palm with a fixed gaze. He naturally recognized the golden thunder. It was the 9 profound golden thunder, which ranked 4th on the heaven and earth divine thunder ranking. Dual talents? Both are S rank. What kind of monster is this guy? At this moment, Lin Shan couldn't help but consider Ning Yuan's identity. Such a talented person should not be without any background. At this moment, Shen Jinan in the audience noticed Lin Shan's concerns and spoke loudly. "Uncle Lin, Ning Yuan is an orphan. I just checked his information. His parents have passed away a long time ago. You don't have to worry." Lin Shan glanced at Shen Jinan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If she wasn't also the daughter of the Shen family's patriarch, she would have killed her long ago. Lin Shen's death was most likely due to her. After hearing Shen Jinan's words, Lin Shan no longer had any concerns, and a huge black palm flew towards Ning Yuan. Netherworld palm. At this moment, the black palm was instantly frozen and then turned into fragments and disappeared into the air. The competition stage was slowly covered with a layer of frost. Everyone looked up and saw a petite figure in the sky with a pair of ice blue wings spread out behind her. "Lin Shan, you're going backwards. As a teacher at the academy, you're actually bullying students." Luo Binglan looked at Lin Luashi and Shen Yunsheng, who were unconscious on the ground, and Ning Yuan, who was crying blood on the stage. Her face became extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her voice. "Sister Lan. When Ning Yuan saw the figure in the air, his heart finally settled down. It was really too slow. If it was any later, he would have to collect his body. Luo Binglan, what does this have to do with you? Don't meddle in other people's business. This guy killed my son, so I must kill him. Lin Shan looked at Luo Binglan in the air with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice. Luo Binglan slowly landed on the stage, the wings behind her disappeared, and she picked up Lin Luashi, who was beside Lin Shan. Looking at the red pinch marks on the girl's neck, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then he held Lin Luashi and slowly walked towards Ning Yuan, and then gently placed her in Ning Yuan's arms. Looking at Ning Yuan with blood in his eyes, his heart ached and he said softly, "I'm sorry, I'm late. Sister Lan, if you're late you'll have to collect my body." Ning Yuan looked at the pinch marks on Lin Luashi's snow-white neck, trying hard to force a smile, his voice revealing endless chill. "Do you want me to kill him?" Luo Binglan sensed the murderous intent in Ning Yuan's tone and spoke lightly. Ning Yuan neither nodded nor shook his head, but just looked quietly at Lin Luashi in his arms. Luo Binglan? Lin Shan was not afraid of Luo Binglan. After all, he had been immersed in the 9th-level martial emperor for many years. Although Luo Binglan had S-level talent, she was only an 8th-level martial emperor. He would not be at a great disadvantage in a fight with her. Lin Shan didn't know that Luo Binglan had already broken through to the peak of the 9th level a day ago. Looking at Luo Binglan walking towards him, Lin Shan said calmly, "Why, you want to fight me just for these two unrelated people? Oh, nothing to do? The person you just pinched was my disciple." Luo Binglan looked at Lin Shan with sharp eyes and said lightly. Lin Shan then remembered that the woman just now was indeed an ice element, and it was the ultimate ice. It made sense that she was her disciple, but Luo Binglan's next words surprised him. "And Ning Yuan is my lover." When Ning Yuan heard Luo Binglan's straightforward words, his arms around Lin Luashi froze. He didn't expect Luo Binglan to be so bold. After all, she was a real iceberg before. How could she say such things in front of so many people? But what Ning Yuan didn't know was that ever since Ning Yuan risked his life to save him in the secret realm, she had him in her heart. Now that Ning Yuan almost died in front of her, she directly said what was hidden in her heart. Boom! Everyone around the competition stage was shocked when they heard Luo Binglan's cold words. What? Dean Luo actually likes this kid. The iceberg goddess has melted. 3 goddesses. Holy crap, Dean Luo can even be conquered. Seriously, man, start a class. I'll kneel and listen. What? Lin Shan looked at Luo Binglan in disbelief, but looking at Luo Binglan's serious eyes, he knew that Luo Binglan was not lying, but he didn't care. This was the most outstanding of his many sons and the one most likely to inherit his position as the dean of the martial arts academy. How could he let it go just because he died like this? He killed my son and must pay with his life. The life and death battle between Ning Yuan and Lin Chen is determined by fate, and outsiders cannot interfere. He said he would kill you with his own hands in the future. I won't kill you today, but if you want to leave today, you must leave one hand behind. Luo Binglan said lightly in a cold voice. Please readers give a rating and urge me to update more. Your urging is the biggest motivation for novice authors to update. Chapter 59. 1 year is enough. Although you are very powerful, you are not worthy of my hand. Lin Shan knew that with Luo Binglan protecting Ning Yuan, it would be impossible to kill him today. Really? I can't perform it here, let's change places. Luo Binglan said lightly, then flew several hundred meters high and stood in the air. Lin Shan nodded and flew up with Luo Binglan. If they fought here, the chi waves of a martial emperor would injure many students. He would definitely be punished by the principal and might even lose his position as vice president. In the distant sky, under the gaze of everyone on the competition stage, 2 figures finally began to move. Although it was a hot summer day, snowflakes were falling from the sky. However, when the snowflakes fell on my body, I didn't feel cool, but rather a little hot. 2 figures in the sky waved their fists, with a terrifying momentum, and collided fiercely with each other. The majestic airwaves spread out in all directions from the place of collision, and even the space seemed to be faintly torn apart. Everyone stared at the 2 shadows in the sky with dazed expressions. This was a battle between the peak martial emperors. If they were to fight here, almost no one present would be able to withstand the powerful shock wave. The next moment, Lin Shan's figure flew backwards. This power. Have you made a breakthrough? Lin Shan's face became very solemn. Feeling the power coming from Luo Binglan's fist, he was completely unable to resist it. Originally, Luo Binglan was an 8th level martial emperor. Although he was an S-level talent awakener, he could still fight her on equal terms by relying on his realm. After all, a small realm can bring great improvement to a martial emperor. But now that they are at the same level, he no longer has any chance. Wait, no more fighting. I promise you I will never kill Ning Yuan. At this moment, Lin Shan really felt that Luo Binglan was capable of killing him, so he immediately admitted defeat. It's too late. I want your hand. Luo Binglan spoke lightly, and a wisp of extremely terrifying flame appeared in the palm of her hand. Extremely cold ice flame. You actually refined this kind of spiritual fire from heaven and earth? Lin Shan stared at the flame in Luo Binglan's hand with his eyes fixed, cold sweat running down his forehead, his tone somewhat incredulous. No wonder she was able to advance to the 9th level martial emperor so quickly. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance of winning against her now. Just as he was thinking, the flame in Luo Binglan's hand converged into her body, and then an even more powerful aura burst out from her body. Ice Phoenix Soul. A huge Ice Phoenix phantom appeared from behind Luo Binglan and attacked Lin Shan. Bone Storm. Lin Shan quickly summoned countless bone fragments, and then gathered them together to form a huge skull, which collided with the Ice Phoenix. Destroy with overwhelming force. The skull lasted for less than a second before it was shattered. The Ice Phoenix directly hit Lin Shan's chest, and blood gushed out. It has to be said that there are gaps among people of the same level. Luo Binglan hasn't even used her domain, and Lin Shan can't even take one of her moves. The people off the field looked at Lin Shan, who was knocked away by a single move, and they couldn't help but feel even more in awe of Luo Binglan. As expected of Dean Luo, he's so powerful. Lin Shan really deserves it. That's right, I'd been annoyed with him for a long time. Before Lin Shan could recover, Luo Binglan grasped the sword and slashed at Lin Shan's right arm. Seeing that Lin Shan was holding a bone whip in his hand to block his sword, Luo Binglan suddenly disappeared and moved to Lin Shan's left side. This is exactly her martial arts skill, treading on the snow without leaving a trace. Then Luo Binglan swung a sword, and the sword shadow flashed by. Lin Shan's left arm was chopped off in an instant and fell straight from the air. Ah! Lin Shan covered his arm and screamed in pain, blood gushing out from the broken arm. You should be thankful that you still have a few more years to live. He said he would come and take your life himself, otherwise it wouldn't be your hand that would be severed now. Luo Binglan looked at Lin Shan with a cold expression and spoke lightly. Lin Shan's face was gloomy. He knew that with Ning Yuan's double S-level talent, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor level in a few years. The only way to survive was to kill him before that and then run away. After all, there was no way he could beat the woman in front of him in his life. At this moment, the space was suddenly torn apart, a crack appeared out of thin air, and a middle-aged man walked out of it. Tearing the space apart, this is the sign of a martial saint-level powerhouse. Oh, you guys made such a big noise, I could sense it from a distance. Mr. Feng. Luo Binglan looked at the middle-aged man who appeared in front of her, nodded, and greeted him softly. This is none other than Feng Xiaotian, the president of Langwu University, a martial saint-level expert. You can ask him about the details. My disciple is injured, so I'll go down first. Luo Binglan glanced at Lin Shan and said lightly. Feng Xiaotian's gaze fell on Lin Shan, and he looked at his miserable appearance with some surprise. Not only was one of his hands broken, but his chest was also seriously injured. I'm afraid it will be impossible to break through that barrier and reach the level of martial saint in this lifetime. With Luo Binglan's strength, how could she beat Lin Shan like this? He turned his head to look at Luo Binglan, who was walking away, carefully feeling the fluctuations of her aura. What surprised him was that her energy had surpassed that of a 9th-rank martial emperor, and there were signs that she was about to break through that barrier. Come with me, I will take you to heal your wounds and try to maintain your current strength, but it is impossible for you to break through to the martial saint level in this lifetime. Feng Xiaotian frowned and said to Lin Shan. He also knew that although Lin Shan was powerful, he also knew some of his ugly deeds. Needless to say, this matter was probably Lin Shan taking advantage of his power to bully others and then hitting a wall. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Lin Shan spoke with difficulty, his voice very weak. Feng Xiaotian nodded and said, I hope you can be more stable in the future and don't waste your strength. Immediately, he grabbed Lin Shan's shoulder and led him into the space crack. Beside the competition stage, everyone looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in the sky and Lin Shan, whose arm was easily cut off by Luo Binglan, and began to talk. In the crowd, Beige looked at Ning Yuan in the distance with serious eyes. He knew that he had to practice hard, otherwise with his talent, he might really fail in the life and death battle in half a year. Ning Yuan held Lin Luashi and sat quietly beside Shen Yunsheng, his bloodshot eyes looking tenderly at the girl in his arms, as if the discussions of the people around him had nothing to do with him. Ahem. Lin Luashi woke up from his coma, felt severe pain in his neck, and coughed hoarsely a few times. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ning Yuan's face covered in blood. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She tried to say something but could hardly make a sound. Your throat is injured. Stop talking. I understand. You're already great. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's pale face and knew that this girl might be starting to blame herself again. At this time, Luo Binglan flew down from the air and stood beside Ning Yuan. She took out 2 second-grade healing pills from the void ring and handed them to Ning Yuan. This is a second-grade healing pill. Take it and you'll get better faster. I cut off one of that old dog's hands. The principal was here, so I didn't kill him. Ning Yuan nodded, took the healing pill, fed one to Lin Luashi first, and then swallowed one himself. Thank you, Sister Lan. He knew that Luo Binglan spared his life because he said he would kill Lin Shan himself. With your talent, within 5 years, Lin Shan won't be a match for you. Luo Binglan helped Shen Yunsheng up, fed her a third-grade awakening pill, and spoke. 1 year is enough, not 5 years. Ning Yuan's eyes flashed coldly and he said lightly. Chapter 60 Devouring the Beast Core, Late Void Realm. Inside the bedroom of Villa Number 4. Lin Luashi lay quietly on the bed and fell asleep. The healing pill was very effective and the red marks on his neck faded a lot. Ning Yuan and the other two were discussing Lin Luashi's domain awakening in the living room. Xin Lan has already refined the Snow Lotus pill. Once Luoshi recovers from his injuries, we can start working on awakening our domain. Sister Lan, are there any risks during the awakening period? Ning Yuan asked with some concern. After all, domain was such a powerful skill that he hardly believed there would be any risk in awakening it. Luo Binglan smiled and said softly. No, the Snow Lotus pill is perfectly suited to Luoshi's ice spirit body. There are no side effects after swallowing it, and his strength will be greatly improved. When I was the Martial King, I took the Snow Lotus pill and broke through 2 small realms. But Luoshi is still at the beginner level of martial artist. He can improve by at least 5 small realms. Xin Lan took this into consideration and concocted a Pei Yuan pill. This pill can store some of the medicinal power in the body and slowly absorb it, helping her to consolidate her foundation. Hearing Luo Binglan say that there was no risk, Ning Yuan felt relieved. Thank you, Sister Lan. Luo Binglan shook her head and looked at Ning Yuan with a guilty look on her face. When I saw the message you sent, Xin Lan was still refining the pill. I was worried that something might happen, so I couldn't rush over immediately, which led to Luoshi getting injured. Don't blame you. It's my fault. I was too naive. I didn't expect that even in such a top-tier institution, the so-called rules are just for show. Ning Yuan shook his head, his tone a little low. Because of his naivety, he almost killed Lin Luashi today. He now deeply realized that although he had Luo Binglan as his backer, she could not always arrive in time when facing real danger. Only his own strong strength could provide real protection. Sister Lan, Yunsheng, thank you for today. Go back and get some rest. Okay, you should also go to bed early and don't think too much. It's really not your fault. Shen Yunsheng looked at Ning Yuan with a frown on his face, with a worried look on his face, and spoke softly. They both knew that Ning Yuan needed to be alone and quiet right now. After the 2 women left, Ning Yuan locked himself in the bathroom, letting the water from the shower head flow down his head, reviewing what had happened today in his mind. If it weren't for Yunsheng and Sister Lan, Lin Luashi and I might have died on the competition stage. Ning Yuan wiped off the coagulated blood on his face, clenched his hands, his fingertips turned blue from being pinched, and muttered. Strength. In this world, if you don't have strength, you will be slaughtered like fish at will. Ning Yuan took a cold shower in the bathroom for more than half an hour. Instead of going back to the bedroom, he went to the martial arts hall on the 1st floor. Now he needs to seize every moment to practice. Beige is in front and Lin Shan is behind, both of them are motivating him to keep working hard. He has not yet absorbed the 2 king-level spiritual beast cores in the secret realm. Tonight is just the right time to absorb them all and strive to break through to the late stage of the virtual realm with his spiritual power. Looking at the two silver white egg-sized beast cores in his hand, Ning Yuan did not hesitate. A black vortex appeared in his palm, slowly absorbing the energy in the beast cores. Feeling the continuous growth of qi and blood, the soul in the sea of consciousness was gradually filled, and the two glowing beast cores gradually became dim. It took an hour and a half for Ning Yuan to absorb the two king-level beast cores. Congratulations on obtaining the Ice Soul Fox's skill, Netherworld Illusion. At this moment, not only has his martial arts strength broken through two small realms, but his mental strength has also reached the late stage of the virtual realm. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, 4th level martial artist. Talent, D-level gluttony, S-level 9 mysterious golden thunder, S-level summoning spirits. Qi and blood, 4,865. Spiritual power, 805. Skills, devour, flash step, thunder palm, netherworld illusion. Martial arts, S-rank Shinra 3 absolute swords minor success, C-rank thunderbolt blade perfect. Contracted undead, sand wolf mid-level king, number of contracts available, 2. Feeling the weak state of Dahei in the shadow, it is likely that it will not be able to fight for a long time. Netherworld illusion, an illusion woven with mental power, which makes the target lost in the illusion of inner demons. The illusion may be painful or beautiful, and it is difficult to wake up once you are addicted to it. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the huge changes in his body. At this moment, he was at the peak of the 4th level martial artist, but his mental power, which had reached the late stage of the virtual realm, was enough to match the opponent of the mid-stage great martial artist. What made him happiest was this illusion skill. He had personally witnessed 3 initial stage martial kings being trapped in an illusion and unable to break free. Only Meng Yi, a mid-stage martial king, managed to break free from the illusion, which shows how powerful this skill is. The mud ball formed by the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness became the size of a duck egg, but its spiritual power became more pure and condensed. Now he can fully unleash the full power of the frostfire knives and can control 8 knives at a time. The speed of the flying knife exceeds 400 ms, and the force of a single flying knife reaches 6,000 kilograms. I have to say that the psychic master is really scary. You have to know that these are 8 flying knives. If they attack from different directions, how can warriors of the same level resist them? Therefore, it is not surprising at all that a psychic can fight against opponents of higher levels. After Ning Yuan spent more than an hour to skillfully control 8 flying knives, he stopped practicing with satisfaction. By the time he was ready to go back to bed, it was already past 3 in the morning. Ning Yuan lay beside Lin Luashi, looking at the beautiful woman sleeping beside him. His brows were slightly wrinkled, as if stained with a little worry. His cold fingers gently stroked her neck, which was still a little red. This silly girl is always like this. When she encounters danger, she will rush forward regardless of everything, even if she knows she might die. Perhaps in her heart, what she feared most was not her own death, but losing Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan supported himself with his right hand, gently pressed his lips against Lin Luashi's forehead, and then gently held her in his arms. After a while, Ning Yuan also fell into a deep sleep. He had a very long dream. In the dream, a petite figure was attacked by a huge monster while guarding the border. The monster was more than 70 meters tall and looked intimidating. But she did not retreat, and still stood calmly in front of the monster. In the fight with the monster, she had the upper hand, but just when both of them were almost exhausted. A man whose face could not be seen attacked her from behind and stabbed her in the abdomen. She could no longer hold on and fell from the air. Ning Yuan tried hard to see the girl's face clearly, but the harder he tried, the blurrier it became. Finally, he suddenly woke up from his dream, covered in cold sweat. Chapter 61 Taking a Bath Together? Lin Luashi was awakened by Ning Yuan, who suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ning Yuan covered in cold sweat. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side. Ning Yuan smiled, noticing that Lin Luashi's voice was still a little hoarse, and said softly, "This is the healing pill that Sister Lan gave me. If you take it now, your throat should be healed soon." Ning Yuan got out of bed and poured her a glass of warm water. After she swallowed the pill, he gave her some to drink. Sister Lan said that she will help you awaken your domain this afternoon. Although Ning Yuan felt a little anxious, after all, Lin Luashi's injury had not yet fully healed, but Sister Lan must have her reasons for doing this. Good. Lin Luashi nodded with some anticipation. She also wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible. Whatever you want for breakfast, I'll make it for you. I want to eat noodles. Please add some spicy sauce. In the secret realm, they either ate bread or barbecue. The main problem is that there is no seasoning, otherwise the roasted rabbit would taste even better. Ning Yuan also decided to put some seasonings in the void ring in case of emergency. Forget about the spicy food. Your throat isn't healed yet. I'll make you some egg noodles in clear soup. It's okay, just put a little less. Lin Luashi really loves spicy food, and I don't know if it's from Uncle Lin or her mother. Logically speaking, people in Jiangning City should like sweet things, just like Ning Yuan. However, since Ning Yuan became friends with Lin Luashi, he has gradually become accustomed to eating spicy food. Okay, then put some in. Go wash up first. I'll call you when I'm done. No, let's go together. Lin Luashi stood up from the bed and opened her arms to signal Ning Yuan to carry her down. I just broke out in a sweat and it's sticky all over. It's okay, I don't mind you. Ning Yuan walked over with a helpless smile, put slippers on Lin Luashi, and then carried her into the bathroom. It is worth mentioning that the toothbrushes, mouthwash cups, and towels used by the two are all couple styles. Lin Luashi's is pink, while Ning Yuan's is blue. Well, do you want to take a shower together after we finish eating? Lin Luashi asked while brushing his teeth. Puff. Ning Yuan spat out the foam in his mouth with a puff sound, and some 18+ content emerged in his mind. But since we are already boyfriend and girlfriend, there doesn't seem to be any problem with taking a shower together. Right. The bathtub in the bathroom was indeed quite large, more than enough to accommodate the two of them. After Ning Yuan finished washing up, he went to the kitchen with Lin Luashi to teach her how to make clear soup noodles. This way, she can make her own breakfast in the future and doesn't have to eat in the cafeteria every time. He is also planning to return to Jiangning City in the next 2 days. He doesn't know how Xiaobai is doing now. After all, there is still enough food left for it. After going back home to get some things, he had to report to Shanghai University. Yin Xianxue had actually sent him many text messages, asking him why he hadn't reported to school yet. He was annoyed and set her status to Do Not Disturb. He would reply her message on the day he went to Magic City University. In fact, Ning Yuan's favorite noodles are clear soup noodles, which are simple and delicious. Clear soup noodles are very simple to make, just watch me make them. You'll learn it in one go. Add 2 spoons of light soy sauce, half a spoon of sesame oil, and a little black pepper to the bowl of noodles. If you want it spicy, add some chili powder. Ning Yuan put the seasoning into a large bowl and began to explain. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yuan turned on the fire and poured water into the pot. When the water boils, add a portion of noodles, 2 eggs and a few slices of green vegetables. If you like soft-boiled eggs, don't boil them for too long. Then Ning Yuan poured the cooked noodles into a noodle bowl, added noodle soup and seasonings and mixed them together. The last step is to add oil to the pan, sauté the scallions until fragrant, and then add them to the bowl. Okay, the clear soup noodles are ready. Have you learned it? Ning Yuan turned to look at Lin Luashi and found that she was staring blankly at the pot, a little confused, and then a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on her face. At this moment, her thoughts were still on how many minutes it would take to boil a soft-boiled egg. Lin Luashi slowly came back to his senses, nodded and said, "My studies are wasted." Okay, then tomorrow's breakfast will be left to you. Ning Yuan still trusted Lin Luashi very much. After all, the steps of cooking noodles are so simple. For a talented and beautiful girl like her whose academic performance is even better than mine, cooking noodles is definitely not difficult for her. Let's go, let's take a shower after eating. Ning Yuan ate so quickly, not because he wanted to take a shower with Lin Luashi quickly. I'm simply hungry. He was not afraid of the heat. The noodles seemed to be swallowed in one gulp without any chewing. Ning Yuan finished his noodles, but Lin Luashi hadn't even finished half a bowl and had just finished his soft-boiled egg. Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan wolfing down his food, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Are you very hungry? Do you want to eat some of mine? No, I'm full. Take your time eating. I'll go run the bath water and prepare some clothes for you to change into. Ning Yuan tried hard to suppress the slightly raised corners of his mouth and strode into the bedroom to prepare his clothes. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Luashi finished eating. The bathtub was almost full of water. Ning Yuan tested the water temperature and it was just right. Ning Yuan suppressed the heat in his heart, walked to the dining table and called Lin Luashi to take a shower. The water is ready, you can wash now. Hold me, help me wash, I don't want to move. Lin Luashi opened her arms to Ning Yuan like a spoiled child, with a hint of innocence and expectation in her eyes. Ning Yuan walked over, picked her up carefully, and walked towards the bathroom. But every time Ning Yuan took a step, Lin Luashi's body would rub against him gently, making him more and more flustered. When they got to the bathroom, Ning Yuan gently placed her on the toilet lid and said, "Take off your clothes yourself." After saying that, Ning Yuan took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. "No, help me take it off." Lin Luashi held Ning Yuan's hand and refused to let go. Ning Yuan's breathing stagnated, his hands trembling slightly as he slowly reached out to unbutton Lin Luashi's clothes. His heartbeat quickened with every button he unbuttoned. Ning Yuan saw the snow-white groove on Lin Luashi's chest, and his heart became even hotter. Lin Luashi's eyes were always fixed on Ning Yuan, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. After finally stripping off Lin Luashi's clothes, he gently placed her in the bathtub, then took off his remaining shorts and walked into the bathtub. "Ning Yuan, help me wash my hair." Lin Luashi turned around, leaned into Ning Yuan's arms, and spoke softly. She wrinkled her nose and rubbed her eyes with her little hands. When she entered the bathtub just now, water accidentally splashed into her eyes. Ning Yuan suppressed the heat in his heart, holding the shower head in his left hand and gently stroking her silver hair with his right hand. Then he gently lifted her hair, carefully applied shampoo on it, put his nose close to it to smell it, and murmured something. "It smells so good." Chapter 62, Making Love in the Bathroom, Getting Caught? The water in the bathtub was rippling. Lin Luashi leaned in Ning Yuan's arms, feeling his body temperature coming through the water. "Ning Yuan, something is poking me, please take it away." Lin Luashi felt something pressing against her lower back. She wrinkled her nose and spoke with some discomfort. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched, and he moved his hand quietly, then pushed Lin Luashi forward. He could no longer suppress his anger and was about to get up and run away. "Your hair is washed. I'm going to take a shower. You can apply the shower gel yourself." "No, you rub my back." Lin Luashi turned to look at Ning Yuan, stretched out a hand and grabbed Ning Yuan's hand. Ning Yuan had no choice but to sit back slowly, spread the shower gel evenly on the palm of his hand, and carefully applied it to Lin Luashi's back. His movements were very gentle, as if he was treating an inestimable piece of art. Lin Luashi's skin looked more pink and tender after soaking in warm water, and Ning Yuan's breathing became more and more rapid. From behind, Ning Yuan could vaguely see the perfect outline of her front. While wiping her back, Ning Yuan's hand couldn't help but reach out to the softness in front. Lin Luashi trembled slightly, without any resistance. She turned her head to look at Ning Yuan, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Ning Yuan," she called softly, with a hint of indescribable emotion in her voice. Ning Yuan lowered his head, and their eyes met. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. "Well, I was caught doing something bad." The bathroom was filled with ambiguous steam, wrapping the two of them tightly. Ning Yuan's hand finally gently pinched the softness, his eyes full of affection and desire. "Ahem, I." Ning Yuan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Luashi. "Kiss me." Lin Luashi tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and pouted her lips slightly, as if waiting for something. Ning Yuan could no longer restrain himself. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Luashi's lips. At first, it was just a light touch, as if testing her, but the rich woman's hard-working yet awkward response made him completely fall. He deepened the kiss, his hands unconsciously wrapped around Lin Luashi's waist, turning her towards him. The two of them slowly stood up from the bathtub. Lin Luashi put her arms around Ning Yuan's neck and responded to him warmly. Their breaths intertwined, and in this small bathtub, love spread like a surging tide. Feeling the softness against his chest, Ning Yuan couldn't help but hug her tighter, holding her close to him. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated, their foreheads pressed together, breathing heavily. "I love you." Ning Yuan's voice was a little hoarse, but firm and serious. "I love you too." Lin Luashi opened his eyes full of sweetness and happiness. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the bathroom. It turned out that Luo Binglan brought Xin Yunqing to check Lin Luashi's injuries. Both of them were startled by the sudden doorbell and separated in panic. Ning Yuan hurriedly took the bath towel and wrapped Lin Luashi tightly, then wiped himself casually, put on his clothes and prepared to go downstairs to open the door. "Dry yourself and get dressed. Sister Lan and the others should be here. I'll go open the door for them." Looking at Ning Yuan's flustered figure, Lin Luashi couldn't help but laugh. Luo Binglan and Xin Yunsheng waited downstairs for 5 or 6 minutes. Luo Binglan was already getting impatient, worried that something had happened to them. Just as she was about to break in, Ning Yuan slowly opened the door. "Sister Lan, Yun Shang, you're here so early. Why does your face look like this?" Luo Binglan asked in confusion, looking at Ning Yuan's blushing face. "Oh, I just took a shower and I feel a little hot," Ning Yuan said with a wandering look in his eyes. Xing Yunsheng looked at Ning Yuan suspiciously, but didn't find any flaws. The two girls followed Ning Yuan upstairs and saw Lin Luashi with wet hair. They immediately understood. The two women exchanged a glance, and Xing Yunsheng said calmly, "So, when you say bath, you mean you two take a bath together?" Luo, she asked me to rub her back." Ning Yuan scratched his head and argued weakly. "Oh, Luo, she's lips are swollen from rubbing his back." "You rub his back very well," Xing Yunsheng said lightly, his eyes falling on Lin Luashi's mouth. The edges of Lin Luashi's lips were red and his upper lip was a little swollen. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was a kiss. Cough, cough. Ning Yuan was unable to refute and could only use coughing to ease the embarrassment. Luo Binglan noticed that the atmosphere was a little off and spoke up to break the awkwardness. "Yun Shang, Luo, she is recovering well now. She can take the snow lotus pill and prepare to awaken her realm. Before that, summon an angel to heal her." Xing Yunxing nodded, and an angel figure appeared behind him, followed by a golden light falling on Lin Luashi. Immediately, Lin Luashi's slightly swollen lips returned to their original state, and the red marks on his neck disappeared completely. "Okay, I'll meet you in the training ground downstairs in half an hour." "Why not now?" Ning Yuan was a little confused as to why he didn't just prepare to awaken. "Put your clothes on right first. You've put them on backwards. Look at Luo Shi. Who wears white stockings after taking a shower?" Luo Binglan glanced at Ning Yuan with some disdain and spoke lightly. Luo Binglan really hated men seeing her body, but when she thought that Ning Yuan had already seen Lin Luashi's, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Ning Yuan looked down at his short-sleeved shirt and found that he had put it on backwards. As for the white stockings on Lin Luashi's legs, they were naturally his masterpiece. When he got clothes for Lin Luashi, he hesitated for a long time between black and white stockings, and finally chose white stockings. "I wanted to play a game after taking a shower. Now, all the good things have been ruined, and I can't even play with by sea. Ahem. Luo, she must have taken the wrong clothes. Sister Lan, you guys go downstairs and rest for a while. We'll come back after we change our clothes," Ning Yuan said to Luo Binglan. Then he took Lin Luashi's hand and walked towards the bedroom awkwardly. "Ning Yuan, you are a big bad guy." In the bedroom, Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan with her big sparkling eyes and spoke expressionlessly. "You clearly took the white silk, yet you said I took it by mistake." "Really? I remember you took it after we finished eating the noodles." "Maybe I remembered it wrongly." Ning Yuan avoided Lin Luashi's gaze and said guiltily. "Don't worry about these details now. Change your clothes first, then go downstairs to awaken the realm." Lin Luashi felt that what Ning Yuan said made some sense, so she picked out a more youthful and energetic short-sleeved shirt from the closet and changed into it with denim shorts. "I wanted to put the stockings back in the drawer, but then I thought they might be useful at night, so I took off my knee-length stockings and put them on the bedside table." After about half an hour, the two changed their clothes and went downstairs. Chapter 63 Domain Awakening. On the first floor of Girls' Villa No. 4, in the martial arts training hall, Lin Luashi was wearing a white training suit with 3,000 silver threads tied up high, revealing her smooth forehead. The beautiful face was filled with determination as she sat cross-legged in the center of the martial arts training hall, holding a snow lotus pill that emitted a faint blue light in her hand. "Luo Shi, take this snow lotus pill. Within an hour, your affinity for the ice element will increase dozens of times. Although it will be painful, it is not life-threatening. You must seize the opportunity and work hard to comprehend the domain." Luo Binglan looked at Lin Luashi, who was already ready, and reminded him. The chance of success in domain awakening is not 100%. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for another 3 years for the secret realm of frozen snow to open again. Lin Luashi nodded gently, his eyes filled with determination and expectation, and whispered softly, "I must succeed." She knew very well that this was a great opportunity to quickly break through her strength. Once she successfully awakened her domain, her future martial arts career would be much smoother. But for her, what is more important is that she can protect Ning Yuan only if she becomes stronger. After saying that, Lin Luashi swallowed the snow lotus pill. In an instant, a powerful and cold force exploded in her body, like a surging ice wave, rushing along her meridians. Lin Luashi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Even though she had an ice spirit body, she couldn't help but feel cold at this moment. Every inch of her skin felt like it was being pierced by ice needles, but she gritted her teeth and guided the icy force towards her dantian. At the same time, the air in the martial arts hall quickly condensed, and a thick layer of frost spread out from her center. The coldness that Luoshi awakened this time is heavier than the last time I awakened. Her domain should be much stronger than mine. Luo Binglan murmured with a hint of joy on her face. Sister Lan, are there differences in strength between domains? Ning Yuan asked with some confusion. Of course there is. Only elemental awakeners have the opportunity to awaken domain skills. The strength of the domain depends on the nature and magnitude of the elements contained. There's also the comprehension of laws. Of course, one has to reach the martial saint level to comprehend the laws. Even I don't have the opportunity to comprehend any laws right now. Luoshi's ice spirit body is a true ice physique, and its control of the ice element has reached the extreme level. Mine is the ice phoenix body. Although it is also an S-level ice element, it is not as pure as hers. On a scale of 100, if my domain strength is 85, then hers is at least 95 or higher. After hearing Luo Binglan's explanation, Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. He was possessing the 9 profound golden thunder, so was there a chance for him to awaken his domain? However, under the eyes of true vision, there was no hint that his domain had not been awakened. However, Ning Yuan was not overly depressed. Perhaps, gluttony could help me solve the problems in my field. As the air in the martial arts training hall quickly condensed, if it were fully awakened, the entire training hall would probably be destroyed by this violent ice element. A gentle energy surged out of Luo Binglan's palm, wrapping Lin Luashi like a veil. This energy barrier can not only protect the surrounding environment from damage, but also defend Lin Luashi from external interference. Lin Luashi's body was gradually covered by a thick layer of ice armor, and a huge snowflake decoration appeared behind him, emitting a biting coldness. Her consciousness was immersed in the perception of the winter realm. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere, and every second seemed to be of great importance. Boom! The ice armor around Lin Luashi suddenly began to vibrate violently, and with the crisp sound of breaking ice, the ice armor shattered. It turned into countless ice chips floating in the air. At the same time, the blood and energy in Lin Luashi's body were rapidly surging, and a powerful aura swept over him. The temperature in the martial arts training hall dropped to freezing point in an instant, and Ning Yuan's teeth were chattering from the cold. She succeeded. Luo Binglan looked at Lin Luashi, whose strength was increasing, with a relieved smile on her face. Ning Yuan was very happy to hear Luo Binglan's words, but he really couldn't stand the temperature and was speechless. In the center of the raging cold, Lin Luashi's breath finally stabilized at the level of a 9th-order martial artist. Not only that, the medicinal power of the Snow Lotus pill had not been fully absorbed. Once she absorbed it all, she would surely be able to break through to the level of a great martial artist in one fell swoop. Lin Luashi slowly opened her eyes, and a faint blue light flickered in her eyes. She stood up gently, and with every step she took, a crystal ice lotus would grow under her feet. It blooms and then quickly fades away. She could clearly feel that her affinity with the ice element had become closer. As long as she thought about it, the ice element would obey her command. She raised her hand and waved it, and ice spikes appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the vitality barrier like sharp swords, making a crisp sound. Is this the power after the domain awakens? Lin Luashi said softly. She absorbed all the ice elements in the martial arts training hall into her body, and the air temperature gradually returned to normal. Luoshi, congratulations on your successful awakening. This is a Peiyuan pill, which can help you consolidate your strength in case your foundation is unstable. Luo Binglan gently removed the energy barrier, took out a pure white pill, handed it to Lin Luashi, and spoke. Thank you, Sister Luo. Lin Luashi took the pill and swallowed it. Luoshi, you are stronger than me now, so you must protect me well. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's delicate little face with a smile and joked. I will. Lin Luashi nodded seriously. Luo Binglan looked at Lin Luashi with a gentle gaze, with some expectation in her eyes. Luoshi, show me your winter domain. Let me see how your domain is different from mine. Lin Luashi nodded slightly, and the aura around her suddenly changed. She raised her jade hand lightly, and Luo Binglan was pulled into a space. There was snow all around, the temperature reached freezing point, and countless snowflakes were falling from the sky. Luo Binglan could feel that every snowflake contained powerful energy, which meant that within the domain, the ice element that Lin Luashi could manipulate was inexhaustible. Not only that, in this field, Lin Luashi's ice spirit body can absorb the power of Ice Soul and enhance his own strength. And her strength has now risen to the 4th level of great martial artist. Luo Binglan's originally smiling face froze instantly after she saw Lin Luashi's rising aura and the endless flow of ice elements. Her eyes were filled with surprise as she murmured to herself, "The perfect combination of physique and domain has brought the power of this winter domain to its extreme. If my Ice Phoenix domain could have an endless supply of ice elements, then..." Luo Binglan shook her head and interrupted her unrealistic thoughts. After all, her physique and field of vision were different from Lin Luashi's, and each had its own advantages. "Luashi, it's time to stop. You've gained a lot from this awakening. Now you can fight against some low-level martial kings," Luo Binglan said softly. Lin Luashi nodded, withdrew the winter domain, and returned to the martial arts training hall. Chapter 64. I want to eat roasted chicken. Sister Lan, Luoshi's domain has awakened. I plan to take her out for a walk outside the school this afternoon and return to Jiangning City tomorrow. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi, who had awakened, then turned to Luo Binglan and spoke lightly. "Ah, you're going back so soon." The joy on Luo Binglan's face disappeared instantly, her brows slightly furrowed, and she said with some reluctance. After hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lin Luashi originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the faint smile on Ning Yuan's face, he knew that he had his own ideas. Even if he stayed for a few more days, they would eventually have to part ways. "Well, the admissions office of Magic City University has started to urge me. I'm already late, and Xiaobai is still in Jiangning City. I have to go home first." Ning Yuan nodded with a smile. "Xiaobai?" Luo Binglan was a little confused. "Oh, right. We've been away from home for a week. Little White must be very lonely at home alone. We need to go back soon." Lin Luashi then remembered that there was a little wolf cub at home, and now he felt that Ning Yuan should go back early. "Xiaobai is a silver moon wolf cub that we picked up when we were in the western suburbs of Jiangning City," Ning Yuan explained. "Silver moon heavenly wolf? Isn't that a mutated silver moon demon wolf? Its bloodline can reach the level of a 5th order monster, equivalent to a human martial emperor. You're lucky." Luo Binglan was a little surprised. After all, a pet with the potential to break through to the emperor-level monster would be priceless. "Okay, you guys go. Yun Shang and I will go back first. Wait for me before you leave tomorrow. I will give you something." Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan and said lightly. "I also want to give you something. Wait for me tomorrow," Xin Yunsheng said. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, not knowing what they were going to give him. In fact, he would still return to the imperial capital in 2 weeks. "Okay, let's go change clothes first, it's getting late." Ning Yuan pulled Lin Luashi upstairs to change clothes and go out. By the time Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi changed their clothes and went downstairs, Xin Yunsheng and Luo Binglan had already left. Ning Yuan was still wearing the same outfit, but Lin Luashi changed her training clothes into a white skirt with a black bow at the neckline. She looked youthful and her eyes were particularly lively. Ning Yuan had a smile on his face. He tilted his head to look at Lin Luashi and asked softly, "Let's go have lunch first. What do you want to eat?" Lin Luashi tilted his head, his eyes moving. After thinking for a while, he said, "I want to eat some snacks from the stall. I haven't eaten in a long time." "Good." Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and searched for nearby food streets. Coincidentally, there was a Fukong food street outside the north gate of the school. After all, apart from takeout from the cafeteria, the most popular food for college students was from the stalls outside. This food court is located here, so the business must be much better than other places. "Let's walk there. It's not far from the school." Ning Yuan put away his phone and touched Lin Luashi's head lovingly. "Hold it." Lin Luashi put her little hand into Ning Yuan's hand. In this way, the two of them walked towards the north gate. Along the way, Lin Luashi attracted the attention of countless men and women. After all, this pure and somewhat aloof look, coupled with this stunning face, can not only attract men but also women. Of course, Ning Yuan also attracted a lot of attention, but most of it was malicious. "Zhou Ming, I saw a fairy." "Where is it? Let me see." "Oh my god, there are so many beautiful girls in Longwu University. I feel like this one is even prettier than Xin Yunxing, especially her white hair." It satisfies my middle school preferences very well. Damn, what a pity that he was taken away by a pig. No, why should he do that? Zhou Ming's face was full of jealousy, and he looked at Ning Yuan with some unfriendly eyes. Let's go, stop looking. The more you look, the more upset you feel. Maybe, they are just friends. My goddamn friend, look at that hand he touched like that. Even a god wouldn't dare to say such nonsense with his eyes open. Damn, why is this ice cream sour? Shit. Of course, many people recognized Ning Yuan, but they didn't dare to say too much. After all, Ning Yuan killed Lin Chen on the life and death stage, a strong man on the dragon martial list, and this matter had already spread throughout the school. These people looked at Ning Yuan with quite friendly eyes. After all, Lin Chen had a bad reputation in school. He was a complete bootlicker. Shen Jinan didn't like him, but he kept licking him. In the end, he will lose his life if he licks too much, so it is said that dogs who lick others will not have a good ending. Of course, if you are as handsome as the reader in front of the screen, you must be surrounded by beautiful women and pursued by the school belle. At noon, there were not many students in the food street, and not many vendors setting up stalls. Ning Yuan, I want to eat octopus balls. Lin Luashi pointed to the stall not far ahead and said in a crisp voice. Okay. Ning Yuan nodded slightly and pulled her to the stall. Boss, give me a serving of octopus balls, slightly spicy. Brother, I want it medium spicy. Lin Luashi shook Ning Yuan's arm with her little hand and said coquettishly. Okay, boss, please make it medium spicy. The boss saw the handsome and beautiful couple in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Okay, 15 yuan each. Here's the QR code. After paying, Lin Luashi took the octopus balls, forked one and fed it to Ning Yuan's mouth. Ning Yuan didn't care about the boss's gaze and swallowed it in one gulp. The boss's face turned pale. He said, they are showing off their affection in front of me. It's not easy for me to set up a stall. Damn it, if I had known to put more chili in it, you would have died of spiciness. The boss murmured. Boss, what did you say? Ning Yuan's mental power broke through the late stage of the virtual realm, so he naturally heard what the boss said. I think you two are a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The boss's face was instantly filled with smiles as he flattered her. No wonder their business is so good, their ability to flatter and change their expressions cannot be bad. Boss, thank you. Ning Yuan showed a playful smile on his face and took Lin Luashi into the food street. Walking in, besides a few delicious foods, there are entertainment stalls everywhere, such as Tang figurines, jugglers. Luoshi, do you want to play ring toss? Play. Lin Luashi took the ring handed to him by the stall owner and was eager to try it. After a few minutes, the ring had almost covered everything in the stall. Okay, stop playing around. Look, the stall owner is about to cry. Stop bullying him. Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Luashi's hand and stopped her from buying goods indiscriminately. Okay, then I won't play anymore. Lin Luashi obediently returned the remaining rings in his hand to the boss and put his hand back into Ning Yuan's hand. Boss, just give us the white doll and we won't take the others. It's not easy for you to run a business. Ning Yuan said something to the stall owner, who immediately burst into tears of gratitude and felt like he had been reborn. Don't set up a stall here next time. Your ring game can't even defeat an awakened person with strong mental strength. This place is so close to Longwu University. You will lose a lot if you continue like this. The stall owner suddenly realized that he set up the stall here just because there were so many people coming. After hearing what Ning Yuan said, he instantly understood that the person he could make money from was not here. Thank you, thank you. The stall owner suddenly realized something and thanked Ning Yuan repeatedly. He then quickly packed up his stall and prepared to move it to the street next to the elementary school. Luoshi, what else do you want to play or eat? Ning Yuan, I want to eat roasted chicken and sausage, legs and wings. Lin Luashi said with some drooling. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, wondering what this thing was. He looked in the direction she was looking. Miss, that's read horizontally. It's clearly grilled sausage, chicken legs, and chicken wings. What roasted chicken? It scared me. Ning Yuan didn't want to buy these originally, but he couldn't resist because the little rich girl really liked to eat them, and called her brother if she disagreed. He looked so cool, but he always burst into tears suddenly, and he couldn't stand it at all. Chapter 65 Goodbye Kiss. Ning Yuan accompanied Lin Luashi to stroll around Longwu University yesterday afternoon. In the evening, he originally wanted to go back to the dormitory and play with his feet under the pretext of watching a movie. But he forgot that there was not even a movie room in the villa, but Lin Luashi seemed to see what Ning Yuan was thinking. I specially washed my feet for him to play with, and then the two of us sat on the sofa and chatted until very late before going to bed. The two of them slowly woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning, and knowing that Ning Yuan was leaving today, Luo Binglan and Shen Yunsheng had already been waiting downstairs. Luo Binglan was wearing a light blue long dress, her hair fluttering in the wind. Her usually cold face now had a touch of softness and reluctance. She took out a small silver white ball from her hand, which was the S-level armor she often wore. This is the S-level armor that I often wear in battle. I'm giving it to you today. I hope it can protect you well. Luo Binglan handed the armor to Ning Yuan with a gentle and firm look. Ning Yuan was slightly moved. Just as he was about to refuse, Luo Binglan interrupted him, "Don't refuse. With my current strength, even an S-class battle armor wouldn't improve me much. It's just right for you." "Thank you, Sister Lan." Ning Yuan carefully took the armor, and there seemed to be a faint scent of Luo Binglan's body on it. He spoke softly. Both of them understood each other's thoughts. Ever since Luo Binglan said in public that he was her lover, Ning Yuan had her in his heart. However, their relationship still needs an opportunity to go further, and both of them and Lin Luashi need time to slowly accept it. Shen Yunsheng was wearing a plain white cheongsam, with a graceful figure and gentle temperament. She held a jade pendant in her hand, and could faintly feel a mysterious power flowing inside it. She walked up to Ning Yuan, handed him the jade pendant, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke softly. "Ning Yuan, this jade pendant is the protective jade pendant my grandfather gave me. It is strong enough to withstand the attack of a peak martial emperor. However, it can only be effective 3 times before it breaks. I hope it can protect you in times of danger." Ning Yuan felt a warm feeling in his heart. He nodded, took the jade pendant and hung it around his neck. "Sister Yunsheng, thank you." The deal between him and Shen Yunsheng was actually just a transaction, but Shen Yunsheng always felt that she had caused Ning Yuan a lot of trouble and felt very indebted. Only by accepting it could she feel less guilty. "Okay, stop looking at me like that. It's not like I won't be back. I'll be in Longwu in 2 weeks at most. Don't make it like we're parting forever." Ning Yuan looked at the reluctant looks of the 3 people and couldn't help but find it a little funny. "Luoshi, come here and let me kiss you." Ning Yuan wanted to break the sad atmosphere and joke to Lin Luashi. Lin Luashi threw herself into Ning Yuan's arms, hugged Ning Yuan tightly with both hands, gently stood on tiptoes, and blocked Ning Yuan's mouth with her pink lips. Ning Yuan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that it was just a joke, but Lin Luashi actually kissed him. Luo Binglan and Shen Yunsheng were also shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Luashi had such a bold side. Seeing Lin Luashi being so bold, Luo Binglan felt a little nervous. The master said that there is a way for her to advance to the martial saint level at the frontier battlefield, and she may be heading to the border battlefield soon. Maybe I won't be able to come back for a year or even 2 years. After this separation, I don't know when we will meet again. Don't be ashamed. Sister Lan and the others are still here." Ning Yuan touched Lin Luashi's head, his eyes full of tenderness, and spoke softly. "I didn't prepare a gift for you. This is my gift," Lin Luashi said with a cold face. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Thank you, I like it very much. Okay, I have to go. I'll video call you tonight," Ning Yuan said softly. Sister Lan, Yunsheng, I'm leaving. It'll take a few hours to get back to Jiangning City." Ning Yuan took out a flying shield from the void ring and prepared to fly back if he was alone. "Be careful on your journey," Shen Yunsheng said. Luo Binglan nodded slightly, indicating that she understood, but her expression was a little confused, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Call out." Ning Yuan controlled the flying shield and flew out. At his current speed, he would reach Jiangning City in more than 3 hours. "Luoshi, stop looking. You're almost turning into a husband-waiting stone. You can't even see Ning Yuan's shadow." Shen Yunsheng looked at Lin Luashi, who was still looking at the direction Ning Yuan flew, and said helplessly, "Yunsheng, take Luoshi in first. I still have some things to take care of." The conflicted look on Luo Binglan's face suddenly disappeared, and as if she had made up her mind, she chased in the direction of Ning Yuanfei. With her speed as a peak martial emperor, she quickly caught up with Ning Yuan. Of course, Ning Yuan also noticed the petite figure behind him with its wings spread out, hovering in the air. Sister Lan, is there anything else? Ning Yuan looked at the girl in front of him with some confusion. Her eyes swept over Ning Yuan, and Luo Binglan's beautiful eyes became slightly firmer. She spread her wings and flew to the same height as Ning Yuan. She lifted Ning Yuan's chin with her right hand, and her red lips gently pressed against Ning Yuan's lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. After lightly imprinting it, it quickly separated. It was obvious that Luo Binglan was still very confused about this matter. Sister Lan? Ning Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that she would kiss him. I'm going to the border soon. My teacher said I can find a way to advance to Marshal Saint there. I might not see you for a long time. Two blushes appeared on Luo Binglan's face. The tingling feeling just now made her feel a little unsatisfied, and she spoke softly. Isn't the border very dangerous? You'd better take this S-level armor with you. A trace of worry appeared on Ning Yuan's face, and he took out the silver white ball from the void ring. Luo Binglan pushed Ning Yuan's hand back and said angrily, "What I gave you is yours. I won't take it back. Besides, I'm so strong, what are you worried about? If I succeed in advancing to the Marshal Saint this time, I will be with you. With my Marshal Saint strength, no one would dare to scold you. But not yet. My strength is not enough to shut those old guys up." Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan with rippling eyes and a gentle tone. Ning Yuan didn't know who the old guy Luo Binglan was talking about. He only knew that as a man, he couldn't let her bear this alone. Ning Yuan could deeply feel Luo Binglan's feelings. Unlike Lin Luashi's gentleness, Luo Binglan was more domineering and passionate. Ning Yuan's breathing became heavier. He pinched her chin with his right hand. Unlike a dragonfly touching the water, he used the tip of his tongue to pry open Luo Binglan's teeth and probed inside with force. He placed his hand on the back of her head, not giving her any room to retreat. Bit by bit, he sent the extremely hot breath into her mouth. Luo Binglan wanted to push Ning Yuan away, but she felt weak all over. She could only close her eyes and try to respond to him. After a long time, their lips parted, and a crystal strand broke off from between their lips. Sister Lan, you don't have to bear all this alone. When I become stronger, I will make those people shut up. Ning Yuan rested his forehead against Luo Binglan's and said softly. I don't want it. Wait for me to come back. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, call me. I will rush over no matter where you are. Luo Binglan released her arms around Ning Yuan, bit her lips lightly with her teeth, and her voice was a little low. After saying that, Luo Binglan flapped her wings and flew towards Langu University. Watching Luo Binglan disappear from his sight, Ning Yuan's desire to become stronger reached its peak. He murmured, with Sister Lan's strength, even at the border, there shouldn't be any problem. Stopping his thoughts, Ning Yuan controlled the flying shield and continued to fly towards Jiangning City. Chapter 66 Xiaobai's Great Change. Waterside Manor. Inside Villa number 33. As Ning Yuan pushed open the door, a fluffy figure rushed over like lightning. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Xiaobai. At this time, Xiaobai was as big as a husky, and his silver-white fur was shining with a strange luster under the sunlight. Wow, it's grown so big in just a week. It's worthy of being a monster with emperor-level qualifications. Ning Yuan was surprised and happy, and touched its head. Xiaobai rubbed Ning Yuan's legs affectionately, making a low purring sound in his throat. It seems you've done a lot of bad things. Ning Yuan looked at the messy courtyard. There was a deep pit almost every few meters, which was obviously dug by Xiaobai. There was some confusion in Ning Yuan's eyes. You are not a husky, why do you like to destroy the house? Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Uncle Fu, asking him to find time to ask someone to help clean up the yard. At the same time, Ning Yuan also sent a message to Song Jun and Lu Ming that he would be arriving at school soon. Then he turned off Yin Qianshue's Do Not Disturb function and sent her a message, I'll be at Magic City University tonight. Almost an instant reply. Yin Qianshue, you finally paid attention to me. I thought you blocked me. Look at how many text messages I sent you and how you didn't answer my calls. Ning Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He was indeed annoyed, so he set her chat status to Do Not Disturb. Ning Yuan made up an excuse, didn't you go out for training without your phone? Yin Qianshue, what time do you arrive? I'll pick you up. Ning Yuan, about 4 o'clock. Yin Qianshue, okay, I'll pick you up. Yin Qian Xue? Ning Yuan closed his phone and prepared to go upstairs to pack his clothes. Ning Yuan hurried into the bedroom, randomly packed a few daily clothes, folded them and put them into the suitcase, and then put them into the void ring. Ning Yuan was about to leave when he was stopped by Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai put its head against Ning Yuan's feet, as if it didn't want him to leave. Xiao Bai, I have to go, how about you come with me? Ning Yuan bent down, stroked its hair, and spoke softly. As a high-level monster, Xiao Bai's intelligence is no different from that of an ordinary baby. He just nodded. Okay, let's go together. Ning Yuan moved his mind and a flying shield was summoned out from the void ring, hovering steadily in the air. Xiao Bai, come up. Ning Yuan stood on the flying shield and shouted to the silver moonwolf who was wagging its tail beside him. Xiao Bai leaped forward and landed steadily on the flying shield. There was no trace of fear of heights in its dark blue eyes, but rather it seemed eager to try. High in the sky, the wind was howling. Xiao Bai stood on the edge of the flying shield, letting the wind blow his silver-white fur. From time to time, he let out a low roar from his mouth, as if he was enjoying it. Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw its appearance. This guy was indeed a high-level monster with such a strong adaptability to high altitudes. Around 3:30. At the entrance of Magic City University. Yin Qian Xue was wearing a light blue dress, her long hair like a waterfall draped softly over her shoulders, and her delicate face was fresh and charming. She stood quietly at the door waiting for Ning Yuan, attracting countless people's attention during this time. After all, as a special recruit among the freshmen, with her outstanding temperament and beauty, she was named the most beautiful girl on campus at Shanghai University in just a few days. Look, isn't that Yin Qian Xue? Why is she here? The school beauty came to the school gate in person. Is she waiting for someone? People around were talking about it, and many strong people on the school's martial arts rankings wanted to come forward and ask for contact information. Yin Qian Xue always had a smile on her face and politely rejected everyone. This aroused everyone's curiosity, and everyone speculated about who this school beauty was waiting for that made her so interested. Of course, Song Jun and Lu Ming were also included. When Ning Yuan sent them a message, they decided to take advantage of their status as students who had enrolled a few days earlier and take Ning Yuan to visit the school. I didn't expect to meet the school's new beauty at the door. It was such a pleasant surprise. Lu Ming, I really like this. Can you go up and get me some contact information? Song Jun tugged at the corner of Lu Ming's clothes with a pleading look on his face. Get lost. If you want to go, go by yourself. The seniors on the martial arts rankings all came back empty-handed. I'd be humiliated if I went. Lu Ming pushed him away with some disdain, then added, Brother Yuan is probably the best choice. With his face and talent, he should be able to win. Song Jun's mind flashed with Ning Yuan's handsome and enviable face. He couldn't help but curl his lips, but he had to admit that Ning Yuan was indeed handsome. Not long after flying for about 2 hours, Ning Yuan arrived at the gate of Shanghai University just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He saw Yin Qian Xue's beautiful figure from afar, as well as Lu Ming and Song Jun, who were waiting for him at the door. Of course, the 3 people at the door also saw the man and dog on the flying shield. Holy crap! Why did I see a man and a dog in the sky? Is this Erlang Shen? Ha ha ha. I don't know which funny guy started talking, but the students around him burst into laughter. Ning Yuan controlled the flying shield to land steadily, and walked towards Lu Ming and the others with Xiao Bai. The moment Yin Qian Xue saw Ning Yuan, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she walked towards the direction where Ning Yuan landed. The school beauty smiled at me. She was so beautiful. She walked towards me. Go away. You were smiling at me. Several classmates next to Ning Yuan couldn't help but start to fantasize as they looked at Yin Qian Xue walking slowly towards them with a smile on her face. Brother Yuan, you're finally here. Lu Ming spoke first. This white dog is. Song Jun looked at Xiao Bai, wondering why Ning Yuan was bringing a dog with him. Hearing Song Jun's words, Xiao Bai instantly became unhappy. This guy actually mistook the noble silver moonwolf for a dog. He barked at Song Jun twice, woo. It's just that when he is weak, even his rebuttals seem adorable. Song Jun squatted down and touched Xiao Bai's soft fur. It couldn't run away even if it wanted to. It struggled for a long time but couldn't break free. In the end, it simply let Song Jun ravage it. This is the silver moonwolf that Luashi and I adopted. Its name is Xiao Bai. It has the qualifications of an emperor-level monster. It is not even a month old yet. Ning Yuan looked at Song Jun, who was bullying Xiaobai, and threatened him with a smile. Ning Yuan's words really scared Song Jun, and he quickly let go of the hand that was stroking Xiaobai. What? Emperor-level monster qualifications. Master Bai, I was blind to the truth just now. Please don't take it personally. Xiaobai understood what Song Jun said, nodded slightly, and whimpered twice, as if to say, since you are so sincere in admitting your mistakes, I will not argue with you. At this time, a clear and pleasant voice came from Yin Xianxue, who was walking from not far away. Her face was slightly dissatisfied, and she said angrily, Ning Yuan, you're finally here. Look at how many messages I've sent you. I've been urging you for days. When they heard Yin Xianxue calling Ning Yuan, Song Jun and Lu Ming were stunned. The school beauty is actually waiting for Ning Yuan? Chapter 67 Prices in the Magic City. I'm busy, I definitely didn't mean to ignore you. Ning Yuan, the shameless man, can lie without blushing or beating his heart, and said with a smile. Yuan, brother Yuan, do you know the school beauty? Lu Ming was stunned. He had just told Song Jun to ask Ning Yuan to get Yin Xianxue's contact information. He didn't expect that the two had known each other for a long time. Yes, we met during the college entrance examination. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Song Jun's heart was already exploding at this moment. Damn, how come this guy is surrounded by beauties of this level? I must ask him for advice on how to wield women tonight. Ning Yuan, are these two your friends? Yin Xianxue's beautiful eyes swept over Song Jun and Lu Ming. Well, they are all good friends in high school. Let me introduce them to you. The more showy one is called Song Jun, he is a rich second generation. The honest one is called Lu Ming, he is nothing. Ning Yuan introduced them to Yin Xianxue one by one. Yin Xianxue found Ning Yuan's peculiar way of introduction a little funny. She stretched out her fair right hand to shake hands with them. Hello, I'm Yin Xianxue. Hello. Seeing Yin Xianxue extending her hand, the two men, who had been single for 18 years, felt a little embarrassed. They gently shook Yin Xianxue's hand embarrassedly, and then quickly took it back. Especially Song Jun, who usually shouts the loudest, asking for this and that, but now he is very thin-skinned and his face turns red when he shakes hands. A typical king of big talk. Yin Xianxue set her eyes on Xiaobai, who was standing at Ning Yuan's feet. She had to admit that Xiaobai's handsome appearance was quite attractive to girls. Your name is Xiaobai, right? How cute. Yin Xianxue squatted down and gently stroked Xiaobai's head. It did not resist at all and enjoyed Yin Xianxue's touch. Damn, this pervert. Ning Yuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The students watching the show nearby saw that the person Yin Xianxue and others were actually the Erlangshan they had just mocked. Now they just regretted that they didn't have a dog. Ning Yuan didn't know at this time that many people in Moda University would soon follow his example and fly in the sky with their dogs just to win a beautiful woman's smile. Okay, I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat first. Ning Yuan felt the hunger in his stomach and couldn't help but speak. After all, he had been traveling almost the entire day, flying from the imperial capital to Jiangning City, and from Jiangning City to the Magic City. I know there's a pretty good barbecue restaurant not far from the school. Do you want to go? Yin Xianxue spoke first after hearing Ning Yuan's words. Sure, it's my treat. Seeing that Yin Xianxue was also going, Song Jun couldn't wait to show his advantages in front of Yin Xianxue. Rich. The monster meat in that store is of relatively high quality and is very expensive. Are you sure you want to treat us? Yin Xianxue reminded him with a strange look on her face. Well, it's rare for Song Jun to be generous, so just help him. He doesn't have any advantages, just a lot of money. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. He had to rip him off today no matter what. Okay, come with me. The barbecue restaurant is not far from here. Yin Xianxue stopped trying to dissuade him and said with a smile. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived outside the barbecue restaurant. One has to say that the decoration alone shows that it is not cheap. Wine and barbecue. Looking at this name, the expressions of the three men in Ning Yuan suddenly became strange. The three of them looked at each other, and everything was said without words. As expected of a restaurant in Shanghai, the exterior of Jiui Barbecue Restaurant resembles a castle, exuding a mysterious and precious atmosphere. Anyone who comes here to eat can't help but feel that their status has suddenly improved. Walking into the store, soft lights are sprinkled in every corner, and there are many pictures of rare and exotic animals hanging on the walls. Most of the monster pictures hanging on the wall are meats provided by the store. Led by the waiter, the four of them randomly found a private room and sat down. As the menu was handed over, Song Jun's face changed when he saw the prices of the dishes. He really couldn't afford such high prices. You have to know that the monthly living expenses are 3 million, and after this meal, I'm afraid there will be no next meal. Ice Spirit Rabbit Meat Level 1, 100,000 5 servings. Iron Skinned Beef Slices Second Order, 240,000 5 servings. Qingfeng Beef Slices Level 3, 1,200,000 5 servings. Ice Spirit Deer Meat Slices Level 2, 500,000 5 servings. Xianming Crab Level 2, 700,000 piece. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be amazed when looking at the menu. It's not like this is the Magic City. The same dishes can be sold at a high price with just a few decorations. The price of the Ice Spirit Rabbit alone has almost tripled. At this moment, he couldn't help but worry whether Song Jun's wallet could bear it. Although he was a rich second generation in Jiangning City, looking at the prices in Shanghai, even a rich second generation had to stay humble. Come and order your food. Feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be shy. Song Jun pretended to be calm, handed the menu to Yin Qianxue, and said generously. Yin Qianxue didn't take the menu, but directly said to the waiter next to her, "Tell your chef that Yin Qianxue is here, and ask him to arrange it for us as usual." Ning Yuan knew at a glance that Yin Qianxue must come here often to eat with her friends and was already a regular customer. Okay. The waiter beside him nodded. As a waiter here, it is not uncommon to meet old customers, and generally these people are of relatively noble status. Okay, I'll treat you this time. You can treat us next time. Yin Qianxue smiled and said to Song Jun. Because of Yin Qianxue's words, Yin Qianxue was like an angel in Song Jun's eyes. School belle is so considerate and gentle. Song Jun looked at Yin Qianxue's smile and was stunned, thinking to himself. Ahem. Ning Yuan looked at the dazed Song Jun and coughed, interrupting his fantasy. Oh, okay, I'll treat you guys next time. Song Jun replied with a smile. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. This second-level iron-skinned beef is different from the first-level one. The texture of the meat slices is clear and it emits a faint metallic luster. The quality of the meat is much better than the first-level one. There are also the Qingfeng beef slices and Bingling venison slices that are as thin as a cicada's wing. The most exquisite of all was the Xianming crab, its shell a pale blue, its meat plump and juicy, exuding an alluring aroma. Then there was the silver koi fillet, its surface translucent. Ning Yuan didn't care whether the food was delicate or not. He was very hungry. He picked up the tongs and put the meat slices on to grill. I have to say that the taste of this meat slice is much better than that in Jiangning City. However, behind the delicious taste, the price is naturally very expensive. But since he wasn't the one paying, he didn't feel bad and just kept working and enjoying the food. What surprised Lu Ming and Song Jun the most was that Yin Qianxue actually grilled the meat for Ning Yuan herself and then put it into his bowl. Lu Ming and Song Jun put down their chopsticks and looked at each other with strange eyes. This relationship doesn't look like ordinary friends. However, the two did not say it explicitly, and planned to go back in the evening to ask for an explanation. After all, they all knew that Lin Luashi was Ning Yuan's girlfriend. What they didn't know was that Yin Qianxue had already heard from her Aunt Inu that Ning Yuan had a girlfriend. Chapter 68, Fool? Seeing the four people eating happily, Xiaobai looked at them eagerly and made a few low humming sounds. It's as if saying, I haven't eaten yet, you've forgotten me. Ning Yuan then remembered Xiaobai at his feet, and took a few plates of raw meat and put them on the ground for it to eat. Xiaobai rubbed Ning Yuan's legs affectionately to express his gratitude, and then began to eat with relish. After the four of them finished eating, Yin Qianxue took out a black card to pay the bill, then smiled and said to Ning Yuan, Let's go, my aunt asked me to take you to the villa area outside the school to pick out one you like. Seeing the two walking together, Song Jun wanted to follow them, but Lu Ming slapped him on the back of the head. Why are you following them? Are you trying to be a third wheel? Song Jun was suddenly hit. Just as he was about to curse him, he came to his senses instantly after hearing what he said. Damn it, this bastard is still philandering even though he already has Lin Luashi. Can't he save some for his brothers? You are not worthy enough to compete with Brother Yuan? Go back to the dormitory quickly. Lu Ming looked at Song Jun with contempt and said helplessly. Lu Ming pulled Song Jun and said to Ning Yuan, who was walking in front of him, "Brother Yuan, we're going back to the dormitory first. We'll come see you tomorrow." Ning Yuan turned his head and looked at the two people's eyes. He knew that they had misunderstood, but he did not explain too much. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay. Goodbye." Song Jun even waved goodbye to Yin Qianxue shyly. Yin Qianxue smiled sweetly, her voice clear and pleasant, "Goodbye." After Song Jun and Lu Ming left, Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan walked side by side on the path leading to the villa area. Neither of them spoke, and a beautiful white little wolf followed them. It attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. Yin Qianxue was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "Your two friends are quite interesting. They're even shyer than me." Ning Yuan smiled and said, "They are both single since birth. When they see a beauty like you, how can they act like usual? What about you? Are you single too?" Yin Qianxue asked suddenly with a glimmer of hope on her face. Ning Yuan's expression was very calm, and he said lightly, "No, I have a girlfriend, and she treats me very well." A hint of disappointment flashed across Yin Qianxue's eyes, which originally contained some hope, but she quickly hid it away. "Is she pretty?" "Well, she is the campus beauty of my high school." "Me too." Yin Qianxue suddenly spoke, then instantly realized that what she said was wrong. She lowered her head and walked forward quietly. Ning Yuan glanced at her and noticed his lost mood. He couldn't help but sigh and thought to himself, "Sometimes being too handsome and outstanding isn't a good thing. If you're too popular, you'll feel like you're turning into a succubus." The look in Yin Qianxue's eyes is no different from Xin Yinxing's. Ning Yuan coughed twice to ease the awkwardness and interrupted Yin Qianxue's thoughts. "Well, can you recommend a villa for me? I don't have too many requirements, as long as it has a movie room and a hot spring." Yin Qianxue nodded, a barely perceptible quirk flashing across her eyes, but she quickly regained her smile and said, "Then I know a suitable one." The two walked to the villa area. The name of this community sounded high-end. Han Hua Ting. As expected of the Magic City, this is much more upscale than the waterside manor. Yin Qianxue brought Ning Yuan to Villa number 8. The villa has an overall European style and an elegant appearance. Just verify your information. This community is the school's property. The school has already recorded your information. Once the verification is passed, this villa will be your home. Yin Qianxue smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and pointed at the electronic screen at the door and spoke. "By the way, I live in Villa number 9 next to yours." Ning Yuan looked at Villa number 9 next to him in some surprise, and noticed Yin Qianxue's cunning eyes. He felt as if he had been fooled by her, but there was nothing he could do about her. Walking into the villa, you will find that the decoration is luxurious yet warm. The movie room is on the first floor. It is equipped with the most advanced psychic projection equipment, and the walls are made of special sound-absorbing materials, which can create an excellent viewing experience. Ning Yuan was very satisfied with this, especially the big bed in the movie room. It was a perfect fit. When Lin Luashi came, The hot spring is located in the backyard of the villa and is surrounded by natural stones. More importantly, there are several medicines provided next to it. Adding them to the water while soaking can help improve blood circulation. I have to say that compared to the hot springs in Shuixi Manor, this one is obviously bigger and better. As expected of Shanghai University, it is so extravagant that this villa is worth at least hundreds of millions. How is it? Not bad, right? Yin Qianxue looked at Ning Yuan's somewhat surprised expression and smiled slightly. "Well, I'm very satisfied." Ning Yuan nodded. This villa has far exceeded his expectations. I originally thought it was at most similar to Lin Luashi's villa, but I didn't expect it to be several levels higher than Shuixi Manor. This also shows that the top management of Shanghai University attaches great importance to him, the top student in Jiangnan province. In fact, it is not about the importance attached to the top scholar, but the importance attached to him as a double S-level talent awakener. Ning Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, I remember there was a 10 million scholarship. Well, give me your card number and I'll call my aunt to transfer it to you. As for the complete soul refining method, you can only practice it after you join the Spiritual Department Academy." Yin Qianxue nodded. She knew about it. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Do you know the dean of the School of Psychiatry?" Ning Yuan asked Yin Qianxue with some hope. Yin Qianxue's expression changed slightly, and she said softly, "What do you want to see the dean about?" "I want to take him as my master. When it comes to cultivating spiritual power, I have far from enough experience and need a suitable teacher," Ning Yuan said lightly. Yin Qianxue touched her chin with her right hand, thought for a while, and said, "I'll take you to the psychiatric college to find him tomorrow, but he has a strange temper. Whether it works or not depends on you." "Okay, thank you." Ning Yuan was a little happy. He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect that she actually knew the dean of the psychiatry department. However, Ning Yuan did not notice that when Yin Qianxue said this, her eyes were moving rapidly, and it was obvious that she was planning something. The two went upstairs, and Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw the somewhat empty bedroom. "Oh my god, don't you provide sheets and quilts?" He left in a hurry and came with almost nothing except a few pieces of clothes. "How are you going to sleep tonight?" Yin Qianxue looked at Ning Yuan, who was a little dazed, and asked softly, "Did you forget to bring your bed sheets and quilt?" "I didn't have any when I first came here, and now I'm sleeping on the ones I bought a few days ago. I have an extra set. Wait for me, I'll get it and spread it over for you." "Don't bother, I'll just buy one tomorrow," Ning Yuan said. "I already have an extra set. Wouldn't it be a waste of money to buy another one?" Yin Qianxue trotted downstairs, turning around and adding, "Wait for me." Chapter 69. You won't do anything bad, will you? Ning Yuan couldn't help feeling helpless. This girl could treat him to a meal worth millions just like that, but how many cents could she spend on a set of sheets and a quilt? Do you believe it when you tell it to yourself? Soon, she returned to her villa, put the sheets and quilts on the first floor into the void ring, and hurried back to Ning Yuan's bedroom. She walked into Ning Yuan's bedroom without any sense of unfamiliarity and skillfully spread the sheets on the bed with neat and efficient movements. Ning Yuan could clearly smell a faint fragrance standing nearby. It was the unique scent of Yin Qianxue, fresh and elegant. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is this the one you slept with?" "Yes, but I've only slept there a few times. I usually sleep on the second floor." "You won't mind, will you?" Yin Qianxue smiled slightly and said. If Yin Qianxue doesn't care, then Ning Yuan has nothing to say. "I don't mind." Yin Qianxue's lips curled up into a smile, and she jokingly said, "You can't do anything bad with my quilt at night, right?" Ning Yuan felt like 1,000 horses were running through his mind. Is this the campus beauty of Shanghai University? What kind of vicious words are these? Cough cough, how is that possible? Ning Yuan coughed twice. He didn't expect this woman to become so bold. Mingming was still very reserved when he met her in the secret realm, and he didn't want to hug her more than once at that time. What's happening now? Exposing one's true nature? Okay, the bed is made for you, you should go to bed early. Yin Qianxue smoothed the hair by her ears and said softly, "I'll see you tomorrow morning." She knew that Ning Yuan had been traveling for the entire afternoon and might be a little tired. "Okay, thank you for today." Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Yin Qianxue walked quickly and soon arrived outside the villa. She quickly covered her face with her slender hands, her face flushed a little. "Ah, what did I just say? It's so embarrassing." Yin Qianxue felt a little confused all night, partly because of what was said tonight, but more because she was sure that Ning Yuan did have a girlfriend. After all, when her Aunt Inu told her, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Ning Yuan took a quick shower in the bathroom, then lay comfortably on the bed and called Lin Luashi. Almost instantly, the call was connected. The rich young woman was worried that calling Ning Yuan would disturb him and that he was doing something important, so she kept holding her phone and waiting for Ning Yuan to call her. Ning Yuan looked at the pretty face on the screen and smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, I had dinner with Song Jun and the others, and just returned to the villa and called you now." "Did you miss me?" Lin Luashi shook his head and said softly, "I do." "How much do you want it?" "Anyway, I just miss it so much." "Ning Yuan, what did you do today?" Lin Luashi, let me think. "At noon, Sister Luo flew in your direction, and then I didn't see her anymore. Sister Yunqing and I went to eat hot pot. I wanted to order the double spice hot pot, but she insisted on eating spicy food like me. Her lips got swollen from the spiciness. I practiced swordplay at the villa this afternoon, following the method you taught me last time. It worked very well. I had Lanzhao beef noodles with Sister Yunqing tonight. The owner was so stingy. He only gave me 2 thin slices of beef, which was not enough. I won't go there again next time." Ning Yuan patiently listened to Lin Luashi's sharing of what happened today, thinking to himself, Sister Lan probably hasn't gone to the border yet. Even if she did, she would probably say hello to Luashi. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Why is Yun Sheng eating hot pot with you? Lin Luashi said calmly. Sister Yun Sheng said she needed to adapt slowly, but she only ate a piece of beef and drank half a bottle of water. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of Shen Yunsheng's lips swollen from the spicy food, and couldn't help laughing out loud. At this time, Xiaobai heard Lin Luashi's voice and couldn't help but jumped onto the bed, came over, and called out Wu twice. As if to say, Mom, I'm here. Xiaobai, you haven't washed your feet yet. Go to the bathroom and wash them yourself. Ning Yuan threw Xiaobai off the bed in disgust and shouted at it. Xiaobai cried Wu, as if complaining to Lin Luashi. When Lin Luashi heard Ning Yuan calling out Xiaobai, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He said softly, Ning Yuan, is that Xiaobai? How come he has grown so big? Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. I don't know either, maybe monsters all grow so fast. Let me take a closer look at it. I didn't see it clearly just now. Lin Luashi slowly sat up. Because she was wearing black pajamas, the buttons were not buttoned properly, revealing the snow-white cleavage on her chest, which was a feast for Ning Yuan's eyes. I asked it to wash its paws. It walked outside all day and it was so dirty, but it still wanted to climb onto the bed. Ning Yuan said with some disgust on his face. Lin Luashi suddenly noticed the pink quilt on Ning Yuan's bed and asked with some confusion, Ning Yuan, where did you get this quilt? Ning Yuan rolled his eyes and said lightly, oh, I bought this in the afternoon. I thought there would be quilts in the villa, so I didn't bring the quilts from home. Lin Luashi nodded, looking at Ning Yuan with big eyes full of expectation. Did you buy me this pink quilt especially for me? Forehead. Ning Yuan hadn't thought about this yet, but since the rich young woman said so, he would definitely agree with her. Yes, when I'm free someday, I'll take you over to play with me. Let me tell you, this villa is much nicer than ours. It has a huge movie room and a hot spring. When Lin Luashi heard Ning Yuan's words, he immediately became interested and his face showed some excitement. I'll be here next week, and you can pick me up. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's eager face and smiled slightly. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll pick you up. Xiaobai, are you done washing? Come over if you are. Your mom misses you. Ning Yuan shouted outside the bedroom. Woo! I saw a white shadow rushing into the bedroom, jumping from a distance, and standing at the head of the bed. Oh, don't lick my phone, it's so dirty. Xiaobai looked at Lin Luashi on the screen and couldn't help but lick the phone screen with his tongue. Ning Yuan quickly pulled Xiaobai away and took 2 napkins from the bedside to wipe the saliva off the phone. Lin Luashi looked at the funny duo and couldn't help laughing. At this time, the 2 people and the dog had a vague feeling of raising a child after marriage. Xiaobai, stop making trouble and don't make Baba angry. Mommy will come to see you next week. Lin Luashi's cold voice came from the phone. Woo! Xiaobai didn't have any concept of time. He was just very happy when he heard Lin Luashi was coming, and jumped around on the bed. Ning Yuan was so angry that he kicked it off the bed. Xiaobai could only lie under the bed and look at Ning Yuan with helpless eyes, looking extremely pitiful. Okay, it's already 10 o'clock, you should go to bed early. Ning Yuan looked at the time in the upper left corner of his mobile phone and said. I can't sleep without you. I want to listen to your stories. Lin Luashi shook his head and said softly. Okay, then turn off the screen and lie down obediently. Lin Luashi quickly turned off the lights, turned off the screen of his mobile phone, lay on his side and closed his eyes. Ning Yuan told Lin Luashi the folk story Liang Shanbua and Zhuingtai from Earth. Halfway through the story, Lin Luashi fell asleep. Ning Yuan smiled, hung up the phone gently, turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. Chapter 70, Master or Grandpa? The next morning, the morning light shone quietly onto Ning Yuan's face through the thin curtains, waking him up from his sleep. Last night, I slept very soundly while lying on the bed with the faint fragrance of Yin Shui. Just as I finished washing up, the doorbell rang. Ning Yuan opened the door and saw Yin Shui, wearing a white dress, standing at the door with a smile on her face and a breakfast in her hand. Good morning, you probably haven't had breakfast yet. I brought you a sandwich and milk. The voice was as clear and pleasant as the birdsong in the early morning. Thanks. Ning Yuan took the breakfast without hesitation. He was indeed a little hungry. Ning Yuan took her upstairs. He didn't like drinking milk, so he went to the coffee machine in the kitchen and made a cup of Nescafe. Yin Qianxue, who had nothing to do, walked into Ning Yuan's bedroom, glanced at the trash can beside the bed, and smiled softly, saying, "It seems you didn't do anything bad last night." Ning Yuan, who was eating a sandwich, almost choked. He quickly drank 2 sips of coffee before he recovered. "Hey, who do you think I am? If you lay next to me at night, I might consider doing something bad." Ning Yuan saw that she had teased him for 2 consecutive days, so he naturally had to smack her back, and spoke lightly. Now it was Yin Qianxue's turn to feel embarrassed. 2 blushes appeared on her face and she rolled her eyes at Ning Yuan. "You wish?" Ning Yuan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Tisk, why are you pretending to be so old-fashioned? You are obviously a virgin." Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Yin Qianxue could only change the subject and said calmly, "I will take you to complete the enrollment procedures first. As for becoming your disciple, I will take you there after the procedures are completed." "Okay, thank you for your help." Ning Yuan nodded slightly. After breakfast, Ning Yuan and Yin Qianxue went to Shanghai University to complete the admission procedures. The campus is filled with the breath of youth. Some students are anxious to attend martial arts classes, while others gather together to discuss the details of practicing martial arts. Suddenly, a girl in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts walked towards Yin Qianxue with a surprised expression on her face and said softly, "Qianxue, who is this?" Yin Qianxue's face showed a fleeting panic, and she said lightly, "Yuyan, this is Ning Yuan. He just arrived at the school and doesn't know the way. I'll take him to complete the enrollment procedures." After hearing Yin Qianxue's explanation, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but smile. What new student needs to be personally escorted by the school beauty to go through the formalities? Tell me the truth, what is your relationship? It's just an ordinary friendship. Yin Qianxue said lightly. Real? Real. Okay, I'm just asking casually and won't tell anyone else. You go and do your work first. I have to go to class. Wang Yuyan smiled faintly and waved at Yin Qianxue. Yin Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. Then hurry up and go. I'll take him to handle the paperwork. Wang Yuyan walked towards the martial arts teaching building of the Martial Arts Academy. After taking a few steps, she turned back to look at Yin Qianxue, as if she wanted to grasp some critical timing. However, it did not go as she wished. When she walked into the teaching building, she did not see Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan holding hands. Wang Yuyan couldn't help but doubt herself, muttering, "Am I really overthinking it? Impossible." Although Qianxue is usually very kind to boys, no boy has ever been so close to her. There must be something wrong. I have to ask Menghan, maybe she knows. She has now forgotten what she said about keeping it a secret. At the same time, Ning Yuan turned to look at Yin Qianxue and asked, "Is that girl your friend?" "Yes, she is my best friend." Yin Qianxue nodded and said. Ning Yuan did not continue to ask questions, but just quietly followed Yin Qianxue towards the School of Psychiatry. He attracted countless people's attention along the way, but most of them were hostile. Yin Qianxue took Ning Yuan to the gate of the School of Psychiatry and successfully completed the admission procedures, and handed him a campus card. Then Yin Qianxue took him to the teacher's office building and introduced Magic City University to him. Magic City University has 4 major colleges: the Martial Arts College, the Psychiatric College, the Elemental College, and the Auxiliary College. However, unlike other schools of the same level, the strongest college at Magic City University is the Psychiatric College. Yin Qianxue said as she gestured with her hands to indicate the location of each college. Ning Yuan nodded in affirmation. After all, with such a powerful spiritual technique as the soul refining method, it was natural for the spiritual academy to be strong. Before they knew it, they arrived in front of the Auxiliary College building. Yin Qianxue smiled mysteriously and led Ning Yuan into the dean's office. Inside the room, an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit was sitting at the desk reading a book. Although the old man is very old, he exudes an extraordinary temperament, and his eyes are bright and seem to be able to see through everything. "Grandpa, this is Ning Yuan. He was the one who saved me in the secret realm of the college entrance examination." Yin Qianxue said to the old man with a smile. Ning Yuan was stunned. This spiritual master whom Sister Lian Lan strongly recommended turned out to be Yin Qianxue's grandfather. He glanced at Yin Qianxue and found that she was laughing secretly at the moment. Yin Zhang raised his head and looked at Ning Yuan carefully, looking him up and down, and then nodded slightly. "Let's put aside the talent and the like. Just look at this face. It's as handsome as I was when I was young. It's worthy of my granddaughter. Hearing this, Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment. No wonder Yin Xianxue said that Yin Zhang had a strange temper. It was definitely not serious for him to say such things at this age. Ahem, hello, Deepening. Ning Yuan coughed twice and greeted with a smile. Why call me Deepening? Yin Zhang frowned slightly, feigning dissatisfaction. You're already so familiar with Qianxue, just call me Grandpa. Yin Qianxue, who was standing by, blushed slightly when she heard this. She bit her lip lightly, looked away in a panic, and said, Grandpa, Ning Yuan has a girlfriend. When Yin Zhang heard this, he was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw Yin Qianxue's strange expression, and he knew that his granddaughter really liked this boy. After looking at Ning Yuan's confused expression, he realized that his granddaughter might be in unrequited love. Yin Qianxue is the only child in his Yin family, and Yin Qianxue is not interested in other boys at all. He finally finds one he likes, and in order to have a great-grandson as soon as possible, he must help her. Yin Zhang smiled and waved his hand, so what? I'm not a feudal person. In this era, polygamy is quite common. As long as you two are in love, I have no objection. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused, thinking to himself, how can you be a grandfather like this, pushing your granddaughter to a married man? On the other hand, when Yin Qianxue heard Yin Zhang's words, she lowered her head even more, and her heart was beating like a rabbit in her chest. Ning Yuan glanced at the shy Yin Qianxue, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his mind went blank. Ning Yuan looked at Yin Zhang glaring at him, as if he would attack him if he refused. It seemed that the only solution to this situation was to acknowledge his grandfather. Hello, Grandpa. Under the threat of Yin Zhang's eyes, Ning Yuan finally compromised. Oh, that's right. Yin Zhang walked up to Ning Yuan and placed Yin Qianxue's hand in Ning Yuan's. Looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman, he couldn't help but say, what a perfect match. Chapter 71. I'll give you some potions. But, boy, I have to remind you, I'm handing my granddaughter over to you. You can't be partial to one over the other. You have to give me two, no, at least 3 great-grandchildren. Yin Zhang came up to Ning Yuan and reminded him with a wink. When Yin Qianxue heard this, she felt embarrassed and anxious, and could not help but scold, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ning Yuan's face was full of black lines, and he secretly complained in his heart that this old man was really indecent. He didn't know what to say to the old man. Did he really have to say that the construction would start tonight? Of course this is impossible. Ning Yuan chose to remain silent. Fortunately, Yin Qianxue interrupted this embarrassing topic in time. She looked at Yin Zhang and said seriously, Grandpa, Ning Yuan wants to come and become your disciple. Please teach him the complete soul refining method and teach him how to cultivate his spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhang retracted his nonchalant expression and said, well, since you call me Grandpa, I will naturally teach you everything I know. Yin Zhang looked at Ning Yuan and asked calmly. Yin, you told me that you've practiced the first part of the soul refining technique. You should know that this technique is all about constantly honing your mental strength. How many times did you persist the first time? Ning Yuan didn't know why Yin Zhang asked this. After thinking carefully, he answered softly, it should be 56 times. Yin Zhang's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief, and he shouted loudly, how is that possible? Are you kidding me? Really, although I could still hold on at that time, it could only reach about 65 times at most. If it were more, my soul would not be able to bear it. Ning Yuan said lightly. 56 times isn't the limit? Are you some kind of freak? Yin Zhang looked at Ning Yuan with a strange expression. Normally speaking, 10 times is the limit for an ordinary person's soul to persist. Even Yin Qianxue, who had S-level spiritual talent, only persisted 49 times the first time. As for himself, he only lasted more than 30 times the first time. This shows how perverted Ning Yuan is. Yin Qianxue was also shocked. She was an S-level spiritual talent awakener. Her mental power was inherently much stronger than others, so her soul could withstand so many times of torture. But she learned from Yin Yu that Ning Yuan didn't have any spiritual talent, so how could he endure it so many times? A lot? Ning Yuan looked at the shocked expressions of the two people and couldn't help but be stunned. He actually thought he was too weak at that time, but now it seems that he is not that simple. It's more than just a lot. I've only done it 49 times. Yin Qianxue took a deep breath and spoke. Ning Yuan was a little surprised. He was very clear about Yin Qianshue's mental talent. Even she could only do it 49 times, so his 56 times was indeed a bit too much. Ning Yuan could only think of one relatively reasonable explanation. Perhaps it was because he traveled through time and space, and his body housed the souls of two people, making him stronger than others. It was just a fluke. Ning Yuan scratched his head and spoke. Yin Zhang slapped him directly on the head and said loudly, "I said a few words to you, and you are still pretending. You are far from being able to stand up to me." Ning Yuan was speechless. "I was just being humble, and didn't he understand where I was pretending?" Yin Zhang took out a small smart ball from the void ring, handed it to Ning Yuan, and said, "This is the second half of the soul refining method. I have marked all the details of the practice in it. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Ning Yuan took the soul refining method with some excitement. After all, this was the purpose of his coming to Magic City University. "Thanks, Yin, Grandpa." "Well, don't be polite, we're family." Yin Zhang grinned, patted Ning Yuan's shoulder and spoke. Then Yin Zhang took out a small ball from the void ring, handed it to him, and said, "There are two spiritual martial arts in it. The first one is called mental shock, and the second one is distraction control. Go back and think about it yourself. If you don't understand, come and ask me." Ning Yuan's smile almost reached his ears. He didn't expect that there were spiritual martial arts to be obtained. This grandfather was worthy of recognition. After saying that, Yin Zhang leaned his head closer to Ning Yuan, and his beard scratched Ning Yuan's face, causing some pain. "I heard from that girl Inu that you have double S talents, but I don't believe it. Is it true or not?" "Yes, S-level 9 Profound Golden Thunder and S-level Undead Talent Summoning Spirit." Hearing Ning Yuan admit it in person, Yin Zhang was extremely happy and couldn't help laughing. After all, in his heart, Ning Yuan was already his future grandson-in-law. When he went out and boasted about it to others in the future, he would be so proud. "Ha ha ha ha. I told you that you're half as good as I was back then." Ning Yuan felt a little helpless. He seemed to have gotten used to Yin Zhang's weird personality. He knew that Yin Zhang liked to show off, so he flattered him. "I am far worse than you. I will have to ask you for advice in the future." "That's right, you are still young. Although you have good talent, I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. You are still lacking in experience." Yin Zhang was very pleased to hear Ning Yuan's words and patted his shoulder. Then he put his mouth close to Ning Yuan's ear and whispered, "I have a few potion recipes, which are also placed in the small ball containing martial arts. When you go back, go and make a few of them yourself. I will leave the matter of holding my great-grandson to you." Hearing this, Ning Yuan's face was full of disbelief. Damn, this old man really has no bottom line. He even prepared medicine for his granddaughter? This can no longer be described as indecent. Yin Qianxue looked at Yin Zhang and Ning Yuan in confusion, feeling that the old man was planning something bad. After saying that, Yin Zhang sat back down at his desk and said with a smile, "Qianxue, take Ning Yuan around the school and familiarize him with the environment." Yin Qianxue nodded and walked out of the office with Ning Yuan. In the corridor, Yin Qianxue was puzzled by the whispers between Yin Zhang and Ning Yuan, so she asked, "What did Grandpa just tell you in secret?" How could Ning Yuan possibly tell her that her biological grandfather was anxious for her to have a baby? For boys, Yin Zhang is simply the role model in their minds. For girls, that is really a sin. Ning Yuan scratched his itchy but awkwardly, not daring to meet her gaze. "Nothing, just some martial arts matters." Yin Qianxue looked unconvinced, but she didn't ask any further questions. She knew that no matter how much she asked, there would be no results. So Yin Qianxue took Ning Yuan around the entire school, introducing him to the school cafeteria, martial arts hall, Wanbao Hall. What Ning Yuan cares about most is the martial arts ranking, which, like the Dragon Martial Arts ranking, is a ranking based on the strength of the school's students. And according to Yin Qianxue, in order to motivate students to practice hard, the students on the list receive a minimum monthly bonus of over 1 million, and the top 10 receive over tens of millions. Chapter 72 Trouble Comes. Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan walked on the campus road, while introducing him to the situation of the Magic City University Martial Arts Ranking. The Martial Arts Ranking of Magic City University has gathered many masters. The top 100 are all high-level great martial masters whose strength should not be underestimated, and the top 30 are basically at the martial king level. Ning Yuan nodded. The strength distribution of Longu University's Longu ranking was roughly the same. At Languo University, according to Luo Binglan, senior students would not take up places on the list. In order to graduate smoothly, senior students would go to the army to fight monsters and complete their graduation mission. What they are competing for is not the school rankings, but the military rankings. Of course, there are also many geniuses who go to the army to carry out graduation missions in their junior year. I guess it's the same at Shanghai University, which is why there are so few students at the Martial King level on the list. Yin Xianxue continued, however, the Magic City University martial arts rankings are somewhat different from those of other schools. There are also many students who major in spiritual power on the list. Although their martial arts skills are still at the level of Grand Martial Master, their spiritual power has already broken through the realm of reality and is no less powerful than that of a martial king. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. With his current mental power in the late virtual realm, it was completely enough to deal with the great martial artist level strongmen. And when his mental power reached the real realm, it would definitely be a qualitative leap. Ning Yuan is now quite envious of the rewards on the martial arts list. After all, the lowest scholarship is at the million level, and it is awarded every month. Ning Yuan then turned to Yin Xianxue and asked, "How can I get on this martial arts ranking?" Yin Xianxue was slightly stunned, and then she recalled the king-level undead in the secret realm. The Ning Yuan in front of her was really capable of being on the martial arts list in his freshman year. Yin Xianxue took a deep breath and opened her lips slightly. "You want to challenge the martial arts leaderboard? But that's true. With that king-level undead, I'm sure even the top 30 warriors won't be your match. However, there are rules and restrictions for challenging the strong ones on the martial arts rankings." "Are there any rules?" Ning Yuan was a little confused. Of course there is, otherwise this martial arts ranking would be in chaos. The challenge rules state that the chosen opponent must be ranked within 10 places of your own. For example, you can only challenge opponents ranked between 90th and 100th on the martial arts rankings. This ensures that the challenge is somewhat difficult without causing too great a disparity, thus ensuring fairness and viewing pleasure. Of course, you can also challenge continuously, all the way to the top 30 opponents. Ning Yuan nodded to show that he understood. Afterwards, the two went to the cafeteria to have lunch together, and of course, there was no shortage of gossip from others. After all, the news of Yin Xianxue, the freshman campus beauty, had already spread throughout the entire school. However, Ning Yuan has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. After all, it has become a daily routine. After the two finished their meal, Yin Xianxue said that she had a martial arts class to attend, so she left first. Ning Yuan came to the martial arts training hall in the school. He planned to learn the two spiritual martial arts first. After all, he has not yet come into contact with any spiritual martial arts. It's not just because the price of this type of martial arts is 3 or 4 times higher than ordinary martial arts, but also because there are really few spiritual martial arts. To his surprise, even during the summer vacation, the school's martial arts hall was crowded with people and the air was filled with the smell of sweat. If he had known this, he might as well have gone back to the villa to practice, which would be much quieter than here. Ning Yuan searched for a long time before he found an empty room. He was delighted and was about to go in to practice martial arts, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. "Hey, do you have any manners? This room is exclusively for me, get out of here." Ning Yuan turned around and saw a girl in a red training suit with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Her voice attracted the attention of many people in the martial arts training hall. "It's Yi Feier again." Yi Feier relies on the fact that she has an uncle who is the director of a martial arts academy, and usually acts very domineeringly. Ning Yuan looked at the woman in front of him and frowned. The room was empty and there was no sign indicating that it was hers exclusively. It seems that the rules of the martial arts hall are first come first served. I came first, so this room is naturally mine. Ning Yuan shook his head and said seriously. Seeing Ning Yuan being so tough, the people who were training outside couldn't help but stop what they were doing and prepare to watch the show. Who here in the martial arts training hall doesn't know that I, Yi Feier, use this training hall every day? Are you new here? Yi Feier pointed at Ning Yuan and said. Yes, I just arrived at school yesterday. Since you're a freshman, give up your room. I won't bother with you this time. Ning Yuan glanced at her and didn't want to pay any attention to this shrew. The people around her couldn't help but reveal a gloating expression in their eyes. Last month, someone robbed her room and she was beaten by her suitor so badly that she couldn't get out of bed for a month. Since then, almost no one dared to confront Yi Feier in the martial arts hall. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen again today, and it was a freshman. Seeing that Ning Yuan remained unmoved, Yi Feier became even more angry and turned to a tall boy beside her and said, "Li Yi, why are you still standing there? Teach this ignorant freshman a lesson." Li Yi is one of Yi Feier's many suitors, and he usually obeys her every word. After receiving the order, Li Yi immediately rubbed his hands together, and a layer of ochre light appeared around his body. It was obvious that he was an awakened earth-type supernatural power. He roared, and a layer of earth elemental armor condensed on his body. He rushed towards Ning Yuan like a wild bull, and the ground trembled slightly under his footsteps. Seeing him rushing towards him, a trace of disdain flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. With a thought, 5 flying knives flew out from the void ring and shot towards Li Yi. Under the siege of the flying knives, Li Yi's so-called armor was directly pierced. Then 4 flying knives nailed his limbs to the ground, and the 5th flying knife hovered in front of his forehead. This scene happened so suddenly that the martial arts hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. I originally thought that Li Yi was going to beat up the freshman, but unexpectedly he was killed instantly by him. They didn't expect that this inconspicuous freshman would have such strong mental power. Yi Feier widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that Li Yi would be killed in an instant, and it looked like the meridians in his limbs were severed. Even if he recovered, it would be difficult for him to improve. Ning Yuan looked at Yi Feier indifferently, walked slowly towards her, and said lightly, "Do you still want the room?" Seeing Ning Yuan walking towards her, Yi Feier finally showed a trace of panic on her face, and stammered, "What do you want to do?" "My uncle is from a martial arts academy." Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the martial arts training hall. The people around couldn't help but widen their eyes. Holy crap, this kid is so brave. Yi Feier's uncle is the director. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Yi Feier's face was swollen from being beaten, and her voice was distorted. You actually dared to hit me, just wait for me." Pa. Seeing that she could still speak, Ning Yuan slapped her twice in the face. He didn't know why, but every school seemed to have such stupid women. The last one was Shin Jinan, and this time it was Yi Feier. Seeing Ning Yuan still hitting her, she immediately became intimidated and quickly said, I was wrong, stop hitting me. Take your people and get out." Ning Yuan retracted the flying knife that was stabbed into Li Yi, kicked her away, and said coldly. Yi Feier ignored Li Yi lying on the ground, covered her face and ran out. Before leaving, she gave Ning Yuan a vicious look. Chapter 73, Practicing Martial Arts. After the farce ended, Ning Yuan quietly walked into the room and began to practice spiritual martial arts. There was a lot of discussion in the martial arts training ground at this time. I didn't expect that besides those few S-level geniuses, there would be such a strong freshman among the freshmen. If he can kill Li Yi instantly, he should be able to rank in the top 100 of the martial arts rankings. Damn it! I've been enrolled for 2 years and still haven't made it onto the martial arts rankings. What a pervert this guy is. However, Ning Yuan naturally could not hear these discussions. At this moment, he was looking at the martial arts that Yin Zhang gave him. As for the information about those medicines, he originally wanted to delete them, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided to keep them. Maybe they could be used in the future. A piece of text appeared out of thin air. Mental shock. Without relying on physical weapons, relying solely on the warrior's concentrated mental power, it is enough to silently deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. Below is the annotation of the old man Yin Zhang. When you decide to use a mental attack, you must first concentrate your attention and focus your mental power on the center of your eyebrows. Then a faint glow will appear around the body, which is the symptom of the gathering of mental power. Once the gathering is complete, the eyes will light up instantly, and this mental power concentrated to the extreme will rush towards the target at lightning speed. Once hit, the target will feel like it is suffering from a soul storm, and its mental defenses will be under terrible pressure. If the target's mental strength is weak, he may suffer a mental breakdown, suffer severe damage to his soul, and fall into a coma from then on. Even if the target can withstand the mental shock, it can at least make him fall into a brief trance and confusion. In a battle between warriors, a moment of trance may become the key to turning defeat into victory. After reading the old man's description of the martial arts, Ning Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he truly felt the power of spiritual martial arts. If this martial art is used for assassination, it would be terrible. After calming himself down, Ning Yuan began to slowly gather his mental strength according to the steps Yin Zhang had said. Just as he described, when the mental power gathered, a layer of faint light appeared around his body. As the mental power slowly gathered, the surrounding air seemed to be disturbed by this invisible force and trembled slightly. It's like the ripples that appear when a stone falls into water, except that these ripples are invisible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yuan could clearly feel the heat at his eyebrows. As long as he wanted, this gathered mental power would be shot out instantly. However, there were no living creatures in the room for him to experiment with, so he could only slowly disperse the gathered mental power. Ning Yuan murmured softly, "I think I've mastered it, right?" Ning Yuan looked at another spiritual martial art and distracted himself with controlling it. Distraction control aims to break through the conventional limitations of the use of mental power, allowing warriors to better control multiple mental powers at the same time and achieve multitasking. The old man Yin Zhang didn't mark any details or experience about this martial art, he just wrote, "You have to divide it if you can't divide it, and you have to bear it if you can't bear it." Ning Yuan can only summon frostfire flying knives and red blood flying knives, a total of 26 flying knives. With his current mental strength, if the speed and power of the flying knives are not taken into consideration, the maximum number he can control is 16. Ning Yuan looked at the key points of martial arts training, concentrated all his mental strength, and slowly peeled off one strand after another. Then it was integrated into the 26 flying knives. This trace of mental power was not enough to control the flying knives. As mental power differentiates beyond its limit, the difficulty of controlling the flying knife increases exponentially. Although Ning Yuan tried hard to control any of the flying knives, no matter how hard he tried, the flying knife only shook twice on the surface, which was far from being able to be controlled by him. However, Ning Yuan did not give up and wanted to concentrate on the first throwing knife. But he found that he could not concentrate at all. He felt as if his mind had turned into a battlefield. More than 20 mental forces collided and interfered with each other in his mind, causing him to have a splitting headache, as if his entire head was about to explode. Obviously, the burden of the splitting of more than 20 spiritual powers on his soul is completely unbearable for him at the moment. Damn, this old man said that we have to divide it even if we can't. If he keeps dividing it, my brain will split apart. So he divided his mental power into 20 parts and distributed them evenly among the 20 flying knives. According to the key to distraction control, mental strength must be tempered under such extreme circumstances, and one's soul can truly achieve distraction control. Use even less mental power to control each flying knife one by one. Ning Yuan endured the severe pain, gritted his teeth, and adjusted the distribution and control of his mental power again and again. His clothes were soaked with sweat. I don't know how long it took, but the first flying knife slowly rose into the air and circled around Ning Yuan. Then the rest of the flying knives flew up one after another, but their speed and power were greatly reduced. The power is estimated to be only 1/3 of that when controlling 8 flying knives. Obviously, he couldn't even get started with distraction control. However, he also gained a lot this time. It is estimated that if he comes again and uses the throwing knives at their maximum power, the number of throwing knives he can control will increase from 8 to 9. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his eyes with his sleeve, and said softly, "What a terrifying distraction control." No wonder the old man wrote that he had to bear it even if he couldn't. This thing is really not something that ordinary people can practice. It can easily drive people crazy. At this moment, Ning Yuan's soul was exhausted and he was ready to go back to the villa. Ning Yuan slowly stood up, took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened it and saw several messages from Lin Luashi. "Lin Luashi, this morning I cooked egg noodles and clear soup, but it wasn't as good as yours. Picture.jpg. Lin Luashi, I practiced the frost sword technique with Sister Luo, and now I have achieved a breakthrough, please give me praise.jpg emoticon package. Lin Luashi, in the afternoon, I went to the wilderness with Sister Luo to fight. We killed several monsters and sold them for a lot of money. You receive a transfer of 200,000 yuan. The last transfer record was sent 20 minutes ago." Ning Yuan looked at the message sent by Lin Luashi, and the fatigue on his body instantly lessened a lot. Then he patiently replied to Lin Luashi's messages one by one. "Ning Yuan, I will pick you up next week and make you clear soup noodles. Ning Yuan, that's great. Ning Yuan, be careful outside. Keep the money for yourself to buy snacks. The school just gave me an admission bonus, so I have money." Ning Yuan was just about to put his phone in his pocket when the message alert sounded. "Lin Luashi, I don't want the money, you keep it." Ning Yuan knew that he could not defeat her in the matter of money, so he could only accept the 200,000 yuan. "Ning Yuan, I just finished practicing and am now preparing to go back to the villa. Wait for me to video chat when I get back." Lin Luashi, okay. At this moment, Lin Luashi was lying on the bed with a charming smile on her face. Her two smooth jade-like feet were swinging up and down in the air, showing her happy mood. Ning Yuan put his cell phone in his pocket and pressed the button next to the door. A familiar woman appeared in his sight. It was Yi Fei. At this moment, the redness on her face had disappeared, but the red slap mark had not completely disappeared. Chapter 74. Are you the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Standing next to Yi Fei was a man who was probably in his 50s. He was wearing a silver-white martial arts robe, and the badge embroidered on his chest revealed his identity as the director of a martial arts academy. This kid is finished. I didn't expect Yi Fei to actually invite her uncle over. When Yi Fei saw Ning Yuan coming out, she seemed to have found an outlet for her anger and immediately cried, "Uncle, it was him. Not only did he rob my room, he also beat me up." Zhang Li's eyes were like torches as he swept over Ning Yuan. He exuded the faint pressure of a martial emperor. "You are the one who robbed Fei's room and slapped her in the face? What's your name?" Ning Yuan's face remained calm, his eyes fixed on Zhang Li, and he slowly said, "Ning Yuan." Zhang Li felt that the name was familiar. After thinking carefully, his face suddenly changed and he asked in surprise, "Ning Yuan? Are you the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination?" "It's me," Ning Yuan said lightly. Yi Fei's face changed and her heart skipped a beat. She knew she had hit a wall. The top student is no different from an ordinary student. He is the face of a school. The school's top management must be paying attention to Ning Yuan. Zhang Li dare not act rashly. When the crowd around heard this, they immediately exploded. Holy crap! No wonder this freshman is so arrogant. He's actually the top scorer in the college entrance exam. It is said that Wang Tong and School Beauty Yin also took the college entrance examination this year. They both have S-level talents. Does that mean Ning Yuan is more talented than them? That's not just a little bit higher. I heard he scored over 1,400 points this year, breaking the national record. Wow, I got into Magic City University with 460 points, and he scored more than 3 times as much as me. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They knew that Yi Fei wanted to cause trouble today, but it was unlikely to succeed. In fact, not only the classmates around were shocked, Zhang Li was also a little confused at this moment. He knew very well that he was supposed to be the one to recruit students for this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, but Yin Yu said she wanted to go in person and told him the reason. He also knew that Ning Yuan was a double S-level talent awakener, the first case in the entire history of China. The principal had already issued a notice to all colleges to train him well. Zhang Li looked at Ning Yuan, who had an extraordinary demeanor but looked a little tired due to cultivation. How could such a person have bad character? At this moment, he couldn't help but doubt what Yi Fei said. Is it really as she said, that Ning Yuan kicked her out of the room and beat her? Fei, let me ask you again, was it really Ning Yuan who kicked you out of the room? Zhang Li turned his head to look at Yi Fei and said in a very serious tone. A fleeting panic flashed across Yi Fei's face, and she replied nervously, "Yes." Zhang Li saw the expression on her face and knew she was lying, so he asked loudly, "Were there any classmates at the scene? Can you explain what happened?" At this time, a boy with a rounder figure stood up. "Hello, Director Jiang. My name is Wu Wingjun." Ning Yuan looked at him and knew from the way he was dressed that he was a rich second generation. There were 6 void rings on that pair of hands alone, all of which were of the highest grade, each costing at least 10 million, not to mention the others. I don't know why such a rich person would come to a place like the school's martial arts hall. Wu Wingjun raised a wicked smile and glanced at Ning Yuan, causing Ning Yuan to tremble all over. Then he said to Zhang Li. The situation was like this. Ning Yuan arrived at this room first, but Yi Fei insisted that this room was hers exclusively. She then instigated Li Yi to drive him away. However, Li Yi was not strong enough, and he fell down after just one move. And then, after listening to the fat man's explanation, Zhang Li was angry but also surprised. He knew Li Yi's strength well. He was a 3rd-level martial artist and an earth element awakener. His defense was comparable to that of a 6th-level martial artist, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from Ning Yuan. Zhang Li's expression changed. He bowed slightly to Ning Yuan and said, "I apologize to you. I was wrong about you." Yi Fei stared in amazement at her uncle actually apologizing to him, and suddenly screamed, "Uncle, why are you apologizing to him? He slapped me and humiliated me. Shut up. Jiangli turned around and slapped Yi Fei, causing her to stagger back. Yi Fei was in disbelief. She never expected that her uncle, who usually doted on her the most, would actually hit her. Jiangli felt a bit disappointed with his son and said bitterly, I usually doted on you too much. I spoiled you and cultivated your arrogant and domineering personality. Now you even dare to lie to me and bully the new students. Go back and reflect on your actions. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't expect that even her uncle wouldn't help her. Now she looked at Ning Yuan with a hint of fear in her eyes, and ran out with her face covered. Everyone around watching this scene couldn't help but feel refreshed. Ning Yuan watched this dramatic scene and suddenly remembered Yi Fei's rebellious look before. He couldn't help but sneer. This was no different from those bad girls on Earth. Ning Yuan, I'm sorry. Fei's parents died early, so I usually spoiled her. I didn't expect that she would be so domineering. It's my fault. Jiangli looked at Ning Yuan with some guilt and said softly. Ning Yuan stared into Jiangli's eyes. From his eyes, he knew that he was not the kind of person who would bully others by taking advantage of his power, so he nodded slightly and said, Director Jiang, we're just having a minor fight, it's not that serious. Jiangli knew that Ning Yuan was giving him a chance to get out of trouble, so his expression softened. He smiled and took out a pure white pill from his void ring and handed it to him, saying, This is a third-grade qi and blood pill. It can help improve your qi and blood. At least it can help you break through to the first level of strength. This is my compensation. Of course Ning Yuan was not polite and took the qi and blood pill from Jiangli's hand. As expected of the director, he is really generous. The third-grade qi and blood pill is not cheap and the price must be more than 5 million. Thank you, Director Jiang. Jiangli nodded to Ning Yuan, then looked around and said, Everyone, please stop gathering here and go away. After hearing Jiang Li's words, the people watching the show slowly left. They now admired Ning Yuan very much in their hearts. As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance examination, even the director of the martial arts academy was courteous to him. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Li looked at Ning Yuan and said, I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Director Jiang, take care. Ning Yuan watched him walk away with a smile, then prepared to go back to the villa to take a shower. He was now exhausted. Just as Ning Yuan was about to leave, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. In the hand was a new high-level void ring, which was handed to Ning Yuan. When he turned around, he saw that it was the fat boy Wu Wingjun. Brother Ning, let's be friends? Chapter 75 True Rich Second Generation. Ning Yuan was slightly stunned and his eyes fell on the high-level void ring in Wu Wingjun's hand. He really wanted it. His own void ring was only 20 cubic meters, while the one in Wu Wingjun's hand was at least 200 cubic meters. Ning Yuan turned his head and met Wu Wingjun's somewhat flattering eyes, and asked with some confusion, What do you mean? Seeing this, Wu Wingjun thought Ning Yuan was the kind of person who hated the rich, and hurriedly said, Brother Ning, this void ring is a token of my love. If you don't like it, Wu Wingjun was about to take back the void ring, but Ning Yuan snatched it and put it on his hand, saying lightly, I'm not a greedy person, but since you have such a heart, I will accept it reluctantly. Seeing Ning Yuan like this, Wu Wingjun couldn't help but admire him even more. He thought to himself, as expected of Brother Ning, he treats money like dirt. Money can't move him at all. Strong, talented, and a good character, this is exactly the person I'm looking for. Ning Yuan put the void ring on his middle finger, then gently pushed away Wu Wingjun's hand on his shoulder, glanced at the 6 void rings on Wu Wingjun's fingers, and slowly said, I believe in fate when it comes to making friends, but I think you look like you and I are destined to be together. I'll accept you as my friend. When Wu Wingjun heard Ning Yuan's words, he was immediately delighted and quickly patted his chest to assure. Brother Ning, don't worry. From now on, I will be your little brother. If anything happens, I will definitely hold you by my side. Well, it's good that you have this awareness. Ning Yuan then thought carefully about what he said. What did it mean to hug him in front of him? It took him a while to realize that this guy wanted to use him as a shield, but he didn't care. After all, the man in front of him was a real rich second generation. That's a real ATM. Then Brother Ning, I'll add your contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Wu Wingjun took out his iPhone 100 Pro Max and added Ning Yuan as a friend. Well, okay, I have to go back to the villa first. I should have spoken to your sister-in-law a long time ago, but after all this incident, it's getting a little late. Ning Yuan deliberately emphasized the word sister-in-law, then glanced at Wu Wingjun to see if he understood. As expected, if he is not called a rich second generation, he is quite good at observing people's words and expressions. Wu Wingjun took out a high-level void ring from his pocket and handed it to Ning Yuan, with a smile on his face, and said, "Brother Ning, this ring and yours are a couple's ring, perfect as a gift for my sister-in-law." Ning Yuan took the ring calmly, put it in his pocket at a very fast speed, and then patted Wu Wingjun on the shoulder. "Thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, please contact me on your mobile phone." Wu Wingjun's face was full of smiles, and he waved to Ning Yuan, then "Brother Ning, see you tomorrow." Ning Yuan didn't want to stay here any longer. He couldn't hold back the smile on his face if he stayed any longer. Fuck, the second generation of rich people are so extravagant. They just throw out 20 million yuan when they meet without blinking an eye. Inside Villa number 8. Ning Yuan took a shower first, and then thought about calling Lin Luashi directly. At this moment, Lin Luashi was trying to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the kitchen. Shen Yunsheng left school for a mission today, and Luo Binglan was not at home. She didn't want to eat in the cafeteria, so she thought of making something at home. However, she had forgotten all the steps Ning Yuan had taught her before. She was so focused on looking at him that she was distracted. Lin Luashi originally wanted to call Ning Yuan and ask him for some guidance, but he was afraid that Ning Yuan was doing something important and would disturb him. However, he didn't expect that Ning Yuan just called him. Lin Luashi's face lit up with joy and he quickly answered the call. Looking at the handsome face on the screen, Lin Luashi smiled faintly and said softly, "Ning Yuan, I miss you." "I miss you too." Ning Yuan looked at the beauty on the screen and wished he could fly over and eat her right now. Ning Yuan noticed that the environment behind her was the kitchen, so he asked, "Sister Lan and the others are not here today, do you want to cook for yourself?" "Well, they all had something to do and went out." Lin Luashi nodded. "What are you going to do?" Ning Yuan asked. "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but I forgot how to make it. Can you teach me?" Lin Luashi raised the tomato in his hand and said lightly, "Didn't I teach you last time? Have you forgotten?" Ning Yuan nodded with a smile. "I don't remember clearly." Lin Luashi nodded slightly. "Listen, first cut the tomatoes crosswise, then cut them into small pieces and place them in a bowl." Lin Luashi followed Ning Yuan's instructions, took out a small kitchen knife and cut the tomatoes into small pieces, then placed them on the plate next to him. After seeing Lin Luashi finish cutting, Ning Yuan continued. "Then, beat 2 eggs and whisk them." After Lin Luashi finished beating the eggs, Ning Yuan slowly said, "Now turn on a low heat, pour in the oil, and when the oil is hot, add the eggs." Soon, the sizzling sound of oil splashing in the pot on Lin Luashi's side came from the phone. "Turn down the heat a bit and scoop out the eggs as soon as they are scrambled." Lin Luashi turned down the heat and shoveled the shaped eggs into a bowl. Next, pour a small amount of oil into the pan, add the tomatoes and stir fry until the juice comes out, then pour the eggs in. Lin Luashi nodded and said softly, "Okay, I got it." Lin Luashi did as Ning Yuan instructed. After frying the tomatoes to release the juice, he added the scrambled eggs and seasonings, and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions before serving. Finally, a dish of attractive tomato and egg was ready. "Ning Yuan, I'm done. Look, it's pretty good." Lin Luashi turned the camera to the plate, his eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. "That's awesome." Ning Yuan praised with a smile, his heart full of doting on Lin Luashi. "Okay, then you should eat first. I'm hungry after practicing all afternoon, and I'm ready to eat too." Ning Yuan wanted Lin Luashi to eat well, so he spoke. "I want to talk to you for a while longer." Lin Luashi wrinkled her nose, looking a little unhappy, and said softly, "Okay, then let's talk for another 10 minutes. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. 5 minutes, you'll be starving in 10 minutes. Lin Luashi shook his head and said softly. Ning Yuan suddenly remembered the ring Wu Wingjun gave him, so he took it out of his pocket and smiled at Lin Luashi. Damn, look what this is? Lin Luashi looked at the high-level void ring in Ning Yuan's hand with her beautiful eyes, and her face was a little surprised. Where did it come from? Today I met a rich second-generation kid and he gave me 2. Look, they're couple's pieces. Ning Yuan showed Lin Luashi the ring on his middle finger and said with a smile. Lin Luashi didn't care whether the void ring was high-end or not. The one she was wearing was high-end. What she cared about was the word couples style. Chapter 76 Wolf Lord. Give me this ring and I'll trade it with you. Lin Luashi raised her fair little hand and waved it in front of the screen, motioning Ning Yuan to look at the ring on her finger. No. Ning Yuan originally gave her this void ring, so there was no need to change it. Brother, let's change. But Lin Luashi suddenly started to moan, and the soft and sticky voice made Ning Yuan feel numb in his heart. No need to change. This ring was originally for you. Wear one on your index finger and one on your middle finger. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and said softly. Brother is so nice, but wouldn't it be too much to wear too? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lin Luashi smiled sweetly and said. Not many. My little brother has 6 on his hands and it's not too many. What are you afraid of? Ning Yuan's mind suddenly appeared the fat figure of Wu Jun, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 6? Is your little brother an octopus? Lin Luashi's delicate little face was slightly stunned, which was very cute. Laugh. Hearing Lin Luashi's analogy, Ning Yuan found it quite funny and couldn't help laughing out loud. It's already been 7 minutes. Let's talk tonight. Go eat. Lin Luashi glanced at the time in the upper right corner of his phone and said softly. Okay, next time you come, you'll see him. He's quite an interesting guy. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. If he didn't leave, Lin Luashi would drive him away. Okay, then I'll hang up. Bye. Ning Yuan added. Bye. Lin Luashi waved her little hand in front of the phone screen. Ning Yuan slowly hung up the phone and prepared to go out for a meal, and by the way, he took the 10 million scholarship to Wanbaitang to spend it. Ning Yuan stood up and put his cell phone in his pocket. After talking to Lin Luashi, he felt much less mentally tired. When he walked out of the villa, he saw Yin Qianxue, who had just returned from Magic City University. At this moment, her face was a little tired, her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed to have encountered some trouble. Yin Qianxue looked up and saw Ning Yuan, who had just walked out, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. Where are you going? Yin Qianxue walked up to Ning Yuan, smiled slightly and asked. Have a meal. I haven't eaten either. It's a good opportunity for us to go together. Yin Qianxue's eyes brightened a lot and she said softly. Okay. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, and the two walked out of the community side by side. How's the martial arts that Grandpa taught you going? Yin Qianxue asked softly. Mental shock is easier to practice, but controlling distraction is really difficult. Dividing your mental energy too much is really a headache. Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of the unbearable headache in the afternoon. He felt a little scared and spoke lightly. Yin Qianxue was slightly stunned, and suddenly remembered what Yin Zhang had said to her before. Since she had a talent for spiritual skills, she could practice this kind of spiritual martial arts with ease, so she did not feel the pain that Ning Yuan felt when she practiced. However, she felt the same way about the martial art she practiced in the afternoon, the 7-star sword. It felt like nothing was right no matter how she practiced it. Me too. I've been practicing the 7-star sword technique for the whole afternoon, but I haven't made any progress. My arms are sore from swinging them. Yin Qianxue frowned and said helplessly. Don't think too much, let's eat first. Ning Yuan smiled and comforted. Originally, Yin Qianxue wanted to treat Ning Yuan to a big meal, but Ning Yuan refused. The two of them simply had a bowl of rice with toppings. After eating, the two separated. Yin Qianxue wanted to go back to the villa to continue practicing martial arts. He wanted to go to Wanbaitang to exchange it for a heavier knife and buy some mind concentrating pills to help him practice distraction control, but he didn't know if he had enough money. If it is not enough, he plans to borrow some from Wu Jun. He wants to master distraction control before the martial arts ranking challenge the day after tomorrow. The Wanbao Hall in Shanghai is magnificent. The entire gate is made of bronze and is carved with patterns of monsters. The interior space is extremely spacious, probably more than 3 times that of Jiangning City. The ceiling is inlaid with crystals that emit soft light, illuminating the entire hall. Ning Yuan walked to the weapons cabinet, which was filled with rows of various weapons. After a look around, Ning Yuan immediately fell in love with a broadsword in the corner. Ning Yuan walked over and held it in his hand. The first thing he felt was its heaviness. Looking at the introduction on the knife, Ning Yuan was shocked. The name of the sword, Wolf Lord, it is made from meteorite iron mixed with the bones of the emperor-level monster, the sky-devouring demon wolf. The blade is engraved with a huge wolf head, emitting a faint red light, showing its extraordinary nature. A red wolf tail is also hanging on the handle. Weight, 2,800 kilograms. Ning Yuan is currently finding it a bit difficult to wield a knife of this weight in battle. Ning Yuan looked at the price and was about to give it up. 100 million. But he really wanted this knife, and to be honest, 100 million was not expensive to buy it. A normal knife made of this material would not be excessively priced at 150 million. Just when Ning Yuan was thinking about the money, the staff of the weapons pavilion saw Ning Yuan. He was surprised that someone would choose this broadsword, as it had been more than half a year since the sword was sent to the weapon pavilion for sale. Many people think that this knife is too heavy. Although it is powerful, it seriously slows down the speed. As the old saying goes, the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. Well, you want to buy this broadsword? Wang Xing coughed, interrupting Ning Yuan's thoughts and spoke. Ning Yuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Wang Xing looking at his suit. He knew that he should be a staff member here. Well, this knife is good, but it's too expensive. Wang Xing saw that he wanted to put the knife back, fearing that he would not be able to sell it, and quickly said, "This knife is actually quite cheap at 100 million. It's still expensive." Ning Yuan shook his head, pretending to be helpless, and waited for Wang Xing to lower the price himself. "Then I'll give you a 95% discount." Wang Xing said to Ning Yuan with a smile on his face. Ning Yuan turned around and pretended to put down the knife and gave a 95% discount. Although it was a reduction of 5 million, it was not much less compared to 100 million. "Hey, wait, then name a price." Wang Xing quickly grabbed Ning Yuan's arm and spoke. Ning Yuan raised a smile and said lightly, 50 million. "Young master duo?" Wang Xing stared at Ning Yuan with wide eyes. Wang Xing's mouth twitched as he barely maintained his professionalism. "You're cutting it in half right off the bat. Isn't that a bit too much? Well, let's both take a step back and you can take the 80 million. 70 million. 75 million. Wang Xing raised the price slightly. "Deal." Ning Yuan smiled slightly. He saved 25 million just by talking big. You should know that he only has 10 million in assets. Wang Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. If the price had been any lower, he would have lost much more. You know, this knife cost 90 million. If no one had bought it for half a year, he would not have sold it at a loss. Chapter 77 Consumption. Scan the code or swipe the card? Wang Xing asked. Wait a minute, I don't have any money now, I'll borrow some from someone first. Ning Yuan said to Wang Xing. Wang Xing's face darkened instantly. My goodness, it seems you don't even have money to buy things. Wang Xing originally thought that Ning Yuan was young and could afford such expensive things, so he must be from a wealthy family in Shanghai or a rich second generation. Who would have thought that Ning Yuan, who was nothing but poor, would come out to buy things? Wang Xing sighed, probably giving up hope, and said, "Put the knife back. If you can't afford it, don't take it." Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment. When did I say I couldn't afford it? Isn't this borrowing money? Wang Xing was amused by Ning Yuan's serious look and said, how could anyone casually lend you hundreds of millions of dollars these days? If they did, I would just livestream my meal. Seeing that Wang Xing was a little excited, Ning Yuan couldn't help but become interested. Well, even if I borrowed it, I don't need you to eat it. The Wolf Lord gave me 50 million to take away. Okay. Wang Xing was really excited, his usual calmness was instantly broken, and he spoke very confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the high-level void ring in Ning Yuan's hand, and he felt a little regretful. Maybe the other person really was related. Ning Yuan ignored Wang Xing's slightly changed expression and called Wu Yingjun directly to borrow money from him. After all, if someone can give away a void ring worth tens of millions of dollars casually, he is definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. The call was connected instantly. Brother Ning? Wu Yingjun's voice came from the phone. Ning Yuan faintly heard the sound of water coming from the phone, and thought that Wu Yingjun should be taking a bath. Hey, Ajuan, I want to borrow money from you, 100 million, do you have it? Ning Yuan said. No problem, I lack everything except money. Brother Ning, please send me your card number and wait for a moment. Wu Yingjun said with a smile. Less than a minute after Ning Yuan sent the card number to Wu Jun, he received the bank card transfer information. Huagua Bank, your account with the last number 0589. Transferred 200 million renminbi, and the current balance is 210,106,258 renminbi and 50 cents. When Wang Xing heard the transfer sound coming from his mobile phone, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Damn it, there really is a sucker who borrows money from me, and it's 200 million. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Jun directly transferred 200 million to him. Brother Ning, did you receive it? Wu Jun asked, and then added, is that enough? If not, I'll transfer some more to you. Ning Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but wonder who this fat guy's father was and how he could be so rich. That's enough, thanks. Brother Ning, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going to hang up first. Wu Jun guessed that Ning Yuan must be busy with something and spoke slowly. Good. Ning Yuan hung up the phone and smiled faintly at Wang Xing. Boss, we agreed that you don't need to eat anymore. I'll take the Wolf Lord away for 50 million. As the owner of Wan Beatang Weapon Pavilion, Wang Xing naturally kept his word. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and waved his hand. Take it, take it. He has always been the one to cheat others, but he didn't expect to fall into Ning Yuan's hands today. Ning Yuan followed Wang Xing to pay the bill and put the Wolf Lord into the void ring. Before leaving, he did not forget to thank Wang Xing with a smile. This made Wang Xing very angry and his face turned red. This kid even mocked him before leaving. Ning Yuan was very happy when he walked out of the weapon pavilion. He saved a total of 50 million. Ning Yuan felt that the fatigue from practicing this afternoon was instantly swept away, and he happily prepared to buy the mind-concentrating pill. On the way to Dan Pavilion, Ning Yuan could smell a faint fragrance of elixir from afar. As you step into the Dan Pavilion, the rich fragrance of elixirs hits your nose, making you feel relaxed and happy. The decoration inside the pavilion is elegant and exquisite, with rows of wooden medicine cabinets neatly arranged, and the small drawers on them are densely packed. Each drawer is labeled with the name and efficacy of the elixir. The person in charge of Dan Pavilion is a young woman wearing a cheongsam. Lu Yunyan has a graceful figure, a charming face, and a pair of beautiful eyes full of charm. Her eyes fell on Ning Yuan's face, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She walked forward with a smile. Handsome boy, what kind of medicine do you want to buy? We have a complete range of medicines in this pavilion, which will definitely meet your needs. When the other customers in the pavilion heard how Lu Yunyan received Ning Yuan, they couldn't help feeling depressed and looked at Ning Yuan with some jealousy. They don't understand why they don't have this treatment and have to find the elixirs themselves. Ning Yuan glanced at the medicine cabinet and said, I want the mind-concentrating pill. Do you have any? A glint flashed in Lu Yunyan's eyes, and she smiled, of course. After saying that, she found the medicine cabinet where the mind-calming pills were placed, took out a small bottle and handed it to Ning Yuan. She knew that only psychics would buy this kind of medicine, and judging from Ning Yuan's age, he should still be a student, and most likely from Magic City University. Ning Yuan took the medicine bottle and opened the cork. He saw that the 5 pills in the bottle were round and full, with a lustrous color. He knew at a glance that they were pills of high quality. Ning Yuan nodded, looked at Lu Yunyan, and asked, how much is one? Lu Yunyan said with a smile, 5 million each. Ning Yuan nodded, not surprised by the price of the concentrating spirit pill. Give me another bottle. Lu Yunyan smiled even more and took another bottle from the cabinet and handed it to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan didn't think about bargaining. Pills are not like weapons. If you don't buy them, there are plenty of people who will, but they won't sell them to you at such a low price. Ning Yuan transferred 50 million to Lu Yunyan, put away the mind-concentrating pill and turned to leave the medicine pavilion. I have to say that cultivation really burns money. In such a short period of time, 100 million was gone. Although Ning Yuan felt a little distressed, he still had to spend the money in order to quickly improve his strength. He didn't leave in a hurry, but walked towards the exotic beast pavilion. He wanted to buy some thunder attribute beast cores to see if he could try his luck and devour a thunder attribute skill. Although he possesses the 9 profound golden thunder, he has no other powerful thunder skills except the thunder palm. This also prevented his 9 profound golden thunder from exerting its true power. Ning Yuan went to the exotic beast pavilion and bought 20 3rd-level early-stage monster thunderstorm Pegasus beast cores and 10 3rd-level early-stage monster thunder mad lion beast cores. Each beast core was sold for 3 million, totaling 90 million. In other words, 200 million blue star coins became 10 million in less than an hour. However, in order to improve strength, all of this is worth it. In the martial arts ranking challenge the day after tomorrow, Ning Yuan's goal is not the top 30, but the top 15, or even the top 10. With these beast cores and the chi and blood pill, his martial arts strength can be improved by at least 3 levels. Not only that, with the help of the concentrating mind pill, distraction control should be able to be cultivated to a small degree of success within a day, and by then the number of flying knives he can control should reach more than 10. Chapter 78 Golden Thunder Wings. Ning Yuan, with a lot of gains in his heart, did not choose to return to the villa, but went straight to the Martial Arts Association in the Magic City. He recalled the chaos that had occurred when he had awakened the 9 profound golden thunder at home, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. The Martial Arts Association can provide a training room specifically for retreat. Although the price is 10,000 blue star coins a day, Ning Yuan feels that this expense is totally worth it. After all, if he makes a mess at home, the cost will be more than 10,000. The Martial Arts Association is some distance away from Wanbaitang, and Ning Yuan controlled the flying shield for about 10 minutes. After entering the Martial Arts Association, Ning Yuan came to the place where the training room rental was handled. After a simple registration and payment, the staff led him to a practice room. The door space of the training room is not very large and is decorated simply and cleanly. The surrounding walls are extremely hard and are said to be made of special materials. They not only have excellent sound insulation effects, but can also withstand strong force impacts. When practicing inside, there is no need to worry about the force generated during practice damaging the surrounding environment. Ning Yuan walked into the training room and sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. He took out the Thunder Attribute Beast Cores he had just purchased from the exotic Beast Pavilion from the Void Ring, and the Beast Cores emitting Thunder Light were neatly arranged in front of him. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and activated the gluttony skill. A black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand, devouring the Beast Core in front of him. As the energy of the Beast Core was absorbed into his palm, the chi and blood in Ning Yuan's body surged wildly. Each third-level Beast Core could provide him with about 100 chi and blood. In less than an hour, all 23rd-level Thunderstorm Pegasus Beast Cores were devoured. His strength directly broke through to the 6th-level martial artist, and he also acquired special skills. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Golden Thunder Wings. Ning Yuan controlled the lightning in his body, and a pair of wings made of golden thunder slowly condensed behind him. This pair of wings not only allows him to fly, but also adds powerful lightning power when attacking. Ning Yuan was very excited. He could feel the power of this pair of wings. But the room was too small and he couldn't test the speed of the golden thunder wings. Suppressing his inner joy, Ning Yuan continued to sit cross-legged and devoured the remaining 10 Sky Thunder Mad Lion Beast Cores. It took about half an hour to finish. Although he did not acquire any skills this time, his martial arts strength successfully broke through to the 7th-level martial artist. Feeling the surging energy and blood in his body, Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Now his martial arts strength is enough to confront the 4 great martial artists head-on. I still have a chi and blood pill, I hope it can help me become a 9th-level martial artist in one fell swoop. Ning Yuan took out the chi and blood pill that Zhang Li gave him from the Void Ring. His current chi and blood values are at the peak of the 7th-level martial artist, and he is only 1 step away from the 8th-level martial artist. This pill works best when taken for the first time during the martial artist stage, and the effect will be greatly reduced when taken later. Ning Yuan swallowed the chi and blood pill directly. Boom! A low muffled sound was heard in his body. Ning Yuan felt the chi and blood from his stomach flowing to all parts of his body in some surprise, and was a little dazed for a moment. Waji, the effect is so good? Under this huge infusion of chi and blood, Ning Yuan could clearly feel the chi and blood surging in his body. According to this trend, breaking through to the 9th-level martial artist was almost a foregone conclusion. Bang! Suddenly, a very subtle crisp sound was heard in Ning Yuan's body. He knew that at this moment he had broken through to the 8th-level martial artist and reached the 9th-level martial artist. It has to be said that the effect of this 3rd-grade chi and blood pill really exceeded Ning Yuan's imagination. It seems that the price of chi and blood pill is far more than 5 million. Ning Yuan did not rest. He took 2 mind concentrating pills and prepared to practice martial arts to control his distraction. His martial arts skills are far behind those on the list. If you want to make a splash in the martial arts ranking challenge, you still have to rely on dahe and mental strength. With the help of the mind concentrating pill, the pain Ning Yuan felt when practicing distraction control was suddenly reduced a lot. More than 2 hours passed, and Ning Yuan swallowed all 10 mind concentrating pills. Distraction control has successfully entered the stage of minor success. He is now able to control all the frostfire flying knives and red blood flying knives into the air. But if he wants to unleash the maximum power of the throwing knives, controlling 12 throwing knives at the same time is his current limit. If spiritual martial arts have different levels, I think this distraction control must be an S-level martial art. And that mental shock is at most a B-level martial art. The difficulty of practicing it is far different from that of distraction control. Ning Yuan looked at his attribute panel. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, 9th level martial master. Talent, gluttony, 9 mysterious golden thunder, summoning spirits. Chi and blood, 9132. Spiritual power, 965. Skills, devour, flash step, thunder palm, netherworld illusion, golden thunder wings. Martial arts, Shinra 3 swords, thunderbolt blade, mental shock, distraction control. Ning Yuan looked at the attribute panel showing his rapidly increased strength, and his joy was beyond words. That's right, although it is indeed much easier for him to improve his strength than others. But that was quite expensive. In just a short while, 200 million were gone. He didn't even dare to think about how he would be able to afford a king-level beast core that cost 6 million in the future, not to mention that he already owed 200 million. Without thinking too much, Ning Yuan slowly walked out of the training room and prepared to test the golden thunder wings outside. Ning Yuan walked out of the Martial Arts Association and found an open space, preparing to take off from there to test the golden thunder wings. The golden thunder on Ning Yuan's body continued to gather towards his back. After a while, a pair of golden wings gathered behind Ning Yuan. When the wings are spread, the wingspan is very impressive, enough to be 2 people tall. The thunder at the edge was like a nimble snake's tongue, constantly swallowing and spitting out arcs of electricity. Although it was night, the golden thunder wings illuminated the surroundings. Ning Yuan squatted slightly, exerted force with his legs, and shot out like a black lightning, with his wings spread out at the same time. In an instant, golden thunder flashed, his speed suddenly increased, and the whole person turned into a blurry light and shadow, and disappeared from the spot in an instant, as if no one had been here just now. Ning Yuan was flying high in the sky, feeling the sharp sound of the wind whistling in his ears. Ning Yuan concentrated on feeling the speed changes brought by the golden thunder wings, and constantly adjusted his own breath and power output. This speed is more than twice as fast as when I control the flying shield. Ning Yuan felt the speed of the golden thunder wings and murmured excitedly in his heart. If his strength were not still low, the speed of the golden thunder wings would be much faster than this. Now with the golden thunder wings, the time to fly to Languo University can be greatly shortened. Ning Yuan roughly estimated that a round-trip flight would take about 3 hours. He planned to go find the rich woman after the martial arts ranking challenge was over. She calls him brother on the phone every day, which makes him feel itchy. He must punish her. Chapter 79 Nether Palace? The next morning, Ning Yuan was still immersed in his dreams when the phone beside his pillow suddenly rang. He groped for it in a daze and answered the phone. Yin Zhang's slightly anxious voice came instantly. Boy, bring Qianxue and come to my office immediately. Ning Yuan woke up instantly when he heard Yin Zhang's voice. Yin Zhang's call must mean that he had something important to say. He washed up briefly, then ran to Villa number 9 and rang the doorbell. Sure enough, Yin Qianxue was still asleep and opened the door with sleepy eyes. Yin Zhang probably couldn't get through to her, so he called him. Ning Yuan briefly explained the situation to her, and the two hurried to Yin Zhang's office. As soon as he entered the door, Ning Yuan saw a solemn expression on Yin Zhang's face. Before Ning Yuan could speak, Yin Qianxue said, Grandpa, what happened? Why are you looking for us so urgently? Yes, there are some things, but there's no rush. I'll talk to you later. Yin Zhang looked Ning Yuan up and down, feeling his surging blood and energy, with doubt and surprise in his eyes. He stood in front of Ning Yuan and said, Ning Yuan, you're already a 9th level martial artist? Yin Qianxue opened her lips slightly, very shocked. She knew that with Yin Zhang's strength, it was impossible for him to be wrong, which meant that Ning Yuan had really reached the level of a 9th level martial artist. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and nodded towards Yin Zhang, yeah. Yin Zhang smiled and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder, saying loudly, good boy. He knew that Ning Yuan couldn't have made such a quick breakthrough relying solely on his double S talent, which meant that he still had some secrets, but he didn't want to ask any further. After all, everyone has secrets, and it would be pointless to dig into them. Boy, show me the results of your practice of mental shock and distraction control first. Yin Zhang said again. You can attack me with your mental attack without worry, it won't hurt me. Ning Yuan nodded, concentrated his mind and gathered his energy, and his mental power gathered towards his eyes and eyebrows. A beam of light formed by mental power shot into Yin Zhang's mind quickly and was almost instantly swallowed up by his sea of consciousness. The difference in mental power between him and Yin Zhang is too great, and the purity of their mental power is not at the same level. However, Yin Zhang was very excited and quickly said, Your mental power is about to break through the reality? Ning Yuan nodded indifferently. He had practiced distraction control for several hours, and his mental power had become much stronger. In a few days, he would be able to enter the real world. Distraction control, have you gotten started? I didn't want to teach you this martial art. After all, it's very difficult to practice and the process is very painful. Yin Zhang was amazed at Ning Yuan's rapid growth in mental strength and his high talent. He had a vague feeling that he might have mastered the art of distraction control. Well, it's already a small accomplishment. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and spoke lightly. Not bad, huh? A little accomplished? Yin Zhang stared at Ning Yuan with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? I know only too well how difficult it is to practice this martial art. How could it be possible to achieve even a minor accomplishment in such a short time? Ning Yuan smiled slightly, without any explanation. He summoned 26 flying knives from the void ring, circling around him. More than 900 mental powers can control 26 flying knives. It's really a success. Yin Qianxue couldn't help but be shocked. She had started practicing distraction control about 2 weeks earlier than Ning Yuan. She had just achieved minor success, while Ning Yuan had achieved minor success in just over a day. But this is also because she did not work hard. In fact, her spiritual talent is far superior to Ning Yuan, but she just doesn't want to endure hardship. She knew in her heart that Ning Yuan must have pushed her very hard. She knew that Ning Yuan would suffer from severe headaches when practicing this kind of martial arts. To achieve a small success in such a short time, he must have endured great pain. Seeing this, Yin Zhang's eyes were full of amazement, and he looked at Ning Yuan with even more satisfaction. In such a short time, you've been able to cultivate these two spiritual martial arts to such a high level. Boy, your perseverance is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. You kid, I'll give you 3 years. Your mental strength will definitely reach the realm of perfection. Maybe you can even reach the level of wandering God in the future. Yin Zhang knew that only geniuses with perseverance could make it to the end, but such people were very rare, and Ning Yuan was one of them. When Yin Qianxue heard Yin Zhang's evaluation of him, her heart was stirred. You know, her grandfather only required her to reach the state of enlightenment in 5 years. After saying this, Yin Zhang's expression gradually became serious, and he slowly said, I called you here for something important. What's up? Ning Yuan was a little confused. He knew that if Yin Zhang wanted to test the results of his cultivation, he would not have asked him to specifically call Yin Qianxue along. Remember the bloodthirsty bone ape in the college entrance examination's secret realm? This kind of monster must have been put in there on purpose. After investigating for so long, we finally caught that person. Yin Zhang said slowly with a serious expression. Who is it? Ning Yuan and Yin Qianxue asked almost at the same time. He's a member of the Netherworld Palace. He infiltrated the college entrance examination question setting team and released the peak level 3rd order violent bloodbone ape into the college entrance examination secret realm, intending to use it to eliminate China's top genius. This situation also occurred in the other 2 secret realms, and even resulted in the death of an S-level gifted student. Anger flashed in Yin Zhang's eyes. And now, this guy has been captured by the Dragon Group and is being interrogated. Dragon Group? Ning Yuan asked puzzledly. Yin Zhang nodded and explained, the Dragon Group is a special organization outside the National Army, specifically responsible for dealing with foreign hostile forces. In our country, in addition to the Martial Arts Association and numerous martial arts schools, there are 3 major hidden forces, namely the Dragon Group, the Ice Temple, and the Nether Temple. The Dragon Group is a national organization, needless to say. The founder of the Ice Temple is an S-level talent awakener, whose strength has reached the level of a half-step martial god. As for the Netherworld Palace, the identity of its founder remains a mystery. Most of the members within the palace are evil, but some have awakened their evil talents and their personalities have changed drastically, leading them to join the Netherworld Palace. Ning Yuan and Yin Qianxue were both shocked when they heard this. Only then did they realize that behind this seemingly peaceful city, there were actually undercurrents. Not only are there countless monsters as external enemies, but the human race is also not so harmonious. Why would the Netherworld Palace do such a thing? Yin Zhang frowned slightly and shook his head. I don't know either. The actions of the Nether Palace seem to have always been targeting highly talented awakened people. If you are targeted by them, you will either be recruited into the Nether Palace or die. The Dragon Group has been investigating for so long, but we still can't figure out their purpose. However, we have made some discoveries recently. It seems that the talents of all the awakened people they killed have disappeared. Disappeared? Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Yes, although I don't know how they did it, there must be some big conspiracy behind it. Yin Zhang nodded. Yin Zhang then handed 2 jade pendants to Ning Yuan and Yin Qianxue respectively. These are spiritual jade pendants. I have injected a trace of my spiritual power into them. If you encounter any danger that cannot be solved, crush them and I will rush over as soon as possible. Thank you, Grandpa Yin. Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan took the jade pendant. Ning Yuan hung it together with the jade pendant given by Shen Yunsheng. Now he had one more way to save his life. Chapter 80, A fait accompli? The martial arts ranking challenge will begin tomorrow. Go back and prepare well. Make sure you seize the rewards from this martial arts ranking. Yin Zhang smiled at Ning Yuan and spoke seriously. What reward? Ning Yuan was stunned. He didn't know what other rewards the martial arts list had besides the monthly bonus. A place to enter the Lei Qi secret realm. Yin Zhang glanced at Ning Yuan and said lightly. Thunder Pond's secret realm? Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it is closely related to the element of thunder. The Lei Qi secret realm is a B-level secret realm that will be opened next month. Moreover, this secret realm is different from other secret realms. A maximum of 200 people can enter the Lei Qi secret realm at a time. There are only 20 spots available for Magic City University, and these spots will be used as rewards for the top 20 on this martial arts ranking. So, your goal this time is to be in the top 20 of the martial arts rankings, Yin Zhang explained slowly. He then added, the Thunder Pond's secret realm isn't particularly dangerous. Every time 200 people enter, the average death toll is less than 10. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. This secret realm must be far inferior to the frozen snow region. Thinking of the frost demonic dragon at the peak of the martial emperor level, he still felt a lingering fear. If there were emperor level monsters in the Lei Qi secret realm, the number of casualties would definitely not be so low. However, to be on the safe side, Ning Yuan still asked. Are there any emperor-level monsters in the Thunder Pond's secret realm? No. Yin Zhang shook his head. Emperor-level monsters only appear in A-level secret realms, but there are quite a few king-level monsters in the Thunder Pond's secret realm. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Everything would be fine without an emperor-level monster. After all, with his current strength, if he encounters a monster of that level, he will definitely die. There is something in the Lei Qi secret realm that is extremely important to you. Yin Zhang looked at Ning Yuan and said seriously. Ning Yuan was a little confused and asked, what is it? Thunder Spirit. It will only be born in a place where thunder gathers, and it will continue to grow by absorbing the power of thunder between heaven and earth. If you can get it, it will definitely become a powerful fighting force by your side in the future. Yin Zhang said softly. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. He was well aware of the power of this spiritual creature from heaven and earth, so he would naturally strive for it. As for Qianxue, your goal is to be in the top 100, and then stay in school and practice hard. Yin Zhang glanced at Yin Qianxue, a hint of disgust in his eyes. Grandpa, do you really not have confidence in me? Yin Qianxue couldn't help but pout. If you were half as hardworking as Ning Yuan, my expectations of you wouldn't be so low. Yin Qianxue was speechless for a moment. She really had no motivation to practice. Okay, that's all for now. Go back and prepare for tomorrow's challenge. Yin Zhang waved to Yin Qianxue, then suddenly thought of something. He pulled Ning Yuan aside and whispered in his ear, have you prepared the potion formula I gave you? Sure enough, this old man can't be serious for long before his true nature is revealed. Ning Yuan's face darkened, he glanced at him and said lightly, not yet. Cultivation is certainly important, but you also need to put this matter on your agenda. Ning Yuan felt that he really had to make things clear today, otherwise things would get more and more confusing in the future. Grandpa Yin, Qianxue and I are just friends. We don't have the kind of love between a man and a woman. Please don't force it. Ning Yuan did not lower his voice, so Yin Qianxue naturally heard what Ning Yuan said and lowered her head. Yin Zhang slapped Ning Yuan on the back and spoke angrily. What's wrong with my granddaughter? She's beautiful and talented. Qianxue is good in every way, but I really don't have the kind of feelings between men and women for her. Ning Yuan shook him helplessly. He knew Yin Zhang was angry, but he had to make his words clear. If there's no affection, we can slowly cultivate it in the future. I can see that Qianxue likes you. Yin Zhang was also a little anxious. Yin Qianxue had never liked a boy since she was a child, and she had never even glanced at Wang Tong, who had S-level talent. His Yin family only has Yin Qianxue as its only child. If Yin Qianxue never gets married in her life, it will be the end of the family. Grandpa, stop talking, let's go. Yin Qianxue suddenly raised her head, took Ning Yuan's arm and walked out of the office. Oh, forget it, let the young people decide their own affairs. Yin Zhang couldn't help but sigh. In the corridor, Yin Qianxue and Ning Yuan walked side by side, and then she said lightly. Don't take what Grandpa said to heart. It's my business to like you, and I won't force you. Ning Yuan looked at the beautiful girl who was lowering her head beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what to say, so he just said The two of them walked quietly like this. When they reached downstairs, Yin Qianxue glanced at Ning Yuan and said, I'm going to continue practicing martial arts with my teacher. You can go back first. Ning Yuan nodded and summoned a flying shield to fly towards the villa. When Yin Qianxue saw Ning Yuan flying away, her suppressed emotions finally burst out and tears flowed from her eyes. She squatted beside the steps, hugging her knees with her hands, helpless like a child. Yin Zhang looked through the window at Yin Qianxue crying downstairs, sighed in his heart, shook his head and walked into the office. A long time. Yin Qianxue wiped away her tears, slowly stood up, and murmured to herself, Yin Qianxue, you can't give up. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. At worst, I can ask Grandpa for the prescription. Once the matter is settled, it won't be up to him anymore. A smile appeared on Yin Qianxue's lips, but compared to her usual smile, it seemed a little scary. From now on, practice hard and surpass Ning Yuan. Yin Qianxue's mind flashed with the scene of Ning Yuan being pressed under her, and she suddenly felt full of energy. Then she summoned a flying sword, took light steps, and flew towards Yin Yu's office. Ning Yuan, who returned to the villa, naturally had no idea that Yin Qianxue was thinking about how to drug him, and the matter was already settled. On the first floor of the villa, in the martial arts training hall, Xiaobai was hanging around Ning Yuan's feet, wagging its snow-white tail. Ning Yuan ignored it and summoned Dahe. With the appearance of the giant black wolf, Xiaobai couldn't help but tremble. He was a little scared and hurriedly ran behind the door and hid. What surprised Ning Yuan was that Dahe was already in the late king level at this moment, and was only a little bit away from recovering to his peak. He could feel that Dahe had been in a deep sleep ever since it was injured by Lin Shan last time. But just yesterday, he felt the connection with Dahe again. At this time, Dahe's body was much larger, 6 meters long and 3 meters high. Dahe, get smaller, you're going to bring the house down. Ning Yuan looked at the giant black wolf in front of him, smiled slightly and spoke. Immediately, Dahe's body slowly shrank, and finally became the same size as Xiaobai. Xiaobai, who was originally shrinking aside, couldn't help but feel confident when he saw Dahe's body shrinking. The two wolves couldn't help but wrestle with each other, as if they were competing for favor. Of course, Dahe would give in to Xiaobai and didn't fight seriously. Chapter 81 Pressure. Ning Yuan looked at Dahe, who was in the late king level. It should not be difficult for him to be in the top 20 of the martial arts list, and he could even make a breakthrough into the top 10. Ning Yuan practiced the Shenluo 3 absolute swords for the entire day. It has to be said that with the strength of this 9th level martial artist, the Wolf Lord is not as powerful as imagined in his hands. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that the 3 absolute swords of Shinra were successfully completed as a blood-red sword energy was slashed out. However, Ning Yuan was not as happy as he had imagined, because a big hole was directly cut in the wall of the martial arts training hall on the first floor by the sword energy released by the Wolf Lord. Ning Yuan couldn't help but pat his head and complained, if I continue to practice martial arts at home in the future, I will be a dog. Ning Yuan called the community manager, briefly described the situation, and asked them to find someone to fix it tomorrow. Then he took a shower, called Lin Luashi, told her a bedtime story, and went to bed. The next morning, to his surprise, Yin Qianxue still came to him with the breakfast she made. It was as if the rejection of her yesterday had never happened. Ning Yuan was wearing black pajamas. Looking at the attentive Yin Xianxue, he said with some reluctance, "Xianxue, you don't have to bring me breakfast. I know you don't like me now, but I will make you like me." Yin Xianxue did not respond to Ning Yuan, but just spoke to herself. "Good luck in today's competition. If it's you, you'll definitely be in the top 20. Yin Xianxue clenched her right fist and made a cheering gesture, then smiled at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Yin Xianxue being so stubborn. After they finished their breakfast, they went to the Magic City University Challenge Arena together. The entire arena is a huge circle with a radius of about 700 meters. The arena is surrounded by spectator seats, which appear to be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The auditorium was already full and people were talking among themselves. "I heard that the top scorer in this year's Jiangnan Province College entrance examination broke the national record. I wonder if there's a chance he'll make it onto the martial arts rankings." There should be a chance. Not long ago, Yi Feier gave him trouble in the martial arts training hall, and he defeated Li Yi with just one move. Hiss, Li Yi is a 4th-ranked great martial artist, and he can't even take a single blow from him? Is this true? Really, I was there. What kind of superpower does he have? Why is he so strong? I don't know. He didn't even use his supernatural powers at the time. He used his mental strength. What? He's also a psychic? Besides him, there are 2 S-level awakened talents in this freshman class. One is the swordsman Wang Teng, and the other is the school beauty Yin Xianxue. Wang Teng has already comprehended the sword intent, and Yin Xianxue's spiritual power has entered the realm of reality. These 2 people are also very likely to be on the martial arts rankings. Holy crap, doesn't that mean there are 3 S-level awakeners in this class? What kind of monsters are these? We won't be playing anyway, so we can just watch. Hey, that's right. The seniors in the audience were all looking forward to this martial arts ranking challenge. After all, it has been 2 years since a new student made it onto the martial arts rankings in the first challenge competition. Amidst the discussions in the audience, Ning Yuan and Yin Xianxue walked into the venue. They signed up for the challenge, so they had direct access to the rest area below the ring. Ning Yuan looked at the huge circular arena in the center, his eyes widened. "Wow, it's so big, do you have to be so extravagant?" Yin Xianxue smiled faintly. "It's really a bit big. Let's go to the podium first. The rules of the challenge will be announced later." There were quite a few people sitting in the teacher's auditorium in front of the rostrum. Yin Yu and Yin Zhang sat next to each other in the first row, Jiang Li sat in the second row, and Ning Yuan didn't know the other teachers. Ning Yuan and Yin Xianxue nodded slightly to Yin Yu and Yin Zhang as a greeting. Yin Zhang smiled and nodded to Yin Xianxue, but the old man did not give Ning Yuan face. He frowned and pretended not to see him. It was obvious that he was still angry about what happened yesterday. Yin Xianxue and Ning Yuan found an open space and stood there, waiting for the principal to announce the start of the challenge. 9 o'clock sharp. The teachers and students are basically all in place. At this moment, the space directly above the ring was suddenly torn apart. Everyone looked up. The next moment, a white-haired man appeared with his hair standing up and a pair of sunglasses on his eyes. A martial saint-level expert. Ning Yuan looked at the man in the air and felt a little surprised. This white-haired man looks to be around 20 to 30 years old, but for those who have awakened to the martial saint level, their age cannot be judged by their appearance. However, the aura Ning Yuan felt from him was slightly stronger than that of the president of Longwu University. With the appearance of the white-haired man, the discussions in the ring suddenly became much quieter. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of Magic City University. My name is Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang spoke lightly, his eyes scanning the entire venue. Ning Yuan could vaguely feel that Lu Qingyang paused for a moment when his gaze swept over him. Although the school year hasn't officially started yet, there are already over 200 new students registered. First of all, welcome to Magic City University in advance. According to statistics from the admissions office, among the new students who have registered so far, there are 80 A-level awakened superpowers and 136 B-level awakened superpowers. 2 S-level awakened people. Everyone in the audience was talking about it, 2 people? Could it be that Ning Yuan is not an S-level psychic? But what Lu Qingyang said next completely shocked them. One person has awakened with double S-level talents. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar in the entire arena. Double S-level talents, the first of its kind in the whole of China. Holy crap, Ning Yuan is actually a double S talent awakener, no wonder he's so awesome. No, buddy, why do you need so many S classes? Give me one. Fuck you. I bet 100,000 blue star coins that Ning Yuan will be able to make it onto the martial arts rankings. 100,000? You go to the kids' table and bet. I'll bet 1 million. It took a long time before the noise stopped. Ning Yuan looked up at Lu Qingyang in the sky. He didn't know why Lu Qingyang wanted to expose his talent. Not only Ning Yuan, but also Yin Zhang and Yin Yu were confused. After all, the actions of the Nether Palace have been getting bigger and bigger recently. Exposing one's talent means more danger. What's more, if Ning Yuan, a double S level talent awakener, is targeted, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yin Zhang's face was filled with confusion. He immediately sent a voice message to Lu Qingyang and asked, "Old Lu, why did you expose his double S talent? You should be aware of the recent actions of the Nether Palace." Lu Qingyang took off his glasses, revealing his slightly blue eyes, and said in a voice transmission, "This kind of genius can only grow rapidly under pressure. We don't have much time left. I hope he is the person we are looking for. Could it be that the monster?" Yin Zhang's face turned pale when he heard Lu Qingyang's words, and he asked in fear. Lu Qingyang didn't let him continue. "Don't be nervous. Things aren't that serious yet. We can still delay it for a while." Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Yin Zhang took a deep breath, and after a long time, his pale face returned to normal. Chapter 82 Start. Lu Qingyang, standing directly above the arena, spoke calmly, "This challenge doesn't follow the same rules as before. We'll use a smart draw to determine the opponents. The winner will inherit the loser's place on the martial arts rankings. Of course, the rewards for this year's martial arts rankings are much more generous than before. First place, you can get an S-level martial arts book, an A-level battle armor, and 1,000 mission points. Second place, you can get an A-level martial arts book, an A-level battle armor, and 700 mission points. Third place, you can get an A-level martial arts book, a B-level battle armor, and 500 mission points. As for the 4th to 10th place, they can obtain an A-level martial arts book, C-level armor, and 300 mission points. 11th 20th place can obtain an A-level martial arts book, D-level armor, and 200 mission points. In addition, the top 20 on this martial arts ranking will be given a chance to enter the B-level Thunder Pond Secret Realm. Upon hearing that there was a spot for the Lei Qi Secret Realm, the contestants beside the ring were immediately excited. It's a B-level Thunder Pond Secret Realm. There must be a lot of magical medicines in it. If I can get one, maybe I can be reborn. Holy crap! My B-rank lightning ability has a chance to advance to a rank. I'm determined to get this spot. At this moment, many freshmen participating in the competition have been dazzled by the generous rewards and immersed in their own dreams. They have forgotten how difficult it is to enter the top 20 of the martial arts list. However, the senior students who were ranked lower on the martial arts list naturally knew what the strength of the top 20 was, and they were not as excited as the freshmen. They knew that these rewards were used to cultivate talented awakeners. At Shanghai University, the imbalance of resources is very obvious. The resources that geniuses enjoy are not at the same level as those of ordinary students. However, in this era, there is no fairness. Lu Qingyang raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and said, "All right, without further ado, I declare this martial arts ranking challenge officially open." After saying that, Lu Qingyang flashed and suddenly appeared in the teachers' viewing seats in front of the rostrum. The principal is actually going to watch this challenge live? In the past, he would just disappear as soon as the challenge started. Could it be because of Ning Yuan? Many senior students on the martial arts rankings below the arena were puzzled when they saw Lu Qingyang sitting in the spectator seats. Lu Qingyang slowly stood up, and his cold voice spread throughout the arena. "Coco, start drawing lots." Directly above the arena, a round smart ball projected a virtual screen. Wang Tang vs. Su Jiqiang. Yin Qianshui vs. Lu Yingying. Lin Yichen vs. Li Ziyun. Ning Yuan vs. Yu Yunpeng. Wow, Ning Yuan is so unlucky. Yu Yunpeng is ranked 18th on the martial arts list and a martial king level expert. How can a freshman like him fight? Will he be eliminated in the first round? That's right, I don't know why the principal changed the rules this year. Many students in the audience were complaining about Ning Yuan. With the arrival of Wang Tang and Su Jiqiang, the complaints instantly decreased by more than half. Wang Tong was wearing a black suit, with his hair tied up and a pitch-black long sword hanging from his waist. The sword faintly exuded a majestic sword spirit, which made his face look even more cold and imposing. Most people's attention was focused on the freshman Wang Teng. They wanted to know whether this freshman with S-level talent could defeat Su Jiqiang, who was ranked 85th on the martial arts list. The attribute panels of the two people appeared in front of Ning Yuan. Name, Wang Teng. Level, 7th rank martial master. Talent, S-level sword heart clear. Chi and blood, 7865. Spiritual power, 645. Skill. Sword heart phantom sun, there is a phantom sun hidden in the sword heart. When the sword is swung, the phantom sun appears, and its light can break all the haze and illusions in the world. Sword intent condenses frost. The sword intent is like frost, which can condense the water vapor in the air to form a frost sword, which has a cold effect when attacking. Sword heart illusion. The sword heart is like a dream, able to create sword moves that are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the true from the false. Field. Sword domain. With the sword as the center, an exclusive domain is opened up. The domain is filled with sword intent, and the power of sword moves is increased by 200%. Martial arts, S rank, 10,000 swords return to the origin minor mastery, a rank. Sword shadow 1000 waves great mastery, a rank. Sword shadow mysterious steps minor mastery. Wang Teng actually has a domain? Didn't Sister Lan say that only elementalists can awaken domains? Ning Yuan looked at Wang Tong holding a long sword on the ring with a puzzled look and muttered to himself. Su Jiqiang looked at Wang Teng with a stern face, feeling the aura in his body which was not yet that of a great martial artist, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Teng, although you have an S-level talent, you are still only at the martial artist level, while I am a 7th level great martial artist. It's too early to admit defeat now, so I don't hurt you later. So much nonsense. Wang Tong swung his sword, and a dark sword wave attacked Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang looked at the sword wave carrying powerful sword intent coming towards him and smiled faintly without any fear. As the sword wave fell, dust flew up into the sky, obscuring Su Jiqiang's figure on the ring. Wang Tong, well done. Some freshmen in the audience thought Wang Teng had already won and congratulated him in advance. But Ning Yuan saw clearly that in the dust, Su Jiqiang's body turned into a huge figure, holding a huge long sword in his hand to block the terrifying sword wave. Su Jiqiang's talent is the giant body. He can enlarge his body several times and his strength also increases exponentially. As the smoke and dust cleared, Su Jiqiang's figure was revealed to everyone. Humph, Su Jiqiang is ranked 85th on the list, so how could he not have some real strength? These freshmen are really naive. The senior student sitting in front of the group of freshmen couldn't help but snort coldly. He felt that these freshmen really looked down on them. Wang Tong was not surprised at all. There was no fluctuation in his eyes as he looked at the giant Su Jiqiang. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. In an instant, hundreds of long swords formed by sword energy appeared behind Wang Teng. I never thought that the Wang family's young patriarch could even achieve minor success in such an S-rank martial art. He truly is a man of great swordsmanship. His comprehension of sword-related martial arts is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Yin Zhang was shocked when he saw the scene and whispered. When Lu Qingyang in the audience saw the scene, his eyes under his sunglasses moved slightly, and he was a little surprised. It seems that Su Jiqiang is going to lose today. Yin Yu nodded and added. Wang Tong, so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby boy for him. Many senior students in the audience looked at the handsome Wang Teng on the field and couldn't help but cheer. I have to say that guys who are good at playing with swords are more likely to attract the hearts of girls. Then the hundreds of long swords behind Wang Teng gradually condensed into a huge long sword. Go! As Wang Teng moved his mind, the huge sword wrapped in sword intent attacked Su Jiqiang. Feeling this powerful blow, Su Jiqiang suddenly became a little panicked. Wanama, can a martial artist create such a powerful attack? Mad God cuts with one sword. But Su Jiqiang quickly came to his senses and swung the knife with all his strength. This martial art was created by a peak martial emperor several decades ago. Although it only has one sword strike, it is extremely powerful. Chapter 83 Wang Tong, the God of War. As the giant sword and the long knife collided with each other, the energy shield surrounding the arena couldn't help but fluctuate. Bang! The two collided with a loud bang, and in an instant, terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions like a tide. Although Su Jiqiang attacked with all his strength, Wang Tang's sword was condensed with majestic sword intent. The power is devastating. Under the impact of this sword intent, cracks appeared on the blade of Su Jiqiang's long sword, and then it broke completely at the edge. Su Jiqiang, whose body had grown to a gigantic size, was like a kite with a broken string, and was violently knocked back by the impact force. His huge body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound, announcing the end of the game. Call. There was a burst of cheers from the audience. The power of Wang Tang's sword was far beyond their imagination. No one expected that Su Jiqiang, a 7th-level martial artist, would be defeated so easily. The winner of this match is Wang Tang. Coco's mechanical voice spread throughout the arena. Then a virtual screen appeared in the sky, which was the martial arts list. Wang Tang had replaced Su Jiqiang as the 85th, while Su Jiqiang dropped to 86. On the ring, Wang Tang stood with his sword put away, looking at the fallen Su Jiqiang, without any pride in his eyes. His eyes gradually fell on Ning Yuan, who was sitting on the bench, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. In Wang Tang's mind, only this person whose college entrance examination score far exceeds that of his peers is worthy of being his opponent. Ning Yuan also felt Wang Tang's gaze, and their eyes met. Wang Tang on the stage was extremely domineering. Ning Yuan knew that if he was given enough time, no one would deny that this guy would definitely become a top expert in the future. Ning Yuan smiled gently at Wang Tang, and a fiery fighting spirit emerged in his eyes. Among the people of his age he met, perhaps only Lin Luashi and Wang Tang could make him feel fearful and solemn. Lu Qingyan, who was in the audience, saw the fierce fighting spirit between Wang Tang and Ning Yuan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he planned to do some tricks in the battle draw. Yin Zhang didn't notice these things, but was shocked by Wang Tang's strength. He said in surprise, "This kid's martial arts talent is much higher than Xianshue's, and it seems that his mental strength is also not low. His strength has a chance to enter the top 30 of the martial arts ranking. This kid has the potential to be a martial god." Yin Yu nodded in agreement. You know, Wang Tang didn't use his domain skills. The teachers sitting behind Yin Zhang were all shocked. They didn't expect Yin Zhang to have such a high opinion of Wang Tang. The god of war, that is an existence beyond their reach. Wang Tang has 2 trump cards. One is his innate domain, and the other is the S-level martial art, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. He started practicing this martial art in his 2nd year of high school. With his strong comprehension, he has now reached a minor level of success and is not far from achieving a major level of success. A light laugh came from beside Ning Yuan. It was Yin Xianxue. Do you know him well? Ning Yuan asked doubtfully. He and I went to the same high school, but he hardly ever went to class. Instead, he spent every day practicing in the martial arts hall. He is a cultivation maniac, and almost no one in school can catch his eye. The way he looks at you today is completely different from before. He must be considering you as a real opponent. Ning Yuan nodded. He also felt a lot of pressure from Wang Tang. He's a good opponent. Ning Yuan immediately glanced over at Yin Xianxue and asked, "Have you ever sparred with him?" Yin Xianxue smiled and shook her head. "No, although I also have an S-level talent, I can feel that even if I use my full strength, I may not be able to defeat him." At this point, Yin Xianxue glanced at Ning Yuan and said with a smile, "But you will definitely be fine. If you summon the undead, he will definitely not be your opponent." Ning Yuan smiled and shook his head. If he could fight Wang Tang, he didn't want to summon Dahei. He finally met a peer of the same level, and he wanted to fight him with his own martial arts strength. Next match, Yin Xianxue versus Lu Ying. Coco's voice came slowly. "It's my turn." Yin Xianxue smiled slightly. "Come on." Ning Yuan nodded. Yin Xianxue walked towards the ring with light steps, and the sunlight shining on her made her look even more lively. As Yin Xianxue came on stage, there were many cheers for her from the audience. Lu Ying had already stood in the center of the venue, holding a long red whip in her hand, and occasionally swinging it on the ground, making a pa-pa sound, obviously wanting to gain the upper hand with her momentum. Start. As Coco's mechanical voice sounded, the two did not say harsh words to each other. Lu Ying took the initiative, her long whip darting out like a snake, the tip of the whip pointing directly at Yin Xianxue's throat. Yin Xianxue tapped her toes lightly, and her body floated backward like willow catkins. She raised her right hand lightly, and 3 silver needles with cold light flew out of her hand and accurately nailed the long whip. Interesting. Lu Yingying sneered, turned her wrist, and the long whip suddenly burst into flames. Yin Xianxue tapped the ground with her toes and stepped back, putting some distance between them. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen flying knives appeared out of thin air and shot towards Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying hastily swung her whip to block. Amid the sound of metal collision, the flying knife left deep marks on the whip. As expected of the school belle, she's both beautiful and powerful. There were exclamations from the audience. When Lu Yingying heard the one-sided cheers on the court, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Yingying shouted angrily, and then the aura around her began to surge. She thrust her whip into the ground fiercely, and the entire arena began to shake violently, with dozens of pillars of fire bursting out of the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyang's mouth twitched and he sighed. I didn't see how powerful it was, but it just destroyed the venue. Yin Xianxue tossed and turned in the sea of fire, her hair swirled by the heat waves, but her eyes became brighter. This was her martial arts skill Phantom Step. She had already mastered Phantom Step to perfection, so it was naturally easier for her to dodge during the gaps between attacks. When another pillar of fire shot up into the sky, her figure suddenly turned into a shadow, with the long sword against Lu Yingying's throat, and the opponent's long whip was stuck in the ground by the flying knife and could not move. I give up. Lu Yingying gritted her teeth and put down her weapon. The winner of this match is Yin Xianxue. After a second of silence, the audience suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Yin Xianxue smiled slightly, then put away her sword and walked briskly back to Ning Yuan's side, with some tiny beads of sweat on the ends of her hair. She raised her hand to wipe her forehead, her eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent shape. How is my strength? Ning Yuan sincerely praised, amazing. He could see that Yin Xianxue hadn't used her full strength at all. Her mental power in reality was enough to deal with ordinary awakeners below the third-level martial king. Lu Yingying was only an 8th-rank martial artist, so naturally she was no match for her. Chapter 84 Fierce Battle, Lu Qingyang's Strength. The next match is Lin Yichen vs Li Ziyun. As these two people came on stage, the atmosphere in the audience instantly reached its peak. Lin Yichen ranks 8th on the martial arts list, while Li Ziyun ranks 5th on the martial arts list. As for the other top 10 people on the martial arts list, they did not sign up for the competition this time because they were out on missions. Of course, for the sake of fairness, their ranking on the martial arts list will be temporarily retained. When they return to school after completing their mission, they will be arranged to compete against players with the same ranking. The winner inherits the ranking, and the loser's ranking automatically drops one place. Therefore, this match may be a battle between the strongest fighters in this challenge. As Coco announced the start of the competition, the two people on the stage became tense. Lin Yichen's body was as fast as lightning, holding a long sword in his hand, and he took the lead in launching an attack. The aura around him surged, and the long sword in his hand swung out sword flowers and stabbed towards Li Ziyun swiftly, with the wind brought by the sword blade making a whistling sound. I'm afraid Senior Li is in danger. Senior Lin is clearly well prepared this time, and his strength has improved significantly. Some senior students in the audience spoke up. On the ring, Li Ziyun looked calm, holding a Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand, blocking all of Lin Yichen's sharp sword moves. Seeing this, Lin Yichen continued his attack. His sword skills became more and more fierce, and his sword moves were continuous like a storm. Li Ziyun used his agile body to cleverly avoid Lin Yichen's attacks. The sword light passed by him and cut the ring. Li Ziyun seemed not to feel anything. He stood there calmly, his hand holding the Fang Tianhua Ji so steady. Take another blow from me. Lin Yichen swung out an extremely terrifying sword energy and stabbed towards Li Ziyun. A terrible storm has been set off on the ring, as if it can tear everything apart. Li Ziyun finally launched his own attack, waving the Fang Tianhua Ji, transforming into a white tiger phantom to kill. Although it was not as sharp as the sword energy, it shattered the sword light with one claw. Seeing this, Lin Yichen knew that ordinary sword skills would not have much effect on Li Ziyun, so he prepared to use his innate skills. Enchant. I saw black air currents pouring into the long sword, causing the aura emitted by the long sword to soar to several levels in an instant. Li Ziyun's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that his enchantment skills could enhance the sword's power to this extent. A year ago, Lin Yichen was completely unable to reach this level. Li Ziyun didn't say anything, and stabbed Lin Yichen straight with the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand. There was no need for further words between the two of them. Both an opponent and a confidant. The sword light cut through the air, and this sword gathered all of Lin Yichen's strength. Woji! Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the sword as he looked at it. The power of this sword was enough to surpass that of a high-level martial king. Their true combat power has already surpassed that of an ordinary 7th-level martial king. Although they are both A-level talents, their abilities are among the best among A-level talents. In Xianshua's clear and pleasant voice came from the side. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. He had already seen the attribute panels of the two people through the eye of true vision. You should know that Lin Yichen's current strength is only at the 3rd level of martial king. He has combat power across the 4th level. No wonder he can be ranked 8th on the martial arts list. There is no undeserved name on the list. The audience was speechless, watching the sword in shock, but they soon saw that Li Ziyun was also swinging the halberd with all his strength. The halberd burst out, and the sword light and the halberd light collided with each other. In the center of the ring, a terrible hurricane suddenly blew up. Li Ziyun's Fang Tian Huaji turned slightly, and the tip of the halberd actually hooked the long sword. Immediately, his hand swiped towards the front of the Fang Tian Huaji, as if he had given up on it. Boom! Li Ziyun turned sideways and slapped Lin Yichen with a palm. Lin Yichen's face changed, and he also gave up his sword and slapped him back. His close combat ability was not as outstanding as Li Ziyun's, but now that he was entangled by him, he had to fight back with his bare hands. Lin Yichen felt his palms go numb and was about to retreat, but Li Ziyun didn't give him a chance at all. He stuck to him tightly and didn't let him get away. Immediately, Lin Yichen felt an even stronger palm force coming from Li Ziyun's palm. He felt his internal organs trembling and his whole body was thrown out. I give up. Lin Yichen fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and spoke weakly. In this battle, Li Ziyun still won. Li Ziyun slowly walked to Lin Yichen, stretched out his hand and pulled him up. I lost again. Lin Yichen smiled bitterly. Li Ziyun's expression remained cold as he said, "Do you still want to beat me? I guess you'll have to practice for another 100 years. You." Just as Lin Yichen was about to scold him, he felt a fishy sweet taste in his throat. Seeing this, Li Ziyun patted him on the back twice, and Lin Yichen finally came to his senses. Stop talking nonsense, I'll help you go down to heal your wounds. Li Ziyun said lightly. Sure enough, Senior Lin Yichen still failed to win. There's nothing I can do. Senior Li Ziyun is a 4th-rank martial king, 1 rank higher than Lin Yichen. Moreover, in terms of combat skills, Senior Li Ziyun is even better. Many students on the martial arts rankings analyzed the battle situation and gained a lot of insights from it. Ning Yuan on the side was very calm. Whether it was Lin Yichen or Li Ziyun, the pressure they put on him was not as strong as that from Huabeige. Although Huabeige was only a 2nd-level martial king at the time, his actual combat power was definitely enough to crush Li Ziyun. Now that Dahe has reached the late stage of martial king, he is confident that he can fight against Li Ziyun and Lin Yichen, but if he meets Huabeige, he is afraid that he will have no chance at all. After all, they are not ordinary martial kings and can fight above their level. Although Dahe's realm is above them, his speed is higher than Dahe's. After being promoted to the 9th-level martial artist, he has not yet properly tested his own strength, and he is not sure how strong he is now. Coco was about to announce the next opponent when Lu Qingyang slowly stood up and interrupted it. He raised his hand slightly, and the rubble on the ring slowly gathered together, and the entire broken ring slowly returned to its original state. Okay, let's continue the battle. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. Ning Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Can a martial saint reach this level? He looked towards Lu Qingyang, and his attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, LV Qingyang. Level, 9th level martial saint. Talent, S-level spatial resonance. Elemental force, 99,999. Spiritual power, 60,683. Skill. Space folding, can fold a section of space, shorten the distance between 2 points, and create different space channels. Space replacement, can make 2 different spaces interchangeable. Space slash, can lock onto a space area and launch a slash attack into it. Holy crap, a 9th-rank martial saint. Mid-stage spiritual power. And an S-rank space-type talent awakener. Ning Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that this white-haired principal was so strong. Just as Ning Yuan was looking at him, Lu Qingyang suddenly felt something. He turned his head and met Ning Yuan's eyes, then smiled at him. Did he notice it? Ning Yuan's heart was beating fast. He was indeed a martial saint-level expert. His perception was very sensitive. Chapter 85 Opening. After looking at Lu Qingyang for a while, Ning Yuan felt that all his secrets were about to be seen through by him. He quickly looked away and pretended to chat with Yin Xianxue to ease the embarrassment. "Hey, Xianxue, do you think I have a chance of winning against Lin Yichen?" Yin Xianxue was slightly stunned, then she really thought about it seriously, and then said to Ning Yuan with a smile, "Okay, Lin Yichen is very afraid of close combat, and you have a great advantage with the undead. You seem to be very confident in me." Ning Yuan smiled slightly. While they were chatting, the battle gradually progressed and finally it was Ning Yuan's turn to take the field. Next match, Ning Yuan vs Yu Yunpeng. As Coco's mechanical sound rang out, almost everyone in the audience focused their attention on Ning Yuan, who was standing next to Yin Xianxue. At this moment, Yu Yunpeng stood upright on the ring waiting for Ning Yuan to come on stage. Under the attention of the whole audience, Ning Yuan smiled at Yin Xianxue and slowly walked onto the stage. Suddenly the entire audience was boiling. In the crowd, the fat man Wu Yingjun got a small table from somewhere and started gambling openly in the audience. He shouted loudly for everyone to bet on whether Ning Yuan would win. Come on, the game is open." Freshman Ning Yuan vs martial arts ranking number 18 Yu Yunpeng. Come and place your bets. Ning Yuan has odds of 2.53, Yu Yunpeng has odds of 1.38. This is a rare opportunity, don't miss it if you pass by. Wu Yingjun shouted at the top of his voice, beating the small gongs and drums in his hands with great joy. It can be seen from the odds that most of the old students who have been immersed in Shanghai University for a long time are not optimistic about Ning Yuan. After all, Yu Yunpeng has long been famous in the martial arts rankings and his strength is obvious to all. Most of those who bet on Ning Yuan are new freshmen. They were attracted by the double S talents that Ning Yuan had previously displayed and chose to believe in the unlimited possibilities of this newcomer. In the teacher's audience, Lu Qingyang saw this scene and his sunglasses almost fell off. Damn, this little fat boy from the Wu family really takes after his father. He has a real business mind. No wonder he's the richest man in Magic City. But since they have opened the market, he naturally will not miss the opportunity to make money from students. He then sent a voice message to Yin Xianxue, who was not far away. "Girl, help me place a bet too. I'll bet 100 million on Ning Yuan and I'll pay you back when it's over." Lu Qingyang's voice rang in Yin Xianxue's mind. Her pretty face was slightly stunned. She looked at Lu Qingyang, and then shifted her gaze to Wu Yingjun in the audience. She shook her head helplessly. This principal is really... Yin Xianxue had no choice but to walk towards the betting table, slapped a black card on the table, and said to Wu Yingjun, "I want to bet 300 million on Ning Yuan." Boom! The senior students who were betting around didn't want Yin Xianxue to lose money, so they quickly reminded her. "Shamei Yin, don't bet so much on Ning Yuan." Although Ning Yuan has double S-level talents, his martial arts strength is only that of a 9th-level martial artist. But Senior Yu is a 2nd-level martial king, and has already mastered an A-level martial art. Obviously, Senior Yu has a higher chance of winning. Yin Xianxue smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I just want to support him. It doesn't matter whether I lose money or not. I have plenty of money. But I was thinking, even the principal is betting on Ning Yuan, what are you still arguing about? Ah, the campus beauty has completely fallen for me. No matter what, I'm betting 5 million on Senior Yu. I bet 10 million on Senior Yu. I have 3 million. I bet 6 million. Although each person's bet was not worth hundreds of millions, the number of people was large. In just a short while, the amount bet on Yu Yunpeng to win had reached tens of billions. Wu Yingjuan's round face was immediately filled with smiles. He had 100% confidence in Ning Yuan, and he alone had bet 800 million yuan. Just to confuse the public, he bet 50 million on Yu Yunpeng when there were many people around. I have to say, his brain is really useful. 1 minute before the start of the game, Wu Yingjun directly closed the betting. At this moment, Ning Yuan's odds were 3, while Yu Yunpeng's odds were 1.25. Among this group of old students, except for a few girls who bet slightly more on Ning Yuan because of his handsome appearance, the others basically bet on Yu Yunpeng. At this time, Ning Yuan and Yu Yunpeng on the stage did not know that a bet worth tens of billions had been placed for them off the court. As Coco started giving orders, the cheers from the audience gradually became quieter. Ning Yuan looked at Yu Yunpeng's attribute panel and smiled slightly. A level talent, 2nd-level martial king, his strength is not much different from Chu Feiyang's back then, but that was a virtual battle, and he won with the help of Dahe. This time, he wanted to see if he could surpass him by relying on his strength as a 9th-rank martial artist. Facing Yu Yunpeng, Ning Yuan was not careless at all. He directly summoned 12 flying knives and shot them towards Yu Yunpeng. 12 flying knives? How is that possible? He's only in the late void realm. Lu Qingyan's face showed some surprise. Logically speaking, in the late stage of the void realm, one could control a maximum of 9 flying knives. Yin Zhang smiled slightly and said to Lu Qingyang with some pride, "He is my apprentice, of course I taught him well. He has mastered distraction control in just 2 days. Wow, he's made a small improvement in just 2 days, this kid." Lu Qingyang couldn't help but swear, obviously this was beyond his expectations. When Yu Yunpeng saw the flying knife controlled by Ning Yuan, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and then he regained his composure. As one of the top 20 martial arts players, Yu Yunpeng has a very high psychological quality and will not lose his composure because of such unexpected situations. He also summoned 8 flying knives to fight with Ning Yuan's flying knives. Yu Yunpeng is also a spiritual master in the late stage of the void realm, but compared to mental power, he prefers to practice martial arts. Oh, Senior Yu is also a psychic. Even if the number of flying knives he controls is not as good as Ning Yuan's advantage as a psychic is greatly reduced. Ning Yuan is probably going to be eliminated in 1 round. He is really unlucky to meet Senior Yu in the first round. But the 5 million I bet should be a sure win, haha. A person in the audience who bet 5 million on Yu Yunpeng said this. As expected, when the flying knife was entangled, Ning Yuan had a hard time dealing with Yu Yunpeng's attack. Even with 4 flying knives assisting Ning Yuan, his strength was far inferior to Yu Yunpeng. Immediately, Ning Yuan took out the Wolf Lord that he bought for 50 million from the Void Ring. The Wolf Lord's blade pressed heavily on the ring, raising a cloud of dust. Oh my god, where's the thunder sword Ning Yuan used before? Why did he change to a heavy sword? This sword must weigh several thousand pounds. In the audience, Song Jun was stunned when he saw the Wolf Lord in Ning Yuan's hand. This knife would greatly reduce his speed, and he would not be able to allow Yu Yunpeng to attack him. Brother Yuan should have his own ideas. I believe him. Lu Ming's face remained firm as he spoke calmly. Chapter 86 Peace of Mind. Seeing this, Yu Yunpeng curled up a disdainful smile, as if mocking Ning Yuan for using such a bulky weapon. Ning Yuan didn't care at all about Yu Yunpeng's ridicule. He took a sudden step forward, and the broadsword Wolf Lord slashed towards Yu Yunpeng with all his might, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Yu Yunpeng dodged to the side and easily avoided the fierce blow. Because the broadsword was too heavy, Ning Yuan's attack speed was greatly limited. Although each blow contained amazing power, and was slightly stronger than Yu Yunpeng, he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. You can't cut me with this broadsword, Yu Yunpeng said with a sneer. Yeah. However, Ning Yuan was not panicked. He had already made a plan in his mind. In an instant, golden lightning surged like a dragon and converged towards Ning Yuan. In the blink of an eye, a pair of golden thunder wings condensed from golden thunder suddenly spread out behind him. The golden thunder wings shone brightly, the power of thunder overflowed, and the crackling sound made people's eardrums hurt. Under the impact of this powerful force of thunder, the arena instantly became riddled with holes, with pits everywhere created by the golden thunder. Holy crap, what kind of thunder is this? It's so powerful. Compared to his thunder and lightning, mine is no different from that little electric seedling. A B-rank lightning awakener in the audience looked at the small blue electric current in his palm and spoke. Flying skills. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Qingyan's eyes under his sunglasses. Flying skills are rare skills. Although one can walk in the air after reaching the level of Martial Emperor, having flying skills before reaching the level of Martial Emperor is undoubtedly a great help. Ning Yuan used the terrifying speed provided by the golden thunder wings to shuttle across the ring like a golden lightning. Is it still slow now? Ning Yuan smiled slightly and couldn't help but sneered. At this moment, he had already gained the upper hand against Yu Yunpeng, and his attacks poured towards Yu Yunpeng like a torrential rain. Yu Yunpeng's face turned grim, and the spear in his hand was struggling to deal with Ning Yuan's attack. He knew that he could no longer underestimate the opponent in front of him. He suddenly raised his head, and a layer of hot light appeared around his body. Then, a huge light and shadow slowly emerged behind him, the blazing guardian. This was his natural ability. The light and shadow were several feet high, and his whole body was emitting blazing flames and a heart-pounding high temperature. As soon as the blazing guardian appeared, he threw a punch at Ning Yuan. This punch brought with it a rolling heat wave, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan immediately spread his golden thunder wings and flew high into the sky. It has to be said that the power and speed of this blazing guardian are far superior to his. In terms of strength alone, he is almost the same as Dahe, who is in the middle stage of Martial King. Ning Yuan knew very well that prolonging the battle would be disadvantageous to him. The golden thunder wings would consume a large amount of thunder elements, so he had to fight quickly and decisively. He gathered all his strength, and the golden thunder wings behind him shone brightly. The golden thunder rushed along his arms like a raging tide and into the broadsword Wolf Lord. In an instant, the broadsword Wolf Lord seemed to be injected with endless energy, and the blade burst into a dazzling golden light, like a new sun. Shinra's 3 ultimate swords. Ning Yuan used the terrifying speed of the golden thunder wings and shot towards Yu Yunpeng like a golden meteor. The moment he approached Yu Yunpeng, Ning Yuan roared and unleashed his strongest sword attack so far. This knife seemed to have condensed all the power between heaven and earth, and the space made a buzzing sound under the heavy burden. The blade light turned into a golden streak dozens of feet long, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slashed fiercely towards Yu Yunpeng and his blazing guardian. This shocking sword was swung out, carrying with it a rolling sword energy, and the terrifying energy rolled up the gravel. Yu Yunpeng widened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power contained in the knife, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He manipulated the blazing guardian in a panic to block the fatal blow. The blazing guardian crossed his arms, and flames burned around him, forming a solid wall of fire. However, the power of Ning Yuan's shocking sword was too terrifying. The golden blade light instantly tore through the wall of fire and slashed at the blazing guardian like cutting tofu. With a loud boom, the blazing guardian instantly shattered and turned into light and shadows all over the sky and dissipated in the air. The blade's force did not diminish as it struck Yu Yunpeng heavily. Yu Yunpeng was blown away like a cannonball and hit the edge of the ring heavily, creating a huge deep hole in the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth and he fell to the ground unconscious. The fully developed Shinra 3 swords. How could he use a military martial art? And he's already fully developed it. Lu Qingyang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Ning Yuan with deep shock. You know, to be eligible to practice the military's S-level martial arts, one must have military merits, and the required military merits are not low. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. That's amazing, that's great, huh, you're worthy of being my big brother? Anyone who can be my big brother, Wu Yingjun, is truly extraordinary. Wu Yingjun stood by the small table, his hands clenched and his teeth bared in laughter. He already considered himself Ning Yuan's younger brother, and now he felt a sense of sharing the honor. Many freshmen who had defeated Ning Yuan were already jumping up and down in the audience, shouting, "Ningshin, awesome! Calm your mind and be invincible." In contrast, the faces of the students who bet on Yu Yunpeng turned ashen. That was the money they had saved for a long time from completing the task, and now it was all lost in one gamble. If you don't want to be broke, you can only go out and do tasks to earn money. Lu Qingsong was Yu Yunpeng's roommate. He quickly moved to Yu Yunpeng's side and bent over to check his injuries. After checking the injury, he immediately showed a relaxed expression. Although there was a knife scar on Yu Yunpeng's waist, fortunately, there was no damage to the internal organs, only a superficial injury. If the power of Ning Yuan's sword had hit him directly, his body would probably have been split in half. Fortunately, the blazing guardian withstood most of the force. Ning Yuan saw this and walked to Lu Qingsong's side. With an apologetic look on his face, he said softly, "I'm sorry, senior. I didn't control my strength with the last blow." When Lu Qingsong heard Ning Yuan's words, he thought he was here to mock him, but when he turned around and saw the apology on Ning Yuan's face, he knew that it was not what he thought. "It's okay, the injury is not serious," Lu Qingsong said lightly. Immediately, the Healing Awakening teacher jumped onto the stage, came to Yu Yunpeng, and briefly checked his injuries. Used the healing skill Dead Tree Revives on him. Chapter 87 Gold Coins Falling from the Sky? Yu Yunpeng's injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he woke up after a while. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Ning Yuan's smiling face, Yu Yunpeng showed a hint of panic, and it was obvious that he had been traumatized by Ning Yuan. He grabbed Lu Qingsong's hand tightly and said nervously, Qingsong, come on, take me back to the dormitory." Lu Qingsong had never seen Yu Yunpeng like this, but he could also see that Yu Yunpeng seemed to be very afraid of Ning Yuan now, so he immediately took him off the stage. No one can understand Yu Yunpeng's feelings, a martial artist. Flying in the sky with a sword weighing 6,000 kilograms, his power and speed are comparable to that of a martial arts king. Is this correct? Is it reasonable? He was still frightened by the blade of that knife, and now he just wanted to be alone and quiet. After Lu Qingsong took Yu Yunpeng away, Ning Yuan was the only one left on the ring. Brother Ning, come here quickly. Wu Yingjun in the audience waved and shouted at Ning Yuan wildly. The moment Ning Yuan won, he had almost divided up all the money on the plate. He even added contact information for the remaining money and transferred it online. Ning Yuan took a look and saw Yin Qianshui also standing next to the fat boy Wu Yingjun, looking at him with a smile on her face. He smiled at Yin Qianshui and slowly walked towards Wu Yingjun's position. Wu Yingjun directly pulled Ning Yuan's arm and whispered in Ning Yuan's ear. Brother Ning, I just opened a bet while you were playing and made a lot of money. You can take the 1 billion, and you don't have to pay back the 200 million. It's thanks to you that I was able to make this money. Wu Yingjun generously transferred 1 billion yuan to Ning Yuan using his mobile phone. Excluding the 50 million yuan he deliberately bet on Yu Yunpeng, he made a total of more than 1.5 billion yuan from this deal. But Wu Yingjun was really loyal and only kept 1/3 for himself. Ning Yuan looked at the bank card transfer information on his mobile phone and was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. 1 billion. I wouldn't even dream of doing this. Ning Yuan looked at the pile of bank cards in Wu Yingjun's arms, then glanced at the black card in Yin Qianshui's hand, and then slowly came back to his senses. Ning Yuan did not refuse the money. After all, it would cost him a lot of money to improve his strength, just like a money-eating beast. You're really good. I won't hesitate to give you this money. With your business acumen and vision, you'll definitely become the richest man in the future. Brother Ning, please don't curse me. I don't want to be the richest man. What good is there in being the richest man? I want to be the god of war. Wu Yingjun waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to be like his father, who had been the richest man in Shanghai for more than 10 years, but his martial arts skills were only at the king of martial arts level. What he wanted was to become a top-level strong man. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw him like this. Damn, this fat guy can't really be the richest man. After all, only if you have truly owned it can you say it so lightly. Qianxue, did you place a bet too? Ning Yuan turned to Yin Qianshui and asked. Well, Principal Lu asked me to bet 100 million, and I added another 200 million. We made a total profit of 600 million. Yin Qianshui smiled sweetly at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan glanced in the direction of Lu Qingyang. The white hair and sunglasses were still so conspicuous, like something he could do. Wu Yingjun added. Brother Ning, there are actually quite a few people betting on you to win, about 3 billion in total, but most of them are freshmen. Your odds are tripled, you're making a lot of money this time. Ning Yuan nodded, patted Wu Yingjun on the shoulder, and looked at him with a smile. Thanks, I was short of money, and I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Ning Yuan was thinking about getting something to repay him. After all, the fat boy Wu Yingjun really helped him a lot. The eye of true vision swept over, and Wu Yingjun's attribute panel appeared in front of Ning Yuan. Name, Wu Yingjun. Level, 5th rank Great Martial Master. Talent, level a Radiant Shield. Qi and Blood, 58965. Spiritual Power, 225. Skill. Light Shield, able to create a protective shield composed of pure light energy. This shield can not only resist attacks, but also absorb and convert it into harmless energy. Healing Light, when the shield is close to the injured, it can release healing energy, accelerate wound healing, and restore physical and mental strength. Martial Arts, a level Diamond Shield minor success, Light Footsteps minor success. This kid actually has a level talent and is so rich, but why is his strength still so low? If he eats pills as meals every day, how could his strength be so low? The A-level light talent is somewhat similar to Sister Yin Shang's. I wonder if there is any other way to increase the talent limit. After all, even a miracle drug can only help talents below level A to advance. Ning Yuan thought secretly in his heart that if he came across any light-related spiritual objects in the future, he would definitely get them for him. Mainly in the elemental system, the light system and the dark system are really special. The spiritual objects corresponding to them are pitifully few and there is simply no market for them. Brother Ning, do you have any idea of forming a force? Wu Yingjun gently pulled Ning Yuan's arm and spoke softly. Building a force? Yes, there are 2 major forces in our school. One is the Flame Demon Society headed by Lin Yan, who is number 1 on the school's martial arts list, has S-level talent, and had already reached the 6th level of Martial King 2 months ago. Following closely behind is the White Tiger Hall, which ranks second on the martial arts list. Their president is Bai Xiu, who is tied with Yin Xiaohua for first place on the school beauty list. Her talent is the S-level White Tiger Holy Body, and her martial arts strength has reached the 5th level of Martial King. When Yin Qianxue heard Bai Xiu's name, she glanced at Ning Yuan secretly and found that Ning Yuan's expression did not change. She felt a little happy and said, "It's not bad to form a faction. We can take on missions together. If you're interested, I'll be the first to join." Hearing Yin Qianxue's words, Ning Yuan touched his chin, thought for a while, and then said, "Okay, how about calling it Dragon King Palace?" Wu Yingjun and Yin Qianxue exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing deep disdain, and said at the same time, "No." Ning Yuan was just thinking about a name. He got this name from a novel he read before traveling through time. What's wrong? Isn't this name quite domineering? Yin Qianxue shook her head and pointed to the battle list projected by Coco in the air. "Baki, forget about the name. I'll pick it. You just prepare for the next game. Ning Yuan vs. Wang Tang." As soon as the battle list was released, there was a commotion in the audience. It was the strongest battle between the freshmen. Ning Yuan's gaze moved from the virtual screen to Wang Tang, who was standing upright on the other side of the ring. Although the fight had not yet begun, sparks seemed to have already ignited between the two, and a strong fighting spirit filled the entire arena. Chapter 88: The Strongest Battle Among Freshmen. Wang Tang, who possesses the S-level talent of Sword Heart, has long been famous among the freshmen. His understanding of swordsmanship is extraordinary. The sword in his hand seems to have a spirit, and under his control he can perform 1,000 different sword moves. Ning Yuan, as the owner of Double S talents, also showed amazing strength in his battle with Yu Yunpeng. Both his mental power and his ability to respond in battle were impressive. The students in the audience were full of anticipation and excitement for the battle. The moment Ning Yuan and Wang Tang stepped onto the ring, the whole world seemed to be quiet. "Old Lu, you arranged this fight on purpose, didn't you?" Yin Zheng turned to Lu Qingyang beside him with a suspicious look and asked, "Well, isn't this more interesting? Everyone should want to see the strongest battle between the newcomers. Who do you think will win between the two of them?" Lu Qingyang smiled slightly. "If Ning Yuan summons the undead, Wang Tang has almost no chance of winning, but I guess that guy won't use the undead. If that's the case, the outcome is hard to say. Wang Tang has his own domain when he awakens. You should know how powerful the domain skill is." Yin Zhang looked at the two people on the ring with a serious expression, thought for a while and then spoke. Lu Qingyang nodded in agreement. The reason why he arranged this match was, on the one hand, because Ning Yuan had already secured a place in the top 20 of the martial arts list and obtained a place in the Lei Qi secret realm, so winning or losing later on didn't matter. In fact, even if Ning Yuan did not make it into the top 20 of the martial arts list, he planned to give him a place in the Thunder Pond secret realm. After all, as an S-level Thunder Talent Awakener, the Thunder Pond secret realm is far more important to Ning Yuan than to others. On the other hand, he also wanted to see who was stronger between the two. On the ring, the two men looked at each other, and a raging fighting spirit instantly burst out of their eyes, as if two materialized flames were colliding. The fighting spirit spread out like a substance, pressing the air around them so hard that it seemed to solidify. Wang Tang slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. The sword body flashed with a cold light, like a pool of autumn water. He moved lightly, made an elegant and sharp starting posture, and his eyes were fixed on Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, and the aura around him began to flow slowly. After watching Wang Tang's battle, Ning Yuan did not dare to be careless at all. He clenched his fists slightly, and there was a faint flash of lightning behind him. Wang Tang took the lead in attacking. His clear sword heart made his understanding of swordsmanship far beyond that of ordinary people. His body was as fast as lightning, and the long sword in his hand formed sword flowers, and the sword energy came straight towards Ning Yuan. Each sword move contained sharp sword energy, cutting through the air and making a hissing sound. Ning Yuan did not dare to be careless. The golden thunder wings behind him spread out instantly, and the crackling sound of thunder resounded all around. With the help of the speed of the golden thunder wings, he was like a golden lightning, moving flexibly in Wang Tang's sword curtain. At the same time, he swung the broadsword Wolf Lord in his hand fiercely, the sword wind whistled, and collided with Wang Tang's sword energy, erupting a series of roars. Seeing this, Wang Tang suddenly changed his sword moves. The originally sharp sword force became even more unpredictable, and the sword shadows were so numerous that it was dazzling. Ning Yuan was suppressed by the dense sword energy and could not escape for a while. His clothes were cut by the sword energy in several places. But Ning Yuan did not panic. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his mental power surged to his eyebrows like a tide. Spiritual shock! Ning Yuan shouted, and his invisible spiritual power turned into a sharp blade, stabbing towards Wang Tang's sea of consciousness. Wang Tang only felt a sharp pain in his head, and the sword in his hand stagnated slightly. At this moment, Ning Yuan seized the opportunity, raised the broadsword Wolf Lord high, gathered all his strength, and unleashed the Thunder Blade. A huge blade light, carrying the force of a tidal wave, slashed towards Wang Tang. Wang Tang's face was solemn. He stepped lightly and retreated like a ghost. At the same time, he swung the long sword in his hand with all his strength. A sword energy turned into thousands of shadows to meet the blade light. It was his ultimate sword skill, thousands of sword shadows. Boom! The blade light and sword energy collided with each other, bursting out a dazzling light. The ring shook violently, and the surrounding air formed a huge vortex. When the dust settled, the two men stood in a corner of the ring, both with more or less injuries on their bodies. Wang Tang took a deep breath, his eyes revealing deep excitement. He was very happy that there was finally someone of his age who could really fight with him. I saw a strong sword intent emanating from him. Sword domain. A low hoarse sound came out of Wang Tang's mouth, and in an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in sword energy. Just standing on the ring, Ning Yuan felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin, as the sword energy in the air had already cut him. Is this Wang Tang's domain? Yin Zhang was very surprised when he saw the scene on the ring. The domain was originally a very distant thing for the young awakener. And these elders are well aware of the power of the domain. Apart from the laws, the domain can be said to be their lifelong pursuit. However, those with limited talents and opportunities have no hope of awakening the domain in this lifetime. Within the sword domain, sword energy, sword intent, everything turned into elements that were beneficial to Wang Tang, and at the same time greatly restricted Ning Yuan in many aspects. The terrifying sword energy whizzed across his skin, making him feel a tingling sensation. I have never used my domain on people of my age, but I must use all my strength to fight you. I might hurt you, so be careful. Wang Tang stared at Ning Yuan and said lightly. Ning Yuan tore open his already tattered clothes, exposing his upper body, smiled slightly, and shouted, "Come on." The golden thunder wings behind him slowly disappeared and turned into thunder power that madly poured into his body. At the same time, he poured it all into the broadsword Wolf Lord. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. As Wang Tang roared, thousands of long swords condensed by sword energy instantly condensed on the ring, and then gradually condensed into a giant sword with more refined sword intent and terrifying power. Bring it on! Shinra's three ultimate swords. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, a wild smile appeared on his face, and then he roared angrily. A terrifying golden sword slashed straight towards the giant sword. The attacks of the two collided again, and in an instant, the entire arena seemed to be torn apart by this terrifying force. Even the space seemed to be torn apart. The energy shield wrapped around the arena was cracked, and terrifying energy leaked out from the gaps. Some weaker students in the audience seats on the north side of the arena were almost blown away by this terrifying energy. Yin Zhang was very surprised when he saw the broken energy shield. You know, this energy shield is difficult to break even for a peak martial king, and it was almost broken under the attack of these two little martial artists. Yin Zhang slowly stood up, and a strand of pure energy was injected into the energy shield, and the crack slowly closed. The seniors in the audience watched this scene with lingering fear. Just the aftermath had such a strong power. What kind of monsters were these two newcomers? Chapter 89: A Narrow Victory. The energy in the center of the ring suddenly exploded, and Ning Yuan and Wang Tang were blown away. As the dust on the ring gradually dissipated, the figures of Ning Yuan and Wang Tang gradually appeared in everyone's sight, and at this moment both of them were covered in blood. Especially Ning Yuan, who had already fallen on the ring at this moment, with deep sword marks all over his body. Wang Tang, with only a conspicuous knife scar on his chest, stood upright on the ring. Wang Tang won? Everyone in the audience was shocked when they saw the scene. They didn't expect that Ning Yuan's powerful sword that defeated Yu Yunpun was actually blocked by Wang Tang. In fact, they had no idea how powerful Wang Tang's domain was. In the sword domain, Wang Tang's 10,000 swords returning to the origin had a power more than 10 times greater than his usual power. Yin Xianshue's face showed deep worry. She was about to fly to the ring to check on Ning Yuan's injuries, but Wu Yingjun, who was standing beside her, looked at Ning Yuan on the ring and stopped her. Don't go up, brother Ning won't lose, he's already awake. Ning Yuan, who fell on the ring, only felt pain all over his body. The power of Wang Tang's sword was far beyond his imagination. Unexpectedly, the fully developed Shinra 3 absolute swords were actually at a slight disadvantage. He struggled to stand up slowly from the ground, raised his heavy eyelids and looked at Wang Tang, who was standing upright opposite him. Field. His desire for the domain is now even stronger. If he had also awakened the domain, this battle would not have been so difficult. If he had a domain, he would be confident that he could defeat Wang Tang without getting hurt. Everyone thought that the battle between them would continue. The winner of this match is Ning Yuan. Lu Qingyang slowly stood up and took off his sunglasses, and his majestic voice spread throughout the arena. Everyone was confused about the result announced by Lu Qingyang. Because at this moment Wang Tang was clearly standing upright on the ring, so why did Ning Yuan win? At this moment, Wang Tang's body fell straight down. It turned out that when Ning Yuan was blown away, he concentrated his remaining mental strength and launched a mental attack on Wang Tang. Wang Tang, who was already exhausted, had no time to react. Although he was still standing on the ring, he was unconscious. Wang Tang, defeated. The strongest among the freshmen is Ning Yuan. Most of the students in the audience felt that it was natural for Ning Yuan, who had double S talents, to win the competition. But the teachers in the classroom were all shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that Ning Yuan could win without summoning the undead, even though Wang Tang used his domain. You know, in the entire history of China, there are only a handful of people who have awakened to the realm of martial arts at the martial artist level. The improvement that the domain brings to the awakened one can be described as a qualitative change. Just the martial artist level can increase his combat power tenfold. If his martial arts skills were higher, they couldn't imagine to what extent the domain would improve him. The duel between Ning Yuan and Wang Tang gave everyone a visual feast and shattered their perception of martial artists. This kind of battle has far exceeded the scope of martial artists. Even the martial kings on the martial arts list cannot reach this level. Those who witnessed the entire battle could not calm down for a long time. The strongest battle among freshmen, well deserved. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. We are really old. Now is their era. Wang Tang alone has already made us ashamed, and Ning Yuan, in front of this kid, it seems that everything is possible. Yin Zhang sighed. Lu Qingyang nodded, and then suddenly appeared beside Ning Yuan, handing him a pill that was as pure white as snow and emitted a faint glow. You two have both suffered serious injuries due to excessive energy consumption. You still have a match tomorrow. You can recover up to 60% of your strength before the match begins. With this, you will be able to return to peak condition. Hui Yuan Dan. Ning Yuan showed a hint of surprise on his face, then grabbed it and swallowed it, fearing that Lu Qingyang would take it back. Thank you, Principal. Seeing his expression, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This kid was afraid that he would go back on his word. Okay, go down and rest first. You won't be competing in the next round. I'll be arranging a match between you and Li Ziyun tomorrow. I hope I can see your full strength in that match tomorrow. Ning Yuan glanced at Lu Qingyang, rolled his eyes, and said softly. I've already tried my best in this battle. Senior Li is a 4th-level martial king. How can I defeat him? You know what I mean, go back. After saying that, Lu Qingyang quickly moved forward and fed Wang Tang a Hui Yuan pill, then carried him off the stage and asked the healing teacher to treat him. Ning Yuan curled his lips, stopped arguing with him, and slowly walked down the stage. As soon as he got down the stairs, Yin Xianxue came up to him with a worried look on her face. She held Ning Yuan's arm with her slender hand and whispered, "Does it hurt?" "It's okay, hiss, you pressed on my wound." "Oh, I'm sorry." Yin Xianxue quickly released the fingers that were pressing on Ning Yuan's wound and changed her posture. At this time, Yin Yu came over with a teacher from the Department of Therapy, looked at Ning Yuan who was shirtless and said softly, "Xiaofu, please treat him." Fu Mingyue nodded, and then a green light fell on Ning Yuan, and then the knife scars on his body gradually healed. The external injuries will heal quickly. With the Hui Yuan pill the principal gave him, the internal injuries and mental depletion will be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Thank you. Yin Yu nodded with a smile. Zhenxue, you still have the competition, so I'll take Ning Yuan back to the villa to rest. Yin Yu glanced at Ning Yuan, then said to Yin Xianxue with a smile. No need, Auntie. I'll just take her back. I'll just admit defeat in the next match. Yin Qianxue shook her head. She was not interested in the martial arts rankings in the first place and was just accompanying Ning Yuan to participate. Okay. Yin Yu nodded. The martial arts list was indeed of no use to her. After all, her Yin family had no shortage of training resources. Just hold his hand. Why hold so tightly? He even tore his clothes himself. Yin Yu added. Yin Qianxue's pretty face turned slightly red. Without much explanation, she helped Ning Yuan out of the arena. At this time, Wu Yingjun, Song Jun and Lu Ming also came over to congratulate Ning Yuan. They all looked very proud. After all, it was so prestigious to have such a strong brother. Brother Ning. Brother Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded, glanced at the few people, smiled slightly and said, "Well, let's go to my house, it's just right to discuss some things." The competition in the ring is still going on. Wang Tang had already woken up in the teacher's seat. He immediately saw the white-haired man beside him and asked anxiously, "Grandpa Lu, did I lose?" Lu Qingyang and Wang Tang's grandfather are brothers, and it can be said that Wang Tang grew up under Lu Qingyang's care. The moment he heard this answer, Wang Tang felt a little disappointed, but then he recovered and was full of energy again. After all, there was finally a peer who could defeat him head-on. If my mental strength wasn't a little bit lacking, I wouldn't have lost. You have been eliminated, but I will arrange for Ning Yuan to play against Li Ziyun tomorrow. You can come and watch the game. Lu Qingyang heard his confident words, glanced at him lightly, and spoke. Okay. Wang Tang nodded. He planned to study Ning Yuan's battle tomorrow and make an appointment to fight him again in a few days. But what he didn't know was that after watching tomorrow's battle, he completely gave up this idea. Chapter 90 Battle with Li Ziyun. In the quiet and tidy room, not too bright light shines in through the window, so that the room is not too dim. Ning Yuan lay quietly on the bed, feeling a cool and comfortable sensation on his body. Perhaps it was the effect of the Hui Yuan Dan. Ning Yuan got out of bed and tried to move his body. His movements did not seem too stiff, which also proved that his body had fully recovered. Suddenly, the bedroom door was slowly pushed open, and Yin Qianxue walked in holding a bowl. Looking at Ning Yuan, who had woken up, a smile appeared on her face. You're awake. I made some porridge. Get up and have some. Looking at Yin Qianxue, who walked in, Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, and only remembered after recalling carefully. Yesterday evening, the five of them had a brief discussion about establishing a power. The name ultimately didn't meet Ning Yuan's expectations, and Yin Qianxue ultimately voted to name it Star Alliance. Wu Yingjun and his companions probably went to the school to handle the formalities. After all, the faction also needs to take on some tasks from the school and calculate extra credits, which is quite troublesome. Maybe because of the pill he took, Ning Yuan fell asleep very early last night. Last night, Yin Qianxue had originally planned to have sex with him right in the bedroom. But seeing that he was injured, he finally didn't do it and finally returned to his villa. You didn't go home all night? Ning Yuan asked softly. You don't let me sleep with you, so I have to go back. Yin Qianxue said with some anger. Hey, the porridge you cooked is delicious. Yin Qianxue gave him a blank look. Hurry up and drink. Your match with Li Ziyun is at 10 o'clock, and it's already 9:30. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Yuan drank the porridge in the bowl in one gulp, then washed up quickly, went downstairs and flew towards the school arena. In the ring, Li Ziyun was already standing on the ring waiting for Ning Yuan to arrive. He was also looking forward to fighting with the strongest freshman. Originally, he didn't take these S-level freshmen too seriously. After all, although they are highly talented, their martial arts skills are only at the martial arts master level, and they can never threaten him, the martial king. But the battle between Ning Yuan and Wang Tang yesterday completely shattered his contempt. The power of the attack was far beyond the level of an ordinary martial king. In this battle, the people in the audience were not very optimistic about Ning Yuan. Although Ning Yuan had repeatedly surprised everyone in previous battles. But this is Li Ziyun, who is ranked 5th on the martial arts list and a 4th-level martial king. This is far beyond the level that a martial artist can handle. 9:58. Ning Yuan stepped on the flying shield and landed steadily on the ring. Senior Li, am I not too late? Li Ziyun smiled slightly and said calmly, It's not too late, there's still 1 minute to go. Do you think Ning Yuan has any chance of defeating Li Ziyun? This is simply impossible, right? Li Ziyun is a 4th-level martial king, and he can even fight against opponents of higher levels. He can't be evaluated with the standard of an ordinary 4th-level martial king. If Li Ziyun loses, then this year's martial arts ranking challenge will be a big hit. If a freshman wins the championship, that would be a lot of fun. Don't worry, with Senior Li's strength, there's no way this could happen. Look at what Senior Li has in his hand. That's a Fong Tian Hua Ji made of high-grade materials that he has never used before. It looks like Senior Li is not going to give Ning Yuan any chance at all. Of course. This match is a matter of face for us old students. We can only win and not lose. Even if the opponent is just a martial artist, we must use all our strength. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Seeing that both sides were ready, Lu Qingyang didn't wait for the last minute and waved his hand directly. The battle begins. There was no harsh words exchanged between the two men on the ring, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. The red flames on Li Ziyun's body exploded, and all of them poured into the Fong Tian Hua Ji, which immediately emitted a dazzling flame and brought about an extremely astonishing high temperature. Li Ziyun's talent is also an A-level fire element talent, which is quite similar to Lu Ming's. As Li Ziyun swung his halberd, the flame of the Fong Tian Hua Ji rolled up a huge firestorm and instantly turned into a firewolf with deadly fangs bared towards Ning Yuan. The power of this halberd made everyone in the audience exclaim in surprise. Li Ziyun really used all his strength this time. He treated this battle more seriously and focused than when he fought with Lin Yuan. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, retreated violently, and golden thunder gathered towards the Wolf Lord. Then he swung his sword quickly, and a powerful golden sword wave shot towards the firewolf. Boom! With a loud bang, Ning Yuan's sword wave was instantly defeated, and he was also pushed far away by the huge wind and waves. Li Ziyun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could catch the halberd. Ning Yuan's face darkened at this moment. The gap in realm was too big and the disparity in strength was huge. He had no chance of winning with his own strength alone. Summon the spirit. Ning Yuan summoned Dahe without hesitation. Roar! A huge black wolf shadow jumped out from Ning Yuan's shadow, stood upright on the ring, and suddenly let out a shocking roar. Fuck, a king-level undead? Yes, the principal said he has double S talents, but so far he has only used the golden thunder. Damn, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. That golden thunder alone is so powerful that I almost forgot he has a double S talent. Wang Teng, who was sitting next to Lu Qingyang, stared blankly at the giant wolf on the stage. Ning Yuan didn't use his full strength when fighting him yesterday. If he had summoned the giant wolf yesterday, he would not have lasted more than a minute. Wang Teng said with a numb expression, "Grandpa Lu, will I never have a chance to defeat him in the future?" Lu Qingyang looked at the black giant wolf and the late king level on the stage and sighed slightly. He knew very well that yesterday's battle was the one when he was most likely to defeat Ning Yuan. Although Wang Teng is the most talented genius in the Magic City in all these years, in front of Ning Yuan, Lu Qingyang has to admit that there is still a gap between the two. How many more surprises can an S-level undead talent bring me? During the college entrance examination, this giant black wolf was only at the early stage of the king level, but now it has reached the late stage of the king level. Even he feels dreamy at this speed of advancement. Lu Qingyang patted Wang Teng's shoulder gently and said, "Kid, come on. Take him as your goal, work hard to become stronger and surpass him. Maybe he can become the leader of your new generation. The future of humanity depends on you." Wang Teng turned his head and looked at Lu Qingyang with red eyes, then nodded seriously, "I will. I will definitely defeat him." Li Ziyun looked at the giant wolf in front of him and his face turned ashen. The aura emanating from this giant wolf was much stronger than his, and it had obviously reached the late king level. Ning Yuan is completely cheating, how can he beat him? Just as Li Ziyun was complaining, Dahe's figure disappeared in an instant and slapped Li Ziyun's body with one claw. Li Ziyun reacted and blocked his waist with the Fong Tian Hua Ji, but the powerful claw force knocked him back hundreds of meters, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wow, it sent Senior Li flying so far with just one claw. This giant wolf must be at least mid-level king, right? It's impossible for Senior Li to be in such a mess when he's in the middle stage of the king realm. He must be in the late stage of the king realm. A late king level undead. They didn't even dare to think about it. I give up. Chapter 91 Reward. Li Ziyun's hand holding the Fong Tian Hua Ji kept shaking. The force of that claw just now was far beyond what he could handle. Even if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose, so there was no need to ask for trouble. As Li Ziyun's voice of surrender sounded, the whole audience fell into silence, and then there was another round of shouting. Ningxin, awesome! Ningxin, my idol! The uproar from the audience filled the entire arena. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. He was still very confident in Da Hei's strength. Da Hei is a late king-level warrior. Not to mention Li Ziyun, a 4th-level martial king, even Huabei would have a hard time against him. Lu Qingyang looked at Ning Yuan with a gleam in his eyes, and he felt more and more that Ning Yuan was the person he was looking for. I declare the winner of this challenge. Ning Yuan. Wu Yingjun, Lu Ming and the others were also speechless with their mouths wide open. This kind of ending was beyond their expectations. I originally thought that even if Ning Yuan won, it would be a very difficult victory, but I didn't expect him to win so easily. Yin Qianxue raised her head and looked at the figure on the ring. Although thin, he exuded a determination like a mountain. A strong light appeared in her beautiful eyes. As the challenge continued, there was no doubt that Ning Yuan was the final winner. He also officially inherited Li Ziyun's position on the martial arts list, ranking 5th on the martial arts list. The challenge ended in the evening. After Lu Qingyang distributed rewards to everyone on the list, the people in the arena gradually dispersed. You guys go back first, I have something to ask Ning Yuan. Lu Qingyang looked at Yin Qianxue and others and said. After saying that, Lu Qingyang grabbed Ning Yuan's shoulder with his hand, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. This was Lu Qingyang's spatial ability. Ning Yuan was stunned and felt a little dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an office. Although everyone in the arena didn't know why Lu Qingyang gave Ning Yuan a reward immediately, they knew that Lu Qingyang might have his own arrangements. Principal, why did you bring me here? Ning Yuan looked at Lu Qingyang with confusion. He didn't know why he brought him here. If there was anything, he could just say no. Explain the effect of your undead talent. Lu Qingyang did not answer Ning Yuan's question. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his blue eyes, and spoke lightly. Lu Qingyang knew that the S-level undead talent might be the first of its kind in China or even the world, so he was so eager to know the effect. Looking at Lu Qingyang's anxious eyes, Ning Yuan said calmly. S-level talent, spirit summoning, can summon dead monsters to fight in the form of undead limited to 2 hours. Lu Qingyang's face showed deep shock. This ability would definitely play the greatest role on the battlefield. Then he asked. 2 hours limit. So what's up with your Black King level giant wolf? I haven't finished yet, don't interrupt me. In addition to temporarily summoning undead, I can also permanently contract 3 monster undead. And their strength can grow. The stronger I am, the stronger they will be. Of course, this also depends on the monster's original bloodline. If its bloodline is stronger, its strength will increase faster. Ning Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang was stunned for a moment, then patted Ning Yuan on the head with his hand, feeling a little disappointed in him and full of disgust towards Da Hei. So your first undead soul contract was this wolf? You're being wasteful. Judging from its size and appearance, it should be a giant sand wolf. This monster can only reach the emperor level at most. Ning Yuan touched his head and curled his lips. What can I do? I have to find a powerful monster to save my life. When I contracted it, I was only a first-level martial artist. Lu Qingyang thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he handed over a small smart ball and slowly said. This is the S-rank martial art, 3000 Thunders. It perfectly complements your 9 profound golden thunders, making your practice much more efficient. Consider it your reward for first place. Hearing this, Ning Yuan was overjoyed. Although he had the golden thunder wings, this thing consumed too much thunder element, and he was lacking in advanced martial art. Moreover, S-level martial arts skills are very rare, not to mention martial arts that are so compatible with his special abilities, which are even rarer. The principal is generous. As for the mission points, they will be added to your campus card later. Lu Qingyang added. What about the A-rank armor? Although he had the S-class armor given by Luo Binglan, it was still worth a lot of money. The value of the A-class armor was probably close to 1 billion. You are so excited when it comes to rewards. How can I leave yours out? Lu Qingyang rolled his eyes at Ning Yuan and took out the armor from the void ring and handed it to him. Ning Yuan took it and put it into his void ring, with a smile on his face. Thank you, Principal. When you contract a monster with your supernatural power, do you have any requirements for the monster's death time? Lu Qingyang seemed to have thought of something and asked. The time of death can be within an hour, and the monster's strength cannot exceed 2 realms from mine, otherwise I can't make a contract. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and said. Principal, do you want to help me get a monster? There is a monster that barely catches my eye, but it's an emperor-level monster. So, in 2 days, if you can break through to the great martial master level, come find me here and I'll take you to capture it. If you can't break through, then... Lu Qingyang glanced at Ning Yuan, looked at his watery eyes, and decided to put some pressure on him to break through to the martial arts master level in 2 days. But before he could finish his words, Ning Yuan interrupted him, raised the recording phone in his hand, smiled slightly and said, Principal, this is what you said, I have recorded it, you can't regret it, I will come to you in 2 days. You kid. Lu Qingyang just raised his right hand and was about to hit Ning Yuan on the head, but Ning Yuan dodged to the side and ran out of the office quickly. Principal, see you in 2 days. This brat. Lu Qingyang smiled faintly, and his blue eyes showed some anticipation as to whether Ning Yuan could really break through to the great martial master level in 2 days. Ning Yuan, who was riding a flying shield in the air, had no worries at all. To break through to the great martial master level in 2 days, all he needed was money, and he happened to have some money now. Not much, just 1 billion. He was not in a hurry to go home, but went to Wanbaitang to purchase goods. He planned to break through the reality of his mental power and his martial arts strength to the level of a great martial artist in these 2 days. Having been here once, he was familiar with the place and went directly to the exotic beast pavilion to buy beast cores. Ning Yuan directly bought 103rd level early stage beast cores, totaling 300 million yuan, and 53rd level psychic monster cores, totaling 500 million yuan. This wave directly cost 800 million yuan. Chapter 92 Double Breakthrough. Why did this kid buy so many beast cores? Can they be eaten as food? The owner of the exotic beast pavilion looked at Ning Yuan, who left with a smile on his face with a puzzled look, and murmured. Eating beast cores is like seeking death. If swallowed directly, the human body cannot withstand the violent energy. Maybe he should use it to make pills. A younger buyer said. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have thought that Ning Yuan had the bug-level ability of gluttony. Ning Yuan returned to the villa and went straight to the martial arts hall. He placed all the beast cores on the ground and began to devour them. After more than 2 hours of devouring, the qi and blood in Ning Yuan's body soared to 24785. As the energy in his body surged, his strength increased from a 9th level martial artist to a 2nd level great martial artist. He felt that every inch of his muscles was filled with strength. He felt that even a light punch at this moment could reach thousands of kilograms. Not only that, his mental strength also successfully exceeded 1,000, reaching 2456. The successful realization of spiritual power and reality can be said to be a qualitative change. The improvement brought about by this qualitative change is far beyond the reach of martial arts. Ning Yuan just thought about it, and 26 flying knives in the void ring flew out at the same time. A few days ago, controlling this number of flying knives was out of his reach, but now it was a piece of cake for him. At this moment, he was confident that he could fight against an ordinary 4th level martial king with just his mental strength. However, compared with Li Ziyun, there is still some gap. But he firmly believed that if his mental strength reached the middle stage of reality, defeating Li Ziyun would not be difficult at all. I wonder what Lu Baimao's expression will be when he sees me in 2 days. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging strength in his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ning Yuan did not rest, but continued to practice the soul-refining method. After all, the cultivation of mental power is not like the realm of martial arts, and the improvement becomes slower as time goes by. Another important reason is that there are too few psychic beast cores, and their price is almost twice as expensive as ordinary beast cores. 5 million for a 3rd order early stage spiritual beast core is too exaggerated. You know, the price of the core of the first 3rd level peak silver moon demon wolf they killed was only 6 million. Ning Yuan didn't know how long he had been practicing. It was not until the morning light shone into the martial arts hall through the window that Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of practice, his mental strength successfully increased from 2456 to 2560. This cultivation speed is actually very fast, but Ning Yuan feels that it is still a bit slow. My mental strength increased by about 100 points overnight. This is also thanks to the complete soul refining method. The incomplete one probably only has half of the effect. After practicing for a whole night, Ning Yuan didn't feel tired at the moment. Perhaps it's because my mental strength has become more concentrated. At this moment, the doorbell outside the villa rang. Ning Yuan put on his slippers and hurriedly opened the door. As expected, to his surprise, the person who came was not Yin Xianxue, but Wang Tang. Wang Tang, why are you here? Ning Yuan looked a little confused as to why he knew his home address. Wang Tang didn't bother to be polite with him. He walked straight in and sat on the sofa. I asked Grandpa Lu for the address. Ning Yuan's mind flashed with the image of Lu Qingyang with white hair and sunglasses. Grandpa Lu? Well, he and my grandfather are of the same generation and have a very good relationship, so I call him Grandpa. Wang Tang nodded and said. Ning Yuan's face was filled with black lines, thinking, he's so old, but his face looks younger than his, and he's so showy. What do you have to talk to me about? Ning Yuan went straight to the point, looked at Wang Tang lying on the sofa, and spoke lightly. Isn't it said in school that you were going to form a star alliance? I want to join. Wang Tang said seriously. Is it already so popular? Ning Yuan was a little confused. They had just discussed this name the night before. You don't know? Isn't Wu Yingjun your younger brother? There are Star Alliance recruitment ads all over the school. He also advertised everywhere that he was the vice president of the Star Alliance. I originally thought it was a scam, but then I met Yin Xianxue and asked her, and it really happened. Wang Tang was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused about Ning Yuan's lack of understanding of the situation. Well, it's like that fat guy's style, but the vice president is self-appointed. Ning Yuan nodded helplessly. Of course I welcome you to join. But are you sure? Ning Yuan looked at him and asked. Well, but my joining is also conditional. Wang Tang nodded seriously. What conditions? Fight me again. That's it? Ning Yuan was stunned. Right. Where are we going to fight? Ning Yuan asked with a smile. Wang Ting thought about it and decided that he couldn't go to school to play, as losing might affect his image. Come to my house. It's not far from here. My grandfather knows that I lost to you and he really wants to meet you. Okay, I'll take a shower, wait for me for a while. Ning Yuan nodded. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan changed into a light short-sleeved shirt and flew towards the Wang family with Wang Tang. In less than 10 minutes. My home is down there. Ning Yuan looked down and his face was stunned. This was not a home at all. It was almost the same size as the entire Magic City University. You said this is your home? Yeah, what's wrong? No. It's okay. Ning Yuan blinked. Is this what they call a family? They are so fucking rich. Below, there is a castle-like building standing in the center, surrounded by a bunch of high-tech buildings, tightly surrounding it, making the castle look even more domineering. Moreover, this castle-like building is at least hundreds of meters high. The two landed and soon arrived at the main entrance of the building. On its arched door were two large traditional Chinese characters, Wang family. Please in. Wang Tang made a gesture of invitation to Ning Yuan, and looking at his surprised expression, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Although I don't want to scold you, I really can't help it. Are you so fucking rich? Wang Tang said, it's not bad. Our Wang family is of course the strongest in the Magic City, but in terms of wealth, it still has to be your little brother. His father is the richest man in the Magic City. Ning Yuan was stunned and said loudly, damn it, that guy is really the richest man. You don't know? This confused Wang Tang. Should I know? Wang Tang waved his hand and said calmly, never mind all that. Let's go and see my grandfather. Wang Tang, you are finally back. At this moment, a loud and deep voice sounded from inside. Ning Yuan was startled to see a tall figure coming out from inside. He was a middle-aged man with a very strong build, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Wang Tang. His resolute face looked as if it had been chiseled by a knife or an axe, and his eyes were brown with a faint golden glint. As soon as he appeared, Ning Yuan immediately felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him, almost the same as Lu Qingyang's. Obviously, this should be the grandfather Wang Tang mentioned. Chapter 93 Wang Yunxiao. At this moment, he no longer held back, and his eyes immediately turned golden. Golden thunder was jumping on his body, completely covering him. Fortunately, this pressure did not last long and was over in just 10 seconds. If it lasted any longer, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Wang Yunxiao was a little surprised. Even a peak-level martial king would have found it difficult to withstand the pressure he exerted, but the young martial artist in front of him could handle it. Wang Teng glared at Wang Yunxiao indignantly and said, "Wang Yunxiao, what are you doing? You asked me to bring Ning Yuan here, and you act like this as soon as I get here." Only at this moment did Ning Yuan know the name of the middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Yunxiao, who was truly domineering. Wang Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Isn't this just a test to see if what you said is true? To be able to defeat you with the strength of a second-level great martial artist, you are indeed a genius." "What? A second-level martial artist? Isn't he a ninth-level martial artist?" Hearing this, Wang Teng's face showed deep shock. "What ninth-rank martial artist? The aura he exudes is clearly that of a great martial artist." Wang Yunxiao said calmly, then instantly realized, "You mean, he was a ninth-rank martial artist when he fought you the day before yesterday?" Wang Teng nodded numbly, feeling a little hopeless. What the hell was this? At this moment, Wang Yunxiao was shocked that a ninth-level martial artist actually defeated Wang Teng, who had an innate domain. Not only that, in just 2 days, his qi and blood increased by nearly 20,000 from a ninth-level martial artist to a second-level great martial artist. Damn, it was like riding a rocket, so fast. Lu Qingyang is so damn lucky that he can recruit such a student. Good boy, you are really amazing. Although Wang Yunxiao had just put pressure on him, he did not sense any hostility from him. But I can deeply feel the arrogance in him. "Hello, Patriarch Wang," Ning Yuan called respectfully. "Just call me Uncle Wang. Calling me Patriarch Wang is too distant." Wang Yunxiao laughed loudly. "Grandpa, he calls you uncle, then what should I call him?" "The generations are all messed up," Wang Teng said quickly. "Why do you care so much? Do I look that old? You call me grandpa and he calls me uncle. We are separate and it doesn't matter." Wang Yunxiao slapped Wang Teng on the head and said loudly. Ning Yuan saw this scene and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Damn, just like that white-haired guy, he likes to pat people on the head." "Uncle Wang." "Oh, that's right. Come with me." Wang Yunxiao responded with a smile on his face. Walking in, there are no gorgeous decorations, and the overall layout is mainly gray and white. Although the decoration is simple, it covers a very large area. Wang Teng introduced to Ning Yuan, "This is the main hall of the Wang family. As for the buildings next to it, most of them are family properties and people from other clans." Ning Yuan thought to himself, "Damn, there are actually branches." Ning Yuan went straight to the point, "Where are we going to fight?" Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He now knew that Ning Yuan had broken through to the second-level great martial artist, so his chances of winning were even smaller. He didn't want to fight anymore. However, if you don't fight, you won't know the gap between him and Ning Yuan. "Not far, just ahead." Wang Teng gritted his teeth and said. "What? You want to fight another round?" Wang Yunxiao became excited when he heard this. Ning Yuan nodded and said, "I have created a force and want to recruit him to join. The condition is to fight him again." "Hey, that's good." Wang Yunxiao laughed loudly. He just wanted to see Ning Yuan's strength. He also wanted to see what was so special about this young man who could defeat Wang Teng at the same level. Soon, they arrived at an empty arena with a square platform in the middle with a side length of nearly 500 meters. "Grandpa, please lend me your Yunxiao sword, otherwise I will be beaten by him." Wang Teng turned and said to Wang Yunxiao. This made Wang Yunxiao even more curious. His grandson was very proud and usually only used an ordinary long sword, but this time he actually took the initiative to ask for his Yunxiao sword. The Yunxiao sword is made from the hardest bones of a holy-level monster and the best materials. Its sharpness and density far exceed those of ordinary weapons. Wang Yunxiao nodded, knowing that Wang Teng would not borrow his sword for no reason, and handed him a black sword. Wang Teng held the Yunxiao sword in his hand and stared at Ning Yuan closely, thinking that with the Yunxiao sword in his heart, he would definitely get back at him this time. Ning Yuan looked calm. After advancing, he was not afraid of Wang Teng at all. Ning Yuan summoned 4 flying knives. As for why there are 4, it is because when the mental power is concentrated on the flying knives, the power and speed of the flying knives will be greatly enhanced. At this moment, 4 flying knives shot towards Wang Teng like silver lightning. Under Ning Yuan's strong mental control, the flying knife was astonishingly fast, almost close to the speed of sound. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Reality. Wang Yunxiao opened his mouth slightly when he saw this. He only focused on his martial arts prowess but didn't notice his mental strength. I didn't expect that I had broken through reality. What kind of monster is this? Wang Tang's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Sword!" Next to the ring, the long sword on the weapon rack seemed to feel some kind of pull, and the sword began to tremble violently. These long swords were unsheathed in an instant, turning into streams of light and heading towards the flying knives. This unique skill of controlling the flying sword was something Wang Tang had never used before. With his natural talent for swordsmanship, he has been able to control the sword with ease since his awakening. Unlike Ning Yuan's control of the flying knife, he did not consume much mental energy when controlling the flying sword. The flying sword and the flying knife collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. However, the speed and power of a flying knife far exceeds that of a flying sword. As the flying swords were smashed into pieces by the flying knives, Wang Tang moved. He knew that he had to fight quickly, otherwise he would definitely lose once his flying sword was exhausted. Sword domain. Wang Tang spread out his own territory, and in an instant, the entire arena was enveloped by sword energy. Wang Yunxiao in the audience couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene. He was quite satisfied with Wang Tang. Wang Tang is the greatest genius in their Wang family in all these years. Thousands of sword shadows. Wang Tang held his sword upright in front of him and swung it with all his might. A black sword energy, carrying layers of sword shadows, swept towards Ning Yuan. What is even more shocking is that there is a hidden shadow in each sword shadow, as if countless sword holders are swinging their swords at the same time in the waves. Seeing the rushing sword energy, Ning Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He held the wolf lord in his hand and said, "Shinra 3 absolute swords." The red knife wave collided with the black sword energy, and the powerful energy wave knocked over all the weapon racks beside the ring. Yi Chen's martial arts skills have actually reached perfection. Wang Yunxiao immediately recognized the martial arts used by Ning Yuan, and his eyes showed deep shock. Despite the blessing of the Yunxiao sword, Ning Yuan, who has already broken through to the level of a great martial artist, has increased his strength several times. The sword wave shattered the heavy sword energy and rushed towards Wang Tang. Seeing this scene, Wang Yunxiao moved and appeared in front of Wang Tang. He slowly stretched out his right hand and crushed the knife wave directly. Chapter 94 Mysterious Ice Sword. Good boy, this knife is so powerful. Wang Yunxiao's eyes gleamed as he looked at Ning Yuan and spoke calmly. Wang Tang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If Wang Yunxiao had not taken action, he would have been seriously injured by this knife. Ning Yuan put the wolf lord into the void ring, walked forward slowly, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this sword to be several times more powerful than before." Wang Yunxiao laughed and waved his hands, indicating that Ning Yuan didn't need to worry about it. Ha ha. When you're sparring, it's inevitable that you can't stop. Wang Tang looked a little depressed, and said softly, "I lost again this time. I'm afraid I will never be able to defeat you in this lifetime." Hearing Wang Tang's frustrated words, Wang Yunxiao slapped him on the head and shouted, "You're really embarrassing me. My Yunxiao sword has never been defeated, but you lost it just after I lent it to you today. Grandpa, didn't you lose to Grandpa Lu just last month? What are you talking about, you bastard? I was just letting him go. If I really wanted to fight him, could that white-haired guy be my opponent?" "Oh." Wang Tang nodded helplessly. "When you break through to the great martial master level, you will still have a chance to fight Ning Yuan." Wang Yunxiao saw that Wang Tang was indeed a little depressed, so he patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Forget it, he doesn't even have a second S-level undead ability, I can't beat him." Wang Tang said softly with his head down. "What? This kid has an S-level ability." Wang Yunxiao's eyes almost popped out. "Oh, I forgot to tell you before, he also has a late king level undead." Wang Tang looked at Wang Yunxiao's astonished expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. She always pretends to be calm, even more so than him. He doesn't look like a man over 70 at all. "You bastard, you even forgot to tell me such an important thing." Seeing Wang Tang laughing secretly, Wang Yunxiao slapped him on the head and cursed loudly. Ning Yuan was watching these two lively grandfather and grandson, and felt a little touched. After traveling through time for so long, he hasn't experienced the feeling of family love for a long time. Only in front of Lin Luashi can he truly relax. The two of them argued for a while before Wang Yunxiao spoke slowly. "Ning Yuan, summon your undead and show it to me." Ning Yuan nodded and summoned Dahei out from the shadows. A giant black sand wolf appeared on the ring. Wang Yunxiao was shocked when he saw this scene. He murmured, "It really is the late king level." "Good boy, your talent is the best in China." Wang Yunxiao looked at Ning Yuan with satisfaction. Ning Yuan took Dahe back and smiled slightly. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your praise." He still felt that calling him Uncle Wan was a bit inappropriate, and thought that Old Wan was just the right name. Wang Yunxiao didn't care too much about Ning Yuan's address. "I'm not exaggerating. At least in all these years, among everyone I've met, you have the highest talent. Even Yi Chen, that kid, is far inferior to you at your age." Ning Yuan was a little confused. Who was the Yi Chen that Wang Yunxiao was talking about? Who is Yi Chen? You don't recognize it? Then where did you get the Shinra 3 swords? Wang Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Ning Yuan didn't know Yi Chen. Ning Yuan then realized that the Yi Chen that Wang Yunxiao mentioned should be the Yi Shuai that Uncle Zhao mentioned. "Oh, I made great contributions when I was in the western suburbs military region of Jiangning City. This martial art was given to me as a reward by Marshal Yi." Wang Yunxiao was a little surprised. He knew very well that if an S-level martial art was used as a reward, it would have to be at least a first-class merit or above. But he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded lightly and spoke with some nostalgia. "Yi Chen is regarded as a god of war in the military region. But few people know that before that, he was just a little kid following behind me." "Were you a soldier before?" Ning Yuan was a little surprised. Wang Tong, who was standing by, spoke first. "Grandpa used to be the Grand Marshal of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region. He was injured in a battle with 2 saint-level monsters a few years ago, so he retired." Ning Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shock, and at the same time looked at him with respect. A saint-level monster. What a terrifying existence. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were no people like Wang Yunxiao who stepped forward, just one saint-level monster could easily destroy an entire province. Why bring up the past? That minor injury has healed long ago. When Wang Yunxiao heard Wang Tang say this, he slapped him again. Wang Yunxiao immediately changed the subject and spoke. "Ning Yuan, this is your first time here, and I don't know what gift to give you." Ning Yuan was a little panicked and waved his hand hurriedly. "Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Without you, the entire Jiangnan province would have ceased to exist." Wang Yunxiao was very pleased to hear Ning Yuan's words. Let's put it one way. My Wang family has always practiced swordsmanship. We don't have any sword techniques or martial arts, but we do have quite a few treasured swords in our collection." Ning Yuan was a little surprised, because Lin Luashi was in need of a better sword. "Master Wang, do you have an ice-attributed sword? Why, aren't you a lightning type? Why do you want an ice-type sword?" "Not for me, I still prefer to use a knife. It's for my girlfriend." Ning Yuan smiled slightly, scratched his head and said. Hearing this, Wang Yunxiao couldn't help but smile, and then glanced at Wang Tong. "Of course there are. You're the best, unlike this guy who's still single and there's no news about him." Wang Tang's expression changed slightly. "Grandpa, I didn't want to date at that time. There were so many people chasing me. TSK, instead of talking so much nonsense, why don't you bring me a granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible?" Wang Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and then said to Ning Yuan. "Since this is a gift for a girl, I definitely won't let you down. Come with me." Ning Yuan followed Wang Yunxiao all the way to the Wang family's weapons cabinet, which was filled with a wide variety of swords. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yunxiao stretched out his hand and sucked over a sword box on the top of the pavilion. When I opened the box, a biting cold air came out from inside. This sword is made entirely of pure black ice and is light blue in color. This sword is called the Mysterious Ice Sword. Many years ago, I obtained a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice from the polar ice vein, and this sword was made from it. Its hardness is even better than that of my Yunxiao sword. However, this sword needs to be used by an S-level ice awakener, otherwise it will not be able to withstand the icy breath. In all these years, no one in my Wang family has been able to use this sword." Wang Yunxiao touched the sword, then looked up at Ning Yuan. "I wonder what that girl's talent is?" "S-level, ice spirit body." Wang Yunxiao was a little surprised. He guessed that Ning Yuan's girlfriend must have good talent, but he didn't expect that she had an S-level physical talent. Chapter 95. You have to be more reserved. Wang Yunxiao smiled slightly, closed the sword case, and handed it to Ning Yuan. "This sword is for you." "Mr. Wang, isn't this too expensive?" Ning Yuan did not take it. After all, this sword can be said to be much stronger than the Yunxiao sword. It is made of 1,000-year-old black ice, which is a priceless treasure. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Here, this sword has no connection with my Wang family, so it's just right to give it to you. Wang Yunxiao put the sword case in Ning Yuan's hand and smiled slightly. We are all old, and we will have to rely on you in the future. Wang Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and spoke. Ning Yuan knew what he meant, nodded heavily, and put the sword box into the void ring. After Wang Yunxiao gave Ning Yuan the sword, he invited him to stay for lunch. Wang Yunxiao originally wanted to let Ning Yuan stay here for a few days, but Ning Yuan politely declined. Ning Yuan returned to the villa on a flying shield. Ning Yuan returned to the villa and called Lin Luashi immediately. I plan to go to Longwu University to pick her up and play with her for a few days. Lin Luashi sent him a lot of text messages these days, and the content was mostly about what he did every day. However, Ning Yuan was busy practicing these 2 days and didn't reply to her messages much. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Luoshi. Ning Yuan, look at how many text messages I sent you, but you ignored me. I'm angry. Lin Luashi on the screen puckered her pink lips, and her cool and delicate face looked a little aggrieved at the moment. Seeing her pitiful look, Ning Yuan wanted to hug her in his arms immediately. I participated in the school's martial arts ranking challenge, but I got injured the day before yesterday, so I forgot. Ning Yuan knew very well how to control the young rich woman, all he had to do was act pitiful. Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Lin Luashi's stern face changed in an instant, her brows slightly furrowed, and she looked a little worried. It's okay, I'm fine now. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and then spoke. I'll be right over to you. Hearing this, Lin Luashi's face instantly showed a hint of joy, and there was some anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Really? Then come quickly, I'll be waiting for you at home. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, then I'll hang up. If we leave now, we'll be there in about an hour and a half. Okay. Lin Luashi nodded obediently. Only after Ning Yuan hung up the phone did she slowly put away her phone. Luoshi, you have to be more reserved. Look, Ning Yuan has ignored you for 2 days. You forgive him just because he acts pitiful. If you keep doing this, he will control you for the rest of your life. In the martial arts training hall, Shen Yunqing heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but feel helpless for Lin Luashi. A week ago, Luo Binglan left school and headed to the front line to look for an opportunity for a breakthrough. These days, these two people eat and practice together every day. But I really miss him so much. Lin Luashi said seriously. I know you miss him, but you can't be so proactive. Shen Yunqing said patiently. Well, you have a point. I decided not to let him play with his feet at night. Lin Luashi nodded seriously and spoke softly. Shen Yunqing's eyes widened as if he had heard some shocking secret. He also played with your feet? Well, he likes it very much. Lin Luashi said expressionlessly. Shen Yunqing was a little upset at this moment, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. He didn't expect Ning Yuan to be such a person. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's just practice here today and go back early. Shen Yunqing said with a strange look on his face. Okay, then Sister Yunsheng, I'll go back first. Lin Luashi was a little happy because he would soon be able to see the person he had been thinking about. Ning Yuan, who was flying in the sky at this moment, was also impatient and hated that the flying shield was too slow. Now, he especially wants a flying monster that can be used as a pet. After flying for more than an hour, Ning Yuan finally arrived at the gate of Longwu University. Ning Yuan's appearance immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Ning Yuan's name has spread throughout Longwu University. With the strength of a martial artist, kill Lin Chen, the man who owns 3 school beauties. One of them is the dean of the Elemental Academy. I dare not have such a dream when I sleep at night. Wow, isn't this Ning Yuan? Why is he here again? I guess he's here to look for Principal Bells Lin and Shen. Mad, this is so cool. Ning Yuan ignored the discussions of the people around him and went to the cotton candy stall next to him to buy a pink cotton candy. To please the little rich lady, a marshmallow is enough. In Girls' Villa number 4, Lin Luashi was sitting on the windowsill on the 2nd floor of the villa, looking towards the road that Ning Yuan had to take, but he couldn't see the person in his mind for a long time. Suddenly, she saw a handsome man in a black coat. Contrary to his appearance, he was holding a string of pink marshmallows in his hand. Seeing Ning Yuan's figure, Lin Luashi showed a beautiful smile on her face, and her pink feet were tucked into her slippers, ready to go downstairs to pick him up in slippers. But she suddenly remembered what Xin Yunqing said to her: "You need to be more reserved and not be too proactive." Lin Luashi restrained his impulse and pretended to be calm while sitting on the sofa watching TV. But her beautiful little eyes would look towards the stairs to the first floor from time to time. Ning Yuan scanned his face and entered the villa. There were colorful potted flowers on the first floor. He thought it was put there by Xin Yunqing. After all, Lin Luashi doesn't usually take care of these things. As I walked to the stairs, I could hear the sound of the TV. On the sofa, Lin Luashi was wearing loose white clothes, with bare feet, and her small eyes looked at him from time to time. Ning Yuan caught this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This girl is pretending not to see me. He slowly walked to the sofa, handed the marshmallow to the cold girl and waved it. Snort. Lin Luashi snorted coldly, turned his head and looked out the window. Her pointed chin was slightly raised, her long eyelashes and dark eyes were motionless, and her pretty face was still as cold as ice. The whole person looks like a pretty and delicate ice sculpture. Ning Yuan stood beside her and could faintly smell a hint of fragrance from her. A familiar scent. Light and sweet. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, and the rich young woman started to get angry. He gently tugged at Lin Luashi's sleeve, and seeing that she still ignored him, he pretended to stuff the marshmallow into her mouth. "Oh, I just bought some marshmallows, but no one wants to eat them, so I have to eat them myself." Lin Luashi turned his head instantly and snatched the marshmallow from Ning Yuan's hand, still looking at him with cold eyes. Ning Yuan knew he was in the wrong and said softly, "I bought this especially for you." "I was wrong. I will definitely not ignore you next time." Snort. The rich young woman snorted again. She was not angry that he ignored her, but she was angry that he was injured but did not tell her first. Chapter 96. A bit addictive. "Oh, actually, I prepared a gift for someone, but it seems like she doesn't welcome me very much." Ning Yuan took out the sword case containing the Xianbing sword from the void ring and said softly. Lin Luashi opened his lips slightly, took a bite of the marshmallow, and looked at the sword box in Ning Yuan's hand. He was a little surprised and said softly, "Ning Yuan, is this for me?" Ning Yuan put his face close to hers and smiled. "I prepared this for my girlfriend, but she just ignored me, so I was going to give it to someone else." Hearing this, Lin Luashi became anxious, fearing that he would give it to someone else. The little mouth kissed Ning Yuan on the face with a bow sound. "Brother, give it to me." Ning Yuan wiped the moisture off his face and put the sword case in his hand on the coffee table. I thought to myself, "Little guy, I can't control you? Okay, eat the marshmallow first. I'll put it on the table for you." Ning Yuan pinched her little face and said softly, "You eat it too." Lin Luashi was very happy to receive the gift and handed the marshmallow to Ning Yuan's mouth. Ning Yuan took a big bite and swallowed most of the marshmallow in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Lin Luashi's delicate face froze for a moment, then she kicked him with her white feet and said angrily, "Ning Yuan, I accidentally bit off too much. It's overflowing." Ning Yuan laughed foolishly. Lin Luashi was afraid that he would eat the remaining marshmallows, so he also followed Ning Yuan's example and opened his mouth wide and swallowed the remaining marshmallows in one gulp. Puff. Looking at her cute appearance that was almost unfair, Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Lin Luashi saw Ning Yuan laughing at her, a faint blush appeared on her face and she felt a little embarrassed. "What gift did you get me? Open it and take a look for yourself." Ning Yuan smiled mysteriously. Lin Luashi stepped on slippers with her delicate feet, and carefully opened the sword case on the coffee table with her fair little hands. A faint chill spread from the sword case. A long sword made entirely of black ice came into Lin Luashi's sight. Lin Luashi gently covered her mouth with her small hands. This sword suited her very well, and the chill emanating from the sword was even stronger than Luo Binglan's sword. "This sword is definitely worth a lot of money. Where did you get it?" Lin Luashi knew that Ning Yuan was very poor and could not afford such a long sword. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and said, "An elder wanted to give me a gift. I didn't need anything, so I chose this sword for you. How do you like it?" "Like?" Lin Luashi nodded slightly. With this sword, her strength could at least double. Her jade hand gently brushed across the sword, and the Xianbing sword trembled slightly, as if responding to her. The Xianbing sword seemed to be tailor-made for her, and it fits her perfectly. Lin Luashi waved his hand and placed the sword case into the void ring. She didn't dare use the Shanbing sword here, for fear that the house would collapse with one strike. Lin Luashi slowly turned her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She was very moved. Seeing this, Ning Yuan put his arms around Lin Luashi's slender waist, gently picked her up and placed her on his lap. This sword is called the Mysterious Ice Sword. It's made of 1,000-year-old black ice, and it's very suitable for your physique. Yeah. Lin Luashi nodded slightly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Ning Yuan asked softly when he saw that she didn't seem that happy. You gave me a gift, but I didn't prepare a gift for you. Lin Luashi's delicate little face looked a little sad. Do you want to give me a gift? Suddenly Ning Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her delicate body into his arms. Without giving her any time to think, he grabbed the back of her neck with one hand and kissed her aggressively. Moan. Lin Luashi hadn't reacted yet and was twisting his body in panic. Don't move. You promised to give me a gift. Ning Yuan said softly. Without giving her a chance to speak again, he kissed her pink lips again domineeringly. This time, he kissed her firmly on the mouth, prying open her teeth with his tongue and hooking her pink tongue that had nowhere to hide. Lin Luashi's heart was in turmoil, but he dared not move. I could only let him eat me clean like a little lamb. A long time. Lip powder. A trace of crystal fell from the mouths of both of them. The faint sound of breathing, mixed with the sound of the television, filled the entire living room. Ning Yuan, you are a big bad guy. Lin Luashi's cheeks flushed, and a hint of red appeared on her earlobes. She spoke softly. Ning Yuan smiled cunningly. You said you would give me a gift, so don't blame me. Although the little rich woman's personality is like that of a little girl who never grows up, the feeling of holding her in my arms is completely different. There is just enough flesh where it should be, and it's so thick. The rich young woman's body became a little soft after being kissed. She felt that kissing was quite nice, a feeling that was hard to describe. I'm a little addicted and want to kiss you again. Brother, dear. Ning Yuan looked at the rich little woman in his arms who closed her eyes again, and finally couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her rosy little lips again. He couldn't refuse such a request at all. I wish there were more of these unreasonable requests. Another half a while later. Their lips parted, Lin Luashi breathed softly, and there seemed to be ripples in her eyes. Has Sister Lan left? Ning Yuan leaned in front of her and touched her nose with his. Well, Sister Luo left a week ago. Then I'll take you to the Magic City tomorrow. Luo Binglan went to the border, so there was really no need for Lin Luashi to stay here. After all, the only person she knew at Longwu University was Xin Yunsheng. Okay. I'll clean up. Lin Luashi felt the hot air coming out of Ning Yuan's nose and spoke softly. As a result, before she could finish her words, her mouth was kissed again. Lin Luashi didn't expect that he hadn't kissed her enough, so her body softened again, and her little hands tightly grasped Ning Yuan's collar. After a long time, footsteps were heard at the stairs. It was Xin Yunsheng. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw the two of them kissing each other, and her face looked a little embarrassed. The two people, whose breaths were hot, separated immediately when they heard the voice. Xin Yunsheng was about to go downstairs carefully and walk back when Ning Yuan called her. Lin Luashi buried her head in Ning Yuan's arms with a flushed face, not daring to look at Xin Yunsheng. Ning Yuan looked at Xin Yunsheng on the stairs with some embarrassment. Sister Yunsheng, you're here. Ahem, did I come at the wrong time? Xin Yunsheng's cheeks flushed. She had been single since birth and had never kissed before, so she felt a little shy when she saw this scene. It's okay, come up. Lin Luashi slowly got off Ning Yuan, quickly straightened his messy collar, his face still a little flushed. Sister Yunsheng. Xin Yunsheng smiled slightly, nodded, and thought. She's forgotten everything I taught her at noon. She had such a high level of understanding in martial arts training, but why is she so slow to learn? If this continues, Ning Yuan will eat us all up sooner or later. Chapter 97 Determination to Become Stronger. The three of them stood beside the coffee table, very quietly. The sound of the television filled the entire living room at an inopportune moment. I'm going to kiss you. Kiss? Are you taking the initiative or am I? Don't purse your lips, you're so stupid. Open your mouth. Brother will teach you how to kiss. When they heard the lines from the TV series, the three of them were stunned. Lin Luashi frantically picked up the remote control from the coffee table and quickly turned off the TV. Ning Yuan's face was filled with black lines, and goosebumps fell all over his body. Fuck, who came up with this line? It's so annoying. Ning Yuan interrupted the silence. Sister Yunsheng, I'm taking Luoshi to the Magic City tomorrow. I don't think the school has any other arrangements. Xin Yunsheng's expression gradually returned to calm, and he spoke softly. It's okay. Students accepted as disciples by the teacher don't need to take the school's basic credits. Just ask Sister Luo to write a note and submit it to the school. Although Sister Luo has gone to the border, you can go to her office to get a long-term leave note, stamp it, and submit it. Ning Yuan nodded, took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a text message to Luo Binglan. The general content was to show concern for Luo Binglan's current situation, and then get straight to the point, wanting to use the college's seal to approve a leave note for Lin Luashi. After sending the message, Ning Yuan put the phone back into his pocket and said lightly, Sister Yunsheng, let's have dinner together tonight. Xin Yunsheng smiled slightly, walked to Lin Luashi, picked up a napkin and wiped the red corners of her mouth. No, I won't disturb you two from being intimate. I just came to say hello and remind you of our agreement. Of course I haven't forgotten. That day won't be too far away. Ning Yuan nodded. He is now a second-level great martial artist. For ordinary people, it may take a long time to become a martial king. But it won't take too long for him to be promoted to martial king. Okay, you guys continue, I'm leaving first. Xin Yunsheng gently stroked Lin Luashi's silver hair and tapped her temple with his hand, signaling her not to forget what he had said to her at noon. Lin Luashi stood there in a daze, and vaguely understood what Xin Yunsheng meant. Not long after Xin Yunsheng left, Luo Binglan called. On the phone screen, there was still that familiar and delicate face. Even through the screen, I could feel her coldness. Sister Lan. Well, I've talked to the principal about what you said. Let's just take Luoshi away directly. There's no need for such a complicated process. Luo Binglan nodded slightly and spoke lightly. Okay, thank you, Sister Lan. Ning Yuan was delighted. It was good to have connections. It made things much more convenient. I'm not back so soon, you have to protect Luoshi. Luo Binglan's eyes revealed a hint of tenderness, and she spoke softly. However, she did not say the second half of the sentence. You have to protect yourself too. Don't worry, Sister Lan. You must take good care of yourself at the border. If you encounter a monster you can't defeat, run away. Don't fight it head on. Luo Binglan opened her tender lips slightly and said unhappily, Don't worry, don't you know my strength? Ning Yuan stared at the girl on the screen without moving his eyes. The emotion in his eyes made Luo Binglan's pretty face blush slightly. What's wrong? I'm sorry. Ning Yuan said softly. Luo Binglan was slightly startled and asked, Why do you say that suddenly? I'm too weak to help you, and yet I keep asking you to protect me. Ning Yuan recalled the time when he was bullied by Lin Shan on the life and death stage. If it weren't for her, he and Lin Luashi would have been in great danger. The girl on the screen stared at Ning Yuan with slightly frowned eyebrows and said seriously, I don't like you saying things like that. You're still young and talented, and you'll definitely be better than me in the future. Just then, an urgent report came from the phone. Dean Luo, the next wave of monster attacks is coming again. The front line is under great pressure and needs support. Luo Binglan's expression changed, and she said reluctantly, Don't think too much. I'm waiting for the day when you become stronger. I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Please take good care of Luoshi. After saying that, Luo Binglan hung up the phone. Ning Yuan's face looked a little solemn. He guessed that the pressure on the border might be greater than he imagined. Lin Luashi, who had just finished using the bathroom, saw Ning Yuan's serious expression and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Ning Yuan finally came back to his senses and forced a smile at the rich young woman. It's okay. Your paperwork has been completed. We can leave tomorrow. Really? Then I'll go clean it up now. Lin Luashi smiled happily. Go ahead, pack up and leave. His current strength does not qualify him to participate in border battles, although his undead talent can play the greatest role on the battlefield. But there are swarms of monsters in the border battlefield, and there are quite a few monsters with emperor-level strength. Since his own strength does not reach that of a martial king, he will not be able to play a big role if he goes there. Ning Yuan took out his cell phone to check the situation at the border of the imperial capital. Even though it was through reports, Ning Yuan could feel that it was very dangerous. The situation on the scene will only be more serious than this. Ning Yuan's heart ached when he thought that Luo Binglan had to bear all this with her tender shoulders. But he knew that it was impossible for him to persuade Luo Binglan to come back. Ning Yuan clenched his hands tightly. After all, his strength was too weak and he couldn't give Luo Binglan much help. He must break through to the king of martial arts as soon as possible. I must seize the opportunity to visit the Lei Chi's secret realm in a month. After Lin Luashi packed her clothes, Ning Yuan took her back to the villa of Magic City University on a flying shield. Wow, Ning Yuan, your villa is so big. Lin Luashi, wearing a white miniskirt, trotted into the courtyard of the villa, looking like an angel. At this moment, a little white wolf seemed to smell a familiar scent and pounced towards Lin Luashi, wagging its tail to express its inner joy. Xiaobai, do you miss Mama? Lin Luashi stroked Xiaobai's head with her little hand, looking very happy. Ouch! Xiaobai whimpered twice anxiously, as if responding to Lin Luashi's words. Ning Yuan looked at this heartwarming scene with a smile on his face. Okay, Xiaobai, mommy is very tired, let her go upstairs to rest first. After saying that, Ning Yuan pulled Xiaobai away from Lin Luashi's arms and threw it aside. Xiaobai was unable to resist and could only cry a woe on the side, and the sound that came out seemed to be scolding him. 250, 250. Hearing this, Ning Yuan kicked it aside. You're even rebelling against Tian Gang and scolding me. Lin Luashi frowned slightly and said softly, don't bully it. How did I bully it? Didn't you hear it scolding me? Xiaobai can't talk. It just feels a little hurt when you kicked it. Lin Luashi said seriously. At this moment, Xiaobai saw that the rich woman was supporting him, so he hid behind Lin Luashi. Chapter 98. A little rebellious. When he reached the bedroom on the second floor, the exhausted Lin Luashi threw himself directly onto the bed. As the faint fragrance entered her nose, she realized that something was wrong with the smell. This fragrance is not Ning Yuan's smell at all, but more like the fragrance of a girl. Ning Yuan. The rich young woman's voice came from the bedroom, with a hint of anger in it. Ning Yuan, who was sorting out toiletries in the bathroom, heard Lin Luashi calling him. He put the pink toothbrush in his hand into the wash cup and quickly walked into the bedroom. What's wrong? You lied to me. This quilt of yours was not bought at all. It smells like another girl's. Lin Luashi pursed her lips, her face looking a little aggrieved. It's over. Ning Yuan was stunned. He was careless and forgot about this. Ning Yuan knew that he had to answer truthfully at this time. After all, the relationship between him and Yin Xianxue was still pure. He spoke softly. This quilt actually belongs to the girl who lives in the villa next door. I didn't bring any quilts with me when I came here, and she happened to have an extra one, so she brought it to me. Lin Luashi's voice was filled with tears. Why didn't you just tell me directly? Why did you lie to me? Sure enough, Sister Yun Sheng is right. Men's mouths are lies. It's my fault. There won't be a next time. Please stop crying. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched, and he cursed Shen Yunqing in his heart, and then said with certainty. I don't believe it. I'm going to tell my dad that you bullied me. Lin Luashi pouted. She just wanted to complain to Lin Tai. He didn't expect that the rich young woman had learned to complain, and he immediately became timid. It would be disastrous if my father-in-law knew about this. Maybe Lin Tai would just grab a 28-meter machete and run from the military area to the school to chase him and chop him. Seeing Lin Luashi take out his cell phone, Ning Yuan became anxious and hurried towards Lin Luashi. Unexpectedly, his slippers slipped and he fell to his knees. Ning Yuan could only take the opportunity to act pitiful, hugging Lin Luashi's fair calves with both hands, and said pitifully. Baby, I was wrong. If you tell Uncle Lin, he will come over and beat me to death. When Lin Luashi saw Ning Yuan kneeling down with a pitiful expression on his face, his heart softened a little. After thinking about it carefully, he snorted coldly. Do you really know you're wrong? Ning Yuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yeah, I was really wrong. I will never lie to you again after I send the fourth letter. Ning Yuan silently added in his heart, only in this life until today. However, Lin Luashi just said softly, she believed it. Sometimes when a man lies, it's not because of how skilled he is, but because she is willing to believe it. And Lin Luashi was willing to believe him. Then I'll go prepare a bath for you. Ning Yuan slowly stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The problem was finally solved. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he would never make this mistake again. But he didn't expect that the originally innocent and simple rich woman would now be so scheming. Not long after he went to the bathroom to flush the toilet, Lin Luashi sent a message to Luo Binglan to complain. She promised not to complain to Lin Tai, but Luo Binglan was not within the scope of her promise. Lin Luashi accepts the relationship between Luo Binglan and Ning Yuan. When Ning Yuan left Languo University for the first time, Luo Binglan and Lin Luashi expressed their feelings for Ning Yuan. However, she cannot accept other girls for the time being. Luoshi, the water is ready, you can come and take a shower. Ning Yuan's voice came from the bathroom. Here I come. Lin Luashi entered the bathroom holding her black pajamas. Ning Yuan watched her come in quietly, then he took off his clothes and said with a smile, the bathtub is quite big, let's take a bath together. Lin Luashi was still angry, so how could she let him in? She pushed him out with her little hand and spoke bluntly. No, I'm still a little angry, get out. Didn't you say you forgave me? Ning Yuan was locked outside the bathroom door. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the sound of the door being locked. Ning Yuan looked depressed. He didn't know why the rich girl had become so rebellious in just over a week. Ning Yuan sighed softly, there would be no kissing or hugging today. He had no choice but to go to the martial arts training hall on the first floor to practice. In the martial arts training hall on the first floor, he was just about to take out the smart ball with the number of 3000 thunders recorded on it when his phone rang. He saw that the first digit of the number was 1 and the remaining 10 digits were all 8s. The location showed Magic City. Damn, this number must be worth hundreds of millions. Ning Yuan thought about it and realized that he hadn't given his phone number to anyone particularly powerful. Could it be Mr. Wan? Ning Yuan answered the phone and a familiar face appeared on the screen with white hair. It was Lu Qingyang. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched. This damn old man likes to act young and pretentious at his age. Not to mention the white hair, even the number is so domineering. Ning Yuan complained in his heart, then put on a flattering smile and said, Principal Lu, is there something urgent that you called me so late? Have you forgotten, kid? The agreed time is tomorrow. Lu Qingyang looked at Ning Yuan, thinking that he had forgotten about helping him find the undead, and started cursing. Always remember, I have already broken through to the Grand Martial Master level, you must keep your word. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. How could he forget such a thing? Lu Qingyang personally helped him find the undead. It must be a monster with a high bloodline level. After all, he doesn't even look down on Dahe. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, the phone signal was interrupted. Hello. Damn it. You, the principal and a peak martial saint, actually lied to me? Don't call me Lu Qingyang anymore. Just call me Lu Lala. You're such a hypocrite. Suddenly, a space crack appeared out of thin air in the martial arts hall, and Lu Qingyang slowly walked out of it. Lu Qingyang's spatial ability, after he broke through to the level of martial saint, his comprehension of space is probably stronger than anyone else in the world. As long as he can lock the position, he can create a space channel through space folding. It can be said that he can reach any place in the entire Magic City in just a moment. You little brat, are you scolding me? Lu Qingyang stared at Ning Yuan with his blue eyes and spoke slowly. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw Lu Qingyang suddenly appear. He was very envious of his spatial ability, but then a smile appeared on his face. How could that be? I was just praising your handsomeness. Lu Qingyang walked up to Ning Yuan, slapped him on the head, and said, I know how good-looking I am. I don't need your praise. Feeling the aura of a second-level great martial artist and the real soul coming from Ning Yuan. He was shocked, his eyes widening as he asked, You really made a breakthrough? Your mental power has reached the real level. How did you cultivate it? Ning Yuan smiled slightly and thought to himself, you are far behind me in showing off. I don't know either. I slept last night and dreamt that an old man taught me skills. Then when I woke up, I had a breakthrough. As soon as Lu Qing raised his hand, Ning Yuan dodged into the distance. Damn, you still want to hit me? I can't take it for the 4th time. Chapter 99 Secret. Hey, you kid are still pretending in front of me. Seeing Ning Yuan dodge, Lu Qingyang disappeared instantly and came behind Ning Yuan, and was slapped hard on the back of his head again. There's no way I could react. I can only take this 4th slap. Ning Yuan secretly swore again that he would never take the 5th slap. Just then, the voice of the rich young woman came from upstairs. Ning Yuan, please help me get my bath towel, I forgot to bring it. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Lu Qingyang was stunned for a moment and said, You have a mistress hidden in your house? Does Qianxue know about it? Ning Yuan was curious. Why did everyone think there was something going on between him and Qianxue? He felt a little depressed. Qianxue and I are good friends, and the one upstairs is my girlfriend. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qingyang looked unconvinced and nodded suspiciously without saying anything more. Here I come. Ning Yuan shouted, fearing that Lin Luashi would run out naked. After all, she had come out naked after taking a shower in the Longwu University villa several times. If he was the only one there, he would of course be happy to enjoy the sight, but if there were other people around, that would definitely not work. Ning Yuan went upstairs and took the freshly dried bath towel from the balcony. Just open the door a crack, there are guests at home. Ning Yuan said softly. Lin Luashi, who had just finished taking a shower, had red cheeks. She opened her mouth slightly and took the towel from Ning Yuan's hand. At the same time, I was somewhat relieved that she didn't run out naked like this, otherwise. Ning Yuan went back downstairs. At this time, Lu Qingyang had returned to the sofa in the living room to drink coffee. Principal, where are we going tomorrow? Ning Yuan was a little confused about where Lu Qingyang would take him to find suitable undead. The West. Lu Qingyang took a sip of coffee and spoke lightly. Why run so far? Ning Yuan was a little surprised. Couldn't it be done in the country? Let me tell you something you don't know first. Spacecracks are divided into 5 levels, SABCD. You should know that many monsters come out of spacecracks. In fact, most of them are extraterrestrial creatures. The reason why they are unable to rush out all at once is because the strong people from various countries have sealed the spacecracks in time. Just recently, the seal of an A-level spacecrack on the border of the imperial capital loosened, and many powerful monsters escaped. Among them there are even a few holy-level monsters, which have caused a lot of trouble at the border, but someone has already gone there to deal with them. Can't it be sealed again? Lu Qingyang shook his head and said, No, the seal can only last for 10 years, and it will not be possible to seal it again after that. Hearing this, Ning Yuan's face became very solemn. After all, Luo Binglan was at the border of the imperial capital. It seemed that this was the reason why she was sent to the border by her teacher. The so-called opportunity to break through to become a martial saint might just be an excuse Luo Binglan made to relieve herself from worrying. There is not only this A-level spacecrack, there is also a sealed S-level spacecrack on the top of Kunlun Mountain. After my investigation, I found that there might be a monster sleeping inside that is more powerful than the martial saint. Ning Yuan widened his eyes. Beyond the martial saint, isn't that a god-level monster? God level? Lu Qingyang nodded heavily, his face very serious, and then said. So far, no one in China has been able to reach the level of martial god. I wonder if there are any hidden masters. I've been immersed in the 9th rank martial saint for 5 years, constantly searching for an opportunity to break through, but I always feel like something's missing. And now, the seal on the top of Kunlun Mountain will be lifted in only 3 years. If we fail to break through during this period, if that monster were to come out, it would be a devastating blow to China. Lu Qingyang's expression changed from his usual nonchalant look to one full of seriousness. Ning Yuan seemed to see the burden and responsibility he was carrying. The 9th rank martial saint must be the most powerful being in the entire Chinese nation. I believe that sealing the space rift must have been his contribution. You asked me why I went to the West, and I can tell you the answer now. The seal on Oslia's A-level spatial rift is about to be lifted. I was the one who placed this seal myself, so I have to resolve it myself. Of course, there's a saint-level dragon monster inside, the Black Dragon King. 7 years ago, when I entered this spatial rift, I saw the Black Dragon King, who had just given birth to a cub. At that time, it was already at the peak of the saint level, while I was only a 7th level martial saint. If it weren't in a weak state, it would be difficult for me to seal this crack in front of it. Ning Yuan understood what he meant instantly. Lu Qingyang's target should be the Black Dragon King cub. Peak saint level. But Ning Yuan did not ask this. Instead, he paid attention to the strength of the monster in the crack and asked quickly, Is there such a strong monster in the space crack in the imperial capital? Lu Qingyang shook his head and said, No. The reason they are both rated as A-level spatial cracks is because the strongest monsters within them are all saint level. Only when there is a beast god in the crack will it be rated as S level. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "How strong is the black dragon cub now?" Lu Qingyang turned to look at Ning Yuan and said softly, "The Black Dragon clan has the pure blood of the Western Dragon. After 7 years, they must have entered the Emperor level." Hearing this, Ning Yuan nodded. He was a little shocked at how fast the dragon's strength grew, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was quite reasonable. After all, it was pure dragon blood. This giant dragon is within the realm that he can contract with, but it is definitely very dangerous inside. "Are you sure you can defeat the Black Dragon King?" 90% sure. Lu Qingyang nodded and spoke. "Of course, if you think it's dangerous, I can take you to another one, but the contracted monster is definitely not as strong as the Black Dragon. Now, with his mastery of space, his strength is almost at the level of a half-step martial god, and he is called the #1 person under the martial god by the leaders of China." 90% sure, the risk is a bit high. Ning Yuan thought for a while, and then said firmly, "The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. It's a black dragon." Lu Qingyang was very satisfied with Ning Yuan's answer and smiled slightly. "Then we will set off at 10 o'clock tomorrow. It will take a long time." Feeling the footsteps coming from upstairs, he gave Ning Yuan a look that said, "You know what I mean," and said, "Your girlfriend is out. Have a good talk with her tonight." After saying that, Lu Qingyang stood up, tore open a space and walked in. Then, Lin Luashi walked down wearing a black miniskirt. In order to meet the guest Ning Yuan mentioned, she changed her clothes specially. "Ning Yuan, where are the guests?" Lin Luashi looked at the empty living room and spoke softly. "Just left." "Oh." Lin Luashi nodded slightly. Chapter 100. The two women meet. Ning Yuan put his arm around Lin Luashi's slender waist and sat on the sofa. He smoothed her silver hair behind her ears and said softly, "Tomorrow I'm going abroad with the principal and may not be back for several days." Hearing this, Lin Luashi looked a little depressed. She had just arrived and he was about to leave. Lin Luashi didn't ask Ning Yuan why he wanted to go abroad. She knew there must be something important. "Oh." Lin Luashi nodded. "You can practice well at home by yourself. If you're bored, you can watch a movie at home. If you really miss me, call me." "Good." Lin Luashi nodded. "Do you want to watch a movie?" Ning Yuan looked at the somewhat depressed girl next to him and said softly. Hearing this, Lin Luashi's eyes flashed and he nodded, "Yes." Afterwards, Ning Yuan carried her to the cinema and started watching a random movie. Halfway through the movie, maybe because it was a bit boring, Lin Luashi was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyelids. I was just trying my best to hold on, wanting to finish watching the whole movie with Ning Yuan. Finally, I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep in a short while. Ning Yuan turned off the movie and carried her back to the bedroom. He gently helped her take off her skirt and laid her flat on the bed. Ning Yuan originally wanted to buy her some snacks while she was sleeping, but the rich young woman's hand was tightly grasping his sleeve. Ning Yuan smiled helplessly and had to lie down beside her, gently stroking her head with his palm. After turning off the lights, he lay on the bed thinking about what Lu Qingyang had said to him today. In a drowsy state, Ning Yuan gradually fell asleep. The next day, Ning Yuan was awakened by the sound of birds singing outside the window, and a faint ray of sunlight shone through the curtains and fell on the windowsill. "Ha!" Ning Yuan slowly sat up and yawned. "I have to say, it feels great to wake up naturally." Ning Yuan lowered his head and looked at Lin Luashi's fair face with pink cheeks, who was sleeping soundly. Ning Yuan got out of bed carefully, washed up simply, and was about to make some breakfast. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ning Yuan thought it was Lu Qingyang, and was a little confused as to how he knew how to come in through the door this time. "I went downstairs and opened the door to take a look." Yin Xianxue was standing outside the door in a white long dress, holding 2 sandwiches and 2 cartons of milk in her hands. Ning Yuan was stunned and asked, "Why are you here?" You know, Lin Luashi was still lying upstairs. It would be awkward if the two of them ran into each other. Yin Xianxue curled her lips. "Why, you don't welcome me?" Ning Yuan's expression changed slightly. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "How could that be?" Yin Xianxue noticed that Ning Yuan seemed to be in some discomfort, and said in a soft voice, "I made too much breakfast. I'm here to bring you breakfast." Yin Xianxue handed the sandwich in her hand to Ning Yuan and was about to return to her villa when a sweet female voice made her pause. "Brother, I'm hungry." The The rich young woman's voice came from the stairs. She had just woken up and saw that Ning Yuan was not around. She also didn't see Ning Yuan on the second floor, so she thought he had left. When I reached the stairs, I heard Ning Yuan's voice, and then I saw Ning Yuan chatting with a beautiful girl. Ning Yuan trembled slightly when he heard the coquettish voice, and thought, it's over. At this time, Lin Luashi slowly walked to Ning Yuan, held Ning Yuan's arms with both hands, and looked at him with full eyes. Yin Qianxue was stunned for a moment and her eyes fell on Lin Luashi. Beneath that flawless and delicate face, the fair skin seemed as delicate as a baby's, with a hint of healthy and attractive redness. There was a gentle smile on her cheek, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Such a woman is like a fairy, flawless. Yin Qianxue glanced at Ning Yuan in a daze, then looked at the person beside him, and a hint of dimness flashed across her beautiful eyes. She knew that Ning Yuan had said that his girlfriend was also a school beauty, but she didn't expect that her appearance was so stunning and her figure was so perfect. Cough. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched, he coughed lightly, looked at Lin Luashi and said, "This is Yin Qianxue." Then, he looked at Yin Qianxue and said, "This is my girlfriend, Lin Luashi." Lin Luashi felt the name was familiar. After thinking carefully, I remembered that I had heard this name from the female teacher during the college entrance examination admissions. After Ning Yuan finished his introduction, Yin Qianxue and Lin Luashi smiled at each other. Then he took a step forward, and under Ning Yuan's gaze, he gently clasped his hands together. Seeing the two of them getting along so harmoniously, Ning Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then his face froze. He saw a cold icy airflow and a golden airflow emanating from the two people's jade hands. In this way, the two who met for the first time started their first contest. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Ning Yuan's face changed slightly and he quickly reached out to pull the two apart. "During the college entrance examination, I heard that my brother rescued a girl in a secret place. It must be Sister Qianxue." Lin Luashi changed his usual behavior and took the initiative to speak. "I've heard Ning Yuan mention you often. Now that I see you, you're truly a gifted girl. No wonder he's been thinking about you so much." Yin Qianxue smiled slightly, gently rubbed her slightly red hands, and said, "Although her mental strength is high, her martial arts skills are still far behind Lin Luashi, who has broken through to the level of a great martial artist." Although the 2S-level talented and proud girls seemed a little affectionate in their tone, Ning Yuan could feel an indescribable feeling. "How about we go in and talk?" Ning Yuan interrupted the two and spoke helplessly. "It's a good opportunity to try the sandwich made by Sister Qianxue." Lin Luashi snatched the sandwich from Ning Yuan's hand and walked into the house. Yin Qianxue followed closely behind and walked in. Ning Yuan shook his head helplessly and followed the two women. In the living room, Lin Luashi sat on the sofa with a sandwich in one hand, taking a bite on the left and then a bite on the right. Seeing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but say, "Hey, I'm hungry too, leave one for me." Lin Luashi pretended not to hear, rolled her eyes at him, and ate even more. I have to say, the sandwiches made by Yin Qianxue taste very good. Ning Yuan watched her eat from the side, afraid that she would choke, and prepared a glass of water next to her. After a while, Lin Luashi finished eating both sandwiches. After eating, he burped. Then she turned to look at Yin Qianxue and said softly, "Sister Qianxue, your cooking is so delicious. Can you teach me?" Yin Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Of course, come to my house this afternoon and I'll teach you." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi doubtfully, thinking, "The little rich girl has changed so much, now she's rebellious and complaining. And where's the social anxiety she was supposed to have? How did it disappear too?" What he didn't know was that under Shen Yunqing's careful teaching, Lin Luashi understood a lot, but just pretended not to understand in front of Ning Yuan. Then, the two women chatted happily together, and Ning Yuan seemed to be a third party, sitting quietly aside. Chapter 101 Showdown. At 10 o'clock, Lu Qingyang arrived as promised. Seeing how harmoniously the two women got along, Ning Yuan left with him at ease. Lu Qingyang's special ability is to directly fold the space between the two places, shorten the distance between the 2 points, and create a space channel. In less than half an hour, the two arrived in Oslia. Lu Qingyang and Ning Yuan stood in front of the A-level space crack that was considered a forbidden area by the people of Oslia. The crack was like a twisted black mouth, emitting a faint, heart-pounding aura. The surrounding space was slightly distorted due to the existence of this crack, and the light in the vicinity became disordered, casting strange light and shadows. "It's extremely dangerous in there. Follow me closely after you go in," Lu Qingyang said to Ning Yuan with a serious expression. I understand. Ning Yuan nodded heavily. Just by standing outside, one could already feel the terrifying aura coming from the crack. After entering the space crack, Ning Yuan was surprised to find that it was somewhat similar to the secret realm. However, this place is full of monsters, and the number of monsters is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the secret realm. A virtual map appeared on Lu Qingyan's watch, marking the locations of the Black Dragon King and some powerful monsters. This map marks the locations of several saint-level monsters. I'm here this time to strangle them all. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Qingyan's eyes, and he spoke lightly. Oslia is a vassal state of China. The country has a small population and only a few saint-level experts. Leaving them to face this spatial rift alone is tantamount to seeking death. So we had to ask China for help. Ning Yuan nodded. In fact, many small countries have become vassal states of other big countries in order to survive. Suddenly, a giant tiger with wings, more than 30 meters long, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Ning Yuan and the others to bite. Bang! Lu Qingyan raised his eyes slightly, stretched out his hands, opened them forward, and then clenched them. Space strangulation. Immediately, the giant tiger, which was an emperor-level monster, died. Looking at this scene, Ning Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, why am I so handsome? Then, a red beast core larger than a washbasin was sucked out by Lu Qingyan and hovered above his palm. Here, it's for you. You must have increased your strength by absorbing beast cores. Your most insignificant D-level ability is your real trump card. Lu Qingyan stared at Ning Yuan with his blue eyes, as if he had completely seen through Ning Yuan's disguise. He smiled slightly and said. Hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lu Qingyan could actually guess this. Principal, stop joking. How is it possible that someone can absorb the beast core directly? Ning Yuan's face changed, and then he argued cunningly. There's no precedent for awakening two talents in the entire Chinese nation, or even the entire world. When you first awakened, you only had one talent. The other talents only appeared later. Lu Qingyan checked almost all of Ning Yuan's information, including his consumption records at Wanbaitang. He knew that Ning Yuan had gone from an ordinary person to the great martial artist he is today in just less than a month. What a terrifying speed! Through his understanding of superpowers and the number of beast cores Ning Yuan consumed at Wanbaitang, it is not difficult to infer that Ning Yuan's ability is obtained through his talent, gluttony. What puzzled Lu Qingyan was why the D-level ability could be so strong. In the end, the explanation he gave was mutation ability. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Qingyan's smiling eyes, sighed, and said, Principal, you are really suitable to be a detective. Lu Qingyan opened his mouth wide, a look of fake surprise on his face. Hey, did I guess it right? Ning Yuan looked at the white-haired guy's servile appearance and felt a little itchy. He really wanted to go up and slap him. Unfortunately, I can't beat him. But it doesn't matter if it's exposed. After all, there is a free beast core ATM, so why not do it? Ning Yuan took the beast core, put it into the void ring, and said, Gluttony allows me to directly devour the beast core. In addition to the energy within the beast core, I can sometimes even gain skills, or even new abilities. Hearing Ning Yuan's admission, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his blue eyes brightened a lot. If the ability to devour beast cores infinitely were to be exposed, what a sensation it would cause. Lu Qingyan patted Ning Yuan's shoulder and said seriously, This matter is between you and me, and no one else can know about it, not even your girlfriend. Ning Yuan nodded. He knew how abnormal his ability was. If Lu Qingyan hadn't guessed it, he might have kept it hidden for the rest of his life. Okay, let's just pretend we didn't say anything today and get to work. Lu Qingyan looked towards a mountain range not far away, which was the territory of a holy-level monster, and spoke lightly. On the way to the mountains, Lu Qingyan killed countless king-level and emperor-level monsters in seconds. Ning Yuan's void ring, which is about 20 square meters in size, is almost full. The main reason is that the beast core of the emperor-level monster is too large, and one core takes up a lot of space. Of course, the small one can't hold it all, so there is also the void ring given by Wu Yingjun. The space of this ring is more than 200 cubic meters. The holy-level monsters in the mountains sensed Lu Qingyan's aura. Suddenly, a domineering bear over 60 meters tall jumped down from the top of the mountain. If Lu Qingyan hadn't held Ning Yuan back, the powerful energy wave would have almost blown him away. Ning Yuan glanced at the giant bear not far away, and a virtual attribute panel appeared in front of him. Monster, to Thanos Bear. Level, Mid-Stage Saint. Note, a monster from the planet Polaris. This monster is huge, extremely powerful, and possesses endless destructive power. Weaknesses, besides being slightly slow. Ning Yuan was just about to remind Lu Qingyang of Thanos Bear's weakness, but he didn't wait for him to speak. You are not yet qualified to participate in this kind of battle. Go in. Lu Qingyang opened up the space around him and pushed Ning Yuan in. After all, in a battle of this level, the mere aftermath of the battle could shock him to death. Roar! Human, get out! Thanos Bear looked at Lu Qingyang in front of him, roared, and swore to him that this was his territory. Lu Qingyang sneered, his figure disappeared in an instant, and came to the top of Thanos Bear's head. One punch. What the hell are you yelling about? In an instant, Thanos Bear's head sank downwards. Lu Qingyang punched it on the head again and again. Are you still arrogant? I have to say, the level suppression battle is so plain and simple. Thanos Bear knew that he was no match for his opponent and was about to beg for mercy, but Lu Qingyang didn't care and kept punching him on the head. Woo woo! Thanos Bear fell to the ground, whimpered twice, and then died. The monsters watching the show around them had no time to escape and were crushed into meat patties by the Thanos Bear. Chapter 102, Strength Surges. TSK, I can't help but hit you. Lu Qingyang said with some disdain, and then released Ning Yuan from the space. Ning Yuan was a little confused when he saw the blood on Lu Qingyang's fist and the Thanos Bear on the ground with its brains beaten out. You killed it with your fist? It's over so quickly, then why did you push me in? I forgot that I am already half a step away from becoming a martial god. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Lu Qingyang touched his chin and spoke. Then Lu Qingyang took out a giant black beast core and turned to Ning Yuan and asked, Do you want one? Ning Yuan felt the terrifying energy coming from the beast core. If he could completely devour it, he felt he could directly break through to the martial emperor realm. But he couldn't swallow it. Even a martial emperor level beast core is in danger of exploding, let alone a saint level beast core. Ning Yuan swallowed his saliva. He really wanted it, but he was not lucky enough to enjoy it for the time being. He said, My current physique is not yet capable of absorbing a beast core of this level. Lu Qingyang nodded, put the beast core into his void ring, and said lightly, That's right, if you swallow this, you'll be stuffed to death. You can save it for me to swallow later. Can't you kill yourself in the future? Are you still thinking of relying on your parents? Lu Qingyang slapped Ning Yuan on the head in annoyance. Ning Yuan had obtained many beast cores from him, so he naturally did not mind his slap. He smiled and said, Principal, you are so charming and handsome. If anyone dares to say you are old, I will be the first to disagree. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lu Qingyang was very pleased, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, saying, Hey, for what you said, the beast core is indispensable to you. After that, he cleared out 3 saint-level monsters on the map. Ning Yuan's small void rings had already been piled up into a mountain, filled with countless king-level and emperor-level beast cores. A whole day has passed. Inside a cave, Lu Qingyang lay on an old man's chair with his eyes squinted, feeling very comfortable. I have to say, he is good at enjoying life. I didn't expect that when he went out, he brought the old man's chair in the void ring. Principal, are there any chairs available? Ning Yuan looked at Lu Qingyang's comfortable appearance and said with some anticipation. No more, just one handful. Ning Yuan pursed his lips and thought, I must get a bed and put it in the void ring when I go back, so that it will be convenient for me to go out in the future. Ning Yuan had no choice but to find a piece of open space and sit down cross-legged. He took out more than 20 king-level early beast cores from the void ring and prepared to start devouring them. Of course, there are also many beast cores of the middle and late king level in the void ring. He plans to devour them after his energy and blood slowly increase. With Lu Qingyang by his side, he was not worried at all about any monsters interfering. As a black vortex appeared in Ning Yuan's palm, the energy in the beast core slowly flowed into Ning Yuan's body along his palm. Then, the qi and blood in Ning Yuan's body began to slowly increase. Lying on the chair, Lu Qingyang felt Ning Yuan's surging aura, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, What kind of perverted superpowers has this kid awakened? Maybe he can really break through that barrier. At this moment, Ning Yuan was unaware of Lu Qingyang's shock and continued to slowly devour the beast core. It has to be said that the energy contained in the early king-level beast core is far beyond the energy of the third-level monster core. Each king-level beast core increased his health by nearly 1,000 points. And his strength also skyrocketed to the 5th-level great martial artist. Feeling the aura emanating from Ning Yuan, Lu Qingyan's eyes opened instantly in shock. No wonder this guy's strength improved so quickly. Damn it, with just 20 or so early-stage beast cores, he broke through 3 realms in a row. In just over an hour, it is equivalent to half a year or even several years of hard training for others. Ning Yuan didn't intend to stop. With a thought, 40 king-level early-stage beast cores appeared in front of him. A new round of devouring continues. Each beast core provides nearly 1,400 health points, for a total of more than 56,000 health points. Eventually his strength reached the 9th level of Great Martial Master. Hiss, 9th rank Great Martial Master. Lu Qingyang felt the breath coming from Ning Yuan's body and smacked his lips in amazement. It's too exaggerated. He broke through 7 realms in just a few hours. Chun is just a plug-in. Moreover, after this swallowing, Ning Yuan also gained a very powerful transformation skill. Thunderous. Thunderbolt, infuse the element of lightning into your body, transforming you into the King of Thunder. 5 small thunder balls surround you, ready to be released to attack enemies at any time. This transformation lasts for 10 minutes, during which time your palms can control lightning for ranged attacks, creating chains of lightning that ricochet between multiple targets. At this moment, Ning Yuan's attribute panel can be described as extremely luxurious. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, 9th rank Great Martial Master. Talent, Gluttony, 9 Mysterious Golden Thunder, Summoning Spirits. Chi and Blood, 93560. Spiritual Power, 2630. Skills, Devour, Flash Step, Thunder Poem, Netherworld Illusion, Golden Thunder Wings, Thunderous Power. Martial Arts, Shinra 3 Absolute Swords Great Mastery, Thunderbolt Blade Perfection, 3000 Thunders Undergraduate. Ning Yuan was very excited and was about to make a final push to break through to King Wu. Lu Qingyan came to his side in an instant and stopped him. Your aura is very weak now, and your foundation is unstable. If you break through to the Martial King level now, it will be very difficult for you to break through to the Martial Emperor level later. Ning Yuan turned to look at Lu Qingyan, felt that what he said made sense, and put back the beast core he had just taken out. Also, I hope you awaken your realm before breaking through to the Martial King. The sooner you awaken your domain, the more helpful it will be for you to comprehend the power of the laws in the future. Is the law very powerful? Ning Yuan was a little confused. Of course, let me tell you this. If a rank 1 Martial Saint has comprehended the laws, he won't be afraid of a rank 5 Martial Saint who hasn't comprehended the laws. Only Martial Saint level masters have the opportunity to comprehend the laws, which is still far away for you now. Lu Qingyang said lightly. Ning Yuan was shocked. He knew that the higher the level of a warrior, the bigger the difference of 1 level would be. He can comprehend the power of the laws and fight across 4 small realms. This shows how powerful the law is. Don't think too far ahead for now, but in the Thunderpond secret realm a month from now, there's a divine object, the Heart of Thunder. Perhaps with it, you'll be able to comprehend the realm of thunder. Lu Qingyang looked at him with his blue eyes and spoke. Ning Yuan nodded. Yin Zhang had told him about the Heart of Thunder, and he was determined to get it. However, with the existence of gluttony, he doesn't have to worry about the problem of rules at all, and he naturally doesn't need to wait for a month to advance to the Martial King. Just wait until your strength is fully settled. This is a top-grade Peiyuan pill that can help you stabilize your internal energy. However, if you want to perfectly stabilize your foundation, you still need to practice continuously. Lu Qingyang threw a pure white pill to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took the Peiyuan pill, nodded, sat down cross-legged, and swallowed the pill in one gulp. More than 10 minutes later, the energy in Ning Yuan's body became much more stable, and he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 103 Contract Black Dragon. The next day. In the cave, Ning Yuan, lying on the rock, slowly opened his eyes. Look around. Lu Qingyang was not in the cave, but at the entrance of the cave, there was an energy barrier he had set up. Ning Yuan guessed that Lu Qingyang was afraid that it would be unsafe to take him with him, so he went to find the remaining holy-level monsters. He punched the barrier hard several times, but the barrier didn't move at all. So he sat down and took out his cell phone, wanting to report his safety to the rich woman, but found that there was no signal at all in this place. Bored, he can only sit down and start cultivating his mental strength. After an unknown amount of time, he heard footsteps outside the cave. It was Lu Qingyang. The barrier of the cave was wiped away by Lu Qingyang with one hand. Ning Yuan, come out. Lu Qingyang's voice resounded throughout the cave. Hearing Lu Qingyang's voice, Ning Yuan slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. The scene before him startled him instantly. In his hand was the tail of a giant black dragon. The giant dragon was knocked unconscious by his punch. Do you want to die or live? Lu Qingyang looked at Ning Yuan and said lightly. Dead, dead. Ning Yuan stuttered. Is this black dragon with the blood of the Western Dragon clan about to be obtained? Hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Lu Qingyang teleported to the top of the black dragon's head. One punch. Two punches. After a few punches, the black dragon was completely silent. Okay, come over and make the contract. Lu Qingyang took out a towel and wiped the blood off his hands, then looked down at Ning Yuan and spoke. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment, then the golden thunder wings behind him spread out and flew to the top of the black dragon's head. Seeing the top of his head with several holes smashed by Lu Qingyang, Ning Yuan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Too violent. Ning Yuan did not waste any time and put his palm on the black dragon's head. Summon the spirit. Immediately, the shadow of a black dragon gradually condensed beside him. It is a huge body of more than 40 meters and is extremely domineering. Do you want to contract the undead Emperor Black Dragon? Yes. Ning Yuan suddenly felt that there were many more connections between him and the Black Dragon's shadow. Monster, Black Dragon. Level, mid-level Emperor. Looking at the shadow condensing around him, Lu Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing it with his own eyes, he was still very surprised. However, what puzzled him was that the Black Dragon's original strength had reached the late Emperor level, but now its strength only remained at the middle Emperor level. Why did this black dragon become weaker after becoming an undead? Ning Yuan suppressed his inner joy and patiently explained to Lu Qingyang. The strength of the undead changes according to my strength level. When I break through to the martial king level, it will naturally return to the late emperor level. Lu Qingyang nodded slightly to show that he understood. Although the black dragon's strength dropped a level after the contract, it can still grow. The black dragon lowered its head in front of Ning Yuan. Now it was 100% submissive to Ning Yuan. From now on, you can call me Xiaolong. Ning Yuan looked at the black dragon and smiled slightly, then spoke. Now that the contract is over, you should go back first. The Black Dragon King is different from other monsters. I can't take care of you. I helped you open a space channel back to Magic City University, which greatly shortened the distance. At the speed of the Black Dragon, you can be back in an hour and a half. Lu Qingyang tore open a space and spoke to Ning Yuan with a serious expression. The Black Dragon King is different from other monsters. With the strength of the late Saint level, he can easily tear apart space. Even if Ning Yuan is hidden in the space, he may still be harmed. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. He knew that he could not help Lu Qingyang in any way by staying here. Principal, be careful. I'll be waiting for you at school. As he stepped into the crack, Ning Yuan turned and said to Lu Qingyang. Don't worry. Lu Qingyang smiled heartily. After Ning Yuan left, Lu Qingyang looked at the mountains in the distance. In the sky above the mountains, a black dragon about 100 meters tall was looking for its son. The little black dragon went out hunting this morning and hasn't come back yet. Originally, it was not worried at all. After all, the little black dragon has dragon blood. Although its strength has not yet reached that of a martial saint, other monsters dare not attack it due to its bloodline suppression. But now, it couldn't sense the breath of the little black dragon, which made it a little panicked. Lu Qingyang cut through the space and walked inside. Then his figure appeared in the air above the mountains, looking into the eyes of the Black Dragon King. No need to look for it, I've already killed the little black dragon. Lu Qingyang stared at the black dragon's eyes with cold eyes. A black beast core appeared in his palm, and his tone was full of dominance. Roar! Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, the Black Dragon King's angry roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. Upon hearing this sound, the monsters in the mountains scattered and fled, fearing that they would be implicated in the battle between the two men. It's you again. I let you run away 7 years ago, and now you're looking for death again. The Black Dragon King spoke in human language, staring straight at Lu Qingyang with murderous intent in his eyes. Since you're about to break the seal, I'm here to take you away. A Rubik's Cube-shaped weapon appeared in Lu Qingyang's palm. It was his homemade weapon, Void Collapse. Void Collapse is a space artifact that can store and release energy. Space Awakeners can use space abilities to condense miniature black holes, which have powerful destructive power. The aura that burst out from Ning Yuan was exactly that of a peak 9th rank martial saint. Black Flame Breath. The Black Dragon King sensed an aura on Ning Yuan that surpassed that of a 9th rank martial saint. His pupils narrowed, and he spit out a black flame from his mouth. Did you think I was standing still? Ning Yuan clenched his palm and the black flame was directly exiled into the void. In this way, a man and a dragon fought a devastating battle in the mountains. At this moment, Ning Yuan had already ridden the Black Dragon out of the space channel, and the place he arrived at was not Moda University, but a deserted area. Where did this white-haired guy locate me? Where's the Magic City University we were supposed to be at? Ning Yuan looked down at the somewhat unfamiliar environment, his face slightly stunned. Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and checked the local information. It was the wilderness area between Jiangning City and Wutong City. This place is where the eastern war zone of Jiangning City is located, and it is also the place guarded by Ning Yuan's father-in-law, Lin Tai. Remembering the news from more than 20 days ago, there was an emperor-level monster, the Titan War Ape, roaming in the Eastern Theater. Ning Yuan planned to go to the Eastern Theater to see the situation. At this moment in the Eastern Theater, thousands of soldiers were fighting monsters 1,000 meters outside the city wall, and the battle was extremely brutal. It's not that the soldiers are weaker than the monsters, but that the number of monsters is simply too large. They are several times more powerful than the monsters in the Western Suburbs Military District, and most of them are 2nd and 3rd level monsters. There are even many monsters at the King of War level. Inside the group of monsters, Lin Tai, wearing Class A armor, was fighting with a Titan War Ape about 60 meters tall. There were 3 deep bloodstains on Lin Tai's back. It was when he was fighting with the Titan War Ape that he was ambushed by the late King-level monster Dark Warwolf. He has to face not only one Titan War Ape, but also 3 late-stage King-level monsters. Chapter 104, Instant Kill. In fact, with Lin Tai's strength, he is fully capable of dealing with the Titan War Ape alone. But there were 3 late King-level monsters beside him, which made it very difficult for him to deal with them. Roar! The Titan War Ape roared, then hammered the ground with both fists, creating 2 large holes. Then the ground began to crack. The Titan War Ape moved and punched Lin Tai. Lin Tai's expression changed slightly, and his knife collided with its fist. Between collisions, Lin Tai felt very exhausted, as the Titan War Ape was able to suppress him slightly in terms of strength. He was trying to escape backwards, but the 3 King-level monsters didn't give him any chance. The 3 monsters seized the moment of their collision and rushed forward. Lin Tai's face suddenly changed. He had been fighting fiercely with the Titan War Ape for a whole day. He had not drunk a drop of water that day, and with the injuries on his body was already a little weak. It is difficult to avoid the sneak attacks of these 3 monsters. Lin Tai's eyes flashed, he gathered his energy, and suddenly jumped up, trying to escape their sneak attack. The Titan War Ape swung its left fist and hit Lin Tai in the air. Lin Tai blocked with his knife, but stumbled when he landed. Lin Tai looked towards the city wall behind him, his eyes full of solemnity. If no support came, this time he would be in great danger. The 4 monsters surrounded him, not giving him any chance to escape. At this moment, his only regret was that he could not see his daughter again. Luashi. Lin Tai murmured, and then took a deep breath. He looked at the Titan War Ape with a firm gaze. He held the long sword across his body, ready to make a final desperate fight. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came from the air, making Lin Tai's ears buzz. His face froze and his movements stopped. Dragon-type monster. He was disheartened. Before he could react, he saw a huge breath of black flame spurting towards the Titan War Ape. The overwhelming scorching breath startled the Titan War Ape, who quickly grabbed the Dark Warwolf beside him and used it to block the breath. Immediately, its body quickly retreated backwards. Roar! He looked towards the black dragon in the sky, his black eyes full of confusion. It didn't know why a black dragon appeared in this wilderness and attacked it. It could dodge the breath, but those king-level monsters were not so lucky. The other 2 monsters were turned into coal by this sudden breath. Lin Tai looked at the scene in confusion. Looking up into the air, his eyes suddenly widened. Because on the back of the black dragon stood a thin figure. In other words, this black undead dragon is controlled by someone. His mind raced, but he couldn't imagine which of the forces he sought help from in Jiangning City could control a monster of this level. Moreover, it was a dragon. Ning Yuan spread his golden thunder wings and flew to Lin Tai's side. Looking at the scars on Lin Tai's back that were almost visible to the bone and feeling the weakness of his body, Ning Yuan's face turned ashen in an instant. "Uncle Lin, I'm late." Looking at Ning Yuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Tai's eyes were hazy. He stared at Ning Yuan for a long time, thinking he was dreaming. It took me a long time to finally believe that this was not an illusion or a dream. Lin Tai's lips trembled slightly as he asked, "Ning Yuan?" There was shock in his eyes. This black dragon is yours?" Lin Tai looked at the black dragon in front of him that was surrendering to Ning Yuan, his eyes full of shock. "Well, leave it to me next." Ning Yuan helped Lin Tai sit down slowly and let Xiaolong deal with the Titan War Ape. With the strength of a mid-stage little dragon king, it would be easy for him to deal with the injured Titan War Ape. With the suppression of blood, the Titan War Ape's strength can't even be exerted to half of its usual level. With just one claw, he pierced the Titan War Ape's head. "Kill instantly." Ning Yuan took out a life-saving pill and handed it to Lin Tai. This time, Lu Qingyang gave him the yuandan, 12 in total. Lin Tai swallowed it without hesitation, and then a look of deep astonishment appeared on his face. Because, just after taking this pill, he felt a warm current quickly spread throughout his body, and the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. Top-grade resuscitation pill? Medicine that can quickly heal injuries in a short period of time. Not only does it use precious materials, but the refining process is also extremely difficult. The effective Hui Tian Dan is even better than Hui Yuan Dan. Such a pill could be sold for 20 million. Ning Yuan ignored Lin Tai's shock, smiled slightly, and said softly, "Uncle Lin, you have a good rest. Leave these monsters to me." Ning Yuan jumped up and jumped onto Xiaolong. Then he summoned Dahe and ordered it to pounce on the monster in front. Feeling the dragon breath of the little dragon, the monsters on the field trembled and fled in all directions. The sudden change greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers fighting on the battlefield. They knew that this black dragon was actually here to support them. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, our support has arrived. The Titan War Ape is dead. Kill all these beasts. Of course Ning Yuan wouldn't let any of them go, so he jumped down and fought with the monsters on the field. Lin Tai, who had rested well, was about to go up and continue fighting, but then he felt the breath coming from Ning Yuan's body and his eyes widened. 9th rank Great Martial Master. He knew very well that Ning Yuan was only at the martial arts master level during the college entrance examination. It's been less than a month, and he has reached the 9th level as a great martial artist from the 1st level. What a fast cultivation speed! In less than a month, he had advanced nearly 2 major realms, and was even showing signs of breaking through to the level of Martial King. Not only that, the swordsmanship Ning Yuan used was exactly the Shinra 3 swords that he was familiar with. The full power of the 3 ultimate swords of Shinra allowed his attacks to rival those of a 7th rank Martial King. It was hard for him to imagine how Ning Yuan could have made such a big improvement in just less than a month. In less than half an hour, all the monsters on the battlefield were cleared out by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan put the cores of the king-level and emperor-level beasts into the void ring and returned to Lin Tai. The number of beast cores in his void ring is now more than enough for him to break through to the high-level martial king, or even the martial emperor. He didn't want to collect those beast cores that were below the king level. Rich as hell. Uncle Lin, the monsters have been dealt with, let's go back. Ning Yuan stood beside Lin Tai, holding his arm, and spoke softly. Lin Tai was silent at first, then nodded slowly, okay. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chapter 105 Recognition from the Father-in-Law. Here's the thing. The principal helped me contract the Black Dragon. In the highest level office of the Eastern Theater Command, Ning Yuan said to Lin Tai. Ning Yuan attributed all the credit for his rapid improvement in strength to Lu Qingyang. The martial saint level expert also dispelled Lin Tai's doubts. Immediately, a look of nostalgia appeared on his face, and he asked, "Is Luoshi okay now?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lin, Luoshi is doing well. I took her to Magic City University," Ning Yuan said with a smile. Ning Yuan simply explained to him the reason for taking her to the Magic City. Well, the A-level space crack is very tricky, and the sea-level crack outside almost broke us. Lin Tai naturally knew about the space cracks outside the border of the imperial capital, but he was not very worried about it. After all, there were still many strong people in the imperial capital. But he didn't expect that Lin Luashi's teacher was actually sent to deal with this matter. "Uncle Lin, do you want to go see Luoshi? She misses you very much." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Tai, whose brow showed fatigue, and spoke. Lin Tai smiled, thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "I can't leave for now. The battle just ended here, and there are still many things to deal with." Ning Yuan shook his head and looked at Lin Tai's somewhat graying hair, feeling bitter in his heart. He really paid too much for Jiangning City. He sighed and said, "Uncle Lin, you've spent almost your entire life serving the country in Jiangning City. It's time for you to take a break." Lin Tai smiled bitterly. He also wanted to go home and be with his daughter. However, Jiangning City has not yet seen anyone who can carry his banner. If he retires, what will Jiangning City do? Behind him are hundreds of millions of people in Jiangning City. Lin Tai slowly stood up, looked at Ning Yuan and said, "I will go back when someone in Jiangning City can take over my position." Ning Yuan nodded seriously. He believed that this day would not be too far away. But then, Lin Tai's words made him stunned on the spot. "By the way, you and Luoshi are both adults now, and you can consider marriage. What do you think?" Ning Yuan was slightly startled, and looking at Lin Tai's expression, he confirmed that he was not joking, and said seriously, "Of course I'll listen to Uncle Lin on this matter." Ning Yuan's parents have passed away long ago, and Lin Luashi's mother is also not alive. Lin Tai is their only elder. Lin Tai's eyes flickered, and he looked at Ning Yuan with a very gentle gaze. These two children have such miserable lives. He was still very satisfied with Ning Yuan. Not only was he talented, but he also had good character and a personality that suited his taste. "I think we can skip the engagement process. Tomorrow, you can bring Luoshi to Jiangning City to get the marriage certificate. It won't be too late to hold the wedding a year later." Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan and spoke. Lin Tai's words also meant that his relationship with Lin Luashi had taken a step forward. After saying that, Lin Tai took out the household registration booklet from the drawer and handed it to Ning Yuan. This wave of operations directly confused Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded quickly and took the household registration book. Through the strength Ning Yuan demonstrated today, Lin Tai has fully recognized Ning Yuan, and he is fully capable of protecting Lin Luashi. At this moment, he could safely hand Lin Luashi over to Ning Yuan. "Let's go eat first," Lin Tai said lightly. "Okay, Uncle Lin." Ning Yuan was still a little confused. "Still calling me uncle? Dad?" Lin Tai smiled slightly and walked straight out the door. Ning Yuan had a silly smile on his face. He had never been so happy to call someone dad. He still remembered the last time he called him dad. He was very reluctant. "After all, the last time was before I traveled through time, when I begged my roommates to bring me food." After having lunch with Lin Tai at noon, Ning Yuan did not ride the Black Dragon for fear of attracting attention, but instead rode the Flying Shield back to Magic City University. Ning Yuan returned to the villa as soon as possible. It had been nearly 3 days since he and Lu Qingyang went to Oslia. At this time, Lin Luashi was practicing martial arts in the martial arts training hall. When Lin Luashi heard the sound of the door of the martial arts hall opening, he thought it was Yin Qianxue coming. "Sister Qianxue, I won't be learning cooking today. I have to practice martial arts." Ning Yuan walked in and heard this. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that the two women got along quite well during the days he was away. "Luoshi, it's me." Hearing Ning Yuan's voice, Lin Luashi instantly stopped dancing with the sword in his hand and threw it to the ground. Trotting towards Ning Yuan's arms. With the warm jade in his arms, Ning Yuan buried his head in her fragrant silver hair and whispered, "Did you miss me?" "Think." Lin Luashi nodded slightly. "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you go abroad?" Ning Yuan touched Lin Luashi's head and said softly, "The monster the principal had to face was very powerful, and he was afraid he couldn't take care of me, so he asked me to return first." "Oh." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi's little face, then said, "Did I disturb your practice?" Ning Yuan knew that Lin Luashi was a very stubborn and strong-willed girl. Since the last battle between him and Lin Chen, the time she spent on cultivation had increased several times compared to before. Even though Ning Yuan told her not to work so hard, she didn't listen. The girl in his arms supported Ning Yuan's chest with her slender jade hands. She raised her delicate face slightly, frowned slightly, and said seriously, "Well, now that you're back, I don't feel like practicing anymore." Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment. He had only asked casually, but he didn't expect the rich girl to be like this. Ning Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand to stroke Lin Luashi's delicate little face. The voice was soft. Then take a rest for a while, let's go upstairs first, I have something to tell you. After saying that, Ning Yuan picked up the little rich woman in his princess carry and went upstairs. On the sofa, Ning Yuan massaged Lin Luashi's feet and said, I just came back from my father's place, and he talked to me about our marriage. Lin Luashi was stunned and a little confused. Seeing that Lin Luashi didn't react, Ning Yuan smiled and changed his address. Uncle Lin. He asked us to go back to Jiangning City tomorrow to get a marriage certificate and then hold the official wedding next year. Lin Luashi's little feet instantly retracted from Ning Yuan's hands, then she sat cross-legged and looked at Ning Yuan with a look of surprise on her face, and spoke anxiously. Real? She didn't believe that Lin Tai would let them get married so soon. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, took out the household registration book from the void ring, waved it in front of her and said, Real. Lin Luashi took the household registration book and was stunned for a moment. He opened it and took a look. It was really. Without waiting for her to speak, Ning Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her soft body into his arms. Lin Luashi was pulled over by him, with a somewhat obedient expression, and her beautiful facial features looked moist and crystal clear under the sunlight. Especially those beautiful big eyes, blinking, so cute. Shall we go get the certificate tomorrow? Good. Lin Luashi nodded obediently, with anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 106 Snow Girl. We're about to get the marriage certificate, why don't you call me husband? Brother, you are so bad. The young rich woman said softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Should I call you? Ning Yuan smiled slightly and tickled Lin Luashi's waist with his hand, making Lin Luashi laugh non-stop. Should I call you? The young rich woman finally gave in and called out husband with a loving look in her eyes. Ning Yuan looked at the rich young lady in his arms and suddenly realized that he and this silly young lady had known each other for almost 3 years. I didn't expect that so much time has passed from our first meeting at Pioneer Bookstore to now. And tomorrow, they will get their marriage certificate. Lin Luashi. If you shout, you have to take responsibility. Oh. The next day. Ning Yuan specially changed into a suit and looked very handsome. Lin Luashi changed into a black long skirt, which matched Ning Yuan's black suit very well. Are you dressed? All right. Lin Luashi looked in the mirror and spoke softly. Then let's go. Outside the villa, Ning Yuan summoned Xiaolong out without caring whether others would be scared. In an instant, a giant black dragon appeared in the open space and bowed to Ning Yuan. Lin Luashi covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of surprise. Ning Yuan took her hand and slowly sat on the dragon's back. The little dragon flapped its wings and instantly took off into the air. A child in the villa saw the scene and dropped the ice cream in his hand on the ground in shock. He then said to the woman in red next to him, Mom, there's a dragon. The woman in red looked in the direction the child was pointing, but saw nothing. There's no dragon. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? You just played too many games. Go back and do your homework. The child wiped his eyes with his hand and could only see a small black dot in the sky. At this time, he couldn't help but wonder if he had seen it wrong. Brother, when did you contract a black dragon? More than 4,000 meters above the ground, on the dragon's back, Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan with curiosity and asked softly. The principal helped me sign the contract. Isn't it cool? Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Handsome. Lin Luashi nodded blankly. She really liked the feeling of flying high in the sky. With Black Dragon's speed, the two arrived at the Eastern Theater Command in less than half an hour. Many people in the military district had seen Xiaolong, and they were not afraid of its arrival. Ning Yuan took Xiaolong back into the shadow and walked into the gate with Lin Luashi. Seeing Ning Yuan coming in, the soldier at the door saluted him. He knew that it was because of this young man that they were able to achieve victory yesterday. Although it may sound unrealistic, it is true. The young man before him was the greatest hero in killing the Emperor-level monster and repelling it. Outside the top-floor office. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Yuan knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Tai's loud voice came from the office. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi and walked in slowly. Dad. Lin Luashi looked at his father who was reviewing documents at his desk and called out softly. Hearing Lin Luashi's voice, Lin Tai raised his head instantly, and the moment he saw Lin Luashi, his eyes suddenly became moist. Eh? Over the years, in order to guard the military region, he has dedicated his youth and passion to Jiangning City. But I also owe my family too much because of this. Lin Tai stood up, walked slowly towards Lin Luashi, held her gently in his arms, and said with a trembling voice, Luashi, Daddy misses you so much. If it weren't for Ning Yuan, Lin Tai would have been in great danger yesterday. Maybe I won't be able to see my daughter today. This also caused his emotions to burst out at this moment. Lin Luashi's eyes were red. Although he didn't know why his father was so emotional today, he could feel his father's care and concern, mixed with a hint of fear. Father and daughter hugged each other for a long time. Afterwards, Lin Tai looked at Ning Yuan in his suit, and his eyes couldn't help but be a little dazed. He seemed to remember how he proposed to his wife in military uniform more than 20 years ago, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, he's even more handsome than I was back then. Lin Tai's voice was a little hoarse. Then he took out an ancient box from the void ring, with a blue gem inlaid on the lid. The moment the box was opened, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi were both stunned. A necklace made of broken diamonds lay quietly on a red cloth mat, and the pendant was an ice blue meteorite cut into a hexagon. Through the surface, one can vaguely see the figure of a petite girl frozen in the ice. Back then, while carrying out a mission in a secret place, your mother accidentally found this meteorite in a crack. She studied it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was sealed inside. However, she was certain that it was definitely an ice-type spiritual object. Every once in a while, icy cold air would overflow from the meteorite. She actually detected a long time ago that your awakened talent will be ice. Before she died, she said that on the day our daughter gets married, she would have the person she could trust the most put the ring on her head. Hearing Lin Tai's words, Lin Luashi was already in tears. After saying that, Lin Tai handed the necklace to Ning Yuan and said, Luoshi will be handed over to you from now on. Ning Yuan solemnly took the necklace and said firmly, Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of Luoshi in the future. Ning Yuan carefully put the necklace around Lin Luashi's neck. Suddenly, the moment the necklace touched Lin Luashi's skin, a white lotus appeared on her forehead, and those tiny diamonds began to flow like living things, forming a miniature galaxy at her collarbone. Through the eye of true vision, Ning Yuan saw what was sealed in the meteorite. Innate creature, Snow Girl. Status, sleeping. Master, Lin Luashi. Snow Maiden, an innate creature from the Frost Realm, formed from the purest ice-attributed elemental energy of heaven and earth. It can be said that she was born from the ultimate ice and snow. She absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transformed into a human form. Her true form is the Ice and Snow Maiden, and her strength surpasses that of a martial god. Ning Yuan looked at the virtual panel that appeared above the meteorite and was shocked. Fuck, beyond the god of war. Isn't becoming a martial god the end? How could such a powerful snow girl fall into a deep sleep? Ning Yuan had many questions in his mind, but these things were far beyond his current consideration. Don't cry, Mommy definitely wants you to be happy too. Lin Tai patted Lin Luashi on the back and spoke softly. Lin Luashi wiped her tears and hummed softly. Chapter 107 Getting a Certificate. Jiangning City, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ning Yuan looked a little dazed, and just like that, he and the rich woman got their marriage certificate. Certificate holders, male, Ning Yuan, female, Lin Luashi. Registration date, July 1, 2025. Looking at the little red book in his hand, Ning Yuan felt that everything seemed like a dream. Ning Yuan turned and looked at Lin Luashi. Lin Luashi. You will be my wife from now on. Lin Luashi's pretty face turned slightly red. Then he nodded gently, yeah. She didn't blush or get shy when I touched her feet, so why did she get so shy just by calling her a name? Seeing Lin Luashi's shy look, Ning Yuan couldn't help but suck on her cheek. When Lin Luashi saw Ning Yuan kissing her in public, her face turned red as if blood was about to bleed, and her voice trembled a little. There are so many people here, can't you just go home first? Ning Yuan smiled slightly, and said in a voice that everyone present wanted to hear, What are you afraid of? You are my wife. Lin Luashi gently twisted Ning Yuan's waist with her small hands, but didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting him. Brother, go home first. Ning Yuan stopped teasing her because he knew that Lin Luashi was thin-skinned. More than an hour later, Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi returned to Shuixi Manor. The reason why it took so long was because Ning Yuan just remembered that there was no food left at home. I went to the mall to buy some. When I checked out, I also picked up a box of baby burp condoms. The checkout lady gave him a strange look. Ning Yuan was still very strong in his mentality and put it in his pocket in a lightning speed. Inside Villa number 33. The layout of the room remains the same as before, with almost no changes. Every room was still as clean as ever. Apparently, Uncle Fu would send someone to clean here regularly in case Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi suddenly came back to stay. Ning Yuan took off his suit jacket and hung it on the clothes rack, then said to Lin Luashi, "Luoshi, I'm going to cook." Lin Luashi nodded and said calmly, "I want to eat braised pork." Good. Although there were only 2 people, Ning Yuan made 4 dishes. Braised pork, scrambled eggs with leeks, braised abalone and quail eggs, and finally a crushing carp soup. It has to be said that Ning Yuan was still surprised by Lin Luashi's appetite. Perhaps it was because warriors consumed more energy, she ate almost as much as Ning Yuan. The 2 of them finished all 4 dishes without wasting any. After dinner, Lin Luashi volunteered to wash the dishes. Ning Yuan sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the notebook, and posted it on his Moments. Ning Yuan even wrote a special text, "From now on, my hands will no longer be empty, and I will have someone to hold my hand throughout the spring, summer, autumn and winter." After a while, I received likes and comments from Lin Tai. Lin Tai, harmony between the zither and the qin. Wooing June, a happy marriage. Song June? A happy marriage. Lu Ming, a happy marriage. Xin Yunsheng, a perfect match made in heaven. Luo Binglan, take good care of her. Ning Yuan looked at the comments that were replied to almost instantly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he received a private message from Song Jun. "Song Jun, how come you're married?" Ning Yuan, "There's nothing I can do. My father-in-law is quite anxious." Song Jun, emoticon, kneeling down, begging to be accepted as a disciple. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and did not respond to this funny guy. Lin Luashi came from the kitchen and sat next to Ning Yuan, with an expression that looked like he was asking for praise, and said, "Ning Yuan, I'm done washing." "What did you call me?" Ning Yuan hummed, staring at her straight in the eyes. "Husband." Although Lin Luashi found it very easy to call him brother, even she felt that the name husband was a bit corny. But Ning Yuan was happy to hear this, "That's right." Then he pecked her little mouth lightly. "Look, everyone gave us blessings." Then Ning Yuan handed the phone to Lin Luashi, smiled slightly, and spoke. "Watching and watching." Lin Luashi's eyes were red. She didn't expect that before she knew it, there were so many people around her who cared about them. Lin Luashi returned the phone to Ning Yuan, looked at her quietly with eyes full of affection, and said softly, "We'll be together forever, right?" "Of course." Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, a message alert sounded. Ning Yuan looked down and saw that it was Luo Binglan. "Luo Binglan, take good care of Luo Shi. If I find out you bully her, you're done." Luo Binglan, also, what's up with that girl from Magic City University? Stop messing around with her, or I'll cut your hair when I come back. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw the message from Luo Binglan, and felt a chill between his legs. How does she know In Qian Shui? Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan understood instantly, frowned, turned to look at Lin Luashi, and spoke with some anger in his voice. Lin Luashi was stunned, not knowing why Ning Yuan suddenly became so angry. "Did you tell Sister Lan about In Qian Shui's matter? You said you wouldn't complain, so you've learned to lie, haven't you?" Lin Luashi immediately understood, shrank his little head, and said, "How could I lie to you? I said I wouldn't complain to Dad, but I didn't say I wouldn't complain to Sister Luo. It's your fault." Ning Yuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He pulled Lin Luashi to his knees and slapped her but twice with his right hand. "You dare to talk back to me now, right? And what did I do wrong? I've already said that In Qian Shui and I are just friends." Lin Luashi was not a lamb to be slaughtered. She kicked her feet and ran to the side of the sofa. She placed the pillow on her chest and said, "If you bully me again, I'll tell Sister Luo. Hey, is there anything else I can do to cure you?" She was becoming increasingly unable to control this girl, and was just about to stand up and teach her a lesson. "Ning Yuan, what do you want to do?" Luo Binglan's cold voice suddenly came. It turned out that when Lin Luashi found out that Ning Yuan was complaining, he secretly called Luo Binglan. Naturally, Luo Binglan heard every word Ning Yuan said to threaten Lin Luashi. Ahem, Sister Lan, I was just joking with Luashi. Ning Yuan glared at Lin Luashi and said. It would be better this way. Lin Luashi took out the phone from under the pillow, looked at Luo Binglan on the screen with a smile, and said softly. Sister Luo, he didn't bully me, we were just playing. A gentle look appeared on Luo Binglan's face, and her tone was completely different from how she treated Ning Yuan. Well, if he bullies you, tell me, and I'll help you deal with him. Good. Lin Luashi turned around and looked at Ning Yuan with some pride, then nodded. Sister Luo, Ning Yuan and I got our marriage certificate today. Lin Luashi picked up the red book on the table and waved it in front of the camera. I know. Luo Binglan nodded with a smile. Immediately, Lin Luashi's words stunned Luo Binglan and Ning Yuan. Sister Luo, when you come back, get your marriage certificate with Ning Yuan. The living room suddenly became very quiet, and the chirping of birds outside the window seemed a little noisy at this moment. After a while, Luo Binglan's voice came from the phone. Good. Chapter 108. See if I can stab you. Sister Luo will definitely look better than me after taking her final makeup photos. Hearing Lin Luashi's words, Luo Binglan smiled slightly and said softly. Our Luo, she is the most beautiful. Lin Luashi laughed and felt very happy. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. If Ning Yuan bullies you, call me. Luo Binglan said lightly. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Luashi slowly moved the phone that was covering her face down, and looked at Ning Yuan quietly with a proud and arrogant look, as if to say, I have a backer now, and I don't think you dare to bully me. The words come here were almost written on his face. Ning Yuan was so angry when he saw her like this, he was really angry and thought. Just wait and see if I'm going to stab you tonight. But now, I have to collect some interest first. Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Luashi's feet, pulled her over and put her on his lap. Now that Sister Lan is backing you up, are you feeling proud now? Ning Yuan looked into Lin Luashi's eyes and said. Is there? Lin Luashi's eyes wandered around as she spoke softly. You're using Sister Lan to threaten me now. You've been acting like this even without Sister Lan. What will happen if she's around in the future? Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Luashi's slender waist with both hands and pinched it from time to time. Lin Luashi felt itchy and wanted to refute, but found that it seemed to be true. Then he stared at Ning Yuan blankly and whispered. Then I apologize to you. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Luashi's expression. There was not a trace of impurities in his clear eyes. The standard clear eyes of a college student. Well, then the apology must be sincere. Lin Luashi hummed softly. Then she put her arms around Ning Yuan's neck, and gently pressed her pink lips against Ning Yuan's, then separated. That's it? Ning Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at her. Then what should I do so that you won't be angry? Humph, what a scumbag. Just touching me is considered an apology? That's so insincere. And you? Before she could finish her words, Ning Yuan hooked his right hand around her neck and their lips locked together. The young rich woman frowned and couldn't help but put her arms around Ning Yuan. She responded to Ning Yuan pitifully and made a sound of pain. Ning Yuan changed his hand to hook her neck, and without saying a word, his right hand swam upwards from under her clothes. Lin Luashi instantly shrank her head and her body couldn't help but tremble. Her little Zua and little Yu were bullied. Just as Ning Yuan was about to unbutton his clothes, Lin Luashi punched Ning Yuan's chest with her pink fist and then gently pushed him away. It's still daytime now, we can only do it at night. Lin Luashi's cheeks were flushed and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Good. Although that thing can only be done at night, Ning Yuan's hands never stopped moving. Lin Luashi's body became soft after being pinched, and she fell into Ning Yuan's arms, with her two snow-white feet curled up. Then, Ning Yuan took advantage of the gap and bit Lin Luashi's lips again the next second. Brother, Lin Luashi blinked, looked at Ning Yuan, and then slowly closed his eyes. It's no use calling me brother, I'm going to be kissed to death again. He knew Lin Luashi very well. Even though Lin Luashi was upset and complained to Luo Binglan, she was not really angry. This is actually another way of acting coquettishly. Just a kiss will do, or, a kiss will make you stupid. Although Lin Luashi had a cold expression and was still a little rebellious, he stopped making trouble as soon as Ning Yuan bit his mouth. What a cold school beauty, what a cold goddess, they just deserve to be kissed. Of course, Lin Luashi is not really aloof, she just uses aloofness as a protective color. She often has a blank expression on her face, but she is very good at observing other people's expressions. She knows who is really good to her. From our first meeting in a bookstore to our gradual acquaintance. She was also very cautious from the beginning, fearing that she would lose her friend Ning Yuan. Later, I became bolder. He smiled more often and started to act playful. Sometimes he would deliberately cause some minor sabotage to attract Ning Yuan's attention. But as long as she called him brother, Ning Yuan couldn't bear to be mean to him and couldn't do anything to her. But things are different now. After getting the marriage certificate, she found that calling her brother didn't seem to work anymore. My little mouth is about to be swollen. After lips parted. The two of them stayed together for a while before gradually separating. After the two of them were done being intimate, Lin Luashi went to the bathroom to take a shower. Ning Yuan did not take a shower with her, but went to the martial arts hall on the first floor. After all, when it comes to that kind of thing, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Well, let us talk about it tonight. He planned to break through the king of martial arts in one fell swoop this time and completely eradicate the high-level monsters in the space rift outside the wilderness of the Eastern War Zone. In this way, Lin Tai's pressure to defend the East will be much less. According to Lu Qingyang, the strongest monster in the sea-level spacecraft should be in the Martial Emperor stage. I just don't know if there are any late-stage Emperor-level monsters. Although Xiaolong is there, he is not very afraid of the late Emperor-level monsters due to the suppression of his bloodline. But to be on the safe side, it's not too late to break through to King Wu before going. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan did not hesitate and took out all the remaining king-level beast cores in the Void Ring. There are more than 80 in total. There are various types of monsters inside. After all, most of them were killed instantly by Lu Qingyang, so there was no time to tell what kind of monsters they were. Ning Yuan didn't care about anything else and started swallowing directly. More than 80 beast cores are enough to provide him with more than 110,000 points of breath. And his strength also successfully reached the second level of Martial King. Of course, there are even a few spiritual beast cores among them. His mental strength increased from over 2,600 to over 3,200. What made him happiest was that he actually gained a special power. S-level Stellar Nirvana. Stellar Nirvana, absorbing the power of the stars, a star core forms within the body, allowing the body to automatically absorb the star power and cultivate on its own. Upon death, a star nirvana is triggered. Even if the body is shattered, the soul is nurtured within the star core, absorbing the star power and being reborn. Chapter 109 Lightning Flash. Ning Yuan could feel that in his sea of consciousness, there was a planet-like nucleus floating in the center. At this moment, his attribute panel is extremely luxurious. Name, Ning Yuan. Level, second level Martial King. Talents, Gluttony, 9 Mysterious Golden Thunder, Soul Summoning, Star Nirvana. Chi and Blood, 213540. Spiritual Power, 3235. Skills, Devour, Flash Step, Thunder Palm, Netherworld Illusion, Golden Thunder Wings, Thunderous Thunder. Martial Arts, Shinra 3 Absolute Swords Great Mastery, Thunderbolt Blade Perfection, 3000 Thunders. Contracted Undead, Sand Wolf Early Emperor Level, Black Dragon Late Emperor Level, Number of Contractable Undead Remaining, 1. Ning Yuan expected Xiaolong's strength to recover to the Late Emperor Level, but Dahei's successful breakthrough to the Emperor Level was beyond his expectations. According to Lu Qingyang, the upper limit of the Sand Wolf is the Emperor Level. Also, once a monster is contracted, it can never be changed. If there is nothing else that can help Dahei raise his upper limit, then he will eventually stop at the Late Emperor Level. However, in the frozen and snowy area, since Dahei can gain improvement by absorbing energy, it may not be impossible for him to break the bloodline boundary. Ning Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this swallowing. Not only did they gain an S-level life-saving ability, but both undead also broke through to the Emperor level. This increased his success rate in resolving sea-level cracks outside the wilderness to 99.99%. After all, he was confident that there were almost no monsters in the Martial Emperor stage that could match the Black Dragon in the Late Emperor stage. Unless it encounters a monster with a bloodline more powerful than its own, but that kind of monster should not appear in a mere sea-level crack. As for the Emperor-level beast core in the Void Ring, he had just tried to devour it, but found that the increase in his energy and blood was not as much as he had imagined. Although he could feel a huge amount of energy flowing into his body, he found that his body could not digest this energy. Instead, this energy was absorbed by the core of the star. Ning Yuan guessed that it should be Yuanli. As long as one advances to the martial emperor stage, the standard for measuring a warrior's strength will change from qi and blood to Yuanli. Even with the strength of King Wu, he was not yet able to absorb the Yuanli and use it for himself. However, as long as there is no loss, it is not too bad. Immediately afterwards, a small intelligent ball appeared in Ning Yuan's hand, which contained the S-level martial arts skill 3000 Thunders. He planned to first practice the 3000 Thunders to the entry level. Although he has the skill of blink, and his speed is fast, the distance he can flash is very short. As my strength increases, this skill seems a bit useless. But if he could cultivate the 3000 Thunder movements to the entry level and combine it with the Golden Thunder Wings, then his speed would be enough to rival that of an ordinary martial emperor. 3000 Thunders cannot be practiced by those who have not awakened the Thunder element. It requires a warrior to be able to make the Thunder element his own in order to have the foundation for practice. Ning Yuan walked out of the villa, spread his Golden Thunder Wings, and soon arrived at a wilderness in the Magic City. He didn't dare to practice martial arts in the villa, as he was well aware of the power of the 9 profound Golden Thunder. Even if it were to release a tiny amount, at the very least it would leave scorch marks on the ground, and in severe cases the entire building would collapse. The Smart Ball released the 3000 Thunderous cultivation techniques. The 3000 Thunders are divided into 3 levels: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunders, which respectively correspond to Small Success, Great Success, and Perfection. As for the state of transformation and the true state, no one has yet reached this level. The standard for reaching the lightning flash is to be able to use the power of thunder to infuse the lightning into the soles of the feet, forming a golden halo, and to use the momentum to take steps far beyond the norm. As for the realm beyond Lei Shan, he did not plan to practice it today. The night is long and there are more important things to do. After all, he has revenge to take, so he will stab anyone who deserves it. After reading the key points of practicing Thunder Flash, Ning Yuan's mind gradually calmed down, and he slowly mobilized the 9 profound golden thunder in his body. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and strands of golden lightning wrapped around his whole body, and finally slowly flowed towards the soles of his feet. In just a moment, it gathered into a golden light, completely enveloping Ning Yuan's feet. Looking at the golden light that enveloped his feet, Ning Yuan moved his mind, leaned forward slightly, took a step back with his right foot, and then pushed slightly. In an instant, he felt a slight dizziness, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Looking around, he had moved forward nearly 100 meters. Ning Yuan was shocked. With just a light step, he moved nearly 100 meters. What a terrifying speed! Gradually, he discovered that with this speed, he could flash briefly in the air without using the Golden Thunder Wings. You know, walking in the air is something that only those at the Martial Emperor level can do. Although it only lasted about 10 seconds, it was already terrifying. If outsiders saw this, they would be shocked. Of course, this is also because of the 9 profound Golden Thunder. As one of the strongest types of thunder, Ning Yuan has a unique advantage in practicing the 3000 Thunders. The 3000 Thunders exerted their greatest effectiveness in his hands, as if they were tailor-made for him. Moreover, this is only the first level of 3000 Thunders Lightning Flash. If he could reach the level of Thunder Flash, he believed that he could stay in the air for at least a minute. Across the vast wilderness, Ning Yuan tirelessly dodged back and forth, a flash of golden lightning like an electric snake, constantly and rapidly shuttling beneath his feet. After more than 2 hours of practice, Ning Yuan successfully stabilized the 3000 Thunders at the Thunder Flash realm. But the next level, Thunder Flash, is not so simple. Thunder Instant, the speed breaks through the limitation of flash and approaches instantaneous. It is necessary to make the thunder power in the body more condensed, no longer limited to being driven by the soles of the feet, but to run through the whole body, realizing the body moves with the thoughts, and the thunder comes with the thoughts. Of course, if you want to cultivate the Thunder Flash, it is not a one-day job, it requires a long period of practice. As for the third level of 3000 Thunders, the speed is beyond the limit. To reach the level of being able to create clones, but it requires the coordination of mental power. Resonate with spiritual power to ensure consistent actions and achieve synchronization. Furthermore, the clone possesses 70% of the original body's power and lasts for 1 hour. However, after 2 hours of cultivation to reach the Thunder Flash realm, Ning Yuan was still quite satisfied. Being able to cultivate 3000 Thunders to the first level was beyond his expectations. After all, his original goal was to get started, but he didn't expect that with the blessing of the 9 profound Golden Thunder, he had already achieved some success in such a short period of time. Ning Yuan spread out his Golden Thunder wings behind him, and with a flap of his wings, his body drew an arc in the air. After a few minutes, they returned to the front of the villa. 3,000 thunders broke through to thunder flashes, and his speed was almost several times faster than before. Chapter 110. Listening to the sound of snapping. Living room on the second floor. Lin Luashi was wearing black pajamas, her two snow-white and delicate feet were wiggling up and down, not looking like a lady at all, lying on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Ning Yuan coming back, she slowly sat up, put her feet into slippers, walked towards Ning Yuan with a clattering sound, and asked with some doubt, "Where have you been?" Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Luashi, and a burning feeling welled up in his heart. The black pajamas could not hide her surging aura, and coupled with her snow-white thighs, she was extremely seductive. Ning Yuan has not forgotten her behavior of complaining, and he must punish this girl tonight. Let her know who is the real boss in this family. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and his mind gradually calmed down. "I just went to practice and I'm sweating all over. I'm going to take a shower first." "Oh." The young rich woman nodded blankly, not realizing what she would face after taking a shower. As Ning Yuan went to the bedroom to get some clothes to change into, Lin Luashi sat back on the sofa and started watching TV. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Yuan walked out of the bathroom. This is definitely not because Ning Yuan is anxious. But the main thing for boys is to take a shower quickly. They just wet their hair and body, and then apply shampoo and shower gel. A flush of hot water and it's over. If I hadn't been sweating so much today, 5 minutes would have been too much. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan sat down next to Lin Luashi and watched TV with her. The little rich lady likes to watch fantasy anime, and she gets fascinated by it every time she watches it. Ning Yuan was not very interested in this kind of animation, but since the rich girl liked to watch it, he watched it with her. But now, his mind was not on the TV at all. He was thinking about how to punish Lin Luashi in bed later. Now he just wanted to wait for Lin Luashi to get tired of watching and then prepare to go to bed. After all, every time she watched for 2 hours, her eyelids would droop and she would feel sleepy. Sure enough, before 2 hours had even passed, Lin Luashi's eyelids could no longer hold up after more than an hour. "Brother, I'm a little sleepy." At this time, Lin Luashi looked at Ning Yuan, opened his hands, and spoke softly. "Finally, the wait has come." Ning Yuan smiled slightly, turned off the TV, slowly stood up, picked up the little rich woman, and prepared to take her to the bedroom to sleep. Ning Yuan's pajama pockets were relatively shallow. When he squatted down to pick up the little rich woman, the baby burp bag in his pocket fell to the floor with a plop. The floor was quite empty, and the box was not opened, so the noise was louder and more noticeable when it fell to the ground. At this moment, both of them looked towards the floor, and both of them saw that thing. The rich young woman secretly glanced at Ning Yuan, and her face instantly blushed. She still recognizes this thing. Then, she squatted down shyly, picked it up silently, and put it back into Ning Yuan's pocket. My brother's little thoughts were exposed. Ning Yuan was a little embarrassed, but seeing that Lin Luashi had no intention of resisting, he became even more excited and carried Lin Luashi into the bedroom. Next, on the bed in the bedroom. The rich young woman with long legs and a thin waist was thrown directly onto the bed and her pink little mouth was kissed. Then, the buttons of her clothes were slowly unbuttoned, and her clothes disappeared. Immediately, her flawless, snow-white body, as if carved from ice and jade, appeared before Ning Yuan without any covering. At first, Lin Luashi struggled for a while, but under Ning Yuan's kiss, her whole body became weak and she couldn't exert any strength. Ning Yuan gently stroked the back of Lin Luashi's neck to help her calm down. Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi gently. I love you so much." Lin Luashi said bravely with a flushed face and charming eyes. "I love you too." In the end, Lin Luashi stopped struggling. Brother, turn off the light, please." Lin Luashi whispered softly. "No, I can't see you then, but you can dim the lights a little." Immediately afterwards, Ning Yuan held her hands, leaned down, and gently kissed her on the lips, blocking out the sound that followed. Lin Luashi's hands were unable to move, her beautiful eyes widened, and she made a humming sound from her mouth. But as her stunningly beautiful upper body was revealed to Ning Yuan, her sobs gradually became weaker and weaker. Slowly. Card reviewed. The bedroom has excellent sound insulation and is extremely quiet, so the sound of man and woman having sex is particularly clear, striking the ears and hearts of both people. Here, no one will bother them. As the saying goes, the fragrance of rice flowers speaks of a good harvest, and the sound of rice flowers popping. The gentle movements were accompanied by increasingly charming gasps, and the weak struggle gradually turned into unconscious compliance. I don't know how many storms and lingering times we have experienced. Ning Yuan lay on the bed, breathing heavily, his hand gently stroking the smooth pink back of the rich woman. Lin Luashi lay quietly on Ning Yuan's body, her beautiful eyes closed, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. In the corners of her eyes, there were still a few drops of happy tears that had not yet dried. The next morning, Ning Yuan opened his eyes in a daze and found that Lin Luashi was already awake. And not only did she wake up, she also changed into a new set of pajamas. Ning Yuan was so anxious that he tore a hole in his black pajamas yesterday because he couldn't unbutton them, making it difficult to wear. At this moment, she was lying obediently, her little eyes still staring at Ning Yuan, and her index finger was touching the tip of Ning Yuan's nose. "Why don't you get some more sleep?" Ning Yuan grabbed her little hand, put it to his lips and kissed it gently. Lin Luashi shook her head without saying anything. Her soft silver hair fell on the pillow, and her eyes were full of happiness. "I gave you my first time last night. You know, a boy's first time is very important. You have to be responsible for me from now on. You can't be a scumbag and run away after sleeping with me." Ning Yuan pinched Lin Luashi's little face and said softly. Lin Luashi nodded seriously and said, "Fool." Ning Yuan leaned forward and gently bit Lin Luashi's pink lips. Looking at the messy floor next to the bed, Ning Yuan was stunned. "The whole night, I don't know how many times, anyway, the whole box was used up. You sleep a little longer, I'll make breakfast." Ning Yuan slowly sat up and patted Lin Luashi's little butt. I'll go with you." Lin Luashi also slowly sat up. In fact, she still felt some pain in her body. After being tormented by Ning Yuan for a whole night, even with her physical fitness as a great martial artist, she could hardly bear it. "Please take a rest. I will be quick." Ning Yuan smiled, touched her head, and spoke softly. "Oh." Lin Luashi nodded slightly. When she just stood up, she did feel some pain, as if her body was falling apart. Chapter 111 The Tree of Life. For a whole week, the two of them had a tacit understanding and practiced martial arts during the day, spending every night together. After a week of practice, Ning Yuan successfully cultivated the 3,000 thunders to the Thunder Instant realm. He was planning to go to the wilderness today to deal with the space crack. With Black Dragon and Dahe, he is fully confident in resolving the sea-level space crack. Originally, Lin Luashi wanted to go with them, but Ning Yuan was afraid of any accidents, so he asked her to stay at home. After all, the monsters in the cracks are different from those in the secret realm, and the order of magnitude of the monsters is not on the same level. Although the little rich woman's current combat power is enough to deal with early king level or even mid-level king level monsters. But this was also his first time entering a space rift alone, so it would be better not to bring her alone. After more than 10 minutes, Ning Yuan rode the Black Dragon to the space crack in the wilderness. He also killed an emperor-level monster on the way. I have to say, it's pretty unlucky. Not long after coming out of the crack, he ran into Ning Yuan. When he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Soon, Ning Yuan entered the space crack. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. Here is a huge valley. Ning Yuan looked up at the sky first, and what he saw was not the clear sky and bright sun as he had imagined, but a vast night. And in the sky, there is a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The clear light it casts makes this vast sandy land seem less gloomy. Its surface seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist, making the entire sand look a bit cold. Ning Yuan was on a high place, and he could see the whole front at a glance. What appeared before him was a huge valley. The valley was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the sky was filled with yellow sand and dust, revealing the breath of death and mania everywhere. In the center of the valley, a king-level giant scorpion and a king-level giant lizard were fighting each other. It seems like they are fighting for this piece of territory. Ning Yuan moved his mind, and more than 10 flying knives appeared out of thin air, and then turned into streams of light and shot towards them. Although the two monsters sensed the impending danger in time, the speed of the flying knife was far beyond their ability to dodge. The flying knives instantly pierced through their bodies, and the giant scorpions fell to the ground and lost their lives. On the contrary, the third sister-in-law had a very strong vitality. Although her body was pierced, she was still alive. But he only lived for a few seconds longer. The injured sister-in-law was no match for the flying knife, and in the end, she could only die in regret. All I can say is that it was bad luck for them to meet Ning Yuan. After collecting the beast core, Ning Yuan flew towards the valley. To his surprise, there weren't many monsters here. At first glance, most of them are low-level monsters. Why are there so few monsters here? Ning Yuan, who was standing on the flying shield, couldn't help but mutter. Although it is of low level, Ning Yuan, as a contemporary living bodhisattva, will certainly not let it go. Out of kindness, he summoned Dahe and asked him to pray for their salvation. Ning Yuan flew inside and could see a huge cave in the distance. The huge cave covers an area of about 10,000 square meters and is nearly 1,000 meters high. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan rushed in. Deep in the cave, a towering tree rises straight from the ground to the top of the cave, and its slightly yellowed crown almost covers half of the cave. Ning Yuan looked up, calmed himself down, and his eyes swept across the big tree and fixed on the ground to the right of the tree. There are 2 giant skeletons there. Judging from their size, it is not difficult to judge that the strength of these 2 monsters must have reached the emperor level when they were alive. Perhaps these 2 monsters were fighting over something, and in the end, they both perished? This is the best explanation Ning Yuan can give. After all, along the way, he has not seen many emperor-level monsters, let alone king-level monsters. There is no monster here that has the ability to kill these 2 giants at the same time. Then, Ning Yuan's gaze gradually shifted to the big tree. Under the eyes of true vision, the information of the tree is fully exposed. Tree of Life, one of the 10 sacred trees in ancient times. According to legend, in the land of death, an ancient tree of life quietly bloomed, its juice flowing with vibrant green, and it also contains the law of life. Its juice has the effect of reviving the dead and making bones flesh. Wow, no wonder these 2 monsters are fighting over this. It turns out this is a sacred tree. Ning Yuan was secretly shocked, not only because of its therapeutic effects, but also because of the life laws it contained. According to Lu Qingyang, a martial saint who successfully comprehends the laws can fight across nearly 5 small levels. And he is at the martial saint level. A small realm makes a huge difference. However, if its juice can revive the dead and turn flesh into bones, why don't these 2 monsters use the juice to recover? Ning Yuan was lost in thought when suddenly the thick branch slowly came towards him. Fortunately, Ning Yuan had a strong perception and reacted instantly, retreating rapidly. The attack missed, but it still didn't give up. In an instant, more than a dozen branches stretched out and attacked Ning Yuan. It's a pity that wood cannot conduct electricity, otherwise Ning Yuan's 9 profound golden thunder would not be a vegetarian. However, Ning Yuan is not someone to be trifled with, and he directly summons the little dragon. Suddenly, a huge black dragon appeared in the cave. And at the moment Xiaolong appeared, Ning Yuan discovered that the Tree of Life seemed to sense a strong sense of danger. It knew that it was not something it could resist, and its branches and leaves were shaking violently. As the dragon was ready to exhale, the Tree of Life could no longer hold back. I surrender, don't spit fire. The branches quickly retracted. Suddenly, a miniature beautiful girl appeared out of thin air, with a pair of small wings behind her, like an elf. She was the size of a palm, wearing a light blue short skirt with silver threads on the hem. Her hair was flowing emerald green with a faint silver glow at the ends. Its wings are transparent rose quartz, with a faint green glow at the tips. Looking at the little elf, Ning Yuan gently patted the little dragon's head, signaling it to stop attacking. The virtual information panel of the little girl appeared in front of Ning Yuan. Spirit of Life, the spirit of the Tree of Life, dwelling within the Tree of Life. Healing light can overflow from its palms. It possesses powerful healing powers and is the external incarnation of the Tree of Life. After learning the information about the elf in front of him, Ning Yuan stared at her and spoke lightly. Are you the Tree of Life? At the same time, he patted the little dragon with his hand, signaling it to attack directly if the other party made any movement. Well, you can think of it this way, my name is Qinger. The elf flew in front of Ning Yuan and nodded slightly. Why did you suddenly attack me? I thought you were going to hurt me. The elf frowned and spoke softly. Ning Yuan nodded. He was indeed an outsider who broke in here, so it was natural for her to be cautious and defend herself. It seems that the deaths of these 2 monsters were most likely caused by her. Although she was no match for any of the monsters at full health, she was still capable of killing them if she was seriously injured. Chapter 112, Xiantian Shirong. Can your juice heal a broken arm? Ning Yuan looked at Qinger with anticipation in his eyes and asked anxiously. Sure. Qinger nodded slightly, a hint of pride in her tone. I am the spirit of life, so minor injuries like this are no problem at all. When Ning Yuan heard Qinger's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle Zhang's broken arm could be cured. He couldn't help but hold her in his palm and gently touched her head with his index finger. The joy in his heart was like waves, one after another. Hey, don't touch my head, it will keep me from growing taller. Xinger stretched out her little hand to push Ning Yuan's fingers away and said with some resentment. Hearing this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You little thing, are you still going to grow taller? No matter how much you grow, you'll still be this big. Then fill some juice for me and I'll take it back to save my friend. Ning Yuan said to her with a smile. Xinger rolled her eyes and spoke in a sweet and tender voice, like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley, sounding somewhat pitiful. I've already consumed too much of my life force. If you take the juice away, I won't be able to live much longer. Ning Yuan knew that this was her excuse. After all, taking juice from such a big tree to treat an arm would not be enough to reach the level, she said. Ning Yuan knew that she must have something to ask him for help, so he asked. What should we do then? Xinger's expression changed, and she smiled flatteringly as she spoke. If I go out with you, I can help you heal your friend without consuming any juice. Ning Yuan was stunned. He was naturally very happy to have such a little elf following him, but could she leave the sacred tree and go out with him alone? Can you leave the sacred tree and go out with me? No. Xinger shook her head. Then how can I take you out? You can't let me carry such a big tree out, right? Ning Yuan said. I can shrink it, but before that, I need to get something. Xinger was always observing Ning Yuan's expression and his attitude. Seeing that he was still calm, she slowly spoke. What? The innate soil. Xinger said slowly. Ning Yuan was stunned. He knew something about Xiantian Shirong. There was some knowledge about Xiantian Shirong in his high school cultural courses. Xiantian Shirong is a magical soil that allows plants to grow rapidly and possesses infinite vitality. Its main purpose is to grow magical medicine, which can be used to enhance strength and prolong life. However, the innate Shirong is controlled by the state and is extremely rare. All the innate Shirong in China is allocated to the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. As the top cultural university in China, Huazhong University of Science and Technology specializes in the research of mechas, spacecraft, and other high-tech products. There is one more thing, which is to cultivate miracle medicine. Where can I find Xiantian Shirong for you? I can't get this thing. Ning Yuan frowned. This thing is under state control. Even if he borrowed it, Huazhong University of Science and Technology might not agree. Xinger tilted her head slightly and said softly, it's in this crack. However, this mid-level emperor monster regards that place as its own territory. I can't defeat it. Ning Yuan understood instantly that this girl treated him as a thug. But as long as she can follow me, none of this will be a problem. After all, no one will refuse a wet nurse who can provide great milk. Where is it? I'll get it for you. Ning Yuan said lightly. A smile appeared on Xinger's lips, and she said loudly. Go straight into the valley, and you will see a small forest. In the center of it is a swamp. That is where the innate soil is located. Ning Yuan touched his chin and said, okay, wait, I'll get it for you. Xinger was still very confident in Ning Yuan. After all, in front of the black dragon, that monster was just a small karami. After walking out of the cave, Ning Yuan didn't plan to waste time. He directly summoned the little dragon and rode him into the depths of the valley. Not long after, just as Xinger said, a forest came into view. Ning Yuan rode the little dragon and flew over the woods. Sure enough, there was a huge swamp in the center of the woods. The little dragon landed on the ground and gently flapped its wings, cutting down many of the surrounding trees. Next to the swamp, there is a piece of soil that glows slightly with golden light. Moreover, on top of it, there grows a fruit tree, and on the tree there grows a golden fruit. Golden Thunder Qilin fruit. This fruit contains the power of heavenly thunder and the blood of the Qilin. Consuming it can enhance physical strength and speed. It can also increase the understanding of thunder magic for those awakened by the thunder element. Ning Yuan's eyes were shining and he was very excited. This fruit was tailor-made for him. It not only increases one's understanding of thunder magic, but also strengthens the body. According to Xinger, there should be an emperor-level monster here. Ning Yuan observed the surrounding environment and found that the only place to hide nearby was the swamp. Ning Yuan didn't dare to take the risk to take the fruit. He touched the little dragon's head and signaled it to breathe into the swamp. Immediately, a huge black flame rushed towards the swamp. The swamp was almost evaporated dry. Immediately, the steam rising from the swamp was suddenly stirred, and a giant crocodile broke out of the swamp. A dark golden giant shadow over 40 meters long broke out of the water. The raised scales on its back were like indestructible armor, emitting a dark golden halo. Black armored crocodile. Level, late emperor level. Note, he has traces of ancient giant crocodile and Qilin blood in his body, making him incredibly powerful. Looking at this giant crocodile, Ning Yuan's face showed not only no fear, but a hint of joy. A late-stage emperor-level beast core delivered to my doorstep. Xiaolong, do it. Ning Yuan patted Xiaolong's head and spoke. Then, Ning Yuan turned around and embraced the little dragon in front of him. He flapped the golden wings on his back and flew into the sky. While they were confronting each other, Ning Yuan had secretly put the golden thunder Qilin fruit and the innate soil directly into the void ring. And in the center of this foggy swamp, a thrilling battle between giant beasts begins. Chapter 113 Master. Although there is a bloodline suppression in this life and death battle, the black armored crocodile can't care less and has to bite the bullet and do it. The moment the battle broke out, Xiaolong took the lead in attacking. It flapped its wings, bringing up a gust of wind that seemed to shake the entire space. Immediately, it rushed towards the giant crocodile like a black lightning, so fast that Ning Yuan could hardly see clearly. It has to be said that Xiaolong didn't fully demonstrate his strength every time he attacked. This battle can be said to have demonstrated its true strength. The black dragon was very fast, but the giant crocodile was not to be outdone. It quickly turned its huge body and used its thick tail like a giant steel whip to lash out at the little dragon. The little dragon twisted its body flexibly in the air and easily avoided the tail. Immediately, black flames gathered in its mouth, and a black dragon breath sprayed towards the giant crocodile like a raging torrent. The giant crocodile wanted to dodge, but the distance was too close and the black flame was too fast, so it had no time to escape. Roar! The black dragon breath enveloped the giant crocodile, and only a painful roar was heard. The body of the black armored giant crocodile trembled violently under the attack of the dragon's breath. The dark golden scales on his body began to slowly fall off under the erosion of the black flames, revealing the bloody body underneath. The black armored crocodile sensed something was wrong and turned around to escape. But how could the little dragon let it go? He flapped his wings again and flew up, then swooped down suddenly. His sharp claws were like steel blades, stabbing fiercely into the giant crocodile's body whose scales had been plucked off. The giant crocodile was in great pain and attacked the little dragon with its tail. Seeing this, the little dragon dodged to the side. Then he grabbed its head with one claw. The giant crocodile reacted instantly, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to take the opportunity to bite the little dragon's leg. Xiaolong didn't give it any chance. He raised his claws slightly upwards, and his sharp claws directly pierced through the head of the giant black armored crocodile. Roar! The giant crocodile let out a shrill scream and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. In just a few rounds, the giant crocodile was killed by the dragon. Xiaolong, well done. Seeing this, Ning Yuan flew over quickly, touched its head and expressed his praise. Immediately, Ning Yuan took out the beast core of the black armored giant crocodile. It's a pity that its scales were shattered into pieces by the little dragon's breath. Otherwise, its scales would be enough to create a powerful eye-level armor. However, he was already very satisfied with this late emperor-level beast core. I originally thought that this monster was only in the middle stage of the emperor level, but unexpectedly it was in the late stage of the emperor level. I think this giant crocodile must have swallowed the golden thunder Qilin fruit. With the help of this magical object, it was able to successfully advance to the late emperor level. If Ning Yuan wasn't there, with the Qilin fruit tree and the innate soil, perhaps the Qilin blood in its body could have become more concentrated. It is possible that in the future it will even become a saint-level monster. All I can say is that it was very unlucky to have run into the unlucky star Ning Yuan. Its dream of becoming a saint was shattered. Then Ning Yuan slowly walked to the fruit tree, dug out the fruit, and murmured, "I wonder if this Qilin fruit tree can survive. If it can, then..." Ning Yuan was very excited when he thought of this. This fruit could not only improve his comprehension, but also strengthen his physique. If it could be cultivated infinitely, his physique, thunder attribute skills and martial arts would be greatly improved. Ning Yuan rode the black dragon back to the cave, took out the Xiantian Shirang from the void ring, placed it in front of Qinger, and said softly, "I've got the things. Can you come with me now?" Qinger looked at the innate soil on the ground that was emitting a faint golden light. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then she nodded happily. I saw her figure merge into the tree. Then, under Ning Yuan's surprised gaze, the huge tree of life began to shrink slowly, and finally the towering tree that was about a kilometer high became a tree about 1 meter high. Immediately, Xinger flew out slowly, looked at Ning Yuan with joy and said, "Just plant the tree in the innate soil." Ning Yuan nodded, and then found that there was no basin in the ring. He could only roll the innate soil into a ball, wrap it around the tree roots, and then put it into the void ring. Ning Yuan immediately looked at Xinger and said calmly, "There's no innate soil in this cave, yet you're still alive and well. Are you treating me like a free worker? After all, if you want to blackmail her to stay by your side as a nanny, you have to take the initiative." Xinger smiled awkwardly, knowing she was in the wrong, and looked at Ning Yuan and said, "I do have selfish motives. Even though I don't have the Xiantian Shirang, I can still leave with you. However, the Tree of Life doesn't have enough spiritual energy, and I will die within 10 years. But with the spiritual energy provided by these innate soils, I can live for at least another 100 years. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, then moistened his throat and muttered softly, "Ahem, since I've helped you live for nearly 100 years. Well, then you have to be my wet nurse for at least 80 years. Even the biggest capitalist in the world would probably cry if he heard this. It's not that I feel guilty, but I hate myself for not being exploitative enough." Who would have thought that Xinger actually nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I promise. If 80 years is more than that, then 50 years is also." Ning Yuan was waiting for her to bargain, but she agreed directly, which was a little unbelievable. You agree?" Xinger nodded gently. She didn't know much about the outside world, so it would be good to have a strong person to protect her. Rather than saying that she is Ning Yuan's wet nurse, it is more accurate to say that they complement each other. Her sincerity made Ning Yuan feel a little guilty. He wants to exploit such a cute and sincere little Lolita, he is really not a human being. Immediately, Xinger flew to Ning Yuan's forehead and put her little head against Ning Yuan's forehead. As a green light flashed, a miniature tree appeared in Ning Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was a wisp of Xinger's soul. This is the symbol of the elves recognizing their master. In other words, from this moment on, Xinger officially recognized Ning Yuan as her master. Ning Yuan also suddenly felt that there was a little more connection between him and Xinger. "From now on you will be my master." Xinger gradually left Ning Yuan's forehead and spoke softly. Ning Yuan suppressed his inner excitement, and then took out the Qilin fruit tree from the void ring. He turned his head to look at Xinger and asked softly, "By the way, Xinger, I also found a golden thunder Qilin fruit tree in that swamp. Can you see if you can keep it alive?" Xinger sat on Ning Yuan's shoulders, her white legs swaying, so cute. "Of course you can. As long as you cultivate it in the innate soil and add a drop of my juice, in about half a month, the fruit tree will be able to bear fruit again." Hearing this, Ning Yuan was very excited. The result came so quickly. Moreover, the time it takes for this fruit tree to bear fruit far exceeded his expectations. It only bears fruit once every 2 weeks. It's too abnormal. Chapter 114, Returning Home. "Master, don't underestimate me. Although this golden thunder Qilin fruit tree is considered a magical medicine, I am one of the 10 sacred trees, and my value is much higher than its," Xinger said with some pride. Ning Yuan nodded. The Tree of Life contained the highest level of life laws, which was far beyond the reach of the golden thunder Qilin tree. "I know you are powerful." Ning Yuan touched her head with his fingers and smiled slightly. "Master, please don't touch my head, or I won't grow taller." Xinger puffed out her cheeks, rolled her eyes at Ning Yuan, and said in a soft voice, Okay, I won't touch you anymore." Ning Yuan took Xiaoqing out of the cave and prepared to liberate the remaining monsters. Ning Yuan stayed in the crack for more than a week, and the monsters here suffered a lot. Compared to them, Ning Yuan was more like a monster. He killed almost all the king level and above monsters in the entire crack. This raid yielded a rich harvest. For emperor level beast cores and more than 30 king level beast cores. Ning Yuan has basically saved all the monsters beyond the king level in the entire sea level crack. There may be some fish that slip through the net, but even if they get out, they won't cause any big waves. At this time, in the Eastern Theater Command Office, Lin Tai was sitting leisurely at his desk. He didn't know why, but there were so few monsters in the wilderness recently. Not to mention king-level monsters, even the number of third-level monsters was pitifully small. "Are those monsters scared by my attack?" Lin Tai couldn't help but doubt his own strength. After all, he has never been so leisurely in all these years. Looking at the strength of the monsters that have appeared in the wilderness recently, he even has the urge to retire early. With Qing'er's help, Ning Yuan also obtains several magical herbs. The best quality among them is the flame crystal flower. Flame crystal flower, its petals are like gems, with tiny flame crystals embedded inside. After taking it, it can purify impurities of the fire element and improve the quality of flames. The flame crystal flower is the key material for refining the fire spirit pill, which can not only greatly enhance the talents of those awakened by the fire attribute, but also greatly enhance the qi in blood. In addition, the power of its fire skills will be greatly enhanced. There are also a few wind thunder vines. Wind and thunder vine is the material for refining wind and thunder pills, and has a chance of helping awakeners with B-level wind and thunder talents to successfully advance to A-level talents. With the wind and thunder pill, Song Jun's B-level wind talent can be upgraded to a level. Not only that, his wind attribute will also contain a trace of thunder power, turning into wind and thunder power. Their skills and speed will be greatly improved. It's a pity that there are no ice and light magic medicines here, otherwise I could bring some back for the rich lady and the fat man wooing June. But Ning Yuan is not very greedy. With Qing'er as his loyal worker, this trip is not a loss at all. Let's go, it's time to go back. Ning Yuan turned his head, looked at Qing'er on his shoulder, and said softly, "Oh yeah. I can finally go out." Qing'er raised her hands, shook her white legs, and shouted happily. It has been nearly 100 years since she was swept here by the space storm, and she has never been out. I don't know what it's like outside. Seeing Qing'er's happy look, Ning Yuan gently poked her little face with his index finger. "Have a seat, and get out." After a slight dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, Ning Yuan and Qing'er appeared outside the eastern wilderness. It was Qing'er's first time seeing the world of Blue Star, and it was not as beautiful as she had imagined. There was nothing but a desert all around, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. "Master, has the place where you live also been invaded?" Looking at the surrounding scene, Qing'er frowned, as if thinking of some bad memories. A trace of sadness appeared on his face, and he turned to look at Ning Yuan and said. Ning Yuan looked at Qing'er, his eyes fixed for a few seconds, then he nodded gently and said softly. 100 years ago, Blue Planet was invaded by those monsters, but fortunately, we humans are tenacious and unyielding. In times of national crisis, our predecessors fought the enemy with unwavering resolve, with their flesh and blood resisting the ferocious monsters. They advanced step by step, countless lives sacrificed. As he spoke, Ning Yuan's eyes began to turn red. Although he came from a different time, it was the same in his previous life. If it were not for the revolutionary predecessors who bravely fought against the mundane life, they would not have the peaceful and beautiful life they have later. Now, after traveling to Blue Star, he can feel more deeply the difficulties faced by his ancestors. Now that he has the ability, he also wants to take over the torch of inheritance and contribute his own efforts to resist the invaders. Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Qing'er moved her lips, but finally remained silent. She originally lived in a beautiful and harmonious place. As the youngest in the Shinshu family, she was the most beloved by the elders in the family. Suddenly one day, countless space cracks appeared in the sky, and countless monsters emerged from them. Perhaps it was because the monsters also knew the preciousness of the Tree of Life that they attacked her planet in such a high-profile manner. In order to escort her away, her elders tore open a space and threw her in. After many twists and turns, she finally hid in this space crack for nearly 100 years. However, Blue Star, the lowest planet in the universe, was not taken seriously by the monsters. This can also be considered a kind of luck. If the invasion was like that on Qing'er's planet, Blue Star would have ceased to exist long ago. Ning Yuan also noticed Qing'er's lost mood, touched her head, and comforted her softly. "Don't think too much. At worst, I can help you fight back later." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Qing'er's emotions that had been suppressed for many years suddenly burst out, and tears flowed down her face. Although Qing'er is over 200 years old, their lifespans are counted in tens of thousands. Compared to humans, Qing'er is just a little girl. The spiritual energy of Blue Star is thin, and her origin has been damaged. Even with the innate soil, it can only extend her life by 100 years. If you want to recover completely, you have to repair the source. Ning Yuan also knew how difficult it was for Qing'er to survive in that situation. Qing'er grabbed Ning Yuan's collar with her little hands, pressed her face against Ning Yuan's neck, and cried for a long, long time. But my parents are gone, where is my home?" Qing'er raised her head and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her little hands, her voice a little hoarse. Ning Yuan's heart ached, and he forced a smile on his lips. He gently touched her head and said softly, "You still have me. From now on, my home will be your home." Xinger didn't know why, but now she didn't feel so disgusted when Ning Yuan touched her head. Instead, she felt a little warm and comfortable. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, and with a flutter of his golden wings, he flew towards Jiangning City with her. Let's go home. Chapter 115 Snow Girl Awakens. In more than 10 minutes, Ning Yuan arrived at Shuixi Manor. In the martial arts training hall on the first floor of the villa, Lin Luashi was practicing the frost sword technique, and within 3 feet around her, fine frost flowers appeared, and the sword intent was condensed like substance. The frost sword technique has been perfected. Not only that, she also comprehended the sword intent. The sword was emitting an astonishing chill. Her movements were light and graceful, and wherever she stepped, she left behind not footprints but delicate ice lotuses. Her silver hair and sword were covered with frost, and she exuded an extraordinary temperament. Ning Yuan did not disturb her, but just watched her quietly from the side, with a faint smile on his face, and introduced to Xinger softly. "Xinger, this is my wife Lin Luashi." Xinger glanced at Lin Luashi and was surprised by her beauty. Then his gaze fell on the meteorite on Lin Luashi's chest. His eyes widened instantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. She recognized that the miniature little girl inside the meteorite was the innate creature the Snow Girl, and the Snow Girl was in a sleeping state at this moment. Master, is the one inside the meteorite the Ice and Snow Girl?" Xinger's eyes showed obvious fluctuations, with a hint of surprise. "Do you know him?" Ning Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that she actually knew him. It was only through the eye of true vision that he knew the true face of the meteorite. Xinger nodded slightly. "Yes, my father once mentioned to me that the Snow Girl is a congenital creature like me, but I control the laws of life and do not have too strong strength. But the Snow Girl masters the laws of ice and snow and is extremely powerful. How could she be so badly injured?" Ning Yuan didn't know either, and then he looked at Xinger with some anticipation and asked, "Can you wake her?" "Can." Xinger looked at Ning Yuan's anxious eyes, was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. While the two of them were chatting, Lin Luashi also noticed Ning Yuan at the door. He quickly put away the sword in his hand and trotted towards Ning Yuan. "Brother, you're back." Lin Luashi's eyes fell on Xinger on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Looking at her little wings, he suddenly became curious. "Brother, who is she?" Ning Yuan smiled slightly and introduced to Lin Luashi, "This is Xinger, the spirit of life, whose true form is the tree of life." Lin Luashi nodded blankly, not knowing what the tree of life was. But this cannot be blamed on her. If Ning Yuan did not have the eye of true vision, he would not have recognized him. Perhaps no one on Blue Star knows about it. After all, the tree of life is a life form from another planet, and there are no books about the tree of life in school. Lin Luashi leaned her little face slightly closer to Ning Yuan's shoulder, and stretched out her little index finger towards Xinger. "Hello, Xinger." "Sister, hello sister." Xinger called softly. When Lin Luashi heard Xinger's name, his eyes flashed and he was filled with joy. She had recognized many sisters in the past, and today she finally experienced the joy of being a sister. "Ning Yuan, she calls me sister." Ning Yuan looked at the cute appearance of the little rich woman and couldn't help but touch her head and said softly, "Then Xinger will be your sister from now on." Feeling the kindness from Lin Luashi, Xinger gently flapped her wings and flew from Ning Yuan's shoulder to Lin Luashi's palm. "By the way, Luoshi." Lin Luashi looked at Xinger in his palm and felt very happy. He almost didn't care about Ning Yuan. "I didn't tell you before, but the meteorite your mother left for you contains a congenital creature, the Snow Girl. Before she fell into a deep sleep, she was an existence beyond the reach of a martial god. As an S-rank ice-type physique, having her will surely bring unimaginable benefits to your future martial arts development." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Luashi with some anticipation in his eyes and spoke. "Surpassing the god of war? Really?" Lin Luashi touched the meteorite on his chest with his left hand, feeling the slight chill coming from it. Although it was cold, it contained her mother's love for her, making her feel a little warm. Lin Luashi thought to himself, "If I were strong enough, I could enter the space crack with him and protect him." "Brother, do you have any way to wake her up?" Lin Luashi raised his head, stared at Ning Yuan, and spoke in a firm tone. "Xinger, I'm leaving it to you." Ning Yuan looked at Xinger and said softly, "Sister, the process of contracting the Snow Girl may be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to wake her up?" Xinger glanced at Ning Yuan, then turned to look at Lin Luashi and said softly, Lin Luashi nodded, then took off the meteorite necklace from her neck and gently placed it on the table. Seeing Lin Luashi nod, Xinger didn't say anything more. She looked at Ning Yuan and said, Master, take out the tree of life. Ning Yuan took out the life from the void ring. Xinger just raised her little hand and a drop of emerald green juice floated on the palm of her hand. Then, Xinger dripped the juice on the meteorite, and then Xinger gently stroked the meteorite with her small hand, and a faint green light emanated from the palm of her hand. This is one of Xinger's healing abilities, Soul Resurrection. Soul Resurrection can awaken a sleeping soul, but if the soul has been asleep for a long time, it may lose its memory. The juice of the sacred tree can penetrate through the meteorite and heal the snow girl's injuries. As Xinger continues to release healing light, the snow girl's soul slowly solidifies. Click! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the meteorite, which made Ning Yuan feel shocked. Then, the second crack followed. Gradually, the entire meteorite broke apart. And the small figure among them gradually grew bigger in the shocked gazes of everyone. Finally, it turned into the same size as Xinger. She was a cute little girl with fluffy curly hair like the first snow, white and translucent with a faint icy luster. Her porcelain white face seemed covered with a thin layer of frost, her long, silver white eyelashes seemed covered with fine snow, and her amber eyes held a glacially clear light, overflowing with a sweet chill. However, at this moment, she was completely naked, her snow-white skin exposed to the air. Lin Luashi looked at the cute little girl in front of him and called out softly, Snow Girl? Hearing Lin Luashi's call, the snow girl slowed down her movements and then turned her gaze to Lin Luashi. She could feel a warm and friendly feeling from Lin Luashi. Perhaps it was Lin Luashi's icy body that attracted her, or perhaps it was because they had signed the contract a week ago. The snow girl opened her little mouth and gave Lin Luashi a sweet smile. Inadvertently, she saw Ning Yuan staring at her, and then he looked down at himself. After realizing that he was naked, he immediately hid in Lin Luashi's collar, leaving only a small part of his head exposed. Chapter 116. There are still experts. Mom, there's a pervert. The snow girl hiding in Lin Luashi's collar only showed a small head, looking at Ning Yuan with some contempt. The snow girl looked at Ning Yuan angrily, her white and tender little butt sitting on Lin Luashi's peak, and her little hand, as delicate as mutton fat white jade, pointed at Ning Yuan. Seeing this, Xinger couldn't help but speak up for Xuanu. Master, master. The snow girl just woke up, how could you do this? If you really want to see. No. I don't want to. Ning Yuan quickly interrupted Xinger. If this continued, his image as a gentleman would be completely shattered. God, he was really wronged. He was really just curious about the snow girl who suddenly appeared, and he really had no idea about such a little lowly. Although her skin is indeed white and smooth. But what could a palm-sized elf think? Then Ning Yuan secretly glanced at the rich young woman and found that she didn't seem angry, and he immediately felt relieved. When Ning Yuan turned his head away, Xinger took out a white dress of her own and prepared to put it on Xuanu. But the snow girl was dumbfounded. She put her little head into the cuffs and took a long time to put them on. Ning Yuan looked at the silly little lowly in front of him and couldn't help but wonder if this was really the snow girl? A powerful person who surpasses the god of war? That's it? Isn't it just a child? Immediately, Ning Yuan looked at Xinger with some doubt and asked. Xinger, why does she look like a little child? Xinger was silent for a moment, then replied, Master, the snow girl may have been asleep for too long, so she has temporarily lost her memories. Ning Yuan looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Ice and Snow Girl. Level, 7th rank Martial King recovering. Master, Lin Luashi. Just as Ning Yuan was staring at the snow girl's information panel in a daze, the snow girl said something shocking again. Mom, he's a pervert, help Xuer beat him. When Lin Luashi heard Xuanu calling her mom, she was stunned for a moment, and her voice trembled a little. You, what did you call me? Mom. The snow girl turned her head and stared at Lin Luashi with her big eyes. Hearing the soft voice of the snow girl, Lin Luashi's heart seemed to melt. It's so cute. Now in her heart, the snow girl is 100 times cuter than Xiaobai. The snow girl slowly flew to Lin Luashi's shoulder, with a giggle on her face, her two little feet swaying non-stop. Lin Luashi turned her head to look at the snow girl on her shoulder, and suddenly felt an extremely friendly atmosphere. She could feel that there was a very close connection between her and the snow girl. Ning Yuan looked at this scene with a strange expression on his face. He felt that the rich young woman seemed to have a more married woman vibe. Mom, beat him up. The snow girl puffed up her little face, stretched out her white finger and pointed at Ning Yuan Dao. Lin Luashi was still thinking about something and didn't hear what Xuanu said. By the time she came to her senses, it was too late to stop the snow girl. Just now, when the snow girl saw Lin Luashi was still not moving, she couldn't wait any longer, so she pinched Ning Yuan through the air with her little hand. Then, Ning Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong, and his body felt cold. Then, before he could react, his whole body was frozen by the ice in an instant. This skill is exactly the same as Lin Luashi's frozen miles, but the power is 10 times greater. When Lin Luashi saw Ning Yuan was frozen, she immediately became anxious and knocked on Xuer's head with her little hand. Xuer, let him go. Mom, but he is a pervert. I was naked just now and he kept staring at me. Xuer frowned and said softly. Lin Luashi pinched her face and said angrily, he's not a pervert, he's your father, let him go. Daddy? Xuer quickly waved her hand and gently brushed away the ice on Ning Yuan's body. Yawn. Ning Yuan broke through the ice and hugged his chest tightly with his hands. The cold made his teeth chatter. Damn, she is worthy of being called the Ice and Snow Girl. I am already a second-level martial king and I can't withstand this temperature. And this little lowly really doesn't hold back at all, she starts with a big move? Brother, are you okay? Lin Luashi held Ning Yuan's arm, a look of worry appearing on his face. No. Yan, it's okay. Seeing this, Xing'er slowly flew to Ning Yuan and gently placed her palm on Ning Yuan's forehead. Then a green warm current gradually expelled the coldness from Ning Yuan's body. Ning Yuan suddenly felt much more comfortable, and the coldness in his body was greatly reduced. Thank you, Xing'er. At this time, Xuer also knew that she seemed to have made a mistake. She kept her head down, with tears in the corners of her eyes. The tips of her index fingers of both hands were lightly touched together, as if she had done something wrong. Xuer slowly raised her head, a look of grievance on her rosy little face. Daddy, I'm sorry. Who can stand this? So cute. At this moment, even Ning Yuan's fatherly love could not help but burst out. Ning Yuan looked at Xuer, who seemed to feel guilty, walked up to her slowly, and touched her head. Don't blame Xuer, it's my fault. Dad, you really don't blame Xuer? Real. Seeing Ning Yuan nod, Xuer smiled happily, grabbed Ning Yuan's index finger with her little hand, and 2 sweet dimples appeared on her face. Ning Yuan could feel that the snow girl's change was not only in her mentality, but also in her outward expression. Now he didn't feel the biting coldness from Xuer, but a light coolness. Lin Luashi looked at Xuanu and gently warned her, Xuer, never attack others carelessly in the future. Nu. Xuer nodded slightly. Although she realized her mistake, she did not intend to correct it. Because she felt that she was just wrong because she hit the wrong person. If she really encountered a pervert, she would still take action directly. Master, has my sister signed a contract with Xuer? Xing'er looked at Ning Yuan and asked softly. Yeah. Ning Yuan nodded. The moment Lin Luashi got the meteorite necklace, she and the snow girl completed the contract. Ning Yuan was a little confused. Why did they sign a contract, but Lin Luashi herself didn't seem to have any improvement? Why did Luoshi contract Xuer, but her own strength and talent didn't change at all? Xing'er smiled slightly, then said confidently, Master, it won't take a few days for my sister to break through from Martial Master to Martial King. Xing'er saw the frost pattern on Lin Luashi's forehead, which was the equal contract of the elves. However, the contract signed between Xing'er and Ning Yuan was a master-servant contract. It is worth mentioning that once a contract is signed, it cannot be modified again. Hearing Xing'er's words, Ning Yuan was stunned. He broke through from the second-level great martial artist to the martial king in just a few days? Does she have a cheat too? Xuer has just awakened and hasn't yet fully mastered her own strength. Once she's completely familiar with it, Xuer will infuse her energy into Sister Luoshi's body until their levels reach the same level. Hearing this, Ning Yuan was stunned. He knew that Xuer was a 7th-level martial king. The 7th-level martial king has 70,000 chi in blood. If divided equally, each person in spirit will receive 30,000. Wow, he's already a rank 3 martial king. This is not to mention that Xuer's strength can be slowly restored. If she recovers to the level of a martial god in the future, that would be. At this moment, he didn't want to work hard anymore. He thought his cheat was invincible, but he didn't expect there were still masters. But he has bad teeth, so he likes to live off others. Chapter 117. Did Dad beat Mom? After taking a shower, Ning Yuan took off all his clothes until he was left with only his underwear, and lay down on the bed waiting for the rich woman. Not long after, the rich lady finished washing. I saw her gently open the bedroom door, and then quietly close it. She was wearing black pajamas with the collar open, revealing the whiteness of her chest. Ning Yuan lifted the quilt, patted the space beside him, and motioned for her to lie down next to him. Lin Luashi walked over blankly with a somewhat obedient expression. She took off the slippers on her feet, climbed onto the bed, and then got into the quilt. Those beautiful big eyes looked at Ning Yuan with full eyes. I'm going to sleep with my brother again. In the past, Ning Yuan always slept against the wall, but today he gave it to Lin Luashi. I'm just afraid that she will run away later. Ning Yuan turned his head and gently pinched her little face with his hands. You sleep inside tonight. Even though we're at home, as a boy, I have to protect myself. If you do anything bad, I'll run away. Oh. Lin Luashi nodded slightly and said oh. At this moment, Ning Yuan was lying on his side with his belly exposed, playing with his mobile phone, and ignoring the rich young woman who had already crawled into the bed. Suddenly, a smooth little hand secretly climbed up his belly and stroked his belly. What are you doing? I'll give you a massage. The rich young woman said this softly, her lips slightly pouted, looking a little unhappy. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, as if he was the prey, and let her touch his body randomly. However, Ning Yuan didn't care and was quietly browsing TikTok. He also wanted to see what tricks this girl could use. Just like that, 20 minutes passed, and I was still touching. Ning Yuan almost fell asleep because of her touch. This won't work. Ning Yuan spent a whole week dealing with the spacecraft outside the wilderness. I haven't seen her for a week. Although I didn't say it, I missed her so much in my heart. He also felt that expressing longing with words was not sincere enough and had to be put into action. I thought the little rich woman was going to take action, but I didn't expect it to just stay at the stage of touching her belly. Ning Yuan turned over and his hands moved quickly. Then, the rich woman's pajamas disappeared, and to Ning Yuan's surprise, she was not wearing any underwear. In an instant, the beautiful girl was naked and pressed under Ning Yuan. At this moment, the rich young woman who should have been emitting cold air actually emitted a hint of warmth. Her eyes were very charming, sparkling, and she looked at Ning Yuan quietly. Who can stand this? This isn't a fairy, this is a succubus. Ning Yuan kissed her sweet little mouth directly, and one hand climbed up to that peak. Gradually, it turned into a battle between men and women. Lin Luashi's little feet kept kicking, as if she wanted to resist. However, she is still far behind Ning Yuan now. After all, Shuer has not yet fully transferred the energy to her. So, the rich girl also made a sound from time to time, as if she was in some pain, but also seemed to be a little comfortable. The noise even faintly reached Shuer and Qinger's room, although the sound was very weak. It's not that the villa's sound insulation is bad, but Qinger and Shuer are innate creatures, so their hearing is not to be underestimated. In the room. On a small bed, Shuer heard Lin Luashi's voice, which seemed to be in pain, and she quickly sat up and asked Qinger. Qinger, is Daddy beating Mommy? No, I have to go help Mommy. Qinger naturally heard the voice as well. Her face flushed red as she stopped Shuer and said with a stutter, You, don't go. They're not fighting. Then why did I hear Mama crying? Qinger pulled Shuer back to bed, covered her with the newly bought Doraemon quilt, and said softly. No, they are just playing games, just lie down and go to sleep. All right. When Shuer heard that her mother was fine, she lay back down, covered her head with the quilt, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. However, Qinger was not as easy to fall asleep as Shuer. The main reason was that she knew what the two of them were doing and she couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. Qinger thought to herself, Master, what a fool. Can't he speak a little more quietly? As the sound suddenly disappeared, Qinger thought it was over, but not long after, the sound started again. In Ning Yuan's room, after the first round of fighting ended, he rested for a few minutes. Afterwards, the little rich woman reached the top 2 or 3 more times. The battle lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. Even though the battle in Ning Yuan was over, Qinger still couldn't fall asleep for a long time and didn't sleep the whole night. Early the next morning, Ning Yuan woke up early and looked at the rich woman sleeping next to him with a smile on his face. I have to say that the little rich woman really meets every characteristic of a fairy. The girl is sweet and soft, and a little stubborn. She will actively cooperate even if it hurts a little. And in the last confrontation, Ning Yuan deeply felt the modeling art of the creator. The two of them are simply a match made in heaven. Ning Yuan fits perfectly with the little rich woman's small hips. But he suddenly discovered one thing. He didn't buy baby burp bags when he came back, and the previous box had been used up long ago. In other words, the box opened at night can only be. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan suddenly understood. Lin Luashi, you already have a plan. Good morning, brother. Just as Ning Yuan was thinking, Lin Luashi also woke up and slowly sat up. Good morning. Ning Yuan nodded, then picked up the box and said again. Lin Luashi, did you buy this? No. Lin Luashi took a look and instantly shook his little head like a wave drum. Although she tried her best to deny it, Ning Yuan understood it instantly, but he didn't want to expose her little thoughts. I'll carry you to take a bath. Ning Yuan bent down, held Lin Luashi in his arms, and walked towards the bathroom in the room. After taking a shower, Ning Yuan picked out a white short skirt for her, then casually opened a drawer, which was filled with thin stockings. Only then did he remember that this thing was still useless. Damn, what a loss. I must use it next time. Ning Yuan threw the little skirt onto the bed. Put on your clothes, I'll take you to Longwu University later. Lin Luashi said, oh, put on the little skirt, and then took the stockings and put them on. Seeing this, Ning Yuan grabbed it and put on the stockings for her himself, but it took him 3 or 4 minutes. Chapter 118, The Border of the Imperial Capital. Ning Yuan threw the little skirt onto the bed. Put on your clothes, I'll take you to the capital to see Sister Lan later. Lin Luashi said, oh, put on the little skirt, and then took the stockings and put them on. Seeing this, Ning Yuan grabbed it and put on the stockings for her himself, but it took him 3 or 4 minutes. Then the two of them went out together. In the living room, Qinger and Shuer were lying on the sofa watching anime. Their tastes were very similar to those of the rich woman. They're all fantasy anime. Especially Shuer, her little eyes twinkled, as if she had seen a new world. But Qinger was not very interested. She was feeling a little depressed and had not slept well all night. Good morning. How's the little bed I just bought last night? Ning Yuan waved to Qinger and Shuer and spoke with a smile. Hearing Ning Yuan's voice, Shuer immediately flew over and said with a smile, Daddy, my little bed is very comfortable to sleep in. Ning Yuan turned his head to look at Qinger, and was startled by the dark circles under her eyes. He asked, Qinger, what did you do last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Qinger rolled her eyes at Ning Yuan, puffed up her cheeks, and said angrily, How could I sleep when you two made so much noise last night? Ning Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Waji, is the sound insulation of this bedroom so poor? Hearing Qinger's words, Lin Luashi's face flushed red, and he quickly changed the subject. Brother, let's go, aren't we going to find Sister Luo? Oh, yes. Ning Yuan turned off the TV and took Lin Luashi's hand and went downstairs. Between the two of them, 2 elves, one white and one blue, sat on their shoulders, which was very cute. Downstairs, Ning Yuan summoned a little dragon and flew towards the border of the imperial capital. At Xiaolong's speed, he could reach the border of the imperial capital in more than an hour. Ning Yuan always felt a little uneasy, feeling that something might happen to Sister Lan. Although there are martial saint-level experts guarding the border of the imperial capital, he is still a little worried. It just so happens that now that he is Xiaolong, he can help Luo Binglan and he won't be a drag on her if he goes. As for Lin Luashi, just let her stay in the military area when the time comes. On the dragon's back, Lin Luashi saw Ning Yuan's serious expression and couldn't help asking, Brother, is there something wrong with Sister Luo? Ning Yuan shook his head and said softly, It's okay. Lin Luashi said oh, she knew that Ning Yuan must be hiding something, but she knew that she might not be able to help for the time being. Soon, Ning Yuan drove the black dragon and stopped about 1,000 meters above the imperial capital military district. In an office in the military district, a man in military uniform felt the powerful breath of the black dragon, was shocked, and suddenly stood up and flew outside on a flying shield. Soon, he appeared in front of the black dragon. He originally thought it was a monster that suddenly attacked, but unexpectedly, it was controlled by such a young man, who was obviously a student. Feeling the aura of King Wu coming from Ning Yuan, his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. When did such a young king of war appear in the imperial capital? And there is this black dragon undead, a monster that can break through the god level, how can he control it? Who are you? What are you doing here? Yi Tian looked at Ning Yuan with a serious expression and asked. I'm Luo Binglan's boyfriend, my name is Ning Yuan, and this is Luo Binglan's disciple Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan made a brief self-introduction and then introduced Lin Luashi to him. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, that iceberg boyfriend? She would also look for a boyfriend, how is it possible? Yi Tian looked unconvinced and slowly said, is there anything that can prove your identity? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Ning Yuan was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Lin Luashi, wanting to see if she had anything to prove her identity. Then, Lin Luashi nodded and took out his phone. A virtual picture appeared in the air. It was a photo of Lin Luashi and Luo Binglan. When Yi Tian saw the picture, he felt that there should be no problem with the identities of these two people. Yi Tian looked a little hesitant about whether to let them in. This black dragon was a powerful force, but he was afraid that if he made a mistake, Luo Binglan would come back and kill him. Seeing Yi Tian's hesitation, Ning Yuan simply took out his Major General certificate and threw it to him. Yi Tian took it, opened it, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He suddenly looked up at Ning Yuan and confirmed the difference between the photo and the real person. Verified correct. He took a deep breath, totally unable to believe that there was such a young Major General. After returning the Major General certificate to Ning Yuan, Yi Tian pointed to the shoulder straps on his military uniform, then stretched out his hand towards Ning Yuan and said, Hello, Major General Ning, I'm Yi Tian, Colonel rank. Hello. Ning Yuan nodded and stretched out his hand to shake his. However, Ning Yuan's face was not very good. Logically speaking, with the aura of the black dragon emanating from it, it was at least someone of the general level who was talking to him, but the one who came now was a real-world spiritualist who was only at the level of Martial King. Obviously, something must have happened here. Ning Yuan took Lin Luashi to his office, then turned to Lin Luashi and said, Luoshi, please go out for a moment. I have something to talk to him about. Lin Luashi glanced at Ning Yuan. She also knew that something might have happened to Luo Binglan, and there was a hint of tears in her eyes. She knew that Ning Yuan didn't want her to participate, and she also knew that even if she went now, she would only be a hindrance. So she nodded slightly, walked out slowly, and considerately closed the door for Ning Yuan. Tell me, where did Sister Lan and the others go? Ning Yuan looked at Yi Tian with a serious expression and asked. Yi Tian frowned and replied, Dean Luo and Yi Shuai have gone into the space crack. Ning Yuan was shocked. He knew how many monsters there were in the A-level space cracks and how powerful the monsters were. Not to mention the countless Emperor-level monsters, there are also quite a few Saint-level monsters. How long have they been in there? It's been exactly 5 days. Yi Tian glanced at the time and said. Ning Yuan focused his mind and quickly said, I want to go in too. Please help me send the girl outside to Longwu University. If she doesn't want to, forget it, I'll talk to her myself. Ning Yuan quickly opened the door, walked out, and saw Lin Luashi sitting quietly on the bench. She held Shuai in her arms, with 2 obvious tear marks on her face. Seeing her like this, Ning Yuan's heart couldn't help but ache. He slowly walked to Lin Luashi and sat down, touched her head, and said softly, I'm going to the space crack to find Sister Lan. I'll take you back to school first. No. Don't go back to school. I'll wait for you here. Lin Luashi shook her head, her voice slightly tearful. Chapter 119 Entering the Rift. Be obedient. It's dangerous to stay here. I will be worried about you. Ning Yuan raised his voice. I'm not afraid, no, don't chase me away. Lin Luashi lowered her head and answered in a low voice with tears in her eyes. I'll wait for you here and won't go in. Lin Luashi slowly raised her head and looked at Ning Yuan, her delicate face already tearful. Ning Yuan sighed slightly, I may be in there for a long time, so you must take good care of yourself. Immediately, Ning Yuan gently picked up Shuai from Lin Luashi's arms and said softly, Shuai, take good care of mommy. Shuai's face wrinkled, then she nodded, Shuai will. Although she didn't know why her mother was crying, she could feel that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Yi Tian, arrange a room for her. I'm leaving. Ning Yuan put Shuai back into Lin Luashi's arms, turned and said to Yi Tian who was standing next to him. Okay. Yi Tian nodded. Ning Yuan squatted down, gently touched Lin Luashi's little head, and said softly. I'm leaving now. Don't worry about me. I have Xiaolong to protect me. Lin Luashi didn't look up at him, but just nodded softly. Ning Yuan glanced at Yi Tian and winked at him, indicating that he should take Lin Luashi to the room to rest. Then Ning Yuan stepped on the flying shield and flew out of the window. Hearing the sound of Ning Yuan flying away, Lin Luashi slowly raised his head and looked in the direction he left, with a firm look in his eyes. Shuer. What's wrong? Mom. Shuer looked up at Lin Luashi, her big eyes twinkling. Is there any way for me to reach the level of Martial King within one day? Lin Luashi asked softly. Mom, I signed a contract with you. It won't be long before your strength breaks through to the Martial King level. But if I transfer it to you all at once, your body won't be able to handle it. Shuer frowned, a look of worry on her face, and replied. Shuer, it's okay, I can do it. When Lin Luashi heard that there was a way, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and he spoke softly. All right. The border of the imperial capital was like a desert, with a strong smell of blood in the air. Ning Yuan also killed a few scattered monsters. We're almost there. Ning Yuan exclaimed softly. He had already seen a space crack not far ahead. Then, his figure gradually fell and his speed slowly slowed down. Ning Yuan was shocked when he felt the terrifying aura coming from the crack. Only now did he remember the goodness of Lu Qingyang's white-haired boy. Having returned early, he didn't know whether Lu Qingyang could defeat the Black Dragon King. He said before that he was 90% sure he could win. Even if he can't, he should be able to escape, right? If he were there, the monster in the crack would not be a problem for him at all. Oh. Ning Yuan sighed. This time he could only go in alone. He still remembered the horror inside clearly. He must not encounter a saint-level monster as soon as he entered, otherwise. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and went straight in. He immediately felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he saw darkness and was on top of a mountain. It is bright outside, but dark inside. Ning Yuan groped slowly in the valley. He didn't dare to fly openly in it, otherwise he would die without knowing how he died. The nights here are exceptionally dark, with no stars in the sky. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifts by, obscuring the crescent moon. In an instant, the entire valley became as dark as ink. You couldn't see your hand in front of you, and even the air became a little oppressive. It seemed as if this boundless darkness was foreshadowing something. Why is it so dark in here? Ning Yuan looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and muttered softly. He immediately summoned Dahe and rode directly on him, otherwise his speed would be too slow. Dahe's size and aura can also disguise him well as an ordinary monster, and he will not be as conspicuous as Xiaolong. After a long time, the dark clouds that obscured the moon slowly dispersed, and the dim afterglow shone down. Ning Yuan could see a towering mountain range vaguely visible not far ahead. Along the way, he could see many corpses of monsters. He was sure that Sister Lan and the others should have entered the mountains long ago. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly shortened, and the mountains appeared clearly in front of Ning Yuan. This is a mountain range covered with snow. It is hard to imagine that you can see scenes of different seasons in this crack. The mountain we just entered was clearly a desert-like valley, and it felt a bit hot. But here, I feel a little cold. Let's go up there. Ning Yuan patted Dahe's head and signaled it to run to the top of the mountain. After several hours, Dahe finally climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. It was not because Dahe was slow, but because there were too many monsters on the mountain. Moreover, most of them are king-level monsters, and there are even 2 emperor-level monsters blocking the way. However, they are no match for Dahe, they just take longer to fight. Seeing that the speed was slow, Ning Yuan let Xiaolong out, rode on Xiaolong, and flew towards the top of the mountain. Sure enough, as soon as the little dragon appeared, it attracted many emperor-level peak monsters. They stared at the little dragon with greedy eyes, but they did not dare to make any moves. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any saint-level monsters on the mountain. Ning Yuan was somewhat relieved. He was just afraid of being targeted by a saint-level monster. Otherwise, even a small dragon would find it difficult to escape from the saint-level monster. You know, although there is only 1 level difference between the saint level and the peak of the emperor level, it is like a natural chasm. Saint-level monsters are not only physically strong, but also extremely fast. They can even tear through space, just like human martial saints. Unless it reaches the level of crushing like Lu Qingyang. Otherwise, at the same level, most human martial saint-level warriors would not be a match for saint-level monsters. Soon, the little dragon carried Ning Yuan to the top of the mountain. Boom! As he approached the top of the mountain, he heard the space shaking wildly and tearing sounds. The terrifying vital energy burst out from the top of the mountain, suffocating Ning Yuan to the point where he could hardly make a sound. He could sense that one of the vital energies was Luo Binglan's, and that Luo Binglan had clearly entered the ranks of martial saints. Immediately, Ning Yuan lay on the black dragon's back and watched the battle on the top of the mountain. It was a gigantic ice phoenix, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, and the one fighting against it was Luo Binglan. Ice Phoenix. Level: Peak of Saint level? Obviously, the strength of this Ice Phoenix is equivalent to that of a third-level human martial saint. Luo Binglan had just broken through to the martial saint level not long ago, and the gap in their energy was too huge. Chapter 120 Ice Phoenix. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix felt the breath of the Dragon Clan, glanced coldly, and suddenly shifted its gaze to Ning Yuan. Then, the target of attack was instantly shifted, and a series of ice spikes shot towards Ning Yuan. Luo Binglan was stunned for a moment when she saw the Ice Phoenix change its target. Just as she was about to launch a sneak attack, she glanced with her beautiful eyes and found that the figure on the black dragon vaguely resembled the person she missed day and night. Her expression suddenly changed and her figure disappeared in an instant. Ning Yuan was at a loss when faced with the sudden attack from the Ice Phoenix, and quickly asked Xiaolong to prepare to release his breath to resist. At this moment, a slender white figure flashed slightly and stood in front of him, blocking all the terrifying ice spikes. But she was still scratched by an ice spike on her arm, leaving a horrible scar. Ugh! A dull and painful groan passed by Ning Yuan's ears. His hand was tightly grasped by a small hand. There was a shocking scar on the arm of that hand. Sister Lan. Luo Binglan didn't reply to Ning Yuan's words. She let go of Ning Yuan's hand, and then an ice-blue flame appeared on her hand. Zheng. At the moment the flame flickered, it surged towards the Ice Phoenix like a tide, and Luo Binglan seized the opportunity and took Ning Yuan into the space crack and left the top of the mountain. The Ice Phoenix was not to be outdone. It spread its huge wings, and countless ice spikes merged with the majestic flames, forming a terrifying energy storm. Under this extremely terrifying power, not to mention the king of martial arts, even the emperor of martial arts would be easily shattered into pieces. As the energy storm gradually dissipated, the Ice Phoenix noticed that the two figures had disappeared, and immediately let out an angry cry. Violence! This time he ended up losing more than he gained. It originally wanted to swallow this martial saint with the body of an ice and fire phoenix to make itself the first phoenix in history to master both ice and fire. But with the appearance of the dragon monster, and its strength was so weak, he wanted to take advantage of the weak one first, but he didn't expect that both of them ran away. At this time, in a corner of the mountains, Ning Yuan was thrown away by Luo Binglan and fell heavily to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly understood what had happened. He slowly stood up and looked around. Where is this place? At the foot of the iceberg. Luo Binglan said coldly with her back to him. As soon as she finished speaking, her body stiffened suddenly, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, dyeing the stones under her feet blood red. She collapsed powerlessly, her body a little unstable, and she almost fell backwards. Sister Lan. Seeing this, Ning Yuan hurried forward, supported her, and then held her firmly in his arms. Luo Binglan gasped in pain for a while. Her delicate face was pale and the blood at the corner of her mouth was even more shocking. Ning Yuan quickly recalled the scene at that time and began to sort out the first few seconds of entering the space. It turned out that an ice spike from the Ice Phoenix pierced through the sea of fire and shot straight towards Ning Yuan, and in order to protect him, Luo Binglan used her back to block the attack for him. Ning Yuan's chest heaved violently. He gently touched her face with his hand and said with some self-blame, Sister Lan, thank you for saving me again. He had originally planned to rely on Xiaolong to save her, but he didn't expect that he would still hold her back. Ning Yuan felt the weakness coming from Luo Binglan and hurriedly called Qinger, who was hiding in the Tree of Life in the Void Ring. Qinger, help her get treatment quickly. Yes, master. A green figure slowly flew out and hovered in front of Luo Binglan. Immediately, a faint green light appeared from the palm of Qinger's hand. More than 10 minutes had passed, but Luo Binglan's complexion did not improve. Seeing this, Qinger's expression changed slightly, and then she bit her finger and fed a drop of blood into Luo Binglan's mouth. Then her hands released healing light to Luo Binglan. Gradually, Luo Binglan's face regained some color and she slowly woke up from her coma. As soon as she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes met Ning Yuan's. She immediately covered her chest with her hands and said in a low and cold voice, Ning Yuan, why are you here? With your strength, this A-level crack is not a place you can enter. Why did you break in, you idiot? I'm also worried that you might be in danger in the crack. Ning Yuan said innocently. Luo Binglan said angrily, your strength, let alone saint level, is like an ant even in front of the emperor level. Don't you care about your life? Hearing Luo Binglan's angry curse, Ning Yuan did not dare to refute. If anyone else had insulted him, he would have retaliated several times over. But in front of Luo Binglan, he simply couldn't get angry. He wanted to say that he had become powerful enough, possessing a black dragon equivalent to the peak level of the martial emperor, but in the end he didn't say it out loud, because he had indeed once again held her back. Luo Binglan's words revealed a strong sense of anger, but it was not entirely because of Ning Yuan that she was so angry. It was more because of her self-blame. If you die because you came to the rift to find me, have you ever thought about what will happen to Luoshi in the future? And me? Luo Binglan's voice became more and more excited, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, she was like a frail girl on the verge of death. Even her eyes, which were usually as cold as an icy pond and made people dare not look directly at them, gradually dimmed. Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Ning Yuan held her tighter with his hands, his voice full of self-blame. Ahem, where is Luoshi? Luo Binglan didn't continue scolding him, but asked softly. She refuses to go back to school. She's waiting for us to get out of the military area. Ning Yuan lowered his head, not daring to look at Luo Binglan. Hearing this, Luo Binglan got angry again. Ning Yuan quickly patted her chest and signaled her not to get angry. Xinger, how long will it take for Sister Lan's injury to heal? Ning Yuan turned to look at Xinger and asked. Master, I just fed her my blood. It will take a day for her to fully recover. Xinger replied softly. When Luo Binglan heard that such a serious injury only took 1 day to heal, she couldn't help but feel curious about Xinger. Ning Yuan, who is this? Sister Lan, Xinger is the spirit of life and controls the laws of life. Ning Yuan briefly introduced Xinger's identity to Luo Binglan. And Luo Binglan seemed to have only heard the 4 words law of life. She knew that the law of life was one of the highest laws, along with the laws of space, time, and destruction, and it was one of the most powerful laws. The law of destruction is divided into various elemental laws, such as the law of thunder, the law of fire, the law of ice and snow, etc. No wonder she said I could recover in a day. I didn't expect she actually mastered the laws of life. Luo Binglan's expression improved slightly, and she was happy that Ning Yuan had such a powerful helper. Chapter 121 Help you relax. It's not safe to stay here. Let's go meet up with Yi Chen first. At this point, the saint-level monster in the east should have been killed by him. Hearing this name, Ning Yuan was shocked. Isn't this the martial saint-level expert who gave him the Shenluo 3 absolute swords? He didn't expect that the Yi Shui mentioned by Yi Tian was the person he was thinking of. Thinking of this, Luo Binglan's expression improved a little. She turned her head to look at Ning Yuan and said lightly. That beast wanted to devour me, but I also want to kill it. If I can refine its beast core into a pill, my ice and fire phoenix body will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Although it is higher in level than me, my strength is almost the same as its, and neither of us can do anything to the other. But with Yi Chen's strength as a 5th level martial saint, it shouldn't be too difficult to control it. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. He believed that the person who could create a martial art like the Shinra 3 absolute swords must have extraordinary talent and be a genius who could fight against opponents of higher levels, not to mention the Ice Phoenix, which was even weaker than him. Sister Lan, shall we go east now? Luo Binglan's face wrinkled slightly, and she sighed. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I can't tear open the space. Sister Lan, have you forgotten? You still have me. I will take you flying there. Ning Yuan patted his chest, smiled slightly, and spoke. You? With your speed, you'll be knocked down by a monster if you fly onto the road. Luo Binglan glanced up and down at Ning Yuan, her eyes full of surprise, and asked, You broke through to the Martial King? Ning Yuan nodded slightly, and then summoned the little dragon out. The huge dragon body covered the bodies of the 2 people. Seeing the black dragon appear before her eyes, Luo Binglan's eyes widened instantly, and she was shocked. Just when the Ice Phoenix attacked Ning Yuan, Xiaolong was about to release his breath. Seeing Luo Binglan appear, Xiaolong dived into Ning Yuan's shadow. Luo Binglan was so concerned that she thought the black shadow was Dahei. But now, a black dragon appeared before her. Emperor, peak emperor level? Where did you get it? Luo Binglan grabbed his arm with one hand and asked anxiously. Monsters of the black dragon's bloodline only appear in S-level secret realms and space cracks. With Ning Yuan's strength, How could he possibly subdue a monster of this level? And Qinger, with that terrifying healing ability, is completely different from a life form on the blue planet. Everything that happened to Ning Yuan made her extremely curious. Sister Lan, stop shaking. My hands are going to break if you keep shaking. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, finding her surprised expression a little funny. She usually looks aloof and keeps strangers away, but now she's like a little girl eager to learn. Then tell me quickly, where did it come from? Talk as we walk. Ning Yuan hugged Princess Luo Binglan, kicked his legs and jumped onto the dragon's back, and touched the little dragon's head with his right hand. Xiaolong, fly to the east at full speed. Qinger, help conceal your presence. Yes, master. Qinger released a green light around the little dragon, which fell on the little dragon, and could disguise the little dragon's breath as the breath of a plant monster. Although, plant-like monsters flying in the sky sounds a bit ridiculous. Luo Binglan raised her head slightly and glanced at Ning Yuan. When Ning Yuan noticed her, their eyes met and she lowered her head again. That face was clearly filled with shyness, and her eyes were like spring cattails, swaying in the wind, so itchy that it made one's heart wander. Sister Lan, why are you peeking at me? Ning Yuan said softly with a smile on his lips. Who looked at you? Luo Binglan's expression instantly turned serious. It had to be said that she changed her expression very quickly, but her red ears gave her away. Okay, you said you didn't see it, so you didn't see it. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and touched her head. Not to mention, the feeling of touching Luo Binglan's head is different from that of the rich woman's. The little rich lady feels like a soft, cute, and clingy little kitten. Luo Binglan felt a bit like a sensitive cat, whose fur would stand up when touched. At this moment, she was covered in goosebumps. At first, she wanted to struggle gently, but she was injured and couldn't move at all. She could only let Ning Yuan's ghostly hand stroke her head. Gradually, she slowly closed her eyes and began to enjoy Ning Yuan's touch, feeling very comfortable. Suddenly, Ning Yuan stopped what he was doing. Luo Binglan felt the hand above her head stop, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to find Ning Yuan looking at her with a smile on his face. Luo Binglan's face instantly turned red, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I couldn't help but curse myself in my heart, how embarrassing. I was touching myself and I actually enjoyed it. And Ning Yuan, this kid, must have stopped on purpose. Sister Lan, are you comfortable? Ning Yuan said. Generally. Luo Binglan knew that he did it on purpose, so she curled her lips and puffed up her face, showing her inner dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Ning Yuan slowly stopped his movements. His head massage technique was indeed just average. After all, he was best at foot massage. He slowly turned his gaze to Luo Binglan's feet. Just as he was about to take off her shoes and give her a full foot massage, Luo Binglan's voice interrupted him. You haven't told me where this black dragon of yours came from? Oh, this black dragon was contracted for me by the principal in an A-level crack. The principal is a space-type awakener, at the peak of the 9th level of Martial Saint. Ning Yuan said lightly. Is it a white-haired guy? A very flamboyant figure instantly appeared in Luo Binglan's mind, and she asked lightly. Do you know him? Luo Binglan nodded slightly. How could she not know Lu Qingyang? His strength was among the best in the entire human race. With him, everything makes sense. His strength is unmatched even in the whole of China. You are lucky to have him help you. Luo Binglan smiled slightly, feeling happy for Ning Yuan. That's because I'm talented. You only know how to praise him, but never praise me. Ning Yuan couldn't help but throw a tantrum in front of Sister Lan and said with a pout. Luo Binglan was stunned. She didn't expect Ning Yuan to act like a spoiled child. She even thought it was a little cute. You're great too. Wait, what are you doing? Luo Binglan suddenly felt an itch on the soles of her feet. She glanced down and found that her shoes and socks had been taken off by Ning Yuan long ago. Ning Yuan's fingers pressed randomly on the soles of her feet, which made her feel a little itchy and a little comfortable. You're injured, aren't you? Let me give you a massage to relax you. I won't be angry if you don't praise me. Ning Yuan saw that the matter was exposed. His expression remained unchanged, and he spoke lightly. Oh. Luo Binglan felt that his explanation was very reasonable, so she nodded. I have to say that Ning Yuan's foot massage technique is quite good and it is really comfortable. She would let out comfortable moans from time to time. Chapter 122 Yi Chen's Shock. We encountered many flying monsters along the way. However, most of them were small karami, and were directly killed by Dahe's soldiers. Ning Yuan guessed that these monsters really regarded them as food. With Qiner covering up her scent, they thought it was a plant-type monster flying in the sky. To them, wasn't that just food flying right into their mouths? Ning Yuan's hands almost never stopped along the way, pinching from the feet to the calves. He made up countless excuses along the way, saying things like, "I'm helping you clear your meridians, I'm helping you activate blood stasis." No normal person would believe these reasons, but Luo Binglan believed them. Sometimes, it's not that the girl is stupid, it's just that she is willing to be deceived by you. After about an hour, Ning Yuan flew to the easternmost point. There was also a mountain range more than 3,000 meters away from him. This is a daunting volcanic mountain range. Looking from a distance, the mountains are rolling like a sleeping dragon, exuding a heart-pounding breath. The red mountains flickered with strange light under the sunlight, as if the flames from deep within the earth were peeking out through the cracks in the earth's crust. The further he flew inside, the hotter Ning Yuan felt. Luo Binglan saw that Ning Yuan's forehead was slightly sweaty, and his body slowly released a trace of cold air to help her resist the heat. "Thank you, Sister Lan." Ning Yuan looked at Luo Binglan in his arms and smiled slightly. "Yeah." Luo Binglan nodded lightly. "Stop here." Luo Binglan pulled Ning Yuan's sleeve and spoke softly. Immediately, she stretched out her hand, and an upright snowflake appeared in her palm. Suddenly, snowflakes shot up into the sky, creating a frost pattern across the sky. This is the secret code she uses to contact Yi Chen. Once Yi Chen sees this pattern, he will rush over quickly. I just released a signal. The black dragon is too big and is easily targeted by monsters. But Yi Chen is in charge here. With his strength, no saint-level monster should survive. This is also the reason why Luo Binglan dared to release the signal directly. A large part of it was because of her confidence in Yi Chen's strength. After all, Yi Chen masters the law of gravity, although the law of gravity is not the top law and can only be ranked in the second tier. But with the rules, his combat power can be increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even if he faces some 8th level martial saints who have no rules, he is capable of fighting. It's okay. As long as no saint level monster takes action, ordinary emperor level monsters will not be Xiaolong's opponent. Ning Yuan smiled slightly and was very confident in Xiaolong's strength. As he spoke, he put on Luo Binglan's shoes and socks. At this moment, Ning Yuan felt a fluctuation in the space. Suddenly, the space around them was torn open, and a man in armor walked out. His face was as bright as the moon, his long eyebrows were slightly raised, his expression was indifferent, and his pair of eyes, as clear as autumn water, under his black eyelashes, were vaguely cast on Ning Yuan, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Seeing Luo Binglan lying in Ning Yuan's arms, Yi Chen was shocked. Fuck. Someone can win over such a tough girl. Damn it. I've been chasing her for so long and she's been ignoring me. Now she's lying in the arms of a martial king? Luo, who is this? Luo Binglan then realized that she was still lying in Ning Yuan's arms and immediately got up. Ning Yuan was stunned when he saw Luo Binglan stand up easily. Wasn't he seriously injured? In fact, her injuries had already healed for more than half, but she felt very comfortable lying in Ning Yuan's arms, so she was reluctant to get up. This is Ning Yuan. Luo Binglan tidied the long hair by her ears, looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes and spoke lightly. Ning Yuan? Why do you feel familiar? You are Ning Yuan, the double S level talent from the western suburbs military region. Why are you here? Yi Chen suddenly remembered, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he shouted loudly. Then he glanced at Luo Binglan again and immediately knew the reason. It turned out that this guy came here for the beauty. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Marshal Yi, it's me. Are you already a martial king? Feeling the aura of the king of martial arts emanating from Ning Yuan, Yi Chen was stunned. If he remembered correctly, when he repelled the beast tide a month ago, he had just advanced to the level of martial master. In just 1 month, he broke through from martial master to martial king? Damn it, even if I take drugs I can't advance so fast, right? I'm lucky, I made a breakthrough. Ning Yuan touched his head and smiled slightly. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't believe this kind of modest statement. Ning Yuan must have his own secrets, but he didn't ask too much. Damn, no wonder he was able to defeat Luo Binglan. Even I can't match his cultivation talent. He thought it was Ning Yuan's extraordinary talent that made Luo Binglan fall in love with him. But in fact, this only accounts for a small part. In fact, Luo Binglan, like Lin Luashi, does not care much about his talent. They only care about Ning Yuan as a person. After hearing about Ning Yuan from Zhao Weigua, he originally gave him the Shinra 3 swords with the attitude of training a newcomer, and also specially awarded him the rank of Major General. But I didn't expect that I would really find a treasure. And it's not just an ordinary treasure, it's a rare treasure. By the way, I haven't been able to say thank you to you in person. Thank you for giving me the Shinra 3 ultimate swords. Yi Chen smiled slightly, flashed in front of Ning Yuan, patted his shoulder, and said, "This martial art is quite powerful. I'm glad it can help you." Then, he looked at the black dragon under his feet, and his eyes almost popped out. "I'm a peak-level black dragon undead. Is this still a human being?" He knew that Ning Yuan had an S-level undead talent. All of this black dragon is also his work. When Luo Binglan saw Yi Chen like this, she couldn't help but smile secretly, but it was just caught by Ning Yuan. Her eyes met Ning Yuan's, and then she quickly looked away, a slight blush on her cheeks. Ning Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Sister Lan, so cute." "Where did this black dragon come from?" Yi Chen asked Ning Yuan. "In the A-level space crack of Oslia." Ning Yuan said lightly. "That's it." Yi Chen's face changed drastically. He knew about that space crack, but he didn't dare to go in there. 2 years ago, when he was young and energetic, he had just comprehended the law of gravity and was preparing to find an A-level space crack to practice. He chose the crack in Oslia that was sealed, but monsters often escaped from it, but was stopped by Wang Yunxiao. Wang Yunxiao told him that there was a monster in the crack that was equivalent to a 9th-level human martial saint. Hearing this, he gave up the idea of entering the crack. Unexpectedly, Ning Yuan was the undead obtained from the crack. "Who brought you in?" Yi Chen was a little confused. Could it be Wang Yunxiao? "Lu Qingyang." Ning Yuan said lightly. Hearing this name, Yi Chen's face darkened. "It turned out to be him. No wonder you were able to get out safely." "Marshal Yi, why do I feel that you dislike Principal Lu a little?" Ning Yuan asked Yi Chen, who had a dark face. "No." Yi Chen shook his head and said with gritted teeth. He would not say that when he was the martial emperor, Lu Qingyang beat him like a sandbag every day, and there was hardly a day without bruises on his body. Part of his combat experience was passed down by Wang Yunxiao, part was gained through his own actual combat, but most of it was gained through being beaten by Lu Qingyang. Chapter 123 Seduction. There is definitely a problem. Ning Yuan could clearly feel Yi Chen's astonishment when he heard Lu Qingyang's name. Yi Chen's eyes clearly revealed a hint of fear. Ning Yuan thought to himself, could it be that the white-haired guy had beaten him before? I have to say, his guess was quite accurate. It wasn't just a beating, it was completely ravaged. You have to know that when Yi Chen was the king of martial arts, his body was basically covered with bruises, and then he took drugs, and continued to fight after taking them, and continued to take drugs after fighting. In Yi Chen's heart, Lu Qingyang's white hair is scarier than a monster. But it's not Lu Qingyang's fault. His starting point was to help Yi Chen quickly improve his strength. After all, Yi Chen was the first person Lu Qingyang believed could break through to the level of martial god. But later he found that Yi Chen didn't seem to have much of a chance, so he went to look for other people. But now, Lu Qingyang originally favored Wang Tang, but now it is Ning Yuan. The reason why Ning Yuan hasn't received special training yet is simply because we haven't found the right time. By the way, Dean Luo, what injured you? Logically speaking, the monsters here shouldn't be able to hurt you. Yi Chen felt Luo Binglan's somewhat weak breath, frowned slightly, and asked lightly. Before Luo Binglan could speak, Ning Yuan said, "There's an iceberg in the far west." "Is there an ice phoenix at the peak of the early saint level there?" "Ice phoenix?" Yi Chen was slightly shocked. No wonder even Luo Binglan didn't get any good results. It turned out that he was a monster with high-level bloodline. "Have you dealt with the monsters here?" Luo Binglan moved her beautiful eyes to Yi Chen and asked softly. "Well, it took some time. It's a mid-stage saint-level fire python, which is a bit difficult to deal with." Yi Chen nodded, and a huge fiery red beast core appeared in his hand. "Where are the others?" Yi Chen shook his head inside. "I haven't received any communication from them yet, but with their strength, as long as they don't encounter a mid-stage saint-level monster, they should be able to protect themselves." Luo Binglan nodded slightly. With their strength, as long as they stayed together, they could fight against monsters in the early stage of martial saint. Then let's go deal with that ice phoenix first. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and his tone was a little cold. Ning Yuan and Luo Binglan nodded slowly. With Yi Chen around, there was naturally nothing to fear from the ice phoenix. Walk. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the space around him was torn apart. Ning Yuan put his arm around Luo Binglan's waist and flew into the crack closely behind Yi Chen. However, this space channel is much farther away than Lu Qingyang's. It took more than half an hour to fly there. If it was Lu Qingyang's space channel, Ning Yuan estimated that it would take less than a minute to reach this distance. After all, the space channel he created can greatly shorten the distance between the two places. Ning Yuan was extremely envious of Lu Qingyang's ability. I'm thinking I'll definitely get some space-type monster cores in the future. If I can awaken my space-type talent. That's right, let alone a space-type beast core, he has never even seen a space-type monster. Is the ice phoenix on the top of the mountain? Yi Chen stepped into the air, glanced at Ning Yuan and Luo Binglan, and asked. When Luo Binglan saw Yi Chen looking at her, she tried to break free from Ning Yuan's arms. But her injury had not yet healed completely, so Ning Yuan did not let her be so willful and hugged her shoulders with a little force. Right. Ning Yuan nodded, and then said, I will release the little dragon and release its dragon aura. I think the ice phoenix will definitely appear. After saying that, Ning Yuan summoned the little dragon and signaled it not to hide its breath and fly in the air. Yi Chen nodded. This was indeed a good idea, and then he turned his attention to Luo Binglan. However, the ice phoenix shouldn't be so easily fooled. It's better to put out another bait. You mean to let Sister Lan sit on Xiaolong? Yi Chen nodded slightly. With the attraction of the ice phoenix body, even if the ice phoenix knows there might be an ambush, it will most likely not be able to resist taking action. Ning Yuan's expression changed, but Sister Lan's injury can. Before Ning Yuan could finish his words, Luo Binglan's cold voice interrupted him. Ning Yuan was about to say something else, but Luo Binglan raised her hand slightly to stop him from continuing. With Yi Chen here, nothing will happen, don't worry. Okay, but I have to go with you. Ning Yuan knew Luo Binglan's character and knew that once she made a decision, she would not change it, so he spoke. Luo Binglan's expression changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes raised slightly, meeting Ning Yuan's eyes, and then she slowly nodded. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan carried Luo Binglan and flew onto the dragon's back. Then he looked at Yi Chen and said, Marshal Yi, I'll hand Bingfeng over to you after she comes out. No problem, don't worry. Yi Chen nodded. Afterwards, the two men and the dragon flew from the bottom of the mountain to the top, deliberately slowing down their speed and flying towards the east, making the illusion that they wanted to escape. Sure enough, after a while, a huge cry resounded throughout the entire iceberg. A huge ice phoenix flew out from the mountains and flew towards Ning Yuan like a rocket. It's out. Ning Yuan's face looked a little solemn. He pressed his body down slightly, trying to slowly cover Luo Binglan. Feeling Ning Yuan's actions, Luo Binglan's heart couldn't help but warm up, and her beautiful eyes looking at Ning Yuan were full of tenderness. The moment Yi Chen flew out of the mountains, he sensed the breath of the ice phoenix. Naturally, it was impossible to let it get close to Ning Yuan and the others. His figure disappeared at the bottom of the mountain in an instant, and the next moment he stopped in front of the ice phoenix, staring at it with sharp eyes. He was holding a red sword in his hand. Although it was not as big as Ning Yuan's Wolf Lord, the weight of this sword was far greater than that of the Wolf Lord. The ice phoenix looked at the human who suddenly appeared in front of it and immediately felt something was wrong. He could feel that this human's aura was much stronger than his, but since he had chosen to take the risk, he would not back down. The ice phoenix's wings seemed to swing directly towards Yi Chen, stirring up a gust of wind. Its wings look cold and beautiful, but they are sharp enough to tear through the hardest steel. Good to come. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips, and he swung the red sword in his hand hard, colliding with its wings. Gradually, a hole was torn in the ice phoenix's wings, and many of its ice blue feathers were blown away. The feather fell like a sharp sword, hitting the ground and creating a deep hole. Chapter 120 for the real Shinra 3 Swords. Bah! The ice phoenix screamed in pain. It didn't expect that its wings would be cut off by the knife. You know, its wings are very hard and can withstand even the hardest materials. What kind of knife is this? Ice Phoenix spoke in human language anxiously and looked at Yi Chen with fear. It's just made of ordinary iron. I didn't expect your wings to be so fragile. Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer. When the Ice Phoenix saw him comparing its wings to iron, it felt insulted, but did not dare to curse him. My target is the woman in front. It has nothing to do with you. It looked at Yi Chen coldly and said, Are you stupid? Yi Chen rolled his eyes at it and said lightly, What? Bing Fong was stunned. In the moment it was stunned, Yi Chen casually swung his sword, and the terrifying sword energy attacked the Ice Phoenix like a ferocious beast. The Ice Phoenix roared, and a wave of ice blue energy spurted out of its mouth. The two collided with each other, and with a loud bang, endless light flooded the sky and the earth. The strong light made Ning Yuan unable to open his eyes. In the end, Yi Chen's sword energy still had the upper hand, and swept towards the Ice Phoenix with its remaining power. The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and blocked the attack. But at this moment Bing Fong already knew that she was no match for the man in front of her and prepared to escape. The feather slashed hard, and the space around it was torn apart. It turned around and wanted to fly into the space. But how could Yi Chen let it escape so easily? Between heaven and earth, a huge amount of vital energy gathered towards his red sword. Ning Yuan, watch carefully. This is the true Shinra Three Swords. As the vital energy gathered, Yi Chen's fighting spirit reached its peak. With a loud shout, his body was illuminated by the golden light and became somewhat transparent. His energy and spirit boiled, and then all poured into the red sword. With a buzz sound. This sword seemed to have its own consciousness, and it transformed into a huge blade in the air. The light was even brighter, and the sword energy was surging like a wave. The power of this sword was unpredictable. The Ice Phoenix had already been unable to resist even with just a casual blow before, let alone this one that almost used all its strength. Ning Yuan looked at this scene, his mouth wide open, muttering, Is this the realm of true state? Seeing this complete sword strike, a huge wave rose in his heart. If he could cultivate the three ultimate swords of Shinra to this level, he would even be confident that he could challenge the martial emperor single-handedly with his own martial arts prowess. The Ice Phoenix felt this terrifying blow and let out a long cry. Its eyes became captivating as it sped up and fled into the space crack. I have to say, it was very fast and disappeared at the top of the mountain in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled slightly and murmured, If you run now, it's over. With a swing of the sword, the terrifying sword wave tore through space and attacked the Ice Phoenix. Feeling the terrifying knife wave behind it, the Ice Phoenix couldn't help but shudder. It knew that this attack was beyond its ability to deal with. Boom! The Ice Phoenix turned around, spread its huge wings, and countless ice spikes flew towards the knife wave, trying to withstand this terrifying attack. However, the moment those countless ice spikes approached the knife wave, they turned into countless ice chips and fell into the void. The knife hit its body directly, and its ice blue feathers withered instantly. A shocking wound appeared on its chest, and blood gushed out. This knife almost tore it in half. The Ice Phoenix's eyes gradually dimmed, and it knew that it was in great danger this time. Now it regrets why it was so greedy and arrogant. Even though you know there might be a trap, you still come out. As its last unwilling cry sounded, its eyes gradually closed and it completely lost its voice. With a bang, its body fell from the void, almost smashing the stones in the void. As the noblest of bird-like monsters, today I was completely defeated here. Yi Chen slowly flew into the space and saw the figure of Bing Fong floating on the falling stone in the void. He smiled slightly and said, I haven't used it for a long time. It seems that the level of swordsmanship has not declined. It died with one sword. It's not that the Ice Phoenix is weak, but that Yi Chen is too strong. You have to know that Yi Chen's sword strike happened in a flash. The Ice Phoenix was only concerned with escaping, and when it turned around, it had no time to release its strongest attack. Yi Chen grabbed one of the Ice Phoenix's wings and dragged it out of the void. Then he threw it heavily to the top of the mountain, creating a deep hole in the ground. Seeing that Yi Chen had already dealt with the Ice Phoenix, Ning Yuan showed a hint of joy on his face, and his hands couldn't help but squeeze slightly harder. But I found that something was wrong with the feel. Ning Yuan, what are you doing? Let go. Luo Binglan's voice sounded somewhat embarrassed and angry, and a blush appeared on her delicate little face. When Ning Yuan heard Luo Binglan's voice, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes slightly looked at Luo Binglan under him. It turned out that his hand had covered Luo Binglan's breasts at some point. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was just a little nervous. Ning Yuan immediately let go of his hand, helped Luo Binglan up, and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Ning Yuan felt the wonderful touch in his heart. To be honest, although it was much smaller than the little rich woman's, it felt good to pinch it. Seeing his nostalgic look, Luo Binglan suddenly felt so angry that her teeth itched, and she twisted his arm with her little hand slightly. He had really pinched her hard just now and it hurt, probably leaving red marks. You said you pinched it, so what do you mean by savoring it now? Hiss, Sister Lan, why are you pinching me? Ning Yuan felt pain and pouted. Let me make you feel naughty. Luo Binglan smiled. Seeing Sister Lan taking action, Ning Yuan couldn't help but become bolder and fought back, one hand scratching her slender waist. Looking at the two people flirting on the back of the black dragon, Yi Chen couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, looking at Ning Yuan with some envy. You know, for a girl like Luo Binglan who's so cold and aloof, once a boy enters her heart, she will be loyal to him until death. Ahem, have you two forgotten that I'm still here? Seeing that the two had no intention of stopping, Yi Chen could only interrupt them. When she heard Yi Chen's voice, Luo Binglan instantly loosened her bite on Ning Yuan's arm, and her face turned slightly red. Ning Yuan was so much taller than her that it was difficult for her to touch him with her hands, so she could only bite him with her mouth. Yi Chen, you probably didn't see what happened just now. You know, if you tell others. Luo Binglan's expression gradually returned to its cold state. She glared at Ning Yuan in reproach, then looked at Yi Chen with threatening eyes and spoke. Yi Chen closed his eyes instantly and said lightly, No, I didn't see anything. Chapter 125 Chen Chaofeng. Damn it, I asked you to chase me. Ning Yuan walked to the body of the ice phoenix and couldn't help but kick it twice on the head. Stop kicking, they're all dead. Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan whipping the corpse, shook her head helplessly, and then kicked Ning Yuan in the butt. Then Luo Binglan took out the beast core of the ice phoenix. The beast core was ice blue in color and much smaller than the holy level beast core Ning Yuan had seen before, but the energy it contained seemed to be more refined. After putting it into the void ring, Luo Binglan was about to put the ice phoenix's body into the void ring as well. After all, the corpse of a holy level monster could be sold for at least 1 billion yuan. At this time, Ning Yuan interrupted her, Sister Lan, wait a minute, don't put it in yet. What's wrong? Ning Yuan smiled slightly and said calmly, we haven't dealt with all the monsters in this secret realm yet, so any extra help we can get is a win. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yuan placed his hand on the top of the ice phoenix's head. Slowly, a strange black airflow surged in his hands. Then, under the shocked gazes of the two men, a black ice phoenix slowly condensed on the ground, its size exactly the same as before. Ning Yuan, is this your talent for the undead? Yi Chen was shocked and stared at the scene in amazement. He never thought that Ning Yuan could even lure out the undead of a saint-level monster. You know, he is only at the level of a martial king. Although Luo Binglan was also shocked, she did not show it. She just smiled slightly, because now in her heart, no matter what incredible thing happened to Ning Yuan, she felt that it was reasonable. Maybe this is what a girl who has fallen in love is like. Even if she was a cold, arrogant and spoiled girl before, she will always have some blind confidence in her man. Yes, Marshal Yi, but my current strength can only keep this ice phoenix at the peak of the emperor level. Also, I didn't sign a contract with it, unlike the black dragon, so this ice phoenix undead can only last about 2 hours. Ning Yuan looked at Yi Chen's shocked expression, feeling a little proud, and smiled slightly. This ability is already abnormal. If he can still maintain the strength of a martial saint, that would be great. Yi Chen suppressed his inner shock and spoke. Luo Binglan heard that there were only 2 hours left, so she took the initiative to speak. Since the duration is only 2 hours, let's hurry up and find Chen Chaofeng and Lu Tianshu. The saint-level monsters here are not as weak as we thought. The longer we spend, the more danger they will face. Yi Chen nodded, that's good. Then he asked, how is your injury? I'm almost fully recovered. I should be able to fully recover after tonight. Luo Binglan spoke calmly as she felt the injuries in her body slowly recovering. Under Qing'er's treatment, the speed at which she recovered from her injuries far exceeded her imagination. She originally thought it would take a whole day, but unexpectedly, she would be fully recovered in just over half a day. Okay, let's go together and go to the north first. That's the area Chen Chaofeng is in charge of. That guy is a worry. I hope nothing happens. Yi Chen nodded and said. Luo Binglan nodded in agreement. Chen Chaofeng's strength was relatively weak among the 4 of them, only at the level of a first-rank martial saint, while Lu Tianshu had the strength of a third-rank martial saint. Yi Chen tore open the space around him at any time and walked in first. Ning Yuan wanted to hold Luo Binglan and sit on the black dragon, but as soon as he walked over, Luo Binglan jumped on the back of the ice phoenix undead and drove it into the crack. Hey, Sister Lan, wait for me. Damn it. I didn't even give you any orders, and you ran off? Could it be that I just whipped its corpse, and it's holding a grudge against you? Ning Yuan jumped onto the black dragon, couldn't help muttering, and then entered the crack. Along the way, Ning Yuan didn't know how many times he tried to talk to Luo Binglan, but Luo Binglan just responded with a few perfunctory responses like oh, and ah. But he was worried, he really didn't pinch it on purpose. It was such a thrill. It took more than half an hour for the three of them to walk out of the space channel. Seeing the scene outside, the three of them were stunned. This is a desert, the temperature is very high, and on the sand there are hundreds of corpses of low-level monsters. There was also a faint smell of rotting meat in the air. Come to think of it, these monsters have been dead for several days. Alas, old Chen is still the same. Yi Chen looked at the corpses all over the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Ning Yuan was a little confused, wondering what was wrong. If it was this, there would be only more corpses here. After all, as a modern-day living bodhisattva, he would be happy to help any monster of a lower level than himself obtain the true scriptures if he saw them. Ning Yuan was about to ask, Yi Chen said again. A few years ago, when Lao Chen was guarding the northern border, her only daughter was killed by a monster while taking a school mission. Hearing this news, he almost went crazy and ran directly to the place where his daughter was carrying out the mission and killed all the tens of thousands of monsters in the entire area. After he left, the monsters on the border took advantage of this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the northern military region. That battle was a heavy one, with casualties exceeding 10,000. When he returned, the city walls were already a river of blood. Among them was a general, his best brother, who also died at the hands of the monster. Since then, he has been in deep self-blame almost every day. On one side is his daughter, and on the other side is his brother who fought side by side with him. He couldn't save any of them. He always blamed himself for the mistake. At that time, many people complained that he had left his post without permission and reported to the higher authorities, demanding that he be demoted, but he had no complaints about this. In the end, he was demoted to a general and took the initiative to ask to guard the imperial capital. After all, he is a soldier and should put the people first. It is normal for him to be demoted. But he is also a father, that is his only daughter. How could he bear the pain of losing his daughter, and how could he explain it to his dead wife? Since then, perhaps to atone for his sins, he hasn't had a single day of rest, spinning like a top every day. Over the years, at least 200,000 monsters have died at his hands. Speaking of this, Yi Chen's eyes were already a little red. Ning Yuan couldn't help but tear up after hearing this. Chen Xiaofeng and Lin Tai are the same kind of people. On one side is his daughter. On the other side is the people. Ning Yuan couldn't help but think in his heart, is it really worth it for those strangers? He might have already had the answer to this question in his mind. He is not as great as Lin Tai and Chen Xiaofeng. If it were him, he would choose his relatives without hesitation. But he also respected people like Chen Xiaofeng and Lin Tai. If it weren't for them, he might have died long ago. Chapter 126 Take him home. At the same time, Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of the rich woman waiting for him in the military area. Although most of the powerful monsters in the cracks were blocked inside, it was inevitable that some would slip through the net and escape. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan's heart couldn't help but tighten, and he was a little worried about Lin Luashi outside. Okay, enough talking, it's more important to find Lao Chen. Yi Chen took a deep breath and spoke to the two of them. Luo Binglan looked at Ning Yuan, who seemed to be in a bad mood, and guessed that he might be worried about Lin Luashi outside. She slowly walked forward, took his hand, and said softly, when this is over, I'll take you out first. Ning Yuan turned his head to look at Luo Binglan and nodded slightly. Ning Yuan's original purpose of coming here was for Luo Binglan. Now that she was fine, it would be better for him to leave early. After all, he couldn't be of much help here. It would be better to go outside and help them deal with those weaker monsters. He couldn't participate in this kind of martial saint-level battle. The three of them flew quickly into the depths of the desert. The further he went in, the more shocked Ning Yuan became. Most of the dead monsters here are king and emperor class, and there are at least over 100 of them. Ning Yuan also discovered that the cores of these monsters had not been taken away, which was a good thing for him. I think Chen Xiaofeng may not be interested in these beast cores, or he only wants to go deeper to kill stronger monsters and forget to take them. The further we went in, the more things seemed to be wrong, and the signs of a fight became increasingly apparent. There are huge sand pits everywhere along the way. This kind of fighting marks are definitely not caused by a battle with an emperor-level monster. Suddenly, Yi Chen, who was walking in front, stopped and looked ahead with a dull look. Why did you stop? Luo Binglan and Ning Yuan walked forward and asked with some confusion. Then the scene before them completely stunned them. I saw a determined figure standing above the monster, with the spear in his hand deeply piercing into the head of a huge lion. This is a monster equivalent to a second-level martial saint, the Golden Lion King. At this moment, the Lion King has completely lost his voice. The man on top of the Lion King's head still stood upright, but his eyes were forever closed. His body was covered with scratches from the monster, and his clothes were covered with a thick layer of blood scabs. Although the wounds on his body were not fatal, he had lost a lot of blood after a long battle. Although he killed the Lion King in the end, he also died of exhaustion. Yi Chen teleported to Chen Xiaofeng's side, looking at him with red eyes. He pulled his spear out of the Lion King's head and put it into the void ring, saying softly, "Why are you making yourself so tired? It's been so many years since that happened, you should have let it go long ago." "Ha! But that's good, you can finally rest." Yi Chen silently carried him on his back, slowly jumped down, and walked towards Ning Yuan and Luo Binglan. Yi Chen looked at Luo Binglan with red eyes and said lightly, "Old Chen is a fool, he is just a stubborn person." Feeling that Chen Xiaofeng had died on Yi Chen's back, Luo Binglan's face darkened. She wanted to say something to scold him, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After a long while, she turned her gaze towards Ning Yuan and said softly, "Ning Yuan, take him back first." "Good." Ning Yuan did not try to be a hero and nodded slightly. Then, Ning Yuan took Chen Xiaofeng from Yi Chen's back and held him in his arms. "Take him home." Yi Chen patted Ning Yuan's shoulder with his right hand, with a hint of pleading in his tone. "Good." Ning Yuan nodded heavily. He knew that the man in his arms was someone worthy of his admiration and respect. Ning Yuan could feel that after Yi Chen handed Chen Xiaofeng to him, his eyes had changed significantly, and there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Everyone who knew Yi Chen knew that he was really angry. Then, Yi Chen tore open a crack with all his strength and said to Ning Yuan with a serious face, "Let's go. This crack will lead directly to the exit. There may be scattered monsters outside. Be careful." Ning Yuan nodded, then looked at Luo Binglan and said, "Sister Lan, I'll let this Bingfeng follow you." "No, my injury is almost healed." Luo Binglan shook her head. It wasn't that she was being pretentious, but her injuries had now recovered at least 70%. Now she is able to protect herself even when facing a saint-level monster. But Ning Yuan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Luo Binglan. "Okay, go in quickly. Don't worry about me, isn't Yi Chen here?" "Luo, she is still waiting for you outside, don't let her wait too long." "Then I'm leaving." After hearing what Luo Binglan said, Ning Yuan finally nodded and flew into the space crack on the Black Dragon. In the crack, Ning Yuan still held onto a glimmer of hope and sent a voice message to Qinger in the Void Ring. "Qinger, do you have a way to save him?" "I'm sorry, Master. Qinger can't do anything about it." Qinger flew out from the Tree of Life and spoke softly. "It's okay, I'm just asking." Ning Yuan forced a smile. Although the Tree of Life has remarkable healing abilities, it still cannot achieve the incredible power of resurrection. In fact, he didn't even know Chen Xiaofeng, so there was no question of how deep their feelings were. It was just that he felt that this person was really similar to Uncle Lin, so he had this idea. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Yuan came out of the space crack. To his surprise, there were actually quite a few monsters gathered in the wilderness. Most of them are level 3 or above, and most likely they escaped from this crack. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan asked Bingfeng to clear out all the monsters. Looking at the number of monsters in the wilderness, Ning Yuan felt a little uneasy. He quickly summoned Dahe as well. Seeing that there was work to do, Dahe rushed directly towards the group of monsters. The monsters here are of relatively low levels, and Dahe can easily handle them. Ning Yuan rode the Black Dragon and flew towards the military district. With so many monsters, the low level of monsters outside the wilderness is not necessarily a good thing. Normally, high-level monsters would hide behind low-level monsters and only attack after they had charged forward. But now there are few king-level monsters in this wilderness. He was just worried that those high-level monsters would attack the military area. If that's the case, with the military region's current combat power, it will be difficult to hold on. More importantly, the rich girl is still in the military area. Given her personality, she will definitely go out if there is a monster attack. Chapter 127 Dual Domain. Along the way, the black dragon's speed basically reached the fastest. Ning Yuan controlled the flying knife on the dragon's back and killed many monsters. He felt a little anxious. The closer he got to the military zone, the stronger the monsters became. There were even a few king-level monsters on the road. Ning Yuan also decided not to stay here. He put away his flying knife and no longer cared about the monster in the wilderness. He let the black dragon fly towards the military area. Even with Schwer by Lin Luashi's side, monsters of this level were simply not something she could handle. After all, Schwer's current strength was only that of a 7th-rank martial king. Moreover, that equal contract would cause Schwer's strength to gradually decline, eventually becoming equal to Lin Luashi's. But what he didn't expect was that the little rich woman now was able to stand on her own. At this moment, beneath the city wall, among the beasts, a young girl in silver armor was covered in blood, the black ice sword in her hand stained with blood. Beside her, a tiny figure floated beside her, and from her tiny palm, she released an astonishingly powerful ice spike towards the beasts. Lin Luashi, please go back quickly. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Major General Ning and Dean Luo? Yi Tian looked at the girl in the herd with a serious expression and shouted loudly. Because of these two people, Yi Tian's entire worldview almost collapsed. Ning Yuan, who is so young, has reached the level of martial king and can control the emperor-level undead. As for Lin Luashi, she was only at the Grand Martial Master level just the day before yesterday, but now she has reached the 3rd level of Martial King. In just less than 2 days, he broke through an entire realm. Is he still a normal person? Lin Luashi did not answer. His delicate and cold face was filled with murderous intent, and he kept waving the sword in his hand. At this moment, a giant bone tiger of the early emperor level pounced towards her. Its enormous size immediately scattered the herd, and then it swung its sharp front claws towards Lin Luashi. Mom, be careful. The snow girl frowned slightly as she looked at the giant tiger rushing towards her. Winter Realm. The moment the domain was expanded, snowflakes fell in the air and the temperature of the entire battlefield dropped. At the same time, the speed of the giant bone dark tiger was also greatly restricted. Then, Lin Luashi's body seemed to turn into several shadows and quickly flashed away. It was her martial arts skill, Snow Shadow Mystery. Schwer, help me. Lin Luashi turned to look at Schwer beside him and said. The two of them signed a contract, and when they fought, they were in sync with each other. Schwer instantly understood what Lin Luashi wanted to do. So, Schwer floated in front of Lin Luashi, with her palms facing outwards, just like Lin Luashi. A powerful ice element rapidly gathered towards the palms of the two people. Then, a powerful ice and snowstorm rushed towards the giant bone tiger and the monsters beside it. The power of the ice miles released by Lin Luashi and the snow girl together increased by dozens of times. Almost all the 3rd-level monsters and even king-level monsters around it were frozen. Unexpectedly, the giant bone dark tiger in the middle stage of the emperor level was frozen for a short time. Although it only lasted for 2 seconds, it was enough for Lin Luashi to escape from the herd. At this moment, a silver shadow bit towards Lin Luashi from the side, and the silver shadow attacked her like a gentle lightning. It was a giant silver python that was more than 30 meters long. Its bloody mouth inlaid with terrifying fangs opened wide and covered Lin Luashi. Lin Luashi was suddenly horrified. He stepped lightly and retreated with all his strength, narrowly avoiding the bloody mouth. But in this second, the Lion King also broke free from the ice. The Lion King shook his body violently, shaking off the broken ice on his body, and then shot a fierce look at Lin Luashi and pounced straight towards her. Get lost. Lin Luashi frowned, slowly stretched out her right hand, and condensed an ice barrier in front of her. The giant python's bloody mouth hit the ice barrier and was bounced far away, and large cracks appeared on the ice barrier. Looking at the cracks on the ice barrier, Lin Luashi frowned tightly. This is a giant python at the peak of the king level, and its aura is about to break through the emperor level. She was already overwhelmed by an early-stage emperor level giant bone tiger, and now another giant python was targeting her. Die, human. The giant bone dark tiger opened its mouth wide and spoke human words as it looked at Lin Luashi. Its sound was heavy and deafening. When it fell, the giant python and the giant tiger attacked Lin Luashi from different directions. A tiger and a python surrounded Lin Luashi tightly, leaving her no chance to escape. Compared to their huge bodies, Lin Luashi's petite figure kept moving around in their attacks like a snow elf. Ice and snow field. Seeing that the situation was not good, Schwer cried out. In an instant, the double superposition of the winter domain and the ice and snow domain made the space around Lin Luashi instantly turn into an ice blue. In this dual realm, frost fell silently from the sky, and the water elements in the air were condensed into countless ice crystals. The sand was stained with a thick layer of white snow, and a thicker and thicker layer of ice condensed on the bodies of the two monsters. Their movements gradually became slower. This is the power of her and Schwer's dual domains, which is enough to allow the little rich woman to cross almost an entire realm to fight the enemy. Under this dual domain, all water elements within the domain will be available to Lin Luashi. Moreover, the cold and ice in the area can greatly enhance Lin Luashi's abilities, while also greatly restricting the actions of the giant python and giant tiger. The rich young woman held the Shinbing sword tightly in her hand, moved her body, and a ray of cold light stabbed towards the giant python. The giant python's body was covered with silver scales, and Lin Luashi knew that its eyes were its fatal weakness. Laugh. The sharp black ice sword directly pierced the giant python's eyes, and green blood immediately gushed out. The giant python hissed in pain, and then its huge body began to twist continuously. As he twisted, the enormous force threw Lin Luashi away. At this moment, a huge tiger claw with wind blades all over the sky suddenly smashed towards Lin Luashi. Wherever the tiger claw passed, there was a sharp sound of tearing through space. Bang! The huge tiger claws landed on Lin Luashi's ice barrier. The ice barrier shattered instantly, smashing into pieces all over the sky. Lin Luashi also took advantage of the situation and attacked the giant python at an extremely fast speed with the Shinbing sword. The ice sword pierced straight into the giant python 7 inches, and the impact of the sword on the giant python produced violent sparks. Under the firelight, the giant python's scales were shattered piece by piece, and then the long sword completely penetrated its 7-inch position. The giant python screamed and twisted continuously, but it was stabbed in the vital part, and no matter how hard it struggled, it was in vain. In the end, it could only fall down in despair. During the duration of the domain, killing the giant python was the limit of what Lin Luashi could do. I saw her long sword piercing into the sand, and she squatted on the ground panting. At this moment, her physical strength was almost exhausted. But the tiger didn't give her a chance to breathe, and pounced on her with its front paws waving. Seeing this, Schwer stood in front of Lin Luashi and condensed an ice barrier to try to block its giant claws. Just as the giant claw was about to hit the barrier, a blood-red broadsword fell from the sky and smashed in front of Lin Luashi, splashing dust all over the sky. Chapter 128. Great job. Court death. A roar came from the air, attracting the attention of the giant bone tiger. It's Daddy. Hearing the voice, Schwer's big eyes lit up instantly and she shouted happily. Lin Luashi slowly raised his head and looked at the blurry figure of the black dragon in the sky. A bright smile appeared on his face. Ning Yuan spread his wings, performed 3,000 thunders, and flew towards the ground like an electric snake. In just 2 breaths, he was beside Lin Luashi, holding her shoulders with both hands nervously, and said anxiously, "Are you hurt?" Lin Luashi shook her head, wiped the blood off her body with her jade hands, and said softly, "This is all the blood of those monsters." Hearing this, Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Qinger and said, "Qinger, help Luoshi recover." "Yes, master." Qinger nodded slightly, and a green light was released from the palm of her hand, and then rushed into Lin Luashi's body. After the healing power entered his body, Lin Luashi's slightly pale face instantly turned rosy. At this moment, Schwer suddenly hugged Ning Yuan's arms with both hands, pointed her chubby fingers at the giant dark tiger in front of her, and complained, "Dad, it's this big old axe that bullies Mommy and Schwer." Ning Yuan gently touched her head and smiled, "Dad will avenge you." "Xiaolong, do it." Ning Yuan turned his head, looked at the giant bone tiger with sharp eyes, and spoke lightly. The black dragon felt Ning Yuan's anger and let out a deafening dragon roar towards the giant bone tiger. The giant tiger felt the suppression in terms of blood and strength, and its whole body couldn't help but tremble. It turned around and ran back. But how could it be faster than the little dragon? Almost in an instant, the little dragon's sharp claws pierced into its body. Roar! The giant tiger roared in pain, and a claw mark that penetrated deep into the bone appeared on its body, and blood gushed out directly. Then, the little dragon pressed its head with its sharp claws and pressed it to the ground, and its black mouth spit out a huge black flame directly at it. In an instant, half of the tiger's head melted away. Gradually, it lay on the ground and stopped struggling. Even so, Xiaolong did not let it go. Black flames from his mouth continued to burn its entire huge body into charcoal. Lin Luashi lowered his head and did not dare to look at Ning Yuan, whispering, "Yes, I'm sorry." She knew that Ning Yuan had specifically told her to stay in the military area and not come out before he left, but when she heard that there was a monster attack, Having already broken through to the level of martial king, she really wanted to do something on her own and didn't want to be protected all the time. And in fact, she really did it. She killed hundreds of third-level monsters and dozens of king-level monsters, including a giant python at the peak of the king level. It even delayed a giant emperor-level tiger. It's hard to imagine that this is something a freshman can do. Ning Yuan gently held her in his arms, patted her back, and said softly, "You did a great job, you saved many, many people." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lin Luashi's nose felt a little sour, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He pressed his little head tightly against Ning Yuan's chest and said with some grievance, I just want to tell you that I won't hold you back. I can accompany you." Ning Yuan gently stroked the back of her head and said softly, "I know, I will never leave you alone in the future." In fact, Lin Luashi's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even he, relying solely on his martial arts strength, had no way of dealing with a peak king-level monster and an early emperor-level monster at the same time. What's more, she could even kill a peak king-level python while being trapped between two monsters. In fact, without realizing it, Lin Luashi had become the freshman with the strongest martial arts skills. With Shuer and the support of dual domains, Ning Yuan would not be her opponent. Okay, let's go help them deal with the battlefield first. Ning Yuan slowly let go of her and spoke softly. Yeah. Lin Luashi nodded. Ning Yuan's figure flashed and his hand was placed on the dead monster. Stand up. In an instant, a group of monsters composed of black shadows slowly emerged from the ground. And they all bowed to Ning Yuan, and Ning Yuan, who gave them a brief new life, was their king. Kill. Following Ning Yuan's command, hundreds of black shadows rushed towards the beast herd. In the beast herd, the warriors who were fighting against the monsters were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the black monster reinforcements. The moment Yi Tian saw this group of black shadows, the image of the young man stepping on the black dragon appeared in his mind. Then he looked around and saw Ning Yuan's figure and exclaimed, "It's Major General Ning. He's out." At the same time, he was deeply shocked by Ning Yuan's powerful abilities. This undead ability is enough to dominate the entire battlefield. So perverted. Almost instantly, the entire group of monsters was dispersed by the black shadow. They were also startled by the sudden appearance of the black shadow, and there was actually a monster with emperor-level strength in the black shadow. Only then did they discover that their leader, the giant bone tiger of the early emperor level, had died. And now the black giant tiger belongs to the human camp. Ning Yuan asked Xiaolong to go deep into the forest to kill the monster. After all, the black flame it spewed out could easily hurt innocent people. Moreover, these remaining monsters are not enough to pose a threat to Ning Yuan and his team. In less than half an hour, the monsters outside the military area were basically wiped out, and the ground was littered with monster corpses. Only hundreds of black monsters and the soldiers defending the city remained standing on the ground. We won? Many soldiers were in a daze. Before they could react, the sudden black monster helped them wipe out the entire herd. At this moment, a deafening sound resounded throughout the battlefield. It was the sound made by Yi Tian. At this moment, he stepped on the flying shield and shouted to the soldiers on the ground. "Soldiers, we won." The ones standing there are Major General Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi, a disciple of Dean Luo. They both played a huge role in the victory of this war. As Yi Tian took the lead in applauding. Boom! For a moment, thunderous applause and cheers rang out in the arena. "Look, you did a really great job, they're all praising you." Ning Yuan smiled at Lin Luashi beside him and said softly. Lin Luashi had never seen such a scene before, and nodded shyly. You've been a great hero today, what reward do you want? I want to eat marshmallows. Lin Luashi thought about it seriously and spoke. Good. I want to eat cola chicken wings. Good. I also want you to ride the carousel with me. That one T work. Chapter 129 What is Happiness? After returning to the base, Ning Yuan handed Chen Xiaofeng's body to Yi Tian, who had deep feelings for Chen Xiaofeng. After seeing Chen Xiaofeng's body, even a tough guy like him couldn't help but cry. After crying for a long time, he finally calmed down, gave Ning Yuan a standard military salute, and said in a very serious tone. Thank you, Major General Ning. Ning Yuan slowly shook his head, sighed, and said, I only dealt with some ordinary monsters. The real danger is those in the cracks. Ning Yuan looked at him deeply, then patted his shoulder and slowly walked out the door. Outside the door, Lin Luashi sat quietly on the bench, holding the sleeping Shuer in his arms, waiting for Ning Yuan. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her body, as if she was wearing a rosy dress, and a pair of dimples appeared slightly on her fair and tender face. Her eyes are like a pool of autumn water, and the corners of her small mouth are slightly raised, making her look as pretty as a demon. It is clearly a color with an otherworldly and cool temperament, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens has mistakenly entered the human world. Seeing Ning Yuan coming out, she looked like a playful little girl with a touching smile on her face. "Let's go." Ning Yuan looked at the rich young woman on the bench, took Shuer from her arms, and said with a smile, "Hold." Lin Luashi took the initiative to stretch out her hand and held Ning Yuan's hand, and the two of them slowly walked down the stairs. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them as they walked quietly on the road. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long. The two kept walking forward. At some point, their shadows will intersect. The best relationship is never one of turbulent waves, but rather like them at this moment under the setting sun, where each other's outlines are softened and even their breathing has a tacit rhythm. Fingers naturally intertwined while taking a walk, a baby sleeping in your arms, perhaps this is the ultimate romance of love. Many people are searching for happiness. For Ning Yuan, happiness is. Holding hands, we walk slowly along the long road. The 2 days after dealing with the battlefield were the happiest and most leisurely days Ning Yuan had ever had. That afternoon, Yi Chan and Luo Binglan emerged from the spatial rift outside the wilderness. However, they were the only two who emerged. The third figure had yet to appear. Yes, Lu Tianshu also died in the cracks, and even his body was not preserved. The next day, soldiers from the entire military region held a simple and plain funeral for the dead soldiers. Everything seems so peaceful, yet reveals endless sadness. At this moment, Ning Yuan felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, all the people he cherished were still alive. Of course, after experiencing 2 A-level space cracks, Ning Yuan also developed a strong fear of S-level space cracks. A single A-level crack had already cost the imperial capital 2 Marshal Saint-level warriors and thousands of warriors. Just how terrifying is that god-level monster? According to Lu Qingyang, the seal of the S-level space crack can only last for 5 years at most, and the time may be greatly shortened. Even a strong man of Lu Qingyang's level felt fear, let alone him. If the god-level monster from the top of Kunlun Mountain appears in the world, is there anyone in the entire blue planet that can stop it? Thinking of this, Ning Yuan felt under immense pressure. In an office in a high-rise building. Ning Yuan, thanks to you this time, otherwise the casualties in this military region would be even worse. Yi Chen looked at Ning Yuan with a serious expression and spoke lightly. Marshal Yi, the biggest contributor this time is not me, but Lin Luashi. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, pulled Lin Luashi in front of him, and spoke softly. Luoshi? How did you break through to the Marshal King level? Luo Binglan's gaze fell on Lin Luashi, a look of disbelief on her face. It was hard for her to imagine how she, who had just broken through to the Grand Marshal Master level half a month ago, could break through to the Marshal King level in such a short time. You know, it took her nearly a whole year to break through from a Great Marshal Master to a Marshal King, and that was with the help of school resources. Although Luo Binglan also left a lot of resources for Lin Luashi, it was impossible for those resources to be consumed in such a short time. Moreover, even if it was used up, it would not be enough for her to break through to the Marshal King realm. At this moment, Shuer flew out of Ning Yuan's void ring. She had just been hiding and sleeping at Qinger's place. She felt bored outside and wanted Ning Yuan to take her out to play. But today's situation is special. Ning Yuan and Lin Luashi are also unable to leave and accompany her. She was so bored that she could only hide in the void ring and play with Qinger. Daddy, I'm hungry. Shuer rubbed her eyes with one hand, flew into Ning Yuan's arms and spoke crisply. Daddy? Luo Binglan and Yi Chen looked at each other, both of them looked confused. Yi Chen was stunned and thought to himself, damn it, I'm over 30 and still single, and this guy is only 18 and already has a daughter? Is there any justice? Luo Binglan's expression changed, because she could feel the aura of Lin Luashi emanating from Shuer. She opened her mouth slightly and said, Ning Yuan, is this your and Luoshi's daughter? Ning Yuan's eyes quickly turned around. He touched Shuer's little head, smiled slightly and said, yes, her name is Shuer. Luo Binglan's face turned slightly pale, and she was about to say something. Lin Luashi gently hit Ning Yuan with her hand and interrupted her. Sister Luo, don't listen to Ning Yuan's nonsense. Shuer was left to me by my mother. She is the innate spirit ice and snow girl. I signed a contract with her, so my strength was raised to the 3rd level martial king. Schwer was seriously injured before and fell asleep in the meteorite. When she woke up, she turned into a child. Luo Binglan's expression finally eased a little and she calmed down instantly. She was just frightened by the way Schwer called Ning Yuan, and her mind went blank. In fact, if you think about it for a moment, it's clear how Schwer could be their baby. How could she just jump out of the belly in just 1 month? Then Luo Binglan gently kicked Ning Yuan on the leg and scolded him, "You've been so frivolous all day. There's no whole day, just a joke." "Daddy, I'm hungry. I want ice cream." Schwer grabbed Ning Yuan's collar and looked at him with her big eyes shining like stars, which made Ning Yuan melt. Ning Yuan pinched her nose gently. "Okay. Dad will buy you 10 later." Schwer is not used to eating normal human food. Ever since she tried ice cream once, she has been addicted to it. The sweet and icy taste is just to her taste. "Sister Lan, Marshal Yi, let's go eat first. The children are hungry." Ning Yuan raised his head, glanced at Luo Binglan and Yi Chen, and spoke softly. "Good." Luo Binglan nodded slightly. Now that the space crack issue had been resolved, her mission was also completed. She also successfully broke through to the Martial Saint level, so naturally, there was no need for her to stay at the border anymore. "I won't go. I'll stay in the military area." Yi Chen shook his head. The funeral had just ended, and as the head coach, he couldn't leave at this time. Chapter 130 Calling Aunt Lan. In less than half an hour, a boy, 2 girls and a child, returned to Langu University. "Luoshi, Sister Lan, what do you want to eat?" Ning Yuan glanced at the two of them and asked softly. "Crayfish." Lin Luashi spoke first. "You only know about crayfish. What else do you know besides crayfish?" Ning Yuan couldn't help but speak when he heard this familiar answer. "And, cola chicken wings, marshmallows, you promised me." Lin Luashi pouted and looked at him quietly with a cold look in her eyes. If Ning Yuan forgot, she would probably bite his arm the next moment. Of course I didn't forget. I'll go buy it now." Ning Yuan said lightly with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Then Ning Yuan turned to look at Luo Binglan and asked softly. "Sister Lan, what do you want to eat?" Luo Binglan smiled slightly. "I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you eat." "Dad, and me too, I want to eat 10 ice creams." Schwer also said. Okay. I'll go buy it. You guys go back to the villa first. It hasn't been cleaned in a while. Go back and clean it up first." Ning Yuan glanced at the two women and spoke softly. "Okay." Lin Luashi nodded slightly. "Then Schwer, do you want to go back with Mom first, or go get ice cream with Dad?" Ning Yuan lowered his head, looked at Schwer with a smile on his face, and whispered. "I want to go buy ice cream with Daddy." Schwer said crisply. "Then let's go." Ning Yuan kissed Schwer on the cheek and carried her towards the vegetable market. "Goodbye, Mommy, May, goodbye, beautiful sister." Schwer was in Ning Yuan's arms, waving her chubby little hands towards Lin Luashi and Luo Binglan. Schwer didn't know how to address Luo Binglan, so she could only call her beautiful sister. "Daddy, what should I call the beautiful lady next to Mommy?" Schwer looked at Ning Yuan with her big eyes twinkling and asked with some confusion. Calling her Mama doesn't seem quite right, it's confusing. You can call her Auntie Lan." "Oh." Schwer kept repeating to herself, Auntie Lan, until you remember this name completely." Schwer sat on Ning Yuan's shoulders, her little feet swaying, so cute. Along the way, she attracted the attention of countless passers-by, all of whom envied Ning Yuan for having such a lovely and beautiful daughter. "Look, that little girl is so cute. Wow, really, I really want to rub it. Can I skip my boyfriend and get such a cute and beautiful daughter?" A girl saw Schwer, covered her face with her hands, and started daydreaming late at night. Schwer didn't know that many passers-by were already planning in their minds what color sack to use to steal her away at night. She just ate the ice cream quietly on Ning Yuan's shoulder, with only the ice cream in her eyes, as if everything else around her had nothing to do with her. Ning Yuan went to the market and bought Lin Luashi's favorite crayfish, chicken wings, and 2-dimensional happy water. There was also Luo Binglan's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, plus a fish soup and some green vegetables. It was simply too sumptuous. After buying the groceries, Ning Yuan quickly returned to the villa with Schwer. "I saw 2 women, one holding a broom and the other holding a mop, sweeping the dust in the living room on the 2nd floor. I'm back. Ning Yuan walked up the stairs slowly, looked at the two women with a smile, and spoke. Brother, where's my marshmallow? Lin Luashi hurried forward, her voice slightly hushed. I forgot. Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment and said guiltily. Hearing this, Lin Luashi puffed her lips in anger and said angrily, I'm going to ignore you. I bought so many things that I can't remember them all. Tomorrow I'll buy you too. Ning Yuan slowly approached Lin Luashi, gently touched her head, and promised. Real? Really, Sister Lan can testify. Ning Yuan pointed at Luo Binglan and said seriously. Luo Binglan nodded slightly, I'll help you watch him. If he doesn't buy it, I'll help you beat him up. When Ning Yuan heard this, he thought, it's not Sister Lan, I was just saying it casually, what are you doing, you want to beat me up for every turn? At this moment, deep in Ning Yuan's heart, there was a more grand idea, but he didn't dare to realize it at the moment. That was to spank Luo Binglan hard. Who let this little girl keep threatening him? Ning Yuan's face was a little stiff, and he slowly said, really, look, Sister Lan has threatened me. Okay, then don't forget it tomorrow. Lin Luashi stood on tiptoe and gently touched Ning Yuan's face with her rosy little mouth. Ning Yuan felt the warmth on his face and thought, what is this, an early reward or a bribe? Seeing the two of them being so intimate and natural, Luo Binglan felt something strange in her heart. She was actually eager to try. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her face. Sister Lan, why is your face a little red? Oh, it's too hot. Hearing Ning Yuan's voice, Luo Binglan was suddenly startled, her body couldn't help but tremble, and her voice was a little stuttering. The air conditioner is on. And you still feel hot despite your constitution? Ning Yuan touched the back of his head and murmured in confusion. Okay, go cook, I'm hungry. Luo Binglan had excellent hearing. Although his voice was very low, it still reached her ears. Her expression changed slightly, and then she spoke anxiously. Oh. Just like that, Ning Yuan went into the kitchen alone. And the moment he entered the kitchen, Luo Binglan locked the kitchen door. Hey, Sister Lan, what are you doing? Ning Yuan was stunned when he heard the voice and spoke in confusion. I'll let you out after dinner. Luo Binglan turned around and left. Ning Yuan didn't care too much and continued to deal with the crayfish in his hand. He just felt that Luo Binglan was a little weird. In the living room, Luo Binglan pulled Lin Luashi to sit on the corner of the sofa and whispered. Luoshi, how can I get along with Ning Yuan so intimately and naturally? I always feel that he is a little afraid of me.